Chapter 1. Farewell. Naval Headquarters, Family Compound. In a small courtyard, the anguished cries of a woman echoed, always busy. You are perpetually preoccupied. How many times have you returned home in a year? Today is our child's 6th birthday. Yet the child doesn't even know what you look like. The woman wept, fully understanding her husband's predicament, yet unable to accept that his work took precedence over their family eye. I must accompany Carp to hunt down the pirates, the man mumbled. Speaking slowly, he was aware of the wrongness in this situation, but his inner sense of justice compelled him to go. On one side stood his steadfast commitment, and on the other his wife and child, placing him in a great dilemma. Fine. Go. Just go. I will stay here with our child. The woman shouted in a flustered tone, though filled with anger. She ultimately acquiesced. The man hesitated, casting a glance at their child, who was gazing at him longingly by the dining table with a heavy heart. He turned and left. The child stared blankly as his father departed, then turned to his mother. Why did Daddy leave? Is it because of me, Hylon? At this point, little Hyland's voice was tinged with tears. Seeing her child cry, the woman panicked, hastily wiping away Hyland's tears, and soothingly replied, No, Daddy went to fight the bad guys. He will return after he finishes to celebrate your birthday. All right? The woman could only offer such comfort to Hylon. Zifa, you must return soon. With her hands clasped together, the woman silently prayed for her husband's safety. Mommy. Hylon reached out his small hands, calling out to her in a soft voice, What is it? The woman bent down with a smile. I want to be a great Marine too. Hylon clenched his tiny fists and waved them vigorously, as if he could defend justice like his father. The woman lifted Hylon high above her, filled with joy. Very well. Then I will rely on you to protect me in the future, okay? Would you like to visit the amusement park at Sabaody Archipelago? The woman asked with a cheerful smile. Little Hyland's eyes sparkled, his short arms and legs flailing in excitement. Yay. Yes. Let's go play. Let's go. The woman took her child's hand and closed the door behind them as they stepped out. Good day. Please present your identification. At the port, a squad of naval soldiers halted the woman for a routine inspection, aimed at preventing spies from infiltrating Marineford. Here, the woman rummaged through her satchel and produced a special iron card. Handing it to the leading soldier after inspecting the card several times, the soldier returned it to her. You may proceed. Ms. Lizzie. Thank you. Lizzie nodded gracefully, then took Hyland's hand to find a departing passenger ship, purchasing tickets and waiting together on the deck. Whoa! A deep horn sounded in the distance. The passenger ship commenced its gradual departure on the other side. Within the naval headquarters' dedicated dock, a boisterous laughter erupted from a massive warship. Zifa, why the long face? A true Navy officer should be laughing heartily. As Zifa stepped into the dock, he was greeted by the exuberant voice of a robust elder with hair interspersed with black and white, and a scar gracing the corner of his eye, who leaned against the ship's railing, calling out boisterously, Oh, it's you, Carp, you rascal. Zifa retorted, accepting a cloak handed to him by a nearby sailor, pointing at Carp with a smirk. Whoosh! Zifa leaped and landed beside Carp. Crunch. 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 Carp casually retrieved a pack of rice crackers from his pocket, munching away, crumbs scattering over him without a care in the world. Zifa, however, did not share Carp's lightheartedness. He stood silently, watching the sailors below scurrying about in preparation. Crunch. Crunch, what's wrong? Noticing Zifa's somber mood, Carp leaned in with his snacks. Today is little Halen's 6th birthday. Yet here I am, having to pursue pirates, Zifa lamented, a frown etched on his face. I see no worries. I've already spoken with Kazan and Sengoku. After we complete our mission tonight, we'll celebrate Halen's birthday together, Carp reassured, patting Zifa's shoulder. Such is the way of the world. To uphold one's steadfast sense of justice often requires sacrifices. Indeed, this time, we must decisively capture the Roger pirates, Zifa declared, clenching his fists. As long as I, Zifa, draw breath, I shall exert every effort to thwart your ambition of becoming the Pirate King, Roger. Understanding Zifa's resolve, Carp enthusiastically thumped Zifa's back, radiating determination. I can hardly wait to let that scoundrel Roger feel the force of my iron fist. Observing Carp's excitement, Zifa quietly edged away, rubbing his back. Ouch! Carp's blows still pack a punch. The gentle sea breeze caressed the face of a child, while seagulls danced in the sky, inscribing their own tales. Lizzie stood at the ship's edge, cradling little Halen. Mother, what is that? Those are seagulls. Why can they fly? Because they have wings. I want to fly too. Then you must become very strong, Lizzie asserted, reflecting for a moment before adding, You must be stronger than everyone else. Okay, Mother, Hylon replied, a bit bewildered. I will be stronger than everyone in the future. Lizzie, filled with pride, gently patted little Halen's head before continuing to show her the scenic view. Unbeknownst to them, a small dark that appeared on the distant horizon. Pirates! The captain's hoarse voice echoed through the horn. Hanging on the deck, pirates are coming. What? What should we do? I don't want to die. Suddenly, chaos erupted aboard the ship. This was merely an ordinary passenger vessel, and none could have anticipated that pirates would dare to appear in Marineford. Mom, what's happening? Little Hylon did not grasp the significance of the word pirate. A glimmer of despair flickered in Eliza's eyes as she glanced down at her small child, who still had so much life ahead of him. No, I must think of a way. At that moment, a small wooden barrel caught Eliza's eye. Hylon, come here. Let mommy teach you a game, all right? Okay. Hylon joyfully raised his hands. Meanwhile, the pirates had already boarded and commenced their slaughter. Hearing the commotion, Liz hastily placed Hylon inside the wooden barrel and closed the lid. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing his mother's actions, Hylon panicked, fearing that she no longer wanted him. Hylon, remember, you are the son of a navy, a descendant of justice upon these seas. Live well. Mommy is sorry for not being able to stay with you. Live well, and do not hate me. Liz stifled a sob. She truly did not want to part with Hylon, yet the pirates aboard would offer them no chance of survival. With a splash, a seemingly inconspicuous wooden barrel was cast into the sea. Hylon, live well. Bang! Eliza's voice was abruptly silenced. Chapter 2. Zephyr's Regret. Evening. Marineford. Naval Professional Harbor. A colossal warship, adorned with a dog's head, glided into the harbor, drawing the respectful and admiring gazes of all naval soldiers, for it was the renowned warship of the naval hero. Garp. A staircase was lowered between the warship and the harbor, and two imposing figures slowly emerged from the vessel. Garp and Zephyr. What a pity, we were so close to capturing that scoundrel Roger. Ha ha ha. Garp lamented as he walked, only to burst into laughter midway through his complaint. That infuriating Garp. If it weren't for your reckless leniency, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Zephyr, observing Garp's foolish grin, could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Zephyr was fully aware of the situation. The camaraderie between Roger and Garp was well known, and their mutual leniency was infamous. Garp, knowing Zephyr saw through his facade, nudged him playfully with his elbow. Hey, Zephyr, let's go see Sengoku. It just so happens we have the evening free. Let's celebrate little Halen's birthday together. Garp chuckled, fond of Hylon despite having a son of his own. After all, as one ages, there's always a longing for the joy of a child. In truth, little Hylon, as the sole offspring of Zephyr, has bestowed small tokens upon nearly all of Zephyr's students during their visits, such as Kizara's sunglasses, Akiji's eye mask, and a kindness navy cap. All the naval officers regard the considerate and kind-hearted little Hylon with warmth, and at times, even Zephyr envies Halen's popularity. Thus, on Halen's birthday, every available naval officer in Marineford gathers to celebrate inside the office of Sengoku. Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru are present. Zephyr and Tsuru sip tea, while Garp is engaged in a spirited debate over donuts. Zephyr contentedly sets down his teacup and retrieves a toy pistol he crafted himself, a gift he has meticulously prepared for quite some time. Oh, how thoughtful. Teacher Zephyr. A playful voice chimes in as the towering Borisolino enters the office, a package of pastries in hand. Sakasuki, and I have also prepared a gift for little Hylon, Akiji announces as he and Akainu enter, Akiji holding a book summarizing their training insights, indicating their intention to mold Hylon into a formidable warrior. Just as everyone is joyously anticipating the return of Hylon and Rizu to celebrate his birthday, a colonel rushes in, urgency etched across his face. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku. The colonel salutes Sengoku before hurriedly stating, a passenger ship near the Sabedi archipelago has been attacked by pirates. You should have reported this to your superior. Why come here directly? Sengoku inquires, a hint of confusion in his voice. Is there a significant individual aboard that vessel? Tsuru observes the unusual gravity of the situation. The colonel casts a furtive glance at Zephyr, hesitating as he speaks. As a soldier, there is no room for hesitation. Garp interjects, his impatience evident. A soldier's procrastination is unacceptable. Instantly, all eyes in the room are fixed upon the colonel. Taking a deep breath, the colonel utters with utmost caution, Admiral Zephyr's wife and child are on that passenger ship, and the pirate who attacked was not slain by Admiral Zephyr in the past, but was imprisoned. He recently escaped from a branch office. Silence envelopes the office crash. A teacup tumbles to the floor, shattering and spilling tea, yet no one pays heed, as all are rendered speechless. In a flash, Zephyr is before the colonel, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Tell me, this is not true. Zephyr's visage is twisted with rage, his features resembling that of a demon, veins throbbing as he radiates fury. The colonel, gripped by fear, dares not move, terrified of being torn apart by Zephyr's wrath. Zephyr, calm down. Buddha Sengoku restrained Zephyr's hand, gently placing the colonel down upon meeting Zephyr's ferocious gaze. The colonel instinctively recoiled several steps. What is the extent of the damage? Major General Kazan inquired in a grave tone, his face obscured by shadows, leaving his emotions a mystery till all the situation remains uncertain. Suddenly, Zephyr lifted his head, hastily grasping his coat and rushing outside. There is still hope. Kong followed suit, while Sengoku gestured for the colonel to depart. Akiji and Akainu had barely settled when they two exited together. What are you doing? Sengoku called after them. We're going to hunt down pirates. I am as well. I have no desire to witness that man in such a sorry state. And what about you? Sengoku directed his gaze towards a certain yellow monkey engrossed in grooming his nails. Oh dear, they all resemble monsters. It's truly terrifying. The yellow monkey raised his hands, swaying as he exited. Sengoku sighed deeply. The sound echoing through the office, it seemed the safety of the Navy's families must be prioritized as well at the shipwreck site. Zephyr was confident he had exerted his utmost capabilities to arrive at the scene with the highest level of moonwalk he could achieve as the blood-soaked and ash-laden sight came into view. Darkness engulfed his vision, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. No, it cannot be. Landing on the deck, Zephyr forcefully pushed away the approaching naval soldiers. It cannot be. It cannot be this way. Zephyr frantically reassured himself, convincing his heart that his wife and child would surely be unharmed. Yes, Liz is so clever, the two of them will undoubtedly be safe. Regrettably, the world does not bend to the desires of a single individual. Reality is undeniably cruel. Just as Zephyr's gaze fell upon the body of a woman, draped in white cloth and attired in white garments, he froze. Entirely white was her favorite color. Slowly, Zephyr knelt down, his eyes wide open, trembling hands cautiously lifting the cloth that covered the corpse. A familiar face came into view in that moment. Zephyr felt as if the entire world had descended into silence, as though everything had vanished, leaving only Ella's lifeless form and Zephyr crouching beside her. Thud! Zephyr collapsed to the ground, akin to a grievously wounded beast. Emitting a mournful and helpless wail, Kong approached Zephyr gently. Understanding that for a man, certain sorrows require no words of comfort, this was a burden only Zephyr could bear. Vice Admiral Karp, a sailor, stepped forward, speaking softly to Karp. According to our examination of the scene, a total of 368 individuals perished aboard the passenger ship, with one person missing. We have also accounted for a missing wooden barrel. Karp suddenly inquired, who is the missing individual? A child named Halen. Chapter 3. Arrival. Upon hearing the words of the Marine, Garp seemed to recall something. He approached Zephyr, who was silently weeping over the lifeless body of Lizzie. Oblivious to Garp's presence, Garp called softly, yet Zephyr was ensnared in despair and self-reproach, completely impervious to his words. With a resounding thud, Garp delivered a powerful punch to Zephyr's head, sending him hurtling into the sea. Zephyr erupted from the water, appearing before Garp in an instant, gripping him fiercely with bloodshot eyes. What are you doing, Garp? What do you want? Look at me. Are you here to mock me as well? The once invincible Admiral Zephyr has lost his entire family. In that moment, Zephyr had lost his sanity, shaking Garp with fierce rage. With a decisive thump, Garp struck Zephyr down to the ground. At this moment, Zephyr lay motionless on the ground, his eyes devoid of vitality, resembling a fish upon a cutting board. Zephyr, pull yourself together. Are you truly defeated? A man of the sea? Garp exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. I have something crucial to share with you. The response remained lifeless. Hylon might not be dead. Huh? Suddenly, a flicker of life returned to Zephyr's eyes as he glanced at Garp. How do you know? Zephyr realized he had found new hope. He had believed his wife and child were lost to him, yet the possibility that Hylon had survived ignited a spark within him. Garp, visibly excited, explained, I just investigated the corpses and valuables on the passenger ship. There was no sign of Hylon, and a few wooden barrels were missing. The prospect of his dear friend's child possibly still being alive brought joy to Garp as well. Really? Zephyr asked cautiously, fearful that Garp might be deceiving him. Yes, truly. Garp affirmed with a nod. Ha. Whoa. Zephyr laughed for the first time since arriving here, but soon his laughter transformed into tears, growing louder as he wept, as if releasing all the sorrows that had burdened him. My son may still be alive. Yes, Lizzie is so clever. Hylon must have survived by clinging to the barrels. Ha. This is wonderful. Indeed, we must find him quickly. All naval soldiers, commence a search of every nearby sea area, islands, and any potential places where people might be. Zephyr regained his composure, assuming the authoritative stance expected of an admiral, commanding everyone to seek out Hylon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, within a floating wooden barrel, Hylon was in a dire state, overwhelmed by profound sorrow. The dampness within the barrel was detrimental to the young boy's health, leading to a fever. For a 5-year-old without access to medical care, a fever equated to a grave danger. Indeed, mere minutes later, Palin's temperature soared to 40 degrees Celsius, and he lost consciousness, this cruel world claiming his life. Yet, amidst this tragedy, an unfamiliar soul began to inhabit the lifeless body. Where am I? I feel so unwell, so tired. I think I shall sleep for a while. As the unknown soul drifted into slumber, 2 days elapsed. After tirelessly searching for Hylon for 2 consecutive days, Zephyr had to reluctantly depart to lead his forces in suppressing pirates. However, he began to enlist the help of every naval officer and anyone capable of assisting in the search for Hylon. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. What is this? A child with violet hair emerged from a small wooden barrel on a beach, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression, seemingly oblivious to his current predicament. Suddenly, he clutched his head and began to rub it vigorously, as he felt an influx of memories, fragments of the memories of a sea spirit. The fever had been so severe that it had robbed him of most of his recollections. I am a pitiable child, orphaned and possibly without a father, he thought. Oh, am I now in the world of One Piece? The child lamented his unfortunate fate of landing in such a harsh realm. I merely wished to watch a film. Was it necessary to die for it? Though panic would serve no purpose at this juncture, he was nonetheless overwhelmed with fear. What 6-year-old would not be terrified to find themselves alone on a deserted island? What am I to do? The child felt utterly lost. He could neither cook nor survive. In essence, he was utterly inept. He found himself exasperated, pondering why previous transmigrators possessed such diverse skills while he could not even start a fire. Gazing at his small hands, despair washed over him. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, his vulnerability became all the more pronounced. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns being carried in by the surf. Aha! A devil fruit. Delight filled his eyes, for it seemed his fortunes were about to change. As for the abilities it bestowed, does it even matter? I might as well take a gamble. With a cautious resolve, he pinched his nose and consumed the devil fruit whole. After a prolonged bout of retching, he finally subdued the nauseating sensation. Let me discern the powers of this devil fruit. The child closed his eyes, attuning himself to the newfound energy. Upon reopening them, a glimmer of astonishment flickered within. It was the barrier fruit, the same ability possessed by Bartolomeo, a devoted admirer of the future Luffy. Splendid. The child felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he finally possessed the means to protect himself, the barrier fruit was one of the most formidable powers in this world, and coupled with his imagination, he believed he could surpass even Bartolomeo's prowess. With a swift gesture, a transparent barrier measuring 1 square meter manifested before him. Only a square meter? He mused, a tinge of disappointment creeping in. Alas, the size of the barrier was proportional to the user's strength, and he was still far too weak. The child then began to contemplate his name. He wished to establish a resounding identity in this world. My name feels utterly out of place in the pirate realm. I ought to choose another. How about Vane Marcus? Chapter 4. Survival on the deserted island. On the desolate island, with a look of anxiety etched across his face, Wayne traversed the forest, wielding a spear that resembled a nearly transparent barrier. Today, he was compelled to procure sustenance. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure. The tranquil woods enveloped him. Yet every rustle and whisper heightened his sense of foreboding as he imagined the lurking presence of a ferocious beast. His nerves were taut, and at the slightest disturbance, he would summon a protective barrier to shield himself. What was that sound? Upon hearing the noise, Wayne instinctively shouted, and the spear in his hand transformed into an impenetrable shield, encasing him securely. After a moment, under Wayne's vigilant gaze, a rabbit, standing 50 centimeters tall, emerged before him. What a delectable creature it was! Wayne sighed as the barrier transformed into a sword and a shield. The rabbit seemed to sense an impending threat, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, it vanished from Wayne's sight like a fleeting white shadow. What? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Wayne's chin. As expected, in an instant, 2 rabbit feet, each the size of a baby's fist, struck Wayne squarely in the face. Ah, how painful! Wayne collapsed to the ground, covering his face. However, even in his fallen state, he did not neglect to envelop himself within a protective barrier. The great rabbit scratched at the shield with fervor, employing every conceivable method in a futile attempt to breach it and eliminate the loathsome human within. The rabbit emitted a rather endearing sound, yet Wayne found no charm in its cries at this moment. Wayne felt as though he were ensnared by a colossal white rabbit. Such a predicament could not persist, so he commenced to manipulate the barrier, causing it to contract. In a location unseen by the great white rabbit, a translucent spike materialized above its head. Perish. Vane pressed downward with his hand, the sharp spike instantly piercing through the skull of the great white rabbit. The creature, with its formidable vitality, struggled for several agonizing seconds before ultimately succumbing to the grip of death. Dinner was secured. Lowering the barrier, Vane grasped one of the rabbit's hind legs and strolled towards the shore. Not far off, on a secluded beach, lay a small cave, within which resided the ember he had collected during a tempestuous night. This was Vane's stronghold. Wayne entered the cave, first placing some dry twigs upon the embers, then skillfully manipulating a barrier to form a colossal hand. This hand pushed a massive boulder to the entrance, creating a narrow gap. From within his cloak, Wayne retrieved a black object wrapped in leaves. He meticulously applied the black substance to the crevice. It was the excrement of a towering black bear, measuring over 10 meters tall, from the heart of the deserted island. Wayne believed this would serve to deter creatures such as rodents, ants, snakes, and insects, thereby preventing any untimely demise. As Wayne savored the roasted rabbit leg, he contemplated the development of new techniques. A formidable physique is indispensable. All great warriors possess a monstrous constitution, capable of overturning oceans and shattering islands, engaging in battles that last for days and nights. Alas, he could currently only rely on running, weightlifting, and combat to strengthen his body. The absence of a systematic training regimen is ultimately a hindrance. He must devise a way to join the Navy to receive superior training. Lost in these thoughts, Wayne swiftly consumed half of the rabbit, hanging the remaining portion on the wall to reserve for the morrow. With aspirations for the future in his heart, he drifted into slumber beneath the fragrant rabbit pelt. On the other side of the ocean, Marineford, Vane is diligently striving for his future, while unbeknownst to him, his father Zephyr sits despondently at home, gazing quietly at the family portrait displayed on the table. Lazy, Hylon. Zephyr earnestly attempts to recall the joyful days spent together as a family, yet, to his sorrow, he finds himself incapable of conjuring any memories of their time together. With a resounding slap, Zephyr strikes his own face. How irresponsible I have been as a husband and father. It appears I hardly spent any time with those two. This must be my retribution. Overwhelmed by despair, Zephyr has exhausted all available resources in the search for Hylon. However, the Navy is not under his command, and after a week of relentless searching, all naval personnel have been withdrawn. Currently, only Zephyr, accompanied by his subordinates, continues to search under the guise of hunting pirates. Lazy, rest assured, I shall surely succeed in bringing Hylon back. Zephyr cast a determined glance at the family portrait, seized his navy cloak, and departed. All members, assemble. Let us set forth, he declared. Meanwhile, Carp and Sengoku observed from a distance. Carp wore a serious expression, utterly devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Sengoku, still a general, expressed his concerns, remarking on Zephyr's unwavering determination to find Hylon. Carp, filled with regret, believed that his pursuit of Roger had prevented Zephyr from safeguarding his wife and child. Without uttering a word, Carp turned and left, resolved to join the search for Hylon, for only by finding her could he alleviate the burden on his conscience, as he bore part of the responsibility in this matter. The following day, Wayne sat upon a large stone, a barrier shifting and transforming in his palm, morphing into a knife, then a gun, and occasionally taking the shape of various creatures. This was Wayne honing his precision in manipulating the barrier. At present, he contemplated how to utilize the Rasengan through the barrier. With his right hand outstretched, a sphere of barrier began to spin rapidly in the center of his palm. Wayne pressed the spiral sphere against a tree, and as expected, a spiral-shaped indentation materialized upon the bark. As Wayne gazed upon the pit, he noted that, in truth, it was not particularly large, with a diameter of merely 8 centimeters. In Wayne's estimation, the spiral technique he had devised lacked sufficient potency. So, what about this? With a flicker of thought, Wayne caused the Rasengan to sprout countless sharp spikes on its attacking side. He then manipulated the Rasengan to spin at an accelerated pace, transforming it into something akin to a drill. Pressing it against the tree, it tore through with a resounding rip. This time, the resultant pit was only slightly larger than the last, yet it was significantly deeper, resembling an unfathomable vortex. Indeed, this display of power was much more impressive. Wayne nodded with satisfaction, as he had now acquired a preliminary ability for self-preservation. "All right, let's set off," he declared. Splashing water on his face, he prepared to venture forth in search of fruits and vegetables, while also scouting for any delectable treats. As a growing child, Wayne understood the necessity of a balanced diet. After all, it was his monstrous physique that ensured his resilience amidst the vast ocean. Chapter 5, Grudges. A year and a half later, the gentle rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, where a seemingly tranquil environment concealed a perilous undercurrent. At this moment, Wayne lay concealed within a thicket, his gaze fixated intently on a wild boar standing 3 meters tall. The satisfaction of hunting rabbits had waned. He now sought a more formidable adversary, one that promised more succulent meat. Rumor had it that wild boar flesh was particularly savory. With such thoughts coursing through his mind, Wayne's eyes blazed with fervor. The wild boar, sensing an ominous presence, activated its instinctual awareness, realizing it was being watched. Thus, it resolved to remain steadfast amidst the encroaching threat. Munching contentedly, it savored the particularly delectable grass of the day, displaying a unique personality of its own. One had distinctly sensed that the wild boar was aware of being watched, yet it remained utterly still, continuing to feed. Was it a manifestation of a tranquil disposition or a display of confidence? Regardless, it mattered little. One felt an insatiable thirst for his shield, prompting him to leap into action. The barrier morphed into a formidable blade, striking down upon the wild boar's head with a decisive blow. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and a gaping wound appeared on the creature's skull. The wild boar, despite its usual lethargy and tranquility, was enraged, letting out a piercing roar as it bared its tusks and charged fiercely at one. He deftly adjusted the shield. With a push of his hand, Wayne conjured a slanted barrier that emerged in the path of the wild boar. In a swift motion, the creature, originally on a direct course, collided with the inclined obstruction and subsequently crashed into a large tree to Wayne's right. A thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a painful fracture, as the tree succumbed to the force of the wild boar's impact and fell dramatically. The Vin people were astounded. This colossal tree was as thick as 3 Vins combined, and the wild boar crashed into it with such force that it splintered. Goodness, the impact must have been tremendous as it rebounded onto itself. Wayne glanced at his delicate frame and mused that he might soon be reduced to mere flesh and paste. It seems that he cannot contend with strength. Wayne resorted to his old tactic, enveloping himself within a grand barrier while simultaneously conjuring formidable spikes upon its surface. The gaping wound on the wild boar's head continued to bleed profusely, and sensing its imminent demise, the creature relentlessly charged at Wayne with unwavering determination. Thud, thud, thud. With each impact, the boar's vitality waned, until at last, its massive carcass collapsed onto the ground. Ha! A feast of pork awaits. Wayne rubbed his hands together, poised to drag away the carcass of the wild boar, when a thunderous sound of footsteps drew near. Roar! A colossal figure, towering over 10 meters, emerged before Wayne. It was the dominant black bear of the island's heart. Upon sighting the bear, Wayne swiftly molded a protective sphere around himself. The bear cast a fleeting glance at Wayne before swatting him into the ground with a single paw. Indifferent to Wayne's fate as it seized the wild boar and retreated into the depths of the forest. Moments later, Wayne cautiously maneuvered the barrier out of the pit, noticing the bear paw prints surrounding it. His pupils constricted in alarm, and panic surged within him as he scrambled back to his small cave. That night, Vane, with a grim expression, gnawed on the remnants of rabbit meat and some fruit. Lost in contemplation, the formidable power of the barrier fruit seemed to have left him somewhat disoriented. The size of the barrier was directly proportional to Vane's physical prowess. Had it not been for the black bear's powerful slap today, he might not have fully grasped the necessity of physical strength. It appears that physical prowess is the foundation upon which I must establish my presence in this world. Initially, I had hoped to enhance my physical capabilities at a later time, but it has now become imperative to commence this endeavor. Wayne turned his head, fixating intently on the depths of the forest. Damn bear, you shall wait for me. Wine, harboring malice towards the black bear and hopes for his future plans, gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Vane stood bare-chested upon the sandy shore, 2 massive stones positioned before him, specifically chosen for his physical training. Let us begin with you. Wayne set his sights on a large stone, lifting it to commence his training. As the prolonged hours of exertion unfolded, time unwittingly advanced, leading to 8 years later. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Zephyr stood at the threshold of Borsellino's office, holding a package of tea. He had lingered there for quite some time, Throughout the years, he had relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of Hylon, yet she seemed to have vanished from existence. In his quest, Zephyr had solicited the assistance of many active Navy officers, and today was a rare occasion where Borisolino was present, embarking on a distant assignment. Now in a more subdued role, Zephyr had retreated from frontline duties. Although he could still set sail, his current responsibility was to cultivate the next generation of naval pillars. "Oh my, it's Teacher Zephyr." As Zephyr hesitated, Borisolino opened the office door himself. The two had sensed each other through their respective observation hockey. Yet Zephyr's pride and Borisolino's irritation at Zephyr's lack of acknowledgement created a stalemate. "Ah, Borisolino." Zephyr felt a touch of awkwardness, concealing the tea behind him. Feeling both shy and somewhat distressed. "Please, come in, Teacher Zephyr." Sensing Zephyr's embarrassment, Borisolino gestured for him to enter the office. After stepping inside, Zephyr closed the door behind him. "What brings you here, Teacher Zephyr?" At that moment, Borisolino no longer bore the carefree demeanor he once had. In truth, despite their occasional disagreements before Zephyr's departure from the Navy, he still held a measure of respect for his mentor. Clearing his throat, Zephyr began. "I heard you would be on duty. Could you? With a determined grit, he finally declared. "Could you assist me in locating Hylon?" Zephyr, devoid of the cunning of Wayno or the brazen audacity of Garp, approached the matter straightforwardly, articulating his request without hesitation. "Oh, Teacher Zephyr, I didn't realize you had something to ask of me." Borisolino raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zephyr's candor, as he had anticipated a more roundabout conversation. "Is that so?" Zephyr perceived from Borisolino's tone that he was reluctant to assist. "My apologies for the intrusion," Zephyr said, rising with a sense of melancholy. Placing the tea on the table. "This is this year's new tea, quite good." He paused at the office door, turning to express, "I have always taken pride in you all." In that moment, he spoke from the heart. Dislike did not equate to a lack of recognition. After all, Borisolino was still his student. Suddenly, "Wait, Teacher Zephyr." Borisolino stood up. "I will help. After all, Hylon is my junior disciple. It's not because I was moved by you, old man." After finishing his words, Borisolino added a remark. Chapter 6. Success while Zephyr clung to his last hope, continuing his search. Our protagonist Vane had completed his training and was ready to confront the sovereign of the island's center. A gentleman avenges. 8 years is not too late. For the past 8 years, Wayne has steadfastly pursued the goal of conquering the Black Bear. Now he boasts striking purple hair, a refined countenance, and a physique brimming with explosive muscle, standing tall at a height of 170 centimeters. Throughout these 8 years, Wayne has gradually triumphed over the formidable denizens of the deserted island, including wild boars, tigers, giant apes, and leopards. Today, Wayne is poised to challenge the sole sovereign of the island, the Black Bear. Wayne stepped cautiously into the forest, and every creature he encountered along the way was deterred by the predatory aura that emanated from him. At last, Wayne found himself before the Black Bear, the very same beast that had nearly brought about his demise 8 years prior. Howl, howl, howl. The aura emanating from Wayne caused the Black Bear to feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Trusting his sixth sense, the bear contemplated fleeing. It deemed pride inconsequential. For as long as it could survive, hope remained. "Beast, you never anticipated this, did you? Ah, but I suppose you have long forgotten the day you nearly vanquished me." With a swift motion of his right hand, a spear formed from a barrier materialized in Wayne's grasp. The Black Bear, despite its questionable intellect, detected the murderous intent in Wayne's words. Realizing escape was futile, given the island's limited expanse, it resolved to engage in battle. With a fierce gust of wind, a colossal paw came crashing down. Wayne, with his spear firmly gripped in both hands, braced himself as a resounding thud echoed through the air. Under the immense force of the Black Bear, the ground beneath him caved in, pinning Wayne to the earth like a nail. What an overwhelming power! It truly infuriates me. "You wretched creature." Wayne leaped forward, landing before the Black Bear, and with a mere thought, the spear in his hand transformed instantaneously into a massive sword. Measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, Wayne swung his mighty blade with great fervor, and in a flash of steel, he severed the entire arm of the Black Bear. The creature let out a heart-wrenching wail as crimson blood poured forth from its left limb, flowing freely as if it were of no consequence. Fear gripped the Black Bear. This mere human had, in just 2 exchanges, rendered it armless. If it did not flee immediately, it would surely perish here. With terror in its heart, the bear turned and ran, desperate to evade the demon that pursued it. Attempting to escape, there was no chance. The barrier, divine gate, With his palms pressed together, Vane summoned 4 barriers that descended from the heavens, ensnaring the black bear's neck, right arm, and both legs. The creature roared in despair, as if sensing the chilling grip of fate, struggling desperately upon the ground. It is astonishing to realize how powerful I have become. Wayne sighed in astonishment. He had initially believed that the black bear would possess the formidable strength akin to the beasts that Rayleigh trained with Luffy in the original narrative. To prepare for this, he had dedicated several additional years to his training, suppressing his own impulses. However, he was taken aback to discover that the black bear was rather inept, lacking any commendable attributes aside from its sheer physical power. The bear whimpered, tears glistening in its eyes, as if pleading with Wayne for mercy. Such a thing was out of the question. Wayne gazed into the eyes of the black bear and spoke softly. Then, as he perceived the despair in the bear's eyes, he pressed his hand downward. For transparent barriers began to descend with a series of ominous clicks. The sounds of fracture echoed as the barriers crushed the bear's right hand, neck, and legs. Observing the lifeless form of the black bear, Wayne felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. It was time to depart from this place. Wayne felt a sense of ennui. He had become invincible on this island and believed it was time to depart in search of new adversaries. A life of invincibility is a lonely one, and Wayne was reluctant to remain a mere king of the mountain for eternity. When approached the seashore, where a bamboo raft floated serenely upon the water, laden with an abundance of jerky, fresh water, and dried fruits. The following morning, when stood upon the raft as all the creatures of the deserted island gathered to bid him farewell. Over the years, Wayne had traversed every corner of the island under the pretense of growth, and aside from the monkeys, the other animals had been thoroughly frightened by his presence. With the wild boars nearly facing extinction, primarily, the humanoid figure devouring them instilled a deep sense of unease. "You all will truly miss me, won't you?" Wayne chuckled, his grin undoubtedly resembling that of a demon to the beasts. The creatures shook their heads in a frenzy, pleading, "Go on, go quickly. Our island is too small to accommodate such a formidable presence. Hasten your departure." Suddenly, a white monkey sprang forth, dashing towards Wayne's bamboo raft. Wayne gazed at the monkey in astonishment, gently patting its head as he inquired, "What is this? Little fellow, do you wish to accompany me?" The monkey nodded in response. 2 years prior, Wayne had rescued this white monkey from the jaws of a tiger, though his intentions were to savor the tiger's meat and broth. The monkey had forever etched Wayne's act of salvation into its memory. Moreover, the monkey had grown weary of life on the island and yearned to venture forth with Wayne, seeking strength and adventure. Seizing the moment, it leapt onto the bamboo raft, eager to join Wayne on his journey. "It seems we shall be partners from now on. Let us strive together," Wayne declared, extending his fist. The white monkey hesitated for a moment before raising its own fist to meet his. Vane gazed at the white ape and pondered, saying, "You ought to have a name of your own." The white ape, filled with hope, nodded vigorously, clearly longing to possess an identity. "Then, let us call you, Caesar." Vane wished for the white ape to become a formidable creature. 3 days later, the duo stranded on a desolate island found themselves in dire straits, having exhausted their provisions. "Caesar, how can you eat so much? I prepared food for an entire month, and you consumed it all in just 3 days, Vane lamented, his voice weary. The white ape retorted, "But it is you who eat so voraciously. How could I consume as much as you when I am only as tall as your calf?" Caesar was astonished by Vane's attempt to shift the blame, recalling who had been incessantly clamoring to grow taller. Vane furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Caesar. "What? Do you have objections?" Caesar extended his hand, gesturing to compare their heights. Vane stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, while Caesar barely measured a mere 30 to 40 centimeters. Caesar lowered his head, silently enduring the situation. Being short was simply unavoidable. Chapter 7. Timely rescue. While Vane and Caesar drifted aimlessly upon the sea, a fierce naval battle raged not far from their location. Boom, boom, boom. 2 large ships were engaged in combat. One was an ordinary merchant vessel, while the other belonged to the notorious Scythe pirate crew, well known along the Grand Route. Boom. The cannon fire from the Scythe pirates left a gaping hole in the stern of the merchant ship, significantly reducing its speed. A sailor stumbled and crawled towards the captain. "Captain, we can't move any faster. What should we do?" The captain, however, gazed calmly at the battlefield, projecting an air of profound detachment and strategic insight. Upon witnessing the captain's demeanor, the sailor felt a wave of calm wash over him. "Captain seems confident. Why should I be anxious? It appears he has a plan." The sailor thought, his admiration for the captain growing. Yet, The captain himself was grappling with unspoken frustrations, confident? Hardly. He was all too aware of his own limitations. At that moment, he merely pretended to contemplate how to surrender without meeting a grim fate. Meanwhile, the side pirates successfully boarded the merchant vessel. A swarm of pirates descending upon it like ravenous hyenas, and chaos erupted with cries of pillage and slaughter. The commotion drew the attention of Vane and Caesar, who were adrift on a nearby deserted island. Vane observed the scene through his barrier telescope, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Caesar, I have discovered our escape. If we assist in repelling these pirates, we can board the merchant ship and travel to the nearby town to seek out the navy and grow stronger." "Oh, Gagaga giggle. Then let us hurry to their aid, boss. Quickly now." Caesar gestured insistently, urging Vane to spring into action. Vane extended his hand, conjuring a barrier paddle, hastening towards the merchant vessel. At that moment, all aboard the ship were gathered on the deck, with the captain positioned at the forefront, maintaining his aloof and stern demeanor. The sailor, feeling indignant, cast a glance at the captain, who returned the gaze with his own frigid stare. A sudden realization struck the sailor. As if he comprehended the captain's intent, the captain possessed formidable strength, refraining from action in order to inspire them to rise in resistance and assert their independence. With newfound resolve, the sailor squared his shoulders and stepped forward, pointing at the leader of the scythe pirates, the infamous Deathside William, and proclaimed loudly, "You vile pirate. Begone! Our captain chooses not to engage today. Should he choose otherwise, your demise will be imminent." In an instant, all eyes turned to the captain. He responded with a bemused expression, "Meow?" William, transforming his right hand into a scythe, aimed its tip at the captain. Unbeknownst to him, another formidable opponent stood before him. He smirked, considering the captain merely a stepping stone on his path to conquer the latter stages of the Grand Line. However, in reality, William was already preparing for a hasty retreat, as misfortunes often lurked in the shadows, and he had witnessed too many failures over the years stemming from trivial matters. Thud. Under the watchful eyes of the pirates and the hopeful gazes of the merchant crew, the captain knelt. "What?" The sailor stared in disbelief at the captain, who revealed, "I am, in fact, a stoic. My countenance is perpetually cold, and I lack the ability to express anything further." Despite the beads of sweat cascading down his brow, the captain maintained his composure. Slowly, the sailor turned, his expression shifting to one of sycophancy as he faced William. "Oh, esteemed pirate, is it too late for me to surrender?" The first mate of the scythe pirates, the one-eyed rake, stepped forward, brandishing his flintlock pistol, aiming it at the sailor. "Boy, do you think there's still time? And no, please, no." The sailor retreated in panic, hastily turning to flee. Bang! The shot rang out, and the sailor's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, draining the color from the faces of all aboard the merchant vessel. "Excuse me, does anyone require assistance in driving off the pirates?" In that tense moment, an ill-timed voice interjected. Turning to look, they beheld a young man with purple hair. A white monkey perched on his shoulder, wearing a cheerful expression. "Kid, scram." William's fingers had transformed into scythes, rubbing together with a chilling sound. It is rather awkward. I haven't seen anyone for several years." I intended to be courteous, yet my gestures were met with indifference. Indeed, pirates are the scum of the seas. Only the deceased pirates can be deemed good. Then may you meet your demise. With a smile gracing his lips, Wayne spoke as if he held little regard for the entire crew of the scythe pirates. "You scoundrel." One-eyed Lake hastily fired a bullet in Wayne's direction, then turned his back to continue his threats toward the merchant vessel's crew, convinced that the young man was doomed. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air, prompting Lake to pivot in astonishment toward the barrier shielding Wayne. "Could it be you are also a wielder of a devil fruit's powers?" Lake inquired, a twinge of regret creeping into his thoughts, realizing that today's events could not be resolved amicably. Wayne rolled his eyes, delivering a powerful barrier strike that sent the one-eyed Lek flying. "Surrender now." Wayne was too weary to engage in further meaningless banter with William. Surrendering obediently would suffice. One should not be overly arrogant. After all, they were all users of devil fruits, equally matched. "Just watch as I obliterate you." William held no concern for Lake. Companions were merely stepping stones on the path to victory. Wayne looked at William with astonishment. Although he was unaware of the current time, it was still quite rare to encounter someone so lacking in insight. Vane extended his right hand, conjuring a barrier sphere adorned with sharp spikes that spun with great velocity. In a flash, he appeared behind William. "What?" William exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively transforming his entire back into a scythe. A crackling sound erupted as sparks flew. But the scythe fruit that had been his lifeline failed to preserve his life, a gaping wound appearing on his back. How could this be? It is a steel scythe. Confusion engulfed William as darkness began to envelop his vision, ultimately descending into complete blackness. Had the grim-scythed William truly perished? A voice, parched and trembling, broke the stunned silence as all present were left in shock. This was the infamous pirate hero of the Grand Line, the grim-scythed William, worth 40 million. Run! Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a few sharp-witted pirates had already begun their hasty retreat. Barrier cage. Wynn's hands moved rhythmically, creating an immense barrier that ensnared all the pirate minions. He conjured a colossal barrier hammer to render them unconscious before casually tossing them aside. A few of you. Bind them for me, he commanded. Vane called out, regardless of whether anyone was present, and proceeded to find an unoccupied room to rest. Chapter 8. Joining the Navy on the sea, a merchant ship was gently making its way forward, and the captain of the vessel lingered at the door of Vane's room for a moment, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A languorous voice emerged from Vane, prompting the ship's captain to swallow hard, his voice trembling with tension as he said, "My lord, I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Might I inquire if there is anything you require?" The captain, his countenance devoid of expression, was exceedingly anxious. Who could fathom the peculiar whims of such formidable beings? It was rumored that merely days prior, several pirate crews had faced dire consequences for disturbing the slumber of a certain swordsman, and they were now being relentlessly pursued by him. Where is the nearest naval branch? The captain inquired. The closest is the G-16 branch, commanded by the illustrious Rear Admiral Wilson, renowned far and wide for his exemplary service. At this juncture, the captain's eyes brimmed with pride. Could you escort me there? Wayne inquired. Ah, indeed, of course you may not be aware, but half of the cargo on this vessel is destined for the G-16 branch. It is only the kind-hearted General Wilson who tends to the affairs of humble enterprises like ours. Clearly, the captain became more loquacious upon mentioning General Wilson. Oh, that is truly splendid. Wayne was intrigued, believing that as long as his future superior did not engage in nonsense, his promotion was merely a matter of time. Given his capabilities. Indeed, with such strength, he might even ascend to the rank of a naval commander, the captain remarked with a smirk. Wayne chuckled, dismissing the captain's flattery. The captain, sensing he had perhaps spoken too much, retreated into his own thoughts. The Navy, alas. It was a pity that without systematic guidance, he could only join the Navy. Otherwise, becoming a free-spirited bounty hunter would not be a bad alternative. As Wayne pondered, he casually tossed a banana to Caesar before succumbing to sleep, having rowed for half a day and engaged in a bit of physical activity, which left him quite fatigued. After another half day, the merchant ship finally reached its destination, the G-16 naval base. Ah, it's Schmidt. What delightful treasures have you brought today? A patrolling naval boat drew closer, and a sailor inquired with a smile. Indeed, I come bearing a bounty of splendid provisions, tobacco, spirits, snacks, rice crackers, fruits, and vegetables. The captain replied, striving to conjure a modest smile, brimming with pride. That's splendid news. Do hurry inside, the sailor exclaimed with great delight, having not tasted vegetables in quite some time. Certainly, farewell then. Yes, farewell. Upon seeing the captain return after exchanging pleasantries, Wayne called out to him, asking, I noticed that sailors' eyes lit up at the mention of vegetables. Is the food here truly lacking? Ah, my lord, you are unaware, the captain chuckled. Due to the scarcity of land, vegetables are indeed in short supply here. However, to prevent a decline in the soldiers' combat effectiveness, General Wilson of the G-16 base often takes it upon himself to venture into the sea to hunt sea creatures, ensuring a steady supply of provisions for the troops. Thus, the combat prowess of the G-16 base is the strongest in the vicinity. The fact that this base's general personally engages in hunting formidable sea creatures suggests a remarkable prowess. The periodic replenishment of provisions will undoubtedly aid in enhancing my own strength. It seems I have not erred in my choice of destination. Wine silently assessed his own capabilities. Facing Major General Wilson, his chances of victory seemed slim. However, with the formidable power of the barrier fruit, it was likely that Major General Wilson would also find it challenging to defeat him. After all, Wilson was a formidable figure capable of vanquishing sea kings, operating on an entirely different level than someone who merely fought bears. Minutes later, the much-anticipated Major General Wilson stood before Wine and the captain, engaging in cheerful conversation with the captain. Thank you, Schmidt. Were it not for merchants like you assisting us, I truly would not know how to cope, Wilson remarked, a hint of guilt evident in his demeanor. As the highest-ranking officer of the G16 branch, he found himself struggling to ensure the nutritional balance of his own crew. You are too kind. Without your leadership in combating pirates and maintaining stability, our business as merchants would not flourish, Schmidt replied, waving his hand dismissively. Without Major General Wilson, he would have perished at the hands of pirates long ago. We will certainly enhance our patrols in the future. I heard you encountered pirates today. Outrageous. Even in death. GOLD. Roger continues to wreak havoc upon the seas. Oh, forgive me. Who is this young man? Major General Wilson expressed his indignation towards the pirates, but quickly realized his oversight and offered an apologetic tone. This is an extraordinary individual, Schmidt indicated towards Wine. We were beset by the Scythe pirate crew, and it was Lord Wine who vanquished the fearsome Scythe William, rescuing us. Moreover, he has expressed a desire to join the Navy. Oh, Major General Wilson exclaimed. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Wine. As a practitioner of physical combat, Wilson had already noted Wine's impressive physique. Yet he was astonished by the depth of Wine's strength. Remarkable. Could the Navy be on the verge of welcoming another prodigy? Since those three monsters were promoted to Rear Admiral last year, we have not encountered a talent of such caliber. Youth holds great potential, he continued. Scythe William was no trivial adversary, and the Navy is eager to embrace exceptional talents like young Wine. Major General Wilson spoke with enthusiasm. Though I may never ascend to the rank of Admiral myself, perhaps Wine can fulfill that aspiration in my stead. As this thought crossed his mind, Wilson's gaze grew fervent, as if he wished to devour Wine whole. Feeling the intensity of Major General Wilson's gaze, Wine felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed Wilson was a man with stories to tell. Young brother Wine. Major General Wilson's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yes, Wine responded. The commanding tone of Wilson's voice evoked memories of his military training, prompting an instinctive reaction as he straightened his posture. Excellent. You stand with impressive bearing, truly a natural-born sailor, Wilson observed, nodding to himself. Taking a deep breath, he continued, in light of your commendable strength, I hereby bestow upon you the rank of lieutenant. I hope you will uphold justice and safeguard the realm. Yes, sir. Wayne saluted Rear Admiral Wilson, emulating the customs of his fellow naval officers. Upon receiving the Admiral's consent, he followed Brigadier General Evie, the Admiral's aide, to his designated quarters. As a junior officer, he was afforded a private room for rest. Within the confines of his chamber, Vane gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his violet hair cascading elegantly, adorned in a naval uniform. Alas, the distinctive cloak of the Navy was reserved for commissioned officers. A new chapter of life was about to unfold. Vane adjusted his cap, resolute in his belief that, even in this new environment, he would not be outmatched. Chapter 9. Training G16 Division within the unique confines of the Naval Gymnasium. Vane was diligently exercising. After completing 3,000 sit-ups, he retrieved a somewhat tattered notebook from his pocket. This notebook had been entrusted to him by Major General Wilson, a formidable martial arts expert who recognized that, despite Vane's strength, he bore hidden injuries, strains, tears, and mild muscular distortions. Major General Wilson had already envisioned Vane as the next pillar of the Navy. Thus, he could not allow Vane's potential to be squandered due to improper training methods. Consequently, he bestowed upon Vane his personal training notes. I see where I have erred. It appears I have misunderstood this aspect all along. Fortunately, it can be rectified. Oh, a medicinal bath recipe? Vane perused the notebook with great interest. This compilation of notes was surprisingly thorough. Wayne has been tirelessly refining his physique, for the body is the foundation of revolution, and one must seize the opportunity to strengthen it while possible. Today, Wayne's brother made his way to the gym once again. A towering yet rather unsightly brute pushed open the door and, after exchanging greetings with Wayne, confidently seized a dumbbell to commence his workout. It's you, Penn. I heard that a couple of days ago, you single-handedly apprehended a pirate worth nearly 20 million. Quite impressive, Wayne remarked with a teasing grin. Upon hearing this, Penn bashfully waved his hand. Oh, Wayne, please don't flatter me. Who could forget that you eliminated the Reaper William the moment you joined the branch? He was far more formidable than the one I captured. Enough of that, Penn. I heard there's a major event happening tomorrow. What is the scoop? Wayne inquired with curiosity, having overheard discussions on the topic as soon as he arrived. Are you joining us? Indeed, I wish to assess the fruits of my recent training. Wayne nodded, resolute in his decision to attend. Very well. You should drop by Brigadier Ivy's office shortly. The notification for tomorrow's operation has already been dispatched to the junior officers. Did you not receive it? Penn asked, intrigued. I've been preoccupied with my training and didn't get the message. Is there an issue? Wayne raised an eyebrow, casting a shadowy glance at Penn. Oh no. How could I dare? It's nothing serious, really. Major Wilson is planning to cleanse Paradise Island. Penn spoke gravely as he mentioned the operation for the following day. Paradise Island? That place harbors a notorious figure from the New World, the fearsome bear Pompey, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Pompey is certainly within Major Wilson's capabilities. Our targets are Pompey's underlings, the bloodied hand Duncan, the poisonous wolf Walker, and the swift-legged Cleary, along with a horde of pirate lackeys. All right then, let us proceed, Caesar. Wayne, ever decisive, called out to Caesar, who was still lifting weights, before striding towards Brigadier Ivy's office. Oh, come on. I haven't finished my workout yet. From now on, monkey language will be transcribed directly. Only the protagonist can comprehend it. Slap. Wayne delivered a sharp slap to Caesar's nape. If I didn't give you a taste of this, I would think you were aiming for the heavens. In Brigadier General Ivy's office, Ivy raised an eyebrow. Lieutenant Wayne, are you certain you wish to proceed? He was not forbidding Wayne, but had been cautioned by Major General Wilson that Wayne must tend to his hidden injuries, for otherwise the repercussions could be significant. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have signed up? Wayne replied, casting a puzzled glance at Brigadier General Ivy. Your health. I'm fine, Wayne insisted, waving his arm to demonstrate his readiness. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Brigadier General Ivy shrugged. He had said what needed to be said. If Wayne insisted on going, he could not be blamed. Ivy picked up a notebook from the desk and inscribed Wayne's name within. Done. Ivy gestured for Wayne to take his leave. Thank you, Brigadier General. Not at all. Just remember, don't get yourself killed, Ivy warned in a grave tone. That is a certainty. The following day, at the port of the G-16 branch, a large warship was docked. Major General Wilson, cigar in mouth, surveyed the naval soldiers forming ranks, his gaze lingering briefly on Wayne and Penn before he waved his hand. All hands, prepare to set sail. Standing on the deck, Wayne, Penn, and Caesar, who was perched on their shoulders, gazed quietly at the sea, the rolling waves mirroring the tumultuous emotions within Wayne's heart. This was indeed his first mission. Wayne pondered, yearning for a swift confrontation with those formidable beings. As he drifted into his thoughts, the entire vessel began to tremble violently. Boom, boom. A resounding roar erupted, and a colossal sea creature, resembling a horse-headed leviathan, emerged alongside the warship. A monster. It is a sea demon. The leviathan has arrived. Quickly, summon Major Wilson. The naval soldiers aboard the ship were thrown into chaos, as the nearly 1,000-meter-long behemoth was an extraordinary sight in the Grand Line. This was certainly not the doldrums. Curse be it. Vane gazed at the horse-headed leviathan, beads of cold sweat forming on his back, realizing that this creature was of an entirely different caliber compared to the mere dozen-meter-high black bears he had previously encountered. Damn it. Penn unsheathed the great sword strapped to his back, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Vane extended his hand, and a massive blade materialized within his grasp. Penn stood beside him, exchanging a glance, and together they leaped into action. The barrier swiftly cleaved, and two formidable gashes, one large and one small, marred the flesh of the Sea King. Regrettably, despite Vane and Penn exerting their utmost strength, they inflicted only minor wounds upon the creature. A deafening roar erupted from the Sea King, its bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely, while its colossal tail rose ominously, poised to strike the warship. We're doomed. No. The ship's crew was thrown into a state of panic. Could even Lieutenant Vane and Captain Penn not contend with this monstrosity? Calm down. Everyone, regain your composure. Suddenly, a commanding voice reverberated through the chaos. Major Wilson emerged from the captain's quarters, wielding an imposing katana that hinted at extraordinary prowess. With a swift movement, Major Wilson positioned himself above the Sea King's head. He raised his katana high, and in a blinding flash, the Sea King was cleaved in two. By the heavens! Vane's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the formidable mid-sized Sea King, stretching several hundred meters in length. The scene was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Yet the brutality of the pirate world, where countless individuals had shattered meteorites and obliterated islands, still left him profoundly shaken. Observing Major Wilson's fluid and graceful movements, Vane narrowed his eyes, realizing that this Major Wilson was no ordinary figure. In the original narrative, it seemed that the weasel could effortlessly handle a large Sea King. So, why was he merely a branch major? Chapter 10. The Outbreak of War. Hey, we've arrived, Brother Vane. Pen's booming voice interrupted Vane's contemplations. Lifting his gaze, Vane spotted an island billowing thick smoke in the distance. A shadow flickered across Pen's eyes as he suppressed his anger, stating, Paradise Island has always been a tranquil and serene locale, but everything changed when the violent bear, Pompey, arrived. Taking a deep breath, Pen continued. Pompey established numerous armories here and discharged vast quantities of waste, transforming the once pristine island into its current state. Moreover, the most despicable act was when Pompey slaughtered all the inhabitants, leaving only his own people alive. What? Vane's pupils constricted. To annihilate an entire island's populace, such an act would have warranted dire consequences in his past life. The ruthless bear Pompey was indeed merciless, and yet, individuals like him are often the most challenging to confront, devoid of empathy, love, or familial bonds. Why, then, did the nearby G14 branch remain indifferent? Vane pondered, considering the incompetence of the Navy across the seas, yet questioning if the Navy of the Grand Line was equally inept. In truth, the G14 branch had exerted considerable effort. Brigadier General Vigor, the commander of G14, had previously led an assault on Paradise Island, only to be defeated. Since that debacle, the plight of Paradise Island had spiraled out of control. Pen's face was etched with indignation, clearly outraged by the fate of Brigadier General Vigor. Heh, Vane chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. It was absurd to think that one of Doflamingo's four esteemed officers could be vanquished. As Vane conversed with Pen, a naval gunner hurried into the captain's quarters, saluting with his left palm facing upward, announcing loudly, Report to Major Wilson. We have reached Paradise Island, and all cannons are fully loaded. Cover fire, spare no ammunition. After exhausting all shells, proceed with the landing operation. Major Wilson's steady voice resonated from the captain's quarters. Understood. The gunner turned and dashed back to relay the orders. 2 minutes later, boom, 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 boom. All the ship's cannons unleashed their fury, a thick haze of gunpowder engulfing the vessel, imbuing the troops with an ominous air. Paradise Island, the sudden barrage of cannon fire caught the pirates off guard, leaving craters scattered across the landscape. It was the Navy. From a vantage point high above, the lookout, peering through a telescope, beheld the warship and let out a heart-wrenching roar, only to be met with the swift destruction of the lookout tower by a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Following an initial wave of panic, the pirates commenced their counterattack, loading and firing portable cannons. Thud, thud, thud. Most of the cannonballs plunged into the sea, while a few hurtled directly towards the warship. This was the moment for the formidable warriors aboard the vessel to showcase their prowess. Vane extended his hand, weaving a delicate barrier into a grand net that intercepted 1/3 of the cannonballs, though the area of the shield was regrettably limited. Spear of the finger. Murder of crows. A naval commander, clad in iron gauntlets, leapt into action, using his spear to burst several of the cannonballs. Storm leg. Hunt. Another naval colonel's legs flickered like phantoms, delivering a series of emerald slashes that collided with several cannonballs. Heavy slash. Pen drew his great sword and unleashed a powerful strike that obliterated the final cannonball. With the enemy's ammunition depleted and under the protection of the naval warriors, the warship began its advance towards Paradise Island. Bang! A lavish room at the island's center was forcefully pushed open by Bloodhand Duncan. Captain, the Navy is upon us. Leading the charge is the monstrous Major Wilson from years past. From the shadows, a figure as robust as a bear slowly rose. Monstrous Major? Mere jest. I shall twist his head off and cement our reputation for the brutal bear armament, just as I did with that naval wretch named Vigor. Besides, we have the young master with us. Pompey spoke with an air of ease, leaning against Doflamingo, prepared for both offense and defense. Upon hearing this, a spark of confidence ignited in Duncan's eyes. We are the vanguard of the New World's great pirates. Does a mere branch major dare to challenge us? Forward. Let me see how many of this navy will return. Pompey declared with a grand flourish. Right away. I shall summon Walker and Clee to join us. Duncan replied. Not wasting a moment, Pompey retrieved a spiked club from the wall and followed him out. As the naval ship drew within 100 meters of Paradise Island, both sides braced for hand-to-hand combat. The instant the warship made contact with the shore, the pirates roared, Navy, perish. Behind them, the formidable Pompey, embodying his namesake, led Bloodhand Duncan, Poison Wolf Walker, and Quick-Leg Clee as 4 steel needles poised to disrupt the naval formation. Impudent scoundrels! Get back! Thundered the naval forces. Justice shall not be desecrated. For figures leapt from the warship, an unknown naval colonel and commander intercepting Pompey and Duncan, while Vane and Penn confronted Walker and Clee. I shall slay you first, and then that purple-haired brat. As Walker spoke, he transformed into a humanoid wolf beast, revealing himself as the user of the animal-type devil fruit, the gray wolf fruit. Penn, with his swords in hand and a serene expression, submerged into the water, declaring, "The Wayne brothers are not to be provoked by scum like you. I shall uphold my justice and prevent the Navy from being shamed." "Then let us see," Walker retorted, launching himself forward with claws extended from his right hand and his left hand clenched into a fist. Wolf fist style wolf claw. The sharp claws lunged toward Penn, who defended himself by horizontally positioning his great sword, successfully blocking Walker's assault. With a surge of strength, Penn swung his sword upward, aiming to cleave Walker in two. Humph! Walker twisted in midair, kicking Penn's sword aside and using the momentum to land gracefully on the ground. Wolf fist style, pack hunt. Walker raised both hands and charged at Penn, delivering a barrage of punches, his fist striking like a machine gun. Penn's eyes were as still as a stagnant pool, his great sword tirelessly parrying the relentless onslaught of fists raining down upon him. The rapid and powerful strikes were undoubtedly draining his stamina, and he thought, "When I am utterly exhausted, that will be my moment to retaliate." With a slight decrease in his strength, he barely managed to deflect Walker's punches, giving the impression that Walker was overwhelming him. "Look at your towering stature. Who would have thought you were merely a fool? Prepare to meet your end." As the aggressor, Penn's defensive strength waned, and Walker perceived this shift, mistakenly attributing it to Penn's weakness. Penn realized that while Walker possessed immense strength, he lacked the cunning and craftiness inherent to a wolf. Consequently, Penn found himself toying with Walker, guiding him effortlessly like a dog on a leash. Chapter 11. Defeating Clay. While Penn and Walker were embroiled in fierce combat, Wayne fixed his gaze upon Clay, standing at 3 meters tall. With legs accounting for nearly 2/3 of his height, Clay was undoubtedly a member of the long-leg tribe. His legs were muscular and well-defined, wrapped in specially designed bandages, exuding an aura of a seasoned warrior. "Kid, consider yourself unfortunate. I am the swift-legged Clay, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Experience the speed of my legs." Before Clay's words could fully register, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a small crater. He reappeared before Wayne, his long legs poised to deliver a kick. "Die, you little brat." Clay's eyes gleamed with a pathological excitement, filled with a morbid anticipation of Wayne's demise and the bloodshed that would follow. However, reality proved cruel, for Clay's wishes went unfulfilled. Thud! He felt a sudden numbness course through his legs. "Oh!" Clay clutched his thigh, wailing in agony, his cries eliciting sympathy from all who heard. "Is that all there is to it?" Wayne glanced at the barrier, which bore only a smudge of dirt, devoid of any other markings. A true man must not act hastily. It is the display of strength that defines masculinity. Observing that Chris could no longer rise, Wayne smirked and remarked, "To rush in with full force without any preliminary testing is foolish. Even seasoned warriors do not unleash their most powerful strikes without caution." The barrier began to distort, gradually transforming into a fly swatter. The barrier, the fly swatter, smack. Wayne raised the fly swatter and swung it downwards, causing Cree to be forcefully struck into the ground, leaving behind a grid-like imprint, with the unconscious Cree lying at its center. "Hey," Wayne said, tapping the shoulder of the nearby Marine, "cuff him and take him away." "Huh." The somewhat dazed Marine clearly had not yet grasped the situation, staring at Wayne with a bewildered expression. Smack. "Ah, what? What do you mean?" Wayne's frustration boiled over, and he struck the Marine on the back of the head. "Am I here to entertain you while I deal with pirates?" Oh, I understand now, Lieutenant Wayne." The Marine, as if awakening from a dream, quickly called over a few others to fetch the sea stone handcuffs, while he himself aimed his gun at Cree, fearful that he might suddenly turn violent. Vane disregarded the Marines, perceiving an overwhelming number of pirates on the battlefield, fearing that the Navy might suffer significant losses. Barrier. Line. 5 exceedingly long, transparent barrier threads emerged from the tips of Vane's right fingers. As he gazed at the approaching horde of nearly 100 pirates, he murmured, "Feel free to unleash your assault." Barrier. 5-line cutting. Wayne exerted a lateral force with his right hand, causing the pupils of all the pirates supporting him to dilate in astonishment. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had been divided into 5 parts. Nearly 100 pirates lay dismembered, their organs, blood, and even severed heads scattered across the ground. Many pirates were so terrified that they lost control of their bowels, while some sailors valiantly suppressed the urge to vomit, gazing at Wayne as if he were a demon. The intensity of his power was overwhelming, bordering on repulsive. Wayne himself was utterly nauseated by the scene before him, feeling as though his stomach were convulsing. The retching sounds echoed in his ears, and without looking, he knew that the sailors behind him had emptied their stomachs onto the ground. Wayne had no desire to remain in that place any longer. He feared he might soon succumb to the same fate. The stench was suffocating, and the very air felt toxic to him. As Wayne ventured forth across the battlefield, Penn discerned an opportune moment for a counterattack. Coincidentally, Walker's assault frequency began to wane, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. In a swift motion, Penn executed a quick flash of the sword. With a surge of energy from his legs, he evaded Walker's punch, drawing his sword back with both hands. Channeling strength through his back, he aimed a powerful downward strike, intent on cleaving Walker in twain. The Ween brothers have concluded their battle. In pursuit of my own sense of justice, I must not lag behind. With this thought, Penn's vigor intensified. However, events did not unfold as Penn had envisioned. Walker grinned at Penn, sidestepping his sword with ease. What? A wave of shock coursed through Penn, and before he could alter his stance, he was met with Walker's massive fist. Wolf fist style, smash your face. With a single blow, Walker sent Penn hurtling through the air, causing him to roll twice upon landing. Why? Penn was perplexed by Walker's display. Do you think I am foolish? Merely exhausting my stamina? I am a user of the Grey Wolf fruit, the epitome of endurance and cunning, the Grey Wolf King. At this moment, Lieutenant Penn. The Marines behind Penn raised their rifles, intending to shoot Walker down. Stand down. Penn slowly rose, raising his hand to halt their actions. But Lieutenant Penn. The Marines exchanged glances, hesitating. Withdraw immediately. Bullets are of no consequence to him. Retreat now. Penn shouted at the Marines as he regained his footing. Ha ha ha. Do you care for your subordinates? Then watch them be torn apart. Wolf fist style, poisonous wolf thrust. Walker swiftly closed the distance, approaching the bewildered Navy soldiers. As if the bloom of blood was imminent. Bang! A great sword intercepted Walker's claws. Do not lay a hand on my subordinates. Penn, suppressing his fury, managed to utter these words through clenched teeth. Then let me see your prowess, wolf fist style, lone wolf. Walker grinned widely, his left fist seemingly conjuring the apparition of a lone wolf, striking towards Penn. Quick slash, double blade. Penn swiftly swung his sword on the surface. It appeared as a single strike, but in truth, it was two rapid slashes combined, seemingly one, but executing two cuts simultaneously. Boom! Where their forces clashed. Dust billowed and the earth cracked. Ha 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 ha, Navy Colonel. You are inadequate. In another theater of war, an unnamed Navy colonel was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Pompey. His iron gloves lay in tatters, and though his spear could pierce Pompey's defenses in bare form, the effect was minimal. Ha ha ha. The Navy colonel began to gasp heavily. Defeat was merely a heartbeat away. Meanwhile, Ween, wreaking havoc in the lower ranks, had noticed that his top lane was faltering. Now was the moment for support to shine. Well, Pompey's massive bear paw descended with force, and in the blink of an eye, the Navy colonel would be reduced to a puddle of pulp. Barrier, spiked guard. In this critical moment, Ween's timely intervention arrived, encasing the injured Navy colonel within a conical shield. Clang. The bear's paw did not emit the anticipated sound of flesh being pierced, but rather produced a metallic clashing sound. Oh! Vane stood between Pompey and the naval captain, his expression grave as he fixated on Pompey's formidable black bear paw imbued with the power of hockey. Hockey, you say? Ah, the young lad possesses quite an insight. V. Vane, you must exercise caution, the naval captain urged, summoning his strength to offer a wary warning. Please, let it be, sir, the medic. Vane responded. What was this person's name again? Chapter 12. A parody of power. Wayne signaled for the naval colonel to be carried away, and Pompey did not intervene. Once the naval officer was removed, Wayne twisted his neck and stretched, his languid gaze transforming into a piercing intensity. Ha ha ha, that gaze is intriguing. I am curious to see if your fist can match its intensity. Pompey laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with amusement. Then experience it firsthand. Barrier. Armed, Wayne clenched his fists, and a delicate barrier glove materialized around them. Very good, Pompey exclaimed loudly, his muscles swelling with renewed vigor. With a mighty roar, Pompey exposed his right shoulder, activating his armament hockey as he charged at Wayne, aiming to knock him aside. Wayne braced himself, his shoulder muscles tensing, crossing his arms and enveloping them in the barrier. Ready to collide. The two figures, one brown and one purple, crashed into each other, creating a deep crater in the earth. The collision yielded no victor, and Pompey swiftly altered his approach. Wayne, still inexperienced, failed to adapt in time and was forcefully driven into the ground by Pompey's fists. General Wilson, shall we not assist Wayne? On a distant warship, the naval colonel lay on the deck, various tubes protruding from his body, looking up to inquire of General Wilson, who was observing the battlefield. The fledgling eagle does not soar without the crucible of blood, Wilson reassured, his demeanor confident. Do not worry, I am watching over him. This lad is no ordinary opponent. General Wilson seemed assured that Wayne would triumph over Pompey. No sooner had Wilson spoken than the battlefield shifted again. Damn it, you have provoked me. A disheveled Wayne emerged from the ground, his face a mask of fury. My mother barely laid a hand on me. And you dare to bury me in the dirt? On the other hand, Wayne realized that without unleashing his full potential, he might not prevail. Unlike other protagonists in novels, Wayne felt compelled to demonstrate his true strength to earn better recognition. Barrier armed, amplification. In the blink of an eye, Wayne transformed into a colossal figure. Towering over 10 meters tall, a giant of barriers. Now this is interesting, Pompey wiped the sweat from his brow, beginning to sprout fur as he embraced his bare human form. Come forth. Vane swung his colossal fist, resembling a titan emerging from myth. As his stone-like hand descended upon Pompey, the force was tremendous. Pompey raised his massive paws, which had transformed into a pitch-black hue. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated through the heavens as Pompey was nearly struck into the ground by a single blow, while Vane's guardian giant was toppled by the overwhelming strength of Pompey. With a downward thrust, Pompey's paw pierced the earth as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Let us see if you can withstand this move. As Pompey lifted his paw once more, he hoisted a gigantic boulder with a diameter of 30 meters. He cackled. Behold my mighty stone. With all his might, he hurled the massive rock into the distance. Wayne swiftly rose to his feet, lifting the colossal stone with both hands. You all must flee. Wayne shouted down at the naval soldiers, sweat cascading down in rhythmic droplets. The burden of sustaining the colossal barrier remained a considerable strain for him. And now, supporting the immense stone only compounded the pressure. It appears that this time, I have overstepped my bounds. Wayne felt a twinge of regret for his impetuousness. Indeed, he truly exemplified the ruthless individuals who had emerged from the New World. Thunderous. Vane casually cast aside a colossal stone, causing the barrier giant to slightly diminish, only to be replaced by a long blade that appeared in the giant's hand. The barrier and the heavy strike were reinforced by hardened armament. In stark contrast to the tumultuous battlefield of Pompey and Vane, the clash between Penn and Walker was notably quieter, yet equally fraught with peril. With the wolf fist style pack of wolves hunting tigers, Walker had begun to gain the upper hand, fully harnessing the swiftness of a wolf as he deftly maneuvered and unleashed rapid assaults on Penn. From a distance, it resembled a pack of wolves relentlessly probing the endurance of their prey. Penn was already showing signs of fatigue, teetering on the brink of collapse. With only a fraction of his strength remaining, he was cautiously searching for Walker's vulnerability, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Major General Wilson, Penn has been thoroughly subdued. His defeat is merely a matter of time, remarked a distressed naval colonel. Penn was a prodigy he had personally nurtured, and he could not bear to witness this fervently righteous young man lose his life. Has a mere injury diminished your intellect? Major General Wilson rebuked the colonel. Noticing his fluster, look closely. Penn's gaze remains steady, and his breathing is rhythmic. He is evidently devising a plan for a decisive strike. What is there to fear? After a moment of observation, Major General Wilson continued, that venomous wolf, Walker, possesses a certain intrigue. Penn's attempts to find an opening are futile. Let me assist him and see if he can seize the opportunity. With that, Major General Wilson extracted a coin from his pocket and casually flicked it away. Swoosh, the coin struck Walker's right foot, disrupting his balance during swift movement and creating an instant opening for attack. A splendid opportunity. Penn's spirit soared as he deftly slipped from Walker's encirclement. Quick flash sword, triple overlap sword. 3 sword shadows converged into one, descending upon Walker's wolf-like head. What struck my foot? Walker felt as though he were soaring, yet before he could comprehend the situation, he was engulfed in darkness. Huff, huff, huff. Penn now felt as if his lungs were about to burst. He gazed around at the scene of conflict between the Navy and the pirates, where the Navy fought valiantly to uphold order while the pirates, aware of their transgressions, fought desperately for their lives. I cannot falter. I must uphold justice. Pingan continued to raise his great sword, joining a fierce battlefield. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in Admiral Zephyr's office, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Sighing had become a routine for him over the past 8 years, to the point where he had nearly abandoned the hope of finding Kalen. Instead, a more troubling thought plagued his mind, the possibility that Kalen had succumbed to death. Zephyr had relinquished his authority, now occupying a position as an admiral, guiding the next generation of the Navy from the sidelines. As was his custom, Zephyr took a toy pistol from the shelf, meticulously cleaning it with a small brush. This toy pistol was a gift he had prepared for Wayne 8 years ago, and he had diligently maintained it all these years. Unfortunately, everything has a lifespan, and particularly in the humid atmosphere of the seaside, no matter how hard Zephyr tried, he could not prevent the toy from rusting. After carefully brushing it and applying a bit of oil, Zephyr felt a deeper weariness settle in his heart. He returned it to its place and sat back down, staring at the steaming cup of tea before him, letting out another sigh. Chapter 13. The phone call bang. The door to Zephyr's office was flung open, and a robust, gray-haired man strode in. It was Carp. Zephyr glanced up briefly, then lowered his gaze again, as if he had not seen Carp at all. Let us go out for a meal, the usual place. Sengoku and Hiyori have already arrived. Let us gather with the Admiral, Carp insisted, seemingly oblivious to Zephyr's aloof demeanor as he forcibly pulled him along. Zephyr's troubles were well known by now, and Carp had gathered their old comrades in an attempt to provide some much-needed guidance to his old friend. What could be the cause of such despondency? Like a lifeless body, Zephyr was dragged along by Carp. 10 minutes later, in a small restaurant, an elderly woman, a shrewd older man with glasses, and a robust man sporting a pointy hairstyle and a triangular beard finally awaited Carp's arrival with Zephyr in tow. It was quite a feat to bring you here, Admiral Kong quipped. Oh, Zephyr replied, maintaining his customary coldness, as he raised a drink from the table and began to gulp it down. The battlefield of Paradise Island. Veen has increasingly perceived his movements becoming sluggish and his body more burdensome. The colossal figure of the barrier giant has diminished from over 10 meters to a mere 10, and it continues to shrink. Although Pompey is also panting, he appears to possess considerable stamina. With a powerful leap, Pompey delivers a blow that serves as the final straw for the camel's burden. With a thunderous crash, the barrier giant tilts backward and, before the astonished gaze of all the naval soldiers, it crashes to the ground. Cough, cough, damn it. Wayne lay on the ground, the recent collision with Pompey leaving him feeling as though his very organs had been dislocated, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. He could do nothing but gaze in despair as Pompey approached. Ha ha ha, young one, your punches have power, yet lack lethality, Pompey remarked as he advanced slowly. Wayne had not inflicted significant damage on him. At best, it was a mere superficial wound, merely a testament to the exertion of their struggle. Suddenly, a figure clad in the mantle of justice stood before Wayne. It was Major General Wilson. Vane widened his eyes. The entrance of Major General Wilson was truly unprecedented, undoubtedly indicative of his profound mastery of the art of refinement. You should rest well, Major General Wilson remarked, turning his head and speaking with a gentle demeanor. Vane nodded, then closed his eyes, allowing the medic to carry him away. Hey, are you the infamous pirate Bane, Wilson? Let me see if you can truly defeat me. Despite Major Wilson's imposing entrance, Pompey, confident in his own strength, charged forth with his massive bare paw. In an instant, Major Wilson disappeared, only to reappear before Pompey, a blackened finger aimed directly at his chest. What? Pompey's pupils constricted. The speed and hockey displayed by Major Wilson revealed his formidable prowess. Since I cannot evade, I must endure. A sickening sound echoed as Wilson's finger pierced flesh. Staring down in disbelief, Pompey saw a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. What? A mere branch major's hockey surpasses my own. Regaining his composure, Pompey swung his bare paw upward, creating a gale that momentarily lifted Wilson's cloak, a testament to the force behind his attack. Yet, Major Wilson remained unmoved, his body emanating a metallic sheen. A resounding thud followed as their collision echoed, and Wilson maintained an expression of calm indifference. Ah, it hurts. Pompey, clutching his right hand, knelt on the ground, his arm hanging limply and irregularly. Is that all you've got? Wilson raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze fixed on Pompey. With a swift motion, Wilson executed a slashing kick that sliced through Pompey's arm as effortlessly as a knife through butter. New Pompey fell to the ground, cold sweat streaming down like a small river. Farewell. Wilson extended a finger toward Pompey's forehead. Wait, I have something to say. Pompey reached out with his remaining hand to halt Wilson's impending strike. Wilson paused, furrowing his brow, curious about what Pompey might divulge. The night demon, Doflamingo, stands behind me. You cannot harm me. Sensing Wilson's growing impatience, Pompey hurriedly continued. Doflamingo? I'll see if that flamingo dares to challenge me. With a swift jab, Wilson's finger pierced through Pompey's forehead. How dare you? Pompey's eyes widened in shock, filled with confusion and rage as he succumbed to death, witnessing their leader's demise. The surrounding pirates involuntarily dropped their weapons and surrender. Search Paradise Island. Apprehend all pirates, Wilson commanded with a sweeping gesture. Hi. All naval personnel saluted and then dispersed to conduct their search. An hour later, General Wilson sat listlessly on a large rock, accompanied by Wayne, who stood beside him. While keeping a vigilant eye on the entire Paradise Island, General Wilson pointed out Wayne's shortcomings in combat. I noticed some of your movements were rather stiff during the fight. You could, in the future, maneuver the barrier giants into the deep sea for training. General Wilson eloquently articulated Wayne's deficiencies and the way forward, leaving Wayne enraptured. Report. The financial officer approached with news. General Wilson, we have discovered 3,000 rifles, 200 infantry cannons, 3,000 pounds of explosives, 400 million berries, and so forth. Oh, and we also found this. The financial officer cautiously retrieved a telephone bug from his pocket and handed it to General Wilson. Oh. General Wilson toyed with the telephone bug, and at that moment, it rang. Bring. Click. General Wilson picked up the telephone bug. Hello? Who is this? The face of the telephone bug transformed into that of a figure clad in a flamingo coat, sporting vibrant red glasses. Who are you? A sinister laugh emanated from the device. I am Wilson. After a brief silence, Doflamingo continued, Very well, Wilson, release Pompey. What do you say? Impossible. Who? He is my subordinate. Could you do me a favor? He is already dead. What? You? What? Do you want to fight? Another silence ensued. Never mind. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Return my goods. Not a chance. What do you need those goods for? To arm the navy, purchase guns, cannons, and to deal with you pirates. Ah, you are quite humorous. I never joke. You. The telephone bug fell silent once more. Chapter 14. The Hunt Naval Headquarters, Marineford Zephyr, inebriated, stumbled about, and each time Carp attempted to assist him, Zephyr would brush him away with a hand. Consequently, Carp and Sengoku had no choice but to follow closely to prevent any mishaps, while Sora and Crane trailed behind, casting worried glances at Zephyr. Thud, thud, thud. Zephyr, clutching a bottle of liquor, continued to drink as if the alcohol could alleviate the resentment within him, fervently embracing the bottle. Sengoku, this cannot continue with Zephyr like this. I know you are always full of cunning plans. Think of something quickly. As Carp munched on rice crackers, he playfully elbowed Sengoku. Get lost, you ruffian. Zephyr is a man of integrity. He merely suppresses his inner sorrow. Were it not for today's indulgence in drink, he would not be in this state. Initially enraged, Sengoku retaliated with a punch, but quickly regained his composure and spoke. While Carp and Sengoku engaged in their playful banter, Zephyr stood motionless by the restaurant window. Inside, a family dined together, and Zephyr gazed silently, lost in thought. Carp and Sengoku ceased their antics, and even Crane fell silent, understanding the turmoil within Zephyr. Zephyr continued to watch until the family departed, vanishing into the throng of people. Leaning against the wall, tears welled in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks, growing into a torrent of sobs. Oh, it is all my fault. I failed to care for you. It is all on me. Zephyr collapsed to the ground, striking his fists against himself. Why did I leave that day? Why? As his emotions surged, his blows grew more forceful. Crane wished to offer comfort, but was restrained by Carp and Sengoku. Zephyr did not desire solace. A man, after all, does not require consolation, but rather must channel his anguish before he can bear the weight of his burdens anew. How absurd it is that I, Zephyr, who prided myself on righteousness and was dubbed the one who spares the lives of captains, ended up with my family slaughtered by pirates. What irony. Zephyr laughed and wept, unsure whether he mocked himself or the world around him. My son was merely 6 years old then, and he did not even know my name. How truly tragic. What purpose do I serve in this world? It would be better to cease existing. His face was streaked with tears and snot, utterly despondent. Damn it. At that moment, Carp approached and delivered a punch that sent Zephyr flying. What are you saying, Zephyr? Look at yourself. Do you still resemble an esteemed naval officer? How shameful for one of your rank. Carp's frustration was palpable as he beheld Zephyr's disheveled appearance. With a mocking gaze, Zephyr retorted, "You speak as if you embody the virtues of a naval hero." "You." Carp's eyes widened, and he raised his fist to strike again. "I'll fight you." Zephyr, regaining his footing, grasped Carp's collar, ready to retaliate. "Enough. Both of you back off." Sengoku interjected. "Zephyr, let me assist you." Marshal Kong intervened, halting the farce. The two brawlers exchanged gestures before retreating. Little Crane, Kong turned to her. "What is it?" she inquired, approaching. "It is time to implement the confidentiality and security plan for naval families. I entrust this to you." "Understood." With the skirmish concluded, the officers of the G-16 branch gathered their spoils and embarked on their journey back to the base. Thud, thud, thud. Peng knocked on the door of a lounge and then pushed it open, inquiring, "Brother Wayne, are you feeling any better?" "Still not dead." When rolled his eyes, thinking how unnecessary the question was. It wasn't as if he had sustained any serious injuries. He was merely experiencing a slight inconvenience from the impact. "When can we return?" Wen inquired. "Soon, soon." Ping waved his hand dismissively and departed without elaborating. "TCH, stingy," Wen muttered. A few hours later, under Wen's eager gaze, the warship finally entered the military port of the G-16 branch. The sound of footsteps echoed. Wayne stood at the naval port, stamping his feet as he felt the unaccustomed sway of the boat. The solid ground beneath him brought a delightful sense of stability. After a moment of reflection, Wayne and Penn returned to their dormitory. Caesar, meanwhile, had been diligently training his muscles and practicing monkey boxing, declaring his aspiration to become an invincible monkey. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wayne collapsed into a deep slumber, feeling an urgent need to recuperate after an arduous battle. After a restorative rest, he re-entered the Naval Intelligence Office accompanied by Caesar. "Lieutenant Wayne." Upon his arrival, a naval officer who was diligently compiling intelligence promptly rose to his feet. "In light of your exceptional performance, Major General Wilson has promoted both you and Penn. Please provide me with a wanted poster and any pertinent information. Preferably with a high bounty," Wayne requested gently. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," the naval officer replied with a nod. After a brief search, he retrieved 4 wanted posters from a drawer. Gazing at these posters, Wayne furrowed his brow as he observed the peculiar appearances of the individuals depicted. "Lieutenant Wayne, these are the wanted individuals. The cannibalistic maniac Jack, with a bounty of 40 million berries. The lion-headed Ryan, with a bounty of 50 million berries. The black assassin Zis, with a bounty of 7 million berries. And the heavy axe Tuck, with a bounty of 83 million berries." Caesar picked up the wanted poster of Heavy Axe Tuck and exclaimed in a playful tone, "Boss, this one looks particularly formidable." Wayne delivered a swift strike to Caesar's nape, remarking on his incessant chatter. Yet, he proceeded to examine the documents. Indeed, Caesar was not mistaken. Tucker was undeniably formidable, but unlike Pompey, the records indicated that he lacked the ability to wield armament hockey. Thus, it was settled. Wayne set the documents aside and led Caesar back. The following day, Wayne, accompanied by Caesar, boarded a merchant vessel. Amidst a prolonged period of anticipation, Wayne began to reminisce about the information concerning the formidable figure known as Tuck the Great Axe. Known for his boisterous nature and innate strength, he wields an enormous axe, reputedly capable of cleaving a small hill in two. He is indeed a formidable character, however. It is noteworthy that he has never harmed the local inhabitants and has even offered them protection. This complicates matters, as I have encountered a rather rare and gentle pirate crew. It seems imperative that I carefully consider my approach and manner in dealing with them. Wayne spent the entire journey in contemplation, while Caesar, noticing Wayne's preoccupation, retrieved his small dumbbells from Wayne's suitcase and began to exercise repetitively. "I am the great channel monkey, the king of all monkeys," Caesar repeatedly reminded himself, unaware that he was indeed beginning to embody a semblance of that very spirit. Half an hour later, Vane, accompanied by Caesar upon his shoulder, set foot on the nameless island. Observing the harmonious villagers, he chose not to disturb them, instead veering left towards a place adorned with a skull flag. That must be the lair of the Heavy Axe Pirates. Chapter 15. The emergence of the Devil Fruit upon Vane's entrance into the Heavy Axe Pirate stronghold. A significant event unfolded within its walls. All members of the crew had gathered, their captain, Heavy Axe Tucker, scrutinizing an object in his hand, a devil fruit radiating a yellow luminescence, reminiscent of a banana. Captain, what kind of devil fruit is this? It must belong to the Zoan category, right? Inquired a somewhat knowledgeable pirate. It should indeed be a Zoan type, and I suspect it to be of the mythical variety. Tucker replied with gravity. That's splendid. Captain, you should consume it immediately. This will elevate the heavy axe pirates to new heights. Someone suggested eagerly. Absolutely not. I have no knowledge of the powers it may bestow. It could adversely affect my own abilities. I shall first consult a devil fruit compendium before proceeding. Tucker firmly rejected the idea, placing the fruit into a small wooden box for safekeeping. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the stronghold's doors were shattered. You are heavy axe, Tucker. Valued at over 80 million berry, are you not? Vane's voice emerged from the swirling dust. Are you here to claim my head? Tucker narrowed his eyes, grasping his massive axe from the side. The deep-sea prison is your true abode. Vane retorted, sidestepping the question. The Navy, is it? Tucker inhaled sharply. The strongest force in the world was not merely a hollow reputation. Barrier. Enlargement. Vane, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Tucker, transformed into a towering figure of a shield giant, swinging his colossal shield-like fists with intent to strike. Tucker, undeterred, retaliated with an axe, however, lacking mastery of hockey. He inflicted no damage upon the shield giant and was instead sent flying by a single blow. In that moment, Tucker felt the weight of impending doom. Yet as a man, he resolved to meet his fate in battle rather than flee. As Vane launched another punch, Tucker deftly leaped back to evade it, then sprang to the height of the shield giant's chest, where Vane resided. Clang, clang, clang. A series of strikes yielded little effect, for the shield giant swatted at Tucker as one would a mere fly. With a resounding smack, Tucker braced himself, channeling all his strength to withstand the giant's palm, refusing to be crushed. Captain, at that moment, the entire crew of the heavy axe pirates rushed forth, brandishing their rifles and aiming at the formidable shield giant. You all must flee, Tucker shouted, his eyes wide with urgency, imploring everyone to escape. This beast was beyond their capacity to defeat. Frustrated, Vane manipulated the shield giant's right hand in a feint, creating a gust of wind that sent the crew sprawling. You scoundrel! Driven by fury, Tucker gradually pushed against Vane's palm, eventually landing on the ground, eyes ablaze as he charged at Vane. With his heavy axe raised, he vowed that this would be the most forceful strike he had ever delivered. The shield giant's left hand intercepted Tucker, pinning him to the ground, while its right hand hammered down like a pile driver. Yet, recognizing that Tucker's misdeeds were few, Vane refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After a barrage of 11 or 12 strikes, seeing Tucker motionless, Vane retracted the shield giant, standing indifferently beside the unconscious Tucker. Despicable Navy, release our captain, or you will pay. The pirates of the heavy axe crew cautiously approached, hesitant to draw too close, fearing for Tucker's life. Are you not afraid? Vane inquired with intrigue, observing the tremors of many, including children. Enough with the idle chatter. The youth at the forefront exclaimed, his sword quivering yet his resolve unwavering. You vile Navy. Do not torment them. Take my head instead. They are but children. Just then, Tucker regained consciousness, his gaze fixed intently on Vane. Uncle Tucker. The children cried in unison from behind, their eyes brimming with concern. Navy, take me instead. They are orphans who have lost their parents. We rely on one another. We have done no wrong, truly. Let them go. Tucker pleaded, struggling to speak. If you dare harm them, I swear, even in death, I shall not forgive you. He uttered, his voice low yet resolute. Wayne gazed at the concerned pirates and the unwavering glare of Tucker, the barrier, and the blade. Vane reached out to grasp a transparent blade, sweeping it twice with a swift motion, leaving a deep scar across Tucker's face and resulting in the loss of an ear. Tucker clenched his lips tightly, suppressing any sound, which only incited further fury among the surrounding pirates. One even fired a shot, only to have it deftly deflected by Vane's blade. Manage your people, Vane instructed Tucker. From this day forth, you may call yourself whatever you wish, but you shall no longer be known as Tucker. The scar and the missing ear are the price you must pay for your life as a pirate. With that, Vane hoisted his great axe, called out to Caesar, and departed. Tucker rose, touched the young man beside him, and looked up at Vane, saying, You are a person of your own convictions. I apologize. Becoming a pirate was not a choice made lightly. Consider this a token of my gratitude. He then turned to a child nearby, instructing, Go, bring me that small box from earlier. The child hesitated. No, Uncle Tucker, he has harmed you. The fact that he did not take my life is a debt of gratitude. One must not forget their roots. How have I taught you all? Hurry, now, Tucker chided softly. Reluctantly, the child dashed back to retrieve a small box and handed it to Tucker. Accept this, as it may serve to buy your life, Tucker said, tossing the box to Vane before calling for everyone to board their ship and burn the flag. They were to embark on a new beginning. As for whether Tucker would be discovered, Vane remarked, the eyes of those in the pirate world cannot be that keen. Especially since Tucker now bears a scar and is missing an ear. The scar alone alters the entirety of his visage. Even a pacifist would find it hard to recognize him. As they watched the pirates depart, Vane opened the small box to reveal a devil fruit shaped like a banana, glowing with a golden hue. Before Vane could examine it further, Caesar snatched it and took a bite. Then, a wretched retch echoed through the air. Ugh, Caesar gasped, nearly expelling his insides. Huh, serves you right for eating recklessly. Vane laughed heartily at Caesar's misfortune, though a deep concern soon followed. What powers might this devil fruit possess? It couldn't possibly be something trivial. After regurgitating enough, Caesar lamented to Vane, gesticulating wildly to describe the fruit's horrid taste, while expressing admiration for Vane, asking how he had managed to consume it in the past. Enough of your antics. Quickly ascertain what abilities it possesses, Vane urged. Caesar closed his eyes, focusing intently, and began chirping animatedly to Vane. This is promising. Wine felt immense joy as he caressed Caesar's simian head. Chapter 16. A year later one morning. Within the confines of the G-16 branch at the naval port, the water's surface suddenly erupted with considerable turbulence, as if something were emerging from the depths of the sea. Surprisingly, this spectacle evoked no astonishment among the observers. A colossal barrier giant, nearly 100 meters in height, emerged from the ocean, dragging along a magnificent sea creature. Upon witnessing the barrier giant, the naval soldiers instinctively alerted the kitchen staff to prepare for the sea creature's arrival. Though they had witnessed such events numerous times before, some soldiers could not help but express their admiration. Major Wine is indeed a reliable individual. Not only does he vigorously suppress the pirates' arrogance, but he also ensures we receive additional rations. The strength of our G-16 branch has significantly increased. Indeed, nodded a nearby soldier in agreement. Major Wine is celebrated as a man of unwavering fortitude. After a year of rigorous training, Wine had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now stood at 2 meters tall, having transcended the limitations of his previous incapacitation. In the first week, Wayne encased himself in a protective membrane before venturing into the sea, deliberately seeking out harsh environments to fortify his physique. During the second week, he transformed into a formidable giant, descending into the ocean depths to enhance his strength and resilience under immense pressure, while simultaneously engaging in fierce battles with marine adversaries, thereby invigorating the soldiers and civilians of the G-16 branch. By the third week, Wayne would undertake missions, honing his combat skills through the elimination and apprehension of pirates. The remaining time would follow suit, continuing this rigorous regimen. Wayne has become increasingly robust. Should he encounter Pompey once more, he is confident that he can easily overcome him. Wayne entered the gymnasium, a place that had ceased to serve any purpose for him 6 months prior. His intention was to summon Penn and Caesar for a meal. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a muscular man engaged in a struggle with a monkey of considerable size, clearly overpowered by the primate. Penn shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that not only could he not best Wayne, but now he found himself outmatched even by the monkey that Wayne had raised. Caesar, bouncing with exuberance, leaped back to his original form and landed on Wayne's shoulder, proudly gesturing to himself and then to Penn, implying that he had triumphed over Penn. Wayne has now come to understand that Caesar has consumed a devil fruit, specifically the animal-type monkey fruit, a mythical Zoan variant in its behemoth form. Its capabilities are rather straightforward. It allows for size alteration at will and bestows immense strength, coupled with an extraordinary adaptability and instinct in combat. When Caesar faced off against Penn, the results were a series of defeats, draws, and a swift victory. Penn has been thoroughly overpowered by Caesar, to the extent that Caesar has even taken the liberty of self-teaching a style of monkey swordsmanship by observing Penn's large sword. As Penn watched Caesar boast to Wayne, his already unattractive face contorted further into an expression of displeasure. Enough of this bullying, Caesar, Wayne said, producing a banana from his pocket and offering it to Caesar, who gleefully departed. Upon hearing Wayne's words, Penn's expression darkened even further. "Oh, Penn," Wayne called out, reaching out to stop the departing Penn. "What is it?" Penn retorted, brushing Wayne's hand away irritably. Get ready. The day after tomorrow, we will board a ship to enter Marineford for the elite training camp selection, Wayne replied with a smile. Really? Indeed. Major Wilson just informed me that the naval fleet will be arriving at the G-15 branch to pick up personnel, likely the day after tomorrow, Wayne affirmed. That is fantastic. Penn exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. The elite training camp of the naval headquarters, led by Admiral Zifa and a cadre of esteemed instructors, is known as a cradle of formidable talent. It is said that Major Wilson was once a distinguished student there. Wayne delivered a sharp slap to Penn's nape. Be cautious, for should you be eliminated, Major Wilson may have his way with you, Wayne cautioned, simultaneously rubbing his hand that had struck Penn's head. Oddly enough, the more he slapped, the more gratifying it seemed. Oh, Penn murmured, retracting his outstretched foot and returning to the training room to continue his exercises. Wayne was indeed correct. Being eliminated would render it utterly shameful to return. Wayne walked along the path, and whenever a naval soldier passed by, they would respectfully greet him. Upon entering the dining hall, Wayne ordered 30 portions of food, dividing them equally with Caesar, each receiving 15. The man and his monkey embraced their abundant meal, initially shocking those around them, but eventually, it became inconsequential. In fact, they would later express their gratitude towards Wayne. His and Caesar's prodigious appetites sometimes left others without food, prompting Wayne to deem the dining hall's offerings lacking in nutrition. Consequently, he collaborated with the dining hall staff, adding the pursuit of hunting sea creatures to his training regimen. Wayne had diligently practiced for an entire month, and after satisfying his hunger, he felt it was time for a well-deserved respite. Thus, he promptly returned to his dormitory, believing that indulging in a good sleep was the essence of life. 2 days later, as he gazed upon the formidable naval headquarters warship, he felt a momentary daze. This was the manifestation of the naval headquarters might, a vessel that dwarfed even the largest of the G-16 branch. The individual tasked with receiving wine and Penn was a vice admiral named Dick from the naval headquarters. The air marshal was keenly invested in the future pillars of the Navy, aware that any present issues, though seemingly insignificant, could lead to substantial gaps in the Navy's future. Rear Admiral Wilson, the highest commander of the G-16 branch, stepped forward to salute Vice Admiral Dick. Wilson, an old friend, indeed, Dick remarked, patting Wilson's shoulder as a memory surfaced, and he mused, had it not been for that incident years ago, you might have. Seeing his old friend's demeanor, Wilson felt a pang of emotion and sighed. It is all in the past. Indeed, it is, Vice Admiral Dick responded, regaining his composure as he cast a glance at Wayne and Penn, also noting the Caesar perched upon Wayne's shoulder, carrying a monkey, quite a distinctive character. With a mischievous grin, Caesar bared its teeth at Dick, prompting Wayne to gently tap it on the back of its head, which brought an end to its antics. It was then that Vice Admiral Dick realized the peculiar nature of Wayne and Caesar. The force with which Wayne had tapped Caesar's head would have shattered the skull of an ordinary person, yet Caesar remained unscathed, clearly an extraordinary creature. This young man is indeed remarkable. Dick nodded, acknowledging that Rear Admiral Wilson's insight was truly exceptional. Wayne, unaware of the implications, casually patted Caesar, prompting General Dick to contemplate a plethora of thoughts. Caesar's mischievous nature necessitated a firmer approach to ensure his compliance. Follow me, he instructed. After bidding farewell to Major General Wilson, General Dick assigned a naval soldier to attend to Wayne and Penn, ensuring their needs for food and drink were met. Due to Wayne's aversion to social interaction and his concerns regarding Caesar's propensity for trouble, he remained confined to his quarters until they reached Marlin Vondo, where he busied himself with intricately carving patterns into the barrier to hone his control over it. Meanwhile, Caesar indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, embodying the essence of a reclusive creature. Chapter 17. Arrival at Marlin Vondo on the second day of Wayne and his companion's arrival at Marlin Vondo. All naval recruits stood in formation under the radiant sun at the elite naval training grounds, the entire venue exuding a remarkable aura. Excellent, Zephyr remarked from the stage, nodding in satisfaction. Compared to the previous session, which was predominantly filled with nepotism, this cohort undeniably radiated a heightened spirit. Wayne stood slightly taller than everyone else, his striking purple hair drawing considerable attention. Zifa gazed at Wayne and mused, had my son not perished, he would likely be of similar stature. Suppressing his sorrow deep within, Zifa regained his composure and, with a robust voice, declared, welcome to the elite training camp. What we seek at the Navy headquarters are elites, the strongest among you. Observing the seriousness that enveloped the crowd, Their eyes ablaze with determination, Zifa couldn't help but smile inwardly before continuing. Tomorrow, we shall conduct selections based solely on strength. Out of 300 participants, only 50 shall remain. The rest will return to their respective branches. With that, Zifa turned and left. While an instructor approached with a box containing 300 lots. One by one, the participants drew their lots, with Wayne standing at the end, quietly observing everyone. Once the drawing was complete, the command to disperse echoed, and all returned to their quarters. Wayne walked along the road, holding his signature stick. Whoosh! The sound of the wind cut through the air as a white figure suddenly appeared above Wayne's head. The iron fist of love. Wayne had yet to fully comprehend the situation when his head was forcefully driven into the ground by a single punch. It hurt so much. Wayne felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his entire being, every cell emitting signals of agony, accompanied by a faint sensation of hockey. Admiral Karp, what do you intend to do? Without a moment's hesitation, Wayne recognized it was indeed Karp. After all, there were no pirates in the Marine headquarters. And only Karp could exhibit such reckless behavior. Ha! You're quite astute, young man. How did you deduce it was I? Karp laughed heartily, giving Wayne a playful pat on the shoulder. Who else could be so utterly absurd? Deep within, Wayne silently scoffed, yet wore a cheerful smile as he remarked. Only under the might of Rear Admiral Karp would your punches possess such vigor. Moreover, I sensed a hint of hockey emanating from you. Perhaps Rear Admiral Karp wishes for me to experience its power in advance. Ha! What discernment? Karp gave Wayne a thumbs up, acknowledging the sentiment. They all claim that I am particularly unreliable, but who comprehends the depths of my intentions? Karp feigned a heartbroken demeanor, patting his chest, and said to Wayne, young man, you truly understand me. The others are fools, unable to grasp my earnest efforts. However, Karp pinched Wayne's arm, commenting, well-developed muscles, firm and compact. Your training is commendable, your bones are resilient, and your ligaments possess remarkable elasticity. Wilson was indeed correct. You could potentially fulfill his aspirations. Karp mused. Wait, Rear Admiral Karp. Do you know Major Wilson? Wayne inquired with curiosity. If Rear Admiral Dick is acquainted with him, and so is Rear Admiral Karp, who exactly is this Major Wilson? That is not something for you to comprehend. It pertains to matters involving the government and the Navy. Just know that Wilson was once Zifa's most esteemed disciple, Karp chuckled. Now, go forth and strive. May you become the next Wilson. I shall continue my challenge to break the record for eating rice crackers. Without waiting for Wayne's response, Karp departed. Impressive indeed. Watching Karp's retreating figure, Wayne discreetly rubbed his hands together. He was not entirely unprepared. It was merely that his defenses had yet to be established. And in a moment of distraction, he was caught off guard. Such is the essence of one force-shattering myriad techniques. Lying in bed, Wayne fell asleep, embracing the yearning to grow stronger. The following day, Wayne, Penn, and Caesar stood on the sidelines. Their eyes glazed as they observed the fierce combat within the arena. When it was Wayne's turn, he effortlessly unleashed a barrier, sending his opponent crashing into the ground with a mere flick of his wrist. Penn, too, swiftly dispatched his adversary, not even resorting to his practiced quick-draw sword technique. Meanwhile, Caesar chirped incessantly, expressing his discontent with Penn's prowess, declaring, I, a monkey from the great current, require mightier challengers to hone my skills. Wayne cast a glance at Caesar, knowing that his turn to face the arena would soon arrive. The way Penn was observing Caesar suggested that something significant might transpire. Just then, Admiral Karp appeared, and Wayne's eyes lit up. The old man resembled a playful child, undoubtedly fond of entertaining himself. Admiral Karp, Wayne exclaimed, bounding towards him with exuberance. Oh, it is young Wayne. What brings you to seek the old man? Karp inquired, munching on a packet of snacks, his curiosity piqued upon seeing Wayne approach. Well, here's the situation, Wayne replied sheepishly. Your turn is approaching, and I thought it best to entrust Caesar into your care. What? Karp exclaimed, casually picking his nose and flinging a lump of biochemical weaponry at Wayne's feet. Is it not possible to give that ugly giant over there instead? He gestured towards Penn. Initially elated by Karp's attention, Penn's joy quickly dissipated upon hearing himself referred to as an ugly giant. Though I may not be handsome, I assure you, I possess a gentle nature, he lamented. When awkwardly remarked, Pung can't possibly outmatch Caesar. Caesar has previously consumed a devil fruit, transforming into a formidable beast. Thus he is also my combat companion. Intriguingly, Karp regarded Caesar as one with a precious treasure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Caesar, frolicking on one shoulder, audaciously gestured a middle finger towards Carp, who, undeterred, swiftly seized Caesar. Ow, ow, ow. Despite Caesar's frantic struggles, Carp treated him like a mere plaything, repeatedly toying with him. All right, you may leave, Carp declared, his gaze fixated on Caesar as he ambled away without lifting his head. Boss, I was mistaken. Please, save me, Caesar pleaded. Let us go, no more staring, when admonished, delivering a light tap to Peng's nape. It's your turn. Oh, please don't hit me, you scoundrel. My hands are simply restless. The second round commenced. Win and Pin once again effortlessly triumphed over their adversaries, as a significant number of the 300 were closely connected. Among the remaining 75 individuals, one discerned several formidable figures, including the flying squirrel, the ghost spider, the fiery mountain, the Doberman, the Dalmatian, a user of the spot dog fruit, the garden of deities, Smoker, and of course, Pen, who stood by Wen's side. It appears that a considerable portion of the future elite Navy admirals will emerge from this very cohort. Vane's face radiated an unmistakable excitement, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 18, The Duel Against the Dormouse. The following day, at the elite training camp arena, there remained 75 naval cadets, with 25 more to be eliminated. In the upcoming match, Vane would face the Dormouse. At the command of the instructor, Vane and the Dormouse ascended to the arena simultaneously, both approaching with a composed demeanor, devoid of any ostentation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Caesar witnessed his leader preparing for battle, he scrambled desperately to get closer, eager to behold his leader's gallant form, while simultaneously attempting to escape the clutches of the malevolent elder. Bang! With Caesar causing quite a ruckus. Carp delivered a powerful love-infused punch, leaving Caesar whimpering in protest. While leader, please come to my rescue. Curse that wretched old man. Keep your distance from me. Standing upon the platform, Wayne and the flying squirrel regarded each other with utmost seriousness. The flying squirrel spoke. Wayne, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet I too shall exert every ounce of my effort. Wayne reached for a massive barrier mace, understanding that to confront such a swordsman, whose offense was formidable yet defense lacking, one must employ a more forceful approach, ideally, a single strike to resolve the encounter once and for all. The Dormouse belonged to the type of individual who was ruthless and spoke little, silently, and relentlessly delivering blows. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Wayne deftly maneuvered to his left, evading the weasel's direct strike. With a swift motion, he brandished his spiked club and aimed a blow at the weasel's shoulder. How astonishingly swift. The weasel was taken aback by Wayne's speed, as his stature seemed incongruent with such agility. In response to Wayne's assault with the spiked club, the weasel swiftly ascended, rolling on the ground to evade the impending impact. Although it appeared somewhat clumsy, it proved to be quite effective. The weasel then swung its blade, unleashing a white arc of slashing energy towards Wayne. A barrier. 5 lines of severance. Vane deftly dispersed the slicing strike, as 5 strands of barrier materialized like long blades, aimed at the flying squirrel. With a swift leap, the squirrel ascended, raising its weapon above its head, attempting to execute a descending technique to conclude the battle. Humph. Vane let out a cold snort as a barrier materialized above him. As the flying squirrel descended, it did not attempt to strike Vane with its blade. Instead, it pressed its foot against the barrier, utilizing the force to alter its trajectory and launch a slicing attack from the side. What? Vane's body bristled with tension as he narrowly evaded a downward strike. Fortunately, the weasel's attack came in a vertical motion. Had it been horizontal, Vane might have met his untimely end. Indeed, Zephyr observed from his elevated vantage point alongside the capricious old man Carp, as Vane and the weasel clashed in combat. With Zephyr's keen perception, he discerned that the weasel's defeat was merely a matter of time. The swordsman excelled in offense, while Vane's prowess lay in defense, making their confrontation particularly challenging. Moreover, the weasel's stamina paled in comparison to Vane's, thus sealing his fate. As anticipated, after exchanging blows for several rounds, the weasel began to slow, adopting a defensive posture. This lad is finished, Carp mused, stroking his chin. Once the weasel resorts to defense, it signifies his impending defeat. Vane's attacks were not only agile and varied, but also possessed tremendous force, far beyond what the weasel could withstand. No sooner had Carp spoken than Vane delivered a decisive blow, sending the weasel soaring out of the arena. Is he all right? Wayne leapt off the field and extended his right hand towards the squirrel. The squirrel glanced at Wayne's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before placing his left hand upon it, allowing Wayne to pull him up. Next time, I shall not be defeated. I will triumph over you, the squirrel declared with unwavering determination. Ah, very well. I shall await your challenge. Wayne responded with a light chuckle as he hoisted the squirrel up. Not far away, Ping was waiting for him. Fortune still favored Peng, as he encountered an opponent whose prowess was only slightly inferior to his own. He had narrowly avoided disaster, managing to vanquish his adversary at a critical moment with a triple-layered strike. The squirrel watched Wayne's departing figure, gripping his long knife tightly, etching Wayne's image into his memory. Turning away, the squirrel left, knowing that after the third match, 14 more individuals would be selected from those already eliminated. He was resolute in his ambition to join the elite naval training camp. After finishing their meals in the cafeteria, Wayne and Pin parted ways. Wayne felt compelled to intensify his training in preparation for the future. He made his way to the seaside, where he enveloped himself in a thin layer of protective energy before plunging into the ocean, utilizing the immense pressure of the water to enhance his training. Pin, on the other hand, contemplated the challenges he faced that day and decided to refine his swordsmanship in the naval dojo dedicated to kendo. Suddenly, while holding a massive stone underwater, Wayne realized he had neglected something important. However, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was likely inconsequential, and resolved to focus on his practice. Meanwhile, Caesar felt as though he were on the brink of death. The demonic elder had yet to relent. He had initially contemplated transforming into a formidable beast to deliver a crushing blow to Carp, but reality proved that one must still contend with the formidable challenges ahead. After enduring a series of trials, Caesar surrendered to fate, entering a state of resigned acceptance. The following day, after a rigorous selection process, 50 elite naval personnel remained standing in the arena. As Wayne had anticipated, figures like Ghost Spider and Squirrel were among them, particularly Squirrel, who had emerged victorious in the final selection, advancing to the elite training camp. Zifa stood elevated, a smile gracing his features, though he believed he had lost a son. He now regarded these students as his own. I am aware that there is a sense of rivalry among you, yet this class requires a leader. Now, who among you believes they possess the capability? Zifa asked, his eyes alight with expectation. If one lacks the confidence to assert themselves among peers, how can they hope to command respect from subordinates in the future? Wayne was the first to raise his hand, for some matters must be earnestly pursued, and showcasing one's true abilities is the rightful path. As for those who incessantly wish to play the role of the fool to deceive the tiger, they may find that after pretending for too long, they become the fool indeed. Many are aware of the battle between Wayne and the flying squirrel. Wayne's fruit abilities, combat intuition, and physical prowess instill considerable apprehension in them. After assessing their own capabilities, a significant number hesitated, yet some still yearned to take the plunge. The Ghost Spider was the second to raise his hand. Only absolute justice can guide the elite training camp to amplify the forces of righteousness. One by one, individuals such as Jiun, Fire Mountain, Dalmesia, Doberman, and Smoker also raised their hands, while Peng was already persuaded by Wayne and Caesar, deciding to closely follow in Wayne's footsteps. The flying squirrel kept a watchful eye on Wayne, his gaze wavering. He believed he could not defeat Wayne. I will not back down, Wayne. The flying squirrel seemed to have made a firm resolution, ultimately raising his hand at last. Excellent. Zephyr applauded those who had raised their hands, regardless of the outcome. This display of confidence signifies that they will indeed become commendable Navy officers in the future. Zephyr cast a satisfied glance at Wayne, who had raised his hand first, and declared, in that case, tomorrow, you 8 will compete here to determine who can truly lead the elite training camp. Yes. Chapter 19. The head of the Navy as anticipation filled the air, a day gradually unfolded. Early in the morning, Wayne and Penn were the first to arrive, arriving even before dawn. After a while, Zephyr and Carp also made their entrance. Upon noticing the sage monkey in Carp's possession, Wayne suddenly recalled what he had forgotten. Caesar. Hey, Wayne. Carp called out from a distance, and upon hearing the commotion, Caesar's eyes sparkled with a desperate will to survive as he scrambled into Wayne's embrace. Silence, Carp exclaimed, delivering a punch to Caesar's head, causing the monkey to immediately roll his eyes and faint. Hey, Wayne. This monkey will be in my care for a couple of days, Carp declared, disregarding Wayne's consent as he lifted Caesar by the nape, treating him as if he were a mere dog. Wailing, Caesar shed tears of sorrow, thinking, damn that wicked old man. The day my monkey prowess reaches its peak will be the day I stand over you. Zephyr arrived next, followed closely by the remaining competitors for leadership. Vane stood in the center of the arena, a gentle smile adorning his face, yet his words rendered everyone's countenance grave. You all shall join forces. It is the perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of our recent endeavors, Vane proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. What? Astonishment swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated Vane's audacity. Vane, do not be so presumptuous. Even the usually placid Fire Mountain was incensed. It is the truth. I never deceive, Vane intoned solemnly, his calm demeanor underscored by a serious gaze that conveyed sincerity. Vane, should you manage to defeat all of us, I, the Weasel, shall gladly become your subordinate, he declared, arms crossed in respect for those of strength. Me as well, echoed Ghost Spider and Dalmesia, both admiring the prowess of formidable individuals. Ha ha ha, delightful. Truly delightful, Zephyr. This lad embodies the spirit of my youth. I too was once like this. Boomed an elder, laughter resonating through the air. Vane, young man, you have my support. His actions resonated well with Carp's inclinations. Indeed, Zephyr nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the days when Kazan, Sakazuki, and Wilson captivated all trainees to become the leaders of the elite training camp, naturally excluding that rogue Borisolino. Everyone took to the arena. No one found fault in this arrangement, for it was Vane's own request, and who would not relish the opportunity to eliminate a formidable adversary? Surrounded by the crowd, Wayne perceived that only by swiftly vanquishing all his adversaries with overwhelming force could he truly shine, making a name for himself at the naval headquarters and paving the way for future endeavors. Barrier. Magnification. Vane transformed directly into a colossal, solid barrier giant towering several meters high. As his strength and power grew, the size of the barrier he could manipulate expanded significantly. With a thunderous impact, the barrier giant swung a fist towards the squirrel, who, feeling the immense pressure of the wind, deftly lunged forward to evade the giant's devastating blow. Life was restored. The eight-sword style, Ghost Spider, truly epitomized the pinnacle of life restoration. Even before mastering the Navy's 6 styles, he grasped the concept of life restoration through sheer talent. Now, the Ghost Spider resembled a terrifying arachnid with 8 blade-like limbs, each a weapon of lethal precision. The 8-sword style, 8-blade drill, converged into a colossal drill that collided with the chest of the barrier giant, yet it proved futile. The Ghost Spider landed gracefully, narrowly escaping the giant's attack and jumping out of its reach. The Death's wing sliced through the air like an ethereal wing, striking the giant's arm, but merely dislodged a layer of dust from its surface. Such a 360-degree defense was utterly merciless. The Ghost Spider mused inwardly. Dalmesia transformed into a half-canine figure, clinging to the barrier giant like a flea. Fire Mountain shouted, "Quick! Utilize our speed advantage. Vane's barrier giant is sluggish, and the power of the devil fruit requires stamina to sustain. Let's wear him down." Indeed, Smoker replied, knowing that as a user of the smoke fruit, he held an advantage over Vane, who had yet to master hockey. Vane couldn't touch him. All he had to do was prolong the battle, and victory would be his. Do you think you can wear me down with speed? How naive. The barrier giant bristled with spikes all over its body, and Dalmetia's hand was pierced, causing him to fall from the giant. As everyone gathered to assist Dalmetia, they gazed at the war machine-like barrier giant, feeling utterly vexed. It was immovable and unapproachable, solid as a rock, leaving them without a viable plan. Have you all had enough? Vane cracked his knuckles and stretched his shoulders, fatigued from standing for so long. Now it's my turn. With astonishing speed, the barrier giant moved behind the squirrel and Fire Mountain. After enduring a year of deep-sea trials, Vane had mastered the skill of the barrier giant to perfection, and his formidable stamina provided the impetus for rapid movement. Boom! With a single strike, Dalmetia could not evade in time and was sent sprawling to the ground. The force was terrifying. Witnessing the massive palm print left on the ground, the Ghost Spider's pupils constricted, acutely aware of the disparity between them. When defense reaches a certain threshold, it transforms into a formidable offense. The Death Waltz. The Ghost Spider unsheathed his renowned blade, Jinkunro, delivering a flurry of arc-like slashes against various parts of the barrier giant. Each strike felt akin to swatting at an annoying mosquito, exceedingly bothersome. Wayne has adopted an alternative approach to his assault. The barrier. The Black Dragon King, Jobalis. Under Wayne's meticulous manipulation, the head of the barrier giant gradually transformed into a grotesque dragon's head, its body beginning to swell, revealing countless cannon ports. A carpet bombing of barrier projectiles was unleashed, all aimed at the specter spiders, initiating a barrage of overwhelming firepower. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. In the aftermath of the cacophony, the entire arena resembled a scene turned upside down, strewn with chaos. Except for Ji Yuan and Smog, the remaining individuals lay incapacitated. Eyes rolled back in defeat. Wayne refrained from delivering a fatal blow, considering them all future subordinates. Whoever was harmed would be held accountable. Ji Yuan appeared to have an epiphany, deftly evading Wayne's projectiles, while Smog resorted to trickery, showcasing the true might of his natural abilities. Seizing the moment while Smog was still consolidating his dissipating form, Wayne reached out, encasing Smog within a sealed barrier space, leaving only him. Vane dismantled the barrier titan, advancing step by step towards Ji Yuan. As an adversary, I shall not regard you as a mere woman. How fortunate. Ji Yuan trembled as he grasped the golden kunro once more. The barrier manifested, encasing Vane's hand, yet with a single punch, Vane sent Ji Yuan crashing into the wall. Admiral Zephyr. Soon I shall be the head of the elite training camp. Indeed, Vane performed admirably. Women merely served to hinder my striking speed. One could easily discern the voice of that irreverent old man, Carp. Chapter 20. An explanation of the protagonist's life on the deserted island. I have noticed that some readers are perplexed by the protagonist's 8-year struggle on the deserted island, culminating in the defeat of a bear. It is quite normal for the protagonist to begin with relatively weak abilities. In other pirate narratives, protagonists often exhibit formidable strength from the outset, primarily due to their access to sustenance, at the very least ensuring their basic needs are met. However, our protagonist commences his journey on a deserted island. A 6-year-old child without the barrier fruit would have succumbed long ago. It was previously mentioned that the protagonist acquired his spark during a thunderstorm, but what transpired before that tempest? Certainly, he must have subsisted on raw meat, leading to inevitable gastrointestinal distress. In dire circumstances, he may have resorted to consuming spoiled flesh for survival, resulting in nutritional deficiencies during his development. Such factors would undoubtedly hinder his ascension to strength, creating a vicious cycle where delayed nourishment further postpones his growth. Additionally, the protagonist's improper training could lead to latent injuries and minor deformities, reinforcing the notion that his initial power level is quite reasonable. Furthermore, regarding the selection of candidates for the Navy's elite training camp, I have slightly altered the timeline. In my vision, I aspire to assemble a cohesive special forces unit that will be established following the protagonist's promotion to Vice Admiral. Chapter 21. The Bewildered Zephyr. One did not succumb to Carp's unscrupulous intentions. Instead, he personally carried Ji Yuan to the infirmary, enduring the pain to pay for the medical expenses before departing alone. Alas, Vane gently patted his withered, dog-eared wallet. Although his stay here was free of charge, the emptiness within always stirred a sense of unease. This was a hallmark of the traditional mindset of the old Qin people. Poverty weighed heavily on the heart. What could one do in such dire straits? Perhaps it was best to delve into the depths of the ocean for training, for overthinking only caused headaches. With a resigned shrug, he sought out a secluded spot and, adhering to his customary routine, descended into the deep sea to commence another day of cultivation. Another day of empowerment had slipped by unnoticed. In the morning, the 60 participants of the elite training camp gathered at the training ground. Among them, 50 were selected individuals, while 10 were appointed by the world government. After all, the Navy operated under the aegis of the world government. Zephyr sauntered over, surveying the crowd. Upon noticing the 10 representatives from the world government, his brow furrowed slightly. But upon catching sight of Vane, a flicker of delight illuminated his expression. Indeed, the more he observed him, the more pleasing he appeared. Suppressing his joy, Zephyr cleared his throat and announced, "Now, does anyone have any objections to Vane becoming the camp leader for this session?" All eyes turned toward the individual standing at the forefront. Save for Smoker, the rest bore signs of recent altercations. With Dalmatia's arm wrapped in bandages and Ji Yuan leaning on a cane for support. And no objections, the Weasel stammered, "We have no issues with Captain Vane." At this point, the Weasel's face turned an uncommon shade of crimson. "Very well, I hereby appoint Vane as the leader of the elite training camp," Zephyr declared with a grin. "Now, return to your quarters to regroup. In the morning, the instructors will impart essential knowledge for you as naval officers. And in the afternoon, I will supervise your training. The weekend is yours to manage as you see fit, and you may approach me with any queries regarding cultivation." Noticing the silence from the assembly, Zephyr furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you understand?" The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, Admiral Zephyr." "Good. From now on, Refer to me as teacher. Dismissed. Vane was instructed to stay behind as Zephyr waved the others off. Approaching Vane, Zephyr patted him on the shoulder. Excellent. In my day, Wilson, Kazan, and Sakazuki all traverse this path. I recognize that you have yet to unleash your full potential. Remember, physical strength is of utmost importance, Zephyr admonished earnestly. I understand, Admiral. Teacher, Vane quickly amended upon sensing Zephyr's discontent. Indeed, Zephyr nodded, gesturing for Vane to follow him. Carp asked me to summon you. He mentioned that the white-haired monkey you brought him has refused to eat or drink, and he wants you to take it back. Understood. Wayne spoke with a hint of impatience, expressing that Caesar had been his companion for nearly 2 years, and he had missed him during their time apart. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Zephyr found Wayne's influence to be remarkably positive, even contemplating the prospect of nurturing Wayne as the next generation's naval hero. Upon arriving at Captain Carp's office, Wayne had yet to knock when Carp's languid voice floated through the crack of the door. Is that you, Wayne? Come in quickly and take this bothersome monkey away. Carp said impatiently. I kindly ask you to take care of this. Vice Admiral Carp, Wayne replied. By the way, Wayne, where do you hail from? I'm quite curious about the kind of parents who could raise such a remarkable talent. Carp inquired, his curiosity piqued, and Zephyr, initially intending to leave, also lingered out of intrigue. Ah, well, I suppose I am an orphan, Wayne said, scratching his head with a grin. Oh, you suppose? Carp's interest was further ignited. Yes, Wayne recalled his past vividly. I believe I was around 6 years old when my mother took me out to celebrate my birthday, only to be attacked by pirates. I ended up adrift on a deserted island in a small wooden barrel. A wooden barrel? Carp and Zephyr, both astute, immediately grasped the significance, with Zephyr nearly rising to inquire if Wayne was indeed his son. Feeling a bit parched, Wayne poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle and absent-mindedly groomed Caesar before continuing. After I regained consciousness, I acquired the barrier fruit. I remained on the island for 8 years, during which I overcame all the creatures inhabiting it. Eventually, I joined the G16 branch, and nearly 2 years later, I arrived here. Realizing he may have shared too much, Wayne stood to bid farewell to Carp. I must take my leave, Vice Admiral Carp. Wait, Wayne. Surely your mother was quite beautiful. What was her name? In an instant, it seemed all the intellect of the monkey family converged upon Carp, who began to pry into Wayne's words. H.M.? Wayne looked at Carp in surprise, wondering what was amiss. Did this eccentric old man seek a second spring? Although puzzled, Wayne, acknowledging his mother's passing, replied truthfully. Her name? I believe it was Lizzie. She had golden hair and wore a floral dress that day. Lizzie, golden hair, floral dress. These 3 descriptors echoed in Carp and Zephyr's minds, confirming it. This was indeed Zephyr's offspring. Zephyr was momentarily stunned, as boundless joy overwhelmed his heart. Shattering his inner defenses, he felt he might need some time to compose himself. Vice Admiral Carp, is there anything else? Wayne was now ready to depart. He still had training to complete that day. I have no further matters. You may leave, Carp stammered. Oh. Casting a dubious glance at Carp and the distracted Zephyr, Wayne turned to leave. Just as he was poised to push open the office door, Carp seemed to recall something and inquired. May I ask you a question? What is it? Wayne replied. If your father were still alive, would you accept him? Upon posing the question, Carp gazed at Wayne with a tense expression, while Zephyr abruptly lifted his head, fixating on Wayne. Whether he exists or not makes no difference. Wayne retorted dismissively, shutting the door behind him without a backward glance, clearly repulsed by Carp's inquiry. In truth, Wayne harbored a profound disdain for those who abandon their families, regardless of the circumstances. This sentiment had persisted from his previous life, and now, having traversed into this new existence where his parents were the same as before, the bond of blood proved insurmountable. Thus, at times, Wayne would find himself alone in his room, wishing fervently for his negligent father to meet his end, preferably leaving behind not a trace of his wretchedness. Enough of this thought, he resolved. Caesar, let us head to the cafeteria. Boss, I am on the verge of starving. Let us hurry. Reflecting on his past life on the deserted island, Wayne felt a sense of lamentation. To be frank, had it not been for the chaotic struggle to sustain life in the early days, searching for fire, ensuring basic nourishment, it would not have taken nearly 3 years. Alas, it was indeed a formidable challenge for a 6-year-old to survive alone, only managing to refrain from subsisting on decaying flesh after more than a year. How pitiful. The initial physical condition was quite inadequate, and both sustenance and training were fraught with difficulties, compounded by hidden injuries. If only I had not encountered such misfortune. I could have been a great general by 10 and a marshal by 12. Chapter 22. Dormitory members. Ween has departed to the dining hall for a meal. And after finishing his repast, he intends to return to the dormitory, which accommodates 6 individuals, making it essential to maintain harmonious relationships. Karp approached Zifa, waving his hand in front of him, yet Zifa exhibited little reaction. For a moment, Karp found himself uncertain of Zifa's current state, and thus took a seat in a secluded corner, extracting a pack of rice crackers to consume. After a prolonged silence, Zifa's bloodshot eyes lifted, fixating intently on Karp. His gaze filled with anguish and torment, yet hidden within was a glimmer of astonishment. Zifa felt an overwhelming contradiction. He yearned to proclaim to the world that Ween is indeed his son, his biological offspring, but he hesitated. Especially upon learning of Ween's solitary existence on a deserted island for 8 long years. 8 years. Zifa could scarcely fathom how Ween had endured, particularly at the tender age of 6. Zifa, already burdened by guilt for having neglected his family in his relentless pursuit of work, felt even more unworthy of being Ween's father upon discovering his son's plight. It was no wonder he found Ween so endearing. The very thought of Ween as his successor had begun to take root in his mind. How could it be? Ween is truly his son. Karp, startled, exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? I fear that this is all a fabrication, that Ween is not my son. Yet, I also dread the possibility that it is indeed true, that Ween is my son." Zifa uttered these conflicting sentiments. Karp, placing the rice crackers aside, gazed at Zifa with a puzzled expression. "I can understand your fear of it being false, but why do you fear its truth? Because if it is true, I cannot fathom the suffering Ween endured in his youth. How can I face the deceased Lizzie? I am unworthy of being Ween as father. Even Ween himself feels indifferent to my presence. I have been a failure all my life," Zifa said, his complexion pale, biting his lip until it bled. Sighing, Karp felt at a loss in the face of such turmoil. Zifa believed himself unworthy of fatherhood, while Ween felt it inconsequential whether he had a father or not. This was indeed a complex situation. Do not dwell solely on what you have lost or on your perceived unworthiness. Consider what you can amend and what you can still do, Karp urged, placing a reassuring hand on Zifa's shoulder before returning to his rice crackers. Indeed, I must ponder what I can rectify. Since events have transpired as they have, Ween's suffering is now a thing of the past. I shall ensure that you, Ween, will never suffer again. I would stake everything for you, Zifa. Perhaps then, you will truly be able to call me father. But at present, I am not deserving." With this realization, Zifa's spirits visibly lifted. "Thank you, Karp." Zephyr gazed at Karp with a smile, but suddenly a curious thought struck him. He pointed and remarked, "I never expected you to possess the ability to comfort and guide others, Karp. How rare indeed. Away with you." Karp retorted angrily, swatting Zephyr's hand aside. "I am quite perceptive. It is merely that you all have overlooked my capabilities. Tomorrow, I shall inform that young lad, Wayne, about your relationship. Please, don't. Why not? I am not yet worthy. When I feel I have earned that right, I shall personally introduce myself to Wayne. Do as you wish, but my drag is more obedient. By the way, isn't Drag one of the instructors?" "Yes, he applied for the position himself. After recently suppressing a rebellion in a nation. It appears he was somewhat shaken and needs to calm his emotions. I hope he will be all right. Rest assured, Drag is my pride." He would never entertain any irrational thoughts. After their meal, they coated Caesar with a protective membrane. From this day forth, Caesar would train alongside Wayne to grow stronger. Upon entering the deep sea for the first time, the enchanting underwater scenery captivated Caesar, who chattered incessantly, complaining about why Wayne had not brought him down sooner. "You were preoccupied with your monkey swordplay and practicing monkey fist, while I was entirely focused on my training and forgot about you. So, fine. I shall bring you along from now on. I want compensation." Caesar gestured with 5 fingers. "All right, I shall give you 5 bananas later." Caesar joyfully splashed through the water. When they arrived at Wayne's usual training spot, however, Caesar's excitement waned. He found himself unable to move, blinking up at Wayne. "Do not look at me like that." Wayne, slightly strained, waved his hand and then activated the barrier. He transformed into a colossal barrier giant, enduring the immense pressure of the sea while training with punches and kicks. Seeing this, Caesar also extended his limbs, gradually growing stronger under the sea's pressure. As he felt his strength increase, Caesar's eyes sparkled with determination. Intensifying his training in hopes of one day delivering a powerful blow to Karp, giving that devilish old man a taste of his own medicine. As the day faded away, Wayne and Caesar continued their training, and soon it was night. Following the room number, Wayne approached dormitory 2369. This must be the place. He knocked on the door, knowing he would reside here for the next 3 years. A familiar face opened the door. It was Squirrel. Well, what a surprise to see you, Squirrel. Wayne exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it's not just me. There are also Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Dalmesia, Pin, and, oh yes, someone recommended by the world government. Squirrel welcomed Wayne inside. Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Dalmesia, and Pin all greeted Wayne with expressions of joy, aware that being in Wayne's presence as the elite training camp's leader would bring numerous advantages. I presume you are His Excellency Wayne. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Harry. A benevolent and gentle rotund man, clad in a hurdle vest and deep crimson shorts, exuded none of the solemnity typically associated with the world government. Ah, what a pleasure, Wayne said, extending his right hand to shake hands with Harry, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. May I call you Boss Wayne? Harry replied with a beaming smile, his small eyes brimming with admiration and aspiration towards Wayne. Certainly, from now on. I shall look after you. Wayne chuckled, though his gaze remained as tranquil as still waters. It was perplexing how such a person had infiltrated the ranks of the world government, establishing rapport with the most formidable individuals of the elite training camp right from the outset. Quite remarkable indeed, Wayne thought to himself, gently patting Harry's ample belly as if basking in the morning breeze. Harry, it's time for you to shed some weight. Harry rubbed his belly in feigned distress, saying, Indeed. I'll have to rely on your support, Wayne. Absolutely. Chapter 23. Life in the training camp on the first day at the elite training camp. All the students sat in their designated seats in unison. Today, the renowned General Long would grace them with his presence to impart some fundamental knowledge of cultivation. While everyone awaited his arrival, Wayne subtly observed the other individuals from the world government through the corner of his eye. It seemed that the previous cohort had been composed of individuals with connections, which had brought disrepute to the world government. This time, however, they were all true elites, except for Harry, who was still asleep. Wayne helplessly glanced at the rotund figure beside him, still lost in slumber. Whatever he thought. At that moment, a naval commander, draped in a cloak, strode confidently into the classroom. With a spiky hairstyle and a stern demeanor, he appeared quite formidable. I am your instructor for the discipline of cultivation knowledge, and my name is Dorag. Henceforth, I shall be responsible for imparting this knowledge to you, Dorag declared with gravity. It is imperative that everyone remembers my expectations. My standards are stringent, and my courses demand your utmost seriousness. Should anyone choose to be negligent as he spoke, Dorag approached the still slumbering Harry, his expression darkening. With a swift kick, he sent Harry tumbling out of the classroom. Ack! A cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed as Harry, feeling wronged, hurried back, exclaiming, Instructor, why did you hit me? For every breach of discipline, I shall deliver a punishment. Now, return and sit properly, Dorag retorted with a cold snort. Oh, Harry muttered. Bam! The classroom door swung open, and an elderly gentleman, obliviously digging for treasure in his nose, entered. Oh, it's Dorag. I merely came to take a look. I'll be leaving shortly. Upon catching sight of Dorag's menacing glare, Carp felt a twinge of guilt. Be on your way, then. Do not linger here, Dorag waved dismissively, exuding disdain for the old man's presence. Carp theatrically clutched his chest, feigning distress. Oh dear, Dorag, how you have changed. Whatever happened to that little rascal who used to shout for world peace and call me daddy every day? With a suppressed laugh, Dorag's face darkened. He knew his students were already in fits of laughter behind him. You. Dorag trembled with rage, pointing at Carp as if he might strangle him. How dare you raise a hand against your father? Carp's eyes widened as he swung his fist at Dorag's head. The notorious love's iron fist from Carp held significant sway over Dorag's psyche. Thinking quickly, Dorag implored, Father, spare me some dignity. Shall we settle this outside? Carp scrutinized the classroom's occupants and, deeming it inappropriate, stormed out in a huff, with Dorag trailing closely behind. Moments later, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Dorag re-entered, sporting a sizable bump on his head. Carp's notorious method of discipline was well known. Perhaps the seeds of a revolutionary army, poised to challenge oppression, were indeed sown from the lessons imparted by Carp's formidable hand. Class dismissed, Dorag muttered sullenly before exiting, his head bowed. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. As Dorag had not ventured far, the classroom erupted with even more robust laughter, leaving him feeling increasingly embarrassed. In the afternoon sun, All the students stood in 6 rows and 10 columns, awaiting Zephyr's inspection. Zephyr walked past each row, and upon seeing Wayne at the front, a swell of pride surged within him. This is my offspring. Look at that nose, that hair, that facial structure. Clearly, he takes after me. Sigh. With such exceptional qualities, I wonder which family's daughter will be fortunate enough to have him. It was evident that Zephyr's thoughts had strayed. Realizing that the inspection had lasted a bit too long, he gathered his thoughts and returned to the stage. Ahem, the spirit is commendable, splendid. Next, run around the playground for 500 laps. Initially, Zephyr wore a cheerful smile, but then, like a smiling tiger, he announced the day's training regimen. Note, 1 lap is 1,000 meters. The crowd exchanged glances, not a single person moved, as all eyes turned toward Wayne, who stood at the forefront. Wincherin ventured into the thicket adjacent to the playground, emerging with a colossal boulder resembling a small mountain. Given his current physical prowess, he could easily run all day. Thus, he resorted to a weighted run to test his limits. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Wincherin hoisted the massive stone and took to the track, leading the charge. Seeing their leader's determination, the others felt compelled to follow suit. Except for Harry, the remaining members of Dormitory 369 silently entered the thicket to select boulders they deemed manageable. Shouldering them as they began their run, Jiun, Deoboman, and Smog imitated the act of carrying stones while running, since they had increased the difficulty. Zifa decreed that none of the stones could touch the ground until exhaustion set in. With the thunderous sound of their heavy footsteps echoing, the sky gradually darkened. The portly Harry was the first to concede, now flushed and collapsed like a defeated dog at Zifa's feet. After the 350th lap, it became evident that others were beginning to falter. By the 400th lap, only the group of 9 still bearing stones continued their relentless pace. However, by the 420th lap, both Wushu and Smog were nearing their limits. Their steps slowed, breaths became labored, and their gazes began to drift into a daze. Wayne slowed his pace, positioning himself ahead of the 2 individuals on the track. Place your stones atop mine, Wayne commanded. Huh? What? The 2, momentarily distracted, failed to catch his words. I said, place your stones atop mine. Wayne raised his voice, observing the beads of sweat cascading down Wayne's brow. They shook their heads in refusal. No way, boss. This is our affair. We cannot burden you with it. After catching their breath, they continued. Since you are a leader, I shall bear the weight of a leader's responsibilities. Obey. Quickly, Wayne reprimanded with a furrowed brow. The 2 exchanged glances and reluctantly placed their stones on top of Wayne's. Apologies, boss, they chorused. It's fine, hurry, Wayne replied, inhaling deeply as he accelerated once more. By the 450th lap, the size of Wayne's boulder had increased significantly. Except for Jiun, everyone had placed their stones atop Wayne's. Hey, Jiun, halt. It was evident that Jiun had reached her limit. She could barely hear Wayne's voice. Observing this, Wayne decisively kicked Jiun's stone aside, and with a deft application of force, her stone landed squarely atop his. What are you doing? Jiun glared at Wayne. If you wish to complete Teacher Zephyr's task, you may continue, Wayne replied coldly. You. Humph. Acknowledging her fault, Jiun had no choice but to jog alongside Wayne at a slow pace. Chapter 24. The short film after taking the final step. Wayne exerted all his strength to hurl the massive boulder he had been carrying back, the impact reverberating through the ground, startling everyone present and eliciting their awe-filled gazes towards him. Very good. Zephyr expressed his satisfaction, clearly impressed by the promising talent within this cohort, particularly Wayne, who exhibited undeniable potential as a leader. Wayne, Jiun, Squirrel, Smog, Ghost Spider, you may rest. The rest of you, continue, whether walking or crawling. Complete a total of 500 laps. No need to look. It was yet another of Harry's lamentations. Zephyr, known for his seriousness, could not tolerate such raucous outbursts. In a fit of anger, he directed his ire at Harry. The others shall proceed. You will add 50 laps. What? I refuse. Harry was taken aback, but upon seeing Zephyr's stern expression, the remaining participants resumed their running or walking. This is an elite training camp. My father is Hart, the overseer of the world government's finances, Harry boasted, asserting his right to avoid exertion despite his father's significant efforts to enable his entry into the training camp for the sake of weight loss. This is the Navy. My father is Hart. I am Admiral Zephyr. My father controls the budget. Do you believe I won't strike you? You. Harry tugged at his trousers, glaring at Zephyr. Run if you dare. With that, Harry began to jog, his ample frame in motion, shouting, "Just wait. When I turn back, I'll have my dad dock your wages." "You still dare to speak?" In a fit of anger, Zephyr picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Harry's backside. Harry clasped his rear and continued to run, this time refraining from making any bold threats. "Curse you, Zephyr. Just wait, you featherless beast," Harry muttered bitterly to himself. Meanwhile, the group of 9, granted a moment's respite by Zephyr, sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the remaining members still moving about the playground. "I apologize, Boss Wayne," they murmured, exchanging guilty glances. "It's all right," Wayne replied nonchalantly, "as I always say. I am your leader, the head of the elite training camp. It is my duty to look after you. However, we did not succeed in carrying the stones to completion today. We have failed, and we overestimated our capabilities," Smog remarked. Suddenly, Wayne's expression darkened. He rose to address everyone, proclaiming, "We are the Navy, the guardians of order. We may perish, we may fade away, but we shall never be defeated. If the Navy falls, who then can the people rely upon?" Wayne observed with a contemplative demeanor, settling into his seat as he realized that certain matters must be pondered independently, perhaps inadvertently. They would uncover their own sense of justice. From a distance, Zephyr, upon hearing Wayne's remarks, could hardly contain his exhilaration. Such disposition, such ideology, such a perception of justice. This was undoubtedly the hallmark of a born naval officer, a talent bestowed by the heavens upon the Navy to subdue this era. Truly, he was the son of an esteemed man. Stealing a glance, Zephyr added silently to himself, "At long last, the evening that Harry had longed for had arrived." Upon seeing Harry sprawled on the bed like a lump of meat, Penn, with his characteristic simplicity, could not help but inquire, "Harry, what's the matter?" Harry turned his face towards Penn. "Is it true what you said this afternoon? Does your father really oversee the finances of the world government?" Penn asked with curiosity. "Indeed. My father, Hart, is responsible for finances, although it's not as formidable as you might think. We merely serve the world government. However, in an effort to assist my weight loss, my father discreetly allocated additional funds to Admiral Kong, which enabled my successful entry," Harry replied with pride, indicating that wealth facilitated his admission. "I see." Everyone nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that Harry stood apart from the other 9. He had essentially purchased his way in. "I suppose everyone is tired?" Harry exclaimed, springing to his feet with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Today's training was indeed exhausting. "What? Can you offer us some relaxation?" Squirrel first expressed a sentiment of weariness, then jested, "I certainly do not desire such a form of relaxation." With that, laughter erupted from the gathering, including Wayne and Harry. "Enough of this nonsense, you lot." Harry, with an air of mystery, produced a small videophone bug from his pocket. "This is a fine treasure. A limited edition from my father. I discreetly took it from his office before my departure, and upon acquiring it, I promptly informed my mother." Earning quite a sum in the process, Harry chuckled gleefully. Meanwhile, Hart, kneeling and scrubbing a washboard at home, sneezed. "Oh, could this be?" Dalmesia's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. The legendary. Squirrel's face flushed with embarrassment. The man's remedy for distress. Ghost Spider seamlessly continued the thought. "Ah, indeed. Short films are truly ubiquitous." After a moment of reflection, Wayne, the philosopher, joined in. "What are we hesitating for? Let us commence." All right, quickly now. Turn off the lights." Harry directed everyone to get everything in order, curtains drawn, doors shut, lights dimmed. Despite the somewhat disconcerting sounds emanating from the videophone, the members of Dormitory 369 were utterly captivated. The alluring figures and enchanting voices captivated them, rendering them oblivious to Zephyr, who had unexpectedly arrived for a dormitory inspection. Zephyr felt a twinge of unease due to the afternoon drills. Previously, if Wayne had acted this way, Zephyr would have felt joy rather than concern. However, times had changed. For Wayne was now Zephyr's son, and he found himself worrying about the possibility of his son being exhausted from the running. Really, if one cannot bear the weight, one should not attempt to lift stones. As Zephyr approached the dormitory under the guise of an inspection, he couldn't help but lament the lack of self-awareness among the students, who, despite lacking the stamina, were putting on a brave front. Were it not for the need to uphold fairness and justice, he would have put a stop to it long ago. After all, this was Wayne's choice, and he felt it unwise to interfere. As Zephyr neared Dormitory 369, he was nearly driven to fury upon hearing the heart-pounding sounds from within. Goodness, such youthful folly. Zephyr stormed into the dormitory, and before anyone could react, he kicked each of them out through the window. Such youthful folly. You shall clean the restrooms for a month, and any further breach of discipline will result in the confiscation of your tools. Zephyr's roar echoed throughout the naval headquarters. Chapter 25. Punishment. The members of Dormitory 369 were left to endure a night outside. The following morning, Drag spoke about exercises and techniques for leg muscles. As afternoon approached, Wine took the lead, followed closely by Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Dalmatia, Squirrel, Pin, and Harry, each bearing the weight of immense stones, their bodies soaked in sweat. Zephyr, with arms crossed and a scowl etched upon his face, surveyed the running individuals, his expression no kinder when training others, particularly when his gaze fell upon Wine, whose anger seemed on the verge of eruption. I foolishly believed you to be a pillar of strength. It appears this raw gym requires further refinement under my guidance. Whenever someone contemplated halting, Zephyr would coldly brandish a small recording insect, compelling them to persist, their pace unwavering. Continue. Zephyr commanded with an icy tone. Weren't you all vibrant and full of energy last night? What, are you all fatigued now? I assure you, keep running. 10 more laps. You arrogant Zephyr. Just wait and see. Harry panted as he trudged along the track. Look here, Harry, hurry up. It's all your fault. Don't push your luck next time, Squirrel admonished. Glancing back. Humph, Harry scoffed. Who was it that nearly popped their eyes out while watching the video? Wine turned around and sternly admonished. What time is it? Are you still shifting responsibilities onto one another? Everyone has made mistakes. What of it? Hurry up and run. There are only 10 laps left. With a huff, Wushu and Harry exchanged glances and continued their run, their tempers flaring. In the future, anyone who attempts to evade responsibility and lacks unity shall first contend with me. Only those who can best me will have the privilege to disrupt my rules. Wine warned all present. Understood, the group murmured in muted agreement. As the days and weeks passed in a blur of training and learning, half a year slipped away unnoticed. Wine had grown taller, while Harry had slimmed down, transforming into a robust figure. One crisp morning, Dorag led all the trainees into the dining hall, which was devoid of any patron save for himself and the elite training camp participants. Today, I shall impart to you the cornerstone of your future strength, the most fundamental capability of becoming a formidable warrior, Dorag proclaimed with conviction. A nameless trainee raised his hand and inquired, What is it, Instructor Dorag? Food. Food. The others anticipated a lesson in intimidation techniques or martial arts. Indeed, it is food, Dorag affirmed, continuing, Every strong individual possesses a robust physique. But how is such a physique attained? It is through food. Training merely aids them in effectively utilizing the nourishment they consume. Fundamentally, to grow stronger, one must be able to eat. So today, we are learning how to eat? Harry interjected gleefully, despite his newfound slimness, still relishing the prospect of food. What will we be eating? Wine posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Excellent question, Dorag commended, preparing to answer when Harry continued. It won't be some bizarre concoction, will it? Like eating wind cakes or drinking urine? People these days certainly have vivid imaginations, Dorag remarked with a smirk, then adopted a serious tone. Of course not. As naval personnel, we often encounter various situations, and finding ourselves in dire straits is not unheard of. Rest assured, today I will teach you how to digest food rapidly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of chefs entered, bearing a mountain of meat. Your objective is to consume 10 plates of meat each. Dorag pointed at the towering pile. What? Those 10 plates weigh more than I do. How can I possibly eat that? Harry lamented, for enjoying food was one thing, but being forced to consume it was quite another. I shall demonstrate first, Dorag said, grabbing a large piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. After a few chews, he swallowed and reached for the next piece. To the astonishment of all, Dorag swiftly devoured all 10 plates. Is he cheating? Was the unspoken thought among them. You can do this as well, Dorag wiped his mouth and continued. You must train your stomach to digest quickly. This requires the application of willpower. In simpler terms, it is about focusing your attention to enable your stomach to work diligently in processing the food. Is it truly that simple? Vane inquired, expressing his previous belief that it would be quite challenging. It suffices for you to be aware of these matters. Understanding the intricacies may be futile and merely a waste of time. Very well, let us give it a try, for this endeavor truly tests one's personal qualities. And the application of willpower is something that can be felt rather than articulated. At its most profound, it can even manifest extraordinary phenomena. As he spoke, Dorag extended one hand into a claw-like shape, and a faint image of a dragon's claw materialized alongside it. Well, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It appears that the prowess of the flower sword Bista under the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the likes of Fire Calamity within the Beast pirates and others, is intricately connected to individual willpower. Vane pondered, simultaneously contemplating whether he should harness such power. Ultimately, he decided that mastering his own body sufficed. Focusing solely on absolute strength was paramount. One cannot indulge excessively, for willpower, fruit, and martial arts are merely pathways to enhancement. In that fleeting moment of relinquishment, Vane sensed a pureness of spirit enveloping him. Though it sounded esoteric, he understood that his training would now possess a clear objective and direction. With this realization, he gazed appreciatively at Dorag, acknowledging that what had begun as a casual lesson had inadvertently rectified a flaw within his psyche. Dorag, perplexed by Vane's expression, wondered what it signified. After demonstrating the exercise, everyone began attempting to manipulate their willpower to control their stomachs, subsequently indulging in meat. Minutes later, a student was seen retching, being carried away. Dorag, maintaining a stoic demeanor, marked ints beside this individual on the lesson plan. This marked the 50th. He mused that only 10 remained in the cafeteria. The ghoul spider, a paragon of life restoration, had yet to reach his zenith, yet he was already distinguishing himself in the realm of willpower over the body, being the first to gain complete mastery over his stomach. Following the second success of Wayne, there were Jiun, the flying squirrel, Huashishin, Smog, and others. Among them, Harry persisted as well. This fellow was essentially forcing his stomach into a state of passive self-learning through sheer gluttony. Now, Harry's stomach was operating at full capacity, rapidly digesting the food, lest it succumb along with its master. Jiun had retreated to one side, diligently digesting while also keeping an eye out for onlookers. Her stomach, despite its efforts, could not compete with the speed of Wayne and the others, rendering her current appearance somewhat unseemly. However, the sweltering weather made it difficult for Jiun to conceal herself, given her scant attire. Upon witnessing this, Wayne promptly removed his major's cloak and handed it to Jiun. "Here, use this to cover yourself. It's best for a lady not to expose her midriff." "Thank you," Jiun murmured, her face burning like fire. "From now on, please call me Jiun." Wayne gazed intently at the garden. Chapter 26, The Navy's Sixth Form. After discovering a means to further enhance his strength, everyone embarked on a new phase of power escalation. Wayne grew dissatisfied with mere running exercises. Thus, he feasted heartily and ventured into the depths of the sea with Caesar for rigorous training. Another 6 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During their training, the world outside became increasingly tumultuous due to the emergence of the 4 emperors, with the Navy's various branches suffering severe casualties and a pervasive atmosphere of despair. In moments of respite, he would sit cross-legged in meditation, striving to enhance his mastery over his own body. Wayne had ceased to ponder the notion of willpower. He believed that as long as his abilities were well-developed and his physical prowess robust, he could conquer all through sheer strength. Such was the allure of raw power. Willpower, it seemed, was more suited to sword masters. Meanwhile, Jiun devoted himself daily to meditating with the golden statue of Kinkakaji, seeking to merge his sword intent with his own will. Since Drag had imparted the technique for the elite training camp members to swiftly digest their meals, he had unwittingly become the bane of the cafeteria's head chefs. The beleaguered chefs were on the brink of exhaustion. Their workload had increased significantly after Drag's revelation of the technique, and they cursed his name in frustration. Wayne cast his fork into his meal, contemplating its return, only to retrieve it and continue eating. Once again, it was a serving of mashed potatoes, fries, and potato pancakes. The others looked on listlessly at the now familiar potato platter, while Drag stared at his own meal, his face paling at the sight of mashed potatoes that bore an unsettling resemblance to excrement. "Drag, why has our food descended to this level?" Wayne inquired, holding his plate aloft. All eyes turned to Drag, and upon witnessing the state of his mashed potatoes, laughter erupted among the group. The cafeteria chefs, understandably irate, were left with little choice but to endure the situation. With a sigh, Drag stirred his mashed potatoes to spare himself from the sight, and remarked, "Pirates have become increasingly rampant. Every day, the Navy suffers significant losses. Just a few days ago, Vice Admiral Dick perished, reduced to mere pulp by Kaido of the Beasts, his remains unrecognizable." "Dick, the Vice Admiral?" Wayne suddenly recalled that Admiral Dick was the very person who had previously been responsible for escorting them to the naval headquarters. It was unimaginable that such a commendable individual had also perished. Is it truly that grave? The weasel inquired solemnly. Indeed. The Grand General of the War and Admiral Zephyr have resolved to allow you to graduate a year earlier, in an effort to expedite the restoration of justice. Dorag nodded, simultaneously conveying the high-level decision. There remains yet a year. Wayne contemplated that, according to the original plan, he would have 3 full years at the elite training camp to methodically study and practice. However, it seemed that such a luxury was no longer feasible. Consequently, Wayne resolved to double his training efforts starting today. In the dormitory, Caesar, while eating a banana, shuddered involuntarily, sensing that something unfavorable might be about to occur. This afternoon, Zephyr did not require the trainees to engage in running or weighted exercises. Instead, he led them into a space reminiscent of a dojo. Time was of the essence. So I shall not linger on trivialities. Today, we shall study the 6 forms of the Navy, which I will impart to you over the course of a month. You will then practice for 5 months, and in half a year, I will take you on a pursuit of pirates, Zephyr declared, particularly addressing the 9 of you. He cast a glance at Wayne, Jian, and the others standing at the front. The 6 forms of the Navy are combat techniques that have evolved through generations of naval personnel, transcending human limitations. They will greatly benefit you in mastering your bodies and comprehending the essence of life, Zephyr admonished. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Now, I will demonstrate the use of the iron weights, he said, as he removed his shirt and exerted himself to utilize the weights. Veins bulged prominently across his body, and the flow of blood was visibly enhanced, perfectly illustrating the trajectory of the weights in motion. With Zephyr's instruction and example, everyone removed their upper garments and began to operate the iron weights. Instantly, veins bulged on their upper bodies, accelerating blood circulation, making it easier for Zephyr to offer guidance during their training. Jian, observing the numerous bare-chested men around him, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He wished to leave, but, bound by discipline, found himself blushing and standing there, unsure of what to do. Upon noticing this, Zephyr quietly reprimanded himself for not considering the situation thoroughly and was about to address Jianwen. Veen also perceived Ji Yuan's predicament and raised his hand to indicate to Zai Fa, saying, Teacher Zai Fa, I sense that Ji Yuan is somewhat distressed. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow her to step aside. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan gazed at Veen with immense gratitude. Surrounded by a group of bare-chested men, she felt the discomfort acutely, even without direct contact. Very well, Ji Yuan, you may step out to practice your swordsmanship. You need not concern yourself with the 6 styles of the Navy for now. Xiaohe is well versed in the 6 styles. You may inquire with her, Zai Fa instructed. Understood, Teacher Zai Fa, Ji Yuan replied, casting a furtive glance at Veen before making her exit, unnoticed by the others present. Now, let us continue, Veen. Your technique requires refinement. The blood must flow in this manner. Mouse, your movements are insufficiently precise. As Zai Fa guided the boys in their training, Ji Yuan hurried home, where she found he diligently tidying up the house. Ji Yuan dashed over and embraced his arm, exclaiming, Sister He, what is it? Vice Admiral, he inquired kindly. Why did you not attend the elite training camp today? Do you know the 6 styles of the Navy? Of course, why do you ask? Oh, I see. Has Teacher Zai Fa commenced instruction on the 6 styles today? He quickly deduced the reason for Ji Yuan's early return. Ji Yuan responded with eager anticipation. Sister He, could you teach me? She implored, clinging to Vice Admiral He's arm in a playful manner. Very well, when shall we begin? How about now? Now? Very well, remove your clothing. Ah, must I undress here to practice? Indeed. What if something goes awry during practice? Hurry, I shall guide you. Vice Admiral He urged. Reluctantly, Ji Yuan complied, and under his direction, she began her lessons in the 6 styles of the Navy. Unbeknownst to them, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Dorag had imparted all necessary knowledge to Veen and the others. And after completing the instruction on the 6 styles, Zai Fa had loosened the restrictions, allowing them the freedom to train as they wished. In the crescent-shaped harbor of Marin Van Du, a colossal figure emerged from the sea, revealing Veen's towering shield giant, which soared to a height of 100 meters, trailing a large sea creature behind it. Upon attaining the freedom to pursue his training, Wayne unequivocally declared that he had grown weary of the potato meals. However, lacking culinary skills left him with no alternative but to revert to his previous methods employed at the G-16 branch. Each day, he hunted the sea kings beneath the waves, utilizing the formidable barrier giants. Surprisingly, This endeavor garnered Wayne an overwhelming amount of goodwill, as countless naval personnel expressed their gratitude for the sea kings he brought forth. Chapter 27. The Hunt for Pirates. One morning, the formidable barrier giant of Wayne routinely dragged large sea creatures to the mess hall to present them to the master chef. Despite having witnessed this spectacle countless times, the duty-bound naval soldiers still gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Major Wayne is indeed a dependable individual." Indeed, another soldier lamented, "My stomach hasn't savored meat in ages. Ever since the naval losses escalated, even the fishing crews have been dispatched to the battlefield." With a furrowed brow, he continued, "Who knows when we might also be called to the front lines? Where have the renowned trio of monstrous rear admirals gone?" In response, the first soldier remarked, "It is said that some new pirates have emerged, seeking to challenge the naval authority to make a name for themselves. The three admirals have gone to confront them." Truly, these are tumultuous times. Vane dispelled the barrier surrounding the giant and swiftly departed the cafeteria. Today marked the day when Zephyr would lead them into battle against pirates. All personnel boarded a colossal warship, a standard issue for admirals, equipped with over 30 cannons, including 3 massive artillery pieces, which serve as the Navy's formidable means to suppress the Grand Line. The vessel glided steadily across the ocean, its deck as stable as solid ground, while Zephyr addressed the trainees regarding their mission for the day. "Today, I shall lead you against a particularly troublesome individual known as the Triceratopsic, who carries a bounty of 200 million berries. He is currently poised to ally with the beast Kaido in the New World, and we must intercept him at the Sabaody Archipelago. Report." Ji-Yuan raised his hand. "What is it?" Zephyr inquired kindly. "In the past, the elite training camp has dealt with pirates with bounties below 100 million berries. Why are we confronting a pirate with a bounty of 200 million this time?" Ji-Yuan asked. "The New World is in turmoil, the Four Emperors hierarchy is taking shape, and countless pirates seek to challenge their thrones. Some even madly declare their intent to destroy the G1 fortress. The Navy's strength is stretched thin, and even I must take action," Zephyr lamented. "What if we cannot defeat them?" Harry asked, revealing his inexperience on the battlefield. "Rest assured, I shall handle it." "While you merely need to deal with his subordinates and the pirate lackeys," Zephyr reassured, gesturing for calm among the crew. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. At that moment, a vast island composed of enormous trees came into view. "We have arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. According to the intelligence from CP, Ick and his subordinates are at tree number 50, seemingly preparing to coat their ship," Zephyr announced, holding a piece of paper. "Then let us set forth." Vane adjusted his uniform, sighing, "Ah, this Navy attire truly suits me." "Zephyr-sensei, are we really going like this?" "The Navy uniforms can easily expose us," Fire Mountain remarked. "Fear not, they cannot escape. Their ship remains." "Trust me," Zephyr replied. In truth, their timing was crucial, as the coating was about to be completed, and it would not be one to back down easily, likely willing to gamble everything. Moments later, as anticipated, Ick's crew awaited their arrival, guarding their vessel while the coating was being inflated, nearing completion. Upon their encounter, neither side wasted words. Ick transformed into a Triceratops and charged directly at Zephyr, believing that as long as he could stall Zephyr, the young ones would not pose a challenge to his subordinates. Armament hockey, finger pistol barrage, Triceratops charge. As the two forces collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, nearly tossing nearby individuals off their feet. Raccoon, Smoker, Pen blocked their path. "I will sever their retreat. The rest of you, freely apprehend the pirates. If they resist, eradicate them," Vane declared, an involuntary aura of menace emanating from him. "Understood." Apart from the 3 flying squirrels, the remaining individuals dispersed to confront the pirates. One has recently explored the principles of air compression and projectiles, successfully pioneering a barrier projectile that detonates through air compression. Let this vessel bear witness to my extraordinary execution. A multitude of barriers emerged around Wayne, gradually coalescing into a menacing war machine. Towering at a height of 100 meters, adorned with the head of a ferocious dragon and a mechanical body, bristling with countless cannon muzzles. Its colossal form left onlookers in utter astonishment. "What? This is terrible." Ick's complexion turned pale as he frantically charged towards Wayne, only to be repelled back by a forceful slap from Zephyr. "Everyone, quickly stop him," Ick shouted, pointing at Wayne, urging all the pirates to thwart Wayne's actions. The trio of weasels, fully aware of Wayne's intentions, valiantly withstood the onslaught of the pirates, while those not entangled made a desperate dash to assist Wayne and his companions. The barriers loomed large, the Black Dragon King, Jilbalis, and the Great Executioner. In an instant, all cannon muzzles roared in unison, unleashing a barrage of compressed air projectiles that reduced its ship to mere splinters. "You shall pay for this." Exceeded as he watched his vessel transform into a heap of wreckage, desperately striving to break through Zephyr's blockade. As hope for survival dwindled, the pirates unleashed a tremendous fighting spirit, resulting in several students sustaining injuries. Barriers. Enlargement. Wine transformed into a colossal war deity, wielding a spiked club, effortlessly sweeping away a dozen pirates in one fell swoop. Ik, too, found himself utterly subdued by Zephyr. His attacks were either evaded or thwarted by Zephyr's profound mastery of hockey. Just as despair enveloped the remaining pirates, a massive ship emerged from the depths of the sea. This formidable vessel, adorned with the head of a mammoth, heralded the arrival of fierce pirates, seasoned by countless battles. Leading them was none other than Jack, one of Kaido's notorious calamities, known as the Drought. "Triangleic, I have come to your aid," Jack's voice, muffled by his iron mask, announced. "Kaido commanded me to assist you." Zephyr, taken aback, turned in shock, and upon confirming Jack's presence, felt a chill of dread wash over him. If Jack intercepted him, none of his students would stand a chance against it. As anticipated, Jack made a beeline for Zephyr upon reaching the shore. "Zephyr, engage me in battle," he bellowed, swinging his ivory blade, a strike imbued with hockey hurtling towards Zephyr. Zephyr, having just sent it flying with a powerful punch, was unable to evade in time and crossed his arms to deflect Jack's assault. Seizing the opportunity while Zephyr was occupied with Jack, Ik, incensed by the loss of half his crew, transformed into a massive triceratops and charged at the students. Two of them were already skewered upon the sharp horn protruding from its snout. Zephyr, now frantically rushing to protect his students, found himself facing Jack, who, though still young and not as formidable as his later self in the original tale, was resilient enough to stall Zephyr. The mammoth fruit granted him considerable durability. "Damn you, Jack. The Navy will exact vengeance upon your beast pirates." Zephyr was compelled to persist in his battle against Jack. Just as Ik was about to claim a third student's life, a colossal fist sent him reeling. "Fool, come and fight me." Chapter 28. Wine versus Ik. Upon witnessing Wine intercept Ik, Zephyr's heart eased, allowing him to unleash his fury upon Jack. "How dare you impede my efforts to save my students? I shall obliterate you." Once Zephyr shifted his focus and ceased his urgency to protect the students, Jack found himself overwhelmed. Even in his mammoth form, he bore the marks of a brutal confrontation. "You insolent brat, I am Triangleic, with a bounty of 200 million berries." The Triceratops roared, charging forward before leaping high to crash into the barrier giant. The barrier giant staggered back a step. Though Wine reacted swiftly, this demonstrated the formidable offensive capabilities of Ik's horn. It was evident that there was still much to learn, truly. He was worthy of his 200 million berry bounty, far beyond the feeble adversaries of later generations. Wayne took a step back, clenched his fist once more, and confronted Ik directly. The power, defense, and offense of the barrier giant were undeniably formidable. However, its speed could not keep pace with Ik. Each time, Ik effortlessly evaded the attacks of the barrier giant, a blatant mockery. "Navy brat, you're not up to the task," Ik taunted once again, skillfully dodging another strike from the barrier giant before declaring, "Spear of Destiny, Gatling." Wayne manipulated the barrier giant to unleash a barrage of finger projectiles resembling missiles that rained down upon Ik. Realizing evasion was futile, Ik summoned all his strength, propelling himself upwards like a rocket, colliding forcefully with Wayne's finger projectile. A resounding thud echoed as a large bruise blossomed on Ik's body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the barrier giant's fingers trembled slightly, as if afflicted by a tremor. "Wayne," cried the ghost spider and his crew, engaged in combat with Jack's pirates, their concern palpable. "I am unharmed," Wayne replied, restoring the barrier giant's fingers. "Be cautious. These pirates from the New World are not to be underestimated." "Understood, Wayne." "You must also take care," replied Squirrel, deftly dispatching a pirate with a single strike. "Boss, I have always believed in you," exclaimed Ping, narrowly dodging a pirate's bullet. As he observed several elite training camp members sustaining grave injuries, a sense of urgency gripped Wayne. Suddenly, he recalled Caesar, who remained aboard the warship. "Caesar." Vane conjured a barrier horn and shouted towards the warship. Roar. Towering at a height of 50 meters, colossal armored beasts traversed the bubble tree jungle, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. One such creature, adorned with long, sharp claws and thick fur, bore a face reminiscent of a monkey. With arms nearly as long as its body and well-developed muscles, this was Caesar in his behemoth form. Roar! Caesar leapt high, snapping off a massive tree branch as a weapon, skillfully wielding it like a staff, sending winds of excitement through the air. The trainees, witnessing Caesar's formidable display, swallowed nervously. Such terrifying strength. Smoker, stained with blood, shuddered at the sight of Caesar. Recalling how he had previously taken advantage of Caesar's lack of mastery over hockey to snatch his bananas, might he now face retribution? Hockey, a prevalent force in the New World, was a skill every pirate wielded, albeit not always with proficiency. It could still harm those with natural abilities. The general frustration among the elite training camp students stemmed from their ignorance of hockey. Zephyr watched anxiously. He had hoped to mold them into the Navy's pride within 3 years, but time was too short, leaving little room to teach them hockey. Swish, swish, swish. Jack's trunk flailed wildly, causing the ground to fracture and dust to swirl. Zephyr seized Jack's trunk and, with a powerful throw, sent him flying. Get lost. Jack, dizzy from the impact, staggered to his feet. Ironhead also possessed cunning. Realizing he could not win, he contemplated retreat. Knowing that Jack was not yet the headstrong fighter he would become, daring to confront a fleet admiral, a former admiral, and the chief of staff. Barrier. Drill. The hands of the barrier giant transformed into 2 rapidly spinning colossal drills. Upon sensing the tremendous power of its pointed nose, Vane finally grasped the concept. Why strike with fists when drills could bore? Now, as it fell into a defensive stance, any contact with Vane's attack could result in broken bones. Storm Step. The barrier giant's right foot executed a slashing strike, sending it hurtling into the air, immobilized. Vane darted forward with the drill. This is bad, it gasped, hastily reverting to his original form, but his reaction was slightly delayed, resulting in a gaping wound in his thigh. It had reached his limit. His stamina now barely allowed him to stand, severely depleted from his battle with Zephyr, under the combined assault of Caesar and the elite trainees. Its subordinates and the pirates from Jack's Beast Pirates were decimated. Unable to endure any longer, Jack leapt into the sea to escape. Kid, if you have the guts, drop your barrier and fight me hand to hand, or else I won't be satisfied. It trembled as he stood, attempting to maintain his final defiance. Boom! The colossal giant knocked it unconscious with a single blow. I, Wayne, do not require the approval of others in my endeavors. Wayne declared coolly as he dispelled the colossal giant. Zephyr approached with concern and inquired, Wayne, how are you? Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? Vane felt a twinge of discomfort at Zephyr's concern, prompting him to shift the conversation, saying, well, let's see how the others are faring. Together, Zephyr and Vane approached the 4 lifeless bodies. 2 students had succumbed to the impact of it, while the other 2 sustained grievous injuries that proved fatal. It is entirely my fault. I bear the blame, Zephyr lamented, overwhelmed with regret. These families entrusted their children to the Navy, yet I failed to protect them. He was consumed by self-loathing for his inability to safeguard his students. Teacher Zephyr, do not be so distressed. I too share the burden of guilt. They looked up to me as their leader, as their elder brother, and I have let them down. I vow to claim Jack's head as a tribute to our 4 fallen classmates. Vane consoled him. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr, let us not dwell in sorrow. We should lay our classmates to rest, Doberman and the others urged gently. Zephyr remained silent, lost in his thoughts, as he began to dig a large grave with his hands. Vane and the others joined him, and in solemn silence, they excavated 4 graves to honor their fallen comrades. This was merely a minor pursuit of pirates. One could only wonder about the casualties among the soldiers stationed at the lower ranks. Vane murmured, and how many lives in this world are lamenting? Chapter 29. The Bull Warrior. After interring the 4 students, Zephyr granted everyone a day of leisure. Vane dismissed everyone, choosing to meander alone through the streets. When fatigue set in, he sought out a bubble bicycle and leisurely pedaled along the thoroughfare. In that moment, Vane experienced a rare tranquility. Upon arriving at the slave auction house, he instinctively turned away, opting to continue his ride in a different direction. At this juncture, he felt neither the capacity nor the desire to confront such morally reprehensible sights. Yet, why did he find himself grappling with an insatiable discontent? As if his thoughts were hindered, Vane discovered Zephyr in a tavern, where the latter was drowning his sorrows in drink, occasionally brushing the corner of his eye. A subtle gesture of sorrow. Despite the shortcomings of his 4 students, they were ultimately his, akin to children in his eyes. Vane approached, and, with a hiccup, took a seat. Zifa beckoned him to sit beside him. Do you know Vane? Zifa fixed his gaze intently upon Vane. Since the incident with my family, I have been in search of my son, treating my students as if they were my own. He slurred his words, the alcohol clouding his senses. I understand, Teacher Zifa. Do not be disheartened, Vane consoled, noting that Zifa had indeed imbibed too much. Ah, yes. I am not sad, Zifa replied, a blend of laughter and tears in his voice, before pouring another generous drink for himself. Have you found your son, Teacher Zifa? Vane suggested a change of subject to distract him. Not yet. Zifa's demeanor suddenly sharpened, his gaze piercing into Vane. However, Vane, lost in his thoughts, casually remarked, that is truly unfortunate. After all, Teacher Zifa had lost both wife and child. Perhaps it was best to leave him with a glimmer of hope. Vane pondered and remarked, I wish that one day, Master Zifa may reunite with his son. Zifa's eyes returned to their former murky state as he drunkenly replied, Indeed, there shall come a day. Has the student already departed? Vane gestured toward the tavern's entrance. Let us be on our way. Zifa feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. After Wayne departed, Zephyr murmured to himself, Oh Zephyr, there are moments when you too are filled with trepidation. Ultimately, you have failed to disclose his true origins. With that, he chuckled wryly and then bowed his head, surrendering to slumber. Upon returning to the warship, Wayne found that no one had yet arrived. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled a famous adage. A scholar from Lu once stated, only by engaging in a few minor escapades can one attain greater joy. Those who hesitate to take action may have a troubled mind. Resolute, he decided to act without delay. When disembarked once more to seek out a shop, where he procured a set of loose-fitting garments and a bull's head mask. Finding a shadowy corner, he enveloped himself in a layer of protective padding, adorned the mask upon his visage, and donned gloves. Thus, a towering figure of 3.5 meters, a newly forged bull warrior, emerged. Wayne yearned to quell the tumultuous unrest within his heart. He aspired to dismantle the slave auction house. It was not that he lacked the desire to vanquish the celestial dragons like other protagonists, but rather, Wayne believed it wiser to tread cautiously. After all, should he encounter a formidable adversary from the CP, it could spell his demise. Once he adjusted to the transformation of his physique, Wayne strode boldly into the backstage of the slave auction house, exuding an air of provocation. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Two armored guards confronted Wayne, their hands firmly gripping their long spears. Crack, crack. Vane suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to each guard, sending them crashing into the auction house. The deafening noise startled everyone present. Upon witnessing Vane's menacing demeanor, the attendees of the auction lost their arrogance and haughty expressions, hastily fleeing in panic. Who are you? Disco demanded, pointing at Vane, mistakenly believing that the auction house had no backing. I am here to take your lives, Vane replied, his voice low and ominous. Kill him, Disco commanded, summoning all the guards to attack Vane. However, against these feeble opponents, Vane effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his wrist, swiftly sending them flying. Soon, only Disco remained, trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at Vane. What do you want from me? He stammered. I despise slave auctions. Vane's demeanor spoke volumes. Before Disco could beg for mercy, Vane delivered a single punch that obliterated his skull. Wayne strode briskly into the slave warehouse, meticulously scrutinizing the surroundings. After a thorough examination, he selected the pirates within and executed them, tossing the keys to the remaining individuals. As others vied for the keys, Wayne approached an elderly man, his hair a striking mix of gold and white. I suppose you have no need for a key, do you, Senior Rayleigh? Ah, dear boy. What brings you to such a conclusion? The elder inquired with a grin, raising his head. The wretched beard and tasteless spectacles could not conceal the aura of roguishness that surrounded him. It was unmistakably you. Well, Rayleigh's smile faltered, revealing his discomfort. The youth of today are indeed rather frivolous. Enough, Wayne waved dismissively, exiting through the main door. As he departed, he executed a swift kick, severing a supporting pillar, which instantly led to the collapse of the entire slave auction house. Intruder, you are surrounded. Surrender at once, or we shall open fire. A contingent of Navy officers had encircled the auction house, led by none other than Darmetia and the Flying Squirrel. With a few agile maneuvers, Wayne deftly escaped the encirclement. The Weasel and Dalmesia instantly recognized Wayne's technique, setting aside their astonishment, and followed suit with their own swift movements. They pursued him to a secluded spot where Wayne was already waiting, arms crossed. "I know you despise the despicable slave trade," the weasel declared, to which Dalmesia added, however, "For the sake of the justice we uphold, I must express my apologies." "Come, let me gauge your capabilities," Wayne replied, adopting an air of a reclusive sage. With one hand resting behind his back, the confrontation commenced as Dalmesia launched the first attack, transforming into a half-spotted dog form, his sharp claws aimed directly at Wayne. Humph, humph, humph. Wayne had long been aware of Dalmesia's vulnerabilities. He swiftly evaded Dalmesia's assault, extending his left hand to seize Dalmesia's wrist. What? A bead of cold sweat appeared on Dalmesia's forehead. "Off you go." Vane spun on the spot, releasing her grip on Dalmesia's wrist, who was consequently hurled into a nearby building. With a graceful leap, the moonlit Martin soared high, brandishing a katana and striking down with formidable force, endeavoring to cleave Vane in two. Vane raised his leg and executed a decisive strike, parrying the weasel's slash. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the weasel's left leg, and then, akin to flicking a cloth, he swung the weasel back and forth a few times. It was rather exhilarating. Wayne released his grip, his strength formidable. Although the flying squirrel felt as though its body might shatter, fortunately, it remained uninjured. Wayne gently touched his right hand, appreciating its fine texture. It was quite satisfying, despite the green, rotund figure's penchant for throwing people around. However, he wondered why Dalmesia had yet to appear. Perhaps it was best to depart. After all, it would be inconvenient if Teacher Zephyr awoke from his drunken stupor. With this thought in mind, Wayne decided it was time to leave. "Dare you remove your mask? I, the mole, vow to defeat you," the mole exclaimed, straining to rise and voice his challenge. The bull warrior would never remove his mask. Wayne left behind a quip, indifferent to whether the mole comprehended it, and swiftly made his exit. Chapter 30. The importation of domineering presents. The following day, Zephyr paid no heed to the incident at the slave auction house. In his view, the destruction of such a twisted establishment was richly deserved. Wayne was aimlessly wandering aboard the warship when he noticed Squirrel and Dalmesia staring blankly at the ship's railing. With a hint of mischief, he approached them to inquire, "Hello, you two. Why do you look so glum?" Dalmesia turned his head and replied, "Yesterday, we encountered the one who dismantled the slave auction house." Wayne stifled a laugh. "Did you engage him in combat?" "Yes, indeed. His martial prowess is exceptionally formidable," Squirrel said earnestly, emphasizing his point further. "And his observational skills are remarkable. He immediately discerned our vulnerabilities," Dalmesia added gravely, as if he already knew our weaknesses and flaws. Squirrel nodded in agreement, and suddenly seemed to recall something, angrily asking Dalmesia, "Why did you get sent flying into the house and remain silent? Don't tell me you were knocked unconscious." Upon hearing this, Wayne cast a curious glance at Dalmesia. The vitality of animal-type beings is inherently robust, thus, it was perplexing how a mere strike could render Dalmesia silent. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dalmesia scratched his head and remarked, "I was contemplating that the individual merely eliminated a wretched person, dismantled the slave auction house, and liberated the captives. Hence, I had no desire to engage with him. As I was being struck into the house, I inadvertently hit the back of my head, which left me dazed." After sharing this, Dalmesia broke into a silly grin. "You," sighed Wayne. "I have entertained similar thoughts. However, the incident involving that bull warrior unfolding before the public eye poses a dilemma. Should we fail to apprehend him? It would tarnish the Navy's reputation. My plan was to discreetly release him during transport after capturing him." The weasel then voiced his perspective. "Wouldn't escaping during transport be even more humiliating?" Wayne silently criticized within, yet adorned his face with a radiant smile, encouraging, "Excellent. It appears you have each discovered your own sense of justice. Pursue it with unwavering conviction, and remain true to your original intent." Wayne imparted this wisdom. "What is your sense of justice then, boss?" asked the weasel and Dalmesia, as, unbeknownst to him, others gathered around, their curiosity piqued. "Well," Wayne twirled his eyes, noticing the eagerness of the crowd, and finally declared, "The justice that brings happiness to people is my justice." Having spent time in the Navy, Wayne had found direction for his own sense of justice. Only by winning the hearts of the people and upholding righteousness can one achieve unimpeded success and truly bring peace to the world. "Boss Wayne's sense of justice is truly remarkable," exclaimed the group of trainees, their admiration for Wayne palpable. "I too desire a justice that benefits the populace." They clamored around him, their adoring gazes making Wayne feel somewhat uneasy. "What an exceptional individual you are, Your Excellency," murmured Ji Yuan, elegantly standing aside with his golden sword. Pondering, what is my sense of justice? Ha ha ha. Is it the justice that brings happiness to the people? In his own room, Zephyr, employing his observation haki, overheard Ween's description of his sense of justice. To truly realize one's justice requires formidable conditions. It is no wonder he is my son. I must find a way to support him, Zephyr thought, considering the imminent conclusion of the elite training camp, and resolved to arrange a promising future for Ween. Upon returning to Marineford, Zephyr sat in his office, deep in thought. He pulled out a sheet of paper, inscribing the names Ween, Ji Yuan, Peng In, Dauberman, and others, deciding to impart haki to them. Then, he produced 3 more papers, detailing the promotions of Palyasolino, Kazan, and Sakazuki to Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters. With a sense of fulfillment, Zephyr signed his name, acknowledging that although they may not excel in physical prowess, they were nonetheless his students. On the following day, Zephyr specifically summoned Ween and the other 9 individuals to his office. Ween, I see that your physical abilities have reached the required standard. Particularly you. Your physique has attained its zenith. I have closely observed your training in the deep sea and under the burdens of the mountains. Well done. Very well done. Zephyr praised. Seemingly feeling a touch biased, he added, Ahem, I have also noted your training. It is commendable. You practically forgot about us. The group retorted in unison. Ahem. Enough of that. Today I shall teach you the power of haki, Zephyr said, taking a sip of water, satisfied by the expectant gazes of all present, and continued. Haki is divided into observation haki and armament haki. As for conqueror's haki, that pertains to personal will and conviction, which is beyond my influence. Armament haki is, in essence, a latent ability residing deep within your bodies. In Zephyr's narrative, the concept of haki permeates the minds of all present. The manifestation of armament haki can only be achieved through your own training and combat experience. It is a power that can be acquired solely through diligent effort. Zephyr paused, observing the contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, then continued. However, I can assist with the mastery of observation haki. With that, Zephyr rose and instructed, follow me. He led the group into a chamber adorned with numerous small holes in the walls. This specially designed room would initially launch paper balls, followed by rubber bullets, and eventually, real ammunition. Zephyr explained, training observation haki is quite straightforward. It involves the application of mental prowess. These walls will relentlessly assault you, and once you can evade all attacks, your observation haki will be successfully awakened. Having said this, Zephyr clasped his hands behind his back and exited, closing the door behind him. Begin. Zephyr commanded the naval soldiers in the control room. Yes, Admiral Zephyr, what difficulty should we set? The highest difficulty, he replied. The soldiers adjusted the controls, raising all parameters to the maximum. With the sound of machinery whirring to life, the training chamber for observation haki commenced, unleashing a barrage of high-speed paper balls upon the participants. Everyone, move freely and evade the paper balls to the best of your ability. Vane shouted, immediately beginning to dodge the incoming projectiles. These paper balls are incredibly fast. It's impossible to avoid them. Pin clumsily twisted and turned. Yet many paper balls struck him nonetheless. Fire Mountain and the others showcased their unique skills, employing techniques such as paper drawing, moonwalk, and shave. It seems the pain is still insufficient, Zephyr observed through the surveillance snail, scrutinizing the reactions of the trainees. Switch to rubber bullets, he commanded. Yes. Chapter 31. Assignment of roles. After a month of arduous training, Vane and the other 9 had begun to grasp the fundamentals of observation haki, while armament haki occasionally enveloped their hands. Following this month, the elite training camp was drawing to a close. On a crisp morning, all officers of the Navy gathered at the Grand Plaza of the Naval Headquarters, heralding the promotion ceremony for the 3 monstrous rear admirals. As Admiral Sengoku solemnly adorned Kazan, Borsalino, and Sakazuki with the medals signifying their new rank, a chorus of cheers erupted from all Navy personnel, celebrating the enhancement of the Navy's power. Simultaneously, reporters scribbled fervently, documenting this monumental occasion. Caesar perched on Vane's shoulder, gesturing animatedly. Boss, when will you be able to stand alongside those 3? Not for a while yet. Vane replied with a smile, ruffling Caesar's head, though his gaze lingered on the 3 figures at the podium, filled with envy. The rank of Rear Admiral already placed them among the upper echelons of the Navy, and the elevation of a Rear Admiral always warranted a ceremonial occasion. In the New World, Marco pointed to an intelligence report, addressing Whitebeard, Old man, the Navy has unleashed 3 formidable individuals. Whitebeard casually glanced at the newspaper, dismissively uttering, "Gulalala. What a bizarre monster of a general. All he can do is provide me with candles and ice cubes. After all, I am the strongest Whitebeard in the world." The others, upon hearing this, eagerly echoed his sentiment. Indeed, father is the strongest in the world. Beast pirates. Oh, Kaido. The Navy has made an alarming emergence with formidable figures. A natural type fruit user? Such individuals will surely add a touch of excitement to future battles. Queen. Is the rebellion in Wano still unresolved? It is being dealt with by Orochi, came the response. What a waste. Oh, when will we be able to instigate a genuine world war? On Cake Island, Big Mom was utterly indifferent to the Navy's affairs. For today marked the day she wed her 40th husband, and the entire family was bustling about. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, hey, Captain. 3 remarkable natural-type fruit users have appeared in the Navy, Beckman announced, holding up a piece of intelligence. Today is their promotion day. Is that so? Ho ho ho. Then let us throw a feast. Shanks replied, carefree. Why? Kira inquired, munching on a large piece of meat he had somehow procured. Let us just celebrate their promotion. Shanks pondered aloud. Oh, a feast it is. The red-haired pirates began merrily preparing for revelry. Seeing this scene, Beckman lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. A day later, news of the emergence of the 3 monstrous generals in the Navy sent shockwaves throughout the world. The oppressed populace, overwhelmed with joy, spread the word. Weeping tears of elation, while numerous pirate crews began to retreat, ceasing their disturbances. A figure cloaked in a dark green cape lifted his head, revealing the long-absent Dracula Mihawk, who had just exited a tattoo parlor, a fresh tattoo adorning his right cheek, seemingly concealing something. It appeared that gathering like-minded individuals was becoming imperative. Since the disbandment of the elite training camp, everyone had been diligently training or remaining in their dormitories, awaiting directives from the higher-ups. Zifa and Garp entered the office of Fleet Admiral Kong, where Vice Admiral Tsuru was already present. Today, they were to discuss the arrangements for the top 9 members of the elite training camp, while the remaining individuals would be dispersed into the lower ranks. However, the cases of Vane and the others were different. Tsuru mentioned that she wishes to remain at headquarters to continue her training. Expressing a desire to grow stronger, Tsuru stated, "Very well, let Tsuru stay at Navy headquarters as your aide." Kong nodded in agreement. "I believe that the Squirrel and Dalmatia could join the Navy's patrols, gaining more experience in capturing pirates, as they wish to grow stronger through combat," Zifa suggested. Agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Kong nodded in acquiescence. "I hope that the Ghost Spider and Smoker can serve as the aides for Sakazuki and Kazan, respectively. It is evident to me that their dispositions are quite similar." Zifa remarked with gravity. "The North Sea has recently established a naval branch. Fire Mountain can be assigned there. Colonel Took from the South Sea perished a few days ago, and Doberman can take his place." Zifa contemplated, articulating his thoughts. After a brief discussion with Sengoku, Kong expressed his agreement. Finally, it was time to address Wayne. Zifa pondered carefully before suggesting, "I propose that Wayne take charge of the G12 branch, with Pong as his aide. And I further recommend promoting Wayne to the rank of colonel." Sengoku expressed mild astonishment. While he acknowledged Wayne's prowess and potential, the G12 branch is situated in the West Sea, a crucial base, and was previously overseen by the late Rear Admiral Johnson, who fell to the hands of the formidable Moria. Could Wayne truly manage this? Zifa, do you hold Wayne in such high regard? The West Sea is in turmoil. After Admiral Johnson's demise at the hands of Moria, chaos has ensued. I had plans to send Sakazuki to handle the situation. Kong voiced his concerns. Haha, worry not. Zifa has finally found his son. Would he allow him to perish so easily? Karp's unexpected proclamation silenced the room, drawing everyone's gaze towards Zifa. Indeed, Karp speaks the truth. Wayne is my son, Zifa affirmed, acknowledging Kong, Sengoku, and Tsuru's apprehensions. Do you still intend to send Wayne to the West Sea? It is exceedingly chaotic, rife with slave traders, mafia, gangs, and pirates. A formidable challenge. Sengoku cautioned Zifa against such a decision. After enduring the arduous journey of finding his son, he believed it unwise to jeopardize him further. I know I am unworthy of being Wayne's father, and I have failed in my duties as a parent. However, I have faith in Wayne. He is capable. If he is to rapidly ascend the ranks and earn recognition, this is the only path, Zifa declared solemnly, willing to take a gamble for his son's future. Are you certain? He is your only heir. Once lost, he cannot be reclaimed, Kong inquired, seeking Zifa's assurance. Well, I have a modest request, Zifa began. Speak. What do you wish to prepare for Wayne? A large warship, 500 elite naval soldiers, and ample ammunition. Zifa outlined his intentions to equip Wayne with capable subordinates. Agreed. Kong nodded in acceptance, given that an old friend had made a request. He would do his utmost to accommodate it. Thank you. I shall also prepare something for Wayne. Karp stood, intending to consult Wayne about acquiring Caesar. What do you intend to prepare? Suru inquired. Wayne has a remarkable monkey. During my recent leisure, I have taken to teaching it a few skills to assist Wayne. Karp responded. Chapter 32. Departure. Having finalized the appointment of Wayne, Zifa sought him out to explain the situation. As for the others, the messenger could relay the news. Please, have a seat. Zifa summoned Wayne into his office. What brings me to your attention, Teacher Zifa? Wayne inquired, settling into his seat. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Has my transfer order arrived? Indeed. Wayne, your transfer order has been issued. You are assigned to the G12 branch, Zifa replied. Is that the G12 branch that was attacked by the notorious Molia from the West Sea? Wayne asked. Yes, the West Sea is currently in turmoil. If you can quell the rebellion and restore order, it will pave the way for your previous advancement within the headquarters. However, becoming a vice admiral is merely a stepping stone, Zifa elaborated. Understood. I shall exert my utmost efforts, Wayne affirmed with a serious nod, recognizing that the time to execute his sense of justice had arrived. Excellent. Zifa responded with a sense of relief. We have also equipped you with a large warship and 500 elite naval soldiers. Zifa spoke with a hint of anticipation, eager to see Wayne's reaction. Such a substantial force? Wayne furrowed his brow, noting that this was more than what a rear admiral or even a vice admiral would typically command. Indeed, the West Sea is perilous and intricate. This support is merely to aid you in restoring stability. Ultimately, it will be your strength that confronts those formidable adversaries, Zifa clarified. Very well, Wayne nodded, preparing to return to his quarters for further preparations. Zifa hesitated, contemplating the long stretch of time he would be without Wayne. Gathering his courage, he said, Wait, what is it, Teacher Zifa? Wayne queried, observing the look in Wayne's eyes and recalling the disdain he had expressed for his father 2 years prior. Zifa swallowed hard and stammered. What I mean to say is, please ensure your safety once you arrive in the West Sea. Understood, Wayne replied, casting a skeptical glance at Zifa before pushing the door open to leave, for he still needed to gather information regarding the West Sea. Left alone in his office, Zifa lamented, wrapping his head in frustration. Zifa, why did you falter at such a critical moment? Naval Archives. Wayne entered the archives, where a naval commander promptly rose to salute him upon his arrival. Colonel Wayne, he exclaimed, I require comprehensive information regarding the West Sea, as detailed as possible. After a flurry of searching, the naval commander produced a thick file and handed it to Wayne. Let me see, Wayne said as he opened the file and found a chair to sit down in, perusing the documents one by one. The 5 major gangs of the West Sea, 3 prominent slave traders, the Flower Kingdom, the 8 Treasures Navy. The notoriously complained about Devil Sheriff Lafitte of the West Sea, known for his brutal yet adept methods. If one could win him over, it would be advantageous. Wayne rubbed his eyes and continued to read. The hometown of Diamond Jaws, the 3rd captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the arms trade of the underground world Clown are closely intertwined with the underworld. Truly chaotic. No wonder it has produced the likes of red-haired Shanks and the colossal battleship San Juan. A place teeming with ferocity. Upon returning the documents, Wayne glanced up as he exited, only to realize that night had fallen without his notice. Sigh. Taking charge of such a place is indeed a tremendous pressure. It is no wonder that Teacher Zephyr remarked that only by adeptly navigating the West Sea could one ensure a smooth ascent in their career. 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters port, a large warship slowly docked. Wayne took a deep breath, gazing at the ship with delight, akin to admiring a beautiful woman. The well-trained naval soldiers were already awaiting on board. Pang-un. Wayne turned to him, exclaiming, We must achieve great things together. His spirit was high. Indeed. Pang-un's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Hey, you rascal, Wayne. Karp approached, dragging Caesar along. Wayne noticed Caesar's body was swollen, clearly having taken quite a beating. Upon seeing Wayne, Caesar struggled free from Karp's grasp and swiftly climbed onto Wayne's shoulder. Haha, I've taught this monkey the basics of the spear and shave. The rest is up to you, Karp said, returning the monkey before wandering off on his own. Let us set sail. Wayne and Pang boarded the warship, hoisted the sails, and followed the nautical chart towards the G-12 branch. "Aren't you going to see them off?" On the top of the Navy building, Admiral Crane inquired of Zephyr. "I shall not. There are many days ahead." Zephyr shook his head. "TCH." Admiral Crane cast a sidelong glance at Zephyr. "Still unsure of your own character, hesitating in matters of affection. No wonder Carp's son is already an adult before you wed." After Wayne and Pang departed, the G-12 branch in the West Sea was embroiled in fierce combat. "Hold the line. We must protect the symbol of justice in the West Sea." Acting Commander Colonel Siri was directing all personnel at the G-12 branch to fend off the pirate onslaught. Ever since the commander had been eliminated by Moria, all manner of fiends had emerged. "Report, Colonel Siri." A naval soldier approached, clutching a transponder snail. "Speak." "Colonel Wayne from the Navy headquarters is en route at full speed, asking us to hold out for one more day." The soldier relayed. "What? One day? Damn it." Colonel Siri unsheathed his sword, cutting down a pirate. "We need more time? Curse it. Hold firm. For justice. Reinforcements from the Navy headquarters are on the way. We just need to endure for one more day. For justice." The entire contingent of officers and soldiers united their voices in a fervent shout, their fervor even managing to overshadow the advancing pirates. The leaders of the 4 pirate crews attacking the G-12 branch convened, brazenly gazing upon the besieged establishment. They were, respectively, the notorious Iron Hook Bailey, with a bounty of 42 million berries, the ram-like Rudy, with a bounty of 45.6 million berries, the cunning Finns, carrying a bounty of 35 million berries, and the infamous Biff, a wielder of the slime fruit, boasting a bounty of 56 million berries. I have already contacted Morgans, the vice president of the World Economic News Agency. Tomorrow, we shall launch our full-scale assault and make our names known to the world after conquering the G-12 branch. Finch chuckled maliciously. "Then why have we been holding back our attack?" Rudy, the ram, inquired with confusion. If we can exhaust the Navy's resources, won't they be at our mercy? They must remain vigilant, and we need only to rotate our shifts," Finns replied, demonstrating the cunning for which he was renowned. Meanwhile, the vessel captained by Wayne, traversing the doldrums, received orders from the Navy headquarters. "Relay the command. All hands, accelerate. Begin rowing with all your might," Wayne commanded. As the ship's cannons extended their oars, the vessel surged forward under the collective effort of the crew. Chapter 33. Timely arrival after a grueling night of combat. The eyes of the G-12 branch personnel were bloodshot, and even the medical team had taken up arms to join the fray. A new recruit, caught off guard, was seized by a pirate who inflicted a grievous wound upon his arm. Just as the pirate prepared to finish him off, an experienced soldier rushed in, delivering a decisive blow. With a swift motion, the soldier kicked the pirate's lifeless body aside and admonished the recruit, "Stay alert." "Rookie." The recruit, acknowledging the reprimand, had no choice but to wield his weapon with one hand due to his injury, engaging in fierce combat alongside the veteran. Blood stained the battlefield, a scene repeated countless times. After several days and nights of relentless fighting, the Navy soldiers, being human, had reached their limits. Under the command of Colonel Siri, only a handful of Navy officers remained. The G-12 branch was now left with but one colonel, one major, one captain, and 2 lieutenants. The time had come, and Morgans had arrived. Finns, lowering his binoculars, proclaimed with pride, "My hooves are itching for action." Rudy had already transformed into his half-sheep form. Swish, swish, swish. Iron Hook Bailey hastened the sharpening of his hook, while the gelatinous Biff displayed no particular reaction, idly toying with the slime in his hands. Moments later, as all the pirate captains stood ready to obliterate the G-12 branch, a sudden tremor shook the vessel, and a colossal green hand emerged, lifting the ship into the air. "How dare you provoke the Navy? Who gave you the audacity?" The roar of Vane resonated across the battlefield. With a swift motion, the barrier giant overturned the pirate ship, submerging it beneath the waves. Among the 4 captains, the swineherd Rudy and the glutinous Biff succumbed first to the inundation, gasping for breath until they met their demise. Within Vane's observation hockey, the agony of their deaths was palpable. The cunning Finns and the hook-handed Bailey emerged from the depths, standing atop the wreckage of the ship. "Monster!" Finns exclaimed in terror, never having beheld a figure of such immense stature. Even the legendary giants paled in comparison. The barrier giant's left hand, under Vane's command, gradually morphed into a colossal cannon. Before the horrified gazes of Bailey and Finns, a single compressed air cannon shot obliterated them into nothingness. The 4 pirate crews threatening the Navy's G-12 division were swiftly erased from existence, their captains reduced to mere ashes. The Navy, truly the mightiest force in the world, despite facing adversity, could still dispatch a formidable admiral to the West Sea, Morgan stated gravely. However, Morgan raised his camera, capturing photographs with fervor, particularly focusing on Vane's barrier giant. This was indeed a significant scoop. The pirates, having failed to claim victory, had instead sacrificed their lives to sound the alarm for the West Sea. Morgan scribbled furiously on paper, exclaiming, "Shocking! Navy XXXX, pirate scum, justice invincible XXX." The remaining pirate lackeys, witnessing their leader's downfall, lost all will to fight, fearing that a single slap from the barrier giant could reduce them to mere pulp. The Navy soldiers at G-12, who had been struggling to hold their ground, suddenly felt a weight lifted. Many closed their eyes in slumber, while others never awoke again. Moments later, Penn led 500 elite Navy soldiers to the scene. Vane, concerned for the safety of G-12, swiftly utilized moonwalk and shave to reach the division, leaving Penn to command the fleet. Vane, as ever, remains indomitable, Penn remarked with a hint of bravado. "When will I have my turn? I feel as though I'm rusting away." "Ah, that should suffice. How many did you capture?" Vane inquired, gesturing dismissively. "Over 500, all scum, with each having taken no less than 3 lives." Penn replied with indignation. "These 500 pirates equate to at least 1,500 innocent lives brutally slaughtered." Wayne clenched his fists, suppressing the impulses that surged within him. As the commander of the base, he understood the necessity of composure and adherence to protocol, ensuring their safe passage into the propulsion city. Vane took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. "Inhale, exhale. Damn it, Penn." Vane's forehead throbbed with anger as he contemplated the massacre of innocents. His sense of justice seethed with fury. "There is no need to send them to the execution ground. Let us dispense justice right here, sever their heads and construct a monument. In times of chaos, strict measures must be employed. I shall take responsibility for any consequences." A murderous intent surged within Vane. Indeed, Penn was equally stirred, turning to walk a few steps before returning to inquire, "What exactly is a monument?" "A monument is formed by beheading individuals and arranging their heads into a conical shape," Vane explained, gesturing as he tore a piece of cloth, dipped it in blood, and sketched a rough representation. "Oh," Penn responded, picking up the cloth and summoning others to commence the task. The losses were grievous. Vane stood atop the ruins, surveying the entirety of the G-12 branch. The walls had completely collapsed, leaving only a single building standing. Many soldiers appeared uninjured, merely exhausted from sleep. Yet they had ceased to breathe. The G-12 branch was reduced to little over 200 souls. It seemed imperative to embark on extensive reconstruction, recruiting personnel to rebuild the branch. Vane pondered, "How terrifying. Such an imposing presence, Major Penn. It's quite gruesome, yet I find it rather appealing." A cacophony of cheers and shouts drew Morgan's attention, as the first grand observation post of the pirate world stood out like a beacon in the night. Penn, feeling a tad bashful under the adoration of a throng of naval soldiers, scratched his head. Despite its bloody nature, this truly felt gratifying. "Good day, I am Morgans, a journalist from the World Economic News Agency. May I inquire about the name of the valiant naval commander today?" Morgans leaned closer to Penn. "It is Chief Vane." Penn replied, glancing at the avian figure before him brandishing a press badge. "What is an avian figure?" "I have encountered monkeys far more formidable than mere humanoids," Morgans mused. "Oh, so it's Colonel Vane? He must be quite formidable then." "Certainly, he must be strong. What are you all engaged in?" Morgans gestured towards the observation post. "This is the observation post, as taught by Chief Vane. He mentioned that it serves to intimidate pirates. My chief also stated that in chaotic times, one must employ severe measures. Only by being resolute can we truly uphold justice," Penn declared proudly. A hawkish navy, Morgans contemplated, verbally responding, "Thank you for your insights." "You're welcome," Penn nodded, returning to his duties. Morgans captured several photographs of the observation post, departing with a sense of fulfillment. This was indeed a significant story worthy of thorough documentation. Barrier. Infrastructure enthusiast. With arms wide open, Wayne summoned countless barriers that transformed into excavators, cranes, and drilling machines from a bygone era, commencing operations. The G-12 branch began to clear the debris at an astonishing pace, embarking on the path of reconstruction. Chapter 34. Renowned across the seas, the events transpiring at the G-12 branch swiftly resonated throughout the world. thanks to the efforts of the World Economic News Agency. The G1 branch, situated in the New World, has always been a primary target for pirate assaults. The three newly promoted admirals of the Navy swiftly entered the G1 branch to engage in the war against piracy. Early in the morning, Ghost Spider entered Sakazuki's office, clutching a newspaper. Upon seeing Ghost Spider, Sakazuki looked up with curiosity and inquired, "What brings you here, Ghost Spider?" "Admiral Sakazuki, please take a look at this," Ghost Spider replied, handing the newspaper to him. Sakazuki picked up the paper and scrutinized it. His eyes brightened upon reading terms such as capital punishment and harsh measures in chaotic times. "Excellent," Sakazuki exclaimed, slapping the newspaper emphatically. "Wayne's actions are undeniably justified." "Indeed. Captain Wayne is truly formidable," Ghost Spider remarked from the side. "Yes, a natural-born naval officer," Sakazuki nodded, continuing. "I have decided that we must also use the heads of pirates to establish capital punishment." "I concur," Ghost Spider responded, feeling inspired. "Only in this manner can justice instill fear in pirates. Harsh measures in chaotic times. What a splendid idea." Sakazuki resolved to support Wayne, as a budding spirit of justice must not be overlooked. "Absolutely," Ghost Spider replied with enthusiasm. At Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the 5 contemporary giants of the Navy convened, all looking at the newspaper with furrowed brows. "Zifa, your son is quite impressive. He has stirred quite the commotion right from the outset." "The phrase harsh measures in chaotic times is indeed fitting," Carp chuckled, indifferent to the factions of hawks and doves. "Isn't this capital punishment a bit too gruesome?" Vice Admiral Tsuru pointed to the image of capital punishment in the newspaper. "Not particularly," Sengoku adjusted his glasses and stated, "while it may seem bloody, Wayne is merely executing pirates, who are all villains. As long as he does not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, it is acceptable. I trust Wayne. He is not the type to harm the innocent. He has expressed to me that he adheres to the principle of justice for the people," Zifa interjected. "Justice for the people, while perhaps somewhat biased, is indeed a noble belief. I have faith that Wayne will not stray from this path," Akiji concluded, solidifying the consensus on the matter. Wayne's actions instilled a profound sense of trepidation among numerous infamous pirates, who recognized that the Navy had given rise to a formidable adversary. However, they deemed the junior naval captain still unworthy of their concern. The demise of the 4 great pirates sent ripples of shock throughout the West Sea, prompting all factions to cease their conflicts and observe quietly. As the West Sea gradually descended into tranquility, Wayne seized the opportunity to reconstruct the G12 branch. A month later, the rejuvenated G12 branch moved many naval soldiers to tears, as the emblem of justice was once again established. Wayne gazed at the naval branch, which comprised a mere 700 members, and felt a profound sense of frustration. How could a sizable branch be reduced to such a paltry number? "Pung, what is the matter?" Pung approached with a quick stride. "I instructed you to recruit naval soldiers. What progress have you made?" "It has been a month, and only a handful of individuals have shown up," Wayne exclaimed, visibly irritated. "I have made efforts. I even sought assistance in promoting our cause. However, the people of the West Sea remain skeptical of us. Many are hesitant, fearing that joining the Navy might expose them to another ruthless attack like that of Moria." Pung replied, his expression reflecting his dismay. Their reasoning was indeed sound, leaving little room for rebuttal. "Thus, we must demonstrate the strength of our Navy," Wayne asserted, fully in agreement. It was evident that only a select few were willing to enlist purely out of enthusiasm. Showcasing their true capabilities was essential for attracting talent. "Who shall we target?" Ping inquired with excitement. "The gang, of course. I have heard that while other factions keep a low profile, the Geely gang continues to flaunt their existence. Since they are so brazen, this shall be our first target," Wayne decided. "The Geely gang? Alas, their actions are far from auspicious," he sighed. "Indeed, they have even threatened to turn our Navy into Swiss cheese should we dare interfere with their operations," Ping retorted angrily. "Very well, prepare for action. They are but a group of frogs at the bottom of a well." "Which explains why they have fallen under the rule of a diminutive figure like Beiji," Wayne scoffed. Having absorbed only half of the conversation, Peng departed to oversee the mobilization of various supplies, charts, and ammunition. The following day at the G12 branch port, Colonel Shealy arrived with all the officers to see Wayne off. "Colonel Wayne, are you truly taking only over 100 naval soldiers?" Colonel Shealy expressed his concern. "Have no fear. Your duty is simply to safeguard the base. A mere gang poses no real threat," Wayne replied confidently, thinking that were it not for the need for assistance, he would not even wish to bring such a number. As they watched the warship sail away, Those left behind began to murmur among themselves, speculating about Wayne's chances of success. One day, a naval lieutenant suggested, "Too soon. 3 days." A naval major countered, "2 days." Then, Colonel Shealy interjected, suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation. Is this truly the task at hand? We must remain vigilant. Once news of Colonel Wayne's eradication of the Geely gang reaches us, we will commence a vigorous recruitment campaign for naval personnel. Indeed, the crowd returned to their respective duties, engaging in renovations, training, and patrols, as the G-12 branch thrived with renewed vigor. Colonel Shealy sniffled, his eyes slightly red, and remarked, "Everything is returning to normal. How wonderful." Having spoken, he brushed off the dust from his attire, for there were documents awaiting his attention. On his way to confront the enigmatic Geely, Wayne sought to enhance his physical prowess. He secured one end of the barrier chain to the warship and the other to himself and Caesar. Caesar, having reverted to human size, remained unaffected by the sea's embrace under the protective veil of the barrier membrane. A real-life manifestation of a human, or monkey, pulling a vessel emerged, despite the fatigue. Wayne reveled in the long-forgotten sensation of exertion and the feeling of increased strength. Aha, this shall be my regimen henceforth, Wayne resolved, committing to this method of training. Penn, lacking such capability, lagged considerably behind Wayne. He was presently engaged in swinging a colossal dumbbell with both hands, striving to build his strength. The immense dumbbell soared through the air with vigor, creating a tremendous wave of force. Truly, the elite training camp's top 9 talents were formidable, evoking a sense of envy among many naval soldiers standing on the deck. As Wayne swam, he retrieved his compass and nautical charts to adjust his course. The Navy, being the mightiest force in the world, possesses navigational charts for the vast majority of locations, and the infamous Black Gang's stronghold, Black Tide Island, is no exception. Chapter 35, Subduing the Gang. On yet another sun-drenched morning, the inhabitants of Red Copper Island, home to the Black Gang, faced yet another grim day. The island's abundant copper mines had not bestowed wealth or happiness upon its people. Instead, they had attracted predatory wolves, bringing calamity upon them. "Hurry up, get to mining," shouted the gang's overseers, wielding whips. The townsfolk, numb to their plight, emerged from their homes, both men and women, young and old, bearing pickaxes and laden with backpacks, slowly trudging toward the mine amidst the relentless urging. At the heart of Red Copper Island sat the godfather of the Black Gang, Gilly Hemmer, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he silently listened to his underlings' report on the financial status. Copper, a metal indispensable across various industries, had yielded substantial profits for them. "Boss, just a couple of days ago, we had several altercations with the Capone-Becky Mafia. It seems the Becky gang has set its sights on our Red Copper Island," one of the gang members expressed with indignation. "When did the Gilly gang become prey to others? Since they harbor such intentions, we need not endure it any longer. Inform our men that if the Becky Mafia dares to invade again, we shall retaliate fiercely, making it clear that we are not to be trifled with." Hemmer spat out his cigar, speaking with ferocity. At that moment, Wayne and Caesar had already maneuvered their warship to the shores of Red Copper Island. Unfamiliar with the island's circumstances, Wayne and Caesar decided to disembark and assess the situation firsthand. Upon the shoulders of Wayne stood Caesar, as they traversed the desolate streets together. The thoroughfare was in disarray, marred by an abundance of footprints. Wayne bowed his head, following the trail until he arrived at a mining area. Witnessing the gangsters wielding whips to mercilessly strike the innocent, Wayne's teeth gnashed in indignation. These were the very people he vowed to protect. How could he allow such scoundrels to perpetrate their cruelty? Yet, he refrained from intervening, for many formidable warriors had emerged from the West Sea, and one could never be certain when a monster might arise. Wayne leaped into the air with a moonwalk, swiftly seizing an isolated gang thug before vanishing in an instant. In the midst of a dense jungle, he set the trembling thug down, who looked as though he might wet himself. Wayne delivered a sharp slap to his face. "No urinating. You will answer my questions, understood?" The thug nodded like a timid wife. "How many people are on this island?" "Over 1,000. There are more than 20,000 residents, and we have forcibly conscripted them for mining," the thug replied candidly. "Even children and the elderly?" Wayne, suppressing his fury, inquired. No, but the boss believes the elderly are just a waste of resources, so he ordered us to kill them," the thug stammered. "Kill them?" Wayne responded with another slap that sent the thug sprawling to the ground. "You bastard." Wayne kicked him in a moment of desperation, inadvertently delivering a fatal blow. "What a mess," Wayne muttered, kicking the body aside before disappearing and reappearing atop the palace at the center of Cheetah Island. Every move of Helmer and his subordinates was reflected in Wayne's observation hockey, and he overheard their discussions about territorial disputes. As if everything could be resolved with bullets and cannon fire. I can rely on Caesar and Pin for this. I need not intervene, Wayne mused. Turning back to hasten his return. Upon his arrival at the battleship, the naval soldiers guarding the vessels greeted him, exclaiming, "Colonel Wayne has returned. Hurry, assemble." Over 100 elite naval soldiers stood in formation, as if awaiting Wayne's arrival. All right. No need for such formality. I am not a tyrant. Wayne waved his hand. Summoning Pen. I entrust you with the first battle in the West Sea today. Can you manage it? He asked, patting Pen on the shoulder. Absolutely. Pen replied with enthusiasm. All these 100 soldiers are assigned to you, along with Caesar. The only requirement is to minimize casualties. Is that feasible? Wayne inquired. Rest assured, Pen assured him, clapping his chest before hastily departing to assemble the troops. Still as reckless as ever, Wayne chuckled, shaking his head as he conjured a rocking chair of barriers and began to sway leisurely. Pen, with Caesar atop his head, led over 100 elite naval soldiers into the town with great momentum. I had hoped you would show some cleverness, yet you remained so brash. If it weren't for the brazen nature of this notorious gang, you would have been discovered the moment you entered, Wayne thought to himself, nearly laughing as he observed through his observation hockey. Pen looked up at Caesar overhead and said, "Go to the other side of the island and create as much commotion as you can to draw attention." Caesar scratched his head and shot off like a swift arrow. Whoosh! Ping drew his great sword from his back, the blade pointed directly at the mining district of Cheetah Island. "Rescue the suffering people. For justice!" he shouted, leading the charge. For justice! All the naval soldiers, armed with swords and guns, charged behind Peng with fervor. A deafening roar echoed as Caesar transformed into his behemoth form, towering over 100 meters tall, casually tossing a building aside. What on earth is that? A monster? Helmer nearly bit his tongue, turning to his subordinates and bellowing. What are you standing around for? Bring out all the cannons and take down that beast. Yes. His subordinate hastily produced a communication device and rushed out after a few hurried words. Oh my goodness, this is like a real-life Hollywood blockbuster, Wayne remarked, awakening from his reclined position to gaze at Caesar. Your predecessor, the King Kong, was felled by bullets and cannons. Let us see what you can do. As cannonballs rained down upon Caesar's skin like small marbles, he felt no pain, only a slight itch. The sight of Caesar nearly disregarding the artillery sent the gunners fleeing in terror. With an almost playful demeanor, Caesar swatted the fleeing soldiers, turning them into mere splatters, and casually hurled another building, sending a crowd scattering in chaos. Noticing the commotion, Ping recognized that many guards had left their posts. He charged into the fray, shouting, "All citizens of Cheetah Island, get down." Accustomed to enduring adversity, the citizens obeyed without hesitation, dropping to the ground, while the guards stood frozen in shock. Wielding his great sword, Ping lunged into the mining area, piercing several guards. The 100 naval soldiers accompanying him raised their rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. And yet more guards fell. Chapter 36. Comforting the people as Ping wreaked havoc, a shadow darted from the darkness. A slender figure wielding a dagger lunged at Ping's back. However, under the influence of his observation hockey, the assassin's approach was utterly transparent, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Ping swiftly turned his great sword to deflect the dagger. What? The assassin gasped, eyes widening in alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he threw down a smoke bomb and, enveloped in thick smoke, propelled himself backward with all his strength. In the face of absolute power. All else is but a fleeting illusion, Peng declared. With a powerful swing, he hurled his sword, pinning the assassin to the ground like a skewered gourd. Why? Wasn't it said that a swordsman never parts with his blade? The assassin gazed down at the great sword protruding from his chest, confusion clouding his mind as he succumbed to death. Ping approached, withdrew his sword, and wiped it clean on the assassin's lifeless body. The Geely gang possesses some skilled operatives. This assassin was quite professional. With a swift strike, a sword drove the head of a gang underling into his chest. Ping lamented, reflecting on the fact that this force had never traversed the Grand Line, lacking any discernible insight. What use was all that money? They were merely an ATM for the strong. The battlefield with Caesar had also reached its conclusion. Caesar cradled a palace in his arms, while Hema and his sole remaining subordinate trembled together in fear. The bounty hunter he had hired 2 days prior for 30 million berries had yet to make his mark, only to be crushed by a boulder hurled by Caesar. Thud, 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 thud. With deliberate steps, Caesar approached the shoreline and casually discarded the palace into the sea. After a tremendous upheaval, Hema and his companion emerged unsteadily from the waves. Pull them up, Wayne instructed the nearby naval soldiers. A naval soldier lowered a rope from the ship, allowing Hema and his men to climb aboard. Before long, Peng Yin led the navy in vanquishing all the gang members. He approached the trembling civilians and kindly reassured them, "Do not worry. We are the navy, here to rescue you." In response to Peng Yin's somewhat grim visage, the cowering crowd trembled even more. "Ah, this." Peng Yin scratched his head in distress. His appearance was a gift from his parents, and there was little he could do about it. "Uncle Ugly, is what you say true?" A small girl, shaking with fear and driven by hunger, dared to inch forward, deciding to take a gamble. Of course, Peng Yin affirmed with a vigorous nod, turning to retrieve a bounty of food from where the gangsters had rested. Upon seeing the provisions, the people, motivated by desperation, rushed forward to claim what little they could. The food was scarce, merely enough to alleviate their hunger temporarily. "Thank you, noble navy," exclaimed a man who appeared to be the leader, falling to his knees, prompting the rest of the civilians to follow suit. "Oh, no need for such reverence. This is our duty. We apologize for our shortcomings." Peng Yin urged the naval soldiers to assist the kneeling citizens back to their feet. "Please rise. It is our responsibility. We cannot accept such gratitude." Amidst the commotion, some of the more emotionally charged naval soldiers, while helping, began to sob uncontrollably. "The wicked gangsters and the damned pirates. I shall ensure your utter destruction," Peng Yin thought as he lifted the small girl into his arms. "Everyone, please rise and follow me. There is more food aboard the ship." He gestured for the entire crowd to follow. A throng of people flocked to the ship's side, and Wayne, witnessing the scene, remained silent. Indeed, there was ample food on board. Under Wayne's orders, bags of provisions and drinks were lowered by the naval soldiers and distributed among the populace. "Look at the suffering they have endured." With a sigh, Wayne observed the return of the colossal Caesar, who carried a massive safe in his grasp. The residents of the Copper Islands stirred with excitement at the sight of the gigantic figure. Fortunately, when the naval soldiers had previously distributed food, they had established some rapport, allowing the citizens to maintain a semblance of order despite their trepidation. "Is this the safe belonging to the Gilly gang?" Wayne inquired. His curiosity piqued as he circled the imposing vault. Indeed, replied Hemmer, who was bound and kneeling nearby, nodding vigorously. "I can assist you in opening it, provided you grant me my freedom. I shall share half of Copper Island's profits with you." With a series of unsettling metallic sounds, creaks, cracks, and a thunderous crash, the safe was dismantled by Wayne's bare hands, spilling coins and jewels across the ground. "Come here," Wayne beckoned, and Hemmer, still in shock, crawled to his feet like a caterpillar. "Quite the treasure, isn't it?" Wayne remarked, bending down to pat Hemmer's face, who could only nod in speechless agreement. "Lord Wayne, if you spare my life, I will offer you all the money," Hemmer pleaded, attempting to negotiate his way out. "Why would I do that?" Wayne responded, lifting Hemmer to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes. "Colonel Wayne, how can you act in such a manner?" A naval soldier interjected, unable to tolerate the apparent betrayal of justice for the sake of wealth. Penn, on the other hand, remained steadfast, doubting Wayne would compromise his integrity for monetary gain. "Shall we consider this money as a contribution to justice, then?" Wayne asked with a smile. "Of course, I have always been a staunch supporter of justice," Hemmer replied, his face etched with desperation. "Are you willing to make a small sacrifice for justice?" "Just a little one," Wayne suggested, his words laden with implication. "Absolutely, I am willing," Hemmer exclaimed eagerly. "Excellent, Penn." Wayne turned to Penn, commanding, "Let our dear Hemmer make one last contribution to justice. Break his and his minions' limbs and present them to the residents of Copper Island." "Very well," Penn replied, seizing Hemmer and his accomplice by the neck. Their cries of despair and curses filled the air, followed by a cacophony of screams and the fervent shouts of the crowd. Soon after, Penn and his companions disposed of an unrecognizable mass into the sea. "Sigh, this western sea is truly akin to hell. I wonder if there exists a patch of pure land anywhere," Penn lamented upon his return. Vane turned his head and, with a smile, addressed the sorrowful Penn. "Are we not the architects of a pure land? Let us diligently carry out our task, severing the heads of the fallen gang members and arranging them into a display of justice. I desire for every afflicted place to exhibit this testament, allowing those rampant pirates to witness the formidable deterrence of righteousness." At that moment, Penn found himself immersed in the fervor of the mission. Only by erecting the grim symbols of transgression in areas that had suffered could the populace truly perceive the Navy's unwavering commitment to justice, thereby ensuring their peace of mind. With this thought, he hastened his actions. Chapter 37. The recruitment of Lafitte. A grim tableau composed of over 400 severed heads loomed over the harbor of Copper Island, a dire warning to all who dared to disrupt the peace. The grotesque visages of the deceased conveyed the consequences of folly to any would-be troublemakers. "We owe a debt of gratitude to Colonel Vane," remarked a sturdy leader, wiping away tears of gratitude. "You truly honor us." Vane waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely our duty. If performing our responsibilities warrants such gratitude, one can only imagine the suffering that would ensue for the people." After responding to the base, Wayne decided to remain with all the naval soldiers to assist in the reconstruction of the homeland on Chitong Island. The devastation caused by Caesar's earlier reckless actions was indeed considerable, and given that the residents lacked the financial means to hire help, Wayne chose to stay and lend a hand. Vane, through the construction of barriers, fashioned a multitude of engineering tools to cut colossal stones, transport sand, and even erected several brick kilns to assist in the brick-making process. He led by example in every endeavor, disregarding the disarray smeared across his face. The islanders, observing his dedication, felt an ever-deepening gratitude towards Vane and his companions. The news of the annihilation of the Gilly gang spread throughout the West Sea, instilling a sense of awe among all. The 5 major gangs were extinguished with such finality, and it was evident that the Navy was now resolutely serious in their pursuits. In the Flower Kingdom, the 13th generation pillar of the 8 treasures Navy, Old Kai, scrutinized the intelligence reports with a furrowed brow. Aware that the Navy's burgeoning strength posed a significant threat to their kind, akin to kingdom-affiliated pirates. Report to Old Kai. "The leader of the Green Pepper is once again butting heads with the Ice Continent," a member of the 8 treasures Navy informed. "I shall go and offer my counsel," Old Kai replied, rubbing his forehead, as he gathered his trusted aides to seek out the Green Pepper. Meanwhile, in the Mafia, Capone Beck-Kane quietly absorbed the report from his subordinate before methodically responding, "Go, seize the territory of the Gilly gang." A shrewd advisor with a long tongue whispered caution. "Currently, the Navy is in a position of strength. Acting recklessly would be unwise." "No matter," Capone replied nonchalantly, "for we possess a considerable advantage in firepower." A week later, the reconstruction of Red Copper Island was nearly complete, with 80% finished, and Vane and his crew prepared to depart if they lingered any longer. Colonel Seary would personally summon them back. "Noble Navy." All the islanders stood in unison at the dock, many weeping as they bid farewell to the departing sailors. Numerous Navy personnel felt their eyes welling with tears as a profound sense of emotion surged within their hearts. "Isn't it moving?" A little girl waved her handkerchief energetically at Penn, who responded with an exuberant grin. Indeed, Penn's broad smile seemed uncontainable. Vane turned back to glance at the islanders of Chitong Island who were still waiting at the dock. "Our mission is to cherish this profound emotion," he declared. "Soldiers, do you feel moved?" Vane shouted at the soldiers aboard the vessel. "Moved?" The naval soldiers replied with exuberance. "What is our mission?" "To safeguard the peace of the Western Sea. Now, let us set sail towards the G12 branch at full speed." Hooray! Wayne and Caesar continued their arduous training, swiftly towing the warship back to shore. Ping, amused for a moment, picked up the dumbbells to resume his exercises. The following day, wine lay despondently on the table, devoid of the fervor he had displayed the previous day. How could there still be so many documents to process? In a fit of frustration, he swept the papers to the floor, wishing he could roll around in despair. At that moment, a particular document caught his eye. Its contents were straightforward, merely a complaint, but the individual behind it was far from ordinary. The complaint was lodged against the West Sea security officer, Lafitte, who had repeatedly engaged in acts of violent enforcement, destroying the vessels of the West Sea nobility and falsely accusing them of human trafficking. The circumstances were exceedingly dire, recommending his expulsion from the territory. Vessels of human cargo? Wasn't that synonymous with human trafficking? It seemed Lafitte possessed a sense of justice after all. Wine's spirits lifted. Indeed, Lafitte was a man of righteousness. Despite the chaos enveloping the West Sea, wherever Lafitte roamed, tranquility reigned, as pirates trembled before his ruthless methods. Wayne glanced at the petition within the complaint letter, noting that many signatures were shaky, even bearing traces of blood, a clear indication of coercion. Perhaps Lafitte's eventual enlistment in the Blackbeard pirates stemmed from disillusionment. Wayne sighed. "Pern," he called towards the door. Coming, Pern replied as he entered. Let us go recruit a talented individual, Wayne said as he adjusted his attire, donning his cloak. What kind of talent? Pern inquired, following closely behind. An exceptional sheriff. Wayne responded. Is it Lafitte? Pern asked. Indeed it is. Come along. Once he arrives, you need not serve as my aide any longer. You can command a warship on your own to hunt down pirates, Wayne declared, hands clasped behind his back. Really? Pern exclaimed, filled with joy. Truly. Now, let us hurry. Wayne replied with a smile, damn paperwork, I shall finally be rid of you. Colonel Siri, observing Wayne's strides towards the port, quickly intercepted him. Colonel Wayne. As the commander of the G12 branch, you cannot wander about aimlessly. Moreover, you have a multitude of documents to attend to, Colonel Siri said, his expression fraught with urgency. Documents. Wayne felt that he could no longer maintain his smile. Heaven knows how he managed to get through yesterday. I am off to recruit a man of justice, Lafayette, Wayne jested. I have heard of that devilish sheriff as well. If Colonel Wayne insists on recruiting Lafayette, then I shall accompany you, Colonel Siri replied. Oh no, that would be futile. You would only embarrass yourself against him, Wayne retorted without mercy. Oh, Colonel Wayne is indeed a man of true character, Colonel Siri chuckled awkwardly, reminding himself that one should not speak ill of others. Enough of this. Do not try to stop me. I shall temporarily entrust the documents to you, Wayne said, patting Colonel Siri on the shoulder. But I still need to settle the newly recruited Navy recruits, Colonel Siri lamented, feeling as if his hair might fall out from worry. You can manage. It's all yours, Wayne waved dismissively. But, sigh. Colonel Siri could only watch helplessly as Wayne departed aboard the warship, pondering whether having such a powerful yet unpredictable commander was a blessing or a curse. Turning to Major Duco, Colonel Siri instructed, you handle the recruits. I will deal with the paperwork. With that, he hurried away. Major Duco stood frozen. But I still need to procure supplies. I believe in you, Colonel Siri called back, full of energy from a distance. Goodness, he's over 40. Why act so youthful? Major Duco thought, burdened with resentment. With a heavy heart, he resolved to first address the settling of the recruits, leaving the supply issue aside. After all, there were plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes to make do with. Chapter 38. Subduing Lafayette. The gentle sea breeze caressed Wayne's face as he journeyed to seek out Lafayette. Even on this quest, Wayne did not abandon his ship-like training. Immersed in the seawater, he glanced at the map, made a slight adjustment to his course, and, alongside Caesar, propelled the vessel forward. 2 hours later, on a medium-sized island, Wayne and Penn discovered Lafayette drinking in a tavern. True to the original narrative, he possessed a pallid complexion, a tall and slender frame, a black top hat, and a finely crafted cane slung over his arm. Lafayette, noticing Wayne's naval attire, adjusted his hat with his right hand and remarked, What brings the commander of the G12 branch of the West Sea, known for pacifying pirates and dismantling gangs, to such a place? The devilish sheriff? Is it truly you? Penn scoffed, eyeing the pale, thin figure who appeared frail. Penn, Wayne interjected, halting his companion, and approached Lafayette. I have come to recruit you. Are you willing to join me in a grand endeavor? A grand endeavor? Lafayette turned to face Wayne. How grand is it? Vane chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in Lafitte's ear, perhaps it is time to revise the order of this world. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lafitte's forehead. Yet a smile graced his face. Oh my, this is quite remarkable. What if I refuse? Shall it be that your excellency Vane intends to leave my life here as well? Lafitte remarked as he stroked his cane. What do you think? Vane replied with a smile. Lafitte extended his left hand towards Vane, saying, Come now, let us engage in a simple arm wrestling match. Very well, Vane responded, placing his right hand upon Lafitte's. 3, 2, 1, begin. Once the contest commenced, Lafitte exerted all his strength to twist Vane's right arm. However, the situation appeared to polarize. Vane remained unyielding as a mountain, while Lafitte's face flushed with effort, and even the table they used for their contest trembled under the strain. The table on Wayne's side is impeccably level, with a gentle breeze and serene clouds, while on Lafayette's side, the table teeters precariously, riddled with gaps. Lafayette, filled with admiration for Wayne's formidable control, retracts his hand. What's the matter? Wayne teased, casting a playful glance at Lafayette. Are we not competing any longer? Lafayette, having met Colonel Wayne before, knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, No more competition, sir. Come along, Wayne commanded. Yes, I wonder what the commander intends to do next? Lafayette inquired curiously. Wayne paid him no mind, as a thought crossed his mind. Lafayette, Present, sir. How do you manage internal affairs? Fairly well, I suppose. As a sheriff, I have dealt with my fair share of matters, Lafayette responded, somewhat puzzled. That's good to hear, Lafayette, Wayne said with a look of satisfaction, patting Lafayette on the shoulder. From now on, the political affairs of the G12 branch will be entrusted to you. At your command, Lafayette replied, still smiling. I have a question for you. Please, go ahead. Do you harbor a deep disdain for slave traders? I have observed your fervent assaults on the slave ships of the Western nobility. Their complaints have nearly filled my office. Indeed, I possess a past that remains largely unspoken. But enough of that. I am uncertain of our next course of action. Lafayette shook his head. First, we must address the remaining 4 gangs. Pirates merely seize and depart. While these gangs are vampires, deeply entrenched in the lives of the people, Wayne paused before continuing. Moreover, gangs are far more manageable than those pirates. Wayne expressed his true thoughts. Gangs are more stable and easier to locate. Very well, the Western Seas are notorious for its gangs. If we eliminate them one by one, it will greatly enhance the Navy's reputation, Lafayette mused after a moment of contemplation. Upon our return to the G12 branch, you and Payne will eradicate the remaining 3 gangs. As for Capone and Becky, I shall personally handle them. Without military merit, the Navy will not acquiesce, Wayne stated, standing at the forefront of the warship. Understood. Vane returned to his chamber, realizing that his strength had now entered a period of stagnation. It was time to devise some new techniques. But how should he proceed with this development? After much contemplation, Vince suddenly recalled the biscuit admiral from the suite 3 generals of the anti-pirate crew. Apart from being inedible, the barrier bears a striking resemblance to a biscuit. Wine commenced the activation of his barrier fruit ability, summoning a humanoid barrier of comparable size that materialized before him. Under Wine's adept manipulation, the figure gradually acquired distinct facial features, intricately crafted limbs, and weaponry. Slowly but surely, a heavily armored barrier soldier emerged before Wine's eyes, fearless of pain and devoid of thought. This epitomized the ideal soldier. Wayne surveyed the barrier soldiers encircling him. Clad in formidable barrier armor, wielding long spears, with large sabers at their sides, bows and arrows slung across their backs, and shields held firmly in one hand. It was hardly practical for him to engage in every skirmish personally or transform into a colossal barrier giant. Thus, the barrier army was indeed poised to serve its purpose. Vane waved his hand and conjured another barrier soldier. With the ability to multitask, he began to manipulate 2 barrier soldiers simultaneously, commanding them to walk, crouch, and rise. Before long, Vane felt a sense of confusion clouding his mind, a dizzying sensation enveloping him. This was truly no ordinary feat. He couldn't fathom how Clea managed to control so many cookie soldiers. Rubbing his temples, Vane persevered in his attempts to control the barrier soldiers. Time slipped away imperceptibly. And by the time the warship docked, Vane had mastered the art of multitasking to the extent of managing 3 at once, all while effortlessly besting Ping and Lafayette. Colonel Vane, you have finally returned, exclaimed Colonel Siri, nearly in tears. You cannot burden me with all the matters of the branch. Look at my hair. It's falling out in clumps. I'm facing a midlife crisis here. Well, I am back now, Vane replied awkwardly, acknowledging that his focus had been solely on developing new techniques during his absence, neglecting his usual training regimen aboard the ship, which resulted in a considerable delay this time around. Vane beckoned Lafitte over, saying, "This is the Lafitte I have recruited. Henceforth, he shall serve as my adjutant." Colonel Siri scrutinized him. Despite the notorious reputation of the devilish Sheriff Lafitte throughout the West Sea, he fell short of his expectations. In a couple of days, I will have him and Penn together in a campaign against the gangsters. They shall prove their worth by taking down the crime lord, Vane declared. Indeed, Siri replied. However, Vane surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Why do I feel that our G12 branch's naval soldiers appear somewhat emaciated? How did you even notice that?" Colonel Siri was taken aback, as he had intended to address this issue himself. "What is going on?" Vane inquired, and in an instant, all the naval soldiers turned their heads, equally curious as to why the rations were so poor. "Well, it is because, after you recruited Lafitte, we have had an influx of tasks to manage, and the provisions have been somewhat neglected," Colonel Siri explained. Vane felt a bit awkward, as though he were to blame. "Let us expedite the resolution of the food situation. I shall dive into the sea to catch some sea creatures," Vane stated, and with that, he leapt into the ocean to pursue his catch. Long live Colonel Vane. Instantly, all the naval soldiers cheered in unison. Chapter 39, The Meeting Throughout This Month. The entire West Sea was engulfed in trepidation. Aside from the mafia, all manner of gangs, large and small, were obliterated by the Navy. Slave traders were captured and executed without mercy, and the underworld was in disarray. Wherever the Navy enacted justice, a monumental spectacle was left in its wake. When Wayne is in the mood, he personally takes matters into his own hands, striking against pirates and gangs. Bane, renowned for his kindness towards the populace and his mercilessness towards pirates and gangsters, has earned the moniker of Colonel Jingguan and the title of a two-faced individual in the West Sea. One side an angel, the other a devil. Numerous locales within the West Sea now take pride in Jingguan, for where he reigns, pirate incursions are scarce, as they fear becoming victims themselves. The aristocrats of the West Sea have sent several letters of complaint to the Navy headquarters, which has dismissed these dim-witted nobles with a mere promise of investigation. After which silence ensued. Within the residence of a noble, one could hear the exclamations of frustration. Damn the Navy. They are meant to serve us. How dare they disrupt our business? Those wretched scoundrels. Indeed, all the great nobles of the West Sea gathered, lamenting their escalating losses since Vane's arrival. As their former joys faded, the slaves now tread cautiously, for once lost, they cannot be replaced. I have had enough. A young noble cried out, having exhausted his supply of slaves. An elderly noble, his beard as white as snow, grimly remarked, my gladiatorial arena has been silent for several days. Blast it. The G12 branch is at odds with all the West Sea nobility. A middle-aged noble with brown hair solemnly responded. But the commoners of the West Sea do not support us. Those wretched beings dare to defy us. Each village is now equipped with telebugs, ready to report to the G12 branch at the slightest provocation. Do you recall how Count Gagan met his end? A hush fell over the assembly. For Count Gagan's demise had occurred just the previous week. He had merely shot a few individuals while collecting taxes, yet those despicable commoners reported him to the Navy. And that detestable Lafitte executed him under the pretext of offending nobility. We must lodge a formal protest, this time. All of us West Sea nobles shall collectively address the world government. Indeed, it is time to demonstrate our might to these damned Navy officials. Let them understand that the West Sea remains the dominion of our nobility. 2 days later, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a conference room was filled with high-ranking officers, none beneath the rank of Rear Admiral. Once all were assembled, the officer seated at the head of the table cleared his throat and declared, today's agenda includes the internal cleansing of the Navy and the threat posed by pirates, led by Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku rose and approached a blackboard. Ahem. The current situation in the New World is intense. Vice Admiral Garp has replaced Vice Admiral Kazan, while Vice Admirals Akainu and Kazaru are stationed at the G1 branch. Everyone turned to gaze upon the three major generals. Coming to their senses, they realized that the entire era had plunged into chaos due to Roger's words. The pirate supernova, Moonlight Moria, the Sand Crocodile, and the Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo had all entered the New World. While Hawkeye Mihawk sought to stake his claim to the title of the world's greatest swordsman, under the influence of our rumors, pirates were setting their sights on dominating the New World and becoming the Four Emperors. Currently, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, also called Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts firmly occupied the thrones of the Four Emperors, yet many pirates were eager to challenge them. There remains a vacancy among the Four Emperors. And according to the current momentum, 3 formidable pirate crews are vying for the 4th seat, the Tyrant Chichibukai, the Cunning Fox Nikki, and the Black Death Fry. Sengoku narrated with a sense of urgency. Humph, when they are battered and bloodied, we shall ensnare them all, Vice Admiral Sakazuki stated coldly. To which many naval officers nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the remnants of the Roger pirates, led by the intern Shanks, have begun preparations to traverse the Grand Line once more, currently making their way to the East Blue. Sengoku declared gravely. What? The remnants of the Roger pirates? They must be exterminated. Below, the naval officers began to stir restlessly. Silence. Kong banged his fist on the table. What is this commotion among the pillars of the Navy? Quiet. Sengoku, please continue. Yes, in the face of this tumultuous era, we must uphold our justice. It has come to light that several branch commanders have conspired with pirates, specifically from G19, G10, and G21. Sengoku proclaimed with indignation. These individuals should be executed without exception, exclaimed the passionate youth Kazan. Indeed, measures are already being taken, Sengoku replied, lifting another sheet of paper, a smile beginning to form on his face. Now, I wish to announce this year's most outstanding naval officer, Wayne. The name Wayne is almost legendary, as the Global Economic News Agency has extensively reported on him, and the dramatic changes in the West Sea have astonished everyone. Colonel Wayne, a distinguished protege of Admiral Zephyr, applied to serve in the West Sea to quell the rebellion immediately after graduating from the elite training camp. While the colonel's tenure was brief, he garnered immense affection from the people of the West Sea. Look here, Admiral Sengoku pointed to a substantial stack of letters. These are all letters of gratitude from the people of the West Sea addressed to Wayne. At this moment, Zephyr's face radiated joy akin to a blooming flower. Onlookers mistook it for pride in his student, while only General Tsuru understood that Zephyr's pride was for his son. The Dove faction officer's eyes sparkled, clearly in agreement with Wayne's actions. And these, Sengoku gestured toward a smaller stack of letters, are complaints from the West Sea nobility, which the world government returned to us. Why? Admiral Akiji inquired, puzzled. Why? Clearly, Colonel Wayne has infringed upon the interests of the nobility, remarked a Navy Vice Admiral who held animosity towards the aristocrats. Indeed, after Colonel Wayne assumed office, he launched a vigorous campaign against the slave trade, dismantled numerous gangs, and provided many islanders with communication devices. The nobles, deprived of the gang's tribute and unable to exploit the islanders, filed complaints. I hold those nobles in utter contempt. Wayne has done exceptionally well. I hear he has even invented the Kaikan, which is splendid. Justice must be asserted with bloodshed. Vice Admiral Sakazuki declared, arms crossed. Absolutely. I've noticed that pirates have begun to fear since the introduction of the Kaikan, a hawkish naval officer remarked, wearing a satisfied expression regarding Wayne's achievements. Now, let us discuss the promotion of Colonel Wayne. Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku's suggestion, a buzz of conversation erupted among the attendees. Some proposed the rank of Brigadier General, while others suggested Major General. Sakazuki, fond of Wayne, sought to lend his support and stood up to propose, I suggest promoting Colonel Wayne to the rank of Major General. Akiji, sharing a similar sentiment, nodded in agreement. With both Akiji and Sakazuki voicing their support, everyone turned their gaze to Admiral Kizaru. Oh dear. This young man is truly extraordinary, quite formidable indeed. I concur. Kizaru's tone remained characteristically lighthearted. However, Zephyr suddenly raised his hand to interject. I disagree. Surprised, General Tsuru and Sengoku looked at Zephyr, taken aback. This is your son. Do you not wish for him to attain the rank of Rear Admiral? The old man suggested that Colonel Wayne be promoted to the rank of Brigadier General, as an extraordinary promotion might lead to arrogance and complacency. Wayne has yet to mature. And a deceased genius is no longer a genius, as Zephyr aptly noted. This sentiment resonates with reason, and I concur. It is said that Colonel Wayne is merely 19 years of age. A Brigadier General at such a tender age is indeed impressive. Therefore, let us proceed with the promotion of Colonel Wayne to Brigadier General, Major Penn to Lieutenant Colonel, and Lieutenant Lafayette shall be appointed as Major. The Air Marshal ultimately made the decisive call. Very well, the meeting is adjourned, concluded the great general of the warring states. The appointment letter from the Navy headquarters will be dispatched to the G-12 branch in 2 days. Wayne held 3 appointment letters in his hand. And upon seeing that his military rank had ascended to that of a Brigadier General, a flicker of joy surged within him. I am indeed a general now. Wayne summoned a naval officer to procure a cloak from the logistics department and then called Penn and Lafayette over. Here, Penn, this is your commission. Congratulations, Colonel Penn, Mr. Wayne handed the commission to Penn. Thank you, Brigadier Wayne. Penn, with keen eyes, noticed Wayne's own commission and remarked with a playful grin. Wayne discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lafayette, and indeed, he noticed a certain dullness in Lafayette's expression. Ahem, Lafayette. Lafayette, Wayne called out, shaking the dazed Lafayette from his reverie. Oh? What is it, Major General Wayne? Lafayette responded, somewhat bewildered. Wayne extended his hands, presenting Lafayette with his appointment letter and the cloak of justice. Lafayette glanced at the documents and the cloak, but hesitated to accept them, instead pointing at himself and inquiring. Is this for me? Indeed. Thank you, Major General Wayne. Lafayette tremulously accepted the appointment letter and cloak, overwhelmed by the recognition from the higher-ups. Though he had only been promoted to the rank of major, he firmly believed in his steady ascent. Now, hurry back and try it on. In a couple of days, I will personally eliminate the last remnants of the mafia. I entrust the G-12 branch to you, Wayne said with a cheerful smile. Understood. Once back in his room, Lafayette gazed at the cloak and uniform for a long while. This was the first time he owned work attire. During his time as a deputy, he had never possessed a uniform, wearing only his own clothes. After a flurry of movement, Lafayette, now clad in his pristine attire and draped in the cloak, turned to face the mirror. "How splendid!" he exclaimed. Seated in a chair, Lafayette gently closed his eyes, and soon the soft sound of snoring filled the room. ZZZZZZZ. The G12 branch has successfully begun to restore its former glory, with 20,000 naval soldiers ready for action. Although the higher-ups were somewhat lacking in combat strength, their numbers were more than sufficient. At this moment, Wayne has mobilized all the warships from the G12 fleet, which comprises one large battleship, 3 medium-sized vessels, and 4 smaller ships, collectively capable of accommodating over 10,000 naval soldiers. Capone Beakey, notorious for unifying the underworld in the West Sea, swiftly took action after the Navy decimated numerous gangs, leading to a staggering expansion of his mafia forces to 20,000 members. It appears that the entirety of the West Sea's criminal organizations has converged. Standing at the bow of the large battleship, Wayne strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Boss Wayne, you perhaps overestimate the gangsters. According to our naval intelligence, nearly half of those 20,000 are private soldiers of West Sea nobility," Penn interjects. Caesar, standing atop Penn's shoulders, boasts loudly, "No matter how many there are, boss, I'll ensure they're thoroughly defeated. I, Caesar, am a monkey of the Grand Line. I am not concerned about the numbers. Even if they were to multiply tenfold, I would not fear them. Answers still ants, and a multitude of them merely means a few more to trample. My worry lies in how many of our 10,000 naval soldiers will return," Wayne reflects. "New recruits remain forever new, but fear not. I have already dispersed 500 elite sailors among them. They should maintain their composure," Penn reassures. "Enough of this. How long until we arrive?" Wayne inquires. "Perhaps another hour." Penn responds, peering through a telescope. At the very moment Wayne set sail, Capone Beakey learned of this development through his spies. All gang members stood on high alert, with an array of firearms at their disposal. In stark contrast, the private soldiers brought by the West Sea nobility were mostly mere thugs, capable only of bullying the common folk, believing that clinging to the nobles' coattails would secure their safety. They thought it sufficient to assert their masters' names. Thus they appeared lethargic and indifferent, unworthy to be compared with the elite trained by Beakey or the other hardened gangs that had survived countless harrowing encounters. Witnessing this, Beakey felt a deep sense of dismay. Upon returning to his residence and observing the insufferable nobility indulging in feasting, his frustration boiled over. Yet he had to endure. These noble families wielded significant influence in the West Sea, and his current strength was not sufficient to confront them. Suppressing his anger, Beakey trembled as he addressed the nobles. "Esteemed lords, the Navy is on the verge of assaulting us. I implore you to seek refuge promptly. Should these ruffians perish, I will be done for." "Impossible. How can we hide from those commoners?" a flamboyant, ostentatious gentleman replied, with others echoing similar sentiments of refusal to flee. "Yet, artillery and bullets are indiscriminate." Beakey contorted his face in worry. "I refuse to believe they would dare treat so many nobles in such a manner. This is outrageous." Another noble exclaimed. "Indeed, without us, how could the West Sea remain stable? Indeed, the nobility serves as the backbone of the Western Sea. I shall see if that Colonel Jingwan dares to take my head." A nobleman brandished a dining knife against his neck, provoking a hearty laugh from all present. Chapter 41. The complete annihilation of the Western Sea Gang in a tone bordering on desperation, Becky implored the nobles, who begrudgingly relocated to a more secluded spot to continue their revelries. The naval fleet formed a sharp arrowhead, with a large warship led by Wayne at the forefront, flanked by 2 medium-sized vessels, while smaller ships trailed behind. Upon sighting the naval ships, the gang members hastily returned to inform Becky. "Fire! Bring forth every cannon. I want them all unleashed to utterly obliterate those warships." Becky declared with fierce determination, no longer inclined to exercise caution in the face of the Navy's formidable approach. "Understood," the gang members replied, swiftly rushing back to relay the command. Moments later, a collection of meticulously maintained, gleaming cannons was transported to the shoreline by the gang. "Indeed, this batch of weaponry is truly impressive," Wayne remarked, noting that the quality of Becky's artillery far surpassed that of his own men. "Ensure that these cannons are only employed in the pursuit of just warfare. Penn, Caesar, are you there? You go to the right ship. Caesar, you to the left. Intercept all the projectiles over there. I cannot afford for all our warships to sink." Wayne instructed. "Got it. Just watch," Penn exclaimed as he leaped onto the right vessel, while Caesar executed a swift move, appearing instantly at the bow of the left ship. "Fire! commanded the gang members, and nearly 100 cannons roared in unison, unleashing a deluge of cannonballs that rained down like a tempest. A colossal barrier enveloped the warship beneath Wayne, as he chose not to intervene with the flanking vessels, viewing this as an opportunity for Penn and Caesar to hone their skills. Should they falter, Wayne would naturally step in. Due to the size constraints of the medium warship, Caesar transformed into a form approximately 20 meters tall, swatting away cannonballs with ease. In moments of excessive bombardment, he would resolutely shield himself against the onslaught. Lord Caesar. The soldiers aboard the warship were moved to tears by his valor. A surge of fervor coursed through him as he let out a fierce roar. Many cannonballs he intercepted were not discarded, but instead hurled back with great force. Boom, boom, boom. The returned cannonballs wreaked havoc among the gang members, leaving nearly 100 scattered in disarray, their bodies obliterated. Long live Lord Caesar! The naval soldiers cheered in unison. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Caesar struck his chest and let out a long, echoing howl towards the heavens. At this moment, Penn required a slight assist from Wayne. The great sword in Penn's hand swung incessantly, weaving a formidable net of sword energy that shredded cannonballs, which then fell helplessly into the sea. Whenever a cannonball pierced the sword energy net, and Penn was unable to react in time, a shuttlecock-like barrier would return it with the finesse of a badminton strike. With a sigh of relief, Penn continued to diligently intercept the projectiles. Colonel Penn, you can do it. Go, Colonel Penn. The sailors aboard the same vessel rallied fervently in support of Penn. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Penn's sword swung with renewed vigor. Useless. Bang. Through the telescope, Becky, incensed by the state of the warship, shot the officer responsible for the bombardment. Damn it. Becky violently smashed the telescope and drew a handgun from his coat. Gather the troops. I shall engage the Navy in a final battle. Becky declared with fierce determination, for as the godfather of the mafia, retreat was not an option. By the way, boss, do you have any further orders? Place those worthless nobles at the forefront. Even in death, let it be of some significance. Becky's face was shrouded in darkness, instilling fear and dread. Understood. Despite the mafia members exerting their utmost efforts, they could not halt the advance of the Navy onto the shore. A barrier, a great wall, surrounded the entire coastline, under which the Navy soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion. With the covert support of 500 elite sailors, although there was a semblance of chaos, a battle formation was still maintained. Quick! Fire! Break through those walls! The small-time mafia leaders, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily organized artillery strikes. Boom! 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 However, it proved futile. The Navy's formation was solid, and the soldiers stood ready, markedly different from those who were disorganized. Seeing the Navy's readiness, Wayne also withdrew the barrier wall. The Navy engaged in fierce combat with the noble forces at the front, where the petty thugs, accustomed to bullying slaves, proved no match for the Navy, suffering a swift loss of 1/5 of their ranks. Many thugs, upon realizing their disadvantage, cried out that their master was a certain noble. However, the Navy paid no heed, swiftly dispatching their opponents. Recognizing that speaking to the Navy was akin to casting pearls before swine, they turned to flee. Boss Becky, those scoundrels are in full retreat. They have begun to scatter. Becky furrowed his brow and spat out the cigar from his mouth. Let them continue to fight. Those who refuse will be executed on the spot. Understood. After the mafia member departed, Becky stepped forward. Even in death, I shall ensure the Navy suffers dearly. The noble forces have been utterly decimated under the dual onslaught of the mafia and the Navy. A genuine war has been irrevocably unleashed. As the mafia and Navy commenced their violent clash, with azure and ebony waves beginning to erode one another, this battlefield resembles a gruesome meat grinder. Merely contending with the mob has resulted in such a grim spectacle. What, then, is the nature of the persistently elevated mortality rate in this new world? What does the summit war entail? Wayne sat atop the mast of the warship, his heart heavy as he gazed down below. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. If today as trials were not endured, how could a cadre of unseasoned recruits face the bloodthirsty pirates in the future? Penn and Caesar were also actively engaged, striving to rescue as many soldiers as possible. At a critical moment, Becky made his entrance, lifting his gaze towards Wayne. He understood that the West Sea Mafia was on the brink of annihilation, yet he was unwilling to accept this fate. He yearned to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was the true sovereign of the underworld in the West Sea. Great Chief, the power of the fortress fruit was unleashed, summoning a colossal humanoid fortress giant onto the battlefield. Wayne, the giant's mouth emitted a thunderous roar. Engage me in combat. The fortress giant extended its hands, 5 cannon barrels aimed at Wayne, unleashing a volley of cannonballs. You are not worthy yet, Galefoot. The pack of wolves charges forth. Veen extended his leg and executed 5 decisive slashes to eliminate the artillery shells. Caesar, there's no need for restraint. Reduce this earthen lump to dust. Chapter 42. Behemoth tears apart Becky Roar. Caesar's body began to swell, his arms grew enormous, and a thick coat of hair enveloped him. His fingers elongated into claws, and his visage transformed into a fearsome countenance, as the colossal behemoth, towering nearly 100 meters, emerged. With a grunt, Caesar plunged his hands into the earth, his muscular arms bulging as he uprooted a mound of soil comparable to a mountain. With a mighty roar, he hurled the meteorite-like clump of earth toward Becky. Damn it! Could it be that even Veen's pet possesses such power? Becky thought, pivoting all his artillery, as his minions swiftly loaded ammunition for a counterattack. Bang! 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 A barrage of shells shattered the earth mound, scattering debris across the battlefield. At this moment, all combatants ceased their actions. The outcome of the conflict had been sealed. Becky's defeat was evident, prompting all gang members to kneel and surrender. Caesar found Becky to be an amusing plaything, tossing clumps of earth at him, transforming what could have been a fierce battle into a playful snowball fight. Enough! You insolent monkey, how dare you insult me? Becky exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed a colossal fist towards Caesar, simultaneously firing artillery. The shell struck Caesar's form as though landing upon cotton. They either fell harmlessly to the ground or exploded without effect. Thud! When Becky's punch connected with Caesar, the latter remained unmoved, tilting his head curiously at Becky. Are you even trying? I haven't even felt a twinge yet. Becky swore that was the fullest extent of his strength. Staring at one another, Caesar discerned a truth. This seemingly intimidating giant was merely a fade, strong in appearance, but weak at heart. Roar! You deceitful wretch, how dare you fool me? Pummeling the ground in frustration, Caesar swiftly darted in front of Becky, who had yet to retract his fist, his mind still processing the events. As a mafia don, Becky lacked significant combat experience, and soon found himself with one arm torn away by Caesar, shards of brick raining down like blood. Ah, cursed beast! You shall pay. Becky was brutally kicked to the ground by Caesar, clutching her severed arm as she rolled in agony. This did little to alleviate her pain. Instead, it sent the gang members within her body tumbling in disarray. Thud, thud, thud. Caesar approached Becky with great strides, resembling a baboon on the savannah, his claws burrowing into her abdomen. With a tremendous surge of strength, he tore her apart, leaving her in 2 halves. Upon her demise, she instantly reverted from her human form, and as Caesar gazed upon her mangled remains, a sense of revulsion washed over him. He casually scooped a handful of dirt to cover her body, even stamping it down with his foot. After completing this grim task, Caesar transformed back into his youthful, delicate self, bouncing back to Wayne's shoulder. This time, no one dared to underestimate the white simian. It was, in truth, a monster cloaked in the guise of a monkey. Ping reported the damage incurred. Nearly 2,000 naval soldiers had perished, with many more injured. This operation resulted in the extermination of over 15,000 gang members, with over 4,000 taken captive. After a moment of hesitation, Ping added, "There is one more thing that requires your personal attention." Oh? Wine followed closely behind Pin. And upon witnessing the profane outbursts of the Western Sea nobility, he grasped the reality. In a world dominated by aristocrats, the Navy still harbored reservations towards them. "Who are you? Get these damned creatures out of my sight," shouted some nobles, while a few, sensing the precariousness of their situation, fell silent. "I am Wine, the commander of the G-12 branch. Today, have you also participated in the actions against the Navy?" Wine casually toyed with a fork as he inquired. "Wine, Colonel Jingwan, the two-faced one." The nobles exchanged glances, for Wine's illustrious name was known far and wide. At that moment, a haughty noble stepped forward. "What of our actions, General Wine? Do you dare to lay a hand on us?" he retorted, his tone steeped in arrogance. Upon hearing the noble's words, the Navy soldiers erupted in outrage. They could tolerate insults directed at themselves, but slander against Commander Wine was intolerable. "What is happening? Step aside. Who just kicked me?" cried the surrounded noble in terror, as some soldiers discreetly struck at the nobles. This soldier's audacity brought forth a collective gasp, and soon all the nobles were wailing, either having been trampled or stealthily pinched. Wayne observed the scene with immense satisfaction. "We concede," he declared. "Now tell us, what does your Navy require?" An elderly noble stepped forward, expressing his unbearable plight. Admiral Wayne, eradicate these nobles. They are the malignant tumors of the Western Sea, shouted a naval soldier, soon echoed by all. It is indeed disheartening. Not all nobles are villains. Yet those who dare oppose the Navy undoubtedly are. Look here, I would prefer to spare you, but my subordinates will not permit it. Wayne shrugged, addressing the trembling nobles with a tone of resignation. Realizing their imminent doom, the nobles began to wail in desperation, even betraying one another. As the sailors listened to the vile confessions among the nobles, their anger surged. All naval personnel, heed my command. Wayne's countenance turned stern as he addressed the crew. Seize these unjust scoundrels and execute them on the spot. Long live Admiral Wayne. The sailors cheered, their gazes fixating on the nobles as they slowly drew their knives and swords or readied their firearms. You mustn't approach us. We are nobles, they shrieked. Damnable commoners. Begone. I repent. Spare me. I possess great wealth. Amidst their pleas, the sailors hesitated not for a moment. Those with knives struck, swords were drawn, and triggers were pulled. The air was filled with the sounds of tearing, slicing, and gunfire, culminating in a final, chilling scream, marking the conclusion of this grim spectacle. Admiral Wayne. Penn approached cautiously on the return journey, ensuring they were alone before speaking. Your actions against so many nobles will have significant repercussions. It matters not. If I forsake my duty to uphold justice out of fear of the powerful, can I still call myself a defender of righteousness? Wayne replied solemnly. Penn, are you afraid? Fear? I know not how to spell such a word. However, I do worry for you. If this affects your career, it would be deeply unjust. It is of no concern. Where there is a will, there is a way. I shall focus solely on my own path. Indeed. Chapter 43, The Terror of the West Sea with the Complete Annihilation of the West Sea's Black Hand. The illustrious name of Brigadier General Wayne has once again taken the spotlight. Countless spies from various factions flocked to the war-torn island, terrified by the imposing sight of the small mountain Wayne left behind. The obliteration of the Black Hand, a hallmark of the West Sea, along with the mass slaughter of its nobility, has successfully captivated global attention. The unprecedented collective assassination of the West Sea's nobles is particularly rare. In the New World, how intriguing, truly fascinating. After vanquishing the Black Hand of the West Sea, he dares to brazenly eliminate the nobles who supported him. I am quite eager to witness the true visage of this duplicitous brigadier general, chuckled Don Quixote da Flamingo with a sinister grin. In the East Sea, what a justice-filled navy we have, remarked Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, as he leisurely sipped his drink while perusing the newspaper. What are you reading, Shanks? Let me see. A diminutive figure, eager and bouncing, attempted to snatch the newspaper from Shanks' hands. Not a chance. If you can reach it, then maybe. Shanks teased, holding the paper high. Give it to me. Little Luffy leapt with determination, but after several attempts, he begrudgingly conceded defeat. All right, Luffy, here you go. Have a glass of orange juice. Marcy gently smiled, handing Luffy a cup of juice. Thank you. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, taking enthusiastic sips. Hey, everyone. Shanks stood up to command the attention of the crew. What is it, Captain? Let us throw a feast. Why? Jesus Burgess inquired, polishing his firearm. Let us celebrate the emergence of a good person in the world. Shanks declared without a moment's hesitation. Feast time. With Admiral Carp stationed at the G1 branch in lieu of the three major admirals, the red-haired pirates made their camp in Carp's hometown, Windmill Village. As the West Sea's nobility faced mass demise, the kingdoms of the fallen nobles began to seize their estates, appointing their own loyalists, with not a single nation rising to defend its nobility. Meanwhile, Dragon, still on the lookout for like-minded individuals, learned of Wayne's actions. Wayne is truly remarkable. A person of his caliber would undoubtedly thrive within the Revolutionary Army. Once the Navy headquarters decides on his punishment, I shall consider recruiting him, Dragon expressed with excitement. This matter requires careful deliberation. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in Admiral Sengoku's office, look at your son, Zifa. Sengoku bellowed, gripping Zifa by the collar. He dares to execute nobles on such a large scale. Does he not comprehend the gravity of his actions? The world government has issued orders. This must be dealt with sternly. What do you propose? Huh? What to do? Sengoku lamented, feeling a headache coming on. This is true justice for the people. Wayne has not disappointed my expectations of him. Even when being lifted by Kong, Zephyr wore a look of satisfaction. I have heard whispers of the West Sea nobility's outrageous transgressions. They audaciously attacked the Navy, supported criminal syndicates, and covertly manipulated the slave trade. Such actions warrant punishment. Sengoku expressed his agreement with this sentiment. Admiral Kong, releasing Zephyr, sighed and remarked, I too believe that Wayne acted justly, yet the orders from the world government have arrived. After all, we are under the aegis of the world government, and many of the West Sea nobility share deep ties with its officials. This command was jointly requested by those officials to the Gorosei. Did the Gorosei issue it? Sengoku inquired. Kong, please hand me the din mushi. I wish to advocate for Wayne once more. Very well. Admiral Kong handed Sengoku a platinum din mushi. Bloop, bloop, bloop. This is the Gorosei, Kong. What is the matter? This is Sengoku, he replied with composure. Oh, Sengoku, what brings you to us? To report to the Gorosei. I believe the punishment for Wayne could be reconsidered. Through a dazzling display of rhetoric, Sengoku skillfully transformed the accusation against Wayne for the indiscriminate execution of numerous nobles into a case of collateral damage. He subtly suggested that Wayne was Zephyr's estranged son, a true heir within the Navy, and a potential pillar for the next generation of the world government. In light of Zephyr and Sengoku's standing, the Gorosei granted a concession, altering the decree to a 1-week reprimand for Wayne. West CG-12 branch. When listened with a furrowed brow as Zephyr admonished him. Yes, I understand. I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. Very well. I shall reflect deeply. With a troubled expression, he ended the call and scratched his face. He realized he had acted impulsively and resolved to handle matters more deftly in the future, ensuring no flaws would remain. Sighing, he decided to contemplate his past actions in solitude. A gathering of nobles, who fancied themselves the last hope of the West Sea, convened. They were those who had refrained from joining their fallen peers for various reasons. The Navy is no longer the force we can command at will. Their commander, one, is formidable and astute. The hearts of the people in the West Sea now align with him, one noble lamented. Despite their reluctance to admit it, one had transcended their capacity to confront him. Indeed, they had never possessed the strength to oppose him from the outset. A collective sigh resonated among the nobles. Most of us still possess some means to acquire slaves. As long as we exercise caution in our endeavors, life can continue, one noble suggested. Evidently apprehensive and unwilling to confront one. This notion stirred many among them. A life of discomfort was preferable to the loss of their own lives. Very well. Let us temper our actions going forward, the initiator of the meeting conceded, albeit begrudgingly, recognizing the prevailing circumstances. What if one seeks to eradicate us entirely? We have engaged in many joyous occasions, another noble ventured cautiously. Silence enveloped the room. They were all too aware of their own shortcomings. Fear not. We may solicit his assistance. Him? Indeed, he is a figure of legend. Yes, should we find ourselves in dire straits, we shall call upon him. After all, he is the only one capable of compelling the naval hero Carp to obliterate 8 great mountains to defeat the legendary pirate. Another day dawned, bright and fair. Since Lafitte's arrival, one had been utterly liberated. He only consulted when for matters requiring a commander's judgment. Today, however, Lafitte bore particularly significant news. Is what you say true? One's eyes brightened upon hearing the intelligence Lafitte reported. I extracted this information from a mid-level member of the gang. Doflamingo's goods traverse this route. Lafitte pointed out a path on the map. Is this a long-term route? One inquired. Rest assured, I've gleaned all that the gang's small leader knew, Lafitte replied, delineating several routes on the map. Doflamingo's goods are all along these paths, he proclaimed with pride. Well done. With great joy, Wayne exclaimed that the pirates had been plundering the Navy for many years, and now it was high time for the Navy to turn the tables on the pirates. What should we do? Lafitte inquired. Wayne pondered for a moment before replying. You and Penn should prepare along the route of the cargo. Once it arrives, seize it. I will dispatch 30 clever Navy soldiers to assist you in getting the ship underway. All right, I will summon Penn, and we shall set out together, Lafitte nodded, returning to make preparations. While Wayne and his crew were strategizing their heist against the pirates, the Navy headquarters issued a message. The criminal Fisher Tiger, who ascended the Red Line and attacked Marie Joyce, has been slain by Rear Admiral Borsalino. We hope that all Navy branches will take Borsalino as an exemplar, thereby better upholding justice. Learn from Borsalino? Wayne tilted his head, contemplating the appearance of the Navy under Borsalino's influence. A chill ran down his spine. Nevertheless, Wayne reflected that Tiger's demise marked the beginning of the disbandment of the Sun Pirates. Jinbei, the fishman, began to inherit Tiger's will for peace, which signified the impending implementation of the warlords of the sea system. In Wayne's hazy memories of his past life, the first generation of warlords included Jean Bay, Doflamingo, and others. With the passage of time, many details had faded, and since Wayne's arrival, the world of pirates had undergone tremendous changes. The tides of the world had surged, heralding an era brimming with talent and potential, which was indeed thrilling. This era of depravity would come to an end by my hand, Wayne thought as he gazed down upon the G12 branch, his fist clenched as if grasping something significant. A merchant ship emblazoned with a jester's emblem slowly approached a hidden dock on a small island. The crew disembarked to rest, leaving behind 5 or 6 individuals to guard the vessel. This entire scene was observed by a disheveled dock worker. After exchanging a nod with a nearby colleague, he seized the opportunity to slip away under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. The worker surveyed his surroundings and, seeing no one paying him heed, slipped into the woods, where Lafitte awaited him. "Did you see clearly?" Lafitte asked, scrutinizing the worker. "Yes. I can confirm it is indeed a merchant ship bearing the jester's emblem," the worker replied. It turned out that he was a spy sent by the Navy. "How many people were left on board?" Lafitte inquired. "Based on my estimation, there are approximately 5 or 6 individuals, but I cannot ascertain how many are inside the ship," the worker responded. Lafitte smiled with satisfaction, handing a small transponder snail to the spy. "You will be responsible for monitoring this location. Should anything arise, you can contact me using the transponder." "Yes, for the sake of justice." After carefully securing the communication device, the naval spies departed. In the dead of night, as the crew of the merchant ship lay in slumber and the night watchmen were in a daze, Lafitte led 10 naval soldiers aboard, systematically eliminating the merchant crew. Meanwhile, Penn, commanding 15 naval soldiers, dispatched the guards resting at the dock. 5 additional naval soldiers were strategically positioned by Lafitte as spies at the docks of 5 clandestine routes utilized by Don Quixote Doflamingo for transporting goods. Within 10 minutes, Lafitte and his men had completely seized control of the armed merchant vessel, with Penn returning, escorting the ship's captain. "What do you intend to do?" "This is a vessel belonging to the notorious pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do you wish to court death?" The captain attempted to invoke Doflamingo's name to intimidate Lafitte and his crew. "We are precisely seizing Doflamingo's ship," Lafitte replied with a grin, as the armed merchant vessel slowly departed the dock under the command of the 25 naval soldiers. Although the night watchmen found the situation peculiar, it was beyond their jurisdiction. They adhered to a code of conduct that favored silence and compliance. On board, Penn's fearsome visage reflected in the captain's eyes. "Tell me, what exactly are you transporting?" Penn bellowed. "And nothing at all," the captain stammered, wiping sweat from his brow, feeling increasingly guilty. Nothing? I perceive you're being dishonest." Penn, known for his mercilessness towards such collaborators, delivered a powerful punch to the captain's abdomen. Ugh. The force of Penn's blow caused the captain to collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. I'll tell you, the captain gasped, desperate to avoid experiencing that torment again. Dying for Doflamingo was not a noble fate he wished to embrace. "Can you inform me what is on the ship? Also, can you assist us in opening the storeroom door?" Lafitte inquired with a smile, unexpectedly discovering a secure door laden with explosives aboard the merchant vessel. "Very well. This merchant ship carries munitions intended for the Kingdom of Thorn in the West Sea. It is loaded with cannons and shells," the captain confessed earnestly. Penn scratched his head, contemplating the recent conflict between the Kingdom of Thorn and the Kingdom of Oak, which the Navy could not intervene in. He was astonished that the Kingdom of Thorn had resorted to purchasing arms from Doflamingo. Lafitte, as if recalling something, posed a question. "Does the Kingdom of Thorn not possess the capability to manufacture shells?" "Because, you see, Doflamingo's munitions surpass ordinary arms in both power and range. Hence many places maintain ties with him," the captain answered candidly. "Arms, you say?" Lafitte pondered for a moment. Wayne had become the commander of the G12 branch, and he could no longer venture out freely. To mitigate the potential casualties among the Navy, Wayne proposed the notion that manpower is more valuable than money, advocating for a strategy of thunderous cannon fire at the outset. The Navy indeed possessed artillery, yet the cost of ammunition remained rather exorbitant. Lafitte mused. "This Don Quixote Doflamingo arrives like a timely blessing. Our funds for purchasing ammunition were already insufficient, and this shipment has come at an opportune moment." Lafitte. Penn's booming voice jolted Lafitte from his reverie. "What shall we do with this shipment of arms?" "We shall keep the bounty for ourselves and take it back," Lafitte replied. "Oh, understood." Chapter 45. The the Seven Warlords system New World in a certain maritime region aboard the heavenly gold transport ship. Don Quixote Doflamingo's mood was far from pleasant. The veins protruding from his forehead betrayed his foul temper. "Who dares to rob me, Don Quixote Doflamingo?" His voice resonated with the fury of a vengeful spirit. As if capable of incinerating everything in his path, his good spirits had been utterly ruined by this wretched thief. At that moment, the sniveling Torpole hurried in, cradling a din-din mushy in his hands. "I've located a din-din mushy for the world government. Doflamingo, you may contact them now." Torpole presented the din-din mushy to Doflamingo. "Thank you for your efforts," Doflamingo acknowledged, grasping the receiver while inquiring. "Have you found Law's whereabouts?" "We're still searching." But Torpole hesitated. "The North Sea is vast. The chances of locating him are slim." "Humph," Doflamingo scoffed. "Law, you will eventually fall into my grasp." A twinge of melancholy pierced Doflamingo's heart. "Trafalgar Law, why must you sever ties with me over a loathsome pest? You seek his freedom, but one day I shall personally strip him of it." "Hello? Who is this?" The din-din mushy rang, causing a familiar, peculiar smile to spread across Doflamingo's face. "Fu-fu-fu. This is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Connect me to the Gorosei." "Don Quixote Doflamingo? Damn it, how dare you contact the world government? Enough with the pleasantries. I possess the heavenly gold. Connect me to the Gorosei." After a brief silence, the din-din mushy sprouted a mustache, transforming into the visage of a white-bearded elder. "Tenryubito, what do you intend to do? I have heard that the government is planning to recruit the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Humph. Do you believe that possessing the heavenly gold grants you the right to act with impunity?" "Fu-fu-fu, why not? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo." On the following day, amidst the gaze of all naval officers, Admiral Kong adorned the chest of Sengoku with the medal that symbolizes the rank of marshal. "Sengoku, your capabilities are well recognized. And thus, I hope the Navy flourishes under your leadership," Kong remarked with a touch of nostalgia as he gently caressed the medal on Sengoku's chest. He would soon reside permanently in Mariehua, observing the naval soldiers craning their necks in admiration towards them, filling Kong's heart with a sense of gratification. How wonderful it is. Both Kong and Sengoku, known for their candid natures, declared the meeting adjourned after the transfer ceremony concluded. In Kong's office, Sengoku wore a grim expression as he watched Kong tidying up his belongings. "Kong, you are being rather unreasonable. You have relinquished your responsibilities and can leave." "Yet I must bear this burden," Sengoku grumbled reluctantly. "Oh, what are you saying? Did you not desire the position of marshal for a long time? You should be elated." Kong replied with a jovial smile. "Look here," Sengoku retorted, slapping the order from the world government in his hand. "To propose such a ludicrous system of the Seven Warlords of the Sea is a disgrace. The world government wishes to avoid blame and has tasked me with this. What can we do? The Navy is an institution under the world government," Kong consoled. "Moreover, bearing this burden is not without its advantages. Consider the budget increase of 20% in the future." Sengoku understood that the implementation of the Seven Warlords of the Sea was unavoidable, a necessary measure to suppress the pirates of the New World, which had entirely slipped from control. Alas, Sengoku sighed heavily, lamenting the state of the world. 2 days later, a momentous announcement sent shockwaves across the seas. The Navy headquarters declared the enlistment of 7 notorious pirates, recognized by the Navy, to form the Seven Warlords of the Sea. The bounty on these pirates would be suspended, and the Navy would no longer pursue their past crimes. Even if the members engaged in piracy, the Navy would turn a blind eye, provided they offered tribute upon discovery. Upon the release of this news, fear gripped the hearts of the people in many regions, as they dreaded the prospect of these 7 pirates raiding their lands. In the Marshal's office at Navy headquarters, a throng of naval officers gathered in protest, led by Zephyr. "I absolutely refuse. The system of the Seven Warlords of the Sea is nothing but a trampling of justice," Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Having witnessed his family suffer at the hands of pirates, the thought of these marauders becoming allies of the Navy was intolerable to him. "Indeed, we do not agree either. Marshal Sengoku, how could you issue such a foolish command upon your appointment?" The crowd expressed their disbelief at Sengoku's actions. "Do you think I desired this?" Sengoku, feeling wronged, protested. "How could I possibly agree to such a ridiculous notion? This is the will of the world government. Those damn nobles and government officials." A vice admiral, with a scowl, remarked on the rampant audacity of pirates, acknowledging that such a system holds a certain merit. A faction of the composed Navy pondered this, and one cleared his throat, noting that, albeit we bear the blame this time, it is not without its advantages. Sengoku declared, "Starting this year, Our Navy's funding will increase by 20%. This was a considerable improvement. Many discontented members of the Navy gradually softened their grievances. As the news spread, nearly all kingdoms succumbed to fear, and the roster of the 7 warlords of the sea was made public, comprising Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Gecko Moria, Jimby, and Crocodile. Meanwhile, Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates approached Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. Father, the world government has recently established the 7 warlords of the sea, claiming they possess the strength to stand alongside the Navy and the 4 emperors. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. There is nothing to be concerned about. They are merely a collective of failures and novices. The prospect of a balanced power dynamic is still far off. He cast a dismissive glance at the list. The Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Red-Haired Pirates were all aware of the 7 warlords' news, yet they remained unfazed. West Sea, G12 Branch. Wynn picked up the newspaper, observing the sensational coverage of the 7 warlords system. Humph, merely a tedious institution. The more fervently it is publicized now, the harder the slap in the face will be later. Setting the newspaper aside, Wynn felt a twinge of rustiness in his body. Unable to remain idle, he resolved to embark on a solitary endeavor to seize arms from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wynn surveyed his surroundings with his observation hockey, retrieving a tight-fitting suit reminiscent of a funeral bell from his desk. He chuckled. The mercenary bell is about to spring into action. Chapter 46. The bell strikes. Who would have thought, boss, that you still possess such a childlike spirit? In Wynn's office, Penn gazed at the disguised Wynn with a peculiar expression, while Lafitte maintained his cheerful demeanor. Shoo, I am now the bell. A mercenary entrusted with the task of commandeering arms from Doflamingo, Wynn proclaimed, feigning seriousness. Oh, I see, Bell, Penn replied, rolling his eyes. I'm off. The branch is in your hands. With a wave to Lafitte and the others, Wynn leaped into the sea, boarding a barrier submersible. Lafitte and Penn exchanged a resigned glance as they observed the pile of documents on Wynn's desk, casually pulling over 2 chairs to begin processing the files. Judging by their familiarity with such tasks, this was far from their first encounter with it. Splashing through the ocean in the submersible, Wynn's mood surprisingly settled into a rare calm. The relentless pressure of his high-intensity training often left him feeling physically and mentally drained. And it was only while en route to Doflamingo's cargo hub that he truly appreciated the allure of the sea. Breathe, Vane gently exhaled, accompanied solely by the vast sea, as an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, filling his heart with a comforting warmth. On the merchant ship targeted for attack, Diamante awaited in quiet anticipation. Repeated assaults had granted the Navy a taste of success, while Doflamingo's ire intensified. The reputation and brand of the Joker's armaments began to wane. Should this trend persist, their share of the underground arms market would diminish. Diamante, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them in surprise as a peculiar figure approached the merchant vessel. Thud! A silhouette clad in a striking black and orange ensemble leapt from the depths of the sea, lightly landing on the deck. Surrender your valuables, came the command, as the intruder brandished a nearly transparent blade, pointing it at everyone present. The crew aboard the ship displayed no reaction, merely regarding the assailant with a gaze that mingled pity with mockery. What does this mean? The toll bell sensed that the situation might be spiraling beyond his control. With that thought, he instinctively decided to employ his observation hockey to discern any formidable presence aboard the merchant ship. At that moment, a teasing voice resonated. Let me see who has been audacious enough to rob our Doflamingo's merchant vessels. Diamante sauntered out of the cabin, unhurriedly. Diamante? The toll bell was taken aback, not out of fear of this so-called elite among Doflamingo's ranks, but rather astonished that Doflamingo had dispatched him. In truth, the losses Doflamingo incurred were trifling to him, yet failure to enact severe retribution would brand the Joker as vulnerable in the underground world. Who would dare conduct business with Doflamingo then? With a swift motion, the toll bell drew his twin blades, his armament hockey gradually enveloping them, transforming them into 2 ebony swords. Oh, Diamante's expression shifted, his mind racing with questions. The mastery of this armament hockey was formidable. How could such a skilled warrior be lurking in the West Blue, engaging in such nefarious acts? Who exactly are you? Diamante inquired, his demeanor darkening, perplexed as to what treasure aboard this ship could warrant the attention of such a formidable adversary. I am a mercenary, hired by others, the toll bell replied, his voice laced with a hint of menace. Hired? A mercenary? Diamante's mind whirled. contemplating whom Doflamingo might have offended. Was it the sea transport king, Yomit? The loan shark king, Ruffield? The stealth master, Gibbs? Or perhaps the queen of Joy Street, Trissy? It made no sense. They are not engaged in arms trade. No matter how hard Diamante tries to fathom the existence of the elusive figure known as the Bell Tolls, he finds it utterly impossible. The world of pirates operates under a different paradigm than that of the neighboring shinobi realm, where conspiracy theories abound. Here, strength reigns supreme, and strategy serves merely as an auxiliary means. Once captured, the truth would reveal itself. Diamante's gaze sharpened, and his iron cloak billowed as he drew his sword. Whoosh! Diamante lunged forward, his sword sweeping horizontally from the right, while his left cloak slashed diagonally. The Bell Tolls retreated a step, crossing his two black blades to deflect Diamante's assault. With a swift flick of his blades, he seized the moment when Diamante's hands were occupied, aiming a kick toward his adversary's vulnerable area. Damn it! With his dignity at stake, Diamante abandoned the standoff, delivering a downward kick to counter the Bell Toll's leg. The two separated, eyeing each other warily. To be fair, Wayne was reluctant to employ the powers of his barrier fruit, as it would be too easily recognized. Fortunately, his martial arts proficiency was sufficiently high. As the saying goes, mastery in one art leads to mastery in all. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding swordsmanship as well. With a graceful leap, the Bell Tolls ascended into the air, raising both blades high and striking downward with great force. So fast, Diamante whipped his cloak, enveloped in the armament hockey, to shield his head. Clang! Get away! After deflecting the blow, Diamante executed a whip-like kick, sending the Bell Toll sprawling. What a troublesome opponent! Diamante furrowed his brow. Although the Bell Toll swordplay was not exceptional, his martial prowess and physique surpassed his own. It was peculiar that someone unskilled in swordsmanship would carry a sword. Could it be, considering the Bell Toll's recent display of the Marine Six powers? A chill ran down Diamante's spine. This individual harbored grand ambitions and was adept in the Six powers. Could he be affiliated with the government? Diamante pondered further. Could this be the fabled CP0? It seemed that using the heavenly gold and his former identity to threaten the world government had enraged them. And the young master had mentioned knowing a staggering secret. The more one threatens the world government, the swifter their demise. It appeared that this CP0 was concealing his identity and masquerading as a swordsman to avoid recognition. Was he concerned the young master might uncover his true identity? Diamante had lost his desire to engage with the Bell Tolls. Knowing that the world government was applying pressure on Don Quixote Doflamingo, it was best to avoid confrontation. Truly, the legendary CP0, I shall remember this. Diamante, with a grim expression, uttered this before leaping onto a small boat and departing. Wayne was somewhat bewildered. It was merely a masquerade as the Bell Tolls, yet it had somehow been linked to CP0. Nevertheless, maintaining composure, Wayne calmly remarked, "This is merely a lesson." Chapter 47. The uncertainty of Doflamingo upon hearing the ominous words of the death knell. Diamante's resolve strengthened. The rationale behind his release was simple, without conveying the message. How could he instill fear in Doflamingo? Although the depths of Diamante's thoughts remained obscure, his references to CP0 and the naval techniques he employed during battle suggested that he had positioned himself as a harbinger of caution for Doflamingo. With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, Wayne shrugged nonchalantly, forcefully kicking everyone aboard the merchant vessel overboard. The crew divided into 10 distinct groups, each taking charge of their respective tasks. The helmsman steered the ship while the sails were set. Under Wayne's adept command, the merchant vessel began its journey towards the G12 branch. Due to the Navy's covert operations against the arms trade in the underworld, many nations in the West Sea found themselves in a stalemate, struggling with a lack of formidable weaponry. The Kingdom of Thorns in the Oak Kingdom, evenly matched in strength and devoid of Doflamingo's arms, had entered negotiations to prevent further casualties and losses. In the New World, Dressrosa, Doflamingo reclined upon the throne befitting a king, crossing his legs as he observed his subordinates gradually assuming control over the entirety of Dressrosa. At last. Dressrosa has returned to the dominion of the Don Quixote family. The Riku royal family? Who are they? Just as Doflamingo reveled in his triumph, a blob-like figure approached, Toripole. Doflamingo received a transponder snail from Toripole. Diamante has sent word, Toripole announced. Fufufu, splendid. I am eager to discover which audacious soul dares to repeatedly assault our merchant vessels. Doflamingo declared with ire. The transponder snail exhibited a clear expression of hesitation. Has something unexpected occurred? Doflamingo wondered, sensing that Diamante might have encountered trouble. Young master, this time we may have to endure it. You won't hold it against me, will you? Diamante said cautiously. Doflamingo, unfazed, replied, Fufufu, why would I? We are family. Would family members blame one another? But who could be behind the theft of our arms? Curiosity piqued, Doflamingo was eager to ascertain the identity of those opposing them. He knew Diamante well enough not to utter words of restraint without cause. It is CP0, Diamante exclaimed, a hint of terror in his voice. What? CP0? Doflamingo was taken aback. He had yet to establish contact with Kaido and remained wary of such a formidable entity as the world government. How did you recognize them? Doflamingo pondered aloud, expressing his bewilderment. I encountered a person who seized our arms, wielding haki and proficient in the Navy's 6 forms. To conceal his identity, he masquerades as a swordsman, donning a hood. Moreover, he has admitted that this serves as a lesson for us. Diamante quivered as he spoke. Good grief. Upon hearing about the mastery of haki and the 6 forms, Doflamingo began to entertain the notion that Diamante spoke the truth. Having departed from Mariewa at a young age, he had not encountered the most elite members of the world government's cipher pole very often. The true nature of these lackeys of the world government remains elusive, with no one able to articulate their characteristics. It is only known that they will stop at nothing to achieve their objectives. Thus, it is plausible that their intent was to intimidate him and undermine his dealings, coupled with Wayne's pretentious declaration of imparting a lesson. Doflamingo was convinced that Wayne had come to issue a warning from CP0. Fufufu, I had anticipated that after being threatened by me, the Gorosei would swallow their pride. Yet here they are, waiting for me, disrupting transactions, tarnishing our reputation in arms, and attempting to sever our economic ties? Such a nefarious scheme. Reflecting on this, Doflamingo exhaled, relieved that he had dispatched Diamante to investigate. Otherwise, the extent of the impending losses would have been unfathomable. Truly, this was a method of killing without bloodshed. Fufufu, Treble. Doflamingo mused, sensing that he might need to take action. Just as Treble was preparing to counsel Doflamingo to remain calm, he was taken aback by Doflamingo's sudden declaration. The heavenly tribute this year will double, Doflamingo proclaimed. Huh? Treble, momentarily perplexed, struggled to grasp the statement. I said, the heavenly tribute this year will double. Doflamingo reiterated with irritation. Oh, I understand now, Doflamingo, Treble replied, snapping back to attention and nodding vigorously as he made preparations. After Treble departed, Doflamingo sat quietly upon his throne, only to erupt into laughter once more. Fufufu, world government, celestial dragons, Fufufu. One day I shall drag you all down from your pedestals and cast you into hell with your arrogance. This world shall be ruled solely by me. West Blue. G12 branch. As soon as Wayne returned to the branch, the headquarters issued a command. The Thorn Kingdom of the West Sea and the Oak Kingdom were preparing to negotiate. Yet the royal families of both nations harbored mutual distrust. Consequently, the headquarters specifically appointed Brigadier General Wayne, commander of the G12 branch, to mediate the situation. Wayne, holding the order, was in a state of agitation. How troublesome it was. A peace negotiation was one thing, but did it truly require a witness? Summon Colonel Siri. With a wave of his hand, Wayne signaled the naval soldier to bring Colonel Siri forth. Moments later, Colonel Siri hurriedly entered Wayne's office. Brigadier Wayne, what is the purpose of your summons? He inquired, dust clinging to his attire and ink smudged upon his hands, clearly having rushed over amidst reviewing documents. When handed the document to Colonel Siri, saying, take a look for yourself. Colonel Siri picked up the document and examined it closely, then raised his head and remarked, It all seems quite normal. Although our Navy lacks the authority to interfere with the kingdom as an entity under the aegis of the world government, we must be present whenever the kingdom enters into any agreements. I have never been there. What should I do? What will be my role? One replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He had just turned 20 and had yet to engage in matters involving the interference of 2 nations. Let's see, Colonel Siri pondered. While Brigadier Wayne possesses sufficient capability, he still lacks maturity and experience in many matters. It would be fitting for me to accompany him on this occasion, to lend a helping hand and impart some wisdom. Then perhaps his subordinates could accompany us as well. Brigadier Wayne can consult them should any questions arise, Colonel Siri suggested. All right, it is decided. You can entrust the task to Lafitte, One agreed. But will Major Lafitte consent to this? Rest assured, prepare yourself. We shall set off tomorrow. Colonel Siri assured him. Chapter 48. The Negotiation 1. Upon the azure expanse of the sea, a formidable warship, a symbol of naval might, was being towed by two transparent ropes that plunged into the depths of the ocean. Colonel Siri had lost count of how many times he had marveled at the sight of the transparent ropes. It never failed to elicit a sense of wonder. What a pair of remarkable creatures, one large and one small, Colonel Siri mused. Beneath the warship, in the depths of the sea, two colossal beings were gradually pulling the ropes forward. The barrier giant of Wayne and the behemoth form of Caesar, enveloped in the barrier membrane. Progress slowly towards the designated peace negotiation site provided by the Kingdom of Thorns and the Kingdom of Oak. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy footsteps reverberate through the depths of the ocean. With each step Wayne takes feeling as though countless burdens weigh upon him. While Caesar grimaces and strives forward with great effort, a monstrous sea creature, its head resembling that of a dog and measuring over 1,000 meters in length, opens its maw wide and lunges at Wayne. Cursed fate, misfortune, begone. The barrier giant seizes the opportunity to press down on the creature's canine head, forcing it into the seabed, creating fissures that spread across the ocean floor. Caesar seizes the moment to deliver a powerful punch to the creature's mouth, shattering all of its teeth. Splash, splash, splash. In the depths of the ocean, Wayne and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage compared to the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings, reeling from a devastating blow, struggled vigorously to escape Wayne's grasp. Cursing under his breath, Wayne thought, if you manage to flee, where will I hide my face? With a flicker of intent, he summoned numerous spikes to emerge from the palm of the shield giant, which plunged mercilessly into the skin of the Sea King, rendering it incapable of breaking free. Caesar stepped back. Wayne called out, and upon hearing this, Caesar retreated. The shield giant seized the Sea King's head in both hands and executed a powerful throw, creating a tremendous disturbance that even affected the battleships above the surface. The Sea King, sensing Wayne's murderous intent, panicked, its massive head thrashing wildly. It still had a promising future ahead, with no offspring yet to carry on its legacy. It did not wish to meet its demise. Perish. Wayne sneered, his arm twisting counterclockwise by 180 degrees. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and the Sea King's struggles ceased, its lifeless body slowly sinking into the abyss. It's done, Caesar. Let us proceed, Wayne declared, clapping his hands to urge Caesar onward. As a member of the Navy, tardiness was simply unacceptable. How exhausting, Caesar groaned, only to be silenced by Wayne's glare, compelling him to press on with renewed effort. Conference Island, the venue for negotiation due to its resemblance to a white dove and its lack of national governance. Conference Island has long been the favored site for negotiations among the various powers of the West Sea. Thorn Kingdom's headquarters, a young man adorned with a small crown entered a lavish tent. Father, he addressed the middle-aged man seated in the grand chair, who wore an ornate crown. Why must we negotiate with them? The wretched royalty of Oak Kingdom has already been thoroughly subdued. No, Mickey, the middle-aged man replied solemnly. Our arms supply has ceased, and without formidable weaponry, overcoming the Oak Kingdom has become exceedingly difficult. Frustration crossed Mickey's face. Curse the Oak Kingdom. We were so close to victory. Damn that Doflamingo. The king silently cursed Doflamingo for his unreliable arms dealings, but recognized that as a warlord of the sea, he was beyond their reach. What should we do about the navy that is here for the negotiations? Mickey inquired. We'll assess the situation. If possible, we should attempt to win them over and secure some advantages during the negotiations. The Oak Kingdom must not rise. The king's face bore a pained expression, contemplating the exorbitant cost of bribery. The current sovereign of the Oak Kingdom was a man of great resolve. Having delegated a portion of his cultivation secrets to the military while practicing frugality himself, by paying his dues to the heavens, he ensured that his subjects were well fed and cared for. This time, he must be eliminated, otherwise it would be the Thorn Kingdom that would suffer. Unbeknownst to Mickey, the king had also employed assassins to eliminate the monarch of the Oak Kingdom, for he could not be allowed to live. If necessary, the navy could be dealt with as well. The king had unwavering confidence in his hired killers. In contrast to the Thorn Kingdom's confidence, the atmosphere in the Oak Kingdom was rather somber. Father, the Thorn Kingdom does not come with good intentions. I fear that this negotiation will not proceed smoothly. A woman with emerald green hair expressed with worry. Ha, that will not be the case, Lily. This time, we have the strength of the navy on our side. The Thorn Kingdom would be foolish to underestimate us. As long as we weather this storm, I am confident we can elevate the Oak Kingdom to greater heights." The Oak King proclaimed with conviction. "Let us hope so," Lily replied anxiously, sensing that the Thorn Kingdom was far from simple. Would they truly allow the Oak Kingdom to grow stronger? "Fear not. You are unaware that the illustrious Brigadier General Wayne is among us," the Oak King said joyfully. "Colonel Jingwan." "Oh my, this is wonderful," Lily exclaimed with delight. "Alas, Lily, it is rather disrespectful to refer to him as Colonel Jingwan. Do not make that mistake when the time comes," the king admonished seriously. "Understood," Lily said, sticking out her tongue and making a face at the Oak King. "You mischievous girl," the king chuckled, playfully rebuking her. The following day, a colossal warship gracefully entered the harbor, with Wayne standing regally at the bow. Caesar perched on his shoulder, and Colonel Silly positioned behind him. To the left and right, two orderly columns, one yellow and one green, were meticulously arranged to welcome the Navy's arrival. As they beheld the approaching ship, armed with cannons and manned by disciplined sailors, both kings reflected in their hearts, "Truly, this was a power renowned for its ability to command the seas." Colonel Siri led the naval soldiers down from the warship and approached General Wayne to introduce two kings. "General Wayne, this is King Mr. Miller of the Kingdom of Thorn." Colonel Siri gestured towards the King of Thorn, who nodded with a warm smile. "And this is King Tick Dean of the Kingdom of Oak," Colonel Siri continued, indicating the King of Oak. King Dean extended his right hand, smiling as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet the renowned guardian of the West Sea." General Wayne also extended his hand for a handshake, leaving a splendid impression on King Dean. Wayne cleared his throat and addressed the two kings, saying, "Ahem, let us commence the formal signing of the agreement today, so we may conclude it promptly." Chapter 49, The Peace Negotiation 2. Without paying heed to the reactions of the two kings, Wayne proceeded towards the meeting venue, accompanied by his naval forces. King Dean regarded this as the typical arrogance of the strong and paid it little mind, following closely behind Wayne. However, King Miller felt somewhat anxious, as the hired assassins he had engaged had yet to arrive. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Wayne, saying, "Well, Major General Wayne, it seems the hour is getting late, and you all have endured quite the journey. How about we share a meal and rest before proceeding?" Wayne cast a glance at King Miller, noticing the sincerity reflected in his eyes. Without further contemplation, and feeling a pang of hunger himself, he readily agreed. Under King Miller's guidance, Vane and his companions entered an opulent dining hall. Taking their seats in order, Vane occupied the foremost position at the table, flanked on either side by King Dean and King Miller, while Colonel Siri and other naval officers, along with the royal guard, settled at the adjacent tables. Wayne reached for a piece of meat, poised to indulge, when King Miller approached with a young man in tow. "Ah, General Wayne, this is my son, Mickey," King Miller proclaimed, presenting Mickey before Wayne. "Well, this lad certainly possesses a striking demeanor. He bears quite the resemblance to you. Ha ha ha." Wayne felt a twinge of awkwardness, the meat in his hand becoming a burdensome object he was uncertain how to manage. King Miller, there is another matter I wish to discuss," Wayne stammered, sensing the discomfort of the moment. Observing Wayne's unease, King Dean took the initiative to summon Miller for a discussion. Wayne let out a sigh of relief and began to devour the meat voraciously. The sound of his chewing filled the air, a rhythmic chorus of smacking and slurping. After all, this meal came at no cost, and the other sailors, following Wayne's lead, began to indulge with equal fervor. The entire restaurant was soon enveloped in the cacophony of their dining, with Wayne's noise resonating the loudest. The food continuously flowed into Wayne's mouth under the watchful gaze of everyone present: fish fillets, steaks, roasted chicken, cakes, suckling pig, pies, chips, pancakes, vegetable salads, broths, and mushroom soups. Without any pause, an unending stream of delectable dishes filled Wayne's stomach. Since this feast was hosted by the king, the flavors and presentations were exquisite, while the attending nobles barely touched their plates, as the waitstaff continued to serve more. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Lily's stomach, and she glared at Wayne with a pained expression, blaming him for her hunger. Wayne noticed the resentful glare in Lily's eyes. "Is something the matter?" he inquired, swallowing his food and wiping his mouth. "Heh, it's nothing, please continue," replied King Dean, gently pressing Princess Lily's hand, a smile gracing his face. "This child has been rather spoiled by me, and I sincerely apologize." "It's nothing, Wayne lowered his gaze to the chaotic state of the table, where the plates of those gathered were utterly bare. Wayne, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I sincerely apologize for not noticing you all, I truly regret it. He bowed slightly in apology. Hee, you lot, he exclaimed, tossing a chicken bone at Colonel Siri's head. Such an image. For heaven's sake. You must all be mindful of the Navy's reputation. Is this raucous behavior fitting for an institution that symbolizes justice? Vane adopted a stern expression and spoke with righteous fervor, oblivious to the fact that he was the loudest eater among them. All the sailors, including Colonel Silly, gazed in bewilderment at the pretentious authority of Vane, with Colonel Silly even neglecting the chicken bone perched atop his head. Ahem. Wayne cleared his throat a few times, signaling for all the naval officers to take their seats. Amidst the curious gazes of others, he settled down, methodically brushing off the dust from his clothing. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he addressed them, King Dean, King Miller. Shall we commence our negotiations tomorrow? Wayne spoke gently. Very well. It is our privilege, came the response. After Wayne departed with the Navy, the remaining individuals sat in silence, having not touched their meals. Waitstaff, remove these and set another table, King Miller commanded. The waiter approached, visibly troubled, and said, I apologize, but we have run out of ingredients. These were precious supplies, consumed entirely by that naval officer just moments ago. What? Those wretched commoners! Prince Mickey exclaimed in frustration. Had it not been for the naval officer's status, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon witnessing such poor table manners. It's of no consequence. Simply bring us something more ordinary, King Dean said kindly. What we eat matters little, as long as it is palatable. Princess Lily concurred, feeling as though she might perish from hunger. Such subpar food is beneath the nobility of the Thorn Kingdom, King Miller scoffed, turning away with his entourage and Prince Mickey. King Dean observed their retreating figures, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Royalty that oppresses its people cannot endure. Arrogance and disdain inevitably lead one to a chasm of despair. Turning to the still hesitant waiter, King Dean implored, Young man, do you intend to watch us starve? Go fetch our meal. Oh, the waiter snapped back to reality, bowing in apology. I am terribly sorry. I shall bring your dishes at once. Once the waiter departed, King Dean sat down and asked Princess Lily, what do you think? Does Brigadier Wayne still capture our princess's fancy? Father. Princess Lily stamped her foot, a blush rising to her cheeks. He is not quite as impressive as I had imagined. After a moment's reflection, she continued, his table manners are rather uncouth. Perhaps those who possess true talent are often this way. Hesitating, she added, Father, I am not particularly inclined to spend time with Brigadier Wayne. With that, she closed her eyes, adopting a cautious demeanor. A large hand gently rested upon Princess Lily's head as King Dean's voice reached her ears. It matters little. Our Oak Kingdom has always thrived on its own merits. We do not rely on petty dealings. If you do not fancy him, then so be it. Do not fear or blame yourself. I believe our Oak Kingdom will flourish even more. King Dean smiled warmly. Yes, Princess Lily nodded vigorously. However, one thing remains. King Dean said, this is your choice. You are growing up. Once you make a choice, you must not regret it. Life is filled with choices. And I hope you select what you truly desire. I understand, Father. Chapter 50. A Truce. 3. Setting aside the matters of the dining hall. When Wayne returned to his chamber, Caesar eagerly leapt onto Wayne's shoulder, probing him curiously. Hey, enough. I have not forgotten you. Wayne chuckled, ruffling Caesar's furry head. From his pocket, he produced a protective food box containing an assortment of exquisite desserts and fruits. You truly are the best, boss. Caesar, unabashed, joyfully embraced the food box bestowed upon him by Wayne and departed in a hurry, truly reminiscent of a monkey. Wayne chuckled softly, shaking his head, before reclining on his bed and succumbing to slumber. The following morning, to underscore the significance of the peace negotiations between the two nations, Colonel Siri, at the break of dawn, roused Wayne from his slumber and ushered him to the conference room. Wine, bleary-eyed and somewhat dazed, sat languidly in the central seat and turned to Colonel Siri, saying, Isn't everyone still absent? May I return to sleep for a while longer? Absolutely not. Colonel Siri replied sternly. This occasion represents our Navy's dedication to the nation, and we also uphold the dignity of the world government. We cannot afford to appear lethargic or disgraceful. Is it truly so significant? Wine retorted lazily. I care little for kings and such. The Navy protects the common people, not the blood-sucking elites in power. Admiral Wine, I understand your unwavering commitment to the welfare of the people. However, should this negotiation fail, it is the citizens of both nations who will suffer the consequences of continued conflict, Colonel Siri implored earnestly. Very well, Wine responded sullenly. obediently sitting in his chair as a barrier sphere materialized between his hands. He conjured a barrier knife with his right hand, meticulously honing his skills with the fruit of his abilities. While Wine and his companions awaited developments, King Miller finally received the assassin he had hired. Lord Toru, are you capable of eliminating King Dean of the Oak Kingdom and that naval brigadier? King Miller inquired of the slender figure before him. Rest assured, I possess the power of the transparent fruit, rendering me invisible to them. Is the 30 million berries prepared? Toru replied confidently. It is ready, King Miller affirmed, clapping his hands over a box. Excellent. I had intended to assassinate that two-faced brigadier, and he has conveniently delivered himself to me. Toru chuckled heartily. In the black market, the two-faced brigadier Wine had a bounty of 100 million berries on his head. As Toru laughed uproariously, King Miller joined in, seemingly envisioning a future where he ruled over both nations. At this moment, King Dean of the Oak Kingdom and Princess Lily arrived at the conference room. Upon seeing Wine and his group already waiting, King Dean hurried forward, his face etched with apology. I sincerely apologize, Brigadier Wine. We did not anticipate your early arrival. Wine, initially somewhat disgruntled, felt his irritation dissipate in light of Dean's genuine apology. At that moment, King Miller also entered the room. Wayne was initially indifferent. Yet he suddenly noticed that the footprints of King Miller were somewhat deeper, and the patterns had altered. What could be the reason? Vane furrowed his brow, discreetly employing his observation hockey to scan King Miller and his entourage. He discerned a translucent figure, armed with a blade, stealthily treading in the footsteps of King Miller as they entered the conference room. Ah, a killer. It must be a user of the transparency fruit. Wayne lifted his head and scrutinized King Miller intently, surprised to discover the old fellow harbored quite a few schemes. Brigadier Wayne remarked. As King Miller entered with an air of arrogance, let us commence negotiations and finalize the agreement at once. Truly, the presence of allies had emboldened him. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wayne remained unfazed as he accepted the documents handed over by the attendants of both kings. After scrutinizing them closely, he passed them to Colonel Siri, saying, You may articulate the terms of the peace negotiations, and Colonel Siri will assist you in documenting them. Very well, thank you. Colonel Siri, King Dean responded amiably. No problem at all, nodded King Miller. Now, you may commence your discussions. Our navy is merely here to oversee the proceedings. Speak your minds, and we shall listen, Wayne nonchalantly remarked, though his keen observation was firmly fixed on Toru. Unexpectedly, the Oak King slammed his palm on the table and pointed accusingly at King Miller, exclaiming, Miller, why have you instigated this war? Do you have any notion of the tremendous losses our Oak Kingdom has suffered? Humph, do not presume that your rapid development is for naught. It is merely a ploy to covet the Thorn Kingdom's interests. Were it not for our logistical failures, I would have long since trampled you underfoot. King Dean retorted fiercely. Our progress aims solely to enhance the lives of our people, while you shamelessly plunder their wealth. One day, you shall pay for your past transgressions. King Dean declared vehemently. You need not concern yourself with that. Let me make it clear, the territories we Thorn Kingdom occupy will never be relinquished to you. King Miller proclaimed, rising and waving his sleeve emphatically. This land rightfully belongs to our Oak Kingdom. This is nothing short of thievery. King Dean was taken aback by Miller's audacity. With a self-satisfied smirk, King Miller continued, Furthermore, your Oak Kingdom must compensate us with 200 million Bailey for the losses incurred by our army. What? King Dean's eyes widened in disbelief. We must pay you for invading our nation? You must be joking. If this is how negotiations will proceed, then let us abandon them and prepare for battle. King Dean's fury escalated, his voice resonating with indignation. Very well, the Thorn Kingdom is ready for a fight. King Miller defiantly raised his middle finger towards Dean. You foolish, bloated pig. King Dean seethed, trembling with rage. In a fit of recklessness, King Miller flung a spoon at him, taunting, Come at me if you dare. Realizing the gravity of the situation, King Dean retaliated by hurling a plate at Miller's head. Miller yelped, clutching his head. Make sure to teach them a lesson. He commanded, inciting his attendants and guards to converge upon King Dean, intent on delivering a thorough beating. Quickly, protect the king. Upon witnessing his master's impending peril, the attendants and guards of King Dean rushed forth in a tumultuous wave to shield their sovereign. The two factions collided, resulting in utter chaos, with the air filled with the cacophony of flapping wings and anguished cries. Seated at the head of the assembly, Wayne remained indifferent, extending his hand towards Lieutenant Silly. Silly, Pray tell, did you bring any snacks? Chapter 51. Peace Negotiations 4. Observing the pandemonium before him, Lieutenant Silly found himself in a state of bemusement. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Wayne's hand reached out again. Silly, I ask again, do you have any snacks? Well, this, Lieutenant Silly replied, extracting a handful of milk candies from his pocket and presenting them to the ever-curious Wayne, who seemed thoroughly entertained by the unfolding spectacle. Wayne, with a sense of astonishment, took the item and glanced up at Colonel Siri. You truly possess this. Bringing milk candies during work hours is strictly prohibited, and they shall be confiscated, he stated with a serious demeanor as he withdrew his hand. These were sent to me by my mother. I haven't even dared to indulge in them. Colonel Siri murmured, relieved to know that a whole box awaited him in his room. Nevertheless, that is impermissible, Wayne asserted, popping a piece of milk candy into his mouth. The rich creaminess of this candy is delightful, indeed. Here, take some. Wayne exchanged a handful of milk candies with Colonel Siri. Thank you, Brigadier Wayne, Colonel Siri said, preparing to tuck the candies into his pocket. Smack. Wayne reached out and struck Colonel Siri's hand. This is meant for others, not for filling your own pockets. Oh, Colonel Siri, feeling aggrieved, distributed the candies to all the Navy personnel. As he watched them savoring the sweets with expressions of delight directed at Wayne, his heart felt even more wronged. Those candies were originally mine. After the distribution, Wayne and the others resumed their observation of the two kings embroiled in a fierce altercation. The milk candies tasted even sweeter as they witnessed the chaotic exchanges, groin strikes, eye gouging, and a myriad of underhanded tactics, all in the name of avoiding bloodshed. It was utterly entertaining. At this moment, Princess Lily noticed Wayne, who was engrossed in the spectacle, and glanced at her father, who was single-handedly overpowering the duo of King Miller and his son. Blushing in embarrassment, Lily approached Wayne. General Wayne, she stammered, could you perhaps persuade them to cease hostilities? Why? Wayne replied, looking at Princess Lily. Your father has gained the upper hand. Just observe his technique. His dual dragon play and the monkey stealing the peach are executed with remarkable finesse, clearly indicative of extensive battlefield experience. Please, just help me out. Princess Lily pleaded, casting a glance at her disgraceful father. Understood. Everyone, step in and separate them. Wayne gestured, signaling for intervention. Once separated, all parties emerged with bruises. King Dean's eyes resembled those of a panda, and his attire bore several rips. King Miller and Prince Mickey were in a state of disarray, one clutching his groin while the other supported his rear. I tell you, King Dean exclaimed to King Miller, if you do not return our territories, we will resort to force. His face was a mask of fury. King Miller, picking at his nose, scoffed. Oh, who are you trying to intimidate? Is it not you who was left in disarray by our Thorn Kingdom? You scoundrel. Enough. Wayne slammed the table, raising his voice. This incessant bickering is tiresome. I've changed my mind. The Oak Kingdom must pay a sum of 1 billion Baileys, and Princess Lily must marry my son, in addition to ceding land. King Miller declared with an air of arrogance. What? Have you lost your mind? King Dean was bewildered by Miller's audacity. Are you still berating me? King Miller gestured to the air. Lord Torek, reveal yourself and demonstrate your prowess. A figure slowly emerged, a towering individual clad in black, wielding a dagger and donning sunglasses. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, materializing behind King Miller, Wayne observed with a discerning eye that Toru displayed no semblance of surprise on his countenance. Instead, he assessed the situation, noting that years of rigorous training had elevated his stature to an impressive 3 meters. Now seated, he appeared only slightly shorter than Toru, who stood tall. Brigadier Wayne. This is the infamous transparent Stinger Toru from the underworld. This complicates matters, murmured Colonel Siri, anxiety palpable in his voice as all naval personnel gripped their firearms in readiness. King Dean's complexion paled, realizing that Miller intended to annihilate them all. The surrounding attendants fell into a state of disarray, as a dozen guards rushed to encircle King Dean for protection. Chuckled King Miller smugly. To prevent any prolonged delay, he waved his hand decisively, commanding, Toru, eliminate them. I shall reward you upon your return. Consider it done. At the prospect of a monetary incentive, Toru's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Alas, foolish one, Wayne thought, perceiving Toru's approach through his observation hockey. Toru, believing himself invincible in his invisibility, strode forward to commit murder. Having witnessed enough of the farce, Wayne rotated his neck, seized a piece of candy wrapper, and with a flick of his wrist, transformed it into a sharp blade that sliced through the hand of Toru, who clutched a dagger. A dagger and a spurt of blood materialized seemingly from nowhere. Moments later, Toru, clutching his wounded wrist, emerged, now mere steps away from King Dean's guards. The guards, taken aback, hastily gathered around Dean to expedite his retreat. "Who are you? How do you know my whereabouts?" Toru exclaimed, terror etched across his face, his sole reliance shattered, leaving him in a state of unease. Vane rolled his eyes. Even though formidable pirates like Shanks and Green Pepper have emerged from the West Sea, knowledge of the power known as haki remains scarce among many. Vane made a gesture with his right hand, mimicking a pistol. A barrier. Bang. A compressed air bullet struck Toru's head, shattering it completely. "What? This?" King Miller collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the formidable presence he had just exhibited. Not only had he failed to eliminate a formidable adversary, but he had also incurred the wrath of the Navy. Given the assassination attempts on both the king and high-ranking naval officials, even in death, no one would intercede on his behalf. Oh dear, how terrifying. Nowadays, assassins resemble monsters, Vane remarked while grooming his nails, feigning a look of horror. "Ha ha ha, General Vane. You truly possess extraordinary powers. I never imagined Toru would be so audacious. He was merely my bodyguard. I had no intention of harming any of you." King Miller chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Wine cast a fleeting glance at King Dean, gently nodding in approval. Seizing the opportunity granted by Wine, King Dean boldly asserted, "Didn't you instruct him to eliminate us?" "And what of those terms? No, that is not the case. Truly, it is not." The perspiration on King Miller's brow was nearly unmanageable. "The genuine treaty is." King Dean elevated his tone. With a sigh, Wine casually examined his nails, insinuatingly remarking, "This nail clipper seems to be malfunctioning. Alas, the Navy's budget is rather strained as well." Chapter 52, The Peace Negotiation, 5. Upon hearing Wine's words, a flicker of anguish crossed King Miller's eyes, yet he remained composed and quickly retorted, "Our Thorn Kingdom is obliged to provide 300 million belly worth of supplies to all G12 personnel. It appears this is an unexpected turn of events. However, King Miller just declared his intent to eliminate us. One might suspect that this unforeseen circumstance is rather intentional," Wine insinuated regarding the terms of the peace negotiation. "Understood, indeed." King Miller rubbed his hands together, adopting a somewhat obsequious tone. "We shall forego any reparations or territorial concessions. My son is not worthy of Princess Lily. It was all merely jest. Furthermore, we will compensate the Oak Kingdom with 300 million belly worth of supplies as our recompense." "What say you?" King Miller gazed earnestly at Wine. Vane deliberately ignored King Miller's gaze, prompting the latter to reluctantly turn his attention to King Dean, managing to force a faint smile upon his visage. "King Dean, you see, it is acceptable." After a moment of contemplation, King Dean nodded. He was reluctant to push the Thorn Kingdom too hard, for after all, distant relatives are not as valuable as nearby neighbors, and there was no need to strain their relationship excessively. Indeed, upon hearing that King Dean did not seek to exacerbate the situation, gratitude was evidently reflected in King Miller's eyes. Wine was somewhat taken aback that he did not seize the opportunity for revenge. Such a talent. Straightening his attire, Wine remarked, "Very well, let us proceed according to this outcome, Colonel Siri. Have you recorded it properly?" "Reporting to Brigadier General Wine, I have meticulously organized everything," Colonel Siri replied, stowing away the agreement with a serious demeanor. "Excellent," Wine acknowledged. "In a while, our Navy will present you with the agreement in triplicate. Each party shall retain one copy." "Thank you for your assistance." "You have worked hard, Brigadier General Wine." "Not at all. Once we hand over the documents, we shall set forth. There are numerous matters awaiting our attention at the branch. We appreciate your efforts in maintaining the order of the West Sea, Brigadier General Wine." "It is no trouble." As Wine departed aboard the warship amidst the praises of those gathered, Lafitte and Penn began to consider crafting some weaponry and ammunition for their own navy. G12 branch. Lafitte's office. Brew. Hello? This is Lafitte. While Lafitte was enjoying a brief respite with tea alongside Penn, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a telephone bug. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a call from a spy within the underground world of maritime routes. Reporting to Commander Lafitte, "My subordinate has learned in a tavern that a valuable shipment worth 500 million berries is to pass through, orchestrated by the Joker." 500 million? Lafitte furrowed his brow. Such precious goods could not possibly be known to others. Surely, Doflamingo would not be so foolish. "How did you come by this information?" It was while I was washing dishes that I overheard the dock manager, inebriated and on his way to the restroom. Mentioning the need for stringent protection, the spy explained. Oh, are you certain he was intoxicated and not deceiving you? Lafitte remained skeptical. Indeed. I personally served him the dishes and poured his drinks. The alcohol was certainly not compromised, the spy insisted earnestly. Very well, Lafitte replied, ending the call and stroking his chin. To be honest, during his tenure as a security officer, he preferred action over words. He was not particularly adept at espionage. If only wine were present, things would be different. Pin, listening intently, leaned closer to Lafitte at the prospect of a grand undertaking. Let me handle this one. If the situation turns dire, I can always flee. I can take charge without issue, Pin declared confidently, wearied by the monotony of signing documents. Lafitte hesitated but considered that with Pin's capabilities, he could likely escape should the need arise. Very well. He handed the telephone bug to Pin. Upon your arrival, someone will be there to assist you. Use this telephone bug to communicate. He understood. Pern, with a grin, took the phone bug from Lafitte and dashed out in a hurry. In the New World, in the kingdom of Dressrosa, Torpol entered Don Quixote Doflamingo's chamber, leaning on his cane. Doflamingo, the news has reached the ears of the government spies. It is highly likely that CP0 will attempt to seize that box, Torpol remarked, his expression peculiar, clearly indicating that the contents of the box were extraordinary. Doflamingo burst into laughter. Fufufu, world government. Do not think that by severing our arms trade in the West, you can thwart us. The treasure worth 500 million berries will certainly be entrusted to a high-ranking official, and we shall surprise them. Fufufu. To prevent it from being detected by observation hockey, I have applied a special coating to the interior of the box. Unless one possesses the utmost mastery of observation hockey, the contents will remain undiscovered. However, Torpol's pride quickly faded. Oh, Doflamingo's countenance darkened upon hearing about Torpol's actions. You dare to recklessly utilize such a precious item? What is wrong with Doflamingo? I see now. You must be concerned about what would happen if the box were damaged and could not be inspected, right? Fear not. I have utilized a special box made of sea prism stone this time. It is quite valuable, Torpol replied. Valuable? A sea prism stone box? One that can withstand the special coating of observation hockey? Doflamingo felt a pang of pain, as if he could scarcely breathe. These are precious strategic resources, you reckless fool. What is it? Torpol, sensing Doflamingo's discontent, asked cautiously. Doflamingo took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within. Things can be replaced or recreated, but if family is lost, everything is lost. Fufufu, it is nothing. Just ensure you inform me next time regarding the materials you intend to use. Also, I am concerned that the puppet of this nation might attack Sugar. Can you protect her? Doflamingo said with a smile. No problem. Rest assured, Doflamingo, under my protection. Sugar will absolutely be safe, Torpol replied, wiping his nose. Very well, go then. Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling Torpol to proceed with his own affairs. After Torpol departed, Doflamingo approached the window, casting his gaze towards Mary Geos. Fufufu, world government, I wonder if you are pleased with this particular gift of mine. You wish to sever my arms trade in the West Blue? Very well, I shall stifle my breath for now. When vigor locates that accursed bell, I will dismantle his bones piece by piece, you wretched pawns of the world government. With this thought, Doflamingo's sinister laughter erupted once more. Fufufu Chapter 53. A surprise for Vane. Everything unfolded precisely as Doflamingo envisioned. Pin successfully spotted the merchant vessel at the docks. Observing the ship, Pin patted the spy on the shoulder and inquired, Are you certain this is the one? 500 million berries worth of cargo. And not a single formidable guardian to escort it? The spy nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have seen this merchant vessel. But I heard that one of Doflamingo's high-ranking officials is personally escorting an item tomorrow. Pin rubbed his helmet, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even a moment's contemplation revealed the futility of confronting such a situation, yet he resolved that this visit must not be in vain. He would ascertain the extent of the cargo on this ship. He concealed his large sword in a secret spot and, utilizing Moonwalk and Soru, infiltrated the merchant vessel. Observing the drowsy night watchman, Pin grimaced. It was evident this was a deception. Upon entering the cargo hold, Pin discovered it was nearly empty, save for a solitary crate positioned in the center. Approaching the crate, he felt something amiss. This appears to be sea prism stone? Using his observation hockey, he attempted to probe the crate, only to find that his powers could not even penetrate it. What a treasure! This was Pin's initial impression. Subsequently, he realized that Doflamingo had employed psychological tactics, orchestrating a ruse to divert attention towards the cargo to be transported by his subordinate tomorrow while secretly planning to smuggle away the true goods. Fortuitously, Pin had maintained his vigilance. He thought with relief, then stealthily hoisted the crate and absconded with the key to the sea prism stone from the captain's quarters. As for the contents of the crate, Pin mused that anything encased in such valuable material could hardly be worthless. After advising the spy, Pin departed the docks under the cover of night to avoid detection. Are you certain no one is following you? Upon returning to the base, Lafitte's face was filled with skepticism. Was it truly that simple? We've been robbed several times. Anyone should be more cautious by now. Pin confidently tapped the crate, assuring, "Rest assured, I have scouted the area thoroughly. On my way back, I realized that such precious items must not attract attention, which is why they are transported like ordinary cargo." Pern observed Lafitte's contemplative demeanor and continued, "I never expected Doflamingo to come at us from such an unexpected angle. I had merely gone to take a look, under the impression that there would be numerous powerful figures escorting us." How surprising. At this juncture, Pern shook his head in astonishment. To echo Commander Wayne's words, it was indeed a case of feigning a straightforward path while secretly maneuvering through treacherous waters. Lafitte, equally taken aback by Doflamingo's malicious intentions, marveled at the cunning nature of the 7 warlords of the sea. Indeed, Pern concurred, patting the box beside him. "Now we await the return of our commander. This achievement is mine, and yours shall not be included." Pern basked in his own pride. "Humph, Pern, how could you have succeeded in bringing it back without my assistance? I too have a share in this triumph," Lafitte retorted, indignation evident in his tone. Suddenly, a report came in. Commander Wayne and Colonel Silas had returned. A Navy officer entered the office, pushing the door open. "Let us go," Lafitte remarked, rolling his eyes. "Let Commander Wayne adjudicate our merits." "Fine, let us go. I assure you, Commander Wayne will deliver a fair judgment," Pern replied, equally irked. Upon stepping onto the familiar naval dock, Wayne felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Truly, no gilded nest could rival the warmth of one's own abode. As he observed the surrounding Navy personnel saluting him, a swell of pride surged within him. At that moment, the bickering duo arrived, their quarrel persisting even as they walked, each attempting to outdo the other in stride. Wayne observed the bickering between Pin and Lafitte, a few dark lines seemingly manifesting on his forehead. Wishing he could deliver a swift kick to each of them. Slap, slap. Vane approached and smacked the back of the heads of the two individuals. "Enough. Look at yourselves. What kind of impression does this leave for the other soldiers?" he reprimanded. The two men, realizing their own folly, lowered their heads in anticipation of Vane's scolding. "Very well. Let us proceed to my office. I wish to ascertain what has provoked this dispute," Vane sighed, bemused by their childish antics. Upon entering his office, Vane waved a hand to signal the closing of the door and took a seat, narrowing his eyes at the two bickering over accolades standing before him. "What is the commotion? What has rendered you so subdued? Speak. What is the matter?" Vane inquired. Penguin scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Boss, it's actually..." Through Penguin's descriptions and Lafitte's occasional interjections, Vane gleaned what had transpired in his absence. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered regarding the so-called 500 million berry worth of materials. However, observing Penguin's earnest demeanor, Vane decided to set aside his doubts. "Then let us move it over. I am eager to see what this treasure worth 500 million berry actually is," Vane remarked with anticipation. "All right," Penguin exclaimed, quickly darting out to retrieve the box and handing the key to Vane. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discovered he could not perceive what lay within the box. Stirring his curiosity, due to the presence of the sea prism stone box, Vane had to employ barrier gloves to create a separation. With a series of clicks and a loud bang, the box slowly creaked open under the eager gazes of the three. However, upon its opening, their expressions drastically shifted. Damn! A foul stench emanated from the box, an indescribable odor that, despite Vane's swift reflexes in closing it, allowed a wisp of the noxious air to escape. Ugh! Ugh! Wine now felt a dizzying sensation, not due to poisoning, but rather overwhelmed by the foul stench that had left him somewhat lightheaded. He had only caught a whiff, yet he could distinctly identify the repugnant aromas of excrement, rotten eggs, canned herring, flatulence, and spoiled food. Pin had already collapsed on the ground, retching uncontrollably. It was he and Lafitte who had been closest to the box upon its opening. They had inhaled the noxious fumes in abundance, and Pin had expelled all the gastric acid from his stomach. Lafitte, whose refined lifestyle had never prepared him for such an assault on the senses, succumbed to unconsciousness at the first whiff, his body convulsing irregularly in his state of distress. While the unfortunate trio writhed in nausea, Doflamingo could be heard laughing heartily. Hee, the contents have been unveiled. I wonder how they are faring now? Hee. Chapter 54, Celebration, you scoundrels. What on earth have you brought me? Wine glared furiously at the troublesome duo standing before him, his head cradled in his hands. What in the world is this? Goodness, it nearly cost me my life. Fortunately, it was merely a foul odor. The medical personnel had already assessed the situation, affirming that this was simply an unbearable stench, one that could easily incapacitate an ordinary person. Wine fumed. Pin and Lafitte exchanged glances, momentarily abandoning their competitive spirit to stand obediently before Wine. Pin hesitantly remarked, "Well, as long as it's not toxic gas, I never expected Doflamingo to be so malicious. Don't you agree?" With that, he nudged Lafitte. "Indeed, Doflamingo is exceedingly despicable for playing such tricks on us." Lafitte's face flushed with indignation. "Enough." Wine suddenly calmed, his expression devoid of emotion. "Is this what you refer to as an item worth 500 million berries?" Unexpected." Lafitte and Pin shivered, stammering. "Doflamingo, I shall flay you alive and make an example of you," Wine declared, his voice laced with murderous intent, causing Pin and Lafitte to tremble in fear. "Report." A naval soldier entered, holding a tray. Reporting to the three officers, "It is time for a meal," the soldier announced, preparing to unveil the cover. "Thank you. By the way, what are we having?" Wine inquired with a smile. "Curry rice," the soldier replied, lifting the cover to reveal a mound of brownish-yellow curry rice. Wayne's expression suddenly stiffened as Lafitte and Pin began to retch. "Throw the curry rice out." Wayne's roar echoed throughout the G-12 branch. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, amidst the tumultuous era, the Navy was gradually losing its strength and began to adopt a defensive stance. The arrival of Moria and Crocodile from the New World provided a momentary respite for the Navy. Upon hearing that red-haired Shanks was in Windmill Village, Vice Admiral Garp, returning from the G1 branch of the New World, hurriedly made his way there. Sighing within the marshal's office, Admiral Sengoku rubbed his temples, pondering the absurdity of the situation. They demand resources, personnel, and funds. They might as well dismantle me, the Navy's marshal, altogether. The 9 graduates from the elite training camp had begun to shine in their own right. Yet Sengoku mused that perhaps it was best to let these young individuals hone their skills while they still had the capacity to endure. Zifa, stationed at the Navy's elite training camp, sighed as well. The pirate world was overflowing with talent. Yet the new generation of the Navy's elite training camp had produced not a single remarkable individual, as if the previous cohort had merely been a fleeting phenomenon. With 3 formidable vice admirals still exerting their influence over the seas, Zifa feared that the Navy would soon face a severe generational gap. As he contemplated this, his gaze towards the training students grew increasingly critical. "Hurry up, look at yourselves. At your age, your senior Wayne is far superior to all of you." Under Zifa's dissatisfaction, the training students intensified their efforts. Sigh. Zifa sighed again, wondering how Wayne was faring. That rascal, he hasn't even bothered to write. When Vice Admiral Garp finally arrived in Windmill Village, it was already too late. Red-haired Shanks had long since departed, and his grandson Luffy's values had been successfully distorted. Garp had recognized Luffy's talent early on and had intended for him to join the Navy. Damn that Shanks. Grabbing Luffy's face, Garp exclaimed angrily, "From today onward, I shall train you rigorously. Forget about becoming the Pirate King, Luffy. You are destined to be a Navy man." "No, you old fool," Luffy protested. "Just wait and see how I handle you." At the Ji Yuan household, having completed her task for the day, Ji Yuan returned home and poured herself a cup of tea, watching the steam rise from the liquid. "It's been a year. I wonder how Wayne is doing?" she muttered to herself, grumbling about him. During their time in the training camp, Wayne's support and protection had gradually endeared him to her, and his strength during the battle against Triangularic had deeply impressed her. Unfortunately, before they could truly get to know one another, they had parted ways in haste. Achoo! Someone who had been mentioned sneezed. The sea-stone chest was also carried away, and Lafitte and Pin stood pale-faced, both clutching their stomachs, appearing utterly exhausted. A year had passed. Wayne walked to the window and sighed, reflecting on how he had unknowingly spent a year in the West Sea. Upon further contemplation, it dawned on him that a year had elapsed amidst the hustle of eradicating gangs, slaying nobles, and battling pirates. With a clap of his hands, Wayne turned to Lafitte and Pin and declared, I have made my decision. What have you decided, boss? The two subordinates, appearing somewhat foolish, elicited Wayne's ire. I have decided that in a couple of days, we shall hold a grand celebration at the naval branch. After all, everyone has worked hard this past year. Really? That's wonderful. Lafitte and Penn exclaimed with delight. Given the prolonged tension of battling pirates, many naval soldiers were feeling mentally exhausted. Thus, organizing an event to celebrate would be a perfect means to alleviate their psychological strain. Indeed, we need to discuss the specifics. Penn, go summon the other high-ranking officers. Wayne said, scratching his chin. Let us gather collective wisdom. Understood, Penn acknowledged, stepping outside to fetch the others. After Penn departed, Wayne sauntered towards the conference room, with Lafitte trailing closely behind. By the time Wayne and Lafitte entered, all the naval officers were already assembled. Penn and the recently promoted Lafitte, who were part of Wayne's inner circle, occupied seats on the left, while the veteran officers led by Colonel Seary sat on the right. What are your thoughts regarding the celebration? Wayne inquired, interlacing his fingers and resting his chin upon them. The two factions exchanged glances, each brimming with combat prowess, yet lacking experience in organizing celebratory events. Speak up. Are you all mute? Wayne exclaimed irritably. Aren't you all brimming with ideas on ordinary days? Suddenly, Penn raised his hand and suggested, how about hosting a tournament? That sounds good. Wayne nodded in agreement. Lafitte pondered for a moment before adding, we must ensure all the naval personnel are well-fed and well-hydrated. Perhaps we should invite a few renowned chefs? Excellent idea, Wayne concurred. Chapter 55, Preparations. After Penn and the others expressed their opinions, Colonel Seary, unwilling to be outdone, proposed. I have noticed that the uniforms of our naval soldiers are somewhat tattered. It is rather embarrassing, as our budget has been quite tight. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Thorns has graciously provided us with a substantial financial contribution, which could be utilized to procure new attire. At this point, the naval major responsible for logistics lowered his head in dismay, as the financial constraints of the Navy were closely tied to his responsibilities. Upon witnessing the scene, Wayne addressed the naval major, saying, it is not your fault. Our G-12 branch has managed to function despite enduring numerous trials, and this is inextricably linked to your unwavering efforts. I truly appreciate your hard work. And no, it's nothing, the major replied, waving his hands dismissively, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. It is merely my duty. If it weren't for Commander Wayne's ability to secure 300 million belly worth of supplies from the Thorn Kingdom, we would truly be left with nothing but the wind to sustain us. Indeed, many naval officers lamented, the days of hardship were truly trying. Now, Wayne interjected with a frown. Those difficult times are long behind us. With my presence, should we still live in fear? Let us exhibit a modicum of naval fortitude. Never mind. It seems you are all at a loss for solutions. I shall take matters into my own hands. Having dismissed the officers, Wayne found himself alone in the conference room, lost in contemplation. What festivities did one celebrate in a past life? Perhaps comedic dialogues? Song and dance? Skits? Goodness, who would even know? Wayne sat on the chair, his brow furrowed in worry. He had already boasted and sent for the cook, while the tailor was on his way. Alas, what to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Wayne's mind. It seemed he had conceived a solution. Ironically, this tactic had yet to be employed against his adversaries and was instead destined for performance. How absurd. Wayne felt a twinge of frustration. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku gazed with satisfaction at the documents sent by Wayne. Look, this is what an exemplary Navy looks like. Wayne is truly commendable. Unlike others who incessantly demand this and that, he has managed to secure sponsorship on his own, significantly alleviating the pressure on the headquarters, and has even organized a New Year's celebration to relieve the soldiers' mental stress. This is splendid. Hey, Sengoku, what are you looking at? At that moment, Zephyr suddenly pushed the door open and greeted him. Oh, it's just Zephyr. I was merely reviewing the documents sent by Rear Admiral Wayne, Sengoku replied, waving the papers in his hand. Zephyr widened his eyes, a spark of anticipation in his voice. So how is he doing? Is the young lad performing well? Quite well. Indeed. Under his leadership, the entire branch has been operating smoothly, and the pirate menace in the West Sea has been thoroughly suppressed, Sengoku said with delight. He has even proposed a celebratory event at the G-12 branch to ease the soldiers' mental burden. Is that so? Zephyr exclaimed with excitement. He is getting older, and aside from dedicating the remainder of his life to the Navy, all of his energy is now focused on Wayne. In fact, Wayne has, in his heart, ascended even above the Navy's hierarchy. Fortunately, Karp has taken an extended leave to visit his grandchildren. Otherwise, with his personality, he would undoubtedly have joined the festivities, Sengoku remarked. His demeanor relaxed. Upon noticing Zephyr's contemplative expression, Sengoku felt a sense of urgency. Hey, Zephyr, you're not considering visiting Wayne, are you? I merely wish to take this year's students to witness their seniors' prowess. Besides, I believe they deserve some relaxation, Zephyr replied earnestly. This left Sengoku somewhat exasperated. What you call honoring a senior and relaxation is, to put it plainly, just a desire to see your son. Spare me the pretense. I see right through you. A chuckle escaped Zephyr as he recognized that Sengoku had seen through him, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sengoku understood the complexity of the situation. Having lost his son for 8 years, their reunion was a significant event, and it was commendable that Zephyr had not pushed for any special treatment for Wang. Truth be told, Sengoku had anticipated that Zephyr would wish to visit the G12 branch. By the way, I recall that only the young girl from the last elite training camp remains at headquarters. I noticed she seemed bored under Little Crane's supervision. I will arrange for her to join Wayne. The West Sea is no simple matter, Sengoku stated, adjusting his glasses. Green pepper? Zephyr pondered. I have heard that the new generation of the 8 Treasure Navy has already mastered hockey, and Green Pepper is preparing to retreat into the shadows. Indeed. A treasured sword left unused for too long may rust. Zephyr scratched his head in agreement. Sengoku had always been decisive in his actions, and in less than 2 days, orders from the naval headquarters had arrived at the G12 branch. What a peculiar situation. This was Vane's first impression upon receiving the orders. All he had done was adhere to protocol and inform Sengoku. To his astonishment, both Teacher Zephyr and Ji-Yun had also been summoned. This matter could not be taken lightly. Wine pondered deeply that he must create a few more programs. Come in. He called towards the door. Brigadier Wine, is there something you need? A naval officer entered with a serious demeanor. Could you please gather all naval officers, large and small, in the conference room? Thank you, Wine said gently. Of course. It is my duty, the sailor replied before turning to summon the others. As expected, Wine was the last to enter the conference room. After taking his seat at the head of the table, Pin eagerly inquired, Boss Wine, what is the matter? You may see for yourselves, Wine replied, handing the documents from the naval headquarters to Lafitte for circulation. Once everyone present had reviewed the documents, their reactions were not the anticipated excitement. Instead, a sense of tension and unease filled the room, with only Pin, in his usual naive enthusiasm, asking, Boss Wine, is it true that Master Zephyr and Ji-Yun are really coming? Yes, Wine nodded, already troubled by the thought that while Master Zephyr's visit would throw them into disarray. He certainly did not wish for Zephyr to witness their disheveled state. The quality of their provisions must be improved. Major Siri, Wine lifted his gaze towards him. Yes. Major Siri stood up and responded loudly. I'll go out to catch a couple of sea kings, and you find a few better chefs, and also recruit some assistants. Wine instructed. Understood. Pen. Lafitte. Yes. Both Pin and Lafitte responded in unison. You two take sufficient funds to procure necessary supplies, and also order a batch of naval uniforms. Now that we finally have a bit of money, we must ensure the quality of life for the Navy, Wine ordered. Yes. Chapter 56, Arrival. What a headache. Wine sighed as he strolled alongside Caesar beneath the sea, observing the marine creatures gliding above. Since Master Zephyr is coming, I must do my utmost within my capabilities. As he walked, however, glancing up at the peculiar creatures above, his spirit sank. Alas, had I known, I would not have slain so many sea kings. Wayne secretly lamented as he patted his head. In the past, due to insufficient funds, he often ventured into the sea to catch marine creatures for sustenance, which not only saved money, but also allowed him to sell them for additional income. The department's budget had been entirely allocated to the reconstruction of the branch, and he had yet to receive his salary. He refused to believe that the marine creatures had vanished entirely. Vane, consumed by frustration, called out to Caesar. And together they ventured deeper into the abyss, where it was certain they would encounter a formidable sea creature, completely disregarding any lesser beasts. Accompanied by the sound of swirling currents, 2 colossal figures steadily advanced into the profound depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, upon the shimmering surface of the sea, a medium-sized warship surged forward. Zifa, with his violet hair, stood with arms crossed, gazing intently ahead, seemingly anticipating something significant. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with a long sword at her side, approached respectfully and said, Teacher Zifa. Oh, it is you, Ji-Yuan. What brings you here? Zifa replied with a warm smile, clearly in high spirits. I have a question that piques my curiosity. May I inquire? Ji Yuan asked cautiously. Ha ha ha, there's no need for hesitation. Feel free to ask. Zifa chuckled. Well, I've noticed that you seem particularly attentive to Vane. My sister mentioned that you frequently check on the G12 branch. Appearing to be quite concerned about him, Ji Yuan inquired with intrigue. Is that so? Zifa scratched his head, reluctant to reveal his inadequacies as a father to Vane. Knowing that Ji Yuan would undoubtedly relay this to him, a mischievous grin crept across Zifa's face. Ji Yuan, how did you come to know this? Have you been keeping an eye on Vane as well? I am Vane's teacher. It is only natural to be concerned about him. But you, I heard that when you departed, you made quite an effort with your appearance. Could it be? Zifa teased with a chuckle. Oh dear. Ji Yuan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, covered her face and fled. Seeing her retreat, Zifa sighed in relief, turning his thoughts to his son's future. After much contemplation, he concluded that Ji Yuan was not an ideal choice for Vane. The thought of Ji Yuan's sister, crossed his mind, and an unsettling shiver ran through him. For my son's future happiness, I must ensure they do not end up together. Zifa pondered the fact that he would only be present for a short while, whereas Ji Yuan would be accompanying Vane for an extended period. Over time, feelings may blossom, and he would find it difficult to intervene. Let it unfold naturally, he thought. Yet, the notion of Vane potentially facing grievances while in Ji Yuan's company filled him with unease, instilling a resolve to offer Vane some sound advice. Report, General Zifa, shouted the lookout atop the mast. We are approaching the G12 branch. Excellent, Zifa replied, turning to the elite training camp students, saying, everyone, sharpen your spirits. We must not provide the G12 students with a spectacle of embarrassment. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Everyone responded in unison, as the spirits of those aboard the ship rose. A colossal wave suddenly surged upon the sea. Zephyr, with a sweep of his observation hockey, discerned the nature of the disturbance and chuckled softly without uttering a word. The initial panic among the trainees gradually subsided. Witnessing Zephyr's calm demeanor brought them a sense of reassurance. It was likely just a sea beast, they all thought. Except for Ji Yuan. Her beautiful gaze was fixed upon the ocean's surface, seemingly perceiving the scene beneath. Two gigantic creatures emerged, bearing a large sea king that broke through the water, a dark green giant and a creature resembling a monkey, encased in a thin layer of translucent membrane. Hoisting a pig-headed sea king. What is this? A monster. The crew aboard the warship was thrown into disarray, for none had ever encountered such a gigantic beast. Seeing the chaos on the battleship, Zephyr felt a surge of irritation. This cohort lacked the composure of the previous one. Silence, Zephyr commanded in a deep voice. The crowd observed the unperturbed expressions of Zephyr and Ji Yuan, their hearts settling with the thought that perhaps Zephyr was familiar with the entity. Indeed, the barrier giant halted upon spotting Zephyr aboard the warship, and the sea king they bore seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, beginning to thrash violently. Caesar nearly lost his grip in the commotion. You reap what you sow. The barrier giant, needing to stabilize the sea king, sprouted an arm wielding a massive hammer from its back, which came crashing down upon the sea king's head, rendering it unconscious. This sea king pig had required great effort from Captain Wayne to procure, known for being the finest among sea kings in terms of meat quality and flavor, with the sole requirement being that it must be killed fresh, and its blood used to make exquisite blood pudding. Oh, it's Teacher Zephyr. Wayne maneuvered the barrier giant to lower its head, gradually revealing himself with a face full of delight. Ha ha ha, Wayne, you've really come into your own, Zephyr exclaimed, patting Wayne on the shoulder. He then gestured towards the somewhat inexperienced elite trainees on the warship, saying, see, these are your juniors. You must perform excellently today. While patting Wayne's shoulder, Zephyr discreetly assessed him, realizing that Wayne's strength had reached a level where he could engage in several exchanges with him, coupled with the barrier fruit. Although he might not prevail, he could already be considered formidable. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across Zephyr's weathered face. All right, Teacher Zephyr. Wayne withdrew his gaze from the trainees, acknowledging that the quality of this batch was indeed lacking, aside from a girl with pink hair. The rest seemed destined to achieve little more than becoming minor school officials. I'll take my leave. If this fellow awakens, it could become quite troublesome. Wayne informed Zephyr. I'm ready. Once the chefs prepare this colossal beast into a delectable feast, you shall all dine heartily. Suddenly turning to Ji Yuan, he said, Ji Yuan, I wonder if you have mastered the simplified version of the life restoration technique from back in the day. This time, if you overindulge, do refrain from borrowing my cloak. Ji Yuan, initially filled with delight, huffed in response to Wayne's teasing and chose to ignore him. All right, off you go. Zephyr, upon spotting the Neptune pig, recognized that this marine delicacy is best enjoyed fresh, and thus did not impede Wayne's departure, allowing him to proceed. Ha ha ha, we eagerly await your return. Chapter 57. Reunion. Observing Wayne's graceful departure, the cadets aboard the warship were nearly overflowing with envy. When will I ever become as formidable as Senior Wayne? Inquired a tall cadet with admiration. I believe that is an impossibility for you, replied a young girl with pink hair, clutching a book with utmost seriousness. Oh, please do not discourage me like that, lamented the towering youth, clutching his head in despair, his demeanor reflecting profound dismay. Tina never speaks untruths. I stand by my assertion, she retorted with a haughty snort before turning to gaze at the sea from the ship's edge. The imposing figure of the Sea King, hoisted by Wayne and Caesar, undoubtedly attracted the attention of the G-12 branch. After Wayne deposited the Sea King at the port and severed its head, the naval officers proceeded methodically, some collecting blood while others began to carve the flesh. Penn leaped into action, swiftly dissecting the Sea King from head to tail. Once the initial shock subsided, the chefs, upon witnessing the invaluable Sea King pork, promptly forgot the earlier harrowing scene. They eagerly began instructing the sailors on how to butcher and bleed the creature. However, when Penn inadvertently skewed his incision, one of the chefs chastised him for his error. The mere half-body of the Sea King occupied a significant portion of the branch's harbor. Had it not been for the consideration of Zephyr and the thousands of soldiers in the branch, Wayne and Caesar would not have spent so long searching the depths of the sea. Before long, Zephyr's warship docked at the harbor, and a throng of curious naval cadets gazed at the Sea King with admiration. Even if the beast had stood still for them to strike, they likely would have found themselves unable to do so. Ha ha ha, Teacher Zephyr, Gun, and my fellow juniors, Wayne exclaimed with joy as he approached them. Wayne, your strength has significantly improved. Zephyr responded with delight, while Gun, still huffing in annoyance, discreetly cast glances at Wayne. Wayne discovered, and with a smile, he chose to remain silent. An elderly gentleman clad in a chef's attire approached, accompanied by Lafitte. Commander Wayne, allow me to introduce Chef Reuben. The head chef for this occasion, Lafitte stated. He had already put away his knives, but upon hearing that you were celebrating for the Navy, he traveled from afar to lend his assistance. Are you Brigadier Wayne? Chef Reuben squinted as he inquired. Indeed, I am. You have truly gone to great lengths. My dear sir, Wayne replied, offering his support to the elderly man. Haha, the old man can still cook, though my limbs are not as nimble as they once were. Now, I can only guide the younger generation, Chef Reuben said, wiping away a tear. I must also express my gratitude to Brigadier Wayne for rescuing my hometown. Without your intervention, my son and grandson would have perished long ago. It is our duty in the Navy. If fulfilling our responsibilities elicits such profound gratitude from the people, then we have not done our jobs properly, Wayne asserted with righteous conviction. The students behind Wayne gazed at him with deep admiration, recognizing the lofty ideals that he embodies. Truly, he is a paragon of justice and a champion of the people's welfare. Zephyr was equally pleased with Wayne's performance. Even Gun had begun to idolize him. I am aware that you have all exerted tremendous effort. Were it not for you, my lord, the West Sea would undoubtedly have endured far greater tribulations. This time, we chefs shall showcase our finest skills. Our assistance to the Navy shall be our way of repaying our debt, Chef Reuben declared resolutely. This is absolutely unacceptable, Wayne insisted, persistently declining. The Navy is the guardian of the people. How can we accept free sustenance? If you do not agree, then I shall not depart. Chef Reuben gripped Wayne's sleeve fiercely, his tone resolute. Zephyr and the others were taken aback. It is a rare occurrence for the people to offer their aid to the Navy without compensation. In many regions, the sight of the Navy elicits a greater reaction than that of pirates. The juniors of Wayne gazed upon his little stars with increased admiration. Very well. Wayne steadied Chef Reuben and devised a plan, saying, once you have completed your tasks, I shall express the gratitude of the entire Navy on your behalf. Chef Reuben, being of advanced age, mistakenly believed Wayne had acquiesced and nodded before returning to his duties under the support of Lafitte. It was amusing. Wayne chuckled and addressed Teacher Zephyr. You all keep an eye on things. I still have a few matters to attend to. Let us gather again this evening. Indeed, go ahead. Do not let us hinder your work. Zephyr understood Wayne's intentions. Wayne was no longer the novice he once was. He had evolved into a commander of a significant branch. Wayne smiled as he returned to the office, only exhaling a sigh of relief after shutting the door. Upon glancing at the cloak and mask beneath his desk, a hint of bitterness crept across his face. The resources from the Thorn Kingdom had indeed alleviated the plight of the Navy. Wayne had invested all the finances acquired from the gang into this endeavor, publicly claiming that they had been stolen by remnants of the gang. This ill-gotten wealth barely sufficed to cover the compensation for the families of fallen naval officers, ammunition costs, and various expenses associated with the reconstruction of the branch. As Colonel Siri aptly remarked, had it not been for the extortion from the Thorn Kingdom, there would have been no spare funds to procure uniforms for the Navy, which were to be distributed to soldiers during celebrations, as many naval soldiers were currently clad in tattered garments. Each confrontation with pirates presented a facade of naval grandeur. However, the majority of the righteous Navy returned the pirates' plunder intact to the people, shouldering the cost of ammunition and repairs themselves, and at times, even incurring additional losses. This elucidates why Wayne initially struggled to capture the Sea Kings, for all surrounding targets had been apprehended. Capturing the Sea Kings not only conserved the funds required for meat, but also provided an opportunity for profit. Wayne fiddled with the cloak and mask, lacking the funds to hire an actor, so he had no choice but to take on the role himself. Fortunately, he still recalled some jokes and anecdotes from his previous life, which should suffice to navigate through. The barrier, a gathering of 20 individuals. Vane clasped his hands together, and the 20 intricately crafted barrier figures donned their cloaks and masks. As a master of physical arts, Vane possessed an intimate understanding of human anatomy. Under Vane's meticulous manipulation, the vocal cords, internal organs, and muscles of the barrier figures gradually transformed to resemble those of ordinary humans. Despite the peculiarities in their speech, Vane's continuous adjustments alleviated the challenges posed by the performers for the celebratory event. Penn and Lafitte were reluctantly appointed as hosts, struggling to memorize their lines. When they noticed that the performance schedule was entirely dominated by a group known as the Cloak Performance Troupe, Penn inquired curiously, "Hey, Lafitte, do you have any idea about this so-called Cloak Performance Troupe?" Lafitte replied dismissively, "I don't know, nor do I wish to. You should focus on your preparation. I want you to take responsibility if you falter." Oh, Chapter 58. Commencement. Amid Vane's continuous rehearsals and the practice sessions of Penn and Lafitte, Zephyr and Jiun led the trainees in a thorough exploration of the G-12 branch. Under their scrutiny, all the Navy personnel exuded an air of dignity, evidently passionate about their naval profession. However, their observations revealed that many of the sailors bore signs of wear and tear, prompting Zephyr's concern. "Excuse me, young brother." Zephyr approached a young naval soldier and inquired amiably, "May I ask why your uniform appears somewhat damaged?" The young sailor, having served in the Navy for just over a year, looked up at Zephyr, unaware of the identity of the elderly man with purple hair. Out of politeness, the young sailor replied courteously, "You are too kind, sir." Seeing the young sailor's demeanor, Zephyr felt a sense of admiration. One could discern Vane's capabilities through his method of dealing with others, regardless of his strength. "It's all the fault of those accursed pirates," the young sailor exclaimed with indignation. "Our branch nearly succumbed to an attack. Although Brigadier General Vane saved us in time, the damage was done, and we had no choice but to work together to rebuild the branch." Pausing, the young sailor continued, "Reconstructing the branch consumed vast resources, which led Brigadier General Vane to frequently capture Sea Kings for sale, combating the pirate syndicates, supporting the islanders, negotiating, securing sponsorship." Through the young sailor's narrative, the hardships endured by Vane over the past year unfolded before Zephyr and the others. Zephyr inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with compassion. It's truly burdensome for this young man. Reflecting on this, his guilt towards Vane deepened. He had intended to refine Vane's skills, yet it seemed he had only added to his worries. Fortunately, relief in the form of subsidies from the world government would soon arrive. Noticing Zephyr lost in thought, the young sailor gently called, "Sir? Sir?" and waved his hand. "Oh, what activities do you have planned for today?" Zephyr regained his composure and inquired, "What is it?" The young naval officer scratched his head and replied, "First, we were treated to a splendid meal, and then we were issued new uniforms. After the distribution of the uniforms, Major Wayne organized an event where we could enjoy our food while watching." At this point, the young naval officer chuckled heartily, clearly brimming with anticipation for the evening's activities. Zephyr nodded and patted the young officer's shoulder in encouragement. After watching the young officer depart, Zephyr sighed deeply and remarked to Jiun, "I never imagined that within just a year, Wayne would have endured so much hardship." Indeed, Ji-Yuan responded with a sympathetic nod, expressing her surprise at Wayne's unfortunate circumstances. If it weren't for the support from the Thorn Kingdom, it seems Wayne would have to continue selling marine creatures. Sighing once more, Zifa resolved to return and do his utmost to secure some funding for Wayne. While personal training was ultimately an individual endeavor, he believed that creating a conducive environment was within his reach. Ji-Yuan approached and said, "All right, Zifa-sensei, Wayne's days of suffering are behind him. The sky is already darkening. Let us hasten to the training ground." "Very well," Zifa replied, leading the way to the training area. As it was an event for all naval personnel, Wayne had set up an outdoor performance space. By the time they arrived, the sailors had already arranged the tables, and the chefs were busily placing the prepared dishes on them. The logistics personnel were distributing new uniforms, giving each sailor 2 sets, while many sailors indulged in hearty meals, clutching their new uniforms. Upon noticing Zifa and his group arriving, Lafitte hurried over and said, "Ah, is that Admiral Zifa? Please, accompany me and Miss Ji-Yuan. The rest of you may follow Lieutenant Siri, who will guide you to your designated seats." "Thank you," Zifa replied without hesitation, following Lafitte to a seat near the stage. While the trainees followed Lieutenant Siri to a slightly more distant area. Before long, Penn and Lafitte took to the stage, and Wayne, accompanied by a group of cloaked figures, entered the backstage area. After ensuring everything was in place, Wayne approached Zifa's table, seating himself between Zifa and Ji-Yuan. The table was spacious, though occupied by only a few: Zifa, Ji-Yuan, Wayne, Lafitte, Penn, and Siri. Everyone was familiar with one another, aside from Lieutenant Siri, who appeared somewhat reserved. Lafitte surprisingly proved to be quite talkative, soon engaging Zifa in a discussion about training, while Penn, with a glint in his eye, leaned in to ask questions as well. Veen observed Ji-Yuan casting furtive glances in his direction, leading him to suspect that there might be something unsightly on his attire. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no anomalies. Curiously, he inquired, "Excuse me, is there something on my face? What are you looking at?" Startled, Ji-Yuan snapped back to reality, only to find Veen staring at her with wide eyes. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She stammered, "No, it's nothing. Let us eat." As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and added several pieces of meat to Veen's plate. Veen glanced down at the meat in his dish, then turned to Ji-Yuan's chopsticks and raised his head to say, "You're holding your chopsticks the wrong way." "Oh, my apologies," Ji-Yuan exclaimed, resembling a startled rabbit, completely shedding her previous demeanor of decisiveness. She quickly corrected her grip and wiped her hands with a napkin, when gently touched Ji-Yuan's forehead with a hint of concern. "Is everything all right? Do you have something on your mind?" he inquired with genuine care. "Oh, go away," Ji-Yuan replied. Her face flushed as she playfully swatted Wen's hand away and turned to eat. With everyone fully engaged, an enormous sea creature was swiftly devoured, with elite training camp members, Zfa, Ji-Yuan, and when consuming a substantial portion. "Indeed, the stronger one is, the more one can eat," Wen remarked, patting his belly with a sigh. As darkness enveloped the sky, Wen glanced at the satisfied crowd and exchanged a knowing look with Lafitte and Penn. They nodded in understanding, retrieving their scripts from their pockets to review and memorize them, taking a deep breath before stepping onto the stage together. "Attention, all naval officers. Tonight's festivities will be hosted by the two of us. Regardless of rank or background, let us all revel in the enjoyment," Penn and Lafitte exuberantly announced as they took the stage. A chorus of cheers erupted from the assembled naval officers, filling the venue with a vibrant energy. "Ahem," Penn said, raising his hands to signal for silence. "First, we present a splendid musical performance by the Cloak Performance Troupe." The applause erupted in enthusiastic waves as Chapter 59, the performance, was about to unfold. Wen's expression shifted as a cloaked figure began to ascend the stage. Donning a mask with each deliberate step, their movements increasingly fluid and lifelike. Amidst the cacophony of whistles and cheers from the assembled sailors, a woman of striking allure emerged, her form undeniably captivating despite the concealment of her cloak. The crowd erupted with howls of excitement. The seasoned soldiers, accustomed to such fervor, found themselves wide-eyed in disbelief. Ji-Yuan regarded the singer with a hint of hostility, her frustration mounting when she noticed when squinting at the performance as well. Once the audience quieted, the singer bowed gracefully before grasping the microphone. Her pure, melodious voice wove through the air, enchanting all with a pirate rendition of No Questions of Return. Many sailors succumbed to nostalgia, lost in their memories. "What a beautiful song," Zfa mused, while tears discreetly fell from the eyes of several sailors, profoundly moved by the singer's heartfelt rendition. As the final notes resonated, silence enveloped the venue. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, one by one, countless sailors erupted into applause, their hands stinging yet unperturbed. "Thank you." The singer bowed once more and gracefully exited the stage. Following her departure, Lafitte stepped forward, announcing, "Next, we welcome Song of the Mountain Love." It was unmistakably another of Wynn's reimagined compositions. The somber baritone echoed across the stage, evoking images of a weathered man pouring his soul into song. When the singer's voice shifted, the audience witnessed a heartbroken figure seeking solace within his own lament. Zfa seemed to recall something, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, while Ji Yuan became entranced by the melody, her head bobbing in rhythm. Ultimately, it was evident that the songs from the great celestial empire possessed an extraordinary power to touch their hearts deeply. When Wayne manipulated the barrier performers, he was filled with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Some of the naval personnel present even joined in with gentle humming, indicating that a wave of enthusiasm was surely on the horizon. Even Lafitte and Penn, who were backstage, were moved by the song, both expressing their admiration for their superior's remarkable choice of such an extraordinary performance troupe. As the song concluded, there was no hesitation. The applause erupted like thunder, and the singer bowed gracefully before descending the stage. Penn then stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced, "Next, we have a special program, a skit." With that, he exited. Two figures clad in black cloaks and masks took the stage, bowing in the customary manner before engaging in a playful exchange that delighted the audience. Although their faces remained obscured, in this world where entertainment was somewhat scarce, it was more than sufficient. Both the naval officers and the elite training camp cadets erupted into hearty laughter, with Zephyr rarely losing his composure in such a manner, and Ji Yuan's face turning a deep shade of red as he struggled to contain his amusement. Wayne also forced a smile. Yet beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. For this manipulator, the act of guiding the barrier was indeed a considerable burden, primarily due to the mental strain of multitasking. A flicker of curiosity suddenly surged within Zephyr. He yearned to glimpse the faces of the actors concealed beneath their masks. Although it was somewhat unethical, his inquisitiveness proved irresistible, and coincidentally, Ji Yuan harbored a similar inclination. While Wayne continued to jovially control the barrier, a powerful aura of perception swept across the entire stage, emanating from both a towering figure and a smaller one. The barrier manipulated by Vane paused momentarily before continuing. Yet the cold sweat on Vane's brow intensified, evoking the sensation of being caught in mischief by one's parents. Suddenly, the expressions of Zephyr and Ji Yuan grew rigid, exchanging glances before sweeping their observation hockey several times. It was confirmed. The two reaffirmed their previous judgment, just as the performance of the skits concluded. Their observation hockey firmly locked onto the actor, and under their gaze, the performer vanished, with the cloak and mask meticulously collected and arranged by another individual. Zephyr and Ji Yuan exchanged looks, and after a moment of hesitation, Zephyr disregarded the subsequent performance and inquired of Vane, "From where did you procure this performance troupe?" Vane, feigning ignorance, responded, "What do you mean by that, Teacher Zephyr?" However, Zephyr, a person of discernment, immediately recognized Vane's intent to obfuscate. With a stern expression, Zephyr remained silent, fixing his gaze intently on Vane. Staring, Vane felt a shiver run down his spine under Zephyr's scrutinizing gaze. With a forced smile, he suggested, "Let us first enjoy the show, and we can discuss matters afterward." "That is out of the question," Zephyr replied, shaking his head as he fixed his stare on Vane. "These performers are nothing more than phantoms. They vanish the moment they leave the stage. Tell me, Vane, what on earth have you done?" Colonel Sheely and Ji Yuan also turned their attention to Vane, fortunate that Zephyr's voice was subdued, keeping others oblivious. Sighing deeply, Vane lamented, "Alas, speaking too much only brings tears. I have meticulously budgeted for quite some time, excluding compensation, construction costs, chef fees, tailoring expenses, and so forth. I have long been out of funds. Yet I cannot afford to lack a performance, so." Wine extended his hand, and a delicate figurine materialized in his palm. Observing the lively little figure, Zifa fell silent, realizing that his son's life was far more arduous than he had ever imagined. "I have wronged you," Zifa remarked, his face etched with bitterness. Ji Yuan felt a wave of shame wash over him, while Colonel Sheely wore a look of sudden understanding. As the logistics officer, He recognized that Wine's faction primarily managed external combat, which explained why General Wine claimed he could assemble the finest performance troop. Nonetheless, it is my inadequacy as a commander that has led to our soldiers suffering from hunger and inadequate clothing. Alas, had it not been for the need to repair the branch, how could life have deteriorated to this extent? Wine's expression darkened slightly. Never mind. Why not enjoy the performance? Look at how others are laughing joyfully. Wine attempted to gather his spirits and smiled, insisting that there was no need for sorrow. Indeed, Zifa replied, a forced smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, as a deeper sense of guilt settled within him. He felt utterly worthless. Jiyuan watched Wine, who was finding joy amidst hardship, and a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes before he redirected his attention to the stage. Wine continued to carefully manipulate the puppeteer, ensuring the performance went on smoothly. Before long, Jiyuan approached him, leaning in to whisper, "May I ask you something?" "Oh, certainly," Wine replied, diverting a portion of his focus to Jiyuan. "Did you conceive all these acts by yourself?" "Indeed, why not? How did you come up with them?" Wine chuckled. "Well, you see, I lost my mother in a cataclysm when I was young and spent 8 years on a deserted island. This is Caesar, whom I brought back from that desolate place," he added, gesturing towards Caesar, who was rummaging for snacks. "And then, all these performances were born from my need for amusement. Solitude can be quite overwhelming," Wine shrugged, "so I incorporated skits and comedic dialogues into my creations." Jiyuan nodded, understanding now. Chapter 60, Melancholy upon hearing Wine's explanation. Zifa felt an even deeper sense of melancholy. He hadn't realized that such creativity stemmed from the loneliness of isolation on an island. A palpable aura of defeat surrounded him. And Wine cast a curious glance his way, but quickly returned his attention to the puppeteer. Finally, as Penn and Lafitte expressed their gratitude in unison, the performance drew to a close. The naval personnel returned to their quarters, while those on duty took their posts. Within 10 minutes, the venue was left with only the cleaning staff and the students. "Let us depart," Wine said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stood. "Yes," Zifa replied. "I too find myself rather fatigued. Jiyuan, you should take a rest as well." Remembering the others, Zifa turned to the students. "You all should rest too." "Yes, Teacher Zifa." The group of students responded in unison. The following day, amidst the reluctant gazes of numerous students, Wine bid them farewell as they boarded the warship. It was already quite commendable for Zifa to have brought them this far, considering they were to venture forth on the great route to apprehend pirates. Sai Weian cast a somewhat helpless glance at his companion, Jiyuan, surprised that Jiyuan had been assigned to assist him. In the entire Western Sea, aside from that old fellow from the Kingdom of Flowers who looked down upon him, who could possibly be his equal adversary? To his astonishment, Jiyuan held the rank of colonel. The thought of Jiyuan's sister mentioning General Crane made Weian suppress his envy deep within. Zfa had informed him that Jiyuan had spent the past year at headquarters, as true strength must be tempered, which is why Jiyuan was stationed here. "Please go to your office and tidy up a bit. Shortly, we will convene in the meeting room, where I shall introduce you to the others," Weian instructed Jiyuan. "All right," Jiyuan replied, turning to locate his office. Once Jiyuan departed, Weian let out a sigh of relief. Being in Jiyuan's presence often instilled a sense of restraint within him. Yet at times, he found solace in having Jiyuan by his side. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Weian summoned a cloaked figure bearing a box, who approached and followed him back to the office. As the barrier dissipated, Weian carefully set aside the cloak and mask, then moved to stand before a colossal maritime chart adorned with various symbols of differing sizes. However, a place marked as the Land of Flowers was circled in red by Weian, emphasizing its significance. The mere mention of the Land of Flowers darkened Wayne's countenance. It had become a veritable haven for pirates and remnants of crime syndicates, and the Land of Flowers itself was gradually assimilating the power of these criminals to bolster its own strength. Wayne had long harbored intentions to take action against the Flower Country, especially since it had recently been stirring up trouble and causing disturbances everywhere. The cone-headed green pepper was not merely a title. The 8-treasure navy was now one of the few forces that could rival the navy openly. Initially, Wayne contemplated dispatching someone to sow discord in the Flower Country, but the strength of the green pepper deterred any thoughts of rebellion. "Humph, the cone-headed green pepper? Once my power increases, I shall render you a headless pepper." Drawing a cross on the nautical chart, Wayne adjusted his mindset and donned a cheerful demeanor as he pushed open the door to the conference room. He was once again the last to arrive, though everyone had grown accustomed to it. Sitting dignifiedly in the main seat, Wayne introduced everyone. Let us all get acquainted. This lovely lady is Colonel Jiun, recently transferred from the naval headquarters. Hello everyone. I am Jiun. She stood to greet them, and the others nodded amicably, as they were all comrades from the same branch. Seeing the situation was favorable, Wayne wasted no time and began the routine inquiries. Is our recent financial situation sufficient? Fortunately, yes, Colonel Silly replied with a smile. It is enough to sustain us until the next batch of supplies from the world government arrives. Good. And how have our efforts in maintaining public order and combating piracy been faring? Wayne inquired, glancing at Lafitte. Ever since we distributed the transponder snails to each village, we receive alerts as soon as pirates appear. The number of pirates in the West Sea has significantly decreased, Lafitte responded confidently. Excellent news, Wayne exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Colonel Silly and a naval major in charge of public relations. Colonel Silly, Major Yuk. How is the assistance to the impoverished populace and the recruitment campaign going? Report, Brigadier General Wayne. Most of the recovered ill-gotten gains have been returned to the people, though some remain unclaimed, likely belonging to those who are no longer with us. We have allocated these assets to some impoverished islands, Colonel Silly stated proudly. We have posted our recruitment declarations in every village we visited, emphasizing unity between the military and civilians. Many individuals are eager to enlist now, and the overall perception of the Navy in the West Sea has greatly improved, Major Yuk said excitedly. Very well, but let us not become complacent. Since the people of the West Sea are increasingly recognizing our G12 branch, we must live up to their trust. Are there still any pirates causing trouble in the West Sea? Wayne turned to Lafitte and inquired. There are still 5 or 6 pirate crews. They are currently preparing to head to the Grand Line, Lafitte noted, pulling out his notebook. Chasing dreams of becoming the Pirate King, are they? Not on my watch. When will they reach Reverse Mountain? Wayne asked. According to the author's research, Reverse Mountain connected the 4 seas, with 4 ascending waterways and 1 regular route leading to the Grand Line. They will arrive in 2 days. By the way, they are traveling together. Perhaps they believe that strength lies in numbers, Lafitte remarked with a hint of derision. Wayne's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity indeed. The notion that strength lies in numbers? In the face of absolute power, mere numbers are insignificant. Colonel Siri, issue the orders to prepare the warships and supplies. This time, I shall make the pirates of the Western Sea acutely aware of my presence. They shall never see the light of day again. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Wayne's eyes. He chuckled darkly. Has it truly been a year, and yet these scoundrels still fail to recognize their own insignificance? Justice will never allow them to fulfill their so-called dreams. Pin's naive visage, too, contorted into an incongruous snarl. Then, Ji Yuan asked softly, May I partake in this operation? Wayne contemplated for a moment and said to Raffit, There must be someone to remain behind and guard the branch. This time, you shall stay while I venture out for a while. Raffit pondered briefly, aware that his superior was a person who could not tolerate solitude. Since he had yet to fully grasp the formidable power entrusted to him by Wayne, it was a perfect opportunity to cultivate and refine his skills. Very well. I shall entrust this task to Miss Jiun, Raffit replied with a smile. Indeed, I will exert myself, Jiun declared, clenching her small fists. Chapter 61. Preparations Naval G12 Branch Naval Training Ground. A cacophony of clashes reverberated through the air, causing passing sailors to retract their necks in apprehension. Fearful of the residual effects of the battle, a slicing strike hurtled towards Wayne, who turned his right hand black and struck out to deflect the blow. After the strike was sent flying, a figure swiftly materialized behind Wayne, a backstab seemingly poised to pierce him through. Moonstep. Vane ascended with a graceful stride, unleashing a flurry of slashes akin to a pack of wolves on the hunt. Jiun took a deep breath, activating his observation haki, deftly deflecting each strike with his sword. The lullaby of death saw Jiun pivot, wielding his Kambira in a feint, the slashes resembling ethereal waves from a small vessel, imbued with his haki to disrupt Vane's perception. Impressive. With Vane's current level of observation haki, he nearly failed to sense it, the dark essence creeping towards his fingertips. He utilized his finger gun to parry the peculiar strike. As Jiun executed the slash, he appeared to exhaust his strength, leaning against his Kambira in a moment of fatigue. How was that? Were you not intimidated by my technique? Jiun's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, had it not been for my proficient observation haki, I too might have fallen prey to your lullaby of death, Vane remarked with admiration. It seems your abilities have progressed. He affectionately ruffled Jiyuan's hair, eliciting a playful pout from her. Humph. Jiyuan tilted her head. Had I not spent so much energy during our earlier spar, I could have employed more techniques to defeat you. She waved her Kanbairo with renewed determination. Quite right. Vane agreed, acknowledging Jiyuan's hidden prowess while reflecting on his own unutilized barriers. How about this? Here is a towel for you to wipe off the sweat. This place is splendid, she said, dabbing her forehead and walking alongside Vane. Tomorrow, we head towards Reverse Mountain. We must eliminate the pirates of the West Blue and subsequently plan to deal with Green Pepper. This will eradicate the threat from the West Blue entirely. Vane spoke confidently, asserting that a band of pirates yet to enter the Grand Line would pose little challenge. Yes, I shall give my utmost. Jiyuan resolved to train further at the training grounds later. Haha, worry not. Remaining tense for too long will lead to a loss of accuracy, Vane reassured her. Noticing her desire for a brief respite before continuing her training, he refrained from insisting, offering a few words of advice before departing. As preparations for confronting the pirates awaited him, I understand, I'm quite capable now. Why do you underestimate me? Jiyuan waved him off, signaling for him to proceed. With a shrug, Vane continued on his way. To prevent the branch from being compromised, he had deliberately assigned Caesar to stay behind. The following day, while navigating towards Reverse Mountain, a grand warship glided through the waters. Jiyuan stood steadfast at the bow, while Vane reclined on a barrier lounge chair. Casting a glance her way, she had remained there since the vessel set sail, marking her inaugural official mission. Although she had improved significantly under the tutelage of Admiral Crane, her adaptability remained a point of concern, a testament to why Sengoku had sent her. Hey, Vane called out to Jiyuan, come down and take a break. We cannot afford any missteps. Go away, she retorted playfully. Jiyuan rolled her eyes playfully. Just wait and see. I will manage perfectly well on my own without your assistance. All right, Wayne replied with a grin, accompanying her merely as a precaution against any returning pirates from the Grand Line, though the likelihood seemed slim. Humph. Jiyuan felt a twinge of disdain at Wayne's apparent lack of faith in her abilities. Despite her annoyance, she complied with his suggestion to hydrate and nourish herself to regain her composure. Upon arriving at their destination, Wayne and the others found a concealed spot to anchor their warship. All the Navy personnel disembarked on a small island, intending to lie in wait for the pirates and set a trap. After all, it was essential to rest and inspect the vessel before plunging into the reverse current. A reckless endeavor only the Straw Hat Pirates would dare undertake without proper precautions. Wayne lifted the telescope and gazed towards the anticipated direction of the 5 or 6 pirate crews. Excellent. It seems they have yet to arrive. Wayne felt that the moment was opportune, as several nearby miniature islands could serve as docking points. Although their own island was the largest, one could never be certain if a pirate, in a moment of folly, might choose to abandon it altogether. Thus, it was prudent to clear the surrounding area. A colossal figure, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, emerged from the depths of the sea, a barrier of the divine warrior. The Navy, setting traps, gasped in astonishment. Wayne, in this formidable form, was indeed breathtaking, reminiscent of Uchiha Shirsui's Susanoo. Even Jiyuan was taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the earlier battle against Triangle Lake at Sabaody Archipelago. The aura and presence were utterly transformed. The barrier giant raised his long spear and, with great force, struck down upon a miniature island. Amidst the crashing waves and tumultuous sounds, the island vanished beneath the might of the barrier giant, leaving only a small whirlpool in its wake. Subsequently, Wayne swiftly shattered all the surrounding islets capable of serving as docks, leaving only the one where their navy lay in ambush. I suppose this can be regarded as a power capable of obliterating islands. Wayne felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Within a certain distance on the sea, a fleet of 5 pirate ships was sailing leisurely. At that moment, the captain of the Evil Ghost pirate crew, the menacing Larry, twitched his ears as if he had heard something. Ha ha ha, brother Larry, what's the matter? Still worried about that mad-in from Jingguan? A massive figure resembling a mountain of flesh approached, inquiring. This was the captain of the gluttonous pirate crew, Meat Mountain, known for his warmth and love of food. His ship was filled with chefs who catered to his every culinary desire. Although he appeared amiable, he had once slaughtered an entire village for the sake of a particularly delectable golden tuna, rendering him a primary target for the G-12 branch. Among the crew were also the Fort King Roly from the Raging Tide pirate crew, Black Tiger Afu of the Black Tiger pirate crew, who Wayne had scrutinized for quite some time upon viewing his wanted poster, and the Slippery Bob from the Slippery pirate crew. These were all pirates that Lafitte and Pin had been diligently pursuing, each of whom had committed heinous crimes. Despite islanders alerting them, these criminals had frequently eluded capture. Initially, it was intended for Pin and Lafitte to take action together, but unfortunately, the position had been taken by Gun. You know, Larry turned to Meat Mountain and said, "Ever since the five of us formed an alliance, I've felt a sense of security, yet I can't shake this feeling of unease. Fear not. Once we reach Upside Down Mountain, we'll inspect the ships and depart from this dilapidated West Sea. When I become the Pirate King, I'll be the first to twist that madman from Jingwan's head off," Meat Mountain declared menacingly. Chapter 62. The pirates arrive while Larry conversed with Meat Mountain. Black Tiger Afu, Fort King Rolly, and Slippery Bob approached. Upon hearing Larry express his unease, they all laughed and reassured him, emphasizing their newfound alliance as a family. However, the reality of danger was uncertain. "I know you're worried about the Navy's approach. Rest assured. I've surveyed the area. There is not a single naval ship in sight," Black Tiger Afu stated confidently. "Exactly. Soon we'll reach Upside Down Mountain. Let us spread out and rest. If one of us is ambushed by the Navy, the others can come to their aid," suggested Fort King Rolly. "Agreed. Yes, I concur." All right. Everyone voiced their agreement, and the distance between the five pirate ships widened slightly as they prepared to seek their own spots. On the island where the Navy lay in ambush, a figure cloaked in leaves stood atop a tree, lowering his binoculars with a smirk. Navy finally arrived. He then descended slowly from the tree and made his way back to find Wayne. On the mast of the Black Tiger pirate cruise ship, a plump pirate rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a mass of moving leaves atop a tree. "What is the matter?" asked a shorter pirate beside him. "What did you see?" "I think I saw a living bundle of leaves," the plump pirate replied, somewhat bewildered. "Is that so?" The diminutive figure skeptically took the telescope, directing it towards the spot indicated by the rotund pirate, yet failed to discern anything amiss. "Drink up," he retorted, tossing the telescope back. "There is clearly nothing to see. Wake up. If the captain learns that you have misreported the situation, just imagine the taste of having your heart extracted by the Black Tiger," the little one warned. The stout pirate nodded, visibly shaken, as he was well aware of how the notorious Black Tiger, Afu, treated his subordinates. In truth, both the captain they mentioned and the various pirate ship captains were equally bewildered, gazing at an expanse of ocean that was solely occupied by a solitary deserted island. They briefly questioned whether they had arrived at the wrong location, but the harsh reality confirmed otherwise. The five pirate ships congregated once more, with their captains gathered in one place. This time, even the blind could perceive that something was amiss. Before forming an alliance, they had all either visited or were aware of the numerous resting spots surrounding the Upside Down Mountain. However, this was an unabashed trap, leaving nothing but an island. A true test of their resolve. At the designated ambush site on the deserted island, Vane wore a knowing smile. Indeed, the absence of surrounding islands raised suspicions. Yet this was a deliberate ploy. If they charged headlong into Upside Down Mountain without proper rest or adjustment, the chances of unforeseen calamities were exceedingly high. While Luffy and his crew had at least passed through Rogue Town, these five unfortunate souls had been reported at every stop along their journey, with some ships even sporting holes that could not be repaired in time. Thus, Vane firmly believed they would hesitate to gamble on their safety. According to Murphy's Law, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. The five captains sensed the disquiet, leading them to halt, hesitant to approach the island. "Perhaps we should turn back," Larry suggested. "Given the current circumstances, this is clearly unwise." "But we have come this far," a reluctant Raleigh replied. "Is there a way back? We would be reported the moment we show our faces. It has taken our unity to reach this point, and should we retreat now, encountering the Navy could spell disaster for us." Bob shook his head in disagreement. "Let us head to the Land of Flowers. With Senior Green Pepper's presence, the Navy would not dare pursue us," proposed Meat Mountain. The strongest among them, Black Tiger Afu, interjected. "That brings us back to the same issue. By the time we reach the Land of Flowers, the Navy will likely have dealt with us. Are you truly capable of taking on that pale-faced scoundrel or that brutish man?" Silence fell over the group. They had often been pursued and cornered by the Navy, having clashed with them countless times. The formidable strength of Lafitte and Pin instilled considerable trepidation within them. Larry stiffly stated, "We are five in number. Even if those two scoundrels show up, we need not fear." Upon hearing Larry's words, the confidence of the others began to rekindle. Yet, Black Tiger Afu dampened their spirits once more. "The Navy undoubtedly knows we have gathered here. Those two scoundrels may not be able to subdue us. But what about that madman from Jingwan? He is a ruthless killer who has obliterated entire gangs and established countless jingwans. The crowd fell into silence once more. They were all aware of what the Black Tiger, Ah Fu, had articulated, yet they instinctively chose to evade the reality. "Let us proceed," remarked the Meat Mountain, having come to terms with the inevitable demise that awaited them. Continuing forth seemed to offer a larger chance of survival, so they pressed on. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow suit, and instructed their subordinate pirates to anchor the ships. Upon the arrival of 5 pirate vessels, the crew divided into 2 factions. One commenced repairs and adjustments, while the other maintained vigilant watch, ready to respond to any sign of disturbance. Regrettably, what Wayne intended to unleash was not a mere disturbance, but a cataclysmic event. A rustling sound emerged from the dense foliage of the deserted island. As all the pirates turned their attention toward the thicket, a barrage of bullets and portable cannonballs hurtled toward them. Heavens! The pirates were taken aback, retreating to their ships without even a semblance of resistance. The captains remained on deck. Upon sighting the Navy's approach, they urgently urged their crew to set sail and flee. The sails were hoisted, and the oars were vigorously paddled, yet the vessel remained stationary. With a resounding slap, Larry sent a tall pirate crashing to the ground. "Why aren't we moving?" Larry demanded with a menacing glare, and the expressions of the other captains mirrored his concern. I don't know. It feels as if something from beneath the sea is anchoring the ship," the tall pirate stammered, clutching his face. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the pirate captains shifted dramatically. They suspected that the formidable Kai-Kan had arrived. There is no escape. This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Let us fight. Instinctively, they summoned their courage, realizing that their survival hinged upon this moment. "Listen up, you lot." The 5 captains rallied together, addressing the panicked pirates. "The treacherous Navy has ensnared us, and there is no turning back. We shall confront these vile Navy forces. Hooray! Let us fight." The pirates rallied, reinvigorated, as the 5 captains led the charge toward the Navy. The futile struggle is indeed a desperate one. Death still awaits. Wayne mused lazily from his reclined position, one eye peeking toward the unfolding conflict outside the thicket, where pirates and Navy personnel were on the brink of a fierce clash. "Pen, Ji-Yuan. Entertain them for a while," Wayne drawled languidly. "And what of you?" Ji-Yuan asked, puffing his cheeks in indignation. "Me? I shall oversee the situation." Chapter 63, Defeat for Justice. As the pirates surged forth, the Navy members hastily set down their firearms, drawing their long swords to engage in combat. Pen brandished his great sword, charging toward Larry and Raleigh, while Ji-Yuan confronted the Black Tiger, Ah Fu, alongside the slippery Bob and Meat Mountain. "Damn it! It's you again, you ugly brute." Raleigh, wielding a trident, thrusts forward but misses, his temper flaring. Pen deftly evades the trident, his sword deflecting Larry's scythe. And turning to Raleigh, he declares, "If I allow you to escape and wreak havoc, how can I uphold my sense of justice? Prepare to meet your end." Larry leaps to avoid the sweeping strike of Pen's great sword, while Raleigh contracts his abdomen, leaving only a shallow wound from the blade. "Ha ha ha. Where's that pale-faced scoundrel?" AFO licks his nose with his tongue, having transformed into a half-tiger form. The rugged visage of the Meat Mountain contorts into a twisted expression. "Ha ha ha. This little girl appears delicate. I wonder how she tastes." Bob's skin glistens, as he is a user of the slippery fruit, feeling at ease against Ji-Yuan, confident in his ability to evade all attacks. In response to his foe's provocation, Ji-Yuan remains silent, drawing his golden blade and charging at AFO with the intent to cleave him in two. Roar! AFO bellows, his black tiger paw stirring up fierce winds as he meets the charge. Boom! The clash between the golden blade and the tiger paw takes AFO by surprise, as Ji-Yuan's blade effortlessly slices through the hardened paw he has trained for days. AFO suddenly releases his grip, jumping aside, a wound marring his hand. Seizing the moment while Ji-Yuan's strength is not yet fully spent, the massive hand of the Meat Mountain lunges for Ji-Yuan's neck, as Bob throws a punch towards Ji-Yuan's head. Chafe! Ji-Yuan instantaneously appears behind the Meat Mountain. What? A bead of cold sweat forms on the Meat Mountain's forehead, and before he can react, Ji-Yuan's golden blade pierces his side. AFO cries out in agony, yet his movements remain swift as his left hand strikes towards Ji-Yuan. Chafe! Once more, Ji-Yuan vanishes, this time reappearing above AFO. Death Waltz. A circular slash descends upon AFO, who senses the lethal threat from the strike. Roar! He transforms into a magnificent black tiger, rising on his hind legs, and fiercely strikes out with his paws against the descending slash. Sizzle AFO's tiger paw is gashed. Yet fortunately, Jiyuan's strike dissipates. Roar! Filled with resentment, AFO pivots, his tail, as unyielding as steel, sweeping horizontally towards Jiyuan. Shave! Jiyuan vanishes once more, reappearing behind Bob, and upon observing Bob's smooth skin, she cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy, hastening the speed of her blade. Boom! A dull sound resonated, and although Bob was somewhat slow to react, Jiyuan did not inflict any harm upon him. Instead, only bruises appeared where Jiyuan had struck. Failing to land a hit, Jiyuan promptly retreated. Upon returning to his original position, a mere minute had elapsed. Ha ha ha. I possess the world's most formidable superhuman fruit. I am the slippery Bob. All attacks against me are futile, Bob exclaimed, rubbing his bruised back with an air of arrogance. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. The title of the strongest fruit does not belong to the slippery fruit. I shall see if your slippery fruit can evade the power of hockey, Jiyuan retorted, rolling his eyes as a peculiar black substance began to envelop his sword, transforming it into a blade of darkness. Death's grand chorus, Jiyuan declared, wielding his sword with both hands, unleashing a torrent of slashes that surged toward Afu and his companions. Oh heavens! What the devil? They exclaimed. Oof, it's useless. Afu and Meat Mountain swore they had evaded with their utmost speed. Yet, many of the slashes still found their mark, forcing them to muster all their strength to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Bob stood proudly in place, convinced that everything Jiyuan did was in vain. Believing the slippery fruit could evade all attacks, tearing sounds echoed as 6 slashes struck Bob almost simultaneously. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was rendered into pieces. His expression frozen in a smug demeanor, yet mingled with pain and a hint of confusion as he finally realized he was not invincible. Bob's demise seemed to signal a change. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by the sound of splintering trees. It turned out that the demon Larry, caught off guard, had been struck by Peng, who seized the opportunity to swing his great sword with all his might, sending Larry flying. Larry soared into the forest, crashing through dozens of trees, only to meet a jagged rock that sealed his fate, leaving him lifeless with unblinking eyes. TSK, 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 Wayne remarked, grinning at the gruesome spectacle. Witnessing Larry's demise, Raleigh, who had seemed perfectly fine moments before, suddenly crumbled, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees. I surrender. Lay down the trident, Raleigh submissively uttered. Faced with the choice between freedom and life, he unhesitatingly opted for the latter. After all, given the Navy's notorious tendencies, they would likely confine him within impelled down. There had been tales of previous pirates escaping, shattering the myth of the prison's impenetrability. Perhaps he could do the same. Moreover, one could never discount the possibility of an eccentric fool emerging in the future to breach impel down and liberate them all. Raleigh deemed it wiser to bide his time. Upon witnessing Raleigh kneel, Larry and Bob, having lost their comrades, exchanged a glance with the beleaguered Afu and Meat Mountain. A silent consensus formed, affirming their resolve as noble men who would risk everything for their dreams. Turning back, as they observed Jiyuan preparing for another onslaught, Afu and Meat Mountain instinctively knelt in unison, declaring in loud unison, I surrender. I can assist you in dealing with that detestable meat lump, the heart-obsessed maniac. Eh? The two met each other's gaze once more. What is this? How dare you harbor such thoughts towards me? What of our dreams? Thud. 2 sets of handcuffs were tossed before them, interrupting their exchange. Jiyuan pointed at them with his golden trident, commanding, cuff yourselves. The pirates, having witnessed the demise of their leader and the surrender of others, lost their fighting spirit. Only a few loyalists, Larry and Bob among them, continued to resist, but were soon overpowered under Peng's dominance. Thus concluded the battle against the pirates. As a formidable force, Wayne felt it was time to assert his presence. Just as the tension eased, a colossal and domineering strike hurtled towards them. It was a slash of legendary swordsman caliber. Jiyuan's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, Barrier! Rashomon! A massive barrier, adorned with the visage of a malevolent spirit, loomed before the Navy. Boom! The tremendous slash collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Once the sound subsided, the onlookers gazed up to find a deep sword mark etched into the demon's face on the barrier. Oh, it appears a formidable warrior has arrived, a voice mockingly remarked. A ship with a crimson dragon figurehead emerged. the sail emblazoned with the image of a skull marked by 3 scars. The Red Force. Indeed, an extraordinary figure had come forth, the apprentice aboard the pirate King's vessel. Red-haired Shanks. Wayne emerged from the woods with a grim expression. Had he not intervened earlier, all those involved in this operation would have perished. Oh, what grandiose claims. Let me see. Oh, that must be the two-faced Commodore Wayne, right? I've heard you've been targeting the aspiring men of the West Sea. Shanks proclaimed from the bow of his ship. Humph. If murder and arson constitute dreams, then I shall be the one to shatter them, Wayne retorted disdainfully. But tell me, how does someone of your caliber find themselves in the 4 seas? He chuckled softly. Shanks felt somewhat awkward, clearly aware of the true nature of most pirates. Naturally, I am destined to follow in the captain's footsteps, embarking on a journey across the seas before venturing into the Grand Line. With exuberance, Shanks exclaimed. Upon witnessing the pirates apprehended by Wayne, he evidently wished for Wayne to release them. Hey, double-faced Major, let us coexist peacefully. Could you do me a favor and set these pirates free? They are all noble souls who cherish the sea, Shanks implored. The bound pirates, upon hearing his words, were overcome with emotion, only managing to quiet down after enduring a thrashing from the Navy. What nonsense is this? Ji Yuan was the first to object. These are notorious pirates, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. The chaos in the West Sea is also partly your doing, red-haired Shanks. Me? Shanks innocently pointed to himself in question. Precisely, Peng In chimed in. Half of these 10 pirates have been influenced by you. Vern stepped forward and said, Look, I truly wish to extend you my courtesy, but my subordinates are unwilling. How about this? You come to our branch for a visit, and allow me to host you properly. All right, woe is me. Shanks' thought process was indeed peculiar, just as he was about to acquiesce to Vern. A man with gray hair and a cigar in his mouth covered his mouth. And what if we are unwilling? The gray-haired man was none other than Ben Beckman. Then I shall compel you to comply. Barrier, war god. With a sharp idea in mind, Vern unleashed his ultimate technique. At this moment, the red-haired Shanks had yet to become one of the 4 emperors, but it was an opportune moment to assess his recent training results. The barrier giant executed a magnificent, colossal slash with its leg, larger than any Shanks had previously conjured. Bring it on. Do not interfere today. I wish to engage him in a one-on-one duel. Shanks unsheathed his rapier with his right hand and cautioned Beckman and the others. Understood. Fear not, Captain. Just don't let the Navy defeat you. How could I, as a captain, possibly be vanquished? Shanks smirked, his right hand slicing downwards to cleave through the barrier giant's massive leg. The current red-haired Shanks was no longer the carefree rogue of yore. His gaze was sharp, his expression composed, as he entered a state of combat readiness. Now, let me witness your prowess. Vern's body trembled slightly as the barrier giant gradually dissipated, transforming into a solid barrier armor enveloping him. The barrier giant was overly cumbersome. Unless facing titans like Big Mom or Kaido, its application was limited to warfare. Moonwalk. Vane glided through the air, swiftly approaching Shanks. To contend with a swordsman, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. Otherwise, the swordsman's blade aura and slashes would mercilessly wear him down like a kite in the wind. Shanks discerned Vane's intentions, yet, confident in his own prowess, he remained standing there, awaiting Vane's advance. The spear thrusts were unleashed in disarray. Wayne extended his index finger with both hands, the entirety of his digit darkened, resembling the chaotic discharge of a shotgun. Shanks's eyes were as tranquil as still waters, his sword deftly parrying with every thrust, each block seemingly preordained, precisely meeting Wayne's fingertip with the sword's point. Impressive. Wayne's eyes widened. Truly, he was deserving of the Pirate King's favor. His mastery of force and the application of observation hockey surpassed Wayne's own. Wayne felt a twinge of jealousy. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had only just turned 20, while Shanks had engaged in countless battles over the years, honing his skills far more than himself. It was hardly surprising that he could not match him in combat. Hey, Rear Admiral, it seems you've lost your focus, Shanks remarked, a hint of irritation in his voice as he noticed Wayne's dazed expression during the attack. If you disregard my dignity, that's one thing. But to be distracted while fighting me is simply unacceptable. With a surge of frustration, Shanks sidestepped and delivered a swift kick, sending Wayne tumbling into the sea. Splash. Vane plunged into the sea, shaking his head to gather his scattered thoughts and surge back to the surface. The stormy onslaught of the Galefoot, relentless and fierce, mirrored a pack of ravenous wolves ready to hunt. The dominant blade, wielded by Shanks, gathered power for a moment, and with a display of overwhelming prowess, unleashed a sword aura that ascended with authority. The gale foot strikes relentlessly collided with the dominant blade. As the assaults faded, so too did the intensity of the dominant blade. Once all the gale foot strikes vanished, the dominant blade retained only a faint semblance of form before trembling and dispersing after flying a short distance. The steel blade, Shanks raised his sword, delivering a diagonal slash. A white sword aura nearly instantaneously reached Vane's eyes. The iron block, imbued with armament haki, propelled the sword aura with remarkable speed, swiftly approaching Vane. Although Vane's observation haki sensed the imminent strike, he did not evade, for he felt no sense of fatal danger, instead opting to test his defensive capabilities. Boom. Wayne was struck by a blade of energy, sent hurtling to a desolate island. Coughing softly, he waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust, and then gingerly placed his hand upon his chest. Remarkably, he found himself still intact. The barrier armor of Wayne bore not a single mark, indicating that the amalgamation of his armed haki and the barrier proved to be remarkably powerful. Oh, Shanks, standing at the forefront, raised an eyebrow, realizing he had not inflicted particularly significant damage. Such a sturdy shell, double-faced Commodore. I shall take this seriously now. Shanks removed the cape from his back and handed it to Beckman, then leapt onto the deserted island with a moonwalk. Ji-Yuan hastened aboard the warship and maintain a safe distance. Wayne brushed off the dust from his attire and addressed Ji-Yuan behind him. Yes, understood. Please ensure your safety. Ji-Yuan recognized that this was not the moment for recklessness, leading the Navy to retreat, taking the captured pirates along as they departed. Chapter 65, Wounded Barrier. High-pressure mode. After stretching his limbs, numerous small apertures on Wayne's barrier armor opened, allowing a steady influx of air to be compressed within. In an instant, the high-pressure air from his back was released, and before Shanks could react, Wayne materialized above him. So swift. The thought flashed through Shanks' mind, but before he could respond, Wayne struck him down with a kick, driving him into the ground like a nail. Regaining his composure despite the pain coursing through his body, Shanks leapt backward, enveloping his saber in a surge of Conqueror's haki. Shanks had entered a state of complete focus. His right hand moved incessantly, launching slashes infused with a blend of Conqueror's and armed haki in all directions. In this moment, Shanks resembled a hedgehog, making it exceedingly challenging for Wayne to find an opening. In the face of such a situation, the optimal strategy was to confront it head-on. Vane crossed his arms, fixating on Shanks before charging forward. With his arms enveloped in the formidable armor of haki, he endured 5 or 6 strikes before closing in on Shanks. Clenching his fists, Vane raised his hands high and brought them down with tremendous force. Shanks, unfazed, propelled himself backward, deftly evading Vane's assault. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The location of Wayne's dual fist shifted from solid ground to a deep pit. Shanks sheathed his sword, then slowly drew it forth again, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Such a promising naval officer, if allowed to develop, could upset the delicate balance. He certainly did not wish for the era of great pirates, initiated by Roger, to culminate in Wayne's hands. One sword style Iaido. Observing Shanks' stance, it was evident that he was preparing to unleash a formidable technique, employing the most explosive Iaido strike. A resonant hum filled the air as all the compressed air erupted simultaneously, and a torrent of air began to surge from Wayne's right elbow. Cannon fist. With a swift kick to the ground, Wayne propelled himself towards Shanks with remarkable speed. The art of Iaido. A cannon fist. The clash of Western sword and fist reverberated, causing the earth beneath to fracture, while powerful shockwaves uprooted nearby trees. Both the Navy on the sea and the pirates who had already landed were left in awe. How formidable is Rear Admiral Wayne? When will I ever attain such prowess? The Navy personnel murmured. He remains as formidable as ever, Yu contemplated silently, observing Wayne grappling with Shanks. Penn remained silent, his gaze locked in a fierce standoff with Kira of the red-haired pirates. They had been glaring at each other for several minutes, while their subordinates exchanged various gestures of mockery. To be honest, I could maintain this all day, Penn uttered through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze. Ha ha ha, kid, you still have much to learn, Kira retorted, removing his sunglasses to fixate intently on Penn. The Navy and pirates hurled insults across the divide. However, in the art of verbal sparring, the Navy struggled to match the pirates, their efforts to scrounge every insult falling short against the relentless taunts from the red-haired crew. I want XXXXXXX. Damn pirates. You scoundrels. Damn you pirates. The air was thick with tension as both combatants retreated simultaneously after their exchange. Shanks regarded Wayne with uncertainty, panting slightly. He was astonished that his most powerful technique had been countered by this Navy Rear Admiral previously. This move had felled a Marine Vice Admiral skilled in observation hockey. Wayne wore an inscrutable smile upon his face, his arms crossed behind him, exuding an air of invulnerability. His observation hockey enveloped his being, effectively concealing his true intentions from Shanks. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shanks' eyes. This young naval officer possessed an unsettling aura. His inclination to rescue the pirates seemed merely whimsical, and he bore no semblance of someone willing to risk his life for a band of ruthless marauders. Ah ha ha! Vice Admiral Wayne truly lives up to his reputation. I shall forego my pride, he. I shall take my leave now. With a grin, Shanks sheathed his sword, preparing to make his exit. With a smile, Wayne suggested, "Why not visit our naval headquarters? I assure you, we will treat you splendidly." Chuckling to himself, Shanks replied, Well, perhaps in the future I shall definitely pay a visit to the naval headquarters. Who knows, I might accomplish something remarkable there." "Suit yourself. But what about your left arm? You did not display your full strength today," Wayne inquired, noticing that during their earlier duel, Shanks's movements appeared somewhat awkward, his body lacking complete coordination. "Ah, my left hand." Shanks reminisced fondly. "I wagered it on the future." As for Luffy, it is no wonder he ventured to the West Sea, undoubtedly. Old Man Garp has been relentlessly pursuing them. Vane pondered. Indeed, upon discovering that his grandson had been ensnared by the manipulative charms of red-haired Shanks, Garp relentlessly pursued him aboard his warship. It was precisely to evade Garp that Shanks retreated to the West Sea. The cessation of hostilities on Shanks' part was also influenced by the looming threat of Garp in pursuit. Ho ho ho, the dual-faced Rear Admiral. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Shanks leaped to the bow of the ship, shouting to his crew, "Set sail, my comrades. Adventure awaits." The jubilant cheers of the pirates had scarcely faded when the furious voice of Rear Admiral Garp echoed from the distance. "Red-haired brat, do not flee. I shall end your life." Accompanying his vitriol was a barrage of cannonballs. "Run!" Shanks exclaimed, casually slashing the air with his sword, unleashing waves of energy behind him. He then directed several strikes toward the naval vessel commanded by Ji Yuan, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to set sail with his crew. Having neutralized the sword energy and witnessing the naval ship falling behind, Ji Yuan ordered his forces to dock, furiously demanding, "Vane, why did you not stop red-haired Shanks?" With a bitter smile, Vane replied, "I wished to, but it was beyond my capability." As he spoke, blood began to pour from a massive gash on his chest. His hands stained crimson. In the fierce confrontation between Vane and Shanks, Vane sustained injuries, yet before any blood could flow, he cleverly sealed the wound with a barrier thread, creating an illusion of being entirely unscathed. To further mask any signs of vulnerability, he was cautious about revealing the back of his hand. However, barely catching his breath, Vane soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just then, Garp seemed to approach, and with Yuan cradling him, Vane tilted his head, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Garp's formidable dog-headed warship arrived, and a robust elder leaped from the vessel, his brow furrowing upon seeing Vane's grievous injuries. "Yuan, how has this boy been so severely wounded?" Garp inquired, checking Vane's pulse, and he breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he would not perish. Yuan replied. Reporting to Rear Admiral Garp, Vane engaged in a fierce battle with Shanks, which led to his injuries. "Indeed," Garp nodded. "Had I not arrived in time, you both might have met a dire fate. Enough talk. Let us return to the base." Understood. Chapter 66. Awakening Morning, G12 Base. Navy infirmary of the figure lying on the hospital bed furrowed his brow. Vane sat up and gazed at his bandaged chest, letting out a sigh. Although he had frightened Shanks away, he knew that had Shanks shown even the slightest inclination to test him, Vane would have revealed his true form. Fortunately, Vane murmured to himself, the gap between him and the red-haired Shanks remains significant. It seems that after my injuries heal, I must double my training. 700 meters of sea pressure is insufficient. I require 1,000 meters. While Vane contemplated his future training regimen, the door to the infirmary was suddenly kicked open. An elderly man clad in grayish-white entered, a monkey in hand, with Ji Yuan trailing behind him, head bowed. Upon noticing Vane awake, Caesar's eyes sparkled with delight. He wriggled free from Garp's grasp and leaped onto Vane's bed, exuberantly scratching his head. After reveling in the moment, Caesar, with tears welling in his eyes, pointed accusingly at Garp, lamenting that he had anticipated a chance to fiercely retaliate against the devilish old man after training with Vane, only to be met with a mere surprise from Garp, who then retaliated with even greater force. Garp, with a carefree demeanor, remarked, "Well done, Vane. You managed to hold your own even against that scoundrel Shanks. It seems you are quite all right now. I shall take my leave, for I have more pressing matters, pursuing that rascal Shanks." With that, Garp waved his hand dismissively and departed with an air of nonchalance. Caesar, scratching his head in frustration, resolved to seek out mischief at the Navy training grounds, believing that his joy could only be derived from the suffering of those tender recruits. With Garp gone, Caesar scurried through the window to the training grounds, leaving Jiun awkwardly standing there. Wine picked up an orange from the table, peeling and eating it as he casually inquired of Jiun, "What's the matter? Standing here like a statue." Aye. Jiun felt somewhat at a loss, for she had come to apologize today. She should not have questioned Wine about not stopping Shanks at that moment. "You? What do you mean by that?" Wine rolled his eyes, his irritation evident. Seeing Wine's nonchalant demeanor, Jiun felt a surge of frustration, yet she managed to blush and say, "Yes, I am sorry. I should not have questioned you about why you didn't stop Shanks." "Oh, that matter? No worries. I forgive you," Wine replied, scratching his head. To be honest, he understood her feelings, as everyone had believed he was unscathed and possessed formidable strength at that time. "Are you all right?" Jiun asked with genuine concern. Vane cast a fleeting glance at Jiun before poking at the bandages wrapped around his body. "What do you think?" he inquired. "I'm sorry," Jiun replied awkwardly. "I won't disturb your rest any longer." He stood up, preparing to leave, but paused, returning to plant a gentle kiss on Vane's left cheek. "Consider this my sincere apology." Blushing, Jiun turned and dashed out. Hee. Vane touched his left cheek, a foolish grin spreading across his face. It seemed he was on the verge of acquiring a wife. Hee. Meanwhile, as Vane remained lost in his jovial reverie, the crimson-haired Shanks bowed his head, absorbing Beckman's rebuke. With Beckman's intellect, it was easy for him to deduce that Vane was merely putting on a brave front. However, at that moment, Garp had approached, and he had not noticed Vane's peculiar behavior. "Just look at you," Beckman exclaimed in frustration, even setting aside his cigarette. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shanks' forehead, berating him. "How can you still call yourself the Pirate King's apprentice? You let a mere 20-year-old Marine fool you? Couldn't you have at least tested him with your observation hockey?" Shanks' eyes darted around, avoiding Beckman's gaze entirely. "By sparing that Marine, you've created a formidable enemy for us in the future. With such strength at 20, he will surely become an admiral one day. You infuriate me. How did I end up with such a fool for a captain?" Beckman was beside himself with anger, realizing that a golden opportunity had been squandered because of Shanks' foolishness. "Oh dear, I must have overlooked that," Shanks chuckled sheepishly. "Well, since it's already happened, why not throw a feast?" "Oh well, a feast it is." Shanks' proposal was met with unanimous approval from the crew. Who cared about Marines at this point? Joy was what truly mattered. Sigh. Beckman felt somewhat weary. Observing Shanks' goofy demeanor was giving him a headache. "Let us just move on for now. Shanks is right. There's no use lamenting what has already transpired." With a resigned shrug, he pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. "We should hurry to the Grand Line. I truly wish to collide with those prominent figures." 1 week later, at the G-12 branch, in the Navy training grounds, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a continuous clash, each impact accompanied by a flurry of punches, kicks, and chaotic strikes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The smaller figure leaped out of the fray, waving his hands to signal a halt. "Boss, you're recovering so quickly, and your strikes are still so heavy," Caesar remarked, rubbing his head and grinning broadly. Wayne cast a glance at Caesar, realizing the monkey's mischievousness had resurfaced. It seemed that Vice Admiral Garp's iron fist of love was insufficient. It required the master's own iron fist of love as well. Stretching his wrists and ankles, Wayne took a deep breath, feeling rejuvenated, though a twinge of pain lingered in his chest. Just then, Jiun and the others heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing Wayne, Jiun immediately understood that he had stealthily ventured out. "Wayne," Jiun exclaimed, hands on hips, her tone laced with irritation. "Why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing out here?" Wayne's gaze darted around, his eyes unfocused. "You're healed, aren't you?" Jiun suddenly smiled brightly. Yup. Wayne nodded vigorously. Staying in bed had grown exceedingly dull. "Well, I heard from Lafitte that there are numerous documents to handle at the branch. I'll leave them to you," Jiun said cheerfully, clearly enjoying his predicament. "What?" Wayne's expression fell. "I'd rather stay in bed." He shot Jiun a glare, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. What a revelation it was to discover her true nature. You dare glare at me? Ji-Yun continued, her smile unwavering. The mess hall is running low on meat supplies. Commander Wayne, what do you propose? Wayne's eyelids twitched, forcing a semblance of a smile as he replied, of course. I'll catch a couple of sea beasts in a few days. Oh dear, Commander Wayne's complexion doesn't seem quite right. Your face looks rather grim. Ji-Yun chuckled behind her hand. And no, it's nothing, Wayne said, his expression morose. This woman must have a dark side concealed within. Chapter 67, Development of the Barrier Aircraft. In the early morning, in the waters near the G-12 branch. A large aircraft with two propellers once again spiraled out of control and plunged into the sea. Resembling the Albatross seaplane from Wayne's past life in the film The Expendables 2. How many times has this happened? A square-jawed naval officer atop the lookout tower at the farthest point of the G-12 branch inquired of his lean companion. The lean naval officer pondered for a moment before responding, I've lost count, perhaps over a dozen times. Brigadier Wayne declared his intent. He was a man destined to conquer the skies. The naval officers, with their square faces, expressed their admiration for Wayne. Noting that despite the repeated failures of his barrier aircraft, they had keenly observed his progress. They firmly believed that the aircraft would soon soar into the skies. The object of their admiration, Wayne, was emerging from the sea, and although he had faced setbacks, his eyes radiated a remarkable brilliance. He had successfully tested the flight for nearly 100 meters, and with a few more attempts to acclimatize to the currents of the sky, success seemed imminent. During his days outside the infirmary, Wayne dutifully adhered to the instructions from the command center, diligently reviewing documents. Yet, as he perused the files, he began to notice discrepancies. Although an intelligence network teeming with telephone bugs had been established, which allowed local residents to alert the Navy upon the appearance of pirates, by the time the Navy arrived, the pirates had already completed their looting and even committed acts of violence. The Navy could only trail behind in pursuit, though the number of pirates had diminished. They had become more elusive, employing a series of clandestine tactics around the Flower Kingdom. They would seize their plunder and swiftly retreat to the Flower Kingdom, sharing their ill-gotten gains, and even captives, as a form of protection fee with the kingdom. The Navy found itself firmly barred from entering the Flower Kingdom without the king's permission, rendering them powerless to act. The pirates darted away with the speed of rabbits, and due to the time lag, the Navy could only lament their inability to keep pace. Wayne found himself in a predicament, a poignant reflection of the era. The pirates had vanished, while the Navy was only just arriving. In their pursuit of justice for the people, the Navy commenced their relentless hunt for pirates, a cycle that perpetually repeated itself. This situation served as a clarion call for Wayne. Should he encounter a formidable pirate, reaching the scene would pose a significant challenge. By the time he arrived, the perpetrator would likely have fled. He realized the necessity of developing a technique that would enable swift travel. Only with sufficient speed and timely arrival could he avert numerous calamities. Thus, the concept of a barrier aircraft emerged in Wayne's mind. Although his education in his previous life was modest, he possessed an understanding of the principles of aviation. He reasoned that, as the internal structure did not require intricate design and the power would be self-supplied, the development process should be relatively straightforward. Wayne wiped his face and resolved to try once more. He found a rocky outcrop and climbed atop it, mentally reconstructing the design of the aircraft. After making some adjustments, he once again conjured an airplane using the barrier. Shifting his position and settling into a comfortable posture, he grasped the control stick. Though he could manipulate it with his thoughts, Wayne preferred this tactile approach. Perhaps every man harbors a dream of piloting an aircraft through the skies. With a deep breath, Wayne calmly declared, the 43rd trial begins. The aircraft on the water's surface roared to life, its twin propellers whirring into action. As it gained speed, the plane ascended into the sky before the watchful eyes of two naval officers at the lookout tower, soaring effortlessly without the previous instability. The barrier aircraft soared through the heavens, and for the first time, Wayne felt the azure sky of the world of the Pirate King up close. It was a rather extraordinary sensation. He felt as though a layer of restraint had been lifted, and his spirit expanded significantly. Seagulls flying high above soon noticed the massive counterpart in their midst. Some circled curiously beside the barrier aircraft, while others perched atop it, inquisitively pecking at its exterior. He chuckled to himself, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to showcase the fruits of his recent endeavors. Suddenly, Wayne recalled that Ji-Yun and the others were aware of his plans to develop the barrier aircraft. He imagined their astonishment upon witnessing it for the first time. As Wayne's thoughts stirred, The barrier aircraft executed a wide turn, soaring directly toward the branch's direction. The branch, devoid of Wayne's presence, remained largely unchanged. Training proceeded as usual. Meals were prepared, and the logistics department continued its quarrels with the arms procurement officer. Peng and Ji Yuan engaged in combat practice to refine their swordsmanship, while Lafitte remained steadfast in his office, diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, the distinctive hum of the Albatross seaplane echoed above the branch, prompting the lookout to sound the alarm and shout, "Enemy attack." In an instant, the entire branch sprang into a well-organized action. As Wayne hovered above, he was met with a formidable array of artillery and rifles, along with the poised readiness of Ping and Ji Yuan. Wayne appeared to sense that something was amiss. From beneath the shielded aircraft, a speaker extended, and Wayne's voice resonated through it. "Hey, hey, hey, everyone calm down. What's the fuss? This is a newly developed technique, not an enemy attack." Recognizing Wayne's unique shield and hearing his announcement, the naval personnel breathed a sigh of relief, shifting their admiration towards him. Truly, he was the invincible brigadier general, now capable of soaring through the skies. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes. She too yearned to glide alongside Wayne in the heavens. How utterly romantic that would be, she mused dreamily. Ping An, on the other hand, was less contemplative. He simply thought Wayne looked incredibly cool, now having the ability to ascend to the sky. Veen soared through the skies, intoxicated by his own elation. His observation hockey keenly perceived the naval soldiers below, and he felt confident that even if he were to fall, his formidable defenses would safeguard him from any harm. Surely, no unforeseen mishaps would occur, would they? Wayne abruptly recalled the universally acknowledged Murphy's Law. As he regained his composure and lifted his gaze forward, the barrier aircraft happened to collide with a powerful gust of wind. A haunting voice echoed in Wayne's mind. "Help! Help! I am falling! I am falling!" Then, before the eyes of all the members of the branch, the barrier aircraft suddenly began to tremble, swaying left and right a few times, before plunging straight into the sea. Splash! When emerged from the sea, his expression one of utter despondency. Ah, how arrogant he had been. Such behavior must not be repeated in the future. After the crash, the entire division fell into silence. The members exchanged glances, tidied their belongings, and returned to their respective duties, confident that Brigadier Wayne, with his formidable strength, would be unharmed. Chapter 68. The debut of the barrier aircraft emerging from the sea, Wayne walked back to his office with an expressionless demeanor. Lafitte was already awaiting him. "Brigadier Wayne," Lafitte began, retrieving a folder tucked under his arm, clearly prepared for this meeting. "Colonel Siri has informed me that supplies from the world government are arriving and require your signature." "Understood," Wayne replied. "Colonel Jiun has suggested enhancing the swordsmanship training for naval soldiers." "Very well, have Penn attend a few lessons. The cafeteria is running low on meat supplies," Lafitte continued. "I shall dive into the sea shortly," Wayne responded. "Moreover, regarding the pirates captured during your encounter with Shanks, how should we proceed with them?" "Execute them. Divide their spoils into 5 shares, placing the captain's head atop as a grim reminder of the cost of pursuing dreams," Wayne stated in a calm tone. "Agreed." Lafitte nodded in affirmation, recognizing the necessity for accountability among adults. "Lastly, 3 pirates have retreated from the Grand Line: Axebill, Lightning Will, and Bone Kurt, with bounties of 90 million, 100 million, and 80 million berries respectively," Lafitte reported. 3 fierce individuals, indeed. What brings them to the West Sea?" Wayne inquired. Intrigued by their motives, considering their bounties could afford them a comfortable life in the first half of the Grand Line. It is rumored they have grown weary of fighting and seek a tranquil place to enjoy their twilight years, while also searching for an heir. However, I suspect they are fleeing from vengeful pursuers, as they inadvertently plundered a shipment in the New World, seemingly linked to the beast pirates. They are all around 40 years old. What kind of peaceful retirement are they expecting?" Lafitte elaborated. So they have come to the West Sea to escape their misfortunes? It appears they underestimate this region," Wayne remarked. "Where are they now?" "On a deserted island. Our surveillance operatives cannot approach too closely, so we are unaware of their numbers." Lafitte replied thoughtfully. "Very well. Tomorrow, summon Penn and Jiun, along with yourself. Wait for me at the port. Oh, and notify headquarters, in case any members of the beast pirates appear, so they can be intercepted," Wayne instructed. "Understood. I will inform headquarters immediately and prepare the team." Lafitte meticulously organized the documents before placing them into a folder and turning to depart. On a desolate island in the West Sea, a group of individuals, clad in pirate attire, gathered around a large bonfire. Nearby lay various meats, while skewered pieces were held over the flames, sizzling. However, the expressions of the pirates were far from jovial. Some appeared quite pale. They whispered among themselves, gripped by fear after inadvertently seizing the cargo of the pirate emperor. Especially during a time when the four emperors were asserting their dominance, it was evident that the beast pirates would dispatch a formidable monster to annihilate them, using their heads as a grim warning to all who dared provoke the beast pirates. Among the trio leading the group, a gaunt figure nudged the middle-aged man with tousled blonde hair. "Boswell, what shall we do now? I've heard that the commander of the West Sea is a ruthless individual, with a trail of heads left in his wake. I am frightened." "Frightened? Of what?" Will countered, raising an eyebrow. "They should be the ones afraid. We have the madmen of the beast pirates at our heels. The Navy will undoubtedly prioritize dealing with that lunatic, leaving us unscathed. Besides, are we really that weak?" Will, a user of the electric fruit, exuded confidence. "Indeed," Bill exclaimed, sharpening his axe with a stone, his weapon eager for action. Kurt contemplated, agreeing as he skewered a piece of meat and placed it over the fire. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku furiously hurled 2 documents to the ground. What an outrageous situation. Why is there so much turmoil in the West Sea? A kindly-looking elderly woman entered the office, noticed the papers scattered on the floor, and quietly picked them up, placing them back on the desk. "What seems to be the matter? Why such anger?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. "Take a look for yourself," Sengoku replied, handing her the documents. They contained reports from Wayne regarding the pirates entering the West Sea and the beast pirates Drought Jack, who had stormed into the first half of the Grand Line and killed the Navy personnel tasked with tracking him. "These pirates have some audacity. How dare they use the Navy as their shield? Such boldness." Sengoku fumed, nearly at a loss for words. Tsuru frowned. Indeed, the pirates had grown increasingly brazen, attacking the Navy and robbing merchant vessels. Following the emergence of the four emperors, top-tier pirates began to turn against one another, yet countless individuals, influenced by the four emperors, chose to embark on a life of piracy. The existence of the four emperors was a double-edged sword, but for the populace, it was undoubtedly a calamity. Tsuru set down the documents and turned to Sengoku, asking, "What should we do now?" Sengoku replied curtly, "You are the chief strategist. It is your responsibility to devise a plan." After a moment of thought, Tsuru said, "I have no brilliant solutions either. How about we send Wayne to eliminate those pirates who have ventured into the West Sea, and have Borisellino deal with the beast pirates Drought Jack?" After a brief pause, Admiral Crane resolutely declared, "Let young Wayne transform those pirates into a spectacle if the beast pirates wish to demonstrate their authority. Must we in the Navy not do the same?" Sengoku nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable presence of pirates, yet asserting that the Navy was not to be underestimated. The following day, at the harbor, Wayne, Jiun, Penn, and Lafitte were engrossed in perusing the documents issued by the naval headquarters. "Excellent," Penn exclaimed joyfully, with Vice Admiral Borisellino tackling the drought caused by the beast pirates. "We merely need to apprehend those scoundrels who dare to use the Navy as a shield and execute them publicly." Lafitte and Jiun breathed a sigh of relief, aware of the considerable gap between themselves and the apex combatants of the sea. Wayne, however, felt a twinge of frustration, yearning for an opportunity to confront Jack. "Enough of that. Let us prepare to depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall return," Wayne interjected, cutting short their discussion. "Captain Wayne, where's the ship?" Penn inquired, scratching his posterior, while Jiun and Lafitte had already conceived their plans, their eager gazes fixed upon Wayne, eager to experience the thrill of the skies. Vane disregarded Penn, extending his hands as a massive albatross seaplane emerged at the harbor. "This shall be our mode of transportation." Chapter 69, Departure. "Remarkable!" exclaimed Penn and his companions as they boarded the albatross seaplane, collectively expressing their awe. Under Vane's guidance, they found their seats and fastened their seat belts. "Are we ready?" Vane inquired from the cockpit, turning his head. "Ready," replied Ji Yuan and the others. "Then let us be off." With a thought, Vane activated the plane's propellers, which began to spin rapidly as the aircraft glided across the water's surface. Vroom, vroom. The plane accelerated swiftly, gradually reaching a certain speed, lifting off from the water. To the eyes of the stationed Navy, the seaplane ascended higher and higher, ultimately vanishing into the horizon. "Impressive," the naval officers collectively marveled. Once the seaplane broke through the clouds, Penn and his companions gazed at the blue sky and the occasional drifting clouds outside. "Hey, Lafitte," Check the nautical charts and locate that deserted island, Vane called out to the back. Oh, based on our current position, Lafitte replied, glancing at the sea beneath him. Comparing it to the chart, we should fly to the left, and when we spot a Y-shaped island, we'll veer right. The first one we encounter will be our destination. Understood, Vane acknowledged, focusing intently on piloting the aircraft, aware that failure this time would be a considerable embarrassment. In the West Sea, atop the upside-down mountain, a figure composed of photons materialized on the very island where Vane and Shanks had engaged in fierce combat. The newcomer was Admiral Borsellino from the Navy headquarters. He raised his left hand and spoke into the black den mushy on his wrist. Moshi moshi, moshi moshi. This is Borsellino, huh? Borsellino tapped the black den mushy, perplexed. Why is there no response? Moshi moshi, moshi moshi. Boroboru, the den mushy in Borsellino's inner pocket began to ring. He retrieved a somewhat lethargic-looking den mushy from his pocket. Moshi moshi. This is Borsellino, he said in a somewhat teasing tone. The den mushy's expression stiffened momentarily before it dramatically inhaled and announced, "This is Sengoku. Borsellino. Have you arrived yet?" "Indeed, Mr. Sengoku ahem. It's good to know you've arrived. Jack, the drought from the beast pirates, is nearly there." As the voice of the transponder snail faded, a colossal pirate ship resembling a mammoth emerged before Borsellino's eyes. "Oh dear, Mr. Wayno, it seems that Jack has arrived," he remarked, a hint of trepidation in his tone, though his gaze radiated confidence and disdain. Enough, Borsellino. You must not allow Jack to disrupt the East Sea, and—" The expression of the transponder snail hesitated momentarily before continuing. "If Jack attempts to flee, do not hinder him." "Understood," Borsellino replied, gently lowering the snail and returning it to his pocket, his gaze fixed on the approaching pirate vessel, the reflection from his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. On Jack's pirate ship, a crew member spotted Borsellino standing in their path. With his keen eyesight, he discerned a Navy officer cloaked in justice. As he lifted his telescope, Borsellino's aged visage came into view, and he offered a friendly smile. "What?" The pirate's eyes widened, nearly rolling back in shock. It was one of the three monsters. He had witnessed the fierce battle between the Navy's three titans and their captain, Kaido, wherein they had fought to a standstill, truly formidable beings. "Captain Jack." The pirate rushed to the bow to inform him, "We should retreat. Ahead lies that marine with the glint fruit powers." "What?" Jack exclaimed, his eyes flaring as he struck the pirate's head into his chest with a resounding thud, causing the others to tremble in fear. He unstrapped the ivory blades from his shoulders, brandishing them with a thunderous declaration, advanced towards him. "I am Jack the Drought." Borsellino, observing the approaching ship, could not help but exclaim, "Oh dear, what fearsome pirates, each resembling monsters." Suddenly, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Borsellino. Boom! The beach erupted in chaos as a massive figure emerged from the sandpit, Jack, wielding his ivory blade. "Marine!" Jack shouted, his eyes ablaze, as he swung his weapon towards Borsellino. "Prepare to perish." "Oh dear," Borsellino mused, glancing up at the ivory blade overhead before transforming into a beam of light, instantaneously relocating above Jack. Truly powerful, akin to a monster. However, have you ever been kicked by light? Beep, 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 beep. Boom. Captain Jack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jack was toyed with by Borsellino, Wayne and his companions were nearing their destination. The barrier plane began to descend, and Wayne's voice resonated in the ears of the trio. "Hey, stop dawdling. We're almost there. I can already glimpse those pirates. Gun, Lafitte. Accompany me to confront the three leaders, while Peng will handle the remaining minions," Wayne commanded. "Oh," Peng replied, somewhat sullenly. "Once we descend, don't panic when the barrier plane vanishes. Just execute the moonwalk." "Understood. Got it." Oh, the pirates on the deserted island also noticed the barrier plane hurtling towards them. "What is that?" one pirate inquired, pointing at the aircraft. "Silence." Will, seated in the center, barked, "Everyone, prepare for battle. This is clearly an unwelcome visitor." "Good." All the pirates drew their firearms and cutlasses, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, the barrier plane dissipated, revealing 4 Navy soldiers clad in Navy cloaks, descending gracefully. "It's the Navy's 6 styles." Bill's pupils dilated as he shouted, "Be cautious. They are elite forces." In midair, Wayne turned to Gun and Lafitte, instructing Gun, "Confront the emaciated one, Lafitte, engage the simpleton wielding the double-handed axe, and Ping, deal with the remaining lackeys." "All right. Understood." "Oh." Pong. Chapter 70. Unilateral assault. As the two factions approached one another, Wayne bellowed, "Engage." Lafitte sent Bill, who was wielding the double-handed axe, flying from the battlefield with a powerful kick, while Jiuan unsheathed his golden blade and swung it towards Cute. Startled, Cute drew a rib bone resembling a curved blade from his chest to deflect Jiuan's strike. Wayne clenched his fist, a spherical shield enveloping his right hand. Wayne descended from the heavens, delivering a formidable punch aimed at Will's head. Good heavens! Will's entire body jolted as a surge of electricity coursed through him. With a swift motion of his right leg, he evaded Wayne's strike just in time. Boom! The ground shattered beneath Wayne's blow, creating a vast crater. Such terrifying power. Will's expression darkened as he turned to witness his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered, with Kurt and Bill being overwhelmed upon engagement. It seemed that this time, he would meet his end here. However, capturing him would not prove an easy feat. Will contemplated, feeling no regret. This was a high-stakes gamble, wagering his future and his very life. Muscles activated, fully unleashed, as Will became enveloped in high-voltage currents. Under Wayne's observation and observation-based hockey, Will's body entered a state of overload, knowing that even in victory, irreversible damage would be inflicted upon him. This was a fight to the death. Vane adjusted his state, a faint glow enveloping his body. This was the specially prepared insulating membrane. Thunderclap. Will's hands were positioned like palms, striking diagonally towards Vane's head. With a light chuckle, Wayne leaned back to evade Will's attack. Simultaneously, he extended both hands, gently grasping Will's wrist, then, with a forceful flick reminiscent of tossing a cloth, sent Will hurtling through the air like a cannonball into the woods. Coughing softly, Will wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then propelled himself forward, transforming the powerful electric current into a spear composed of pure energy. The spear lunged directly toward Wayne's chest, yet Wayne remained motionless, a dark substance enveloping his torso. This was the manifestation of his armament hockey. Wayne relies solely on his armed color hockey for defense, rendering even his barrier armor ineffective. In Will's eyes, Wayne's demeanor was not one of confidence, but rather of arrogance. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of his electric spear and firmly believed that Wayne would be incapable of withstanding his assault. Perish. Will exerted even greater strength, wishing to impale Wayne completely. Then, with a sudden thud, Will found himself momentarily stunned, staring at his own hands. "Where's my spear?" Turning back to glance at Wayne, he saw him standing still, unchanged, even expressing admiration. "Your electric spear is quite impressive." Will, somewhat dazed, inquired, "If you felt nothing when impaled, perhaps it's due to your strong defenses. But why were you unaffected by the electric shock?" "Oh," Wayne scratched his head and replied, "I just remembered. I'm insulated. Electricity has no effect on me." Meanwhile, Kurt wielded two rib knives, fending off attacks, while Ji Yuan's golden Kumbira moved like a specter, striking unexpectedly when he least expected it. Yet, due to the lighter build of his female opponent, she evaded him despite the risk of being struck. The lullaby of death played as Kumbira feigned an attack, delivering a silent blow imbued with Ji Yuan's observation hockey upon Kurt. Initially, Kurt did not react, advancing step by step until a crimson line appeared on his chest, gradually widening into a gaping wound. With a stiffened neck, Kurt lowered his gaze, his face ashen, muttering "WY?" when, before he could finish, his eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed onto the ground. On another battlefield, Axe Bill spun like a top, forcing Lafitte to evade. Come on. Look at Master Bill's axe, you pale, skinny fool." Bill twirled his double-handed axe with a commanding presence. However, Lafitte's eyes brimmed with derision. "Just keep spinning. Once you tire, you'll be waiting for death." As anticipated, after more than 10 minutes, Bill began to feel dizzy and ceased his rotation, shaking his head before glaring fiercely at Lafitte. "You bastard, prepare to die." He swung his axe down towards Lafitte's forehead. To everyone's surprise, Lafitte did not dodge. Instead, he drew his cane sword and blocked Bill's axe with a single, deft strike. What? Cold sweat broke on Bill's forehead. The skinny man possessed incredible strength. Lafitte lifted his arm, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Bill's axe flying, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. At that moment, Kurt lay lifeless in a pool of blood, and Bill was momentarily taken aback by the clean swiftness of Kurt's demise. Dare to be distracted while facing me? You truly underestimate me. Although Lafitte has long engaged in clerical work at the G12 branch, do not underestimate the capabilities of administrative personnel. With a swift motion, Lafitte's cane sword flashed before Bill. Ascending from below. What? Bill suddenly perceived a dissonance between his left and right sides, and then he felt himself splitting apart. A gruesome scene unfolded, with various organs strewn across the ground, causing the nearby pirates to retch in disgust. Vane observed that his subordinates had successfully dealt with their adversaries, and he turned his gaze towards the nearly wrecked Will. This toy is broken and has lost its allure. Contemplating this, Vane swiftly moved to appear behind Will. How could this be? Will was taken aback by Vane's speed. His fully unleashed body failed to capture Vane's silhouette. Was this truly his real power? A glimmer of realization dawned upon Will. The Marine had always regarded him with such indifference. It turned out he had been toying with him all along. Cannon fist. Boom. Will's chest was punctured, a gaping hole created, with the force of the blow leaving a long scar on the ground beneath him. Will's life began to ebb away at an astonishing pace. The final words echoing in his ears were, "You thought you could use the Navy as a shield? How naive." Shaking off the blood from his hands, Vane flexed his wrists. Penn had already severed the heads of the other pirates, while Lafitte and Gun meticulously cleaned their swords with cloth. "Penn," Vane commanded, "decapitate them all and bring their heads back to forge a monument at the border of our branch, alongside the one we erected upon our arrival last year. I am curious to see how many monuments we can display by the branch." Oh, Penn grumbled in discontent. Having him deal with lackeys was one thing, but now he must handle these trivial tasks as well. Chapter 71. Jack's plunge again above the G12 branch of the West Sea. A humming sound filled the air as the helicopter's propellers spun. The Navy personnel at the branch looked up, and upon recognizing Vane's barrier aircraft, returned to their duties. "Damn it. Penn, hold that bag of heads properly. Blood is dripping onto the aircraft." Vane expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that Penn had let his guard down. "Oh." Penn rolled his eyes, wiping the bottom of the head bag with a piece of paper before resuming his daze, gazing outside. Gun, cradling the golden statue, immersed himself in the essence of swordsmanship. Though Vane considered himself lacking an understanding of swordsmen, he could not shake the feeling that Gun appeared to be asleep. "Gun, who? Who?" As Wayne cast a glance at Lafayette, he found solace in his presence. Even aboard the aircraft, Lafayette remained diligent in reviewing documents, truly a commendable aide. Approaching the branch, Wayne deftly maneuvered the shielded aircraft to descend gradually before docking at the harbor. Hey, wake up," he said, tapping Gun lightly on the forehead. "You've been lost in thought while perusing the documents. We've arrived at our destination. Let us proceed." "Understood." Oh. Upon returning to the office, Wayne began to reflect on the troubles still plaguing the West Sea when a sudden thought struck him. The legendary O'Hara lay within his jurisdiction. Yet, why had the world government not yet issued a demon-slaying decree? Could it be that my mere presence has triggered a chain reaction? Vane pondered silently. In truth, Robin's mother had not ventured out to sea for some reason, but instead, other scholars had returned with imprints of historical texts. O'Hara continued its forbidden research, merely unnoticed due to the distraction caused by Vane's great cleansing of the West Sea. The sound of echoed as Borisolino's laser struck, leaving a gaping hole in Jack's mammoth head. The pirates under Jack's command hastily advised, "Captain Jack, perhaps we should flee. We cannot contend with that monster." Bang! The pirate who had just suggested retreat was swiftly reduced to a pulp under Jack's fierce slap, silencing the remaining pirates who now regarded Jack with trepidation. "I, Jack, shall not retreat, even if it means plummeting from the Sky Island," Jack declared with wild eyes. "Find a way to kill him." With that, Jack transformed into his human form, his fists glowing with the black radiance of armament hockey, despite the fact that his prized ivory had been shattered. "Worth 900 million berries." Oh dear, Borisolino squinted, such formidable vitality. Indeed, Jack had withstood a light-speed kick and several laser strikes. Continuing to fight was truly astonishing. Borisolino evaded Jack's punch by leaping aside. Honestly, these creatures are monstrous. He crossed his arms, summoning two cross-shaped spirals of light between his hands. Alarmingly, Jack's observation hockey revealed the lethal threat posed by the orbs of light in Borisolino's grasp. "Against such a beast, I must showcase my true prowess," he declared. Invoking the Yada no Kagami, Borisolino thrust his arms forward, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles directly at Jack. To endure this attack would surely leave him gravely injured. Without hesitation, Jack leaped into the sea, yet two of the light projectiles pierced through his chest and kidney, inflicting severe wounds. as he slowly sank beneath the waves. Memories of his previous declarations of unwavering resolve flooded his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of shame and a peculiar feeling. Had Vane been present, he would have told Jack that this was the essence of true realization. In a flash, Borsalino appeared on the beach where Jack had just plunged into the sea, his gaze behind sunglasses devoid of emotion. Ho ho ho, who would have thought a devil fruit user could survive in the water? My. The pirates today are increasingly formidable. This time, Borsalino finally found the correct transponder snail, tapping on its shell a few times before lifting the receiver. Moshi Moshi, Moshi Moshi. This is Borsalino. This is Sengoku. Borsalino, have you completed your mission? The transponder snail transformed into Sengoku's visage. All settled, Mr. Sengoku. I have driven Jack to leap into the sea, Borsalino replied nonchalantly. He jumped into the sea. Is he dead? Borsalino, I previously mentioned that if he intends to flee, you should not impede him. Sengoku expressed some concern, realizing that he now had to contemplate how to deal with the unpredictable Kaido of the beasts. No, I am pleasantly surprised. As he spoke, Borsalino's lips curled into a grin, revealing his pearly whites, his eyes slightly squinted in a cheerful expression. I have discovered that Jack can breathe in seawater. Mr. Sengoku, how might you commend me for this? Borsalino inquired, his tone flattering. The transponder snail fell into silence for a moment, clearly startled by Borsalino's amiable demeanor. A fact evident from the feedback on the line. It turned out that Jack's ability to breathe underwater could be attributed to either his fishman lineage or a direct blood connection to fishmen, a crucial piece of intelligence. I reward you with a 10-day leave. Sengoku, well aware of Borsalino's character, recognized his penchant for reaping rewards without exertion. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Sengoku, Borsalino exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. Without further ado, he disregarded Jack, who remained in the sea, and casually detonated the pirate minions and Jack's ship. In a flash, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the horizon, eager to return to the office and savor his newly acquired tea leaves. Tea paired with pastries. Complimented by a few newspapers, all while receiving 10 days' worth of wages. How splendid. This was the life he yearned for. Since Vane's arrival, the West Sea had gradually settled into tranquility. Apart from the flower country and its surroundings, the West Sea had effectively curtailed arms and slave trading, moving toward a state of peace. At this moment, a figure cloaked in a dark green cape entered Vane's office. Time, evening location, branch commander S office characters, mysterious cloaked figure and Vane engrossed in important paperwork. Vane sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. He deftly pinched a pen cap and flicked it, sending it hurtling toward the intruder with bullet-like speed, accompanied by a sonic boom. With a swift motion, the cloaked figure caught the pen cap and gently placed it on the desk. Vane, your prowess continues to grow, the cloaked figure remarked with a smile. Appearing quite familiar with Vane, he glanced around the office, his eyes filled with nostalgia and reminiscence, as if he had deep ties with the Navy in the past. How amusing! Vane paused his document review, lifting his gaze. I can hardly compare to you, the Navy's former star, heralded as the next generation's hero, a former rear admiral, known as Dragon, and the son of the legendary marine hero, Garp. The visitor was none other than the man who had long sought to recruit Vane to establish a revolutionary army. The future world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 72. A conversation. Dragon shook his head and said, You mustn't speak so. You are the true hero of the Navy, a Marine who fights for the people. After a brief pause, he continued, I have come to seek you. Oh. Wine retrieved 2 packets of seafood jerky from his desk pocket. He opened one for himself and tossed the other to Dorag. Why? Dorag, unfazed, picked up the jerky, tore open the packaging, and began to eat, saying, I have come to recruit you. Wine, let us contribute to the construction of a new century. Wine looked at Dorag, somewhat speechless, surprised to see this rather juvenile side of him. Dorag scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I understand your commitment to the people's justice, even to the extent of eliminating numerous nobles and combating the slave trade in pursuit of that justice. However, Dorag glanced at Wine's expression and continued, Such a stance will ultimately render you intolerable to the world government. Remaining within the Navy is not a sustainable path. Join me instead. No, Wine shook his head. The Navy is a force that the vast majority of the populace trusts. To uphold my justice, I will surely reform the Navy and liberate it from the constraints of the world government. Rather than being angered by Wine's rejection, Dorag recognized that Wine also harbored aspirations to change the world. Fundamentally, they were of the same ilk. If he could not join him, then let them join forces. Dorag extended a hand, and upon seeing it, Wine reciprocated, grasping it firmly. In truth, he yearned for the Revolutionary Army to grow stronger. For under the pressure of the Revolutionary Army, the Navy could procure greater resources from the world government. Wayne picked up the jerky once more and began to eat, simultaneously stating, "Since we are friends, I shall speak candidly. I have a few suggestions regarding the power you wish to establish." "I am all ears," replied Dorag, abandoning the jerky and assuming a more formal posture. Vane raised a finger. "First and foremost, one must have individuals who may arise from the oppressed populace subjugated by the nobility or be rescued from the clutches of slave traders aboard their wretched vessels. Even amidst the chaos of warfare, it is possible to gather a following. Ultimately, the very foundation of any power lies in the presence of its people." Vane raised his second finger. "Secondly, it is essential to establish a territory, preferably in a remote location. If you can seize control of a nation, utilizing it as a faade to cultivate your own influence, as long as you timely deliver the heavenly gold and remain discreet, the authorities will not trouble you." Wine raised his third finger. "The third aspect is talent, which can be divided into civil and martial categories. The martial aspect is reliant on your own efforts, however. I possess a method for the civil side. O'Hara serves as a veritable hub for literary talent." Dorag interjected, somewhat embarrassed. "I currently possess nothing aside from myself and a few friends. How can I attract the scholars of O'Hara?" "That is quite manageable. O'Hara is presently engaged in the study of historical texts. You are aware of the value of such texts, are you not?" Wine stated. "Historical texts?" Dorag was taken aback by the scholars of O'Hara. While he had indeed heard of the value of these texts, he was hesitant to set his sights on them. For the scholars of O'Hara were quite audacious. "Well, the world government will eventually seek to obliterate O'Hara. At that time, I shall discreetly inform you. When you rescue the scholars of O'Hara, they will naturally align with you. Furthermore, in a year, I shall take action against the Land of Flowers. You should gather a following and seize the opportunity to establish a base there." "Excellent." Dorag's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wine had already considered both talent and a base. "Fourthly, you must clandestinely promote the ideology of the Revolutionary Army, allowing more individuals to comprehend your vision and shatter the world government's psychological shackles over the populace. I am acquainted with a philosopher by the surname of Liu. I shall relay his propositions to you, which you can then use to further your cause." "Agreed." "Fifthly, the liberation of the nation involves governance issues as well. Let me explain. The separation of powers, the parliament, the judiciary, the rule of law, the people in charge." Dorag was enraptured by the discourse and hastily jotted down notes. Once Wine paused to drink some water and clear his throat, Dorag carefully tucked the paper into his bosom. After contemplating for a moment, Dorag suddenly raised his head and said, "Wine, you should lead the Revolutionary Army. You are far more suited for it than I." Vane spat water onto the ground, repeatedly gesturing with his hands, imploring, "Spare me. I have no interest in this. I am merely an armchair strategist. When it comes to action, it is you who must take the lead. Now, I see the dawn approaching. You must hurry and leave, for being discovered would not bode well." Dorag, feeling somewhat disheartened, believed that Vane was truly the most qualified to lead the Revolutionary Army. However, with Vane's steadfast refusal, there was little he could do. Yet, deep within, he had already begun to envision himself as the second in command of the revolutionary forces. Vane seemed to suddenly recall something. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a pair of communication insects. Handing the female one to Dorag, he remarked, "These insects can only communicate with one another. Henceforth, they shall serve as our means of contact." "Very well," Dorag nodded, gingerly placing the communication insect into his pocket, recognizing it as a vital link to their leader. Indeed, Vane had been tacitly acknowledged as the commanding figure of the revolutionary forces. After tidying himself, Dorag performed a deep bow to Vane, and before Vane could react, he leapt out of the window. Hey, you haven't finished your jerky," Vane called as he rushed to the window, only to find Dorag had vanished. Returning to his spot, he poured the leftover jerky from Dorag into his own stash and resumed eating. In these frugal times, waste was not an option. Wine contemplated this, then pushed open the door to summon Pin, Jiyuan, and Lafitte. He was resolved to take them with him to the sea for training. In the face of future adversities that would undoubtedly increase, it was only through the cultivation of strength that one could uphold their own sense of justice. Wayne summoned them all and, after explaining the situation, everyone was filled with immense joy. In this chaotic era, strength reigned supreme. As they ventured into the ocean, Pin and Lafitte sought a relatively spacious stretch of the seabed to practice their skills, while Gun honed his swordsmanship in the deeper waters. And Caesar engaged in rigorous training even further down. Meanwhile, Wayne delved into the depths, refining his own abilities. He lifted a massive boulder, almost mountain-like, and exercised with it repeatedly. At times, Wayne pondered why other protagonists could ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral within a year and achieve the formidable prowess of a general in merely 3 years. At the age of 20, he had only just grazed the threshold of general-level strength, still holding the rank of brigadier. He mused that he might be the most inept transmigrator, lacking a golden finger, a powerful background, or the standard protagonist's thunderfruit. Chapter 73. A year later on a certain day, a year later, the port of the branch erupted with splashes of water. A colossal barrier giant emerged from the sea, hoisting a large sea creature. Perched atop the giant's shoulder were 3 people and a monkey. Indeed, it was Gun and his companions, summoned by Wayne for deep-sea training. When Wayne returned to the branch, Colonel Siri was already waiting for him, clutching a file. Ahem, Brigadier Wayne, the headquarters has issued a directive. Colonel Siri extracted a sheet of paper and handed it to Wayne, which bore the notification of Wayne's promotion to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Wayne marveled at the appointment document for a moment, while Colonel Siri presented 3 additional appointment letters to Gun and the others. These letters announced Gun's promotion to brigadier, Lafitte's elevation to lieutenant colonel, and Peng En's advancement to colonel. Upon receiving his appointment letter, Peng En, despite frequently undertaking minor tasks involving the clearance of troops, found himself ranked higher than Lafitte, and thus seized the opportunity to flaunt his status before Lafitte. Vane felt an urgent need to hasten his pace. A mere brigadier general could no longer satiate his ambition and prowess. Having already set one foot into the realm of the Admiralty, he craved fiercer battles to achieve a breakthrough. Recognizing that the most effective way to ascend the ranks was to apprehend pirates, particularly seasoned and formidable ones. Upon returning to the office, Vane informed the team that significant actions would soon unfold, urging them to prepare for a surprise assault. Settling into his chair, he spun around, utilizing his observation hockey to survey the surroundings before retrieving the transponder snail to contact Dragon. Hello, Dragon? In a secluded corner of the West Sea, Dragon was engaged in discussions with his assembled subordinates when suddenly his personal transponder snail rang. Dragon, who is calling? Inquired the alluring Ivankov, batting his eyelashes. It's the chief. Dragon replied, suppressing his excitement, his tone remaining composed. The atmosphere brightened as everyone present rejoiced, eagerly prompting Dragon to answer the call. Ah, it's me, Chief. What is the matter? A chief? When did I become the chief? Vane responded, slightly bewildered, contemplating if Dragon had lost his mind after a year apart. No, Dragon asserted seriously. I have conveyed your plans to the others. To be frank, we have unanimously decided to appoint you as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As Dragon uttered these words, those around him nodded in agreement. Really? This is so annoying. Please don't, Vane protested. No way. We will not recognize anyone but you. It must be you. Dragon insisted resolutely, his firm tone making it clear that their decision was final. Fine. I'll just take on the title, Vane conceded with a hint of resignation. Well, you've officially joined the Revolutionary Army. By the way, Vane, what did you need from me? We're still in the meeting. Dragon gestured an okay to the others. The Navy will soon strike against Flower Country, which has become a haven for pirates. The inhabitants suffer greatly under the oppression of both pirates and the kingdom. Once we eliminate the green pepper, you shall take over Flower Country, as I mentioned to you last year. All right, truly worthy of the chief, Dragon chuckled awkwardly, while those around him danced with joy at the prospect of finally establishing a base after wandering for so long. Tomorrow, I will mobilize the Navy. So be prepared in Flower Country, Vane concluded before hanging up the call. Hello? 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 Dragon's transponder snail drooped its head, while the expressions of the others reflected a lingering desire to hear more from their esteemed leader. Dragon, the first to regain his composure, cleared his throat and said, Did you all hear the chief's words? Yes, we did. The chief is so clever. The leader appears to be a boy, unmistakably the infamous Ivankov. It suffices to know this. Swiftly gather everyone to pack their belongings and arms, preparing for a journey to the land of flowers. The leader has proclaimed this as the first stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, but assuredly not the last. Understood. The crowd responded with fervor, then descended to make preparations. The Revolutionary Army now boasts over 2,000 members. Had it not been for the need for development, Wayne would have long since eliminated the reckless green pepper. 2 days later, the G12 branch had amassed over 10,000 troops, a scale rivaling that of the previous operation against the Mafia. This time, the Navy soldiers were seasoned veterans, forged in the crucible of battle. In addition to 3 naval vessels, an Albatross seaplane was moored on the surface of the sea. According to Wayne's strategy, he would lead his subordinates in a swift strike, aiming for a decapitation of the enemy leadership, while Colonel Siri and Major Eureka would advance with the Navy forces to assault the pirate strongholds surrounding the Land of Flowers. Once Wayne and his team eliminated Green Pepper and the high command of the 8 Treasure Navy, the Navy would execute a pincer maneuver, effectively pacifying the Western Sea. After conferring with Colonel Siri, the Albatross seaplane ascended into the sky under the watchful eyes of the naval personnel. With a clap to draw their attention, Colonel Siri declared, "Gentlemen, I shall refrain from superfluous words. It is our honor to partake in such a battle. After this conflict, the Western Sea shall find peace, and the people shall no longer live in fear. In short, for the sake of justice." All the Navy personnel raised their right hands in unison, proclaiming, "For justice. Set sail." Huzzah! All ships unfurled their sails and commenced their journey towards the Land of Flowers. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, our esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku was enjoying a bowl of eel rice in his office, while his pet goat munched on discarded documents. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A messenger briskly approached, announcing, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A communication from the G12 branch in the Western Sea has arrived." "Bring it to me," Sengoku replied, his mouth full of eel. The messenger placed the document in Sengoku's outstretched hand before retreating. Upon opening the document, Sengoku first read Wayne's account of the peace in the Western Sea, which delighted him to the point of taking several hearty bites of his meal. However, the subsequent words nearly choked him. "Dear Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have now led the elite of the Western Sea Navy to assault the Land of Flowers. As they have been harboring pirates, and the 8 Treasure Navy has repeatedly pillaged the people of the Western Sea. Therefore, I have assembled a formidable force to teach those scoundrels the weight of justice. This message serves to inform you that we have set forth." Wayne was acutely aware that any actions taken against the nation needed to be reported to headquarters, which would then inform the world government. However, he harbored fears that someone might relay information to the Flower Kingdom. Thus, he resolved to act unilaterally. By the time the world government officials, bought off by the Flower Kingdom, became aware of the situation, the 8 Treasure Navy would have already met its demise, and Dorag would assume control of the Flower Kingdom. Chapter 74. Anxious Old Kaya. This document has incensed Sengoku greatly. Were it not for the fact that you are a junior of ours, I would have dealt with you long ago. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Sengoku raised the half-eaten eel rice bowl in his hand and forcefully overturned it onto the desk. Yet, after a moment, he picked up the bowl again, using his chopsticks to return the rice to its place, and continued eating. With the naval budget being tight, one must save where possible. Given the circumstances, Sengoku felt powerless. However, he was reassured about Wayne's safety. What was there to fear from a pirate who had lost his spirit? Although Wayne's methods left much to be desired, his original intentions were still commendable. Sengoku understood that the audacity of the Flower Kingdom to brazenly create something like the 8 Treasure Navy surely meant that there were individuals within the world government providing cover. Therefore, to avoid hindering Wayne, Sengoku felt it wise to keep this matter under wraps. In the West Sea, at the 8 Treasure Navy's base in the Flower Kingdom, Old Kai felt a sense of unease after sending away yet another group of pirates who had come to pay protection fees. This marked the 30th such group, indicating that at least 30 pirate factions or unscrupulous merchants surrounded the Flower Kingdom. Although these individuals were nothing more than bottom feeders, those with real skill either perished at the hands of the Navy or ventured into the Grand Line. It was precisely these vermin that troubled Old Kai. "Ha ha ha, Old Kai, why the long face? What troubles you?" As Old Kai pondered, a robust elder approached him, his hair only slightly grizzled, appearing to be in his 60s. "Ah, old man," Old Kai replied, lifting his head. "I am somewhat concerned. Our Flower Kingdom is drawing too much attention." "And what of it? Does that two-faced scoundrel dare to act against us?" Qingji replied with arrogance. Although Garp had once obliterated his cone-shaped head with a single punch, he still possessed formidable hockey and martial prowess. Even a rear admiral from the Navy could do little against him. However, that Navy is notorious for their intolerance of any threats. I fear. Old Kai expressed his worries. The entire West Sea was left with only the Flower Kingdom, which now resembled an ink blot on a blank page, too conspicuous. Qing Jiao pounded Old Kai's shoulder with his fist. I have not grown weak yet. If that Wayne dares to come, let him come. It would be a fitting way to eliminate a genius of the Navy and alleviate the anger in my heart. As he concluded, Qing Jiao scratched his head, adopting a fearsome demeanor. After Qing Jiao departed, Old Kai continued to feel a sense of foreboding, akin to an impending calamity. Thus, seizing the moment while he still could, he issued a command: send the order down. All members of the 8 Treasure Navy are to return to the Flower Kingdom immediately and enter a state of emergency readiness. I suspect the Navy is preparing to strike. Indeed, Old Kai Dongliang. Just as the members of the 8 Treasures Navy departed, the sky above the encampment reverberated with the roar of aircraft. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. After issuing a sharp reprimand, Old Kai disregarded everything else and hurried off to seek out Qing Jiao and Abu. Oh, is this truly the land of flowers? Through the aircraft, Peng Yin gazed down upon the entirety of the 8 Treasures Navy, then turned his head and declared, "Are you all prepared? I am about to deliver a significant blow. Brace yourselves." With that, the aircraft began to accelerate, its wings gradually vanishing from sight. Once one had aimed at the Green Pepper, he deftly maneuvered the plane to collide head-on. The Green Pepper, having noticed the aircraft barreling towards him, summoned his pride as a formidable warrior. With palms pressed together and his head darkening, he charged directly towards the plane. The impact between the aircraft and the Green Pepper's head produced a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent those nearby flying. With a flicker of thought, Wayne conjured a colossal barrier giant that swiftly swung a mighty hand towards Green Pepper. Humph, boy, mere size is of no consequence. Green Pepper raised his right fist, his ebony knuckles poised to strike. The essence of 8-burst fist, 8-layered force. The barrier giant's palm collided with Green Pepper's fist, causing the giant to stagger back a step, while Green Pepper was propelled into a nearby house. Wayne shook his hands vigorously, demonstrating the formidable 8-burst fist. Qing Xiao's mastery of the 8-burst fist had reached an unparalleled zenith, each strike embodying 8 distinct energies: piercing, drilling, cannon, explosive, striking, bright, dark, and transformative. Seizing the moment of his adversary's vulnerability, he unleashed a barrage of finger spears. The barrier giant equipped each of its hands with a finger enveloped in armed hockey, and with the inside of observation hockey, it pinpointed Qing Jiao, launching countless finger spears toward him. Humph. Wayne's earlier slap, though seemingly harmless to Qing Jiao, left the sting of humiliation as he was sent flying by a mere 20-year-old Navy officer. The essence of the 8-burst fist, pyramid dragon strikes, resonated across the battlefield. Despite the barrier giant's fingers being as massive as Qing Jiao's fists, he defiantly retaliated, their clash echoing throughout the arena. "Old Master, we are here." At that moment, Old Kai and Abu arrived, brandishing their long knives and axes, accompanied by hundreds of elite members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Ji Yuan and his companions unsheathed their swords to block their path. "You shall await the collection of Qing Jiao's remains. We will not permit you to interfere with Wang," Ji Yuan asserted resolutely, wielding his golden sword. Upon seeing the Navy uniforms and justice cloaks worn by Ji Yuan and his crew, Old Kai's earlier unease crystallized into understanding. Gripping his guandao tightly, he and Abu raised their weapons, their intentions unmistakably set for combat. The essence of the 8-burst fist, martial heel. Old Kai leapt high, his black heel descending toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan deftly countered with his golden sword, blocking the attack. After a year of rigorous training in the depths of the sea, strength was no longer her shortcoming. Old Kai, taken aback, had not anticipated such power from Ji Yuan, though she was just slightly beneath his own prowess. With no time to ponder further, Old Kai propelled himself backward, his guandao swirling like a windmill, as he secretly infused it with the 8-burst fist. Channeling a unique force into the weapon, Ji Yuan executed a precise draw cut against the guandao, causing Old Kai to retreat a step. However, the sudden force almost caused Ji Yuan to lose her grip on her sword. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in concentration, recognizing Old Kai as a formidable opponent. As Ji Yuan engaged Old Kai, Abu and the 8 Treasure Water Army surged forward, hoping to overwhelm their foes through sheer numbers. Spotting Abu, Lafitte unsheathed his cane sword, intent on eliminating him. Unexpectedly, someone grasped his arm. Turning, he found the pitiful Peng Yin. Lafitte, brother, Peng Yin implored, I haven't had a real fight in ages. Let us switch places. Lafitte hesitated, but through his observation haki, he discerned that Abu's strength was not particularly formidable. Defeating him would be a simple task for Peng Yin. Yet, his cane sword was ill-suited for dealing with a multitude of enemies, while Peng Yin's great sword was quite appropriate for the situation. Very well, Lafitte gritted his teeth. I'll handle the others. You take on the one with the axe. You are the best, Lafitte. Chapter 75. A decisive onslaught after the confrontation between Wayne's group and the high-ranking officials of the 8 Treasure Navy. Naval vessels from the G-12 branch were poised to encroach upon the protective boundaries of the Flower Kingdom. Following the final command issued by Old Kai, the 8 Treasure Navy began to withdraw, with many of their personnel departing without even salvaging essential supplies. The peculiar behavior of the 8 Treasure Navy went largely unnoticed by the majority, leading to a breakdown of order, allowing pirates to run rampant, engaging in rampant pillaging and destruction. At this critical juncture, Dracul Mihawk led half of the revolutionary army into the outer periphery of the Flower Kingdom. Dracul, what should we do now? Inquired the remarkably large-headed Ivankov, blinking his wide eyes at Mihawk. Mihawk observed the heavily fortified 8 Treasure Navy in the distance and instructed the others, let us remain vigilant. The Navy has arrived. When they engage in conflict with the 8 Treasure Navy, we shall seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Understood. Once we gain entry, we will conceal ourselves as per our original plan. We shall initiate the uprising the day after the Navy's departure, at a time when the Flower Kingdom is at its weakest. Do you comprehend? We understand. Very well, disperse. With those words, Mihawk chose a direction and departed, while the others retreated in their own manners. Ivankov dramatically transformed into a voluptuous beauty, sashaying away with a sway. Not far from the Flower Kingdom, 3 warships emerged from the wreckage of numerous vessels, remnants of pirate ships and slave ships sunk by the Navy. The pirates had been systematically exterminated, while the slaves were relocated to an island. Report, Colonel Siri. A brown-skinned naval soldier rushed over, stating, we are nearing the Flower Kingdom. Ships from the 8 Treasure Navy have been sighted on both the eastern and western flanks, and sounds of battle have emerged from within the kingdom. It appears that Major Wayne has engaged in combat with the pirate Green Pepper. As he spoke, the brown-skinned soldier handed a telescope to Colonel Siri. Through the lens, Colonel Siri could faintly discern the colossal figure of the barrier giant alongside an elderly man with a gray beard, locked in fierce combat. Excellent, Colonel Siri exclaimed with excitement. Lowering the telescope and addressing all the Navy personnel, Major Wayne has successfully detained all high-ranking officials of the 8 Treasure Navy. There is now no one in the Flower Kingdom to thwart the arrival of justice. For the sake of justice, all the sailors raised their swords and guns, shouting, for justice, deploy all cannons, and aim the main artillery at the ships of the 8 Treasure Navy. Colonel Siri commanded with precision. As the cannon ports were prepared, he bellowed, fire. Boom, 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 boom. A deluge of cannonballs rained down upon the ships of the 8 Treasure Navy, the overwhelming firepower shattering their vessels with devastating effect. Everyone, once ashore, form an orderly line. Do not disturb the citizens, nor harm them. Those who violate this order will face military justice. Amidst the wreckage of the Baibao naval vessels, 3 warships, 1 large and 2 medium-sized, made landfall. A regiment of naval soldiers assembled under their respective commanders, with Lieutenant Colonel Sheely leading over 1,000 men toward the Kingdom of Flowers. Meanwhile, Captain Pharaoh, accompanied by more than 100 sailors, sought a concealed path into the same realm, confident in the belief that the Baibao Navy would safeguard their safety. Such audacity is truly remarkable, Pharaoh remarked with a hint of disdain, observing the armed members bustling in and out of a nearby structure. Do you truly believe that Chief Qingjiao can fend off the invading Navy? One of the individuals, wearing a hat, queried his companion. Certainly. Do not forget. Chief Qingjiao is the legendary pirate, replied a stout member of the Baibao Navy. But that chief was once defeated by Carp. The hat-wearer was abruptly silenced by the stout fellow, who glanced around to ensure no one was paying them heed before exhaling a sigh of relief. You are courting death, the stout man admonished. Stay far away from trouble. I do not wish to be implicated. The hat-wearer felt fortunate that their discussion had not reached broader ears. If Chief Qingjiao were to learn of it, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. As the stout man released his grip, he noticed something amiss in the adjacent thicket. Hey, that area seems. Bang. Before he could finish his thought, Captain Pharaoh shot him down. Kill. Pharaoh rose, brandishing a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, charging forward. For justice, the naval soldiers shouted in unison. Those proficient with blades advanced alongside Pharaoh, while marksmen raised their rifles to fire. Kill. For justice. Annihilate the navy. The Baibao navy shall never retreat. The battlefield erupted into chaos. A cacophony of shouts and cries echoing throughout the Kingdom of Flowers. One member of the Baibao navy, having wounded a sailor, was swiftly gunned down before he could pursue his advantage. A naval soldier, assisting an injured comrade, inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine, but my hand." The injured sailor gazed at his right hand, now severed, with only a sinew remaining intact. Sighing, the armed sailor assessed the dire situation. It was evident that his comrade was incapacitated. "Medic! Someone!" he called out, summoning several medics to carry away the wounded sailor. "Rest assured," he said, taking cover behind a barrier, "I will avenge you, brother." Having said that, he raised his firearm and aimed at a skillful member of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Bang! The member, who had been wearing an arrogant smile, suddenly transformed into a visage of confusion. As he turned to point at the armed navy, the navy swiftly fired another shot. Bang! A gaping wound appeared in the man's chest, and he fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. The navy extracted a piece of cloth to clean his weapon and, upon noticing attention drawn to the scene, hastily secured his gun and fled. Amidst the fierce battle with the navy, the distant sounds of explosions and the diminishing shouts from the 8 Treasure Water Army stirred the focus of everyone present. This world operates in such a manner. The underlings fight desperately, yet the power of discourse remains firmly in the hands of the formidable. It matters little if the lower ranks crumble, as long as the strong from one's own side emerge victorious. Chapter 76. Desperation. The essence of the 8-burst fist, the non-piercing dragon. Qing Jiao executed a frog leap, colliding headfirst into the chest of the barrier giant during a moment of vulnerability in Wayne's assault. Wayne sustained minimal injury, while Qing Jiao rubbed his head, astonished by the barrier's sturdiness. "I shall fight with all my might," Qing Jiao thought, observing old Kai's dismay and Abu's perilous situation. The navy confronting him was far from weak, and although Wayne had dispelled the barrier giant, the creature was slow, while the old fellow was surprisingly swift. The essence of the 8-burst fist, the eightfold force. As Qing Jiao raised his fist, Wayne instinctively braced himself. This old man had indeed forged his own path with the 8-burst fist, exhibiting formidable strength. Unexpectedly, Qing Jiao struck his own chest with his fist, causing his flesh to tremble and his skin to flush red. Even audible was the sound of blood rushing through his veins. Within Wayne's observation hockey, the 8 varieties of force in Qing Jiao's punch stimulated his internal organs and meridians, effectively doubling his strength. "Old master." Both old Kai and Abu noticed the commotion surrounding Qing Jiao, who had previously shared this technique with them, warning that its use would leave him incapacitated. "Hey, damn navy. This move was intended for that scoundrel carp. All because of you. Die," bellowed Qing Jiao, resembling a boiled shrimp in his fury. "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Wayne, clad in barrier armor, unleashed a punch toward Qing Jiao. 8-burst fist, the nail. Qing Jiao thundered, retaliating with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists sent debris and dust scattering, as Wayne transformed his fist into an open palm, grasping Qing Jiao's arm and executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. In response to being flung into the air, Qing Jiao refused to yield, delivering a punch to Wayne's head with his unrestrained arm. Thud. The sounds of Qing Jiao hitting the ground and Wayne's head being driven into the earth reverberated almost simultaneously. "Damn navy. Old, wretched bastard." 2 individuals rose to their feet and resumed their fierce combat. "Damn it, get away from me," old Kai shouted in urgency. "Humph. I shall not allow you to disturb Wayne. Death waltz." Ji Yuan disregarded old Kai, wielding the golden sword to deliver a diagonal slash that arced toward him. Old Kai, brandishing his guandao, executed an upward thrust, redirecting Ji Yuan's strike, which severed the structure above him in 2. "Wretch, prepare to meet your demise." Old Kai swiftly closed the distance, kicking sideways at Ji Yuan's head. The 8th wave fist's ultimate technique, shave. In an instant, Ji Yuan vanished from old Kai's sight, only to reappear behind him. The golden sword grazed old Kai's back, and despite the pain seeping through, he spun midair, his guandao slicing backward. Swish. The guandao merely struck at air, as Ji Yuan had already positioned himself at a distance. Panting heavily, old Kai felt the blood trickling down his back. "This is it," he thought, realizing that the 8 Treasures Water Army was doomed this time. Meanwhile, Abu found himself under pressure from Peng An. Abu excelled in axe combat, while Peng An preferred wielding a great sword, both favoring grand and sweeping weaponry. Thus, their clash created the loudest commotion. Initially, Abu's axe struck frequently, seemingly gaining the upper hand, while in reality, Peng An was merely gauging Abu's strength. As anticipated, after a brief exchange, Peng An had assessed Abu's capabilities with remarkable accuracy. With the probing phase over, Peng An shifted from defense to offense, sweeping his great sword toward Abu. Though puzzled, Abu raised his axe to block. Hee, that ugly brood is merely defending. He must not be very strong. Before he could voice his thoughts, Abu was sent flying by a single strike from Peng An. What the hell is he cheating? Abu contemplated as he dusted himself off and picked up his axe once more. Angrily, he confronted Peng An. If you are so powerful, why did you not attack from the start? Are you toying with me? With a smile, Peng An replied, I was merely estimating your strength. Many things cannot be discerned at first glance. Abu merely smiled wryly, feeling that Peng An was mocking him, unaware that this was simply Peng An's fighting style. Fast sword style, triple slash. Peng An raised his great sword, swiftly striking toward Abu, as if two phantom swords entwined around his weapon. Abu hurriedly lifted his axe to defend, but the overwhelming force drove him to his knees. Even his axe, reinforced with haki, began to show cracks. Frustration welled within Abu as he gazed upon Peng An's great sword, enveloped in haki. Why do the Marines who have mastered haki not shine in the new world, but instead come to this foolish paradise? Are they here to fish? How can a diamond boss stoop to the level of silver ranks? Crack, crack, crack. Boom. Under the piercing gaze of Abu, his cherished axe met its demise. How infuriating. This was no ordinary weapon. It had been fortified by the old man's formidable haki. Abu seethed with rage, yet without a weapon, his words bore no weight. Just you wait, he declared defiantly before making his escape. No sooner had he turned than a sword cane descended from above, embedding itself before him. Young man, this path is impassable, Abu exclaimed, damn. While the Marines and the 8 Treasure Navy clashed fiercely, the Revolutionary Army was quietly mobilizing. Take your time. Esteemed revolutionary, Dragon emerged contentedly from a household, having just driven off a band of ruffians. The adult members of that family had been captivated by Dragon's vision of the future, and they resolved to assist him in spreading the cause of the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov, meanwhile, had rallied numerous miscreants, pirates, and others, transforming them into a sizable group of liberated new humans. Faced with the threat of becoming new humans without joining the Revolutionary Army, the region under Ivankov's influence also opted to align with the revolutionaries. Revolutionary leaders scattered across other territories showcased their unique talents, firmly establishing the Revolutionary Army in the hearts of the citizens of Flower Country. The current state of Flower Country resembled a tangled mess, with revolutionaries, pirates, the 8 Treasure Navy, black market merchants, and the populace all intertwined. Dragon emerged from yet another household, but this time, the family was less than pleased, not due to a rejection of Dragon's ideals, but because their son was currently engaged in battle against the Marines. They were preoccupied and disinterested in conversing with Dragon, prompting him to leave without further ado. In these tumultuous times, Dragon sighed and proceeded to seek out the next household. Chapter 77, The Death of Old Kai. Vane lowered his head to evade the powerful fist of the green pepper, turning back to extend a claw-like hand, its armored gauntlet firmly affixed to his palm. With a swift motion, he passed by the green pepper, clutching a piece of flesh in his grasp. Ah, cursed Marine brat, the green pepper shrieked, covering the gaping wound on his arm. Ah, old man, this is but your comeuppance, Vane remarked dismissively as he tossed aside the bloody morsel. The green pepper lowered his hand from the injured arm, his expression tranquil as he replied, I concede that this time I have been bested, but do not underestimate us old-timers. Wayne cast a disdainful glance at the green pepper and remarked, I fear many of the old-timers from the bygone era. I shall certainly be fully prepared to confront them. However, you ha. Wayne's disdain deeply provoked green pepper. It was reminiscent of the gaze he received from Carp after his conical head had been obliterated by a single punch. Green pepper hurled a large chunk of debris toward Wayne, but by the time Wayne shattered the rubble, Green Pepper had already distanced himself considerably. I shall remember you. You will eventually marry and have children, and I will take my revenge upon your descendants. Just wait, he declared. Indeed, Green Pepper was a cunning pirate. After uttering his menacing words, he intended to flee. He spoke the truth. Once Wayne had a son, he would surely seek vengeance. Heh. After I eliminate Carp's grandson, I will find an opportunity to dispose of Wayne's grandson. I will plunge you all into eternal suffering, Green Pepper bitterly proclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a figure standing before him. Huh? Green Pepper felt as if he had been grasped by the throat, stunned. In that moment of shock, the breath he had been holding escaped him, and he reverted from his aggressive demeanor. Do you know why I looked down upon you? With a swift slap, Wayne knocked Green Pepper to the ground and crouched beside him. Why? Green Pepper, now swollen all over, thought that since death was inevitable, he might as well listen to others as a form of distraction, because you have long since abandoned the heart of a true warrior. As the saying goes, misfortune does not befall one's family. You, old man, are a coward who resorts to avenging your own inadequacies upon the next generation. Truly, you are worthless, Wayne said calmly. Green Pepper remained silent. He recognized the truth in Wayne's words and acknowledged his own moral failings. Wayne grasped the Green Pepper firmly, proclaiming, once the Navy liberates this place, your blood shall serve to demonstrate the might of the Navy to the world. No, the Green Pepper protested vehemently, writhing like a plump worm, though it regrettably possessed no strength at this moment. As Wayne dragged the Green Pepper back, he suddenly spotted a large cache of black cannonballs. It turned out that during his recent confrontation with the Green Pepper, the aftermath had wreaked havoc upon a small armory belonging to the 8 Treasure Naval Forces. Wayne stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. Captain Farrow extracted his saber from the chest of a fallen foe, observing that merely 50 of his naval soldiers remained, with over 30 having been carried away by medics and several more lives irrevocably lost in the Land of Flowers. In the distance, a multitude of hundreds from the 8 Treasures Water Army approached. Captain Farrow sighed. Although the 8 Treasures Water Army had lost their formidable fighters, their numbers were indeed overwhelming. Just as the Navy prepared to engage in the next battle, a sudden barrage of cannonballs rained down from the heavens, toppling the entire 8 Treasures Water Army. What was happening? Captain Farrow found himself perplexed, yet it was undoubtedly a twist of fate. What are you all waiting for? If there are any finishing blows to be dealt, do so. Replenish ammunition and take 10 minutes to regroup. Captain Farrow commanded. Yes, sir. These cannonballs were, in fact, a creation of Wayne. Upon discovering the ammunition depot of the 8 Treasures Water Army, an idea took root in his mind. Controlling his air compression projectiles over long distances proved troublesome, but with these authentic cannonballs, he could render assistance to the Navy. Shield. Anti-aircraft artillery. When conned herself and began to meticulously craft the anti-aircraft gun, shaping the gun body, the barrel, and the springs. A few minutes later, a colossal anti-aircraft gun materialized in its place. With a wave of his left hand, Vane commanded several barrier-like arms to automatically lift shells and load them into the anti-aircraft guns. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless cacophony of the artillery set Vane's blood ablaze with fervor. Yet one gun was insufficient. He constructed 3 additional anti-aircraft guns, totaling 4, each unleashing their projectiles towards the 4 cardinal directions. It was not that Vane desired to create more, but rather that his observation hockey was on the verge of exhaustion. Now seated in a meditative posture, he directed the shells with precision to strike the 8 Treasures Navy. One reveled in his triumph, while the Navy celebrated their victories. However, Qing Xiao's countenance turned a shade of green as he helplessly watched the naval force he had painstakingly cultivated crumble into ruins beneath Wen's relentless bombardment. Qing Xiao's heart twisted in agony. Observing Wen's closed eyes, Qing Xiao sensed an opportunity and began to muster his strength. Do not struggle, Wen intoned, eyes still shut. Isn't it more pleasant to await your demise in peace? As he spoke, a barrier rope ensnared Qing Xiao. Feeling the constraints were insufficient, Wen struck Qing Xiao's nape with a barrier board, rendering him unconscious. In that fleeting moment before darkness overtook him, Qing Xiao's last thought was a bitter curse. With Qing Xiao incapacitated, when focused intently on controlling the anti-aircraft artillery, not only did he assist the Navy, but he also lent his support to the revolutionary forces in their moments of peril. Abu found himself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, facing the bloodthirsty Lafitte, while the upper echelons of the Baobao Water Army, led by Old Kai, lay defeated. Behind him loomed the monstrous Pen. Abu felt the specter of death drawing near. Let me savor this, Pen, Lafitte declared. Having yet to slay someone of Abu's stature, he was the 3rd in command of the Baobao Water Army, a position of considerable significance. Very well, Pen sheathed his greatsword. Having already indulged in the thrill of combat, with his cane sword, Lafitte lunged directly at Abu. Stunned and unarmed, Abu found himself bereft of options. He had just witnessed the Elder S escape, realizing the demise of the Baobao water army was imminent. Abu, at that moment, a figure clad in flamboyant trousers, wielding a guandao, interposed himself before Abu as Lafitte's cane sword pierced Old Kai's chest. Having seen Abu in peril, Old Kai had bravely withstood a blow from Jiyuan and rushed to shield Abu. Brother, Abu stood in shock. Run, while Lafitte's sword is still embedded in him. I'll throw you to safety. No, brother, Abu cried from a distance. Abu, cough, listen, Old Kai urged, rising to his feet. Flee, survive for my sake. With that, Old Kai charged towards Jiyuan and Lafitte, wielding his guandao. Though grief-stricken, Abu stumbled to his feet and fled. When he glanced back for the final time, all he could see was Old Kai's severed head falling to the ground. Chapter 78, Victory with Wen's Assistance. The Navy achieved successive victories while the Baobao Water Army faced continuous retreat, as the high-ranking members and the spiritual leader, Qingjiao, remained conspicuously absent. An increasing number of Baobao Water Army soldiers surrendered, kneeling in supplication. Those who had capitulated eagerly joined the Navy, collaborating to persuade their former comrades to yield. In encounters with the few stubborn resistors, these defectors proved even more ruthless than the Navy itself. When observed with keen eyes, always sensing an unmistakable air of treachery among the surrendered 8-treasure Navy, reminiscent of traitorous yellow-skinned dogs, concealed in the shadows. Abu seethed with rage upon witnessing those capitulating soldiers brandishing their blades against their comrades. Yet, he found himself overwhelmed by his own plight. Tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon the remaining 8-treasure Navy, still valiantly resisting. With a heavy heart, he resolutely turned away. Wayne also sensed Abu's presence. However, he chose to disregard it. Such insignificant figures held no weight in Wayne's eyes. As for whom Abu wished to apprehend, he could leave that to Penn ultimately. Under the relentless pressure of the Navy, the 8-treasure Navy finally crumbled and surrendered en masse. Vane withdrew the barrier cannon, grasped a green pepper, and strode towards the direction of Ji Yuan and the others, while Lafitte held aloft Old Kai's head. Ji Yuan and the others stood amidst a considerable pile of corpses. Well, Chief Vane. Ping En lowered his head, timidly avoiding Vane's gaze. Vane replied with an impassive grunt, fixing his eyes on Ping En as he spoke. You've made this mess. Now you must resolve it. Upon returning to the base, ensure that your subordinates are well managed, and bring that Abu back to me. Understood. Peng En replied, a sense of relief washing over him. Vane, what should we do now? Ji Yuan inquired, leaning closer and checking Vane for injuries. Rest assured, Vane assured. Grasping Ji Yuan's hand, I am a user of the barrier fruit, the most formidable bulwark of the Navy. Let go of me. Ji Yuan murmured, her head bowed. Oh, my apologies. Vane quickly released his grip, feeling a hint of embarrassment at his inadvertent touch. Hee, I must admit, it feels quite nice, he chuckled. Hiya. Humph. Ji Yuan felt a bit flustered, and upon noticing the teasing gazes of Peng En and Lafitte, she indignantly retorted. I was merely checking to see if Vane had been struck down by the green pepper. Ween gazed at Ji Yuan with a mixture of exasperation and gratitude. I truly appreciate your efforts. Let us proceed, he said resignedly, leading the way. At that moment, under the command of Colonel Shealy, the naval soldiers stood in orderly ranks, awaiting the arrival of Ween and his companions. The captives from the 8-treasure water army were positioned to the right, while some of the naval wounded lingered behind, all eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed ahead. As fate would have it, Ween and his entourage approached, dragging along the severed heads of Qingjiao and Old Kai. The members of the 8-treasure water army, confronted with the sight of the unconscious Qingjiao and Old Kai, their eyes wide open in eternal despair, felt their beliefs crumble within. Reflecting upon their past misdeeds and realizing their capture by the Navy, those with weaker resolve fainted from the overwhelming despair. Humph! Ween exclaimed, seizing Qingjiao in full view of the onlookers. With a swift motion, he drew a blade and severed Qingjiao's head from his body. The sound of the severed head thudding to the ground marked the definitive success of their operation against the Flower Kingdom. My righteous comrades, Ween proclaimed, arms outstretched. Let us rejoice. This time, justice has prevailed. The crowd erupted in cheers, for justice. We have triumphed. Within Wayne's heart, tumultuous emotions surged as he exclaimed, from this moment forth, there shall be no more great battles in the West Sea. The joyous cheers of the sailors enveloped him. and Yu Yuan felt an overwhelming warmth in her gaze. This is truly you, a born leader, she mused, as the battlefield was tidied. With the remnants collected and the area cleared, the sailors cast one last glance at the dilapidated garrison of the Eight Treasures Navy before boarding their warships to depart from the Flower Kingdom. On the journey back to the headquarters, Colonel Sheely hesitated for a considerable time before finally knocking on Wayne's door. Is Major General Wayne in? He inquired. Yes, come in, Wayne replied, donning his attire as he welcomed Colonel Sheely into his quarters. What brings you here? Major General, we lost over 2,000 lives this time. Colonel Sheely spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Another 2,000 gone. Wayne shared in his somberness, acknowledging the harsh reality of warfare. What further arrangements can be made for the bereaved? And how many sailors can no longer continue due to injuries? He inquired. There are more than 1,500 sailors with irreversible severe injuries. I will coordinate their placement on the nearby islands, Colonel Sheely responded, noting that nearly half of the forces had perished. However, it is worth it, for the West Sea is now truly at peace. Is that so? Wayne gestured for Colonel Sheely to take his leave. Then I bid you farewell, Colonel Sheely said as he exited. Wayne was left alone in his room, devoid of any inclination to continue his training. A deep, despondent sigh echoed through the depths of the warship. Vane had lost all desire to practice and stepped out of his chamber, making his way to the infirmary to visit the wounded. In truth, the entire second level of the warship had become a makeshift medical ward. As Vane descended below deck, he was met with the pained groans of sailors. Some bore the marks of a blade, while others had suffered gunshot wounds to their abdomens. These were the fortunate ones. A number had lost limbs, their combat efficacy shattered, and their future lives now cast into uncertainty. As he placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of an injured sailor, Vane caught sight of Ji Yuan's figure. What brings you here? He inquired as he approached her. Ji Yuan rolled her eyes and replied, Surely, you need not trouble yourself. I can manage perfectly well on my own. Vane felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing Ji Yuan's words were laced with reproach for his absence in visiting the soldiers. Aware of his own shortcomings, he chose to overlook her teasing. Instead, he bent down to collect bandages and medicinal supplies from the medical staff, then instructed someone to summon Pen and Lafitte to assist him in tending to the wounded sailors. What is your name? Wine crouched beside a naval casualty, who had lost his right arm. I am Berlon. The wounded man strained to speak, though the pain from his arm distorted his smile. Do you regret it? Regret? Why would I regret? It is my honor to contribute my strength in the final battle of the West Sea. The soldier replied with a smile. Chapter 79. Renowned across the world soon, the news of the annihilation of the 8 Treasure Water Army spread throughout the world. The people of the West Sea erupted in cheers, many moved to tears, embracing one another in sorrow. Major General Wine is indeed a hero. In the Oak Kingdom, King Dean sat upon his throne, holding a newspaper that reported Wine's victory over the 8 Treasure Water Army, heralding a true peace for the West Sea. I knew Mr. Wine would bring genuine peace and justice to the West Sea. Princess Lily exclaimed joyfully. In the Thorn Kingdom, King Miller, drenched in sweat, gazed at the news of the 8 Treasure Water Army's demise, a sense of survival flooding his heart. Realizing the Navy had also suffered significant losses, King Miller resolved to send a substantial supply of medicine and provisions to the Navy in due time. Many shared Miller's sentiments, and soon, numerous cargo ships set sail from their docks, all destined for Branch G12. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort Haha. Zephyr, sitting in his office, raised the newspaper high, laughing maniacally. Lizzie, can you see this? Are you watching from heaven? As laughter turned to tears, Zephyr continued, Our son has truly made something of himself. He is now the guardian of the West Sea. Wine is our pride. Unlike me, who couldn't protect you all, rest assured, I will protect him well, even if it costs me my life. Zephyr declared resolutely. In the Warring States office, observing the news in the paper, Sengoku took a sip of tea, while Garp and Admiral Tsuru shared in the joy. Ha! Sengoku, it seems the next generation of the Navy need not worry, ha! Garp exclaimed, nearly spraying Sengoku with crumbs of his rice cracker. Sengoku, we must convene a high-level Navy meeting. Wine has proven capable of defeating Green Pepper alone. Although Green Pepper has lost his spearhead, he reportedly unleashed a special technique that unleashed his full strength, yet he was still vanquished by Wine. Thus, he qualifies for the position of Rear Admiral, Admiral Tsuru stated. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, young Wine has already attained the strength of a Rear Admiral. Furthermore, Akainu Kizaru and Akiji are now capable of shouldering the heavy responsibilities of admirals, and the world government has approved their promotions at any moment. Additionally, to avoid the world government's concerns, Zephyr must retreat into the shadows, stepping down from his admiral position. Tsuru, please inform Zephyr. Admiral Tsuru agreed to return and notify Zephyr. Indeed. The ceremony for the admiral's commendation must be splendid, ensuring the entire world recognizes that the Navy remains the formidable force it has always been. As for that young lad, Wayne, he shall remain in the West Sea for a year, honing his skills, and after the fervor surrounding the three admirals has subsided, he will be unleashed to amplify his influence. Very well. Admiral Crane concurred, and having expressed all he needed to say, Carp prepared to take his leave. Carp, Sengoku called out, halting him. What are your intentions? Carp laughed heartily, replying, Why? I am returning to the East Sea to educate my grandson. Hee. My joy is something that you, without descendants, and Zephyr, who dares not acknowledge his own, could never comprehend. With that, he pushed open the door to Sengoku's office and, with familiarity, sought out his aide in the Doghead warship, setting off to find his grandson. Somewhere in the Grand Line, the red-haired pirates temporarily anchored. Beckman scrutinized the newspaper in his hands, his concerns confirmed. The once-feared Navy had indeed ascended, and even the likes of Green Pepper could no longer contend with it. Ha. Burp Beckman, what are you reading? Shanks approached, his face flushed with curiosity. Shanks, if you were to confront Green Pepper, how much effort would it take? Beckman inquired. Green Pepper? Shanks pondered, recollecting information about him. Oh, is that the old fellow who was flattened by Carp's punch? After a moment of consideration, Shanks recalled. Though he is not at his peak, his strength is not to be underestimated. If I were to face him now, it would likely take me half a day to subdue him. Beckman passed the newspaper to Shanks, stating, Yet, this man is also capable. In the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard bellowed, Gololalala, this world is about to go wild. More and more monsters are appearing one after another. He held a large cup of wine, downing it in one swift motion. However, I am the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. Gololalala. The tale of Wayne's pacification of the West Sea spread across the vast ocean within a single day. The Navy, using the head of the legendary pirate Green Pepper as proof, reaffirmed its status as the preeminent force upon the seas. Following the Navy's withdrawal, the Kingdom of Flowers descended into chaos. Remnants of petty thugs and pirates seized the opportunity to plunder the wealth of the citizens. While the kingdom's original officials did little to intervene, some even joined in the looting. At this critical juncture, Drago and his revolutionary army descended like a storm, sweeping through the now defenseless Kingdom of Flowers. In the span of a day, the revolutionaries seized one-third of the kingdom's territory. A week later, the revolutionaries had fully occupied the Kingdom of Flowers. Before the watchful eyes of the citizens, the once decadent royal family was executed and displayed. As Drago proclaimed the various decrees of the revolutionary army and announced the adoption of a political system based on the separation of powers. Well, you must remain vigilant regarding the movements in O'Hara. Given the nature of the world government, it is only a matter of time before O'Hara is revealed. After ending the call, Wayne sighed, contemplating how the red tide would soon engulf the world. Once he had put away the communication device, Wayne summoned Pen Boss Wayne. What do you need? Pen, clad in a sleeveless shirt, rushed over, having been informed while training. Are you familiar with Abu? Wayne inquired, tapping his fingers on the table. Yes, he escaped from my grasp. I will certainly bring him back, Pen replied, his expression darkening at Wayne's question. Now that the West Sea is devoid of any criminals, Abu's presence is particularly irksome. You have 1 week to bring him back. Understood. Rest assured, I will ensure he faces justice. Good. You may take the ship and crew. By the way, where is Caesar? I haven't seen him in quite a while. He went to reclaim a troop of monkeys that had emerged from the back mountain. It seems he's trying to assemble a monkey army. A monkey army? Let him be. Chapter 80. Pen's pursuit having promised Wayne. Pen wasted no time and departed to gather his team. Once Pen left, Wayne's expression darkened considerably. Cunning Green Pepper. Within the confines of his mind, Wayne cursed. After vanquishing the 8 Treasures Navy, he initially intended to seize their famed Ice Mountain treasure, a third to be surrendered, a third to bolster his own navy, and a third to be handed over to Dorag. However, upon interrogating the captives, he discovered that only Qingxiao, Old Kai, and Abu possessed the knowledge of how to access the Ice Mountain treasure. Others had been blindfolded and guided by these 3 during their journey. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone matters concerning Abu until Punk could retrieve him. Setting aside thoughts of Abu, Wayne casually picked up a document and began to scrutinize it meticulously. At that moment, Abu, now disguised, had entered a small village under the jurisdiction of the Thorn Kingdom. Upon entering a tavern, he removed his cloak and glanced at the wanted posters adorning the walls. Annoyance washed over him. As the last prominent pirate of the West Sea, he had been shockingly issued a bounty of 100 million berries. This was a direct consequence of Wayne divulging news of Abu and the Ice Mountain treasure to Sengoku. Upon hearing that the mischievous Qingjiao had concealed such a vast fortune, Sengoku's eyes immediately gleamed with greed. The Navy's finances had never been ample, and the subsidies from the world government dwindled year by year. The Ice Mountain treasure must be seized. Sengoku resolved on the spot to place a bounty of 100 million berries on Abu. Returning his gaze from the wanted poster, Abu discreetly donned his cloak once more, purchasing provisions and a barrel of rum from the tavern owner. He lingered not a moment longer before retreating to his small vessel, unfurling the sails and departing. No sooner had Abu left than the jovial tavern owner retrieved a snail phone from his pocket. "Hello? This is the Navy G-12 branch. Is this a Navy officer? I am a resident of XX Island. The bounty of 100 million berries on Abu just passed through here." The Abu with a bounty of 100 million berries? Thank you. We will take action against him. Yes, no need for thanks. We must also express our gratitude to you for maintaining the tranquility of the West Sea. The Navy acted swiftly. Within 10 minutes, Peng learned of Abu's location. Turn around, head to MDXX Island. We must intercept Abu there. Understood, Colonel Peng. The Navy's helmsmen promptly adjusted their course, navigating towards MDXX Island under the direction of the navigator. MDXX Island, within the Oak Kingdom, was a bustling port that accounted for a tenth of the kingdom's revenue. Yet today, the island's prosperity was shattered by distant cannon fire. Boom. Abu's small vessel had reached its maximum speed, yet it remained far from the approaching island. Faster. With a swift swing, he shattered a cannonball, his eyes nearly bulging with anxiety. Peng's warship relentlessly pursued him, closing in rapidly. "Do not stop. Fire with all your might." Standing at the bow of the ship, Peng commanded the gunners to fire. "Take him down." Yes. Upon hearing Peng's orders, the gunners exerted themselves even more fervently. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed. Damn it. Abu watched as a cannonball narrowly grazed his small vessel, creating a gaping hole. If it were struck directly in the front, it would spell his doom. As Abu and the Navy engaged in a relentless chase, the port on the island had already noticed the commotion from afar. Some keen-eyed individuals, peering through telescopes, even recognized the face of Abu, worth a staggering 100 million berries. It is the notorious pirate Abu, the first person to discern Abu's identity since impending disaster. After alerting those around him, he discreetly sought refuge. News spread rapidly, and soon everyone was aware of Abu's approach. Under the guidance of the officials from the Oak Kingdom, the populace took shelter to avoid being caught in the impending conflict. Abu's ship had sustained damage, and the cabin was nearing inundation. He was approximately 300 meters from the dock. A peculiar smile crept across Peng's face. He could already envision the moment of Abu's surrender. At that moment, a sea beast emerged between Abu's small ship and the dock. Peng's expression soured instantly, while Abu's face radiated joy, as if blooming like a flower. Haha, fortune favors the bold. Abu laughed heartily, then leaped onto the back of the sea beast, using its momentum to spring onto the dock. Humph, you shan't escape. Peng followed suit, deftly jumping onto the dock, drawing his great sword, and unleashing a wave of sword energy toward Abu. Abu sidestepped the attack, realizing that this time, escape might be impossible. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes as he brandished his axe and charged forward. Bring it on. Peng relished this clash of strength. With the swift sword technique, triple blade fusion, 3 blades converged into one, aimed directly at Abu's head. In response, Abu unleashed the essence of the 8-punch technique, vengeance grip. In this desperate moment, it seemed that Abu had come to a profound realization. His axe, now enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, began to take on a hue of crimson. Let us fight to the death. The clash of Abu and Peng's attacks produced a tremendous sound, sending shockwaves that collapsed a clothing store nearby. In less than a minute, the already outmatched Abu was sent flying by Peng's sword strike, his axe shattering into pieces under the strain. Turning, Abu dashed into a bar, with Peng hot on his heels. The two darted like cat and mouse, weaving through the island's structures. Each time Abu entered a building, He struck the supporting columns, attempting to delay Penn. When Penn's navy finally repelled the sea beast and ascended to the island, they beheld what was left of the dock, half of it reduced to ruins. The naval officers exchanged glances, sensing that Colonel Penn had potentially landed them in trouble. One brave sailor summoned the courage to shout towards Penn, "Stop! Colonel Penn! What is it?" Penn inquired as he dashed out from beneath a dilapidated building, nearly apprehending Abu. "Look at the devastation surrounding us. I was merely trying to catch one person. How could Gagaga?" Penn turned around, utterly dumbfounded. How on earth did half the dock end up in ruins? Penn found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Believing his tactics had succeeded, Abu intensified his destructive efforts and, upon realizing that Penn had not pursued him, seized a vessel and fled. Regaining his senses, Penn glanced ahead, only to find that the other half of the dock was also in shambles. The naval officers were left in stunned silence. A day later, King Dean hesitated for a considerable time, reflecting on the losses his country had suffered, before finally making a call to Wayne. Chapter 81. A stern rebuke of Penn one morning, in the commander's office of the G-12 branch of the Western Sea. The conversation unfolded. Yes, I sincerely apologize, King Dean. Indeed, this is a fault of our Navy, and we shall compensate you accordingly. Please, do not say anything further. We will take responsibility for our mistakes. Thank you for your understanding. The peace of the Western Sea relies on the efforts of us all. How is Princess Lily? Good. I won't elaborate further. I will ensure that scoundrel Penn delivers the compensation to you. Farewell. As the call ended, Wayne's expression darkened visibly. Penn stood anxiously at the door, while Lafitte and Jiuan entered. They had intended to discuss certain matters with Wayne. But upon witnessing Wayne's foul demeanor and Penn's somewhat pallid visage, the two took their seats on the office sofa, eyes gleaming with a sense of schadenfreude as they prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Wayne was not inclined to concern himself with the duo engrossed in their entertainment. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon Peng, his expression as impassive as a glacier. Peng, daunted by Wayne's countenance, dared not meet his eyes, casting furtive glances while engrossed in counting ants. Gradually, the spectators lost their bravado, sensing that Wayne was genuinely incensed. At last, Wayne broke the silence, inquiring, "What exactly have you done?" I pursued the pirate Abu with a warship, but he managed to escape," Peng replied, evading the gravity of the situation. "Is that all?" "There was also some collateral damage," Peng murmured, his head bowed in trepidation. Bang! One struck the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Peng, exclaiming, "A trifling matter? How dare you? The entire dock, yes, the whole dock has been ravaged by you. Even King Dean of the Oak Kingdom has come to me with grievances. Bravo, truly admirable. You could have apprehended someone, yet you failed to capture even a single soul. I am left without a worthy excuse. Where am I to place this face of mine? Speak up." Wayne took a sip of water. Yet the anger within him refused to subside. The sight of Peng's uniquely expressive face ignited his fury further. Pointing a finger at Peng, Wayne articulated each word with precision, his tone rising with each syllable until, at last, he erupted in a roar. 3 days. I grant you 3 days. If you fail to capture Abu within this time, you shall be subjected to the most humiliating fate. Wayne hurled the cup he held to the ground. Pointing an accusing finger at Penn, aware that their superior was in a foul mood, Penn retreated, tucking his neck in. The spectators, Jiuan and Lafitte, followed suit, unwilling to provoke Wayne's ire. After taking several deep breaths, Wayne finally managed to quell the tempest of anger within him. Initially, he had presumed that King Dean's call would be a commendation for the Navy, but to his dismay, it turned out to be a formal complaint against them. Wayne, who had been grinning broadly, first felt a wave of embarrassment, then a surge of fury, and ultimately a pang of sorrow. The reconstruction of the dock would require at least several $100 million Bailey, and a significant portion of the recently acquired subsidies would now be spent. Alas, must the G-12 branch under my leadership remain impoverished? Wayne could not help but feel troubled. Ever since his arrival at the branch, he had been living frugally. In the past 2 years, the branch had never been prosperous. He had initially hoped that the subsidy would allow for a more comfortable existence. But who could have anticipated that Peng would concoct such a predicament? Rubbing his face, Wayne resolved to regain his composure. As a naval officer, how could he succumb to despair? Paths are forged by those who tread upon them, and surely there must be a way to generate funds. Returning to his chair, Wayne picked up a document, finding solace in the act of reviewing papers to alleviate his inner turmoil. He recalled that today marked the official unveiling of the three great admirals to the public, though it was regrettable that he still had a year to wait before his promotion to vice admiral. In a fit of distraction, Wien recalled the words of his mentor, Zephyr, during their telephone conversation the previous day. The essence of Zephyr's message was for him to vigorously promote the Navy in the West Sea following the elevation of the three admirals, to dissuade certain individuals from harboring thoughts of piracy and to stem the tide of youthful aspirations towards such a path from its very roots. A year hence, when he ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, Peng En, Lafitte, and Ji Yuan would all return to headquarters for promotions as well, as their 2-year assignment was nearing its conclusion. The 9 elite cadets from the naval training camp would also return to headquarters to undertake new missions. Zephyr had also entrusted the G-12 branch to Colonel Silly before his departure, urging him to cleanse the West Sea once more. As Wien contemplated the reassembly of his old classmates, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Just as he was still berating Peng En, the naval headquarters was hosting the largest award ceremony in its history. Half of the headquarters was filled with journalists from various locales, dignitaries, and influential figures from across the land. Among them, the most eccentric was an oversized bird, donning a top hat and a suit, seated upright in its designated spot. This was none other than Morgans, the renowned journalist from the World Economy News Agency. What a grand spectacle it was. Seated in his chair, Morgans cast a glance at the distinguished figures occupying the special seats behind the award ceremony platform, reflecting inwardly on the undeniable supremacy of the Navy as the most formidable force in the world. The tea gatherings hosted by the matriarch typically attract lesser-known titans of the underworld, individuals with influence, yet lacking widespread recognition, unlike these eminent dignitaries. Among them were the warlords of the sea, the newly appointed king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, the warden and chief guard of the underwater prison, along with the CP's commanding officer, and even a member of the illustrious Gorosei, whose status is unparalleled. In addition to these notable figures, there were over a dozen kings and numerous important ministers from various nations. Soon, the awards ceremony commenced. As Sengoku adorned the chests of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan with medals representing the rank of admiral, the assembled Navy personnel erupted in a chorus of cheers while the audience applauded in affirmation. However, Morgans observed a slight stiffness in the expressions of the Gorosei, which quickly softened into sincere accolades for the Navy. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, under Sengoku's directive, the three admirals showcased their formidable prowess, resulting in the Navy headquarters losing 3 small mountains. Journalists fervently clicked their cameras, capturing this astonishing spectacle, each one mentally crafting their news articles. The countenance of the CP's commanding officer resembled the bottom of a pot, grim and ashen. Standing before the camera, Sengoku declared with unwavering conviction, "Our Navy is dedicated to maintaining world peace. Trust in us, for as long as we are here. The safety of these seas rests in our capable hands." Sengoku, exuding an imposing presence before the three admirals, instilled in all present a sense of the Navy's invincibility. Chapter 82. The onset of calamity. After the conclusion of the award ceremony, Sengoku returned to his office, his earlier vigor dissipated, replaced by a furrowed brow as he pressed his forehead in distress. The Navy's funding would undoubtedly face severe cuts, yet without demonstrating strength. How could they intimidate pirates and quell the unrest of those in the New World? The significant smiles of the Gorosei and the bulging veins on the CP commander's forehead during the ceremony had already painted a grim picture of the Navy's future in Sengoku's mind. The burdens weigh heavily, Sengoku lamented, clutching his head in despair. Why must there be so many issues to contend with? Sigh. Sengoku pinched his brow. Now he could only rely on the young Wayne's subordinate, Pin. If he could capture Rope, perhaps the Navy's financial crisis would be resolved. However, Sengoku's demonstration to the entire world had indeed produced an extraordinary effect. Under the deterrence of the 3 highest combat powers, pirates across both the 4 seas and the Grand Line began to lower their flags and rest, preparing to rise again once this wave had passed. In the New World, however, the news of the 3 admirals was met with scorn. They dismissed the so-called 3 admirals as mere embellishments by the Navy to enhance their own reputation. Unless there was concrete evidence, these pirates would not believe it, but out of caution, they still restrained themselves somewhat. At this moment, Pin, who was greatly trusted by Sengoku, was honing his skills with armament hockey and a piece of iron, as reliable intelligence indicated that after witnessing the terrifying unity of the Navy and the civilians, Up had sailed through the upside-down mountain into the Grand Line aboard a stolen ship. Pin had grown despondent, not to mention 3 days. Even 3 months might not suffice to capture him. Now, all he could do was practice diligently, as he had already turned back. Who knew how Wayne would punish him? Was he really destined to go to the Sabaody archipelago to face humiliation? Pin felt a dark cloud looming over his future. While Pin pondered his life choices, a smoke-emitting vessel bearing the O'Hara flag was spotted by the Navy. Report to Colonel Pin. What's the matter? We have sighted a damaged O'Hara ship. They seem to require our assistance. Then go help them. The O'Hara scholars aboard the smoking ship were brought onto the Navy warship, and upon boarding, they repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Hearing the commotion, Pin momentarily ceased his contemplation and stepped out to greet the O'Hara scholars, who were tightly clutching 2 thick rolls of parchment. Thank you so much, one scholar wearing a tall hat said. We were attacked, and our ship was struck by cannon fire from those individuals. Fortunately, a Sea King surfaced and blew them away, or we would have been finished. After speaking, a darker-skinned scholar nodded in agreement. Pin, curious, glanced at the parchment they were holding and inquired, why were those people pursuing you? We don't know. The 2 scholars shook their heads. Then what are you holding? The truth. The truth? What truth? The truth of this world. A glimmer of excitement shone in the eyes of the darker-skinned scholar, while the tall-hatted scholar shook his head at him. Realizing something, the darker scholar fell silent. Do you know who they are? The warship gradually accelerated, changing direction towards O'Hara. We do not know. 2 scholars were equally perplexed. They had prominently displayed the banner of O'Hara, hoping that their opponents would show leniency out of respect for its name. To their astonishment, the sight of the O'Hara flag seemed to incite even fiercer aggression from their adversaries. Pin, too, was bewildered. After all, O'Hara was a revered sanctuary for scholars, and it was rare for anyone to disregard its esteemed reputation, wherever one might be. The underachievers invariably felt a modicum of inferiority and respect in the presence of the academic elite. Nevertheless, Pin decided to dismiss his concerns and told the 2 scholars, allow me to escort you back. I extend my gratitude to you both. G-12 Division. Bang. Vane wore a grim expression, having already snapped the pin in his grasp. It had been an entire week, and it seemed that Peng was feeling rather bold, daring to evade him. You can run, but you cannot hide, he thought, simmering with anticipation of how he would deal with Peng upon his return. While Vane ruminated in his mind, Peng's warship had already returned from O'Hara. The surrounding Navy urged Peng to hasten to meet Vane. Recalling Vane's furious demeanor, Peng hesitated and timidly entered the office. Upon entering, he beheld Vane toying with 2 broken pins, and in that moment, Peng could almost envision his own grim fate. Speak, Vane commanded, fixing his gaze upon Peng. What on earth have you been up to this past week? Peng stammered, collecting his thoughts. I was on the verge of capturing Abu. Really? I was about to seize him. However, I encountered an obstacle. Between the people and Abu, I resolutely chose the people. Peng declared passionately. This is the truth. I encountered a scholar from O'Hara who was being pursued. Who? Vane's demeanor shifted to one of alertness at the mention of O'Hara, pursuit, and scholar. Continue. Realizing he had captured Vane's attention, Peng hurriedly recounted the events with vivid detail, swearing that everything he said was indeed true. From Peng's narrative, Vane could unmistakably sense the brewing storm ahead. Once Peng finished, he stood aside, refraining from disturbing Vane's contemplation. Wayne lifted his gaze to the somewhat anxious Pin, letting out a sigh within. All right, you may leave, but this will not happen again. I will deduct a year's salary from you. Moreover, Abu has long departed from the West Sea. The information you can acquire is accessible to me as well. Now, be gone. I'll take my leave then. Before Pin could finish his words, he dashed away, fearing a change of heart from Wayne. O'Hara, the truth of the world, inexplicable pursuers, brown paper, scholars. These terms swirled incessantly in Wayne's mind until only one sentence remained. This O'Hara is doomed. It seemed that even though several years had passed, O'Hara's reckless actions had finally come to light. The assailants targeting the scholars of O'Hara were most likely affiliated with the CP organization under the world government. How long had the West Sea known peace? It was about to be engulfed in turmoil once more. Contemplating the terrifying lineup of the Demon Slayer Order, Wayne felt a profound sense of shock from the depths of his being. While the Demon Slayer Order might hold little sway over true powerhouses for various factions, it was undoubtedly akin to a decree from the King of Hell. With this thought, Wayne retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. Hello? Is this Drago? It's the chief. Drago's surprised voice resonated. It has been quite some time since we last spoke. The transponder snail transformed into Ween's likeness, complete with large eyes and a tiny naval hat. Drago, the transponder snail, intoned gravely, "Serious matters have arisen." "What?" Drago initially struggled to comprehend, but soon regained his senses, inquiring, "Chief, what has happened?" Ween then meticulously conveyed his deductions regarding O'Hara. "Impossible," Drago expressed disbelief. "How could the world government deploy the Demon Slayer order? That's outrageous. Wouldn't that mean they intend to eliminate over 100,000 people in O'Hara?" "Huh? Over 100,000? Wake up, Drago. The events chronicled in history are sufficient to shake the foundations of the world government. Don't be naive. Even if it were hundreds of thousands, the world government would not hesitate." The transponder snail scoffed. "Sigh." Drago let out a despondent sigh, grappling with the education he had received throughout his life. "Should I head to O'Hara now to notify them? Perhaps we could save some lives. I called you for this very purpose. The people of O'Hara can assist in managing the liberated nations in the future, and we can have them help us establish our own newspaper." "Very well, I will dispatch someone immediately," Drago exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Wait, you will go yourself." "Why?" "O'Hara is undoubtedly under CP surveillance now. Your subordinates may falter. And as for that Ivankov, let us not delve into that. Just go yourself." "Indeed. I shall prepare immediately." After Dolai concluded the call, he exited to make the necessary arrangements. Commander's office of the G12 division. Vane carefully stored the transponder snail and strolled to the window. The demon extermination order represented the Navy's renewed intimidation towards this world, a grim reminder. With the lives of over 100,000 at stake, warning humanity against challenging the limits set by the world government. The question remained as to how many individuals Dragon could persuade, yet it seemed inevitable that the majority would perish. The world government would not permit their escape. The annihilation of O'Hara was a foregone conclusion, contingent solely upon Dragon's ability to rally support. As anticipated, upon the return of the CP agents, who had been cast aside by the Sea Kings, they discovered that the scholars of O'Hara had vanished. They promptly returned to Mariewa to report their findings to the 5 elders. In Mariewa, where the 5 elders congregated, a palpable aura of dread enveloped them. The first elder, garbed in a black suit, with a head of white curls and a bushy white beard, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, spoke first. Who would have thought that yet another would dare to seek the secrets of this world? Another elder, clad in a deep blue suit with long, straight white hair and an impressive beard, remarked, "It seems Roger's death has not sufficiently instilled fear in them." A third elder, dressed in a deep red suit without a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, and a scar across his chest, interjected, "O'Hara. It appears the identity of the scholar's sanctuary has eroded their necessary reverence. It is time for the world to once again witness the consequences of challenging the limits of the world government." The fourth elder, in a dark green suit, balding with 2 prominent tufts of hair resembling a mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, added his voice. Finally, the elder seated in the center, adorned in a white robe, bald and bespectacled, the only one among the 5 elders not in a suit or with a beard, wielding a blade reminiscent of Zoro's Enma, declared, "Activate the demon extermination order." Its establishment was precisely to intimidate those who defy authority. Contact Sengoku and initiate the order. Target, O'Hara. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku set down the transponder snail, his face betraying a mix of confusion and shock. "Come in," he called out. "Admiral Sengoku, what are your orders?" "Gather all officers of Rear Admiral rank and above present at headquarters for an emergency meeting." The announcement of the demon extermination order from the world government sent shockwaves through all ranks, as the mobilization of 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 10,000 elite marines, and 10 top-tier warships to erase an island from the map was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The last individual to receive such treatment was a man named Barrett. Why? Why must we annihilate O'Hara? It is renowned as the sanctuary of scholars. One vice admiral shouted in outrage. "I cannot accept such an order that calls for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents," Kazan declared, crossing his arms, his icy gaze surveying the room as if to warn others. "Since O'Hara has dared to defy the taboos of this world, for the sake of absolute justice, the Navy must eradicate them with unyielding force." Sakazuki possesses his own perspective. In his view, once O'Hara achieves any significant results, it poses a threat to global stability. O'Hara must be eradicated. All eyes turned towards the manicuring Borsalino. The 3 admirals had spoken, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain silent. "Oh dear, this world is indeed perilous." Borsalino raised his hands, indicating his absolute refusal to partake in this matter. For the eradication of O'Hara contradicted the doctrine of moderation he consistently upheld. Sengoku, scratching his head, observed that Zifa, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru remained silent. Recognizing that the world now belonged to the younger generation, the remnants of the old era should speak less. Garp and the others were acutely aware of the weight the world government placed on historical narratives. Individuals like Roger, Rox, and others who sought to undermine its authority invariably met with grim fates. Garp discerned that although these youths rallied with enthusiasm, none genuinely wished to engage. Sakazuki, however, seemed intent, yet Garp feared that should Sakazuki proceed, O'Hara might not survive the encounter. Sengoku hesitated briefly before directing his gaze slowly towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki, you shall lead the mission. Sakazuki rose and affirmed yes. However, I do not require the company of the weak. True justice is ruthless. I only need to bring along Jinbe and Doberman. Sakazuki glanced at the hesitant Navy officers, who appeared to silently plead for exclusion, and disdainfully remarked. The mocked Navy personnel bore expressions of indignation, yet inwardly they felt a sense of relief. The slaughter of O'Hara was indeed a severe test of their sense of justice. Since they could not obstruct it, they would refrain from involvement. With a scoff, Sakazuki turned and departed, with Doberman and Jinbe following closely, exuding an aura of menace. An hour later, nearly 10,000 elite Navy personnel boarded 10 top-tier warships, setting sail towards O'Hara. Chapter 84. Following one's heart West Sea, G12 branch. I understand, Teacher Zifa. There is no need for your counsel. I possess enough self-awareness in this regard. Yes, I will not act impulsively. All right, farewell. Wayne set down the telephone book. The day had finally arrived, but instead of 5 lieutenant generals, it was a full general who had come directly. Vane's countenance was somewhat grim. To speak candidly, despite his assertions that he would disregard O'Hara and focus solely on the capable individuals, the reality of the situation left him feeling uneasy and guilty. In plain terms, he harbored a tinge of regret. Upon the route to O'Hara from the Land of Flowers, Dracul Mihawk stood aboard a grand vessel, flanked by Ivankov and Lightning, with 4 additional ships following closely behind. These were the vessels he could muster at present. Although Vane had instructed Dracul to recruit only from O'Hara, Dracul's former allegiance to the Navy still lingered. He could not bear to abandon the masses of O'Hara. Dracul, is it wise for us to contravene the leader's directives? We have taken in the refugees from O'Hara, and this matter will inevitably come to light. It poses a significant risk. Ivankov expressed with concern. Not to worry. If we cannot even save the innocent citizens of O'Hara, how many will still place their trust in us? Dracul articulated his resolve. At that moment, the snail phone that Dracul had specifically linked to Vane began to ring. Dracul, you must exert every effort to save lives. The Navy has a formidable ally of mine who will intercept. Remember, this should buy us half a day's time. The voice on the other end conveyed urgently before the snail phone fell silent. See, the leader remains concerned for the populace, Dracul remarked, waving the snail phone in front of Ivankov. All right, I understand. Let us depart swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to expand the new humanity, Ivankov replied. Dismissing Dracul's jibe, his own spirits lifted. Under Dracul's command, the 5 grand ships rapidly accelerated toward O'Hara. Vane paced back and forth in the office, contemplating that the naval fleet could traverse the windless zone, where internal naval routes also existed. We meticulously examined the nautical chart affixed to the wall, then focused his attention on the juncture of the West Sea and the Grand Line. After greeting Captain Jiuan and Colonel Siri, Wayne, under the pretense of deep-sea repairs, enveloped himself in a protective membrane and leaped into the ocean. The submarine surged forth with remarkable speed, resembling a streamlined entity, heading towards the naval fleet's entry point into the West Sea. On the Grand Line, 10 top-tier warships, meticulously crafted by the 7 seas, advanced ominously towards O'Hara in the West Sea. Any pirates encountered along the way were met with a barrage that left no room for hesitation, swiftly concluding the skirmishes. The beleaguered Sakazuki, akin to a grim specter, pressed onward without a backward glance. Doberman felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The slaughter of innocents seemed an uncharacteristic act for the Navy. Ghost Spider, Doberman tugged at Ghost Spider's sleeve. I can't shake the feeling that this is wrong. I could care less about how many pirates I slay, but these civilians. Sigh. Now I've been dragged into this by Admiral Sakazuki. We must simply obey orders, Ghost Spider replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. As the old chief once said, a soldier's duty is to follow commands. We have no authority to question the higher-ups. He continued, when we encounter any refugee vessels, let us turn a blind eye. Doberman found merit in this sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was clearly heard by Sakazuki, who sat in the captain's quarters. Still so young, he mused. To challenge the world's peace at O'Hara. The only solution is their complete annihilation. What does it matter if the truth of history becomes known? The resulting chaos only harms the people. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, igniting it with the dark crimson tip of his magma-infused finger, savoring a deep draw before exhaling rings of smoke. Any threat to this world must be eradicated without mercy. The mistakes of Master Zephyr shall never be repeated under my command. Not far beneath the fleet, Wing gazed at the distant ships with a throbbing headache. They were all allies. He could not afford to strike too harshly. Yet he needed to find a way to halt the fleet's advance. At that moment, a faint whirlpool of current appeared before him. A solution has presented itself. A small vortex emerged before the fleet, initially overlooked by all, as they mistook it for a common whirlpool on the sea's surface. However, as the vortex expanded, threatening to impede the fleet's progress, a sense of unease washed over everyone. Dragon anchored the grand vessel not far from O'Hara, then ventured alone into the heart of the island. The long-anticipated O'Hara incident had indeed wrought some changes. Admiral Saul, who would typically have warned O'Hara, had been summoned by Vice Admiral Garp to the G1 branch to guard the New World. Garp, recognizing Saul's kind heart, deemed him unfit to witness the darker aspects of the Navy, thus assigning him to the New World for his own development. Yet, it was Dragon who arrived. Guided by Vane's counsel, Dr. Clover, you must trust me. The world government's extermination order is en route. We must evacuate immediately. Our people are doing everything possible to intercept the Navy, Dragon urged earnestly. The aged Dr. Clover shook his head, unable to fathom that the world government could commit such heinous acts. Impossible. We at O'Hara are merely researching history. We are not pirates. What are your true intentions towards us? He questioned, regarding Dragon with a wary gaze. Dragon felt a surge of urgency, yet was restrained from resorting to violence. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps you could inquire with the world government yourself. Then you will know the truth, he suggested. Dr. Clover, examining Dragon's fierce yet sincere visage, found himself wavering, uncertain whether this hesitation stemmed from Dragon's intimidating appearance or his earnest words. As the most renowned scholarly sanctuary in the world, O'Hara could indeed reach out to the Gorosei. Dr. Clover procured a den mushi. Hello? Is this the Gorosei? Oh, Dr. Clover. The den mushi transformed into the image of a bald man with a prominent mustache. O'Hara is to be destroyed? Dr. Clover's voice trembled. Silence enveloped the other end for a moment before the mustached elder spoke. If you relinquish your research on the true history, incinerate all your findings, and submit to the world government's control, we may consider sparing you. The Navy set sail yesterday. They should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, Dr. Clover felt his strength wane, and Dragon rushed to support him. Though shaken, Dr. Clover stood firm, insisting, no. It is our mission at O'Hara to reveal the truth to the world. Every scholar must pursue their research. It is in our nature and cannot be erased. As long as a single scholar remains, O'Hara shall endure eternally. This is a spirit. This is a belief. The Demon Slayer order is on its way, and Dr. Clover seems unconcerned. As for Dorag allowing them to flee, it is laughable. With the Demon Slayer order approaching, where could they possibly escape to? The nearest flower country lies nearly half a day's journey away. Half a day? The Navy would surely have arrived by then. Despite his advanced age, Dr. Clover still possesses considerable strength. In a fit of frustration, he forcefully hurled the snail phone to the ground, and the poor creature met its demise with wide-open eyes. DDDR. Clover. Dorag spoke softly, gazing at the despondent elder. Dr. Clover cast a glance, but remained silent. Dr. Clover? Dorag called out again. Doctor. Clover shot him another look, finding the man rather bothersome. Could he not allow the elderly gentleman to enjoy the final rays of his life? At that moment, Dr. Clover appeared to have reached a state of enlightenment, letting go of all burdens. Just as he felt he was about to ascend to a higher realm, Dr. Clover. Dorag's voice jolted him back to reality. What is it? Can't you grant a dying old man a moment of peace? Dr. Clover glared at Dorag. We, the Revolutionary Army, have prepared 5 large ships to rescue you. You must notify everyone at once. O'Hara has numerous vessels. Let as many as possible escape, Dorag suggested. The Navy is on its way. The ships from O'Hara would merely serve as targets on the sea, Dr. Clover despaired, having resigned himself to accompany the all-knowing tree with his life. We have people who can intercept the Navy, Dorag declared proudly, and can hold them back for half a day. Dr. Clover and the surrounding scholars exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe Dorag's words. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Clover urgently called out to the other scholars, Go, go, go! Hurry! Notify everyone. Time is of the essence. Quickly. Understood. Regaining their composure, the scholars excitedly rushed out to prepare. Dr. Clover turned to Dorag and said, Thank you truly. May I inquire about the Revolutionary Army? Dr. Clover was not yet well acquainted with this faction. We, the Revolutionary Army, are an organization led by our great leader with the aim of overthrowing the world government, dedicated to providing a better life for the people. The flower country serves as our base, Dorag enthusiastically explained. Oh, what abilities does your so-called leader possess? Dr. Clover felt a stirring within him. He was well aware of the prosperous lives of the citizens of O'Hara. Subsequently, Dorag meticulously recounted the various systems and policies that Wayne had described to him. While the common folk of O'Hara might escape the clutches of pursuit, the scholars would undoubtedly face dire consequences. One by one, they would be eliminated without mercy. As Dr. Clover listened intently to Dorag's descriptions, his eyes sparkled with excitement at such brilliant ideas. Your leader must be a remarkable and wise individual. It would be a privilege to engage in meaningful discourse with someone of such caliber. Dr. Clover was genuinely in awe of Wayne. Ha ha ha. There will be an opportunity, Dorag remarked. Now, I shall bring the large ship anchored on the outskirts of O'Hara into port. Please, gather the materials from the Tree of Knowledge as swiftly as possible. Thank you so much. Dr. Clover expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. We will be allies moving forward, right? Dr. Clover? Dorag suddenly turned back at the entrance of the Tree of Knowledge and said. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Clover replied, Indeed, we shall be like family. Wonderful. Dorag smiled widely before returning to arrange the docking of the ship. Dr. Clover lingered at the entrance for a considerable time, his gaze filled with confusion and trepidation towards the unknown. When a scholar inquired about how to organize the books from the Tree of Knowledge, he transformed back into the composed and sagacious elder scholar he was known to be, one step at a time. In the turbulent waters of the upside-down sea, 10 warships were ensnared by a powerful whirlpool conjured by Wayne's underwater barrier propellers. The whirlpool was formidable, entangling the ships while inflicting minimal damage. The sailors aboard the warships recognized this. However, due to the nature of their mission, everyone moved languidly, displaying no urgency, creating an eerie balance with Wayne. Sakazuki was quite displeased with the Navy's demeanor. Upon reaching O'Hara, he would undoubtedly show no mercy, yet being obstructed in their path was unacceptable. Initially, Sakazuki ordered the helmsman to steer the ship away from the whirlpool, but no matter where the warship sailed, the whirlpool followed closely. It soon became evident that someone was deliberately blocking their way. Damn it! Sakazuki glared at the sea, his observation haki probing deeper, seeking to uncover what lay in their path. At that moment, a presence, slightly weaker than his own observation haki, intercepted his inquiry. Through their connection, Sakazuki deduced that the opponent had yet to take a crucial step, but they were certainly formidable. Bring me a cannonball, Sakazuki commanded, extending a hand towards the gunner. Huh? Oh yes. The artilleryman quickly grasped the situation and retrieved a shell from the ammunition box, handing it to Sakazuki. Taking hold of the shell, Sakazuki, with a tentative force, hurled it towards the recently explored area. Boom. A deep, resonant explosion reverberated. Chapter 86. Interception. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. There was no discernible reaction. Let us try a few more. He gestured to the artillerymen for additional shells. Hey! Receiving the shells, Sakazuki launched several more into the sea. Boom, 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 boom. A few small glimmers appeared on the seabed, yet still, there was no response. Damn it! Sakazuki cursed inwardly. The adversary concealed in the depths of the ocean was truly insufferable. The magma fruit was utterly ineffective in the water. Who are you, exactly? Sakazuki bellowed, his patience nearly exhausted after 2 long hours. Proclaiming justice, the Navy opens its eyes. I am Shafurin. A hoarse, yet silent voice echoed from the depths of the sea. Shafurin, what audacity! Sakazuki challenged. Why do you obstruct the Navy? Vane, beneath the ocean's depths, remarked, I disapprove of your Navy's actions this time, and as entrusted, I must intercept you here. What if I must proceed? Sakazuki retorted, as the molten lava began to bubble ominously upon him. Then, by all means, give it a try. Vane threatened, unleashing a colossal jet of water from the sea. Humph! A fiery spectacle. A fist of magma surged forward as the lava and seawater clashed, releasing a scalding vapor that inflicted burns upon several individuals. Quickly, medics. There are injuries here. The commotion behind them failed to capture the attention of Sakaski and Vane. Cowering in the depths, do you dare to face me? Sakaski fumed. Dare? Would you descend to confront me? Vane countered. You. Sakaski felt enlightened today, having never encountered such unabashed audacity. Thus, one stood upon the ocean's surface while the other lurked beneath, exchanging barbs across the vast expanse. Regrettably, the traditional Navy man Sakaski found himself outmatched by the modernity of Vane's wit. You? Me? What of it? Do you wish to pay homage to your father? Oh, dear, there's no need for such antics. Just wait. I shall ensure your utter destruction. Is that all you can utter? A person like you ought to return home for a warm bottle. Oh, Shafulin, I shall remember you. Heh. I hardly recall having a son such as you would do well to find a suitable spot for your business. In a rare moment of catharsis, Wayne expunged the accumulation of negative emotions that had been weighing upon him. The burdens of financial constraints, the embarrassment experienced in the Oak Kingdom, and the troubles associated with O'Hara had all dissipated from his consciousness. Having tidied his sentiments, Wayne resolved to create several disposable accounts in the future, allowing for both the release of pent-up frustration and an opportunity to vex the world government. After venting his grievances, Wayne ceased his tirade, permitting Sakazuki to roar in indignation. He would ensure that any naval vessels attempting to depart would be immobilized by adjusting the whirlpool with his barrier propellers. At present, O'Hara remained engulfed in chaos. Upon the announcement of the Navy's demon-slaying order, the residents of O'Hara scrambled for boats, plunging the port into disarray. Some individuals naively believed that the world government would refrain from such actions and took advantage of the turmoil to engage in looting. Dr. Clover had long since grown disillusioned with these troublemakers, cowardly, inept, ignorant, and self-righteous. If they wished to remain in O'Hara, so be it. The scholars had their own predicaments to contend with and could scarcely afford to concern themselves with the likes of them. The looters further contributed to the disarray of the port, yet gradually, some individuals began to restore order. It became increasingly apparent to all that the overcrowding offered no escape, prompting a more organized approach to boarding the vessels. Dragon dispatched 3 large ships to the harbor to accept refugees, while 2 others were designated for the transportation of books and scholars from the Tree of All-Knowing. On the other side, Wine mentally counted the moments, estimating that half a day had passed. Observing the completely darkened expression of Sakazuki, Wine felt that if he delayed just a bit longer, Sakazuki might resort to a desperate act of mutual destruction. Indeed, the Navy, being the largest force in the world, was truly fearsome. Very well, if it must be so, I shall take my leave. With that, Wine fled, and the vortex entangling the warships gradually dissipated, leaving 10 vessels idle upon the sea. Admiral Sakazuki, shall we proceed to O'Hara? Ghost Spider asked, forcing the words out. Sakazuki lowered his gaze, fixating on Ghost Spider until the latter felt a chill creeping up his spine. At last, Sakazuki uttered a single word, go. Ghost Spider wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried down to relay the orders to his subordinates. As Dr. Clover and his companions rushed to transport and prepare when the Navy ships arrived. Aside from those who were stranded on the island and those misguided souls who believed the world government would refrain from implementing the extermination order, O'Hara had dwindled to a mere handful. The Tree of Knowledge stood desolate. Even to the naked eye, it was evident that O'Hara was abandoned. Open fire. Sakazuki commanded his men, his patience thoroughly exhausted. Meteor volcano, he proclaimed, raising both hands. Fiery fists of molten rock surged into the sky, transforming the air above O'Hara into a dark crimson hue. Gigantic magma fists, magnified tenfold, combined their might with the cannon fire from the warships. In less than an hour, O'Hara sank beneath the waves, on a small vessel at a distance. Dr. Clover gazed at the fallen Tree of Knowledge and the slowly submerging O'Hara, tears involuntarily welling in his eyes. Ha ha ha, forgive me for my sentimentality. One grows old and becomes more prone to such emotions. Lord Dragon, I apologize for this display, Dr. Clover continued. I am truly grateful to have been able to accompany O'Hara on its final journey. Dragon shook his head, understanding Dr. Clover's sentiments. When he departed from the Navy headquarters years ago, he too had made a complete farewell to all corners of the base. Let us go to the land of flowers, where we shall strive together, for the sake of this world. Ha ha ha, Your words ignite a fire within me, making me feel rejuvenated, Dragon exclaimed. Really? Might Dr. Clover take on the role of chief editor for our upcoming publication, the Dawn Daily? Not a problem, rest assured. I shall promote it diligently. I have grown old. It is time for the younger generation to take charge of the historical narrative. Chapter 87. The bounty on Sakazuki Ohara has been erased by the world government. The news of Ohara's complete erasure from the map swiftly spread across the vast ocean, prompting numerous skeptics to embark on their own vessels to witness the sight of Ohara. Yet, all they encountered was an endless expanse of sea. The obliteration of Ohara rendered the ocean eerily silent, as if the world had suddenly entered a new epoch of peace. The Whitebeard pirates, ha ha ha. The world government remains as despicable as ever. What a pity. The scholars of Ohara even commanded my respect, Whitebeard remarked, taking a hearty swig of his drink with a sigh. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku held in his hands the world government's orders to hunt down the survivors of Ohara. He glanced down, then crumpled the document and tossed it into the trash. Humph. It's already a challenge to execute the extermination order, pursuing survivors? Where in this vast ocean shall I find them? Kazan, Garp, and Zifa sat together enjoying tea, appearing to be in good spirits. Tahaha. I can't fathom who managed to thwart a canoe at Reverse Mountain for so long. Garp laughed heartily, clearly amused by Akainu's misfortune. Indeed, although Akainu faced some adversity, the Navy's perception of him remains unchanged, Zifa commented. Had no one intervened, he would undoubtedly have annihilated Ohara. Slaughtering civilians would have led to widespread disapproval. At Sabaody Archipelago, in Shaki's bar, an elderly man with a scar over one eye, sporting glasses and hair of mixed yellow and white, sighed as he read the newspaper. Ohara? It seems the world government remains overly concerned with their so-called secrets. Yet, someone managed to intercept the Navy? How intriguing. Really, what are you looking at? A voluptuous woman with black hair entered the bar. Oh, it's Shaki. I was reading about the destruction of Ohara, Rayleigh replied, waving the newspaper. The Navy truly obliterated only the island of Ohara, for when they arrived, everyone had already fled, thanks to the intervention, Shaki chuckled, covering her mouth. Now, I imagine the world government is in quite a predicament, as all the prominent figures were, to varying degrees, aware of the situation in Ohara. None could help but find amusement in the world government's predicament. The extermination order indeed instilled fear among the lower-tier pirates. Yet anyone with a modicum of influence understood that the world government had been outmaneuvered this time. Don Quixote da Flamingo was among them. Ha ha, world government. You've finally met your match. Ha ha. Da Flamingo laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, delighted by any misstep of the world government. Da Flamingo. The beast pirates have arrived, Tori Pole announced, wiping his nose. Very well, I shall attend to them immediately. Today is truly delightful. He chuckled. Da Flamingo strode forth with an air of detachment. Amidst the tumultuous sea, the world government finally issued a bounty notice. The scholars of Ohara were each valued at 70 million berries, while Dr. Clover's bounty reached a staggering 100 million berries, with no regard for his fate. An unknown formidable entity, Shafurin, whose physique remains a mystery and whose voice is gravelly, possesses the suspected ability to manipulate water. Boasting a strength akin to that of a vice admiral, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, regardless of life or death. In the G12 branch commander's office of the West Sea, an exclamation escaped. Ah, it seems that esteemed individual has also been put on the wanted list. Wayne held the bounty notice in his hand, a smug expression gracing his face. Ha ha ha. To be sought after for a bounty of 1 billion berries on my first endeavor is truly remarkable. However, Wayne casually tossed the notice into the trash. The bounty concerned Shafurin and myself. Wayne, what business does Marcus have in this? Setting aside thoughts of Shafurin, Wayne realized that no matter how diligently he trained, his physical prowess could not expand further. He found himself unable to take that final step. Good day, Major Wayne. Indeed. Major Wayne, do you wish to train? Yes, indeed. As he walked, Wayne kept his head lowered, responding to the Navy while contemplating his own path. Seated cross-legged in his training space, Wayne extended his hand and conjured a small barrier. Wayne realized that he had seemingly veered off course. The true strength of the barrier fruit lay in its defensive capabilities rather than offensive ones. Engaging in techniques like the barrier blade or spiral sphere proved futile. What truly mattered was possessing a body impervious to damage. He contemplated the need to enhance the hardness, penetration ability, and solidity of the barrier. Only by achieving sufficient hardness and formidable defense could it transform into the most potent form of offense. Wayne mused to himself. The hardness was intrinsically linked to the enhancement of the physique. Although he faced limitations at present, compressing and solidifying the barrier would elevate its hardness. By augmenting the reinforced barrier upon himself, he could fortify his internal organs and meridians. He chuckled to himself. Karp's physique and the mastery of his armament hockey had reached an unparalleled zenith, yet who could deny that Karp's strikes were not painful? The Axe Emperor, Monkoth, expressed his dissent. Let us commence. Vane extended a finger, and the barrier gradually enveloped it, slowly seeping in. As the barrier penetrated his finger, Vane's brow began to furrow in discomfort. The pain was intense, and it seemed something was amiss. Shaking his hand, he retracted the barrier. Observing that the tip of his finger had already begun to swell and redden, he realized that he could not rashly allow the barrier to permeate his body at this moment. Instead, he must first focus on solidifying the barrier and restoring his vitality. He resolved to wait until he could master his body completely before contemplating the fusion of the barrier. Without hesitating, Vane settled cross-legged on the ground, entering a tranquil meditation, gradually attuning himself to every aspect of his being. As the entire ocean began to quiet down, a newspaper named Dawn Daily commenced its distribution throughout the West Sea. In the underground laboratory of the Flower Kingdom, Dolag entered the press office, inhaling the scent of ink, and observed Dr. Clover diligently writing. With a hint of a smile, he inquired, "Dr. Clover, how are the newspaper sales?" "Quite well," Dr. Clover replied, turning to Dolag. "Our Dawn Daily is currently featuring entertainment news and humorous tales. According to the chief's instructions, we will disseminate the newspaper widely. When it circulates throughout the ocean, it will be the moment our revolutionary army spreads its ideology." Dr. Clover hesitated briefly, but ultimately agreed with Dolag's reasoning. Rather than risk being discovered and suppressed by the world government now, it would be more advantageous to wait until the populace had become accustomed to Dawn Daily and the government could no longer effectively stifle it before revealing the Revolutionary Army's true intent. "Very well, I shall pin 1 or 2 articles then." Chapter 88. Restoration of Life. West Sea G12 branch meditation room in a steady rhythm of breathing. Vane closed his eyes, and the hair atop his head began to grow gradually. With deft control, the emerging strands coalesced into sharp spikes. Suddenly, a hair spike shot forth, piercing the wall of the meditation room and creating a small hole. Vane opened his eyes and gently exhaled, his hair gradually returning to its original state. He had essentially mastered 80% of his body. Clenching his fists, Vane felt a newfound clarity in his control over his physical form, along with an enhanced mastery of observation hockey. Unlike the likes of Big Mom and Kaido, who relied on innate talents to grow stronger, he could only strive to perfect his own physique. Rubbing his shoulders, Vane mused in a somewhat dejected manner. After 2 months of training, his mastery of life restoration had reached an impressive level, yet the path ahead grew increasingly challenging. To achieve a flawless control over life restoration, he estimated it would take him another 6 months. With a resolute spirit, he decided to proceed to the next exercise. Rising to his feet, Vane summoned a pale green barrier, a manifestation of 5 overlapping shields, its strength significantly elevated compared to the previously near-transparent one. The 39th session of 6 overlapping barriers commenced. As he observed intently, a transparent barrier slowly began to merge with the pale green one, its hue deepening gradually. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the transparent shield, prompting Vane to halt the fusion. He began to scrutinize the situation with his observation hockey. "Ah, so this is where the error lies. And here as well. Oh, and the force is uneven." While Vane diligently examined the fusion of his barriers, a figure holding a pot of soup appeared at the training room entrance. Hearing Vane's mutterings within, Ji-Yuan stood still at the door. Glancing down at the soup she had prepared for him, feeling somewhat disheartened, it seemed Vane would take quite a while to emerge. Just as she turned to leave, the door swung open, revealing Vane. "Ji-Yuan, is this for me?" He inquired at the entrance, his question betraying a hint of reluctance, and immediately regretted his directness. Ji-Yuan slowly turned, her cheeks flushed, presenting a charming visage that contrasted sharply with her usual battlefield demeanor, resembling a shy neighbor girl. Yes, I made it myself. Would you like to try it?" she stammered. "Well, since you put it that way, I shall not be polite." Vane seized the soup from her hands with unprecedented speed and swiftly closed the door. Ji-Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then her face brightened with an enchanting smile, surprised to see such a side of the West Sea's idol and liberator. the esteemed General Jingguan, with his ear tilted. Wayne listened to the distant sounds of the departing garden, then leaned against the door and took a generous sip of soup. Slurp, slurp. MMM. How delightful. Lost in ecstasy, he exclaimed with joy. After placing the bowl down and wiping his mouth, Wayne focused his mind to continue gathering the barrier. Under the commander's guidance, the entire branch embarked on a fervent pursuit of cultivation. Time flew by, and before one knew it, a year had effortlessly slipped away. Haha. Success. In the cultivation chamber, Wayne's thunderous laughter resonated, echoing throughout the entire branch. Wayne opened the door, and a vibrant emerald barrier materialized on his left hand. Composed of 15 overlapping shields, boasting a hardness exceeding that of transparent barriers by more than tenfold. Meanwhile, his right hand took on a more ominous aspect. As another hand sprouted from the palm of his right hand, a manifestation of Wayne's attainment of life restoration in its fullest form. He could now masterfully control every cell within his body. Amidst his joy, Wayne felt a tinge of curiosity. His talent for martial arts seemed excessively exceptional. Life restoration, renowned as one of the most formidable techniques in existence, had been grasped by him in just over a year, despite his already commendable physical attributes. It was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace it as a fortunate development. He ran his fingers through his hair, which had become somewhat disheveled, and with a mere thought, his locks returned to their original state. Subsequently, Wayne completely relaxed, causing the peculiar additional hand on his right to vanish, along with the barrier on his left hand. The news of Wayne's emergence from seclusion did not stir much commotion. The branch continued its relentless pursuit of pirates and fugitives, alongside suppressing various illicit enterprises. Within the confines of Lafitte's office, he perused a document detailing the number of pirates and slave traders apprehended this month. With swift strokes, he inscribed his thoughts onto the paper before placing it atop a growing stack of files. A sigh escaped him as he massaged his temples. Ever since Wayne embarked on his training, the troublesome elements of the West Sea had been eradicated by him, allowing Penn, Lafitte, and Gun to navigate the seas with unparalleled success, returning with bountiful rewards. The branch's prison was now overflowing with inmates. At that moment, Wayne entered, casting a glance at the beleaguered Lafitte and exclaimed, "Ahaha, it appears our dear officer is quite busy." Upon raising his head, Lafitte's eyes sparkled with remarkable intensity upon seeing Wayne. He then gathered the documents requiring Wayne's review and approached him with them. "Here." Wayne, somewhat bewildered, accepted the stack of files, unsure of Lafitte's intentions. This was a year's worth of personnel to be addressed, encompassing pirates, bandits, and numerous slave traders, all requiring your approval. Wayne gazed at the towering pile of documents, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Very well. Clutching the files, Wayne had initially intended to revel in Lafitte's misfortune, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making. Upon returning to his office, Wayne meticulously opened each document, scrutinizing its contents before inscribing his decisions. For those with valid grievances and minimal wrongdoing, he opted for detention. For petty thieves, he imposed fines or a sound thrashing. In stark contrast, for pirates and slave traders, Wayne's verdict was execution, with the bodies displayed as a grim warning. "Damn you, Lafitte. You are truly tormenting me." As Wayne perused the documents, he seethed with indignation, convinced that he should not be burdened with the trivialities of petty theft. Chapter 89, The Final Blight. It was yet another day of splendid weather. Vane reclined on a sun lounger by the seaside, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight, leisurely observing the distant whales surfacing for air. How delightful it was. He casually reached for a beer placed beside him, relishing the sweetness of such stolen moments amidst his busy life. After taking a hearty swig, he returned the bottle to its spot, closed his eyes, and adjusted the position of his lounger, preparing for a restful slumber. Suddenly, two naval officers, a dapper gentleman adorned with a top hat, and another clad in armor, bearing a large sword, obscured Vane's sunlight. Vane cracked open his eyes, and upon recognizing the intruders, languidly remarked, "Lafitte, Penn, what brings you here? You are blocking my sunshine. Do you still have the luxury to sunbathe? The peacekeeping efforts in the West Sea are at a critical juncture, and you remain indifferent," Lafitte retorted, visibly agitated. Penn, on the other hand, remained silent, merely having been dragged along by Lafitte, gazing enviously at Vane's carefree existence. "What is the fuss? Just greet the kings and deal with those nobles who unlawfully purchase and mistreat slaves. Surely, the kings would be pleased, once the nobles are out of the picture." Their lands and riches will rightfully belong to them. Vane casually remarked that during an era when nobles enjoyed considerable privileges, there existed profound conflicts between the king and the aristocracy. When a noble perished, the king might send someone to express condolences, only to eagerly seize all the noble's possessions afterward. In the case of a ruthless individual, he might forego mourning altogether and simply dispatch agents to confiscate assets, perhaps even resorting to extermination. However, what if those nobles refused to comply? It is essential to note that, legally, slaves could indeed exist. Lafayette hesitantly inquired, "But you see, this is where your understanding falters," Vane interjected. "Only slaves purchased at locations designated by the world government are deemed legal, and one must possess proper documentation. Engaging in private transactions involving the buying and selling of slaves is strictly illegal. In summary, eliminating them poses no issue." Pin chimed in, "Indeed, Lafayette. Both Vane and I were trained at the elite academy specifically to ensure we do not mistake the identities of slavers and those who purchase slaves." "I see." Lafayette nodded thoughtfully. If those nobles indeed had legal slaves, they would not resort to clandestine purchases. "Well, I see you pondering over there, and I was beginning to wonder what was on your mind." With that, Vane waved his hand and conjured two more barrier loungers. Handing a bottle of beer to both Lafayette and Penn, "Consider today a holiday. Let us take a moment to relax." With that, Vane reclined, basking in the warmth of the sun's rays. Lafayette shrugged, recognizing that a bit of relaxation was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. He settled into the lounger, opened a bottle of beer, and prepared to thoroughly enjoy a sun bath. Penn had already reclined and was sipping his drink while soaking up the sun when Vane conjured the loungers. Ah, the joys of life! The three men lay beneath the sun, gazing at the distant whales, as if witnessing their own fleeting youth. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable in their attire, they each removed their clothing, neatly folding it aside, leaving only their square-cut shorts. When Ji Yuan, who had come to find them, stumbled upon the sight of these three lounging men, he immediately retreated to fetch a camera used for capturing pirates, returning to snap a picture of Vane and the others. Such an embarrassing moment must be documented. Later, he could threaten them with it regarding their paperwork and naval training, huffing at their audacity to slack off. Holding the camera, Ji Yuan smugly contemplated. After a brief respite, Vane resumed his regular routine of training, dining, strategizing the apprehension of unlawful nobles, sleeping, and so forth. Eventually, on a particular day, Vane concluded his final phone call in his office. "As agreed, King Miller, we shall apprehend those unlawful nobles under your command. Moving forward, rest assured the Thorn Kingdom, will appropriately manage the ill-gotten gains and slaves left behind by the nobles. All slaves will be liberated, and we shall ensure that the nobles' ill-gotten wealth is utilized for the benefit of the people." King Miller suppressed the excitement within him, saying, "Hee, once your navy departs, all this wealth will belong to us. The slaves will be dispersed and assigned to various locations, thus providing both a population and riches." Ha ha ha, splendid. It was not just King Miller. All the monarchs whom Wayne had contacted shared the same sentiment. Nobility was merely a thorn in their sides. They only needed to issue a declaration, claiming it was at their behest that the navy dealt with the nobles, incurring no losses whatsoever. At that moment, the communication snail connecting Wayne and Zephyr began to ring. "Moshi Moshi, is this Teacher Zephyr?" "It is I, Zephyr." "Wayne, I called to inform you of a momentous piece of news." "What is it?" "You and your subordinates are about to return to headquarters for promotions. The West CG-12 branch will henceforth be entrusted to Colonel Silly, who will soon be promoted to the rank of captain," Zephyr said with a cheerful tone. "Is that so? Could it be postponed by a month?" Wayne was reluctant to depart just yet. "Why?" Zephyr inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Our operations against the West Sea nobility are about to commence. I cannot afford to let go now. They are the last remnants of a festering sore in the West Sea. Furthermore, I wish to train Silly to enhance his capabilities," Wayne explained. "Attacking the West Sea nobility? What about the world government?" Zephyr expressed his concerns. "Rest assured, I have already conferred with the kings of various nations. They will take responsibility for this. They will ensure everything is handled, for any mishap would reflect poorly on them," Wayne replied confidently. "As long as you are aware of it," Zephyr said with relief. "Very well. Fortunately, the news of your promotion to Vice Admiral has not been made public. I will inform Sengoku now." "All right, I shall hang up." In Zephyr's office, after terminating the communication, he excitedly raised his fist. Each conversation with Wayne brought him immense joy. especially when he heard of Wayne's plans to transform the West Sea into a peaceful haven. Ha ha ha, my son is truly remarkable, far surpassing me, ha ha ha. Zephyr's sense of accomplishment swelled, despite the fact that this son was still unaware of his paternal connection. Oh, right, I must promptly inform Sengoku. Once his excitement subsided, Zephyr recalled his obligation to seek out Sengoku. Chapter 90. Taking Action Marine Headquarters, Marineford O. Are you serious, Zephyr? Sengoku said, arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Seated on the sofa, Zephyr replied joyfully, indeed. Wayne has already conferred with the kings of various nations once the arrest warrants are issued. Wayne will immediately lead an operation against the nobility. I see. Sengoku nodded, but then suddenly remembered an important matter. Isn't this a private affair of the kingdom? Is it appropriate for the Navy to intervene like this? I have long anticipated your inquiry. Wayne has already divulged the reasons to me. Zephyr cast a disdainful glance at Sengoku, whose teeth clenched at the sight of such arrogance. Please, do enlighten us, Sengoku said, resigned. Hee. Zephyr first regarded Sengoku with a smug expression before elaborating. Those nobles wield considerable power within their respective nations. The king, acting rashly, would incite turmoil, thus, he refrains from action. Instead, they conspired with the Navy to strike a fatal blow and eliminate the nobles. Oh, I see, Sengoku responded, feigning astonishment. Haha. My son is quite impressive, isn't he? Zephyr laughed heartily. With a mysterious smile, Sengoku retorted, let us see when Wayne acknowledges you as his father. He is unaware of your existence, so I wonder when you will dare to speak the truth. At Sengoku's words, Zephyr's expression stiffened. Indeed, no matter how remarkable Wayne is, he remains merely a student in name, not a kin. No matter how pleased he felt, he could not boldly declare before all, this is my son. You will drown in paperwork, it will wear you out. Upon my retirement, I shall embrace my grandchildren like Garp, living joyfully. Zephyr shot a glare at Sengoku and walked away with a grimace. I want to perish from exhaustion. I'll outshine you in leisure upon retirement, Sengoku thought, handing a worthless document to his pet goat, watching it swallow the paper whole. Goodness, can't the pirates of the New World find some peace? Sengoku frowned deeply, confronted by news of the beast pirates clashing with the Whitebeard pirates. That calamity, Kaido, truly vexes me. Why hasn't Whitebeard dispatched him with a single blow? Leaving this world to suffer? After conferring with Zephyr, Wayne resolved to provide Colonel Siri with rigorous training. Reporting, Commander Wayne. Colonel Siri has arrived. Siri entered Wayne's office, speaking with utmost seriousness. Have a seat. Wayne gestured for him to sit. Recently, the pace of our branch has accelerated, and the cleansing campaign in the West Sea is nearing its conclusion. I presume you have inferred something as well, Wayne remarked. Colonel Siri gazed at Wayne. His eyes reddened with reluctance, and said, I understand, Major Wayne, you are about to depart from here. Seeing Siri on the verge of tears left Wayne speechless. His emotional resilience seemed rather fragile. Or perhaps the psyche of individuals in this pirate world is inherently peculiar, with expressions of profound sorrow and exuberant joy prevalent everywhere. Just know this. Zephyr has already informed me that in a month, we shall leave, and this branch will be entrusted to you, Wayne encouraged. But I don't believe I am capable. I should be. Colonel Siri began. I know you feel inadequate, Wayne interrupted. Huh. Colonel Siri was somewhat bewildered. At this moment, shouldn't Wayne be encouraging him, affirming his capabilities? Why was he so direct? Huh? What do you mean? Siri thought. He was well aware that he was currently lacking, so he believed it was time for him to undergo specialized training. Then, I must trouble you, Commander Wayne. Colonel Siri exclaimed with enthusiasm, convinced that with such a formidable mentor, his abilities would surely soar. All right, let's not hesitate. We shall head to the training ground now. For the next month, you will train under my guidance. I will make time to instruct you properly, Wayne declared as he rose from his chair. Thank you for your efforts. Siri responded eagerly. Ha ha ha, don't mention it. You must ensure the safety and peace of the West Sea from now on. Yes, I shall risk my life to prevent the West Sea from ever falling into darkness again. Good, do not let me down. Wayne nodded and promptly headed towards the training ground, with Colonel Siri obediently following in his wake. The training ground awaited them. Vane stood at the center of the arena, beckoning to Colonel Siri, come forth, unleash your mightiest technique. Colonel Siri removed his cloak, shook out his limbs, and raised his fists, assuming a combat stance. Come on, I am ready. With a slight bend of his knees, Colonel Siri propelled himself off the ground. The gun was aimed with precision. The muscles in his index finger tensed. appearing as though fortified with iron. Within Vane's observation, he recognized at least 7 or 8 methods to evade Colonel Seary's assault. However, he chose not to employ them. Eager to test the strength of Colonel Seary's strike, Wayne extended his right hand, raising his palm. The barrier enveloped his form, a layer of penetration. Wayne's right hand began to glimmer as he had, in fact, integrated a barrier into the very skin of his hand. When Colonel Seary's finger made direct contact with Wayne's right hand, a sharp sound of collision resonated through the air. With a forward thrust of his palm, Wayne propelled Colonel Seary back 2 paces. The speed was insufficient, though the aim was fair, and the force lacked intensity, Wayne remarked. Then what should I do, Commander Wayne? Colonel Seary inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Ah, indeed, is it not true that when you engage, you feel pain in the inner thigh and back muscles, and perhaps some bruising in the finger joints? Wayne meticulously examined with the observation hockey. Yes, replied Colonel Seary. I consulted the doctors. They treated it, but to no avail. TCH, they must be quacks, Wayne retorted, wincing as he retrieved a somewhat tattered notebook from his pocket and handed it to Colonel Seary. Here, take this. I must emphasize, it is designated for the entire branch. This item can serve as a legacy for our G12 division. Wayne spoke with palpable reluctance. So precious, Colonel Seary carefully accepted it, wary of damaging the notebook. This was given to me by the first benefactor of my life, the illustrious Major General Wilson of the Grand Line. Within this tome are recorded numerous techniques and precautions for physical cultivation, as well as various methods for treating hidden injuries. The remedies for your afflictions are included, along with my notes on maritime taboos, physical techniques, and essential knowledge for navigating the Grand Line. I have also documented the training methods for the shave technique. At this juncture, Wayne cleared his throat and continued, do not disseminate this carelessly. This notebook is destined to be passed down through generations, ensuring that the Navy of the West Sea possesses the might to command the ocean. Understood. Thank you, Colonel Seary replied, visibly moved. Good to hear. Now hurry back. Addressing those hidden injuries is paramount. Understood. Chapter 91. Resolving the nobility. After Colonel Seary departed, Wayne extended his hand, allowing the barrier to merge with it. His palm shimmered with a metallic luster as he exerted his utmost control to integrate the barrier into his single finger. The digit gradually acquired a glass-like quality, its hardness increasing several levels. Releasing his concentration, the glass-colored finger reverted to its original form. For now, this was all he could manage. With a hint of disappointment, Wayne remarked that he had already conceived the names for his techniques, but alas, he could only maintain a single finger's balance for now. He would have to practice diligently. Shaking his hand, Wayne returned to the office with a look of regret, knowing that the cleansing operation targeting the nobility would require meticulous planning involving multiple routes, resource allocations, and personnel arrangements. 3 days later, at the G12 branch port, the assembly of naval vessels was complete, comprising 1 large warship, 3 medium-sized warships, and 9 small warships. Based on the intelligence gathered in the negotiations with various kings, this operation aimed to address 20 nobles, involving nearly 10 countries, each with influential nobles in their respective regions. The G12 branch dispatched several notable officers for this mission. Rear Admiral Wayne from the Naval Headquarters, Colonel Ji Yuan, Colonel Peng In, Lieutenant Colonel Shi Li, and Major Harlow, along with Mang Su, Jim, Fanma, Lucy, Buchanan, Lu Litai, and Barton. At Wayne's command, the 13 warships set sail, each navigating towards distinct directions. Vane stood at the bow of the ship, gently caressing the muzzle of the battleship's cannon. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent over 2 years in the Western Sea, and he felt as though he had fallen deeply in love with this place. The vast, boundless ocean, dotted with countless islands, was home to innumerable people who yearned for the Navy's protection and a better life. Soon, Vane clenched his fists, just a little more. Once I deal with these nobles and bring true prosperity to the Western Sea, I shall bring peace to the entire world. Pirates, the 4 emperors, the world government, be prepared to witness who the mouse is and who the cat is, Vane mused. Speed up. Hey, increase the speed. The command echoed repeatedly, and the battleship began to accelerate, heading straight for the southern region of the Thorn Kingdom, the domain of the noble Hecker. Intelligence reports indicated that the noble Hecker was involved in the illicit breeding of slaves, unlawfully purchasing unregistered slaves and possessing an excessive number of them, along with accusations of murder, torture, and bribery. As the ship docked, Vane was the first to leap ashore, followed closely by the Navy, armed and clad in their uniforms. a palpable atmosphere of foreboding enveloping them. The rhythmic sound of their marching footsteps silenced the usually bustling town. As the Navy's target became clear, the ancient Hecker castle standing resolutely at the town's center. Halt! Stop right there. This is the castle of the noble Hecker, the gatekeeper proclaimed arrogantly, convinced of the superiority of Hecker Castle. Bang! Bang! The response came from the rifles held by the Navy. Boldly, who dares to lay a hand on a noble? Are you unaware of the renowned might of the noble Hecker? Peasants, how dare you? After 2 gunshots rang out, a throng of armed guards and several nobles emerged from Hecker Castle. Today marked the occasion of Hecker's acquisition of a rare fur tribe slave, and he had specially invited a few close friends. Yet before he could showcase his new acquisition, the Navy had arrived in force. This is bad. Hecker realized that Vane was leading the charge to take him down. However, as a noble, his pride forbade retreat if he backed down before the Navy. How could the Hecker family ever hold their heads high before other nobles? Navy, what do you want here? Hecker demanded. What do we want? Hecker, you were suspected of violations, including the illicit purchase of slaves. King Miller has issued a warrant for your arrest. Now, come with us, Vane replied calmly. What? Hecker seethed with rage. How dare these servants attempt to overthrow their master? I refuse. If you wish to arrest me, you must have a warrant from the world government. Hecker retorted defiantly. I am merely here to inform you. Do you wish to resist arrest? Wayne squinted and inquired, What? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Hecker, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, The Navy is merely the subordinate of the world government, while the aristocracy are its true supporters. Bang! After the gunfire, a trickle of blood ran down Hecker's forehead, yet the smug expression lingered upon his face. Vane blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his gun and gazed at Heck's lifeless body, remarking, I would have preferred it if you had resisted arrest. With a grand gesture of his hand, he commanded the Navy to surge into Heck's castle. A multitude of slaves was unearthed, predominantly impoverished individuals captured by slave traders. Primarily women. Among them, a particularly unique slave was discovered, a member of the fur tribe. Wayne gazed helplessly at the rabbit girl before him. How old are you? The young girl remained silent, merely regarding him with a pitiful glance, as if he were akin to a ravenous wolf. Good heavens! Wayne tapped his forehead and inquired, What is your name? Where do you reside? Do you know how to return home? The little girl shook her head, oblivious to the meaning of his words. Wayne, known for his decisive nature, found himself utterly at a loss when confronted by a mere child. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. In the original tale, the rabbit-mating Galat had an undeniable fondness for carrots. Bring me that basket of carrots, Wayne commanded his subordinate. Turning swiftly, before long, 2 sailors arrived, bearing a large basket of carrots, easily recognizable as the finest quality, reserved for nobility. Upon observing the little girl's gaze fixed upon the carrot, Wayne instantly discerned her burgeoning interest. Wayne retrieved a carrot from the basket and extended it towards the little girl. After much hesitation, she could no longer resist the protests of her hunger, swiftly snatching it from Wayne's hand. She then crouched in a corner, taking small bites while tears streamed down her face. Alas! Wayne felt a pang of sorrow within. How much suffering had this child endured? Wayne gently placed his hand upon the little girl's head. Sensing his kindness, she paused momentarily before resuming her nibbling on the carrot. Where is your home? He inquired. She shook her head. What about your parents? Again, she shook her head. Do you know the way back home? Another shake of her head followed. How old are you? 6, she replied softly, her voice delicate. What is your name? Gallet, she answered. Oh, Gallet, what? Chapter 92, Gallet. Gallet? Vane looked at the little girl contentedly munching on a carrot with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't Gallet have been with the Straw Hat crew in a decade or so? Embarking on a quest to confront the Big Mom pirates? How did she end up here? Wayne inhaled deeply and inquired. How were you captured? Well, perhaps it was due to indulging in Wayne's carrots. Carrot contemplated that Wayne was a benevolent soul, and, after a moment of reflection, replied, I am uncertain. It seems I accidentally fell from Zhao. Zhao was moving too swiftly, and I was seized while I was still in pursuit. Fell from Zhao? Vane pondered whether Gallet might be a bit muddled. After all, how could he have fallen from Zhao? Do you know the way home? Vane inquired, crouching to meet Gallet's gaze. I don't know, Gallet replied, raising his head with an innocent expression. Can I follow you? At merely 5 or 6 years old, his concept of home was still rather nebulous. Of course, Vane said, affectionately patting Gallet's rabbit-like head. From now on, you shall accompany me, and when the opportunity arises, I will surely take you back to your homeland. Okay, Report, Major Vane. A naval officer approached, followed by an elegantly attired elder. All slaves from Heku Castle have been liberated, and the people of the Thorn Kingdom have arrived to take over the remaining affairs. Greetings, Major Vane. I am Banner, the Minister of Finance from the Thorn Kingdom. Good day, Minister Banner. We still have other destinations to attend to, so we shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Certainly, certainly. We shall not intrude upon the esteemed naval officer, Minister Banner replied with a courteous smile. Vane acknowledged with a nod, ruffling Gallet's head once more. Grasping the small hand of Gallet with one hand while carrying a carrot in the other, he made his way towards the warship. Fall in. With the cheers of the townsfolk bidding farewell, the entire naval contingent boarded the warship, setting sail toward their next noble destination, the jewel of the Thorn Kingdom, the grand treasure at Lockdock. The Navy's objective was to engage with Prince Mickey, who managed the entire slave trade in the Thorn Kingdom from this location. Prince Mickey was the uncle of King Miller, yet their relationship was fraught with tension. Mickey had been amassing resources and loyal soldiers through the slave trade, plotting to overthrow Miller's reign. At Lockdock, Mickey's underlings had already clashed with the government forces on several occasions. As Vane and his companions arrived, they happened upon a fierce skirmish between Mickey's gang and the government troops. Quite intriguing, Vane mused, stroking his chin. With the Navy present, do they dare to continue fighting? Have they forgotten that the underworld of the Western Sea has perished at the hands of the Navy? Go, bring them to a halt. We must not frighten the child. Vane instructed his naval subordinates. Once the warship was docked, the officer led a contingent of sailors to intervene in the conflict. However, after an unknown exchange with the gang, the officer became incensed, rallying the sailors to join the fray alongside the government forces against the gang. Vane furrowed his brow and reached out to restrain Gallet, who was eagerly bouncing to see what was happening. You needn't look any further, he said, covering Gallet's eyes with his right hand while his left pointed toward an unoccupied direction. With a powerful punch, he created a long passage on the dock. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if everyone were momentarily stunned by Vane's display of strength. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon everyone began to lower their weapons, instinctively crouching with their hands clasped behind their heads, their movements surprisingly adept. Even the bewildered government troops followed suit, believing that the Navy had come to confront them. Wayne cast a fleeting glance but paid it no mind. Instead, he summoned the person in charge here. After retrieving the arrest warrant issued by King Miller from the official's hands, Wayne proceeded directly towards Prince Mickey, accompanied by the Navy. The commotion wrought by Wayne had long captured the attention of Prince Mickey. Thus, upon Wayne's arrival, he was met with a formidable array of cannons and a cadre of armed mercenaries. Standing resolutely at the forefront, Prince Mickey raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "Navy, depart at once. This is my territory, and my ties with the world government are profoundly entrenched." Bang! Foolish one. Wayne directly shot that worthless individual and then turned to embrace Gallet, who was covering his eyes. The estate was confiscated, the slaves were freed, and the remainder was entrusted to the local authorities. Alas, Prince Mickey had perished. Apart from the trained assassins he had nurtured, everyone else had surrendered. These assassins were no match for the well-trained Navy, which swiftly occupied Prince Mickey's residence. However, this was no longer Wayne's concern. He was now strolling with Gallet. For reasons unknown, Wayne held a fondness for Gallet, but let there be no misunderstanding. It was merely the affection of an elder for a younger. Having endured a challenging childhood, Wayne wished to spare Gallet from a similar fate. He had inquired, and Gallet had no family, only a few acquaintances that were somewhat close. Gallet suddenly stopped in front of a large carrot plush toy, tugging at Wayne's hand. Huh. Following Gallet's gaze, Wayne spotted the plush carrot. "Excuse me, shopkeeper? Where are you?" He called out into the empty shop, but the proprietor was nowhere to be found. Vane gently patted Gallat's rabbit-like head and asked, "Would you like this?" Gallat nodded enthusiastically. To take without permission is to steal, and as a symbol of justice within the Navy, Vane could not engage in such an act. Thus, he presented Gallat with a carrot plush toy, then retrieved a dog-shaped wallet from his pocket, extracting 500 berries and placing them on the table, securing them with a brick. "Let us proceed," he said. Observing Gallat clutching the carrot plush with delight, Vane affectionately tapped her on the back of her head. "Yes, yes," she replied. Shortly thereafter, Vane guided Gallat through the desolate streets, where they procured an abundance of items: carrots, carrot plush toys, dried carrots, carrot sticks, and carrot candies. Wayne felt as though everything he gazed upon resembled a carrot, while his wallet appeared akin to a withered carrot, pitiful and helpless. The Navy personnel, having completed their tasks, searched for him repeatedly and ultimately found Wayne accompanying Gallet and enjoying dumplings filled with carrot. Observing Wayne, who was grinning widely while sharing dumplings with Gallet, the sailors sensed they were witnessing a different facet of their commander, a more affectionate side. Ahem. Upon noticing the arrival of the Navy, Wayne awkwardly rose to his feet, wiped his slightly greasy mouth, and gravely inquired, "Have you completed your tasks?" "Report, Commander. The government has intervened, and our matters are concluded." "Very well." Veen waved at Gallet, saying, "It's time for us to leave." "Got it, Dad," Gallet replied adorably. Chapter 93, Dad? Vane found himself momentarily unable to keep pace with Gallet's emotional journey. After Gallet called him father, all the sailors cast peculiar glances in Vane's direction, glances that spoke of aberration. No, no, no. Vane retreated a few steps, for he was yet unmarried. From whence could a child come? Moreover, their lineage simply did not align. Gallet gazed intently at Vane, perceiving him as the very first person in her life to treat her with such kindness. Whatever she desired, Vane would procure. He held her hand, embraced her, so unlike those who had come before. Thus, Gallet developed a profound attachment to Vane. Observing his retreat, disappointment washed over her face. Her small countenance drooping, her large rabbit ears sagging, and her eyes brimming with tears, presenting the image of one abandoned by the entire world. The sailors' gazes toward Vane transformed once more, conveying a singular sentiment: scoundrel. Wayne, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of the naval officers, gazed upon Gallet's sorrowful visage, feeling a pang of anguish within himself. Reflecting upon his own days devoid of familial bonds, he surmised that Gallet, too, would likely never return to such a life. With a heavy heart, Wayne approached and embraced Gallet. "Be my daughter," he gently proposed. Gallet, lifted into Wayne's arms, transformed her tears into laughter. Her ears perked up in sheer delight. This tender scene of paternal affection and joyous laughter profoundly moved many of the naval officers, some of whom were overcome with emotion and began to weep openly, yearning for a daughter of their own to cherish and experience a life filled with happiness. Vane gazed upon the desolate scene before him, feeling as though his head might explode. Enough with the wailing, let us move on. There's another noble to deal with. Yes, you there, stop crying. If you want a daughter, you must bear one yourself. As Vane had already dealt with 2 nobles, the naval forces were also reaping their rewards. The nobles assigned to the naval lieutenants were of lesser influence, and under the formidable might of Ji Yuan and Peng Yin, many nobles were swiftly eliminated before they had a chance to protest. They were now en route to confront a second noble. Lieutenant Siri found himself in an unfortunate predicament. He had easily dispatched the first noble, but upon reaching the second, he discovered that Noble Calvin was engaged in arms negotiations with the subordinates of Doflamingo. The intervention of the Navy prompted both parties to unite against them. Boom! A cannonball soared through the air, toppling several sailors. The Navy took defensive positions, but the firepower of the medium-sized warship paled in comparison to the 50 cannons arrayed against them. "Return fire," Lieutenant Siri commanded, adjusting his hat and brandishing his saber. Upon hearing his orders, the gunners lit the fuses of their cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's artillery erupted in a cacophony, dark projectiles hurtling toward the enemy's position, while the ship's triple-barrel main gun unleashed 3 massive shells. Incoming Navy shells. Move the cannons. A bald man shouted urgently to the smaller figures behind him. Snipers, intercept the cannonballs. Upon receiving the command, the gunners hastily relocated the artillery, while the snipers knelt, reloading and aiming with precision. In a seamless motion, they fired. Pop, 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 pop. With 5 shots, 3 massive shells were detonated, while 2 others were struck, resulting in a series of explosions that engulfed surrounding munitions. The bald man watched the snipers with apprehension. If they turned against him, he knew not when he might meet his end. From a distance, a rotund figure clad in luxurious attire boasted, "Did you see that, Lord Senor? These are the elite snipers I have meticulously trained. Each one is a master in their craft." Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Senor calmly sipped his drink and remarked, in the eyes of a true man, "There is only blood and fire. This is merely a case of hidden daggers." Such a man, Senor, a deity everlasting. The young women surrounding Senor were utterly captivated by his masculine aura, erupting into ecstatic cheers. Calvin shot a glare at Senor. "Were it not for your allegiance to Doflamingo, I I would have dealt with you long ago, you pervert. Senor either failed to notice or simply chose to disregard the situation. With a chilling demeanor, he addressed the young ladies, cautioning them, "It might get physical shortly. You fragile ones should keep your distance and refrain from hindering my efforts." Oh, how considerate Senor truly is. The cold and aloof Senor possesses an undeniable charm. Senor, we adore you. Senor, I am utterly overwhelmed. The words of Senor did not dishearten the young ladies. Rather, they seemed to elevate their spirits, with one even fainting from excitement. Surely, this cannot be so. Calvin began to question the very essence of his existence. Was it only the perverse that could capture the attention of beautiful women? Under the command of the bald man, Calvin's forces advanced steadily. Fire! Fire! Colonel Siri bellowed as he executed a swift kick, sending an approaching soldier sprawling. A diminutive gunner aboard the warship, startled by the sudden shout, inadvertently discharged a cannon before it had been properly calibrated. The bald man, witnessing the errant cannonball, paid it no mind. After all, he was a subordinate of Doflamingo. The sniper, lacking orders, did not even cast a glance in its direction. Thus, an unnoticed cannonball found its way into a concealed munitions depot. Boom! An enormous explosion erupted to Calvin's right. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Senor quickly guided the young lady who admired him into safety, leaving Calvin bewildered and alone. As the flames engulfed him, searing his exterior while leaving his core intact, the plump Calvin finally grasped the gravity of the events, yet he found himself unable to articulate it. All eyes turned to the charred remains of Calvin, prompting his subordinates to scatter in panic, the bald man following suit. Colonel Siri, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and charged at the disarrayed enemy. To battle! For justice! The Navy surged forward, their spirits high, as if invigorated. Observing the formidable advance of the Navy, Calvin's remnants hastened their retreat, wishing fervently for additional legs to aid their escape. Chapter 94. Return. Emerging from a cavernous passage, Senor cradled the young lady in his arms. Upon witnessing the smoke-filled town and the relentless cries of battle from the Navy, Senor shook his head. The outcome was already determined. Sometimes, fortune is a form of strength. Come with me, consider it my gift. With that, Senor, sucking on a pacifier, swam toward the distant ships under Doflamingo's command. Ah, how domineering. Senor, oh, I am undone, so incredibly handsome. Though they shouted loudly, the young ladies did not falter in their pace, steadfastly trailing behind the swimming Senor. Colonel Silly swiftly completed his tasks and erected a monument at the harbor before retreating. The arriving government forces, upon witnessing the grim monument displayed at the harbor, felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, the infamous Spectre army lived up to its reputation. The heads adorning the monument were a testament to their ferocity. The leader trembled as he spoke. In truth, the monument was constructed during the naval evacuation to showcase the Navy's might and intimidate the pirates. Except for the squad led by Wayne, who refrained from participating out of concern for frightening the children. A week later, Wayne arrived the latest due to the considerable number of nobles he had to attend to in his jurisdiction. Vane has also acquired a second title in the Western Sea, one that, at times, proves even more intimidating to certain groups. The noble butcher, Vane Marcus. At this moment, our noble butcher gazes with a look of utter desolation at Caesar and Gallet, who are causing a ruckus in his office. Alongside the furious stare of Ji Yuan and the curious onlooker, Lafite Pin. It appears Caesar has taken a peculiar turn. Having pilfered a substantial collection of knives and swords from the spoils of the Navy, which he distributed to his band of monkeys before returning to frolic with Gallet. Hey, Vane addresses Caesar, why aren't you with your monkey troop? Caesar rolls his eyes and gestures. They've already set out. They shall bring you surprises in the future. Oh, Vane perks up, inquiring, what surprises? Caesar dismisses him, shrinking himself down to the size of a palm-sized monkey, perching atop Gallet's head. Let us go play. Uncle Caesar, Gallet exclaims joyfully. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Let us go. I'll take you on a good adventure. Hey, take it easy, don't fall. Vane cannot help but interject as he observes Gallet bouncing about. Got it. Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing Vane's concern for Gallet, Ji Yuan's footfalls grow increasingly forceful. Wine cast a wary glance at the ominous presence of the darkly emanating Ji Yuan, sensing that something dire was afoot. Wait, that's not right. I haven't committed any wrongdoing, so why should I be afraid? With this realization, Wine straightened his posture, adopting his usual demeanor as he regarded Ji Yuan. Through gritted teeth, Ji Yuan exclaimed, You're married? Huh? Wine momentarily found himself at a loss, bewildered by the abrupt shift to the topic of marriage. You're deceiving me. You even have a child. Ji-Yuan shouted, her eyes ablaze with emotion. Hold on, Wine interjected, raising his hand. First, I don't recall making any promises. Second, I am not married. Third, I am Galet's adoptive father. Do you understand? I'm a virgin, not the father of any child. What? Now it was Ji-Yuan's turn to be perplexed. She had heard Galet repeatedly calling Wine dad and had assumed otherwise. Raphael and Pin were somewhat disappointed, feeling a twinge of sadness for missing out on a sensational revelation. Wine approached Ji-Yuan and took her hand. Though she made a token effort to withdraw, she ultimately allowed him to hold it. This was a gradual process. Through their long-standing relationship, coupled with the sudden emotional upheaval, Ji-Yuan found herself confessing her feelings for Wine. One harbored a fondness for Ji-Yuan, and in this mutual affection, they formally began their companionship. Galet, a member of the fur tribe cast adrift in the sea, was reminiscent of my past self, alone and without kin, relying solely on her own strength. Thus, I took her under my wing. You wouldn't mind, would you? When explained, Ji-Yuan gently reassured him, rest assured, I shall take good care of her. A chuckle escaped One as he scratched the back of his head. However, what? Ji-Yuan swiftly transitioned into a girlfriend's demeanor. What is it? Fear not, I shall agree to anything. In a moment of exuberance, One waved his hand without a second thought, granting his consent. Might I manage the finances? Oh, well, days turned into weeks, and eventually, the moment of parting arrived. Orders from the naval headquarters and a letter of appointment from a rear admiral arrived simultaneously. Upon learning of Win's impending departure, the naval personnel wept bitterly. The past 2 years spent with Win had been their happiest days, and his departure left them heartbroken. Colonel Sheely, accompanied by several majors, entered the office, his heart heavy as he observed Win packing alongside Galet and Caesar. He fought back tears, knowing that Commander Win particularly despised weeping. Thank you for your immense kindness, Commander Win, came the collective bow and heartfelt exclamation from all present. Vane did not evade. This was his due. I must take my leave, he said with a hint of melancholy. The West Sea is entrusted to you. Do not bring me disgrace. Fear not. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall uphold justice, Colonel Sheely declared with righteous fervor. Very well. Enough of this. Attend to your own affairs. Sheely, I have matters to discuss with you, Vane instructed. Once the majors departed, Vane retrieved an appointment letter from his desk, which bore the news of Colonel Sheely's promotion to colonel and his designation as the commander of the G-12 branch in the West Sea. Here you go. Thank you. Commander Vane, Sheely replied. As I mentioned days ago, your responsibilities are now considerable. Do not forget to keep an eye on the black market. Watch for any slave traders causing unrest, and be wary of pirates. Colonel Sheely listened attentively, showing no signs of impatience as Vane continued his counsel. After 10 minutes, Vane inquired, is that clear? Understood, Sheely affirmed. Good, off you go. In the afternoon, Vane and his team, having gathered their belongings, boarded a small warship. Turning back to gaze at the farewell from the Navy, many were in tears, waving their hands and shouting. Thank you, Commander Vane. Commander Vane, the G-12 branch will always remember you. Do come back to visit. Farewell, Commander Vane. In your absence, we shall not allow the West Sea to descend into chaos again. Chapter 95. Returned to Marineford early in the morning, Zephyr energetically prepared himself to welcome his son, Vane. Although the truth had yet to be revealed, it did not diminish Zephyr's anticipation and longing. Bang! The door to Sengoku's office was kicked open, and Sengoku glared furiously at an oblivious, purple-haired nuisance. Ha ha ha, everyone is here. Zephyr greeted Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the 3 admirals with a cheerful demeanor, showing no remorse. Given Vane's emergence as a naval prodigy, even Admiral Poliusolino, who had long safeguarded the Scientific Research Division, and Admiral Sakazuki, stationed in the New World, returned to Marineford today. This was undoubtedly linked to a certain boisterous, loose-lipped old fool. A significant part of the 3 admirals' presence here was due to the relationship between Zephyr and Vane. Oh, Zephyr-sensei, you seem rather pleased about your son's arrival, Poliusolino remarked with a teasing expression. Huh. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the expressions of Kazan and Sakazuki, he quickly pieced it together. Carp. Zephyr growled through gritted teeth, lunging at Carp, resulting in a scuffle. Ha ha, Zephyr, I am merely assisting you. Ah, you scoundrel. As the sparring continued, Carp emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Reluctant to witness Carp endure such torment at the hands of Zephyr, Sengoku swiftly intervened. Humph. Carp widened his eyes, asserting that he could engage Zephyr in battle for 300 rounds. Kazan picked up his teacup and sipped his tea leisurely, remarking, Master Zephyr. It seems that Wayne is unaware of his lineage. Have you not disclosed this to him? Zephyr's expression darkened slightly, and with a hint of reluctance, he replied, He. I am not yet worthy of such a revelation. Let us defer this matter for another time. Kazan and the others nodded thoughtfully, indicating their discretion in the matter. Report. A powerful voice resonated at the door. Come in, spoke Zhanghua. No sooner had Zhanghua uttered these words than Wine's tall figure came into view. His resolute expression and unwavering stride, coupled with his robust physique and towering stature, were complemented by his vibrant violet hair and chiseled features, all of which conveyed the undeniable excellence of Wine. As Wayne entered the room, both Sengoku and Carp were momentarily taken aback. The Wayne of today could hardly be recognized as the same individual from 2 years prior. Zephyr's eyes glimmered with pride, and even the three admirals seemed somewhat astonished. Sakazuki and Kazan had already acknowledged their junior brother, while Borsellino pondered, what was I doing at his age? Oh dear, are the newcomers this formidable nowadays? Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, former commander of the West CG-12 branch, and currently a vice admiral at naval headquarters, Wayne has arrived. Ignoring their scrutinizing gazes, Wayne walked solemnly to Sengoku. Excellent. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He regarded the child of an old friend as if he were his own son. In a daze, Sengoku seemed to see a young man reminiscent of Wayne and smiled, saying, Let us keep in touch. You can be to Xiangbei, and I shall be Xiaomi Gua. He. Quickly regaining his composure, Sengoku continued, Wayne, your deeds in the West Sea have honored your identity as a naval officer and fulfilled everyone's expectations of you, as well as the teachings imparted to you. Very good. Even Kazan and the others have come to witness the rise of a naval star. By the end of his words, Sengoku's face beamed with joy. He. Wayne, a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head. Sakazuki spoke in a deep voice. Vice Admiral Wayne, your invention of the Jingguan is remarkably effective. Justice must be enforced through bloodshed to truly resonate with the hearts of the people. Kazan chimed in. Wayne, keep up the good work and continue to uphold the justice that benefits the people. After the two admirals spoke, everyone's gaze fell upon the unexpressive Borsellino. Vice Admiral Wayne, you are far superior to this old man. The Navy will rely on such prodigies like you henceforth. Just don't overexert yourself and learn to think like I do, Borsellino remarked with a grin. Thank you, Admiral Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino, Wayne replied. Zephyr, who had been closely observing Wayne, finally spoke. Wayne, you must be on the verge of taking that next step, correct? Though phrased as a question, it was more of a statement of certainty. Indeed, Wayne replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. I feel as if my progress has stagnated. Something seems to be holding me back. It seems our Navy is about to gain another top-tier combatant, Zephyr said with satisfaction. So, Teacher Zephyr, what should I do? Blood battle. Blood battle? Yes, a true life-and-death struggle. This is the step you must take. Kazan and the others took that step in their confrontation with Kaido. Zephyr stated sternly. Understood, Teacher Zephyr. By the way, Admiral Sengoku, there is one more thing. Wayne hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. Go ahead. Curious, Warlord Zhanghua spoke. Upon hearing his words, Wayne called out from the office entrance, prompting Gallet to shrink his neck and scurry behind Wayne, tightly clutching his leg. They appear so formidable. Gallet mused inwardly. This is. General Crane gazed at Gallet, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This is my recognized daughter, Wayne declared without a moment's hesitation. Warlord Zhanghua, may I keep Gallet by my side? This child currently has no home and can only follow me, Wayne explained. Zhanghua pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. After all, Carp used to bring his son along daily at the Navy headquarters. Excellent, Wayne replied, squatting down to gently pat Gallet's head. From now on, you shall accompany me. Come, let me introduce you. Vane brought Gallat before Kazan, saying, This is Admiral Kazan. You may call him, Uncle Kazan. Kazan chuckled in response. Uncle Kazan, Gallat sweetly exclaimed, showing no fear towards him. Kazan casually conjured a small ice bird and handed it to Gallat. This is Admiral Sakazuki. You should get acquainted. You may call him. Uncle too, right? Gallat looked at Sakazuki with a face full of trepidation. You may call me Uncle Sakazuki. I do not have any gifts at the moment. but I shall bring you something later. Surprisingly, Sakazuki patted Galat's head, managing a faint smile. It seems that even the coldest of individuals harbor a touch of warmth within. Chapter 96. The popular Galat. After introducing Sakazuki, Vane led Galat to the side of Admiral Borsellino. This is Admiral Borsellino, a formidable force within the Navy. A pillar of strength, Vane explained to Galat. However, Galat hesitantly murmured, "He looks rather sleazy." Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone in the office. Borsellino felt his eyelids twitch. Was this truly the impression he left on the little girl? He pondered the possibility that if all girls viewed him this way, his ancestral charm might not endure. "Are you all right, Uncle Borsellino?" Galat whispered, realizing she may have inadvertently wounded his feelings. "Haha, I'm fine. I am indeed quite resilient," he replied, surprisingly striking a robust pose, contrary to his usual languid demeanor. All right, you run along now. How old are you anyway? Are you prepared for the responsibility of corrupting children?" Borsellino intended to say more, but was abruptly kicked aside by Garp. He stepped back, shrugging, well aware of Garp's notorious antics. If one were to engage seriously, they would surely face dire consequences. "Oh, little Galat, I'm your grandpa Garp," Garp exclaimed, making a comical face that sent Galat into fits of laughter. "Enough, Garp," Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, gently pushing him aside. "Little Galat, I am Tsuru. You may call me Grandma Tsuru from now on. This bespectacled gentleman is Sengoku. You can come and play with us often." "Really?" Galat's wide, sparkling eyes turned to Vane with eager anticipation. Vane had yet to utter a word when several menacing gazes were already fixed upon him. It was evident that a mere refusal from him could result in a severe beating. Nevertheless, Vane nodded. In the future, Galat would be able to accompany his grandparents and uncles, provided he did not disturb them. Vane looked at Galat and said, "Yes, indeed." Galat earnestly nodded, his adorable demeanor earning him considerable affection. Finally, Vane led Galat before Zephyr, for the most significant matters are always best reserved for last. "Kneel," Vane commanded with a grave expression. Galat, somewhat perplexed, complied with Vane's instruction. Hey, Vane, what are you doing? Child, quickly get up. Do not heed your father." Zephyr exclaimed anxiously. "What is the purpose of this kneeling?" "Teacher, please do not interfere," Vane insisted, his demeanor exceptionally serious. "Bow your head," he continued. Galat was uncertain, but, upon seeing Vane's stern gaze, felt a tinge of fear and obediently followed his directive. Thud. Upon witnessing Galat's compliance, Vane's expression relaxed, allowing Zephyr the opportunity to assist Galat to his feet and brush the dust from his trousers. "Are you particularly curious about why I have done this?" Vane spoke slowly. "Indeed. You see, I was cast adrift overseas as a child, living alone on a deserted island for 6 years. In my memories, aside from my deceased mother, there was only a despicable father, whom I certainly do not wish to encounter. You resemble me in many ways." As he spoke, Vane's eyes grew distant. Having long since integrated into this world, yet he harbored a solitary regret, knowing nothing of his father. "You too are an orphan, and it was for this reason that I took you in." Lost in his recollections, Vane was oblivious to the peculiar expressions of those around him, including the guilt reflected in Zephyr's eyes. "Teacher Zephyr is the person closest to me. The Navy headquarters is now my home, and he is the one I hold in the highest regard. He will be your grandfather, a relative akin to myself." Galat finally comprehended the reason behind Vane's insistence on bowing. Paying respect to one's grandfather was indeed appropriate. "Grandfather," Galat sweetly called out to Zephyr. Zephyr quickly masked the guilt in his eyes, laughing heartily. "Ah, you little one. From now on, you shall be my granddaughter. If your father ever bullies you, just tell me, and I shall deal with him appropriately." "All right." Observing the joyous interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter, Vane rubbed his nose. His intent in bringing Galat was to ensure she could bring happiness to Zephyr. More importantly, with Vane's frequent voyages on the horizon, Galat's safety was paramount. One must wonder, in this world, where could possibly be safer than the Navy headquarters? Should anyone harbor intentions to harm Charlotte, they must first consider the opinions of the numerous elders at the Navy headquarters. It is well known that the elderly possess an almost negligible resistance when it comes to adorable children, and Charlotte is no exception. "Ha ha ha, Zephyr. Congratulations on finally having a granddaughter, albeit later than I did." Upon hearing this boastful remark, one need not look to know it was that rascal Carp. "Quickly, indulge in your rice crackers. They one tea suffice to silence you," Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked with a look of disdain, while affectionately ruffling Charlotte's cheeks. Kazan and Sakazuki also took the opportunity to pat Charlotte's head. She has become the cherished treasure of all. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, may I take my leave? Wayne gestured towards the office door. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Can't you see everyone is busy? Show some awareness and be on your way. Oh, by the way, Wayne, prepare yourself. In a couple of days, your classmates will be returning. We shall hold a commendation ceremony for you all then. Now off you go." Wayne felt as though his genius as a naval officer had suddenly diminished in value. However, he remained indifferent, walking with his hands clasped behind his back. It had been 2 years since he departed from headquarters, and he decided to visit the mess hall for a meal. In the New World, in the land of Wano. On Onigashima, Kaido, in a fit of madness, once again found himself engulfed in solitude. The formidable captain had lost his mind again. Where are Jack and Queen? As Kaido descended into frenzy, the members of the Beast Pirates began to panic. What is happening? Silence. At that moment, Jack, bearing the weight of an elephant tusk on his shoulder, and Queen, hurriedly carrying a large basin of red bean rice cake soup, rushed over. Boom, boom. As Jack and Queen arrived, they witnessed Kaido transform into a magnificent dragon, bursting through the roof. Haha. I shall seek out Whitebeard for a bit of fun and see if this time a true battle can be ignited. With that, Kaido vanished into the sky. A nondescript little pirate stealthily slipped away, producing a transponder snail. This is Little Pig. This is Little Pig. Kaido has mobilized. Target. Whitebeard. I repeat, Kaido has mobilized. Target. Whitebeard. Chapter 97. The battle begins since handing over Garo to Zifa and his crew. Wayne had been forsaken by those wretched individuals. Upon returning to the small courtyard assigned to him at headquarters, Wayne spotted Garo bouncing back, a large bag of fruit candies in hand, wearing a navy hat, a complete navy uniform, and a blue scarf. "Daddy!" Garo exclaimed, dropping his belongings and leaping into Wayne's embrace. Wayne, with a cheerful demeanor, lifted Gallet and spun around joyfully before setting him down. Curiously, Wayne inquired, "What are all these?" Gallet, nibbling on his pinky, replied, "The hat was given to me by Uncle Sakaski, the clothes by Uncle Borsalino, the scarf by Grandma Crane, and the candy by Grandpa Zephyr." "I see." Wayne pondered for a moment before asking, "Did Grandpa Carp not give you anything? His competitive spirit is quite formidable." "Grandpa Carp?" Gallet tilted his little head and said, "Grandpa Carp wanted to give me a sword, something about a 21 grade, but Grandma Crane wouldn't allow it. Then, Grandpa Sengoku, all golden and mighty, punched Grandpa Carp away." "I understand." Wayne remarked that this was indeed Cap's typical style, which explained why he saw a group of sailors carrying construction materials, seemingly lost. However, this served as a wake-up call for Wayne. Vane pressed down on Gallet, his expression grave. "From now on, keep your distance from that scoundrel Carp. I'm concerned you may end up with a form of juvenile dementia." "Huh? What is juvenile dementia?" Gallet asked, bewildered. "Regardless, just steer clear of Carp." "Oh." In the New World, a colossal creature soared through the sky, and wherever it passed, whether seabirds or marine fish, even the sea kings dared not utter a sound, instinctively curling up under the dual pressure of bloodlines and the food chain. In Whitebeard's territory, a booming voice echoed, "Gulyalu, everyone, it's time for the feast. Today is Whitebeard's birthday." The entire Whitebeard Pirates crew was in high spirits, categorizing and preparing fine wines and delicacies. Marco had even summoned 2 top chefs from the Grand Line to prepare a special meal for Whitebeard, while the others contented themselves with the ship's hearty fare. Whitebeard was also in high spirits, for the nurses had surprisingly consented to let him drink freely today. The only downside was that he would have to abstain from alcohol for the week following his birthday. Gulyalu, how delightful! Whitebeard wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. For nothing was more pleasurable than indulging in fine drink. "Old man, happy birthday." Jozu approached with a raised glass, his face glowing with joy. "Cheers." Whitebeard replied, equally delighted, clinking glasses with Jozu. As everyone celebrated joyously, singing and dancing, Whitebeard's expression suddenly shifted, an extreme fury manifested upon his formidable visage, and a pale sphere materialized in his right fist. "Quake! You dare, Kaido? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, come and fight me." A massive, menacing breath surged towards Whitebeard. Boom! The sound of shattering air resonated in the ears of all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, as Kaido's breath began to fracture the atmosphere itself. Humph! A cold snort echoed, and the breath intensified, warping the very air around it. Whitebeard's quake was overwhelmed by Kaido's onslaught. Boom! The Moby Dick, Whitebeard's ship, was engulfed in Kaido's fiery breath. Damn it! Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he immediately increased his strength, causing the fissures of the quake to widen, shattering Kaido's breath with a single punch. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, your fists remain as formidable as ever. Come, let us battle. A majestic dragon emerged from a cloud, roaring fiercely. Gulyalu, Kaido, you have enraged me. Quake, shattered jade. Whitebeard thrust his fist forward, and for a moment, the air seemed to wail, torn apart by immense cracks and tremendous shockwaves. Humph. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido transformed into his human form, swinging his colossal spiked club towards Whitebeard. Boom! The force of Whitebeard's attack sent Kaido soaring through the air, where he reverted to his dragon form and soared to a nearby deserted island. Come on, you scoundrel Whitebeard. Let us engage in battle. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It seems my captain's quarters will soon boast a new dragon hide. Whitebeard, enraged yet amused, leaped gracefully, treading the moonwalk to the barren isle. Thunderous 8 trigrams, dragon claws, airquake, and layered wave technique. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, he exclaimed in exasperation, clutching his forehead as he surveyed the intelligence reports laid out on his desk. Blast! Sengoku felt dizzy. How could that ruffian Kaido be clashing with Whitebeard? One after another, Sengoku squinted his eyes. Report. Speak. Admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru entered the office in succession, all too aware of the conflict igniting between Kaido and Whitebeard. The situation had grown increasingly complex. Once the 3 admirals were assembled, Sengoku began. First, Kaido sought trouble during Whitebeard's birthday celebration. To prevent our captain from getting ensnared, Jack the Drought and Queen the Plague from the Beast Pirates hastened to the scene, clashing with the indomitable Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista, among others. Humph. Pirates are a scourge and must be eradicated swiftly. I shall seize this opportunity to ambush them. Akainu proclaimed first. Yo, 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 Whitebeard and Kaido, how terrifying. Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, feigning fear while remaining utterly unconcerned within. Sengoku-san. Do you mean? Aokiji hesitated, wanting to gauge Sengoku's thoughts first. Cough, cough. Aokiji's inquiry seemed to ease Sengoku's tension. After clearing his throat, Sengoku replied. What I mean is, we should first assess the situation. If it is manageable, we eliminate Whitebeard. If not, we retreat. Listening to Sengoku, Aokiji furrowed his brow and said, Sengoku-san, by the time we arrive, they will undoubtedly have received word of our approach. We might end up missing our target. Implicitly, he suggested that Sengoku had uttered a reasonable yet futile statement. No, 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 since I have voiced it, I certainly possess my own rationale. Sengoku replied with an air of mystery. First, accompany me to meet Vane. In my old age, I yearn to see the younger generation. Chapter 98. A visit to the naval headquarters. Gallet has gone aside to play with Caesar, while Wayne wraps a cloth around his head and bends down to clean. The experience of personally tending to one's own home is truly the most rewarding. Vane twitched his ears, and his observation hockey informed him of the arrival of 4 individuals, Sengoku, Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan. Gallo, what's the matter, my child? Please go to the door and greet your grandfather Sengoku and Uncle Akainu. All right. Gallo stepped outside, preparing to usher Sengoku and the others into the courtyard, while Vane busied himself with a feather duster, diligently dusting a mantel clock. They are almost here. Let us get ready quickly. Wayne set aside the feather duster in his hand and entered the house. Upon emerging, he carried a teapot along with an assortment of pastries and several teacups. Sengoku and Sakazuki felt a fleeting sensation brush past them, and after sharing a subtle smile, they quickened their pace. As anticipated, upon reaching Wayne's quaint courtyard, they found Galat eagerly awaiting them, cradling Caesar. Hee, Galat, Sengoku grandpa has arrived. Upon seeing Galat, Sengoku's eyes sparkled, and he hurried over with open arms. Grandpa Sengoku, Galat exclaimed as she dashed into his embrace, while Sakazuki and the others approached to affectionately ruffle her hair. Galat relished their attention, peeking out from her nest of arms. My father sent me to welcome you, she whispered softly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed. Gently placing Galat down, Sengoku took her small hand and led her into the courtyard. Since the passing of his adopted son, Razananti, Sengoku's heart had felt an emptiness, yet Galat's presence brought a glimmer of sunshine to his soul. As Garp had remarked, Sengoku's resolve to discipline had intensified considerably. Welcome, Wayne announced, arranging the tables, chairs, teacups, and pastries with care before settling into a chair. Please, take a seat. Wayne gestured for the three generals and Admiral Sengoku to take their seats, instructing Gallet to go entertain Caesar. Admiral Sengoku, what brings you here? I find it hard to believe you sought me out for mere leisure, Wayne remarked, taking a sip of his coffee. Ha ha ha. I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Wayne, Kaido and Whitebeard have gone to war, Sengoku replied somewhat awkwardly. Oh? Wayne expressed his astonishment. What? Are we not mobilizing to assist in the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard? Why have you come to me? Sengoku stroked his beard, glancing at Kazan. Kazan, feeling somewhat helpless, was aware that Wayne's vice admiral promotion ceremony had yet to be arranged, making this situation a bit awkward for him. Clearing his throat, Kazan inquired curiously, Wayne, we heard that when you arrived at headquarters, you demonstrated a remarkable ability to move in the skies. Indeed, I have developed a technique through the barrier fruit that allows me to fly, and my speed is quite impressive, Wayne replied, stroking his chin, as he seemed to realize the purpose of their visit. We intend to observe the encounter between Whitebeard and Kaido, and if the opportunity arises, eliminate them. Sakazuki stated with unwavering determination. Why is Admiral Borsalino not here? Can't he go ahead? Wayne questioned, puzzled, considering Borsalino's light-based abilities that would allow him to traverse swiftly. Oh dear, young Wayne, they are indeed formidable creatures, truly terrifying. I fear I might be struck down by them, Borsalino exclaimed, his face reflecting his trepidation. Kazan chuckled softly. Sakazuki snorted in disdain. Sengoku remarked knowingly, I knew it. Vane, understood. Let us proceed to demonstrate and ascertain its viability. If all goes well, we shall embark tomorrow. Vane rose, expressing his intent. Very well, Sengoku nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Come along, Gallet, you may enjoy some time with your Uncle Caesar. All right. As they walked to the rear of Marineford, Vane extended his hand, conjuring an albatross seaplane. Oh my, how impressive, young Vane, exclaimed Borsalino, raising his hands in astonishment. Kazan and Sakazuki were equally amazed, while Sengoku remained stoic, having witnessed Vane's prowess upon his arrival. Please, step inside. Vane opened the aircraft's hatch and gestured for the three generals to enter. Once aboard, they merely found their seats, casting curious glances around. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. Let us prepare for departure. Our destination shall be the Shambadi Islands. Under the slight influence of observation hockey, certain edges of the aircraft were modified, and the propellers began to spin. The albatross seaplane, moored by the shore, gradually turned towards the Shambadi Islands. Fasten your seatbelts. Wayne pulled the lever, and the aircraft instantly accelerated, swiftly ascending to break through the clouds. Oh, how magnificent! Borsalino gazed in astonishment at the clouds and the vast ocean beneath him. Sakazuki and Kazan wore similar expressions, while Sengoku was awestruck by the breathtaking beauty of the ocean he had devoted his life to understanding. Truly spectacular. Kazan, observing the seagulls soaring by, felt himself captivated by the scene. At that moment, a vast expanse of thunderous cumulonimbus clouds loomed ahead. Wayne, what is that? Sengoku expressed concern, fearing that should they fall from the sky, they would all meet their doom. Fear not, I will ascend over it, Wayne assured as he pulled the lever, and the aircraft began to climb above the storm clouds. The hum of the propellers stirred the clouds, resonating over the Sabaody archipelago, prompting everyone to look up and behold a pale green creature soaring through the sky. Oh, is that Sengoku? An elderly man with a scar over one eye and golden strands in his hair abruptly raised his head. Is it possible he is flying? This man was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the legendary first mate of the Roger Pirates. Ha ha ha. I should find a place to hide quickly. Ha ha ha. And perhaps sell myself for a drink, he muttered to himself before vanishing. Sengoku suddenly felt as if he had been brushed by a familiar observation hockey. Rayleigh? Sengoku pondered silently, noting that the three admirals had not sensed it. They were still a distance from the pinnacle depicted in the original story. Clenching his fists, Sengoku eventually relaxed them as memories of his past agreement with the Roger Pirates surfaced. The Navy was not keen on confronting an enraged Roger Pirates. Consider yourself fortunate, Sengoku thought, then addressed Wayne. Wayne, let us return. All right. Chapter 99. Whitebeard vs. Kaido. Buzzing, the albatross seaplane descended, landing behind the Navy headquarters. Once everyone disembarked, Wayne proudly withdrew his protective barrier and exclaimed, "How was that? This maneuver took me quite some time to develop. Indeed, it can be regarded as a strategic capability," Sakazuki affirmed. Kazan, deep in thought, regarded the spot where the plane had just docked, contemplating that he too might be able to create something similar. Borsalino remained indifferent, He had long since witnessed the wonders of the sky. Sengoku, however, was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent. This technique you've developed has significantly reduced our travel time. Tomorrow, the ghost spider and the flying squirrel will return, and we shall embark together at noon to broaden our horizons. Kazan and Sakazuki will join as well. Remember to seize the opportunity." In the new world, an uproar erupted. "Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you are no match for me. It would be best if you retired from piracy and returned home to enjoy your twilight years." Kaido mocked, swinging his tail with great force. Whitebeard, undeterred, grasped Kaido's tail with both hands and unleashed the powers of the tremor fruit. Instantly, Kaido's tail was torn to shreds, drenched in blood. "Ah, you wretched fool," Kaido seethed. Retracting his tail, his enormous eyes ablaze with fury. "Maximum power. Breath." Whitebeard squinted, and Kaido unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, its hue shifting ominously. Earthquake. Flash. A tremendous wave of energy coiled around Whitebeard's blade. Go. With a powerful swing, Whitebeard sent the energy crashing into Kaido's breath. Crack. Crack. Boom. After a brief stalemate, Whitebeard cleaved through Kaido's fiery assault. With a moon step, Whitebeard leapt onto Kaido's head, firmly pressing him down. A pale orb materialized above Kaido's head. Bang! Kaido's anguished cries reverberated across the battlefield, causing members of both the Beast Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates to cease their battles and turn their attention to the confrontation. Humph! As the dust settled, Whitebeard held a horn from Kaido's head, while Kaido glared fiercely at him. "It seems my fists still possess some strength," Whitebeard remarked nonchalantly. Roar! Die! Kaido charged like a locomotive, barreling towards Whitebeard. Discarding his blade, Whitebeard clenched his fists, two pale rings swirling around them, bracing to absorb Kaido's onslaught. Thud! A deafening sound echoed as Kaido, like a football held firmly by a goalkeeper, was halted in his tracks by Whitebeard's embrace. Gulp! Whitebeard raised one hand high, targeting Kaido's forehead, and struck down with tremendous force. "Die, you fool!" With a thunderous crash, Kaido's dragon head was driven into the ground. After a moment of struggle, he emerged in human form, resembling a small giant. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Earthquake. Whitebeard spread his arms wide, grasping at the air, which responded as if it were a transparent cloth being pulled. "Not good. Dad is about to unleash that technique. Everyone, take cover." Marco realized Whitebeard's intent, panic rising within him. An earthquake. Dad is going too far." Upon hearing Marco's words, the surrounding individuals hastily took cover, while the members of the Beast Pirates appeared somewhat bewildered. A few astute pirates had already followed suit and crouched down. An earthquake. Whitebeard forcefully pulled down, causing the very air to tremble, as if the atmosphere itself quaked. Kaido's Kanabo struggled to advance, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. The waters surrounding the island surged upward, plunging the sea into utter chaos, with the surface oscillating like a spring. Kaido swayed drunkenly, compelled to transform into his dragon form and ascend into the sky. Observing Kaido aloft, Whitebeard realized he could do little to thwart him and released his grip, allowing the waters to gradually recede and settle into tranquility. Kaido, surrender. Kneel before me, and I shall show you mercy." Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. "Dream on." Kaido's dragon eyes glimmered with ferocity, and with a fearsome roar, his claws lunged toward Whitebeard. Still unwilling to concede, "Are we?" Seaquake. Whitebeard crossed his arms and struck behind him. The ensuing tremors unleashed a ferocious tsunami that surged toward Kaido. Flames flickered in Kaido's throat, transforming instantly into a blazing inferno. Flame breath. The clash of fire and water erupted, enveloping both figures in a thick veil of steam. A day later, boom. Bang. Die. Whitebeard, you shall meet your end. Kaido roared. I still need a dragon head for the wall of my captain's quarters. Haha. Let us see if you can procure my head, you rogue. The battle had raged on for a full day and night. Yet the confrontation between Kaido and Whitebeard remained unresolved. Marco and the others had ceased their skirmish, for further conflict held no purpose until the top-tier warriors determined a victor. Bista, has there been no word from the Navy? Marco inquired with a hint of uncertainty aboard the Moby Dick. Bista shook his head, perplexed. No, there has been no news from our brethren at Fishman Island or in the New World. In this moment, Marco found himself perplexed by the implications of the Navy's involvement. Similarly, Queen of the Beast's pirates harbored the same confusion, as the spies of the Beast pirates reported under his watchful gaze. Initially, Queen had hoped to leverage the Navy's intervention to halt the ongoing conflict between Whitebeard and Kaido, but the Navy's lack of action left him feeling helpless. Currently, Kaido was being overwhelmed by Whitebeard, who was wielding Kaido's dragon horns with reckless abandon. Kaido, relying on his formidable resilience, continued to provoke Whitebeard, who, despite his frustrations, was tempted to withdraw every time Kaido unleashed a breath of challenge. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated above them. A pale green monstrous bird vanished, replaced by a dazzling display of crimson, azure, and emerald hues. Inu Ushi Red Lotus. Ice Age. Stormfoot. Tiger Hunt. Chapter 100. Pirates vs. Navy. Faced with this unexpected assault, Whitebeard and Kaido swiftly evaded to the side. Glialu. Let me see, Navy. How did you arrive? Is a grand battle about to commence? Navy, you scarcely have enough troops. Are you here to court death? Upon hearing Whitebeard and Kaido's derisive remarks, Akainu, known for his few words but fierce demeanor, transformed his lower body into magma and charged directly at Kaido and Whitebeard. In response, Kazan followed suit, attacking alongside Akainu. The battle escalated rapidly. Whitebeard, Kaido, Akainu, and Kazan were now embroiled in fierce combat. Smoker, Doberman, Pone, Lafitte, Jiuan, Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider, who had been observing the clash, found themselves compelled to join the fray when Admiral Akainu impulsively engaged with Whitebeard and Kaido. We were meant to gain experience, they thought. But now they had to follow suit. Jiuan quietly inquired of Wayne, what should we do now? Hearing Jiuan's question, all eyes turned to Wayne, their pillar of strength. I will handle Queen of the Beast Pirates, while Fire Mountain and Doberman take on Jack. Dalmatia and Smoker, you face Marco, Weasel and Jozu. Your task is to contain your opponents. If it becomes too much, retreat. Ghost Spider, Pone, and Lafitte, the remainder falls to you. We are outnumbered, so we must swiftly deal with our respective foes to assist one another. Pausing momentarily, Wayne turned to Jiuan with a grave expression. Can you contend with Bista, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division? Jiuan, drawing his golden sword, fervently replied, I would not have it any other way. Good. Wayne concealed his unease and, filled with determination, shouted towards the pirates, for justice. Seeking death, Jack was the first to transform into a mammoth and charge towards the Navy. Your adversaries are us. As Huashishin and Daoboman spoke in unison, they simultaneously delivered a powerful kick to Jack. A colossal brachiosaurus with its dark head descended from the heavens like a missile. Get out of my way. As Vane's thought stirred, his right hand became enveloped by a verdant meteor hammer, infused with the armament color of hockey. With a powerful upward strike, he sent Quinn flying. The moment Jack and Quinn initiated their assault, it was akin to igniting a powder keg, instantly exploding the battlefield into chaos. Smoker and Dalmatia intercepted Marco, while the Weasel confronted Joss. Yet, Joss' formidable defense and overwhelming force quickly placed the Weasel at a disadvantage from the outset. Bista observed the fierce clash between the two factions and resolved to assist Marco in eliminating Smoker and Dalmatia, thereby creating an opening to further eliminate the Navy. Suddenly, as Bista took a few steps forward, a slicing attack came hurtling towards him. What? Alarmed, Bista parried the strike with one blade while countering along the same trajectory with the other. Humph. With a delicate hum, Jiuan approached Bista, executing the dance of death. With both hands wielding blades, Jiuan swept horizontally, prompting Bista to cross his dual blades in defense. Following this, he aimed a fierce upward slash at Jiuan's head with his right hand, while his left descended in an attempt to cleave Jiuan in two. A mere trifling skill, Jiuan performed a bridge pose, allowing Bista's blade to glide harmlessly past his visage, before executing a counter with a Kinjer stance, effectively deflecting Bista's left-hand strike. The symphony of death unfolded, a relentless chorus of slashes raining upon Bista. Bring it on, he declared, stepping back to assume a defensive stance. The Sword of Roses resounded with a thunderous clash as fiery explosions erupted across the battlefield. On the opposite side, four Titans clashed with cataclysmic force, transforming portions of the terrain into molten rock and frigid ice. Akainu, with the ferocity of a volcano, targeted anyone who crossed his path. Kazan, leveraging his fruit abilities, retaliated against whoever Akainu attacked, while Kaido rampaged with his colossal form, wreaking havoc everywhere. Like a mad dog, Kaido oscillated between battling Akainu, engaging Kazan, and grappling with Whitebeard. Whitebeard, in a state of exasperation, not only had to contend with the Navy, but also keep an eye on Kaido, who was causing turmoil like a chaotic disruptor, throwing the entire battlefield into disarray. Akainu erupted like a small volcano, with no one daring to approach him except Kaido. "Hey, what are you doing, Admiral Akainu?" As the skirmish escalated, several bursts of magma splattered outwards, nearly striking Vayne. "How dare you, vile Navy? When you battle me, do not lose focus." Quinn, witnessing Vayne's nonchalance amidst the chaos, felt belittled. "Do not underestimate my charm." In his half-dragon form, Quinn's strength surged as he hurled a colossal fist towards Vayne. Barrier of glazed glass. Wayne has now transformed into a semi-transparent figure, a testament to his recent training. With a fierce punch, he taunted, "Handsome? Spare me. The only ones who find you attractive are either blind or afflicted with poor eyesight. Your features are a jumbled mess. Just you?" Bah! With a thunderous impact, the two fists collided, causing the ground beneath Quinn and Wayne to sink, while the surrounding earth was swept away by the force of their clash. Humph! Observing the struggle, Wayne intensified his strength, aiming to send Quinn flying. Not a chance. Quinn retorted, discerning Wayne's intentions. He spat out the cigar he had been holding and exerted more force, though it was evident he was laboring under the strain. "Is this guy a monster?" Quinn thought, his gaze falling upon Wayne's somewhat youthful visage, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. The mechanical arm on his left began to emit toxic gas. Quinn swiftly pivoted his right hand downward, transferring his strength to the ground, then retreated rapidly. As he observed Wayne enveloped in the noxious fumes, Quinn gleefully proclaimed, "Ha ha ha. The Navy never saw this coming. This is my latest concoction of poison, particularly corrosive. Enjoy it." But before Quinn could finish his boast, a piercing shot, imbued with the power of hockey, perforated his shoulder. "What?" Quinn gasped, clutching his shoulder and slowly retreating, disbelief etched across his face. "How are you still alive? Can your toxic gas penetrate my impenetrable barrier?" Emerging from the toxic mist, the semi-transparent Wayne appeared as a god of war. Cannon fist. In an instant, Wayne vanished, only to reappear before Quinn. "What? My observation hockey is unable to." Before Quinn could finish his thought, Wayne struck him in the abdomen, causing turmoil in his stomach, and Quinn could no longer restrain himself. Then he retched. Chapter 101. The blade has perished. "Monster," Quinn murmured, wiping the stains from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling. Even Jack, who was affected by his poisonous gas, would succumb, yet Wayne remained unscathed. "Curse your grandmother," he uttered in frustration. Wayne appeared before Quinn and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. "Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you strike my face?" Quinn exclaimed, consumed by rage. Without his handsome visage, how would he ever attract the attention of women in the future? Vainly, he flexed his fingers and disdainfully declared, "Not only shall I strike your face, but I will also mar your visage. Perish." He scoffed. "What are you even worth? I shall extinguish your light." With the might of a brontosaurus, he gathered his strength, channeling it into his fist, and unleashed a punch that surged forward, relentless and unyielding. Wayne had long prepared a unique combat style for himself, which he named the Young Fist. "I am the sun that illuminates the world." The Commander's office of the G16 branch of the Grand Line, originally situated in the Flower Country, now unexpectedly found itself in the office of Major General Wilson. "Wilson, my dear friend, you are aware that the world government has completely decayed. They are the cancer of this era. Join us," Dorag implored earnestly, feeling the dire lack of strength within the higher echelons of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he sought out Major General Wilson, believing him to be the most reliable ally. "I am part of the Navy, under the banner of the world government, and I have my mentor, Zephyr." Major General Wilson struggled internally, reluctant to leave the Navy, which he considered his true home. Observing his hesitation, Dorag resolved to deliver a potent reminder. How did the world government treat us while you were executing your duties? That incident during your time with Sengoku, you surely haven't forgotten?" Dorag alluded pointedly. "That incident?" Major General Wilson's expression twisted in anguish, realizing that burying those old grievances only intensified his bitterness over time. Dorag recognized Wilson's silent demeanor, understanding that he had made significant headway. If you wish for me to depart, I shall call Admiral Sengoku. After all, he is still my superior. Perhaps I should also mention that upon leaving the Navy, I intend to take a life." "Very well," Dorag consented, unwilling to recruit someone who was not wholeheartedly willing. Should the leader discover this, he would undoubtedly reprimand him thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, the elderly quartet of the Navy, along with Garlot, sat in Sengoku's office enjoying tea. Carp was voraciously devouring rice crackers, while Sengoku relished his rice cakes, and Garlot cheerfully nibbled on a carrot. Suddenly, A phone snail rang from Sengoku's desk. Hmm? Sengoku set down his rice cake and answered the phone snail, saying, "Hello, this is Sengoku. I am Wilson." His deep voice resonated through the device. Wilson? Sengoku felt a pang of unease. The events of 8 years ago lingered like a thorn in the hearts of all involved. Wilson, being one of the principal figures, must harbor deep resentment towards the world government. Could it be? "I am leaving the Navy," Wilson continued, prompting Sengoku to gesture to Crane. Understanding the signal, Crane nodded and took Garlet's hand, leading her away. Carp and Zephyr also set aside their food, gravely approaching Sengoku. "Why? You know the reason." "Wilson, in a moment of crisis, if I do not intervene, you will perish," Sengoku expressed his concerns, aware of Wilson's intentions following his departure from the Navy. "Enough. I died 8 years ago. I cannot forget the looks they cast upon me. I shall exact my revenge in my own way and execute my own sense of justice," Wilson bellowed from the other end of the transponder. However, Sengoku was at a loss for words, knowing that the events of that year were deeply entwined with his own compromises. "It's me," Zephyr interjected, taking the transponder from Sengoku. "Zephyr-sensei?" Wilson's voice trembled with nostalgia and longing, recalling the happiest days of his life at the Navy's elite training camp. "Come back," Zephyr said with a hint of sadness. Wilson had once been his most esteemed student, and he yearned for him to inherit his dreams. "No, I cannot return. If I forcibly betray my heart and my sense of justice, I would render myself worthless," Wilson replied defiantly. "You, sigh," Zephyr lamented, unable to influence Wilson's decision. Seeing that Zephyr could not persuade Wilson, Sengoku snatched the transponder back, saying, "Come back. There will always be a way. We will assist you." "It's impossible. This is unwise. Give up, Blade," Sengoku shouted, invoking Wilson's self-given nickname from the elite training camp. Upon hearing his past moniker, Wilson paused momentarily, then wiped away a tear, shouting into the transponder with red-rimmed eyes, "Blade is dead. That is my decision, idol. I am determined to kill that man. Not even the King of Heaven can save him. I mean it." Click. The transponder fell silent as Wilson hung up. Garp cautiously prodded Sengoku, who was lost in thought, profoundly affected by Wilson's words. Wilson had always aspired to be a versatile strategist akin to Sengoku. "What a pity." "I'm fine," Sengoku replied, his voice hoarse, clearly distressed. Zephyr approached and patted Sengoku's shoulder, then said to Garp, "Let us leave him to reflect in solitude." Alas. What is this? After Zephyr and Garp departed, Sengoku remained alone in his chair. "I regret it truly, I genuinely regret it," Sengoku murmured to himself in the office. The death of Razanandi and Wilson's predicament were burdens he would carry for a lifetime, one a result of his command failure, the other a consequence of his compromise with the world government. Such is fate. Major Wilson discarded the transponder into the wastebasket, stood still for a moment, then retrieved it and placed it aside. "I am leaving now." Wilson gently touched this and that, feeling a deep sense of reluctance for the place he had inhabited for several years. After packing his belongings, he gathered his finances and weaponry, casting a lingering glance at the office before gracefully leaping aboard a distant merchant vessel. Chapter 102. A critical juncture. Major General Wilson, no, rather, the former Major General, had departed. By the time his aide discovered his absence, Wilson had already embarked on his path of vengeance. When the reports from below reached the War Nation, it felt as if a jar of seasonings had been overturned within him, a cacophony of bittersweet emotions known only to himself. "So be it," he sighed. Even if he had remained, his heart no longer belonged to the Navy. Perhaps it was for the best that he left. Summoned Colonel Tina. Wilson, in his departure, had accomplished a commendable deed. He eradicated all the pirates surrounding his jurisdiction. Entrusting the G-16 branch to Tina should suffice. Curse it. After the fleeting glory of the Navy's elite training camp, it had once more fallen into a state of disarray. The new world, nameless ha. Come on. Hurry and kill me. Kaido roared amidst the battlefield, wreaking havoc. Both Akainu and Akiji found themselves at a loss against this monstrous Kaido, whose icy breath and magma could only inflict mere frostbite and burns. Kaido was akin to a tank, exceptionally resilient. His attacks were limited, aside from his breath, and though slow, his defenses and health were maximized, rendering him insufferably formidable. Polar ice spear, great fire, earthquake, shatter. At last, during yet another clash, the very island they inhabited could no longer bear the strain and crumbled under the pressure. Boom. With half the island shattered, Whitebeard, Akainu, and Akiji had no choice but to seek refuge in a relatively stable location. Kaido soared above them. At this juncture, thoughts of retreat began to surface, except for Kaido. Boss Kaido, save me. As Kaido prepared to resume his battle against Whitebeard and the others, he suddenly heard Queen S cry for help. Turning around, he saw Queen on the brink of defeat, while Jack bore injuries yet remained alive. Bastard, do you dare to harm my men? In the sky. Kaido's eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward, sending Wayne flying while snatching up Queen and Jack. Ascending back into the air, he took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the Navy, the sheer scale of which engulfed the remaining members of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Damn it, Kaido, how dare you? You madman. Realizing Kaido's intentions, Akainu and Aokiji exerted their utmost to attack him, as did Whitebeard, convinced that Kaido would surely halt to evade or defend himself. Mwahaha. To everyone's astonishment, the maddened Kaido did not attempt to evade at all. He brazenly withstood the onslaught from Sakazuki, Kazan, and Whitebeard. This is dire. Vayne had just emerged from a heap of rubble when he was suddenly struck fiercely by Kaido. He felt as if his very organs had shifted, and the crystalline structure of his back had become unstable. The breath of Kaido was directed straight towards the Garden of Eden. Vista. Whitebeard was also in a state of urgency. While Kaido's breath might merely graze others or miss them entirely, a direct hit was undoubtedly fatal. A barrier. The Rashomon. Just as the Garden of Eden was still in a daze, Vayne appeared before her, arms outstretched, conjuring a massive arc-shaped barrier. Boom. Kaido's breath was intercepted by Vayne's Rashomon. Yet the immense recoil left a long scar on the ground. The breath slid past the edges of the Rashomon and apart from those whom Vayne had shielded. Others were scorched by Kaido's breath. The hair of the ghost spider was singed, Doberman and the burning mountain suffered burns, and a significant portion of Smoker's smoke evaporated, leaving him severely weakened. Dalmesia had already been reduced to a bald dog. Raffet, Pone, the Weasel, and the Garden of Eden were spared, while the crew of the Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of the Beast pirates faced annihilation, with several captains injured. Ah, Kaido, I will see you dead. This was the first time Whitebeard had felt such fury. Dozens of his kin had perished at Kaido's hands. Kaido, you are provoking justice. Sakazuki and Kazan were also enraged, and both sides, united in purpose, unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Kaido. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Kaido twirled in the sky before turning to flee. Only the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy remained, for the Beast's pirates had been utterly consumed by their own captain's flames, a fate Kaido had shown no regard for. Navy, stand down. Whitebeard spoke first. The loss of his sons had extinguished Whitebeard's will to fight. He now sought only vengeance against Kaido. Justice will not compromise, Sakazuki retorted fiercely. Kazan intercepted Sakazuki, gesturing towards Vayne and the others. Let us go. Vayne and the others can't hold on much longer. They're all injured. Even if we were to win, what good would it do? If Whitebeard fights to the death, we will all be trapped here. You, Sakazuki exclaimed furiously. Damn it, Kaido. I want to let this go. He vented his frustration on Kaido. All the energy had been sapped from him because of Kaido's actions. Otherwise, Whitebeard would surely have met his end at his hands. Indeed, it is all Kaido's fault. With that, he returned to Vayne and the others, conceding that the Whitebeard pirates were not a foe they could contend with at this moment. Assemble. With a single command from Sakazuki, Wayne and the others limped together, their appearances disheveled. The Weasel had lost all his clothes, while the scorched remnants of Fire Mountain and Dalmetia were reduced to mere undergarments. Smoker's complexion was as pale as if painted with whitewash. Sigh. Witnessing their pitiful state, Sakazuki entirely relinquished his earlier intentions of confronting Whitebeard. Kazan returned to the remaining half of the island, warily observing Whitebeard's return. Whitebeard, gazing at the charred remains of his son, was enveloped in profound sorrow, as Marco, Jozu, and Vista gradually collected the bodies of their fallen comrades, preparing to incinerate them and preserve the ashes. Whitebeard lifted his gaze to Wayne and said, Boy. Yes? Wayne replied, somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Whitebeard might wish to eliminate him due to his latent potential. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Whitebeard continued, though unintentional. You saved Vista and the others. The Whitebeard pirates are not a crew that confuses grudges. We will repay this in due time. That is unnecessary, Wayne cautiously replied. It is not a matter of choice, Whitebeard asserted, waving his hand dismissively, ignoring Wayne's protest as he departed with his sons. Return now. You are injured as well. Hurry back to headquarters for treatment, Kazan advised gently, with Sakazuki nodding in agreement. Very well, let us return to headquarters. Chapter 103, Zeph's Fury Morning at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marine Hospital. Aw, my back is going to break. Be gentle. Are you trying to kill me, Teacher Zifa? The morning was filled with Wayne's cries, resembling that of a slaughtered pig. However, those around him appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such outbursts. With a swift motion, Zifa slapped Wayne on the back of his head. His face darkened as he reprimanded, "What are you shouting about? I'm only doing this for your benefit. Kaido's blow has severely warped your spine. If you do not clear your meridians, you will be left incapacitated." Oh, Veen expressed his grievances, lamenting that although the doctor had prepared the instruments for treatment, Master Zephyr insisted on refusing their use, claiming that the machines could not fully restore him and insisting on administering the treatment himself. Thus, Veen has been enduring a peculiar mix of pain and joy these past few days, the joy stemming from the sensation of his body recovering rapidly without any hidden injuries, while the pain was solely due to the excruciating methods employed by Zephyr. In the meantime, Jardin quietly chuckled, while Lafitte and Penn wore expressions of schadenfreude. Gallet, witnessing her father's discomfort, often sought ways to drive Zephyr away, yet each attempt ended in failure, leaving her to glare at Zephyr with eyes brimming with indignation. Humph. Gallet resolved to ignore grandfather Zephyr from now on. Perhaps a month would suffice. No, make it a week. As thoughts of the carrot-flavored milk candies that Zephyr had given her flitted through Gallet's mind, she found herself in a quandary, her rabbit ears twitching restlessly. 3 days. Yes. She must endure 3 days without acknowledging grandfather Zephyr. That brat, Zephyr grumbled, his irritation palpable. Unappreciative. I offer personal assistance, and yet he remains obstinate. Catching sight of Veen, his heart ached once more. Damn that Sengoku. Veen is still but a child. How could he be thrust into battle against a monster like Kaido? No. I must confront Sengoku and have a word with him. The old man, increasingly agitated, hurried off to Sengoku's office after confirming that Veen was out of immediate danger. Sengoku. His voice echoed even before his arrival. Ah, here we go, Sengoku remarked, having anticipated that Zephyr would eventually come seeking him. Bang. The sight of the damaged door elicited a slight twitch in Sengoku's eye. My precious rosewood door. Sengoku, you scoundrel. Veen is still a child. How could you allow him to face a monster like Kaido in such a manner? Zephyr charged forward, unleashing a torrent of words, his spittle splattering Sengoku's face. Ha ha ha, Sengoku retorted, not bothering to argue. Wiping his face, he replied, wasn't this discussed with Veen? How old is he? And how old are you? Zephyr's anger flared as he glared at Sengoku, wishing he could deliver a punch that would put an end to him. But isn't Sakazuki and Kazan there to keep watch? Sengoku added innocently. Indeed, Zephyr realized. He would have to hold Sakazuki and Kazan accountable as well. What if I grant Veen a leave of absence? Sengoku ventured cautiously, studying Zephyr's furious expression. Zephyr muttered in response, fixating on Sengoku, eager to know the duration of the proposed leave. 3 days? Sengoku suggested. Huh. Sengoku thought to himself that a wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. After much contemplation, he revised, 1 week? Haha, is my son truly so insignificant? What do you truly desire? Sengoku is weary of this incessant turmoil. You are quite bothersome a month. Zephyr raised a finger. What? Please repeat that. Sengoku cleared his ears, indicating he had not heard clearly. Get lost. Sengoku exclaimed angrily. A month? Zephyr, you are truly something. Get out of here. That is impossible. Half a month. Ignoring Sengoku's displeasure, Zephyr continued, casting a pointed glance at Sengoku's goat, making his intentions clear. Should you disagree further, I shall prepare goat soup for Wayne to restore his health. You. Very well. Sengoku positioned himself protectively in front of his little goat, displaying his last semblance of defiance. Humph. The proud old man Zephyr strode away, and after a while, Sengoku could hear him quarreling with Akainu, with Kazan's conciliatory voice intermingled. Akainu, how could I have instructed you in the past? Are you not ashamed to let your juniors get injured? The sacrifice of justice is essential. Only resolute justice can achieve victory. Alas, when I was executing justice, you were yet to be born. Humph. Zephyr, do not presume I am unaware of the reason for your ire. In the past, when you had Admiral Garp kick us into perilous woods, you showed no such concern for our well-being. Cough, that was ages ago. My intent was to unlock your full potential. Enough, Zephyr, Akainu, cease this bickering. Silence. Ice block man. Kazan, I shall settle the score with you later. Sengoku, my heart is weary. I yearn for retirement once more. What shall I do? Naval Headquarters Hospital, I am hungry. At present, Wayne resembles an infant, awaiting Jiuan to feed him. Jiuan rolled her eyes, but gently positioned the spoon into Wayne's mouth, even wiping his lips afterward. The sight of this canine morsel left Lafitte and Pin taken aback, nearly choking in the process. The meal in hand suddenly lost its allure. Wayne, aren't you injured in your waist? Your hands seem fine, Pin complained. Jiuan gazed at Wayne with a smile in her eyes, curious about his rationale. At this moment, Wayne's greatest annoyance was Pin, who could not keep his mouth shut even while eating. Ah, right. The pain in my waist has led to numbness in my shoulders, resulting in stiffness in my arms, preventing me from eating. One spoke with utmost seriousness. Moreover, being fed by others is indeed delightful. Aji Yuan chuckled softly and continued to feed. Lafitte and Peng En were once again subjected to an overwhelming barrage of over 10,000 strikes. Lafitte kept savoring the unagi donburi from his lunchbox, while Peng En gazed at him thoughtfully. Peng En Lafitte. Lafitte, what is it? Peng En, I've heard that food tastes particularly exquisite when one is being fed. Lafitte. Oh, and what of it? Peng En, how about we give it a try? My lunchbox has run out of dishes, leaving only plain rice. Lafitte, you can go away. I, Lafitte, would rather starve to death here than join you, you rogue, in such disgraceful antics. Chapter 104. At ease, a rare sense of leisure. Ween pondered to herself, gracefully picking up the newspaper beside her. The World Economic News? Not worth her attention. The Aristocrat Daily? Utterly distasteful. The Dawn Daily? What is this? Wait a moment, the Dawn Daily? Suddenly, Wyn recalled that the newspaper managed by Dolag was indeed the Dawn Daily. She opened it to take a look. Quite commendable. It seems the distribution of the Dawn Daily has reached a satisfactory extent. Snap. When folded the newspaper, it was time for Cultural Invasion to enter its next phase. With a crack and a twist of his waist, he felt rejuvenated and resolved to seek out the warring states shortly. He had a brilliant idea brewing in his mind. But first, he intended to check on the recovery of others. Unlike Wyn's monstrous constitution and Zephyr's personal care, Smoker, Doberman, and Dalmesia had endured significant hardships. Dalmesia had lost all his hair, eyebrows, and beard, suffering from moderate burns and swathed in bandages. Doberman's arm was also wrapped in bandages, while the ghost spider had lost his hair and had been ambushed by Jaws, sustaining internal injuries. Smoker was still attached to a blood bag, having lost half of his smoke due to Kaido's breath, resulting in severe blood loss. How were they faring? Wyn pushed open the door and cheerfully announced, I am ready. Squirrel, Dalmesia, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Smog, Dalmesia. Who is this? Upon hearing Dalmesia's whimpering, Wyn pointed at the mummy and exclaimed, It is Dalmesia. Squirrel replied, Dalmesia. Wyn asked in astonishment, pointing at the mummy, How did he end up like this? The atmosphere grew tense, and Ghost Spider explained. At the moment Kaido unleashed his breath, Dalmesia was caught in it. In our panic, we hastily grabbed a water flask from a pirate's pocket and opened it to pour it over him. As it turned out, Fire Mountain chuckled. None of us expected that the flask contained wine. Woo-woo. Hearing Fire Mountain's words, Dalmesia cast a furious glare at them, his eyes brimming with indignation towards the world and a lamentation for his incompetent companions. Ha ha ha. Vane laughed heartily, displaying a rather ungracious demeanor, and chose to disregard Dalmesia's gaze. The sound of applause echoed around them. Vane clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Look over here, look over here. I have something to discuss with you all. Everyone turned their gaze towards Vane. Even a certain mummy twisted its head in curiosity. Ignoring the mournful glare from the mummy, Vane confidently proclaimed, Guys, don't you think that working together as a team makes our missions feel particularly secure and efficient? Indeed, when cooperation is seamless, it brings a sense of reassurance. Yes, the efficiency of executing justice has certainly improved. Had it not been for someone shielding me from danger this time, I might have lost an arm. Woe is me. Woe is me. Ignoring the discontent from a certain individual, Vane nodded and said with satisfaction, I agree wholeheartedly. The number of pirates increases year by year, and the Navy's casualty rate is alarmingly high. Just to cite a recent example, when Admiral Dean fell, they couldn't even retrieve his body. Upon hearing about the current dire situation, everyone present instinctively clenched their fists. Vane was right. Rumors were circulating that the Navy had lost its grip on the seas. Damn Roger. The Ghost Spider spat. The era of great pirates he initiated is nothing short of a tragedy for this age. Indeed. Exactly. Thankfully, Roger is already dead. However, I've heard that his nefarious bloodline still lingers out there. I shall certainly take his life. Woe is me. Wayne approached and gently patted the mummy's head, saying, "Do not sit there whimpering like a fool. Simply nod if something is amiss. Your lamentations are quite bothersome." The mummy widened its eyes, expressing its dissatisfaction and sorrow. Wayne was truly exasperated and wrapped a bandage around Dalmatia's mouth several times. "Stop your incessant whining," he said. "All right, I shall refrain from trivialities. I have an idea," Wayne announced. "What idea?" Everyone's attention was captivated by Wayne. "We shall form a special task force dedicated to combating pirates, particularly those formidable pirate crews. We will collaborate and eradicate these marauders." "Indeed. What a splendid idea. Count me in." "Wayne, what shall we call this so-called special task force?" Penn inquired with curiosity. "The Suicide Squad." "The Suicide Squad? That sounds ominous, doesn't it?" "It almost feels as if we are hastening towards our demise," Lafitte remarked. Wayne shook his head. "Speaking in an enigmatic manner, our death squad is determined to eradicate pirates ahead of the Navy, advancing boldly while remaining steadfast in the face of demise. Death accompanies us. As we embrace it, daring to confront mortality, to fight, to kill, and to perish. We are the elite of the Navy." "Well said. Splendid. Indeed. We are the Death Squad. What a remarkable name. We shall fight valiantly and face death head-on. We are the Navy's finest." The attendees erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their hearts resonating with Wayne's declaration of the Navy's absolute elite. "Then I shall take this as unanimous agreement," Wayne remarked with a smile. "Agreed. Excellent." Wayne glanced around before declaring, "I shall seek the approval of Marshal Sengoku." As he watched Wayne's retreating figure, Dalmatia summoned his last ounce of strength to gesture a middle finger at him. This was his final act of defiance. "I witnessed that," Wayne remarked coolly. "Pern, ensure Dalmatia is securely contained. Do a thorough job." "Understood." Pern grinned sinisterly, extending his wicked claws towards Dalmatia. "No." Despair streamed from the corners of Dalmatia's eyes. In the marshal's office, Sengoku sat upright, scrutinizing Wayne. "A suicide squad?" he inquired. "Indeed, a suicide squad. I wish to establish a specialized elite unit dedicated to combating pirates. You know my abilities are well suited for leading a team in this endeavor." Sengoku remained somewhat skeptical. "We will demonstrate our capabilities." "How so?" "By capturing pirates. Target: the notorious pirate governor, Pierce of the New World." Chapter 105. Governor Pierce. Pierce? Sengoku pondered. The notorious pirate governor of the New World, Pierce commanded a fleet comprising around 80 to 90 ships, seeking to recruit formidable pirates to serve him, proclaiming himself as the pirate governor to signify his ambition. A fortnight prior, during a clash with the Beast Pirates, Pierce encountered Kaido on his return to Wano. Overwhelmed, Pierce managed a narrow escape, leaving most of his crew behind. Reports suggested that Kaido merely exhaled a breath or two before departing, yet Pierce, gripped by fear, fled with only 7 or 8 pirate vessels. The governor's dreams lay in ruins, leaving Pierce in a state of despondency, curled up on Turtle Island in the New World, nursing his wounds. "Yes, that is him," Wayne affirmed. "Pierce has lost his spirit. Subduing him will be effortless. Most importantly, he believes he cannot defeat me, making this an opportune moment to establish my authority." "Are you certain?" "I am certain." "Very well," Sengoku declared without hesitation, signing an arrest warrant on the spot. "If your so-called suicide squad proves to be as formidable as you claim, I shall grant its formation." "Ha ha ha, just watch," Wayne said, taking the document from Sengoku with utmost confidence. "Go forth." Sengoku sighed, contemplating the maturation of the new generation in the Navy, where various talents were beginning to shine. "It seems our generation is aging. Heh, let me endure a few more years, while I still have the strength to make a difference." Laughter erupted from Sengoku, a sound of unrestrained joy. "Who says the Navy is failing?" At the Navy headquarters hospital, upon returning to the ward, Wayne sought out his comrades. "How did it go?" "Did Marshal Sengoku grant his approval?" "Please, Master Wayne, do speak up. Surely you can't remain silent?" "Alas!" As Vane turned her head, she exclaimed, "Oh, woo-woo, why do you still persist in your lamentations?" With practiced ease, she once again silenced the mouth of Dalmatia, regaining her composure. Vane articulated her thoughts. The warlord of the warring states mentioned that he had not witnessed the results of the suicide squad. "Is that not acceptable then?" Peng inquired, a hint of despondency in his voice. Snap! Vane struck Penn with a slap to the back of his head, huffing in irritation. "I haven't finished speaking yet." "Oh," Penn replied, looking pitiful. The commander of the warring states declared that in order to establish a daring squad, We must present our own accomplishments and demonstrate to the world that our squad is the mightiest of all. Bane, does this mean you have a goal? The eradication of evil cannot be delayed. The crowd unanimously expressed their intent to confront the pirates, aiming to prove their superiority. The objective was indeed clear. Vane retrieved a map from an unknown source and pointed to an island resembling a turtle. The target, Governor Pierce. We depart in a week. Hurry and recover. Yes. New World, Turtle Island. No, don't. I don't want to die. In the dead of night, a robust man lay in bed, agitatedly flailing his arms, as though some entity sought to claim his life. A scream pierced the silence, prompting several ragged pirates to rush in and awaken the muscular man. Governor, Governor, wake up. Pierce was utterly disoriented, shouting incessantly. A tall, gaunt pirate observed Pierce's frantic outbursts, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment, before delivering a sharp slap. Smack. Who struck me? Pierce awoke, fuming. I did, the tall pirate replied sullenly. Realizing it was merely his comrade, Pierce let out a sigh of relief, thinking momentarily that Kaido had sent someone to eliminate him. Governor, what shall we do? A plump pirate inquired, his face etched with panic, as they had long lived in dread of Kaido's wrath. The figure soaring through the sky like a demonic apparition had become their collective nightmare. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Pierce responded lethargically, yearning to return to his homeland in the West Sea and embrace a life of a local tyrant. Very well, the rotund pirate said, somewhat disheartened. They glanced at the tall pirate, then at Pierce, before collectively retreating. Pierce's mind was consumed by fear of Kaido and a longing for a simpler life as a local despot, entirely oblivious to the restless disposition of his subordinates. After the tall pirate and his companions exited, the plump pirate approached him cautiously, saying, Brother Bran, what has become of the governor? Is he all right? Upon hearing the plump pirate's words, Bran first glanced around. Then, sensing no one was eavesdropping, a disdainful expression crossed his face as he replied, All right, he is finished. He has become a coward. Were it not for his remaining strength, no one would still follow him. Bran disdainfully remarked, So what are your plans? The portly pirate, with an air of impertinence, replied me. Bran revealed a faint smirk and said, I have already gathered a few individuals and am merely waiting for a week. Once I have taken everything I can and stolen all that is stealable, it will be the moment I establish my own dominion. Wow, Brother Bran, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed the rotund pirate, his face brimming with admiration. Humph, would you care to join me? To be frank, following me means aligning yourself with the future pirate king, Bran declared with an air of self-satisfaction. Captain Bran, Captain Bran, Captain Bran. A few individuals around him whispered in a hushed cheer, further inflating Bran's sense of pride. Indeed, I am the chosen one. Time, in its unhurried manner, passed, and at last, under the care of the Navy Headquarters Hospital, Darmesia made a recovery. In response, Wayne could only lament the absurdity of this world. After all, a normal individual with moderate burns would require at least a year and a half to heal, wouldn't they? Outwardly, Wayne maintained an expression suggesting that their physical resilience was inadequate, yet in comparison, the likes of Ghost Spider and Darmesia indeed fell short. Well, it's just passable. Let us prepare. We shall set forth, Wayne stated gravely. Now, Ji Yuan inquired, cradling Jinbira. Wayne first cast a jealous gaze upon the entangled Jinbiro in the valley, then remarked, Pirates do not linger. They may vanish in the blink of an eye. The fiery-eyed Ghost Spider growled, Boss Wayne, let us depart swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Indeed, if we tarry, the pirates will escape. My blade is already thirsting for action. It is time to unleash our true might. Chapter 106. The First Battle of the Suicide Squad. What true might? Upon hearing Peng En's foolish proclamation, Wayne scoffed. I wonder who struggled against the minions of the beast pirates. Curse you, Peng En retorted, his face flushed, defiantly arguing. That was not the case. I fought with all my strength. Had it not been for Lafitte and me, could you have managed those troublesome adversaries? Right, Lafitte? Oh, Lafitte casually acknowledged. You. Enough. That is quite enough. Wayne halted Peng En's tirade and addressed everyone. Our Suicide Squad thrives on the element of surprise. We execute sudden assaults. Thus our mode of transportation must be unique. What could it be? Has Vegapunk developed a new type of vessel? It appeared so. As everyone pondered, only Ji Yuan, Peng En, and Lafitte wore enigmatic smiles, likely unable to fathom that the Suicide Squad's method of travel involved soaring through the skies. As for the group's speculations, Wayne remained silent. making his way toward a beach behind the Navy headquarters. Observing Wayne's actions, Ghost Spider and the others ceased their conjectures. They would soon discover the truth. Staring at the tranquil sea, everyone was bewildered, unable to comprehend Wayne's intentions. Barrier. Airplane. With a casual wave of his hand, Wayne summoned a colossal albatross seaplane that emerged majestically upon the surface of the sea, its pale green exterior exuding an aura of indomitable strength. Smoker, the Ghost Spider, and others gaped in awe, though they could not fully comprehend the nature of this vessel. Nevertheless, they sensed its undeniable connection to their journey. Creaked, the cabin door of the aircraft swung open, revealing a meticulously arranged array of pale green seats. Step aboard. We shall rely on this to reach Turtle Island, Wayne declared, a hint of pride dancing upon his lips. Oh, confused yet intrigued, the group boarded one after another, taking their seats. The propellers of the airplane began to spin, producing a low hum that stirred an indescribable feeling within them. The aircraft executed a seamless maneuver, turning, forecasting, accelerating, and lifting off in one fluid motion. The sole discomfort arose from the effects of inertia. The weasels expressed their unease, while Smoker transformed into a smoky apparition. Save for his head, the Ghost Spider maintained a stoic silence, embodying a rugged demeanor. In truth, they were already airborne and could not descend. Complaints were futile. Pen, Gun, and Lafitte remained unfazed, their expressions calm, even finding amusement in the plight of others. With a clever glint in his eye, Pen retrieved a Navy-style sausage from his inner pocket, waving it teasingly before Smoker, then indulging in its savory delight right before him. Delicious. Smoker, care for a taste? He asked, relishing the moment with a satisfied lick. Before Smoker could respond, a sudden opening appeared beneath Pen's feet, and in an instant, he plummeted through the gap. Just as he was midway down, the barrier unexpectedly constricted, pinning him by the backside. Ah! Pen yelped in terror, believing he was still in freefall, flailing his limbs wildly with closed eyes. Hey, stop squirming like a fool, Lafitte kindly admonished him. Huh. Pen opened his eyes, dazed and scanning his surroundings. Upon realizing he was unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, the voice of Wayne drifted from the front, sounding rather discontented. Ugh. Ah, boss. Startled by Wayne's eerie tone, Pen gasped, momentarily choking on his breath. If you keep licking that sausage, I'll sell you to the Kagu Islands, where you can lick to your heart's content. No, I won't lick anymore, Pen replied, somewhat apprehensive, and with Wayne's tacit approval, he extricated himself and settled down obediently, disregarding the sidelong glances of those around him. At that moment, he appeared enlightened, embodying the visage of a sage. Humph. Smoker, manipulating a wisp of smoke, wafted it before Pen, mockingly displaying a middle finger. Smoker. You. Pen hissed in a lowered voice, furious. Hee. Go ahead and hit me. Another wisp of smoke formed into a phrase, laced with derision, towards Pen blasted. Just as Pen prepared to rise, Wayne interjected once more. If you keep causing a ruckus, you'll be flying with the seagulls outside. Oh. Pen felt utterly wronged. His already unhandsome face now appeared even more disfigured. Hee. Smoker chuckled to himself, flashing a broad grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Hey, Smoker, do you think I can't see you? That's enough. Oh. Smoker quieted down, yet the atmosphere within the aircraft began to enliven. Doberman, Fire Mountain, and Squirrel engaged in hushed conversations, while Ghost Spider occasionally interjected. And Dalmatian tended to his newly sprouted fur with utmost care, cherishing it dearly. Although Pen remained silent, his heart was anything but calm. He fixated on Smoker, attempting to obliterate him with his glare. Smoker, sensing Pen's intense gaze, defiantly returned the look. The air between them seemed to carry a hint of scorched tension. Lafitte regarded Smoker and Pen as rather juvenile, pulling his small top hat over his face and beginning to meditate. Governor Pierce, although vanquished by Kaido, still retained formidable strength and influence. Lafitte recognized him as a tough opponent. The garden, however, remained unfazed. While Pen and Smoker exchanged glares, he leisurely approached Wayne's cockpit. Observing the designated co-pilot seat and Wayne's earnest demeanor, the garden cast a sidelong glance at Wayne, knowing them well enough not to feign innocence. Acknowledging the garden's gaze, Wayne dropped the pretense, realizing that managing the aircraft required only a fraction of his attention. He deemed it wiser to focus on his beloved wife. Garden. Wayne chuckled awkwardly, his hand mischievously grasping the garden's delicate hand. Humph. Gun let out a soft huff, struggling momentarily before conceding, turning her head away from Wayne. Yet, The slight curve of her enchanting eyes revealed her buoyant mood. The young lady thought to herself, "Since I am in good spirits today, I shall forgive you this time." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the crowd awaited, Turtle Island had arrived. Chapter 107. Unwelcome guests. It was yet another radiant day. The rotund pirate gazed up at the sun hanging high in the sky, pondering, "What is that?" At that moment, a verdant object appeared within the pirate's line of sight. On board the aircraft, having reached Turtle Island, it would be a disservice to themselves not to deliver a surprise. The belly of the aircraft opened, releasing 2 compressed air bombs. The air within these bombs had been compressed to its utmost limit, resulting in a solid reaction. Given the current sweltering weather, the expansion of the air was even more exaggerated, were it not for Wayne's fruit abilities. The release of these air masses at the island's core would have been sufficient to obliterate its very foundations. Wayne aptly named these 2 air-compressed bombs the Fat Brothers. Upon sighting the Fat Brothers, the rotund pirate felt a chill run down his spine, as though confronted by an unspeakable horror. Meanwhile, Pierce, who had been idly contemplating his time in the West Sea within the captain's quarters, suddenly sensed an ominous presence approaching. What in the world is that? Cold sweat cascaded down his brow. His observation hockey proved futile as he stomped the ground and swiftly dove below deck, instinctively knowing that descending was the right choice. My goodness. Bran, observing the descending Fat Brothers from the opposite side of the island, was struck by inspiration and uttered a profound declaration. Disregarding the treasure he had pilfered from Pierce, he leaped into the sea, swimming as far away as possible. The other members of the Governor Pirate crew quickly reacted, employing their unique skills to escape the impending doom. What on earth is that? Such terror. This was the collective sentiment of all the pirates present. Boom. The Fat Brothers struck the ground, obliterating a host of pirates. The island itself was sheared away, leaving only a handful of survivors. Pierce, the rotund pirate, Bran, Scissorhands Milo, Sawtooth Wicker, and Shield Bearer Blue remained, albeit with most of their strength intact. Who could be responsible for this? Emerging from the rubble, Pierce gazed at the mangled corpses and the wreckage of his ship, his heart seething with rage. My hard work. Though Pierce had been contemplating survival in the West Sea, he could not tolerate anyone desecrating his efforts. Brand, too, shared a similar sentiment. Rising from the water, he surveyed the devastation around him, his eyes instantly reddening. This is all mine. Mine. Brand's inner fury erupted as he lamented. It was so close, so very close to completion. Now, everything was lost, including the pirate ship, which had succumbed to the turbulent waves. After chastising himself, Bran gradually regained his composure. The imminent threat was palpable, and retreat was no longer an option. He would have to brace for battle. Although Pierce had seemingly lost his mind, his prowess remained undiminished. He resolved to regroup with him. With this thought in mind, Bran stealthily made his way to find Pierce. Observing the aftermath of Wayne's air-compressed bombs, everyone aboard the aircraft was left speechless, gazing at Wayne as if they were seeing him for the first time. What is going on? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Wayne inquired. What is the matter? Boss Wayne, Penn stammered. Those 2 massive tubes were incredible. Massive tubes? Vane seemed to comprehend something, casually conjuring a compressed bomb and playfully tossing it in his hand. Stop. Calm down, boss. Oh my goodness. Don't move. The others were startled, terrified that a mere tremor from Vane could spell doom for them all. Look at your pitiful faces, Vane exclaimed, his irritation mounting at the sight of the weasels. With a swift gesture, he unceremoniously tossed them aside. Go confront the pirates, were his parting words. After they descended, Vane strolled over, elegantly lifting Ji Yuan in a princess carry, dispelling the protective barrier of the aircraft, and gracefully landed with a moonwalk. Magnificent. Wayne secretly reveled in his thoughts. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Ji Yuan blushed and playfully scolded. What are you doing? Put me down already. Wayne, with a gentle demeanor, patted the back of his head and delicately set down the mouse, his innocent expression provoking a desire to strike him. Clearing his throat, Wayne broke the oppressive silence and turned to Pierce and his entourage, declaring with righteous fervor, Governor Pierce, you are encircled. Surrender now, and in the spirit of mercy and justice, I shall grant you a full corpse. Upon hearing Wayne's proclamation, Pierce disdainfully spat on the ground and scoffed. Navy? Is it just you lot? Children, eliminate the Navy. A roar erupted from the remaining pirates, fierce and formidable, all possessing formidable prowess. The weakest among them wielding the power of hockey. Die, Navy. Malou, with his scissor-like hands, targeted the mouse, believing it to be the weakest among the Navy. He reasoned that the more peculiar one's appearance, the greater their strength. Observing the Navy's odd assortment, tall-headed men, helmeted warriors, sword-wielders, and peculiar faces, he concluded that this seemingly ordinary Navy member would be easy prey. Pirates, scum of the sea, meet your end. Feeling disgruntled at being perceived as an easy target, the mouse unleashed his most potent attack. With a swift draw of his sword, a flash ensued. Malou's hair stood on end as a life-or-death sensation surged through his mind. In his attempt to strike the mouse, he abruptly altered his course. Though he reacted swiftly, he nonetheless suffered the severing of one hand. "Ah!" Malou howled, clutching his severed limb, his anguished cries silencing the eager pirates. With a swift motion, the gleam of the blade flashed, and Malou's lament ceased. The mouse calmly retrieved a towel from his pocket, wiped his sword, and leisurely returned, seemingly unperturbed by any potential pirate ambush. In truth, the pirates were too intimidated to make a move. Malou's fate doused their fighting spirit like a bucket of cold water. Pierce felt a pang of fear, but believed he could still contend with the mouse. "Charge!" He kicked several pirates, seething. "Do you think the Navy will spare us? Haven't you heard? We must fight or perish." With that, Pierce led the charge, recognizing that in such a critical moment, he must take the initiative. The governor speaks the truth. Forward! Pierce's loyal followers, the serrated blade wielder and the shield bearer, followed closely behind him. The hefty pirate remained still, casting glances at Bran, awaiting his command. With a sharp slap, Bran urged, "What are you waiting for? Go." After speaking, Bran charged towards Ping, engaging in battle and disregarding the portly pirate. Noticing the lack of attention, the rotund pirate seized a shovel and stealthily made his way into the distance. Chapter 108. Acknowledgements. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support and to my editor for their invaluable assistance. I am immensely grateful. To be candid, upon seeing the words indicating the launch, my spirit surged with exhilaration, and I was overwhelmed with joy. This recognition and encouragement from my editor signifies not only my efforts, but also the dedication of my readers. I would like to express my sincere thanks to YB6666 for their monthly votes and contributions, to Lai Quan Sun Shu for their monthly votes and donations, to the Azure Sea for their monthly votes, to the Puppet Master for their generous support, to the Peculiar Knight for their contributions, to the Indifferent Observer for their donations, to Mu Lang Jiang for their support, to the reader with the ID 2020080111259402445 for their contributions, to the youth who paid with their time for their monthly votes, to the one lost in love for their monthly votes, to IFU Jun for their monthly votes, to the Path of the Heavenly Arrow for their monthly votes, to Dreaming of an Endless Starry Sky for their monthly votes, to the one awake at 4:30 in the morning for their monthly votes, and to those who have turned the pages for their votes. Thank you all. Chapter 109. A ruthless assault. Since the leader has taken the initiative to charge forth, it is only fitting for the subordinates to follow suit without hesitation. What purpose does hesitation serve? To await death? How audacious! Still yearning to struggle in the face of demise. The justice of the Navy shall not be desecrated. Prepare to meet your end. Upon witnessing those pirates daring to resist, even the usually calm and collected fire-burning Mountain was incensed. Is it not preferable to accept one's fate quietly? Must one flail about before succumbing? Vane cast his gaze downward and said indifferently, "Is this truly your choice?" Bang! After exchanging a blow with Dalmatia, Pierce staggered back 2 steps, his face a mask of outrage as he shouted, "Regardless of the outcome, if I am to perish, I will ensure you naval forces pay dearly for it." Noticing Vane conversing with Pierce, Dalmatia selected a new target to engage in the fray, dismissing Pierce with a smirk. To him, Pierce was already as good as dead. "Oh?" Wayne gazed at Pierce with astonishment and remarked, "A price to pay? That truly sends shivers down my spine." Wayne merely uttered those words, his body betraying no reaction, while in Pierce's eyes, his gaze appeared utterly vacant. "You must be the leader of the Navy. Prepare to meet your end." Pierce discerned disdain and contempt within Wayne's eyes. Humph. Wayne curled his lips, a sense of disdain surging within him. "Go to hell." Pierce's gaze hardened, his right fist darkening as he prepared to unleash a devastating uppercut aimed at his opponent's face. Ignorant of his own folly, Vane's gaze turned icy, and without employing even the slightest hint of hockey, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Oh. Wayne found himself somewhat intrigued. Pierce possessed an extraordinary resilience. When Pierce delivered a punch straight to Wayne's chest, Wayne did not flinch. Within the realm of his observation hockey, he discerned that Pierce's strike bore no significance. Thud. And then, there was nothing more. The atmosphere grew rather awkward. Pierce's hand lingered on Wayne's chest, and inexplicably, he pressed down slightly. "Is that comfortable?" Wayne inquired darkly, having resolved to leave no remnants of Pierce behind. "Not bad," Pierce replied, somewhat dazed, fully aware of his impending doom. Then, mustering a semblance of courage, he wiped his face and asserted confidently, "Quite good. It appears that our Governor Pierce harbors an unseen facet." How infuriating! Wayne could no longer contain his rage. He seized Pierce by the throat, hoisting him high into the air. Pierce struggled desperately to pry Wayne's hand away, yet his efforts proved futile. I found myself utterly intrigued. Wayne dragged Pierce over and inquired, "You managed to escape from Kaido, yet why are you in such a pitiful state?" "Kaido? Kaido?" Upon hearing Wayne mention Kaido, Pierce reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, erupting in fury. "Oh!" Pierce clutched his head and began to wail. One was taken aback by the immense reaction from Pierce. The psychological impact seems rather severe. What deep-seated animosity could evoke such a distressing cry? Furthermore, Wayne pondered over Pierce's cries, discerning that the emotions interwoven within were fundamentally rooted in fear. What had Kaido done to him? A sharp slap brought Pierce back to his senses, and Wayne, gazing into his eyes, inquired, "What exactly have you encountered?" "A dragon." "A dragon? What of it?" Kaido's dragon form was indeed formidable, but surely it could not inspire such terror. "You do not comprehend." Pierce shook his head, his gaze reflecting a look of incredulity. "The potency of high technology is beyond imagination." "Ah, it seems this individual is indeed a devotee of technology." Through Pierce's account, Wayne learned the entirety of the tale. The governor's pirate crew had consistently received support from the North Sea's Major 66, while Pierce himself possessed merely mediocre strength, barely qualifying as a pirate of the 300 million level. Yet, he held an immense admiration for science. Indeed, in this anti-scientific world, there are those who idolize science. Naturally, Pierce's faith in science did not betray him. From the Grand Line to the New World, the weapons of Major 66 rendered him invincible, undefeated in battle. His adulation for Major 66's technological armaments grew to an extreme, as he believed their weapons to be unparalleled in the world. It was only when he felt his own firepower was sufficiently formidable and his strength adequate that he resolved to challenge a great pirate, determined to showcase the might of technology to the world. Yet, he ultimately met with disaster under Kaido's hand. Pierce, having exhausted all means, was left in despair, having failed to even lay a scratch on Kaido. In more poetic terms, his heart was shattered. To put it plainly, his dreams were obliterated, crumbling into nothingness. Wayne gazed at the Pierce he held in his hand, feeling a sense of distaste. Had he known, he would not have chosen this one. What a worthless piece. Snap! With a swift twist of his wrist, Wayne effortlessly snapped Pierce's neck. Such a worthless individual hardly exemplified the might of our death squad. Observing others swiftly and decisively dispose of their adversaries, Wayne found little motivation to linger, casually tossing Pierce's lifeless body aside. Wayne expressed his disappointment, exclaiming, "They are but a group of inept individuals reliant on external forces." Indeed, Smoker nodded in agreement, noting that hardly anyone could land a blow on him, as they lacked even the most fundamental mastery of hockey. It was no wonder they reacted so vehemently after we obliterated their ship, Fire Mountain reasoned. Incompetence. Ghost Spider vented his frustration by delivering a kick to the prostrate Bran. He had initially anticipated a challenge at the king's difficulty level, only to find himself confronted by a mere silver rank, which was quite disheartening. Bran felt unjustly treated by that kick. "I have put forth my effort. I engaged in combat, yet I simply cannot overcome you. What am I to do?" "Very well," Wayne declared. "Let us sever their heads and arrange them as trophies. This journey shall not be in vain." "Indeed, justice must be served in this manner." "Agreed. Yes. Now, this is true artistry." Upon witnessing the scene, Wayne disregarded the commotion caused by the remaining individuals. His only concern was that the reputation of the Suicide Squad had not been established, deeming the governor's pirate crew exceedingly feeble, utterly lacking in strength. Mark 66. Wayne lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. He believed that the Suicide Squad must achieve something astonishing, something that would shock the world. The legendary Evil Corps, the nightmare of the North Sea, this should suffice. He mused to himself. Without further ado, Wayne retrieved a phone bug from his pocket. "Moshi Moshi, this is Wayne." "Hello, General Wayne. What information do you seek?" "The location of Marineford 66. Do not tell me you are unaware." Your clearance does not allow you to know the whereabouts of the kings of the world government's allied nations." This is a directive from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The power behind the governor's pirate crew is Marineford 66. Now, tell me where it is. Wine's tone grew increasingly agitated. But, no buts. Hurry. All right. Please do not be angry. It is located on Brandy Island in the New World. The red-haired pirates are also there. The red-haired pirates? Good. It is time to settle the score. Chapter 110. Red-haired, high-fewer. Once he had tidied up, Wine savored his own artistry, smacking his lips. Upon locating the site on the nautical map, he called out, "Hey, let's go. We are off to find the red-haired pirates. No, let us head to Germa 66. All right. For justice. Let us eradicate the scum of the seas." The group erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eager to confront Kaido and Whitebeard. Vane smiled softly, casually summoning the barrier aircraft. After observing everyone board the plane in succession, she calibrated the direction, preparing for departure. Red-haired Shanks. This time, I shall undoubtedly vanquish you. A profound glimmer flickered in Wayne's eyes. Just as his striking appearance had yet to endure for 3 seconds, the phone bug rang. Hello? Who is this? Wayne's tone bore a hint of irritation. It is I, came the somber voice of Sengoku through the device. Vane. It is the esteemed Admiral Sengoku. What brings you to seek my company today? Vane said with a cheerful smile. Enough of your nonsense. Speak plainly. What do you require the position of March 66 for? Sengoku retorted, unimpressed by Vane's antics. Just a game, he thought to himself. Sengoku felt his intellect being undermined as he barked into the den mushy. Get lost. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? Where's the red-haired Shanks? So you are aware, Vane replied. Well, what do you think? Sengoku said, exasperated. I merely wish for everyone to engage in a fair battle, Vane chuckled awkwardly. Enough of your scheming. I see through your plans, Sengoku scoffed. Consulting for intelligence under my banner, quite clever of you. Vane remained silent, simply grinning. All right, enough of this. The den mushy humanized itself with an eye roll, stating, I will send Borsalino to follow. Should any unexpected situation arise, he will take action. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Vane secretly pondered. He could withstand Shanks, but whether the Ghost Spider and Doberman could hold off Kira, Beckman, and Jesus Burgess remained uncertain. A layer of insurance would be greatly beneficial. Hey, Vane, those with the Ghost Spider are accomplished under Akainu and Kazan, or within their respective units. They may currently be restless, but with some experience, they will suffice. Just ensure no lives are lost. With Borsalino backing you, do your utmost. After all, the young red-haired Shanks lacks the requisite strength, Sengoku remarked. Indeed. Commander Sengoku is becoming increasingly sagacious, Vane thought, feeling quite agreeable. With Vane's compliance, Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle that he had another matter to convey. Listen. Sengoku's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I have no comments regarding the red-haired pirates, but Germa 66 is a member of the world government, which will not tolerate disrespect. Should anything happen to Germa 66, your fate will be sealed. The world government is not lacking in talent or strength. Once you step beyond the Navy, do not overestimate your significance. Sengoku's words carried weight, implying that without the Navy, Vane would be inconsequential. This was also Sengoku's way of admonishing Vane. Indeed, upon hearing this, Vane fell into a moment of reflection and quietly responded, Understood. What? Vane's voice was too soft, and the transponder snail failed to relay it accurately. Sengoku's transponder snail merely muddled the message, leaving him unaware of Vane's response. What? Did you hang up? Click. In Marineford, Sengoku was infuriated by Vane's abruptness. That damn brat. Hanging up without my permission, just like that scoundrel Carp. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sengoku composed himself and called out to the door, Summon Borsalino. Yes. A few minutes later, Borsalino sauntered in leisurely. Oh, Mr. Sengoku, what brings me here? Your junior, Vane, intends to provoke the red-haired pirates. Oh dear. Each member of the red-haired pirates is a formidable entity, and their potential for growth is substantial. I'd prefer to avoid crossing paths with them, Borsalino exclaimed, raising his hands in mock terror. Sengoku remained silent, merely fixing Borsalino with a penetrating gaze. Borsalino felt exasperated. He wouldn't mind a reprimand from Sengoku, but he found it unbearable to endure that menacing stare. All right, Mr. Sengoku, stop glaring at me. I'll go. Ultimately, Borsalino capitulated to Sengoku's request. Good. Proceed to the location of Germa 66 with utmost haste. Borsalino looked incredulously at Sengoku. At the fastest speed. How exhausting. Is it possible to board a warship? Staring very well, Borsalino raised his hands in surrender, obediently transforming into a beam of light and departing. Sengoku wore a sly grin. Dealing with a cunning individual like Borsalino required such an approach. In the sky above the New World, Ji-Yuan sat beside Vane. And after Vane finished his phone call, Ji-Yuan expressed his concerns, saying, "Vane, is it wise for us to confront the red-haired pirates? After all, they are not the same as those inferior pirates." Oh, Vane looked at Ji-Yuan with surprise, not expecting him to remain unclouded by their previous successes. Truly, he is worthy of being my spouse. They are rather impetuous, which is quite normal at their age. Possessing such strength is indeed commendable. However, a deceased genius cannot be deemed a genius. Vane spoke with an ambiguous tone. Can't the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates temper their arrogance? Heh! A cold smile graced Vane's lips as he remarked, "You are well aware of the caliber of Whitebeard's crew. They are merely fledglings." Pausing briefly, Vane continued, "The Beast pirate's Jack is far too sluggish in his actions. What use is mere brute strength? He has instilled a false sense of security in Fire Fist and Doberman. While I have intercepted Queen, tell me, how can they not become inflated with pride? How can they not consider themselves the vanguard of the younger generation?" Ji-Yuan nodded, having noticed that after subduing the Governor pirates, the Weasel and his crew had begun to proclaim themselves as the leaders of the new generation. "Hey, brothers," Vane called out, turning back. "What is it?" Everyone turned their attention to Vane. "I've heard that the red-haired pirates are the strongest among the younger generation of pirates." "What? We are the strongest of the younger generation. The red-haired pirates are nothing. Under my justice, the red-haired pirates shall inevitably be vanquished. Red-haired, mere mortals." Hearing the shouts of the Weasel and Ghost Spider, a mysterious smile spread across Vane's face. "Good, very good, particularly good." Chapter 111, Confrontation. Wow. On Brandy Island, the eyes of Shanks, the red-haired pirate, sparkled with delight as he was captivated by the impressive design of the electronic weapon presented by Kaji. Kira, indifferent to Shanks's fascination, was engrossed in gnawing on a specially prepared Sea King thigh, courtesy of Germa 66. Jesusberg, meticulously tending to his newly acquired sniper rifle with cotton swabs and alcohol, was aware that this was the latest achievement from Germa 66. Kaji had claimed that, theoretically, this weapon could take down a Marine admiral. Naturally, Jesusberg dismissed Kaji's boastful words, recognizing that even Shanks, with his formidable strength, could hardly contend with an admiral. What could a mere gun accomplish? Beckman, with a bespoke cigar clenched between his teeth, understood Kaji's intentions well. Yet he held no interest in someone so oblivious to reality. Observing Kaji's smug attempts to impress Shanks with scientific jargon, Beckman could not help but smile wryly. Did he seek to recruit us? What a superstitious fellow he was, believing that in a world where true power emanates from within, one could achieve greatness through external means. As Kaji wrapped up his presentation, Shanks, adorned with a specially designed anti-aircraft cap, inquired, "What's the matter?" Kaji, grinning, boasted about his remarkable inventions. Shanks nodded. "Indeed. They are exceptionally impressive. Quite cool. Would you like one?" Kaji asked eagerly. "Really? As long as you agree to a small condition," he continued, envisioning the red-haired pirates as a sharp blade, poised to dominate the North Sea. "What condition?" Shanks queried, sensing that Kaji's terms might not be as favorable as he anticipated. "Simply submit to me, and I shall provide you with the most powerful weapons." "I refuse," Shanks replied calmly, placing the purple gold handgun gently against his chest. "What?" Kaji was perplexed, considering Shanks's evident enthusiasm for such armaments. "A true man of the sea will not be subjugated by another," Shanks explained. "Besides, we have our own dreams. How could we remain under your thumb?" Kaji, now anxious, retorted, "You know the governor of the pirate crew? He serves under me and is currently challenging Kaido of the beasts. Once he succeeds, you will come begging, and I shall not accept you." The laughter that echoed in the hearts of the red-haired pirates spoke volumes. Kaji was not only lacking in emotional intelligence, but also rather foolish. These weapons would be ineffective against them, let alone against Kaido. Without a decade of experience, one cannot utter such words. Shanks held his belly and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Katakuri. You, haraha. What do you mean?" Katakuri responded, somewhat irritated. In his eyes, every member of the red-haired pirates was a fool who did not recognize their own limitations. "You think you can defeat Kaido? You underestimate the strongest creature in the world." Shanks kindly reminded him. "Impossible," Katakuri shouted excitedly. "I am a genius who instills fear in the world government. I am the world's foremost weapon master. I possess an invincible army. I am the nightmare of the North Sea. What is Kaido to me? Vegapunk interjected. It was clearly because of me that I felt offended. Ah, Shanks smirked, not wishing to engage with such a foolish mind. We shall take our leave. You may indulge in your delusions. Beckman tugged at Shanks's collar, leading him away. Although he found Katakuri disagreeable, recklessly eliminating a king of a world government ally would cause them considerable trouble. Humph, knowing so much about me. Do you think you can simply walk away? Katakuri sneered. Someone, seize these contemptible pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive green bird appeared in the skies above Brandy Island. Red-haired pirates. You dare assault the king of a world government ally. Now, our Marine Corps will arrest you. Huh. Shanks scratched his head, perplexed. It was Katakuri who summoned them. How had it turned into an assault on Katakuri? As the Marines and the red-haired pirates faced off, Katakuri returned to his colossal snail ship with his subordinates. In his eyes, both pirates and Marines were no better than each other. The myth of Germa's 60 Six's reign over the North Sea had been shattered by the Marines. Humph. Under the watchful eyes of all, do you still dare to argue, Shanks? Are the crew of the Pirate King Gold Roger of such lowly caliber? I am not, Wayne retorted. You had better retract your words. That man's renown is not something you can tarnish. Humph. Roger is the most wicked man in the world. He is the architect of this era's tragedies. Everyone, let us eliminate the red-haired pirates together. Roar. For justice. Red-haired pirates. I, the ghost spider, shall sever your heads. He, the red-haired pirates? Shanks gazed at the descending Marines, suddenly finding them remarkably impressive. Noticing their captain's daze, Beckman, with a knowing look, swiftly reacted. Smack. A resounding slap struck Shanks on the back of his head. Beckman shouted, Prepare for battle. Let these Marines witness the might of the red-haired pirates. Whoa. The crew of the red-haired pirates drew their long swords in unison, shouting in a fierce chorus. Bang, bang, bang. Jesus Burgess initiated the assault, aiming at the burning mountain, while Doberman and the Weasel fired 3 shots in quick succession. Clang, clang, clang. The trio unsheathed their swords to parry the attacks. Feeling the formidable hockey imbued within the bullets, realizing the challenge posed by the red-haired pirates. Roar. Upon landing, Pudding set his sights on the towering figure of Kira. Kira, having finished the meat in his hands, charged forward unarmed. Beckman stepped in to confront Lafitte, the ghost spider, and Burning Mountain. A peculiar individual with a monkey swinging from his neck faced off against Smoker. A man clad in sunglasses, adorned with a bandana bearing the emblem of the red-haired pirates, swung his sword at the Weasel. Another figure, wielding a long knife, with long hair tied back, a scar on his left forehead, bare-chested, wearing a black coat and pants, stood in a standoff with Gun. A man donning sunglasses, with a grayish-blue aura, dressed in a white shirt, and adorned with a red dragon tattoo on his right neck, gazed fiercely at Darmesia. Wayne paid them no heed. His gaze was solely fixed on Shanks. Surrender was inevitable. The venerable carp awaited his arrival. Chapter 112. Wayne versus Shanks. What? That old monster carp. Upon hearing Wayne's words, Shanks's expression immediately soured, for one could only imagine the tribulations he endured under Carp's relentless pursuit. Drawing the rapier from his side, he pointed its tip at Wayne and said, I apologize, Wayne, but I have no desire to confront that old fiend Carp. It seems we must continue the battle from years past. Ha. Vane cast aside the cloak draped over his shoulders, rolled up his sleeves, and flexed his wrists, brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. I yearn to continue the battles of yore. I am not one to shy away from a worthy man, he declared with a hearty laugh. Nor am I. The dominant blade. As the sun rose, a resounding clash echoed. Fists met blades. And unlike the past confrontation between Shanks and Vane, this time Vane held a subtle, yet undeniable edge. After the collision, Shanks leapt backwards, momentarily taken aback. Your transformation is remarkable, Vane. You truly are a monster. Indeed, the bearer of Roger's will is not merely a figure of idle legend, Vane retorted with a cold smirk. The rising sun, the dominant blade. I shall bring about your demise. And I, too, wonder if our pirate lives can endure with the likes of you in the Navy. Shanks countered fiercely. The duel between Shanks and Vane raged on, yet others had different thoughts. Beckman had successfully subdued Lafitte, the ghost spider, and Fire Mountain, proving himself worthy of the monstrous reputation he shared with Shanks. With a series of swift strikes, Lafitte, the ghost spider, and Fire Mountain were sent sprawling, rising slowly. They ignored the blood seeping from their wounds, their gazes fixated solemnly upon Beckman. What a truly monstrous man, Lafitte remarked gravely. What a sharp blade, Fire Mountain exclaimed. Cough. Cough. His existence poses the greatest obstacle to justice, the ghost spider added between coughs, acknowledging Beckman's fierce aggression just moments prior. As they deliberated, Beckman too pondered the unfolding situation. What Vane has brought forth is undoubtedly a new generation of elite naval forces, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the backbone of the fleet. However, as he observed Shanks still engaged in fierce combat with Vane, Beckman pondered whether he should completely eliminate Vane's group. Ultimately, he abandoned this tempting notion, realizing that should they vanquish Vane and his comrades, the full wrath of the Navy would be an unbearable burden. Kira, meanwhile, began to unleash a flurry of blows upon Pin, who was now solely on the defensive. Devoid of the initial enthusiasm he had displayed when confronting Kira, with a swift strike from the quick sword style as five-fold blade, Kira executed a powerful elbow strike, enhanced with armament hockey, deflecting the attack effortlessly. A mischievous grin, incongruous with his earnest demeanor, spread across Kira's face. What? Pin barely had time to react before Kira sent him flying with another elbow strike from his opposite arm. Smoker, bruised and battered, sporting a black eye, had initially attempted to leverage the unique properties of his smoke fruit against the Monkey Man, only to find himself schooled by the Monkey Man's mastery of armament hockey. Even more infuriating was the fact that even the monkey was proficient in hockey, as evidenced by the 4 claw marks etched across Smoker's chest. Courtesy of that very creature. What madness is this? Teaching hockey to a monkey? Only a fool would engage in such folly. Smoker seethed inwardly. Cap and Vane, feeling quite offended. Huffing and puffing, Smoker pondered gravely whether all members of the red-haired pirates were monstrous beings. Navy. Weren't you just so eager? What's the matter? Can't handle it? The Monkey Man jeered. Humph. Smoker gritted his teeth, tearing off a strip of cloth to bind his wounds, and brandishing his jutty once more, charged forward. Still so oblivious, Navy? The Monkey Man sidestepped Smoker's jutty and sent him reeling with a punch, mocking him further. You pirates! Smoker shouted defiantly as he rose again, declaring, do not underestimate the justice of the Navy. Boom. Dalmatia was once again sent staggering backward, now acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. Is this all you're capable of? The tattooed man taunted, rubbing his side where Dalmatia had landed a fierce blow. Humph. Scum of the sea have no right to judge us. Shave, finger pistol. Dalmatia grunted, pressing on with his assault, determined to take a piece of flesh from the tattooed man, even if it cost him his life. Very well, let me see your resolve, the tattooed man retorted, his body tense and ready, fully aware that Dalmatia was not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to disaster. What was meant to undermine his confidence instead ignited the man's latent potential. Dun was filled with joy. Truly, he felt a profound sense of happiness. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formidable swordsman. The man wielding the long knife, let us refer to him as the Long Knife Man for now, was a sight to behold. A cloud of dismay enveloped him. What a freak! The longsword man cursed inwardly, for Ji-Yuan's talent and swordsmanship was indeed monstrous. From the very beginning, he felt thoroughly suppressed, as if he were merely feeding Ji-Yuan with opportunities to enhance his combat experience. The dance of death, this. After barely evading Ji-Yuan's circular slashes, the longsword man felt an even deeper sense of despair. This was no longer just feeding opportunities. He was, without a doubt, a punching bag. His heart sank further. Compared to others, Doberman's frustration was a burden he could hardly share. Bang! Another shot from an unseen black gun struck. Bang! Doberman managed to deflect Jesus Boo's shot with the blade of his weapon. He then swung his sword towards the source of the gunfire, but, predictably, he missed. Damn it! Doberman cursed, coward. Have the guts to confront me directly. You wish. Jesus Boo's voice echoed from an undisclosed corner. I'm a marksman. You expect me to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Do I look like a fool? I'm a Navy fighter, and you're hiding there taking potshots. Do you think that's fair? Not at all. After a brief silence, Jesus Boo continued. Well, I'm off then. Doberman took a step forward, but then, bang. What is the meaning of this? Didn't you just say it wasn't fair? I'm uncomfortable shooting from the shadows. But if you try to interfere with my companions, that is something I cannot tolerate. Jesus Boo retorted, his tone unwavering. What do you want? Let me tell you. You cannot defeat me with just your hidden shots. My observation hockey is not to be trifled with. Well, Jesus Boo pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about this? If you don't move, I won't either. Let us stay here together. Doberman weighed his options and felt that keeping a sniper occupied was quite advantageous, so he agreed. All right, I one-team move. Chapter 113. Wayne versus Shanks. To Wayne. You're incredibly tough. I can't even budge you, Shanks said, evading Wayne's punch with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ah, this. Wayne halted, and upon hearing Shanks' words, his eye involuntarily twitched. I suspect you're joking, but I have no proof. Humph. This is the result of my training over the years. Unlike you, Shanks, who merely lazes about in pursuit of a so-called dream, I have been diligently honing my skills, Wayne declared with righteous fervor. Is that so? Shanks became earnest, his fighting spirit ignited as he proclaimed, Then let me witness the fruits of your labor. Divine evasion. The western sword transformed into an inky black hue, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Shanks' brow. Wayne, meanwhile, steeled himself, secretly gathering energy as a radiant golden glow began to emanate from his right fist. Divine evasion. The sun. Boom. Between the black blade and the golden fist, even before their full clash, the waves of energy generated had already uprooted the grass in their vicinity. When they finally collided, the tremendous sound and the occasional flickers of black fissures captured the attention of all. What? Such formidable power. I sensed the looming threat of death. Truly, the Navy's supernova was indeed able to contend evenly with Shanks. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that Shanks was slightly at a disadvantage. Humph. The power of justice is boundless. Eight-armed man, you seek your own demise. Humph. Beckman, just wait. Although we may not be able to defeat you, once Captain Wayne is free, you shall await your end. Shanks is not a man to be easily vanquished. His resolve is beyond the comprehension of you Navy folks. Beckman was beginning to reveal his true fury. With a sweep of his sword, he sent Lafitte flying, then drew the pistol hanging at his waist with his left hand. Bang! Without even a glance, Beckman fired a shot, and the bullet, imbued with hockey, seemed to have a mind of its own, striking the ghost spider the moment he appeared with Shave. What? The bullet struck the ghost spider in the abdomen, leaving him momentarily stunned. Cough, cough, cough. The ghost spider collapsed to the ground. Beckman's shot was devastating, hitting precisely at a wound on his abdomen. Monster. As they witnessed the fallen ghost spider, Fire Mountain and Lafitte both thought of this word. Whoosh, whoosh. Beckman darted forward, sending Fire Mountain and Lafitte flying with a single strike. As they were struck, both Fire Mountain and Lafitte retaliated with their most powerful techniques. Uft, uft. They too coughed up blood, trembling as they leaned on their swords, while Beckman was not unscathed, bearing an X-shaped wound on his chest from the blows dealt by Fire Mountain and Lafitte. Cough, cough, cough. Not bad at all, Navy. Beckman grinned, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Beckman, I never thought you would be so delicate. The ghost spider sneered, wiping casually. Hey, I call it refinement, Beckman replied. Pirates, prepare to meet your end, Spider 8-blade style. The ghost spider struggled to rise, resolutely charging at Beckman, while Lafitte and Fire Mountain exchanged glances and followed suit. Very well, Navy, I find myself somewhat admiring you. Beckman laughed heartily, one hand wielding a sword, the other holding a gun, advancing to meet them. Bang! Boom! Crash! Damn it! Pin was once again sent flying by Kira's elbow. Navy, your determination is indeed commendable, Kira remarked, somewhat astonished. Hee. Pinjin rose to his feet. Leaning on his great sword, rubbed his belly, adjusted his helmet, and insisted, The justice of the Navy is beyond your imagination. Pirate. Ha ha ha. Kira, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a meat chop and devoured it with gusto. Let me see the extent of your justice. Humph. For justice. The mocking laughter of the monkey perched on the shoulder of the monkey man reached Smoker's ears, making him feel as though the entire world was ridiculing him. Kid, are you still unwilling to concede? The monkey man chuckled ominously. You are nearing your limits. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, clenching his clothing tightly. Just wait. After Captain Wayne defeats your Captain Shanks, you will see how he deals with you. A glimmer of shadow passed through the monkey man's eyes as he retorted, seeking death. I am curious to see how much longer you can endure. Ha ha ha. I could continue to fight you all day long. Stubborn as a dead duck. The tattooed man teased. Come on, Darmesia, it's no use, surrender. A man like you is just meant to join us in turning the seas upside down. Our captain would surely welcome someone like you into the red-haired pirates. Get lost. Damn pirates, justice will not yield. Finger pistol. Darmesia charged again. The tattooed man remained silent, raising his hand to deliver a punch. As for Doberman, He was so engrossed in conversation with Jezub that it was best to ignore him. Ha ha ha, Wayne. Truly the Navy butcher, the noble Terminator, a man of extraordinary talent. Shanks praised as he dodged a thrust with a finger pistol. Thank you. If you truly believe I am a man of extraordinary talent, might I invite you for a visit to the great prison? Wayne responded lazily, blocking Shanks' sword energy with a raised hand. Heh, do you think that is possible? No, 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 Wayne replied earnestly. I have shown you enough respect. You know the fate of the pirate criminals in my hands. And if I refuse, then I shall leave a spot for you atop the Capitol. With that, Wayne sidestepped Shanks' thrust and reached out to seize his wrist. Come here. Vane sneered as he forcefully threw Shanks to the ground. It was a mutual exchange. With a mysterious smile, Shanks, even as he was captured, suddenly delivered a fierce kick aimed at Vane's head. Boom. Thud. Shanks felt as though his insides were shattering, and the ground beneath them was left with a substantial crater. Wayne felt a slight dizziness, as if he were experiencing a mild concussion. Ha ha ha. Lying on the ground, Shanks observed that his comrades had subdued the Navy and proudly declared, Behold my companions, Wayne, your brothers are in peril. Vane shook her head, regaining her focus as she surveyed the battlefield. As long as you are defeated, I have no doubt that your companions will not dare to make a move. Humph. Such arrogance. I merely speak the truth. Chapter 114. Vane vs. Shanks. 3. Then let us see if you can indeed conquer me. Then you shall observe closely. Divine Evasion. Sunday. As Wayne and Shanks clashed once more, following the collision of Divine Avoidance and the Sun, Shanks seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Wayne's abdomen. Wayne swung his right fist, while extending his left hand to block the area targeted by Shanks. With the first strike failing, Shanks swiftly aimed a kick towards Wayne's head with his other foot. As Wayne lowered his head, Shanks seized the opportunity to withdraw. Such remarkable martial prowess. Your swordsmanship is equally impressive. I sensed a formidable power within it. Perhaps the Conqueror's haki? Ha ha ha. This has been the direction I have been diligently exploring. Are you afraid? Shanks boasted with a sense of pride. Vane chuckled and shook his head, saying, Even though you, Shanks, have ventured down a path that no one else dares to tread, I must admit, if your arms were whole, I would still hold you in some regard. However, now that you have lost your left arm, you possess a significant flaw. Humph. Vane, your words are overly confident. Let's see if that holds true, shouted Shanks, barrage of steel blades. Rising sun. Vane's left hand transformed into a shadowy hue, effectively blocking Shanks' rapier. Seizing the moment, his right hand surged forward with a punch. Oh no, Shanks silently lamented, recognizing the stark disadvantage of having but one hand. Reluctantly, he unleashed a kick with his right foot, sending Vane's right fist flying with a forceful nudge. But wait. Shanks suddenly realized that the power behind Vane's punch was surprisingly feeble, and it was effortlessly deflected. Alarmed, he watched as Vane swiftly retracted his hand, twisting his torso to deliver a spinning kick that struck Shanks squarely in the chest. Bam! The impact resonated with a thunderous roar. With a powerful kick, Vane sent Shanks flying a considerable distance, leaving a long mark on the ground. Shanks, Captain, Leader. The members of the red-haired pirates grew anxious upon witnessing Shanks' injury. It was evident to all that Vane had successfully subdued him. I'm fine. Truly, Shanks reassured, rubbing his chest as he stood up. To be honest, while Vane's strikes hurt a bit, they were not enough to break bones. However, the sheer resilience of Vane was astonishing. This thought echoed in Shanks' mind. He was incredibly tough. Despite launching over a dozen slashes at Vane, the man remained unfazed, bouncing back as if he were an indestructible beast, coughing up some congealed blood to catch his breath. Shanks seized his cutlass and charged once more, but it was clear to any observer that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Beckman, watching intently, felt a surge of urgency. Resolute, he swung his sword to clear a path through the enemy and shouted across the battlefield, All members of the red-haired pirates, cease your games and subdue the Marines. If Vane gets the upper hand, we will all perish. With that, Beckman unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, combining marksmanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts against the enemy. As Beckman fought with such fervor, the likes of which rendered their opponents speechless, Vane taunted Shanks. Your first mate possesses quite a repertoire. Shanks unleashed another slash, yet it proved ineffective. Mistaking Vane's words for envy, he replied proudly, Of course. He is my most formidable ally. Is it not normal for him to know a little of everything? What do we call someone like Beckman in our crew? Vane inquired. What? Shanks responded. We call him a toad teasing a butterfly. Vane replied with a smirk. Shanks furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Ugly in appearance, yet full of tricks. Ah! Go die? Panting heavily, Pin felt his vision blurring slightly. Hee. Pin, it's time to stop. You've reached your limit, Kira remarked as he paused to eat. I refuse. Pin shook his head, his right hand, with a split in the palm, adjusting his cloak. The emblem of justice was still prominently displayed, heavy with meaning. In the name of justice, I, Pin, shall arrest you and imprison you in the great prison. I will not shed tears until I see the coffin. Then do not blame me, Pin declared, launching a series of elbow strikes. The monkey's claw swiped towards Smoker's face. But Smoker deftly turned his head to evade the attack, only to be inadvertently struck in the back by the monkey man. With a resounding thud, Smoker left a long mark on the ground. Ha ha ha, Navy still defiant? The monkey man triumphantly completed his task, lifting Smoker by the neck. Though he had subdued Smoker in a brief moment, the monkey man himself bore the brunt of the struggle, his left arm twisted from Smoker's desperate resistance. Dalmatia felt as though his fingers no longer belonged to him. The tattooed man remained with his arms crossed, yet his previous amusement had vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness in his eyes. A cornered beast fighting for its life is the most terrifying of all. After all, a dog that bites does not bark. Dalmatia's silent resolve to strike caused an unsettling atmosphere. Why not surrender? Our captain likely cannot defeat your leader, and you cannot overcome us. Ultimately, it will just boil down to a hostage exchange, so why bother? The tattooed man urged, sensing the unease emanating from Dalmatia. Dalmatia lifted his head, his gaze revealing a tempest of bloodlust, violence, obsession, and fury. I want you dead, he declared with great difficulty, raising a single finger. Finger gun. 7-finger gun. The tattooed man ripped open his shirt, revealing a body adorned with dragon tattoos. The dragon roars. The bandana-clad man, drenched in sweat, felt overwhelmed. As he was among the weaker members of the red-haired pirates, clearly outmatched against the formidable forces of the Suicide Squad. With a swift strike, a knife left a gash on the back of the bandana man, causing the weasel to feel a mix of anxiety and admiration. This man truly possessed an iron will. The bandana man was still drenched in blood, with numerous wounds marring his body. Ha ha ha, I cannot afford to be humiliated. Navy, come at me if you dare. As you wish. The lullaby of death echoed as the long-bladed man found his weapon disarmed by Jien. Staring at the fallen blade, he appeared momentarily stunned. Why? He struggled to ask. My observation hockey had clearly detected the traces. Why? Because I have successfully integrated my observation hockey into my strikes. What you captured was merely what I allowed you to perceive, Jien replied with disdain. Ah, I see, the long-bladed man murmured, only to suddenly lose consciousness. Blood gushing from his wounds as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 115. Wayne vs. Shanks 4. Boom. 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 Under the relentless barrage of Vayne's combination strikes, Shanks found himself retreating repeatedly. Whenever he attempted to counterattack, Vayne effortlessly evaded and absorbed the blows. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Shanks flying, Vayne observed the tattered state of Shanks, whose flip-flops were in ruins, and remarked, Surrender. I know you have not committed any heinous acts. Thud. Crack. Cough, cough, cough. Then why are you opposing us? Shanks retorted, using his right hand to strike his calf, realigning the bone. Your existence has led many to yearn for the life of a pirate, and the tragedies they have caused, in a certain sense, bear your responsibility, Vayne replied gravely. In the West Blue, how many were influenced by your rise to fame and ventured into the sea, resulting in boundless carnage? Heh, so my fame is my fault, Shanks said with a bitter smile. Any tragedy resulting from your influence is indeed your fault, Vayne asserted decisively. Even so, my dream shall not end here. Shanks continued to smile nonchalantly. Then allow me to assist you in concluding your dreams. Give it a try, you bastard. Try this move. Dominance. Divine evasion. Come on. Armed with hardened hockey, a barrier of glass, and ironclad steel, he unleashed a devastating attack. Boom. The earth trembled violently once more as the heart of Brandy Island shattered. The entire island teetering on the brink of collapse. Is this power truly within the realm of human control? On his snail ship, Jerma stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down incessantly. In comparison to these two monsters, were his so-called technological weapons truly adequate? However, a thought seemed to dawn on him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Let them fight. Let them battle. When the time comes, I will capture you both in one fell swoop and meticulously study your structures. I shall possess the mightiest army. Ha 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 ha. Oh my. I seem to have heard something extraordinary. The voice of King Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, echoed ominously from behind him. Gah! Germa nearly choked on his own saliva. Startled. Who? Oh my, it is I, Your Majesty Germa, came a tall figure clad in a yellow suit and sunglasses, emerging from the depths of the colossal snail ship. Hands tightly clutching something. Admiral Kizaru. Germa nearly bit his own tongue in shock. Yo. It seems that Your Majesty Germa still recognizes my old face. Borsellino said with a grin, though his eyes remained as calm as still waters, clearly indicating his displeasure. And of course, who doesn't he recognize Admiral Kizaru? He is one of the most formidable forces upon the sea. The mind of Gaji was racing, desperately contemplating how to extricate himself from his current predicament. Your Majesty Gaji, I just overheard some rather unpleasant things, remarked Borsellino with a cool demeanor. His lewd words coupled with his indifferent expression made Borsellino appear, well, strikingly handsome. Gaji felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. Why do you have to show up now of all times? Haven't you chosen enough moments to torment me? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Gaji's face transitioned through a spectrum of emotions: outrage, grimness, fury, and finally, indignation, leaving Borsellino utterly bewildered. Noting the evident dissatisfaction etched across Gaji's features, Borsellino curiously inquired, Your Majesty Gaji, are you particularly displeased with me? How could you possibly know? No, truly not, Gaji proclaimed with righteous fervor. Really? Indeed. As a sovereign, I would never utter a falsehood. Very well, Borsellino shrugged. It seems you are intent on causing a scene. After observing the battlefield alongside Borsellino, Gaji's attention was quickly captivated by an object concealed within Borsellino's grasp. Excuse me, Admiral Kizaru, what is it that you are holding? Gaji asked with curiosity. Borsellino, instead of answering, posed a question of his own. Your Majesty Gaji, does your colossal snail vessel possess a weapon of immense power? Upon hearing Borsellino's inquiry regarding weaponry, Gaji immediately puffed out his chest and raised his chin, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, that is a specially engineered creation of mine, the Gmal 66. The pinnacle of technology, plasma. At that moment, Borsellino slightly opened his palm, revealing a brilliant blue light emanating from within. Gaji's jaw dropped as he slowly articulated the final word, cannon damn it. Gaji felt as if he were losing his mind. Despite having exerted every effort to assess the situation, the reality starkly contrasted with the prowess of true strength. The blue light radiating from Borsellino's black palm stung Gaji's skin with an unsettling intensity. Truly, it was deserving of being my ultimate weapon. Initially, Gaji marveled at his own creation, but then he was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. His most formidable means of offense was merely being suppressed by a single hand. Admiral Kizaru, might I request that you, could you possibly relinquish what you have in your hand? Is there an issue? Borsellino inquired, slightly widening his palm. And no, nothing at all, Gaji stammered, quickly closing his mouth. Very well, as long as there are no objections. Gaji lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. Yet he chose to remain silent. Borsellino cast a fleeting glance, but soon disregarded him. He thought it best to swiftly complete the task entrusted by Mr. Sengoku. Meanwhile, as Gaji and Borsellino exchanged words, Shanks was struck in the chest by Wine, breaking several ribs, and inadvertently found himself ensnared by Wine's grip around his neck. Beckman ensnared the incapacitated spider with a rope, while Lafitte and Fire Mountain joined forces. The Weasel and the Dancer captured the Longsword Man and the Scarfed Man. The Tattooed Man approached Beckman, standing beside the unconscious Dalmatia, while Kira, burdened by Pen, made his way over, with the Monkey Man, who had subdued Smoker, also coming closer. Doberman, somewhat foolish, was still engaged in idle chatter with Jesus Burgess. However, neither side paid them any heed. Hey, Wine, release Shanks and the others. Beckman shouted towards Wine. Release Smoker as well. Wine retorted. Let Shanks go first. Release the Navy first. Impossible. Then let us remain in this stalemate. Damn it. Oh dear, it's about time. Borsellino's lewd voice suddenly resonated as the situation reached an impasse. Before anyone could react, Borsellino hurled a cerulean object into the air. Boom. Chapter 116, Wine vs. Shanks finale. A colossal splash drenched everyone present, and Borsellino's arrival instilled immense confidence within the Navy. Conversely, their spirits felt as though they had been doused with cold water. The farce must come to an end, Borsellino proclaimed, extending a single finger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several beams of laser light severed the ropes binding Spider and the others, allowing them to struggle towards Wine's side. Vane released Shanks, the man with the long knife, and the man in the headscarf. The arrival of Porcelino rendered their capture meaningless. Shanks, feeling somewhat disheveled, approached Beckman and inquired, "Beckman, is there any way out? Now you choose to ask me." Beckman replied with a roll of his eyes. "I am currently pondering a question." "What question?" "Is the food in the Grand Prison satisfactory?" Beckman said calmly. "What?" Shanks's expression fell, his face a mask of despair as he lamented, "Is there truly no way out? Let us grab our weapons then. Is there a plan? A struggle before our demise would at least preserve our pirate honor." Ah, this. Among Wayne and his companions, aside from Wayne and Ji Yuan, the rest of the group moved forward with a pronounced limp. Wayne gazed upon the injured individuals, feeling a twinge of compassion, yet he maintained a stern demeanor and remarked, "Are you still formidable? The strongest young generation in the world?" Upon hearing Wayne's words, everyone present felt a profound embarrassment, their heads bowed and faces flushed. They had previously considered themselves exceptionally powerful, only to be humiliated by the red-haired pirates. Particularly, he directed his finger at Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, and Lafitte, exclaiming, "You three dare still call yourselves the Three Musketeers of the Suicide Squad? How brazen!" Ghost Spider and his companions recoiled, resembling three quail in their shame. After being thoroughly outclassed by Beckman, were they still proud? They immediately shook their heads vigorously, indicating they had learned their lesson and would no longer be arrogant. Hee. At that moment, Wayne heard someone laughing at Ghost Spider's disheveled state. Porcelino watched Wayne reprimanding the others, seemingly indifferent, entirely engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. "Who is it?" When bellowed, "What the hell? Who's laughing?" Step forward. "I, Dalmatia," emerged with my head hung low. "Who else?" "I." Pung, timid and hesitant, also came forth. "Why are you laughing?" We found their expressions amusing. These two were rather straightforward. Upon being questioned by Wynne, they candidly admitted their desire to mock the Ghost Spider. "What the hell?" I. Wynne was so incensed he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. "I've never encountered such shameless individuals as you." "Pung, come here." Pung, startled, exclaimed, "What does Boss Wynne want from me? Have you defeated Kira? Have you? No. Then why are you laughing?" Wayne, with a furrowed brow, inquired, sensing that something was amiss. Behind him, Lafayette hastily signaled to Pin to be more astute. However, Pin, lacking the awareness, candidly replied, "I just want to laugh." "You wish to laugh, do you?" With a sly grin, Wayne remarked, "Men who laugh are always blessed with good fortune." "Really?" Pin pondered whether Wayne had perhaps forgiven him. "Really? Damn it." With a swift kick, Wayne sent Pin sprawling to the side, the force just enough to inflict pain without injury. "Go on, laugh. Laugh until your body convulses, and only then may you cease." Pin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, glanced back but was startled by Wayne's fierce gaze, compelling him to strike a pose with his hands on his hips and laugh toward the sea. "Ha ha ha ha!" Dalmatia observed Pin's unfortunate plight, swallowing hard. And when Wayne turned his gaze upon him, his tail bristled with tension. "What are you laughing at?" "I admit my wrongs, Boss Wayne," Dalmatia conceded swiftly. "You recognize your mistakes?" Upon witnessing Dalmatia's compliance, Wayne's expression softened into a gentle smile. Yes, you understand your errors. Now, go join Pen in laughter. And you may stop once your voice is hoarse." Upon hearing Wayne's command, Dalmatia felt somewhat disgruntled. "Why should I? I am being sincere. You are far better than Pen." "In what way?" "He must laugh until he convulses. You only need to tire your voice." "But." "No buts. If you continue to delay, do not blame me for what follows." "Very well." With a dejected demeanor, Dalmatia trudged over to Pen and joined him, hands on hips, laughing. Ha 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 ha. After dealing with the jovial men, Wayne felt a significant lightness in his heart. Truth be told, his underlings were no match for Shanks, which left Wayne feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing the downcast expressions of his companions, Wayne suddenly realized that not everyone was as brazen as Pen and Dalmatia. Clearing his throat, Wayne thoughtfully declared, "Do not be disheartened, my brothers. We may have faltered this time, but we shall triumph next. What is being glum? A man must not accept fate or concede defeat." "But," Smoker lamented, "we lost and were treated as hostages." "No matter. This time we were fortunate and faced no dire consequences." "But," "No buts. Since we have lost this time, we shall emerge victorious next." "Do you mean to say?" Wayne lifted his chin and scoffed, "My brothers are truly inferior to Shanks' crew? Impossible. We are undeniably stronger." "Good." Wayne nodded, affirming, This is the spirit of my brothers. Setbacks are merely transient visitors in our lives. Success is our ultimate pursuit. Aru. As he gazed upon the rejuvenated crew of the Suicide Squad, Borsalino felt, for the first time, that this was a formidable, vibrant team brimming with boundless potential. Ha ha ha, truly terrifying, Wayne. Let us see how far you can go. Borsalino shook his head, suddenly feeling the weight of age upon him, as if the world had become a realm for the youth. Ha ha ha, I must be going mad. By the way, let me count the heads. Wayne suddenly sensed something amiss. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Has anyone seen Doberman? Doberman? Have you seen him? No. Could it be that Doberman is dead? Nonsense. How is that possible? Didn't he the members of the red-haired pirates fight alongside us? And where is Jesus Burgess? What? Search for him. Chapter 117. An unexpected incident amidst the frantic search by the Navy, the red-haired pirates, under the oppressive aura of Borsalino, could do little but remain restrained on the sidelines. Originally, Shanks intended to search for Jesus Burgess, but after a laser shot was fired, he quickly became compliant. As everyone shouted and searched, Doberman emerged leisurely from a corner, having unexpectedly bonded with Jesus Burgess. Both men had left their wives and children in pursuit of their dreams. And notably, their families supported their choices. Truth be told, they had almost become like brothers. Hey, you sniper scoundrel, next time, just wait. I will definitely apprehend you and lock you away in a high-security prison. Humph. Navy, I'll be waiting for you. The two then swaggered back to their base. Upon returning, Jesus Burgess, disregarding the reactions of Shanks and the others, boasted gleefully, "This time, I single-handedly held off a powerful Navy officer. How about that? Am I impressive or what?" Smack. Beckman delivered a sharp slap to the back of Jesus Burgess's head, retorting with annoyance, "What's so great about that? I could handle them alone. If it weren't for your sniper assistance, Shanks might have one." Oh, Jesus Burgess felt a bit disheartened. He had great faith in his comrades and thus had not surveyed the battlefield, focusing solely on restraining Doberman. TCH, Beckman scoffed, well aware of Jesus Burgess's temperament. Knowing he must have encountered someone he could connect with and thus neglected everything else. Forget it, Shanks interjected, pressing down on Beckman, who was eager to continue reprimanding. If Jesus Burgess had allowed me to win, I would have been displeased. A man of the sea should not rely solely on petty tricks to achieve victory. With that, Shanks glanced around and lowered his voice, adding, "Moreover, that old lecherous yellow monkey is watching from the sidelines. Even if I had the intent, I lack the capability." Ha 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 ha. In stark contrast to the suddenly joyous atmosphere of the red-haired pirates, the ambience here within the Navy is considerably more tense. Speak. Wayne felt that assembling the Suicide Squad might have been a grave mistake. What transpired? Looking around at the assembled faces, Doberman felt utterly perplexed, completely unaware of how he had offended them. "Where were you during the battle?" The Weasel was the first to inquire. "Me? I was engaged in a standoff with Jesus Boo," Doberman replied. "Then why didn't you come to our aid when we were at a disadvantage?" Smog pressed on. "I couldn't. The moment I moved, Jesus Boo would fire at me from the shadows, and I was unable to track him. So I had no choice but to remain in that stalemate." Everyone, including Wayne, exchanged glances. At that moment, no one had been distracted enough to consider the others. However, seeing Doberman's righteous demeanor, they instinctively believed his words. Doberman quietly sighed in relief, while unbeknownst to all, Borsalino revealed a mysterious smile after hearing Doberman's explanation. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to conclude this matter. Shanks, surrender, or I will have no choice but to establish another capital, Wayne attempted one last time. Shanks was indeed a worthy adversary, and Wayne felt a sense of mutual respect towards him. Gazing into Wayne's somewhat hopeful eyes, Shanks shook his head and responded, "Impossible, Wayne. A man of the sea does not yield so easily. My journey has only just begun. How could I possibly submit now?" Upon hearing Shanks' words, Wayne finally relinquished his hopes for Shanks' surrender. "Then your journey, along with your life, ends here. Ha ha ha, let the true skills be revealed." The sun blazed down as the Steel Dominator, the Conqueror's hockey, rumbled forth. As Vane and Shanks remained still, the horizon suddenly darkened, followed by the rumble of thunder and a torrential downpour. What was happening? Everyone present lifted their heads to gaze into the distance. A deafening roar filled the air. What was that? It was an enormous hailstorm. Countless massive icebergs plummeted from the sky, swiftly covering the small island. "Quickly, everyone, come over here." Vane called out to the Navy personnel, observing the sky filled with icebergs. "Hurry back to the ship. Protect the vessels. Beckman, Swiftly, take this opportunity to escape. Shanks, momentarily dazed by the unexpected colossal hail, quickly regained his composure. After shattering an iceberg with a casual strike, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "It seems the heavens are aiding us. Lads, let us go." Ha ha ha. Filled with rage at the sight of the red-haired pirates soaring away amidst the hail, Vane felt a deep sense of frustration. It was as though they were mocking him, with hundreds of icebergs hurtling toward them, rendering them utterly immobile. Glancing at the panicked Borsalino beside him, a wave of helplessness washed over Vane. At that moment, he was merely a vice admiral yet to be officially recognized, far from commanding any admirals. An hour later, as the storm passed and the skies cleared, Vane lowered the barrier, only to find that the red-haired pirates had vanished without a trace. The weather in the New World was indeed unpredictable. What a shame. Damn it, the red-haired pirates had nearly been captured. Oh dear, Vane. It appears today is simply not your day. Standing upon the remnants of the shattered island, everyone sighed in disappointment, lamenting the lost opportunity to apprehend the red-haired pirates. Vane lifted his head, scrutinizing the expanse above him with meticulous attention. Could this truly be a serendipitous occurrence in this new world? Rubbing his brow, Vane chose to dismiss such thoughts. He extended a finger, activating his barrier ability, and this time, the depth of the barrier was profoundly intensified. Indeed, Vane pondered to himself. After this battle, he truly felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. Several nautical miles away, Kira exclaimed with exuberance, "Captain, we have truly struck gold this time." It was indeed a stroke of luck to have escaped from the clutches of Vane and the Yellow Ape. Beckman, this time, did not offer a retort. Their narrow escape was indeed fortunate. Shanks boisterously declared, "Ha ha, this is all thanks to me. The heavens would not allow a man of my caliber to meet a disastrous fate." "Cut it out, Captain. We don't believe you," the crew responded skeptically. However, Shanks remained undeterred by their disbelief, enthusiastically suggesting, "Let us hold a feast to celebrate our victory." "Oh yes, a feast it shall be." Chapter 118, Dealing with Gaji Boss Vane. "I believe we have achieved success this time, having defeated the red-haired pirates," Smoker inquired. "Us?" Vane gazed at the jubilant group, a twitch of his eye betraying his irritation as he replied, "No, it was I, the Weasel, and Jiun who succeeded." "What about you?" The defeated crew exchanged glances, lowering their heads to count the ants on the ground. "Never mind," Vane concluded. Vane sighed. They had exerted every ounce of their strength. Cough, cough. "Let us hope for success this time. Oh. We have triumphed. The formidable new generation of pirates, the red-haired pirates, has been vanquished by our navy." Observing the jubilant crowd, Vane's lips curled into a smile as he proclaimed, "Upon our return to headquarters, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast that shall last a day and a night." Oh. Ah, Vane. I too have exerted myself to assist you. Surely you have not forgotten your poor senior, Pagliusolino? I am so destitute that I can scarcely afford a meal." As Vane chuckled merrily, Pagliusolino's lewd voice pierced through. Vane's expression faltered. He had not anticipated Pagliusolino's audacity. "Of course, we must indeed. You have labored immensely, senior. We shall treat you, we must." Vane responded with a forced laugh. The others, including the Squirrel and Fire Mountain, felt somewhat disheartened. With Pagliusolino present, their enjoyment would be hindered. "Ha ha ha. Well, it appears this is your world now. I shall refrain from intruding on this revelry." Noting that, despite their reluctance, the group still permitted him to join, Pagliusolino subtly nodded, his tone shifting, "Really? Of course, if you desire my presence, I am not accustomed to such arrangements. Besides, are you truly willing?" Ha. Hearing Pagliusolino's teasing remarks, everyone awkwardly scratched their heads. Suddenly, a colossal snail ship emerged from the depths of the sea. It turned out Gargi had commanded the snail ship to submerge after witnessing the hailstorm. Pop! The bubble enveloping the giant snail ship burst. Gargi poked his head out. But upon seeing the grinning Pagliusolino, he recoiled in fright. Then, considering Pagliusolino's formidable strength and the equally formidable Vane beside him, Gargi obediently descended from the vessel. "Hey, Vane. My boy." Observing the visibly anxious Gargi, Pagliusolino suddenly grinned mischievously. This esteemed King Gargi had originally planned to resolve matters once he were exhausted from battle. "HM?" Vane and the others widened their eyes, while a somewhat irritable flying squirrel unsheathed a knife and pressed it against Gaji's throat. "What do you mean by this?" "We discovered you had been kidnapped by the red-haired pirates, and we traveled a great distance to assist you, only to end up in this situation." Gaji, feeling the cold steel against his neck, swallowed hard and nervously edged his neck back, forcing a laugh. Admiral Kazuru, you jest. I merely wish to help you. Really? Bane's gaze lifted slightly, his indifferent expression causing Gaji to feel a twinge of anxiety. Of course. I am a member of the world government. The Navy is my guardian. Who else would I assist? Oh, Gaji. I distinctly heard you declare that once the Navy and pirates were dealt with, you intended to recover their corpses for dissection. As Gaji finished speaking, Borsellino chimed in with a smirk. Gaji felt an overwhelming wave of sweat, more than he had ever experienced in his life. As Gaji frantically pondered how to escape this predicament, Fire Mountain's innocent visage twisted into a cruel grin. How about we kill you? He said. Forming a knife shape with one hand and mimicking a downward slashing motion, Gaji felt a surge of panic. I am a king. Is this really appropriate? He implored Borsellino for help, having heard he was the most amiable. As for Vane, Gaji did not even consider seeking his aid. The moniker of the Noble Slayer was earned through the demise of nobles. Oh dear, Gaji, are your eyes bothering you? Borsellino inquired, perplexed. Gaji's face paled. It seemed he was destined to meet his end at the hands of the Navy. What a pity, he lamented, that he had not fulfilled his ancestors' wishes before his demise. Gaji swayed and collapsed to the ground, wailing, Mother. Hearing Gaji's heart-wrenching cries, Vane instinctively felt a wave of displeasure. What are you crying about? You fine young man? Silence. Mother. Gaji continued to weep unabashedly, fearing death and disregarding all shame. Hey. I never said I would kill you right now. Vane, growing somewhat exasperated, remarked, Could you please stop crying? It's rather nauseating. Gaji, sniffling and looking utterly disheveled, struggled to his feet and asked, So I won't die? I shall not kill you for the time being. For the time being? Gaji felt certain that these demons would inevitably slay him. It was merely a matter of time. Mother. Indeed, Gaji's cries intensified, becoming even more fervent. Slap. Silence. As he spoke, Wayne delivered a swift slap, sending one of Gaji's teeth flying. Gaji, covering his mouth, dared not cry out loudly. Instead, sitting on the ground and sobbing quietly, casting a glare filled with animosity at Wayne. You. Wayne pointed at Gaji, momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind. Wayne sighed, crouching down to meet Gaji's gaze. Your Majesty Gaji, do you wish to live? I do, came the reply. Yet my brothers are not pleased with your actions. Gaji opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words, ultimately managing to mutter a feeble admission. I was wrong. Do you think that is sufficient? Wayne inquired. What should I do then? Upon hearing Gaji's words, Wayne felt the moment had arrived. Gaji was indeed a talent, and his intellect could potentially yield a wealth of munitions for the Navy. Pointing to his own head, he remarked, We desire this. Your head? Surprisingly, Gaji deviated from expectation, erupting into tears, this time crying out with all his might, his voice strained. Mother, for heaven's sake. It would take at least a decade of a cerebral thrombosis to pull off such a stunt. Enough with the maternal cries. Where did Baroque Works find you? Why are you so unreasonable? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 119. Returned to headquarters watching Gaji weep uncontrollably, Wayne felt a profound headache coming on. He would rather face Shanks in battle than deal with this blubbering mess again. Bang! Vane delivered a swift chop that rendered Gaji unconscious. And with a firm grip on the collar of his garment, he led the way onto Gaji's colossal snail vessel. Laughter erupted as the duo passed by, Vane delivering a playful kick to each of them. Enough with the laughter. Do you not find this embarrassing enough? Let us move on. Dalmesia and Penn followed quietly behind, their voices hoarse from laughter. Once everyone had boarded, Vane pondered for a moment before summoning a maid to prepare a barrel of honey water for the two robust men. The maid, aware of the formidable presence of Vane and his companions, acted without delay, especially considering their king was in their midst. A day later, under Vane's rigorous tutelage, our beloved Emperor Gaji finally acquiesced to utilizing the giant snail ship to return them, while also discussing the arms trade between Gemal 66 and the Navy. In the dining hall, the Navy personnel, having just emerged from a fierce battle, required sustenance. Hence, they requested Emperor Gaji to prepare food, taking the opportunity to hitch a ride as well. Delicious. Exquisite. Observing Penn, who was choking on meat, yet continued to indulge, the gluttonous spider. The laughing Dalmesia and the savoring Lafitte, Vane rubbed his temples, having long abandoned hope that these individuals would maintain any semblance of decorum. Burp. Vane, why aren't you eating? A tipsy Smog inquired, leaning in with a lopsided grin. Me? Well, Burp, watching you all eat is enough for me. Truly, all right. Continue with your drinking. Vane pushed Smog away with a swift motion, observing the fellow's swaying demeanor, which elicited both anger and amusement within him. Sighing softly, he shook his head, picked up a plate brimming with food, and made his way to the spot where Ji Yuan was seated, placing the plate down before him. "What's the matter?" Ji Yuan inquired, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal. "Nothing much." Wayne scooped a generous spoonful of rice into his mouth and said, "Are you troubled by the red-haired pirates?" Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Wayne stretched his neck and swallowed the rice in his mouth, replying, "Indeed. I did not expect them to escape again. It's nothing. We can capture them next time." Ji Yuan reassured him, "If we can defeat them once, there will surely be a second and a third opportunity." Wayne shook his head solemnly and remarked, "No, I can sense it. After this battle, the red-haired pirates may awaken and subsequently embark on a frenzied training regimen." Stirring the curry poured over his rice, Wayne continued in a low voice, "Shanks is an extraordinary man. He has successfully integrated Conqueror's Haki into his swordsmanship. His strength is poised for a qualitative leap." Upon hearing Wayne's words, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. To incorporate Conqueror's Haki into swordsmanship, Ji Yuan had already begun to integrate observation Haki into her swordplay. Thus she could more acutely appreciate the difficulty of merging Conqueror's Haki into the art of the blade. With a gentle sigh, Ji Yuan expressed her concerns. "If that is indeed the case, Shanks is truly a formidable man. Wayne, can you match him?" Observing the worry etched upon Ji Yuan's exquisite features, Wayne couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Shanks is but a defeated foe of mine. Fear not. Even if he successfully amalgamates Conqueror's Haki with his swordsmanship, he shall still be unable to breach my defenses. I am Wayne Marcus, the future strongest in the world, the unwavering bastion of this realm." He chuckled again. Indeed, another bright day. As Gaji awaited with eager anticipation, his colossal snail ship finally docked at the harbor of Mariehua. It was only after the Navy disembarked in succession that Gaji stepped onto the shore. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Admiral Sengoku, leading the Navy. "Your Majesty Gaji, welcome, welcome. It is an honor to have you at the Navy headquarters." Sengoku warmly welcomed him. Wayne elucidated the entire sequence of events, declaring that today he must thoroughly confront the scoundrel, Gaji. Sengoku's frog-like spectacles concealed a shrewd gaze. In his eyes, Gaji had become nothing short of a mobile armory. "Admiral Sengoku, you are truly too kind," Gaji stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he caught a glimpse of Wayne's meaningful expression behind Sengoku, repeating his words with earnestness. "You are far too gracious." "Very well, please," Sengoku said, his vanity greatly satisfied as he gestured for Gaji to enter his office. After Gaji departed, Kazan lingered, stating, all right, everyone disperse. Return to your respective duties." Inside Sengoku's office, a sudden slam of the door marked a transformation in atmosphere. "Your Majesty Gaji, why did you attack the Navy that sought to rescue you?" Sengoku thundered, slamming his hand against the table, launching into a barrage of questions. Gaji was taken aback by Sengoku's abrupt interrogation, his tongue tied. He had yet to provide an explanation when Sengoku unleashed an even more alarming accusation. "I have heard that you were quite friendly with the pirate Shanks. Is it possible that you have ties to the Roger pirates?" Sengoku inquired with a serious demeanor. Gaji's heart raced with fear. If the world government concluded that he was associated with the Roger pirates, even 10 heads would not suffice to save him. No, absolutely not. "Admiral Sengoku, do not slander me." Gaji's complexion changed drastically as he, disregarding all else, exclaimed, "Admiral Sengoku, I am the king of a world government allied nation. I could never be linked to the Roger pirates." "Oh, then why is your Majesty Gaji so agitated?" Sengoku casually asked, stroking the goat at his feet. Gaji, a mere scientist conducting research in the shadows, fell prey to Sengoku's cunning tactics. "You know?" Gaji's voice trembled with anxiety. Sengoku detected the underlying tension. He had initially intended to extort Gaji, but had inadvertently unearthed a significant revelation. "Indeed, Your Majesty Gaji, do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the world government," Sengoku remarked nonchalantly. Gaji appeared to deflate, collapsing onto a chair, weakly stating, "I never imagined that even if I surrounded myself with clones, the world government would still uncover such information. Of course, there is no need for me to elaborate on the rest, is there?" "Well, yes. I do have a slight connection to the Roger pirates," Gaji confessed, his pallor ashen. Chapter 120. The truth behind Roger's surrender. Indeed, Gaji's face turned ashen as he recounted. "Back then, I had just escaped the world government's pursuit, and in my naivety, I believed that the world government was envious of my talents. Thus I boasted of my abilities far and wide. As he spoke, Gaji swallowed hard and continued. Finally, an unexpected pirate crew found me, the Roger Pirates. Roger appeared both amiable and imposing as he declared, "I am dying." At this revelation, Sengoku was taken aback. He had long sought to understand the myriad ways in which Roger could ignite the era of great pirates. Yet why would he choose such a manner? It turned out Roger was nearing his end. Observing Sengoku's bewilderment, Gaji cautiously inquired, "Marshal Sengoku, shall I proceed?" "Continue." Sengoku urged. "Very well," Gaji replied. "Roger sought me out, hoping to harness the power of his lineage factor to prolong his life. He mentioned his desire to have time to spend with someone dear." Gaji reminisced. "Go on." At that time, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Dr. Kareha, had exhausted his final efforts to save Roger, but alas, Roger's life was already waning. "Did you not save him?" "Me." Gaji chuckled bitterly. "I had only grasped the basics back then, and how could I possibly save Roger? Though I loathe to admit it. If Vegapunk had been there, perhaps it would have made a difference." This belief in science was rooted in Gaji's mind, for even someone as formidable as Gold, Roger could not escape the clutches of illness. Only science could offer eternal strength. Sengoku emitted a cryptic sigh, whether in regret or sorrow remained unclear. "Then you know, Gold." Roger was apprehended by the Navy and ultimately executed, thus ushering in the era of great pirates. "You may leave now. Return tomorrow." Sengoku waved his hand, and Gaji, cautious, withdrew hastily. "Bring in Vice Admiral Garp." An hour later. "Is this the reason for your surrender, Roger?" Garp sat on Sengoku's sofa, his rough hands gripping Caesar, who was panting. Caesar had been borrowed from Golette. Caesar struggled desperately. Thud. "Oh." Garp rarely displayed regret. Viewing Roger much like Wayne regarded Shanks, mutual respect tinged with a desire for the other's demise. "I'm off," Garp said, dragging Caesar along. Signaling his departure, "I promised Golette and Wayne to barbecue today. I cannot break my word." "What about me?" Sengoku inquired. "You?" Garp turned back, eyeing Sengoku's little goat with mock seriousness. "I believe you should try roasted goat." The little goat bleated in terror. As the laughter subsided, Sengoku, after Garp's departure, rubbed his forehead and comforted the little goat for a moment before retrieving a tube of black hair dye from his drawer. He meticulously applied it in front of the mirror, reflecting on the importance of maintaining a vigorous appearance as the fleet admiral. After a brief soliloquy, Sengoku regained his composure and energetically resumed his paperwork in preparation for the commendation ceremony scheduled for the day after tomorrow. As night fell, Sengoku sighed. "Ah, how exhausting." He massaged his waist, acknowledging that he was indeed feeling the weight of age. Glancing around, he observed the diligent Navy personnel, the lighthouse, and in the distance, a small hill with a flickering campfire. They must be over there, he thought, deciding to join the gathering. Standing slowly, he covered the little goat with a blanket, quietly closed the door, and made his way toward the distant fire. On the hill, Gallet was focused on roasting his carrots, while Zephyr grilled meat, casting furtive glances at Vane, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with Ji Yuan. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Crane methodically organized the ingredients and washed them, while Carp innovatively placed a packet of sunbae over the fire, aspiring to be a gourmet. "Ji Yuan, how has your training been lately?" Vane inquired. "Not bad. Soon I will fully enter the realm of the great swordsman, integrating observation hockey with swordsmanship," Ji Yuan replied thoughtfully. "Well, I'm not very knowledgeable about swordsmanship, but you must be cautious. Just today, if I hadn't noticed in time, you could have lost your hand," Vane admonished, recalling how Ji Yuan had nearly harmed himself due to overexertion earlier that afternoon. Yes, I know." Ji Yuan pouted, slightly annoyed. "I'm not a child. I know my limits." "Very well, you know your limits, but an adult lady shouldn't pout like that," Vane said gently, reaching out to touch Ji Yuan's face. Startled by his gesture, she instinctively raised her hand, initially intending to slap him, but paused upon recognizing Vane. As Wayne seized the opportune moment, he grasped Ji Yuan's hand with one hand while the other offered a piece of meat to her lips. "Oh." Ji Yuan's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Yet she still parted her lips and gently took a bite. "That's right. How utterly embarrassing." Witnessing the flirtatious exchange between Wayne and Ji Yuan, Zephyr felt as if his cherished cabbage had been snatched away by a troublesome rabbit, despite the fact that his cabbage had always thrived in the wild. How infuriating. Zephyr glared at Ji Yuan, his resentment teetering on the brink of explosion. Admiral Crane observed Zephyr's predicament with amusement, fully aware of the situation's intricacies but choosing to remain silent, reveling in his vexation. "Grandpa Zephyr," Gallet suddenly cried out. "Huh, what is it? Oh dear, don't cry." Zephyr snapped back to reality, rushing to comfort the tearful Gallet. "Grandpa Zephyr, you're terrible." "Ah, I assure you, I have done no such thing. You burnt Gallet's carrot." Gallet no longer likes Grandpa Zephyr. The little girl sobbed, for she adored roasted carrots. This is. Zephyr glanced down and realized that burnt was an understatement. It was charred beyond recognition. "It's Grandpa Zephyr's fault. Gallet is very angry. You must roast another skewer." "Very well, I shall roast another skewer." "Gallet wants two." "All right, two it is." He. "Zephyr, I want some too." "Get lost. Enjoy your roasted rice crackers. I shall only roast for Gallet." Chapter 121. The Ascension of Admiral. Amidst the cheerful gathering of Gallet, Zephyr, and the others, Carp discovered that his roasted rice crackers had vanished. "My rice crackers are gone," Carp bellowed, glaring furiously at an elderly man in a floral blue outfit, who was noisily chewing. "Munch, munch, munch," gulp after swallowing a mouthful of roasted rice cracker. Sengoku inquired, "What is the matter? Can I eat too? How many times have you eaten in my office?" Carp, initially poised to unleash a tirade, found himself countered by Sengoku and, after stammering for a moment, fished out a large bag of rice crackers from somewhere, unwrapped it, and resumed roasting in silence. Sengoku expressed disdain for Carp's pettiness and casually grabbed a skewer of roasted vegetables to enjoy. Gallet began to cry again. Sengoku, startled by her sudden wailing, held a skewer in one hand and gently stroked Gallet's bunny head with the other. "Gallet, what's wrong? Will you tell Grandpa?" Sengoku. Gallet wrinkled her little nose. But before she could utter a word, Zephyr snapped impatiently. "Just look at what you are eating." Zhangguo lowered his gaze to the skewer of vegetables in his hand and suddenly realized that he was indulging in the roasted carrot skewers that Gallet favored. This. Zhangguo scratched his head awkwardly. It was merely a random grab, a serendipitous accident. The young girl felt utterly unfortunate. First, her food was burnt, and now it had been consumed by Zhangguo. She was now famished. Observing the tearful little girl, Zfa and Zhangguo were at a loss for what to do, while Carp chuckled to himself. Not far away, Wayne noticed the scene, stood up, and picked up a skewer of roasted carrots from Jiyuan, walking over to offer it to Gallet. "Here, take it, eat up." Sniff, sniff, Gallet clutched the roasted carrot and devoured it, feeling as though she might perish from hunger. "No more crying from now on." "Why?" the little girl inquired, lifting her gaze. "You are my daughter, the future of the Navy. Crying is not an option." "All right then." The young girl's ears drooped in response. Jiyuan approached to take Gallet to the spot where she had just enjoyed skewers with Wayne, offering her more to eat. While Rear Admiral, he insisted on helping Jiyuan wash the vegetables to prevent Gallet from getting an upset stomach. Now, only a few gentlemen remained. "Wayne," Zhangguo addressed him, "I have heard that you triumphed over the red-haired pirate crew." Wayne held a chicken wing in his hand, mumbling indistinctly, "I suppose so." "Oh, young Wayne, you actually defeated Shanks?" Carp asked in astonishment. It was not long ago that Wayne had managed to escape from Shanks solely due to his intimidation. Now, time had passed, and Shanks was no longer a match for Wayne. "I cannot kill him. His physical prowess is formidable. I can inflict severe injuries upon him. Yet I cannot bring about his demise. However, my defense is exceedingly strong, and Shanks simply cannot outlast me." Thus, Wayne shrugged and declared, "I have emerged victorious." Carp, with a gleeful demeanor, heartily patted Wayne on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, lad. I cannot abide those outside who claim the Navy is ineffectual, asserting that the red-haired pirates are the future of the four emperors. Nonsense. Ultimately, they cannot best the Navy." Zifa, with a beaming expression, added, "Excellent work. I take great pride in your accomplishments." By the way, Zifa seemed to recall something and inquired, "Though the red-haired pirates are few in number, each member possesses strength akin to that of 10 men. How did you manage to contend with them alone?" "I'm aware of this." Sengoku casually spat out a fruit pit and remarked, "Wayne, along with his peers, formed an elite unit known as the Death Squad." "Oh, so this is the reason behind your triumph over the red-haired pirates?" Zifa suddenly grasped the situation. "Indeed, Mr. Sengoku, our Death Squad performed admirably, did they not?" Wayne nodded affirmatively and then exchanged a playful glance with Sengoku. "Ahem, Sengoku, I believe this Death Squad is quite commendable. It can serve as a paragon of excellence." demonstrating to the world that our Navy possesses an elite force. Zifa was the first to express his support. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Wayne, do you not have a flying technique? When combined with the Death Squad, it would be impeccable. Sengoku, should you disagree, I might just have to indulge in roasted lamb. Carp chimed in with vigorous agreement, even threatening Sengoku in jest. Sengoku tossed a chicken bone at Carp's head, then disregarded Carp's furious glare and casually remarked, "When have I ever disagreed? Rest assured, the commendation ceremony will also serve as the establishment ceremony for the Death Squad." Really? Wayne inquired with surprise. Mr. Sengoku, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Sengoku replied with a chuckle. Am I the sort of person to engage in such deceit? 2 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a multitude of reporters, representatives of various kingdoms, and delegates of the world government began to arrive. The Navy publicly proclaimed this day to be the occasion for the promotion of its youngest rear admiral, alongside the elevation of 6 other commodores and 3 brigadiers. Standing atop the highest podium, Sengoku, with a radiant expression, announced, "Today, we celebrate the emergence of the youngest rear admiral in the Navy, none other than Wayne Marcus." A resounding cheer erupted. "Oh, for justice! The pillar of the Navy!" All the Marines joined in unison. And Wayne felt that this was his most glorious day. Sengoku continued, "Additionally, the following individuals are promoted to Commodore: Doberman, Fire Mountain, Flying Squirrel, Dalmatia, GUN, and Ghost Spider. T. Penn, Lafitte, and Smoker ascend to Brigadier." The atmosphere in the venue reached a new pinnacle of excitement. Meanwhile, a representative of the world government, a CP-9 training officer, scoffed at the vibrant Navy, muttering disdainfully, "Is that all? Sengoku is regressing. They are merely a handful of young rookies." Yet, despite his words, an air of envy flickered in his gaze. The surrounding representatives from various kingdoms breathed a sigh of relief. The stronger the Navy became, the safer they felt upon the seas, particularly for those kingdoms that had disbanded their royal guards in pursuit of wealth. Without the Navy, they would be on the brink of collapse. As the atmosphere reached yet another zenith, Sengoku solemnly declared, "Furthermore, the Marine headquarters has decided to establish an elite unit centered around Wayne, comprising GUN, Penn, Dalmatia, Lafitte, and others, known as the Death Squad." Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the attendees. The emergence of the Death Squad signified a breaking of the previous paradigm, where the Navy's high-ranking combat power could now confront multiple pirates simultaneously. Chapter 122. The world in uproar after Sengoku announced the inception of the Death Squad. Whispers filled the room. It was an undeniable fact that the Navy had been outmatched in terms of elite combat power. Did Sengoku's actions suggest a desire for reform within the Navy? Perhaps even a shift towards emulating the elite crews of pirates? Humph. All show and no substance, one noble remarked, as they often took the opportunity to criticize anything involving Wayne, given his deep-seated animosity with the aristocracy. Indeed, another rotund noble sneered, "They merely await the Navy's downfall. They are but watchdogs for noble interests. Is such grandiosity truly necessary?" A significant announcement has emerged. Morgans, the bird, grasped a camera in its talons. Now intrigued by the daring exploits of the Marines, convinced that their audacity would soon resonate throughout the world. Moreover, Morgans cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding nobility. Sengoku had always approached matters with caution. Compared to the monumental feats of the Marines, it seemed inconceivable that he would hastily declare such news otherwise. Indeed, a representative minister from a kingdom posed a question. "Marshal Sengoku, the pirates also possess elite crews, most notably the red-haired pirates vying for the throne of the 4 emperors. Can the Marine Suicide Squad triumph over them?" After asking, the minister humbly clasped his hands and retreated into the crowd. Suddenly, Sengoku, stroking his twisted beard, burst into laughter, leaving everyone perplexed. He inquired, "Do you truly believe the Suicide Squad cannot defeat the red-haired pirates led by Shanks?" The assembly exchanged glances. The red-haired pirates commanded great respect, and each crew member was extraordinarily skilled, having even managed to escape the grasp of the legendary Marine hero, Garp. Was that not proof enough? Furthermore, it was rumored that Shanks had developed a grand and formidable swordsmanship infused with hockey. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly complex. Observing their faces, the somewhat naive Penn and Dalmatia were eager to rush forward and confront those scoundrels, asserting, "Our Suicide Squad has indeed vanquished the red-haired pirates." Just as Penn and Dalmatia prepared to voice their claims, 2 members of the barrier squad grabbed hold of their garments. Fools. To argue now would be nothing short of disgraceful. Remain composed. Do not stir up trouble. Marshal Sengoku will surely deliver justice for us, whispered Vane in a hushed tone. Lo and behold, scarcely had Vane spoken when Sengoku, with a mysterious smile, revealed, in fact, just 2 days prior. The Suicide Squad decisively defeated the red-haired pirates and captured Shanks. However, due to the weather conditions in the New World, the red-haired pirates managed to escape. Well, is that true? Gasped the crowd, their astonishment palpable, as whispers of admiration for the Suicide Squad circulated. The training officer from CP9 expressed skepticism, asking Sengoku, is this true? Upon this inquiry, all eyes turned to Sengoku. Humph. The Navy does not lie, nor is there any need to deceive. You may inquire of that rascal Shanks if you wish, Sengoku declared boldly. Doubt if you must, the Navy fears nothing. Under the aegis of Admiral Sengoku, the atmosphere shifted to one of reassurance, as the unparalleled reputation of the world's foremost military force instilled confidence in all. Soon, a resounding wave of jubilant cheers erupted, with numerous naval personnel celebrating enthusiastically. The youthful sailors were filled with dreams and aspirations, while seasoned veterans like Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku gazed on with pride, recognizing that this generation of Marines, from Akainu to Vane, had successfully subdued the pirates. However, Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration. After Vane's tenure concluded, the Navy would once again face a dire shortage of capable successors. A day later, the establishment and accomplishments of the Suicide Squad, heavily promoted by the naval headquarters, quickly gained notoriety across the seas. At the temporary base of the red-haired pirates in the New World, Jesus Burgess handed a newspaper to Shanks, his expression contorted with concern. Captain, it seems we've become a stepping stone for the Suicide Squad. Vane, do you now have your own crew? Shanks mused, taking the newspaper with one hand. Upon examining it closely, he realized that the members of the Suicide Squad were the same Navy officers who had once confronted his crew. Hey everyone, our formidable foe, Vane, has assembled the Suicide Squad. Let us hold a feast. Ho ho ho. A feast it is. Let's drink. As Shanks observed his crew busily preparing for the celebration, he tightened his black cloak and grasped the hilt of his western sword. He had developed a unique swordsmanship style and felt confident that he could breach Vane's defenses. How intriguing, Vane. Which elite team will ultimately prove to be the strongest, the red-haired pirates or the Suicide Squad? Shanks pondered, his anticipation palpable. In Wano, at Onigashima, Kaido sneered as he held the small newspaper in his large hands. A bunch of naval brats. If they dare to come here, I'll turn them into a death squad. Slurping his red bean soup, Queen wiped his mouth and mumbled, Boss Kaido, I don't want to be a calamity. I aspire to be the strongest disaster. With a resounding slap, Kaido sent Queen crashing into the wall, declaring, I already have someone in mind, Mwaha. But Jack interjected, he tormented you in prison. Does he have the audacity to return? Ha ha ha, he certainly does. He's not the type to dwell on the past. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard boomed with laughter, can you believe it? Shanks, whom Roger favored, was defeated by a mere barrier user? The Suicide Squad. It appears the Navy believes itself to be formidable once more. Chuckling heartily, with tubes protruding from his body, Whitebeard added, there seems to be no shortage of naval talents. Indeed, old man, Marco replied, running his fingers through his hair. The members of this Suicide Squad completely overwhelmed us back then. Is that so? Rest assured, my friends. I shall return to reclaim our honor. With a grand gesture, the old man spoke with unwavering confidence. Marco and his companions, however, fervently shook their heads, insisting, no, no, dear father, we shall strive diligently to reclaim our honor ourselves. Very well, the choice is yours, he replied. Ah, the news of Commander Wayne has arrived. Colonel Siri and his monkey burst forth from the office, bellowing at everyone they encountered. Soon, the entire branch was abuzz with the news of Wayne, igniting a spirited atmosphere. Oh, Commander Wayne is invincible. The naval officers of the G-12 branch have always held dear the commander who guided them through their most arduous times. And they have been eagerly following his news, awaiting the day they could assist him. Furthermore, when Caesar departed, he left behind a multitude of monkeys. Influenced by Wayne, the naval personnel began to develop an affection for these creatures. To their surprise, they discovered that these monkeys could effectively aid in combat, leading the G-12 branch to be affectionately dubbed the Monkey Branch. Consequently, they publicly declared themselves as the successors of Wayne, unknowingly bestowing upon him the title of Monkey Admiral, a recognition of which he remains blissfully unaware. Vane, op this. Chapter 123, the past of Wilson. Several days have elapsed since the establishment of the Suicide Squad. Yet the fervor of the sea remains unabated. There are constant assertions that the Navy, from its elders to its youngest, has effectively subdued the pirates, signaling the imminent end of the great pirate era heralded by the infamous Joel D. Roger. Naturally, the naval headquarters welcomes such proclamations with delight, even subtly encouraging them behind the scenes. In the office of Vice Admiral Vane, the leader of the Suicide Squad, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. With remarkable speed, Wayne swiftly assessed each document, discerning the appropriate course of action. Even Sengoku was moved to tears. Suddenly, a telephone bug nestled close to Wayne began to ring. Moshi Moshi. This is Shafulin. Chief, please stop fooling around. It's Dorag. The voice of Dorag emerged helplessly from the device. Ahem. Yes, I am aware. I was merely testing your vigilance, Wayne replied after clearing his throat. What is it? Our Dawn Daily is ablaze across the vast ocean and has even commenced sales in the New World. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Understood. However, the scholars from O'Hara, led by Dr. Clover, are intent on exposing the dark truths of the world government. Dorag cautiously inquired. Quickly relocate the press to a concealed location. And as for the content, manage it as you see fit. Remember, utmost discretion is paramount, Wayne instructed. Got it. By the way, Chief, I recently recruited an old comrade whom you are likely familiar with. Oh, Wayne pondered for a moment but could not recall, so he inquired, who is it? It's Wilson. Who? Wilson, the former commander of the G-16 branch of the Grand Line. I recall he was quite protective of the Navy. Why? You are aware of Wilson's strength? Yes? Indeed, back when Ping and I served under him, Major General Wilson's prowess was formidable, rivaling that of the vice admirals at headquarters. If not slightly exceeding them, Wayne reminisced. Precisely. You may not know this, but Wilson was once a renowned rising star in the Navy. Heralded as the successor to Admiral Zifa, the future master of martial arts, Dorag extolled. Then why was he relegated to a branch? What lies behind this? Wayne asked, intrigued. Sigh. Dorag sighed. Of course, in his heyday, Wilson's martial prowess could only be subdued by the likes of Palyasolino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, the current three admirals. However, Dorag paused before continuing. His greatest admiration was not for Admiral Zifa. Who was it then? It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Indeed. Wilson aspired to be a strategist akin to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Dorag said, handing a newspaper to Ivankov, then addressing the telephone bug once more. And then? Wayne set down his signing pen, eagerly inquiring. And then? Dorag shook his head and continued. Then Fleet Admiral Sengoku received word that the Big Mom pirates had captured several extraordinarily rare juvenile fishman whales, and he ordered Wilson to intercept them. To either return them to Fishman Island or retain them for the Navy. That sounds promising. What seems to be the issue? Wayne inquired curiously. At that time, Wilson had repelled the ant pirate crew, yet he himself was gravely injured, and it was the small fishmen who tended to his wounds. Their bond was undeniably strong. Drago spoke in a somber tone. It is a pity. A pity about what? The small fishmen had promised Wilson that they would join the Navy, aspiring to elevate the status of their merfolk kin through their endeavors. That is a commendable aspiration, he remarked. But I currently have no knowledge of any fishmen in the Navy, because they perished. What? Wayne furrowed his brow, inquiring further, how did they die? It is related to the celestial dragons, Drago sighed and continued. At that time, Admiral Sengoku personally led the team to welcome Wilson. You see, having fishmen join the Navy would greatly benefit its development. Indeed, he replied. However, several sycophants of the celestial dragon families discovered these fishmen. After informing the celestial dragons, they approached Admiral Sengoku, demanding that he capture them as slaves. Wilson vehemently opposed this. He was infuriated. In his heart, those fishmen were not only his saviors, but also his friends, and he could never acquiesce to such a fate. We nodded and said, of course. If I were in your position, I would also disagree. This is where the problem lies. Dorag responded angrily. The whale fishmen are exceedingly rare. There may only be a few visible in the entire world. The celestial dragons are utterly opposed to this. And it was only through the uncompromising orders of the Gorosei that Admiral Sengoku acquiesced. Admiral Sengoku agreed. Indeed, after the Gorosei issued their coercive command, Admiral Sengoku eventually relented. Sighing, Wilson desperately resisted, even going so far as to oppose his former comrades, yet Admiral Sengoku subdued him, allowing the celestial dragon's favorite attendants to take the whale fishmen away. And then what happened? Dorag continued. I heard those whale fishmen were very obstinate. After departing from Wilson, they refused to eat or drink, ultimately starving to death. As a result, Fishman Island nearly severed ties and expelled the Navy, acknowledging the rule of Whitebeard. Dorag expressed his sorrow. What happened when Major Wilson learned of this? He rushed towards Mariewa, but my old man restrained him. So, after a couple of days, the world issued a decree, mandating Wilson to remain stationed at the G16 branch indefinitely, never to return to Marineford or Mariewa. So this is how a rising star of the Navy meets his end? Who can argue otherwise? Where is Major Wilson now? I do not know. What? You do not know? You were the one who brought him here, and now you claim you do not know where he is? Are you jesting? Well, he has gone to seek out that celestial dragon's favorite attendant from back then. Never mind, that is his choice, and I cannot interfere. Is there anything else to instruct? Chief, nothing important. Yes, when bombarding the world government, prioritize your own safety. Once the Dawn newspaper withstands the world government's attacks, I shall appropriately reveal a snippet of Mr. Liu's works. You mean the Mr. Liu who is known as the Red Vanguard? Yes. Wonderful. Ever since you mentioned his theories last time, I have been unable to forget them. All right, now go back to your duties. Taking a day off, I sincerely apologize. The school has unexpectedly scheduled an examination, and I must request a day of leave to prepare for it. I truly regret the inconvenience. Chapter 124. Wilson in action. After hanging up the phone, Wayne let out a deep sigh. Even though Major General Wilson was an extraordinary talent, he remained tightly bound by the world government. Feeling disinclined to handle paperwork that day, Wayne stretched lazily and decided to engage in some physical exercise to develop his barrier abilities. For him, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Sabaody Archipelago. The lawless zone. Shaki's bar. Strikingly beautiful woman, with a voluptuous figure, was gently polishing a glass. An elderly man, characterized by a prominent beard on his chin and a scar across one eye, was savoring his drink. His expression reflected satisfaction. A man cloaked in black slowly pushed the door open. Shaki glanced over and, placing the glass down lazily, inquired, "What can I assist you with, young sir?" "Knock. Knock, knock. I require information, in detail," Wilson stated, producing a gold bar from his pocket and tapping it on the counter. Shaki reached out to take it, but found nothing, calmly withdrawing her hand and asking, "What kind of information do you seek?" "Information concerning Turner, a subordinate of the Celestial Dragons." "Oh dear, young sir, that is quite a significant figure." "Surely, we do not possess any intel on him," Shaki replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she poured a drink for Wilson. "This drink is on me. Once you finish, you may leave. Of course, you can choose not to drink as well. I require information on Turner." Wilson remained unfazed. "I'm afraid I do not have any information regarding Turner." "What if I were to take it by force?" "Ha ha ha," Shaki replied with a hint of mockery. "The former Rear Admiral and rising star of the Navy, Wilson. Do you believe you can contend with us?" As she spoke, the man savoring his drink slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Wilson. Crash bang! With a swift motion, Wilson tore off his black cloak and slammed his hand on the table, leaning in to question, "You, a remnant of the Rock's pirates, dare to instruct me? You?" Shaki's eyes flashed with anger. Just as Wilson reached for her throat to demand answers, a hand suddenly pressed down on his right hand. Oh, are the youth of today so impulsive? The one restraining Wilson was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates and an old acquaintance of Shaki. Silvers Rayleigh? Wilson's pupils contracted as he increased the pressure in his right hand, attempting to break free from Rayleigh's grip. Rayleigh felt an abrupt surge of strength, igniting his competitive spirit. His body trembled slightly as a more formidable power erupted forth. Boom! As he realized he could not escape Rayleigh's grasp, Wilson launched a punch with his left hand. Ha ha ha, the youth of today seem increasingly reckless. Rayleigh deftly turned to evade Wilson's assault, then struck Wilson's chest with his other hand, sending him sprawling. Cough, cough. Wilson spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling a twinge of frustration. His prowess had waned significantly over the years. The events of 8 years prior had left him in a state of despondency, and even now, embarking on a journey to reclaim his former strength was no simple task. "Have you regained your composure, former Navy?" Surprisingly, Rayleigh did not pursue his advantage. Instead, he calmly sat down, observing Wilson as he lay at the doorway. Upon realizing that Rayleigh had no intention of finishing him off, Wilson relaxed and plopped down on the ground, responding sullenly. I understand your curiosity regarding Turner's information, but I wonder, do those fishermen whales, whom you barely knew for a few days, truly merit such efforts on your part? Rayleigh inquired with genuine curiosity. Worth it. I have wronged them, pushing them into a chasm of suffering. My true nature embodies my sense of justice, and I deem it worthy. Wilson replied resolutely. Ha ha ha, is that so? I find myself somewhat admiring you. Rayleigh expressed with a hint of respect, acknowledging that he might not have acted similarly in Wilson's position. Wilson replied, originally intending to draw his weapon, but upon remembering he was no longer a Navy officer and that Rayleigh had not harmed him, he relaxed and remained still on the floor. After a moment, realizing he would not obtain the information he sought, Wilson stood up, dusted off his trousers, and said nonchalantly, apologies for the intrusion. Wait. Rayleigh grabbed a document from Shockey's hands and tossed it over. Snap. Wilson caught the document, furrowing his brow as he questioned. What does this mean? Ha ha ha. Consider it the concern of an elder for the youth. Rayleigh replied casually, facing away from Wilson. Ha ha ha, we are even. Wilson suddenly laughed, producing a 100 berries note from his pocket and tossing it onto the bar, landing perfectly before Rayleigh. A fair exchange, no debts between us. Ha 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 ha. As he watched the carefree Wilson depart, Rayleigh glanced at the 100 berries in his hand. This fellow Rayleigh shook his head, casually pocketing the note. Rayleigh? Shockey's meaningful voice resonated, causing Rayleigh to freeze momentarily with the note in hand. He then obediently extended the berries to Shockey. Shockey grasped the money and tucked it away into her four-dimensional purse. Rayleigh could only watch enviously as his meager funds slipped into an unfathomable abyss. Letting out a deep sigh, alas, I shall take charge of this money for you. Should you require it in the future, just say the word. Would I deny you? A miserly man. Shockey curled her lip, expressing disdain for Raleigh's stingy demeanor. I. Rayleigh opened his mouth, rendered speechless as he watched Shockey depart. Sighing once more, he drained the last drop of his drink, his heart heavy with thoughts. I wonder how the prices at the slave trading market stand now, truly. The vice captain of the illustrious Roger Pirates finds himself needing to sell his own body just to afford a drink. Alas. In the depths of the great undersea prison, on the 6th level of infinite hell, a voice inquired, Are you ready? Rest assured, Warden, everything is in order. Have all these dangerous individuals been hypnotized? No, they are far too strong. For now, they are merely restrained. Otherwise, I would have been torn to shreds by them long ago. Do your utmost. I have had enough of this decaying place. Just a moment longer. Allow me to prepare. I can barely contain my anticipation. These fellows are my gift to Kaido. Ha 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 ha. Do take good care of me, my lord. Indeed. You need not worry. Chapter 125. The aggrieved Gaji clutching the intelligence. Wilson casually entered a small inn. Upon opening the document, he discovered it detailed Turner's recent actions and travel habits. Scoundrel. Infuriated by the information, Wilson burned with rage, wishing he could eliminate Turner at Mary Geos immediately, avenging his savior and those poor lost souls. Cursed be it. He flung the document to the ground and stomped on it vehemently. The report indicated that Turner would not appear for another 5 days, and even then, under the stringent protection of the world government. Patience is required. Wilson calmed himself and remarked, It appears I must devise a proper escape route. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, in Sengoku's office, he addressed Gaji, Your Majesty. We sincerely apologize for the negligence shown towards you in recent days. Sengoku spoke gently to the restless Gaji. No offense taken, Gaji replied, stealing glances at the circle of figures surrounding him, Kapu, Zifa, Borisolino, Kazan, and Veen, forcing a laugh. Now let us discuss the matter of compensation, Sengoku said, taking a sip of water. This. Gaji hesitated, for the Navy was also under the command of the world government. Perhaps, he thought, a bit of procrastination could allow him to evade the situation. Should he? Thus, Gaji began to glance around, stalling and remaining silent. Sengoku squinted, casting a meaningful glance at Carp, urging him to discern the unspoken message. Carp, perceptive to Sengoku's cue, recognized it well, given their deep friendship. He adeptly made his way to Sengoku's snack cabinet, and despite the perplexed gazes of others and Sengoku's furious glare, Carp emerged with a small pile of snacks, placing them upon the coffee table. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty Gaji, indulge yourself. These are the hidden treasures of that old rascal Sengoku. As he spoke, Carp rummaged through the pile and, finding a package of senbei, began to munch contentedly. The assembled Navy personnel exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that Sengoku's expression might not convey the sentiment Carp had interpreted. Crack. Unintentionally, Sengoku crushed his once-beloved pure steel fountain pen in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Gaji's face paled, and he subtly shifted his rear to the side. Since Carp had already initiated the conversation, Sengoku, unable to protest, was left to suppress his anger and forced to smile, saying, "Yes, yes, Your Majesty Gaji, do have a taste. These are my personal collection." Ha ha ha. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, but I think I shall pass. Perhaps? Gaji wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke. Vane extracted a packet of dried squid from the heap of snacks, munching as he inquired, "Does Your Majesty Kaji fail to perceive our Navy's indulgences?" Upon hearing Vane's words, a shiver coursed through Kaji's body, at which point Borsalino chimed in, "Ho ho ho. After all, he is a king. How could he possibly deign to notice the trifles of Mr. Sengoku? What say you, Mr. Sengoku?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku, already in a foul mood, felt his displeasure deepen. With a darkened expression, he queried, "Is that so?" A cold sweat trickled down Kaji's back as he hastily grabbed a packet of rice cakes, shoving them into his mouth while exclaiming, "No, no. Truly, Commander Sengoku, your standards are exceedingly high. These snacks are simply delectable." Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, contemplating a request for some monetary compensation from Kaji shortly thereafter. "Your Majesty Kaji," Sengoku began. What is it?" Kaji, still with rice cakes in his mouth, asked. "It is time to discuss the matter of compensation." I find these rice cakes quite delightful. May I inquire where you purchased them, Commander Sengoku?" Kaji stiffened, awkwardly steering the conversation elsewhere. This time, Sengoku, having learned from past experiences, discreetly signaled Vane, recognizing that Old Cap was untrustworthy. Upon seeing this, Wayne gently addressed His Majesty Gaji. "Your Majesty, are you perhaps reluctant to provide compensation?" "How could that be?" A collective nasal sound of disdain emanated from all the naval officers present. Gaji, somewhat embarrassed, realized that evasion was no longer an option. He hesitantly glanced at Sengoku and inquired, "How much compensation do you think the Navy requires?" 10 billion berries, Sengoku replied nonchalantly. 10 billion. Gaji's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to spew the rice cake he had in his mouth. Fortunately, he managed to cover his mouth just in time, or today he would have entered upright and exited horizontally. "Alas, Commander Sengoku, I believe 10 billion is exceedingly unfair to His Majesty Gaji." To Gaji's astonishment, Wayne suddenly stepped forward to advocate on his behalf. "Vice Admiral Wayne, you are truly magnanimous." Gaji's eyes glistened with emotion, but his words were abruptly halted by Wayne's next proclamation. "How about 20 billion? Wayne stated with righteous gravity. 20 billion. Gaji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. 20 billion. You might as well kill me. Gaji hastily turned to Sengoku, saying, "Commander Sengoku, regarding the compensation." Sengoku raised his palm, signaling Gaji to quiet down. Although Gaji felt a surge of indignation, he had no choice but to swallow his anger in light of the current circumstances. "Your Majesty Gaji," Sengoku straightened his collar and spoke with solemnity, "piracy is rampant, and the annihilation of nations and cities is a frequent occurrence. Not long ago, the red-haired pirates even kidnapped a king, an unforgivable act." Inwardly, Gaji thought, "Actually, I summoned the red-haired pirates myself." However, he dared not voice this and instead nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, piracy is increasingly rampant, and we at Gamar 66 wish to contribute to the cause of combating piracy." With a righteous demeanor, one might think him exceptionally noble. "Hey," Sengoku suddenly exclaimed. "What I have awaited is precisely this statement from Your Majesty Gaji." Uncertain if Gaji was willing to assist the Navy in their battle against piracy, Sengoku continued, "I wonder if Your Majesty would be amenable to contributing a little in this endeavor." Well, I'm not sure what aspect Commander Sengoku is referring to. I believe that the weapons from Gamar 66 are particularly excellent, and I think Your Majesty could suitably provide the Navy with a small quantity. How much do you consider this small quantity to be?" "Let us start with 100,000 sets." "How much? 100,000? Alas, you might as well end my life." Chapter 126. Assignment of New Tasks. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Until next time. Goodbye." Standing at the harbor, watching his Navy bid him farewell, Gaji wore a smile on his face, yet inwardly he felt a surge of frustration. How detestable! As he turned away, His expression darkened immediately, his eyes filled with anguish. A sponsorship of 15 billion berries, along with 60,000 sets of the Gmail 66 specialized individual combat gear. In the end, he was coerced into signing an agreement under the Navy's intimidating presence. Henceforth, he would supply equipment to the Navy at cost price. Damn it! Gaji silently cursed within, vowing never to return to this wretched place of sorrow. After bidding farewell to Gaji, Wine followed behind Sengoku and pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Mr. Sengoku, what is it? What's the matter?" After extracting a hefty sum from Gaji today, "I am in high spirits," Sengoku replied with a smile at Wine's words. Wine hesitated for a moment and said, "Has there been any movement from the world government regarding the barrier aircraft I developed? This can be considered a strategic capability. Does the world government truly not care?" Sengoku paused to chuckle and responded, Well, it seems you possess some wits. I noticed you on the day you arrived. I have a fair understanding of the principles behind your aircraft." "What? You know the principles?" Wine exclaimed in astonishment. Sengoku said proudly. "I saw through it at a glance. It merely involves the differential in airflow. The velocities of the upper and lower airflows must differ." Wine was left speechless, unable to fathom that what he believed to be a closely guarded secret had been so easily discerned. "Do not think this is a secret. The world government is aware as well." "Then, why doesn't the world government have an air force?" "The materials are not sufficiently robust," Sengoku replied. "We have always aspired to attain air supremacy, but as you are aware, the climate of the Grand Line and the New World presents significant challenges. With our current materials and power, it is simply unfeasible." "Now I understand." Wayne nodded, realizing why only a select few, including himself, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fujitora, and the Golden Lion, wielded such air superiority. "Very well." Wayne shrugged, as he had originally intended to utilize this opportunity to bolster the Navy's strength and perhaps earn some accolades in the process. With a hearty pat on Wayne's shoulder, Sengoku chuckled. "Indeed, quite commendable. I have not erred in my judgment of you. Splendid work. All in the name of justice." Wayne replied, scratching his head. "By the way, your recent enthusiasm. Are you aspiring to achieve the rank of admiral? How could that be? Enough with the jest. Be serious. Is it true or not?" "Yes," Wayne replied somewhat timidly. "A soldier who does not wish to become a general is no good soldier." "All right, I shall devise a plan," Sengoku mused silently, contemplating how to assist Wayne in attaining the rank of admiral. He glanced at Wayne, recognizing him as the last scion of the old guard of the Navy. Kong's legacy seemed to be in tatters. Not only was Dragon a disappointment, but even his grandson had faltered. Sengoku had heard that Karp's grandson had been brainwashed by the red-haired Shanks, incessantly declaring his desire to become the Pirate King, which had caused Karp to lose several strands of hair in distress. "I have an idea," Sengoku declared. "You could serve as an inspector at the deep-sea prison." "The prison?" Vane inquired, for in his recollection, the undersea Great Prison could be deemed a subordinate entity of the Navy, despite its nominal equality with the naval forces. "No," Sengoku, stroking his twisted mustache, replied. "The emergence of every admiral necessitates formidable strength and a letter of endorsement." "A letter of endorsement?" Vane questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed. A letter of endorsement is issued jointly by the Chief Justice of Judicial Island, the Fleet Admiral, and the Warden of the Great Prison, signifying that this naval officer has garnered the recognition of the three great powers of the world government. As long as your political stance aligns, the five elders will not impede your progress." "This political level refers to," Vane suggested with a hint of implication. "Yes," Sengoku nodded. "It pertains to the continual maintenance of the authority and justice of the world government. I believe maintaining the authority of the world government is acceptable, but as for justice," Vane remarked with a raised brow, "are you still unclear about the situation?" "I am aware, but how you should navigate it is up to you," Sengoku said, turning to leaving Vane to ponder alone. One step at a time, he decided. Observing that there was nothing more to be done, Vane returned to his dormitory alone. 3 days later. "Hey, I'm off. Make sure to train diligently, and don't wait for my return. You still won't be able to match the red-haired pirates." Standing at the harbor, Vane waved farewell to his companions, the Squirrel and Jiuan. Today marked his day as a naval inspector at the deep-sea Great Prison, where he would be required to serve for 6 months before he could return. "Rest assured, Vane, we will train diligently. The head of the red-haired pirates will be ours. Have no worries." Wayne stood at the bow of the ship, exuberantly declaring, "I have already spoken with Teacher Zephyr. He will assign you suitable tasks to hone your skills." We shall meet again in 6 months. Let us go. Farewell. As Wayne bid his farewells, Zephyr, perched on a distant highland, expressed his delight, stating, "Since Wayne aspires to become an admiral, I shall assist him in navigating the complexities ahead. Fortunately, I possess some connections that I can still leverage." In the Grand Line, the three great powers of the world government convened at the notorious Impel Down. The director, Antonidas, a man in his 60s, regarded as the toughest of all, surveyed the three individuals before him: Deputy Director Magellan, Chief Guard Jin, and Warden Shiryu. Antonidas felt a sense of satisfaction, though he had long harbored resentment towards the Navy's dominance. However, since the emergence of the three admirals and the Suicide Squad, he had resigned himself to the situation. Yet, he believed that while his subordinates might not rival the admirals, they could certainly handle Wayne. Cough, cough, the Navy's observer has arrived. It seems Sengoku intends to elevate him to the rank of the 4th Admiral. Who among you will temper his ambition? Antonidas spoke candidly, his skepticism evident. He did not believe the Navy could produce another genius. "I shall go," Shiryu responded, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. He had heard tales of Wayne and yearned to ascertain whether he was truly as formidable as rumored. I hope you possess some skill," Shiryu mused inwardly. Chapter 127. Impelled down, a hum filled the air as an albatross seaplane descended upon the outer harbor of Impelled Down. A staircase unfolded from the aircraft, extending to the gates of the prison. Antonidas nodded approvingly, noting that Wayne's display indicated a commendable development of his fruit powers and observation hockey. Humph. Jin scoffed at Wayne's ostentatious behavior, dismissing it as mere showmanship. What a pretentious display, he thought to himself. Shiryu, his eyes brimming with bloodlust, could hardly contain his eagerness to eliminate Wayne. The second-generation sword, Ghost, at his side radiated a faint red glow, resembling a beast poised for release. Meanwhile, Hannibal, the vice warden, gazed enviously at Wayne as he descended from the plane with undeniable flair. "Is this what it means to be a big shot? I wish to become the director one day." Magellan, known for his straightforward nature, remained unperturbed. To him, the priority was simply to perform his duties well, alongside the occasional trip to the restroom. Ah ha 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 ha. Welcome to our esteemed Navy observer. As Wayne arrived at the gates of Advanced City, he retracted the barrier, and Anton Das approached him with a beaming smile, cheerfully exclaiming. Wayne respectfully greeted Antonidas, who returned the gesture. Wayne then courteously remarked, "Greetings, Director Antonidas. I have often heard esteemed Professor Zephyr and General of the Warring States speak of you." With a chuckle, Antonidas seemed pleased by Wayne's words. As if a memory had surfaced, and inquired, "How's the old man Carp faring these days? What does that rascal say about me?" At this point, Antonidas couldn't help but grit his teeth in irritation. Admiral Carp is, of course, in fine health, and he has consistently remarked that you are a trustworthy individual. Wayne replied with a forced smile. As Wayne spoke, his mind wandered back to the words of Carp, who had mentioned a few days prior that he had heard Wayne was to be sent to the Great Prison. Wayne, remember this. Antonidas of the Great Prison is nothing but a simpleton, a colossal fool in every sense. Surely not, after all. He is a high-ranking official of the world government. Believe me, Wayne, Antonidas is utterly inept, yet brimming with unwarranted self-confidence, even bestowing upon himself the title of the world's toughest. Toughest? Indeed, his devil fruit ability is the hard fruit, a rather formidable power. Even I require considerable effort to breach his defenses. Impressive. No wonder the world government has dispatched him to the Great Prison. Humph, Carp scoffed, his expression one of indignation. He is nothing but a fool. I once engaged him in combat. Admiral Carp, who emerged victorious. Naturally, it was I. Yet, to my chagrin, that fool eventually ascended to the position of warden, incessantly calling to gloat about it. At this recollection, Carp's demeanor soured. Well, very well. But how could I ever concede defeat? Whenever he boasts, I simply mock him for being unable to best me. Ha ha. Regaining his composure, Wayne smiled at Antonidas and remarked, Admiral Carp holds you in high regard. Him? I care not for his approval. Pa. Antonidas stamped his foot in fury before breaking into a grin. Is Carp still an admiral? Indeed. That old relic cannot compare to me. I outrank him by 2 levels. Antonidas declared with glee. Oh, I must call him to taunt him. Jean, Magellan, please take good care of young Wayne. I have matters to attend to. With that, Antonidas rushed into his office, shutting the door with a flourish, leaving everyone curious about his activities. Well, Magellan turned to assess the situation. The dim-witted Hannibal, the indifferent Jean, and the ever-ready Shiryu. This is quite the scene, Magellan mused. Wayne, my brother, allow me to show you around Impel Down. Ah, very well. Wayne raised his gaze to Magellan's devilish visage and said, I appreciate your guidance, Deputy Warden Magellan. Ha! You are too courteous, Admiral Wayne. After you. A group of individuals entered Impel Down, and the first sight that captured their attention was the Red Lotus Hell on the lower level. Magellan began his exposition on the notorious prison. The Red Lotus Hell was teeming with sword trees, needlegrass, and a multitude of venomous spiders, housing only the weaker criminals. The second level was the Beast Hell, filled with an array of ferocious beasts, including snake chickens, human-faced lions, and poisonous spiders. The third level, the Hunger Hell, was rife with scorching gases and prisoners deprived of sustenance, predominantly featuring those with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The fourth level, the Burning Hell, housed the director's office, kitchen, and granary, where every inmate was subjected to disinfection upon arrival. The fifth level, the Frigid Hell, was notorious for freezing its inmates to death. Accompanied by a multitude of savage military wolves, the prisoners here had bounties exceeding 100 million, and due to the frigid air, there were no surveillance snail phones present. The final level, the Infinite Hell, contained remarkable individuals, comprising either death row inmates or those sentenced to life imprisonment. This tier was home to monstrous pirates, erased from history for their heinous crimes. The inmates here were akin to legendary figures, facing either execution or life sentences, due to their atrocious deeds. Many incidents perpetrated by these prisoners were suppressed by the government, deliberately concealed even from the newspapers. Through Magellan's revelations, Wayne gradually grasped the structure of this deep-sea prison. After wandering around, Wayne and his companions found themselves back at the top. Deputy Magellan, why did we not visit the sixth level? Wayne inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The sixth level contains individuals of great significance. Entry is only permitted with the director's consent. Without such approval, no one will care even if you perish, Magellan cautioned. Wayne did not entertain thoughts of sneaking in. Very well, Wayne shrugged, contemplating the possibility of seeking permission from Director Antonidas, eager to witness the legendary figures that the world government had sought to erase from existence. As they approached the quarters of the Navy observer at Impel Down, Magellan remarked, Wayne, this shall be your residence. We shall not intrude. Until tomorrow. All right, Wayne nodded, stepping into the room. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand suddenly reached in to halt it. Russell, Vice Admiral Wayne. I am curious to know if you are truly as formidable as the Navy claims, Shirey rasped, slowly drawing out the second-generation sword, Yuru, from his waist. Chapter 128, Discovery. Wayne lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Shilio, his eyes conveying a clear message. Do you believe yourself worthy? Cease your condescension, Shilio shouted fiercely, drawing forth his second-generation guache and striking towards Wayne. Crack. Mid-swing, Shilio's blade was intercepted by Wayne's two translucent fingers. What? Shilio gasped in astonishment, retracting his right hand, only to realize that his second-generation guache had not budged from Wayne's grasp. Unbelievable. Wayne clenched his left hand tightly and delivered a powerful punch to Shiryu's abdomen. With a muffled groan, Shiryu expelled a mouthful of blood and, losing his grip, was sent flying. As Shiryu hurtled towards the wall, Jean stepped forward, attempting to catch him. However, the moment Jean made contact, he was met with an overwhelming force that pushed him back a step. General Wayne exhibited remarkable skill, although Jin's expression was rather grim. The mask he wore concealed it from others. After steadying Shiryu, Jean quietly departed. Magellan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his face and awkwardly remarked, Brother Wayne's strength is truly formidable. I've long found Jean and his companions unsatisfactory. I'll take my leave now. Very well, Wayne replied gently. Thank you, Deputy Director Magellan, for your guidance. The following day, as a naval observer, Wayne commenced his inspection of the entire deep-sea prison at the break of dawn. Good morning, General Wayne. Indeed, good morning. He responded with a smile and a nod to the guards, as he passed through the blood-soaked Red Lotus Hell, witnessing the continuous wails and cries of the inmates. There was not a trace of sympathy in Wayne's gaze. After meandering through the 5 tiers of the prison, he stood at the very bottom, gazing into the depths of the Infinite Hell. He was genuinely intrigued to encounter the legendary super pirates. Determined, Wayne resolved to seek out Antonidas. However, as he traversed the frigid hell, a peculiar inmate caught his attention. Amidst the icy landscape, a rigidly postured prisoner, clad in prison garb, was inching towards a cluster of convicts huddled together for warmth. Upon reaching them, he seemed to utter something, prompting the group to erupt in excited whispers and discussions. What on earth is happening? Vane strode forward with purpose, seizing the peculiar criminal by the throat and lifting him off the ground, demanding, "Who are you?" The strange criminal chuckled softly, then lowered his head, lifeless. In another corner, a criminal with blue hair and eyes glimmering with an eerie blue light gasped in astonishment. "I can't believe this naval observer has discovered me. This cannot stand. I must consult with Jin and swiftly incite a rebellion." What a chilling inferno. Upon confirming the lifelessness of the body he had shaken, Wayne, despite having discarded it among the military wolves, turned back to interrogate another criminal. Pressing his hand firmly upon the man's head. "Speak," he demanded. "What did that scoundrel just tell you?" The criminal, disdainfully spitting onto the ground, retorted, "Save your breath, Navy. I will not divulge anything." Wayne chuckled softly. "A tough nut, are we? My least favorite type." With a swift twist of his wrist, the obstinate criminal's neck was abruptly snapped. Vane casually tossed the corpse aside and approached another criminal. "Ha ha ha. Feel the fear, Navy. Crack. I shall remain silent. Crack. Perish, Navy. Crack. I could divulge. Crack. Wait, something seems amiss." Vane glanced back at the pirate whose eyes remained unclosed in death, shrugged nonchalantly, and then turned his gaze towards the next and final one. Alas, those pirates were so effortlessly dispatched, their defeat felt almost too easy, a transgression of sorts. After a fleeting moment of inner shame, Vane directed his attention to the trembling last pirate. "Speak," he commanded, "for my patience is finite." At this juncture, the pirate, nearly driven to madness by fear, clasped his hands atop his head, quaking as he crouched low to the ground, exclaiming, "I will speak. I shall reveal all." "Then speak," Vane urged. Just moments ago, that individual came forth, claiming to be the specter of Impel Down. He stated he had conferred with a certain high-ranking official from Impel Down and that a rebellion would soon be instigated. Oh, a rebellion? Could it be him? Coupling the criminal's words with his own impressions, Vane quickly deduced the identity of this traitorous scoundrel. "It is Ember." Wayne stroked the non-existent beard on his chin. And in that moment, he seemed to embody the spirit of the famed detective, Kagoro Muri, swiftly deducing the next course of action. Adapting to the ever-changing circumstances with steadfastness was his ingenious strategy. He resolved to remain at the forefront of the advancing city, wandering aimlessly to create pressure on Jean, convinced that he could not maintain his composure. Furthermore, he mused, Vane pondered, compared to that specter who had already divulged matters to Jean. As long as we guard the infinite hell, with Magellan, myself, and Antonidas, even a mere 5 layers of prison cannot conjure much mischief. Indeed. Upon realizing that Vane might be aware of his and Jin's schemes, the specter became momentarily flustered and hastily sought out Jean. What the devil? Why is this happening? Jean seized the specter's collar and hurled him against the wall. Coughing, the specter stammered, "I had no idea that damned Vane would show up there." Slowly rising from the corner, the specter murmured, "Now let us contemplate our next move." Right. After catching his breath, Jean gradually regained his composure and mused, "I shall probe the matter tomorrow to discern if that fellow harbors any suspicions or notions." The specter furrowed his brow, uneasily inquiring, "What if you glean nothing at all?" Jean drew his katana, its tip mere centimeters from the specter's eyes. "Then we shall release all the inmates and create a ruckus in the advancing city. This. Do you understand? Yes? Do you comprehend? Yes. Fool." With a swift kick, Jean sent the specter sprawling aside, straightened his attire, and strode toward the exit. As he reached the door, he halted abruptly and declared, "Remember my words. Follow my directives without harboring any ulterior motives. In due time, I shall ensure your inclusion in the Beast Pirates, and Kaido will undoubtedly favor you, provided we can achieve something grand and possess ample resources to join the Beast Pirates. Understand? Understood. Humph." Chapter 129. Probing since the discovery of impending riot signals, Vane had abandoned any thoughts of ascending to the 6th layer. The grand prison was there, unyielding. There was no escape. He resolved to address the tasks at hand and, once the turmoil subsided, seek an opportunity to behold the visage of the legendary heinous criminal. Vane's actions were clearly observed by Jean. After Vane once again snapped the neck of a wanted criminal with a bounty exceeding 100 million and fed the corpse to the military wolves, Jean could no longer contain himself. "What are you doing?" he inquired coldly, stepping closer to Vane, who had just eliminated another pirate attempting to flee. "Why do you indiscriminately slay these criminals?" "Me?" Vane glanced at Jean, a playful smile gracing his lips. "If I refrain from taking action, I fear it might leave opportunities for certain individuals. You. Jin's eyes widened as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Vane. Your eyesight seems to be failing. Perhaps you should visit an eye doctor instead of glaring at me. Now be gone. Vane offered no mercy to Jin. Humph. Jin exhaled heavily, turning to leave, when suddenly, flames erupted from Jin's body, and the katana at his waist appeared in his right hand, sweeping horizontally toward Vane's neck. Ha 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 ha. Jin laughed maniacally, envisioning Vane's head rolling on the ground. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Jin's blade struck against a vibrant green object. What? Jin realized something was amiss and swiftly retreated. Who are you really? He asked cautiously, having encountered naval vice admirals before, yet none possessed such extraordinary strength. I am merely a passing naval observer, Vane replied with a smile, the non-existent creases of his coat undisturbed. Flame sword technique. Xiaoyang. Jin's fiery sword energy disintegrated beneath the impact of Vane's fist. With a resounding thud, Jin was sent flying, his arms slightly contorted from the force. Rather than returning to engage Vane further, knowing he was outmatched, Jin transformed into a toothless wyvern, engulfed in roaring flames, and charged away. This could spell trouble. Vane furrowed his brow as he gazed at the gaping hole created by the collision, remarking that Antonida's fellow may not necessarily believe my words. As fate would have it, upon reaching the 4th level, Jin assessed his injuries and quickly realized that they were not severe. He had merely dislocated a few joints. This was concerning. Jin pondered. If my injuries are too minimal, Antonidas may not impose a stringent punishment on Vane. Resolute in his thoughts, Jin struck his chest with his right hand, deliberately fracturing 3 ribs, and then unleashed a fierce blow with his left fist, leaving his face bruised and battered. Finally, in a moment of grim determination, he broke his own calf. At that moment, Antonidas was engaged in his usual mockery of Cap. Upon spotting the battered Jin, he was taken aback, promptly ending his phone call to scrutinize Jin's injuries. What happened? Antonidas inquired with genuine concern. Who has done this to you? Coughing up blood, Jin replied, it was Vane. I discovered that he was wantonly slaughtering the criminals in the 5th level prison. With good intentions, I attempted to intervene, but he shamelessly ambushed me. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have perished at his hands. Hearing Jin's account, Antonidas instinctively found it hard to believe. Vane's exploits had frequently graced the newspapers. And in Antonidas's mind, he was a formidable and upright young man. Otherwise, the warring states would not have considered promoting him to a general. Are you certain you did not misinterpret the situation? Antonidas still harbored doubts, yet the sight of Jin's injuries began to sway his conviction. If you do not believe me, I can take you to him. With you present, Vane would dare not lie, and we can also bring a lie detector specifically designed for criminals to discern the truth. Jin proposed, a fierce glint in his eyes. That seems inappropriate. Antonidas felt that such an action was indeed excessive, should anything go awry. Cap and Zephyr would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Observing Antonidas's hesitation, Jin grew anxious. Time was of the essence. Without the lie detector, there was a strong possibility that Vane might turn the tables. Though he deeply trusted Antonidas, any unforeseen circumstances could prove disastrous. With this thought in mind, Jin declared, if I am mistaken, I shall kneel before Vane in apology, and from that day forth, I will bow in contrition whenever I see him. Antonidas was taken aback by Jin's resolute declaration, wondering how deep the animosity must run for such an extreme measure. Under Jin's unwavering gaze, Antonidas felt it unwise to dishearten his subordinate, thus he acquiesced. Very well, it shall be just the 2 of us this time. Do not involve Magellan and Silo. Excellent. Jin hastily acquiesced, willing to forsake his dignity if it meant establishing Wayne's guilt. With Jin's consent secured, Antonidas, characterized by his impatient nature, guided Jin toward the 5th level of the prison. Upon their arrival, they found Wayne seated cross-legged, quietly observing them. Just as Antonidas prepared to speak, Jin interjected, asking, Wayne, did you injure me? To Jin's surprise, before the lie detector could even be employed, Wayne confessed, yes. He did not dispute the claim but added, however. No, however. Jin interrupted, turning to Antonidas, you see, it was Wayne who struck me. Why? Antonidas demanded, his straightforward demeanor tinged with impatience. Why don't you inquire what your subordinates have done? Wayne retorted. Nonsense. Jin exclaimed, his agitation evident. You clearly saw me advising you against indiscriminately executing criminals before you ambushed me. What? How dare you? Wayne laughed incredulously, rising to dust off his trousers. Upon seeing Wayne stand, Jin instinctively braced himself. Ha ha. Wayne chuckled uncontrollably, pointing at Jean. You? I ambush you? Such an individual does not warrant such tactics. Even from a dog. Hey, 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 Lord Wayne, isn't that a bit excessive? Antonidas interjected, irritated. Even with the Navy backing you, you cannot wreak havoc and impel down. Apologize to Jean. Impossible, Director Antonidas. Jean seeks to rebel, are you not aware? Leave. That is inconceivable. I raised Jean myself. He would never rebel. Wayne, you must apologize. Or else. Humph, you blind old fool. I address you as director out of respect. You overestimate your own importance, Antonidas. Unbridled insolence. Chapter 130. A brief confrontation, old man. I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as director, yet you seem to think yourself formidable. Antonidas demanded apologies and acknowledgement of wrongdoing. But Wayne had long since grown weary of the exchange. Unbridled insolence. Is this how the Navy treats its superiors? Antonidas bellowed. Let actions speak for themselves. Wayne dismissed him. No longer inclined to engage. You young rascal, lacking in maturity, it seems the elder must teach you how to show respect. Antonidas removed his garments, revealing his robust upper body. Wayne straightened his body, and a glimmer of emerald light enveloped him. The barrier, the glass-like form, ha ha ha. It seems your defenses are formidable. Truly worthy of the barrier fruit. Director Antondas's ability with the hardening fruit is equally impressive. Humph, in the name of the world's strongest defense, Wayne. Let us engage in battle. That is precisely my intent. Shave. Shave. The two simultaneously executed the shave technique, instantly appearing where the other had just been. Remarkable skill. I am honored. Finger gun, 5-finger gun, Xiaoyang boom. The black fist clashed against 5 equally black fingers in a fierce contest of strength. Crack, crack. Crack the floor beneath them began to fracture, the once unyielding, frozen ground emitting a mournful cry, as Wayne engaged in a struggle with Antonidas using his right hand. His left hand moved swiftly, producing a sharp barrier axe that materialized in his grasp. Go. With a swift motion of his left hand, Wayne hurled his axe directly at Antondas's head, a mere display of petty skills. Antondas, without even employing his armament hockey, effortlessly swatted the axe away with a single hand. What an opportunity! Seizing the moment while both of Antondas's hands were occupied, Wayne launched a powerful punch aimed at Antondas's waist. Youngster, you are still somewhat naive. Antondas raised his left foot, deftly sidestepping Wayne's punch, and demonstrated remarkable flexibility. With a swift entanglement and a hook of his foot, he immobilized Wayne's left arm. How about this? As Wayne was about to retract his left hand, Antonidas, akin to a football player, propelled him directly into the wall. Boom. Emerging from the rubble of bricks, Wayne appeared disheveled and covered in dust, spitting out a few mouthfuls of debris. He truly felt the weight of the seasoned experience from the older generation. With a surge of energy, Antonidas leapt high, his legs flailing wildly as several gusts of wind coalesced into an abstract representation of a tiger, lunging toward Wayne with ferocity. Iron wall. Wayne pressed his hands forward, conjuring a dark wall of barrier. After the strike aimed at the tiger was thwarted, the assailant, Antonidas, vanished without a trace. Where could he be? Wayne unleashed his observation hockey and began his search. However, before he could make a move, the voice of Antonidas reached his ears. During our confrontation, you didn't even activate your observation hockey fully, Vice Admiral Wayne. It appears your combat skills require further refinement. With that, a swift kick soared towards Wayne's face. Thud. Wayne was struck directly in the face by Antonidas's whip-like leg, sent flying with a single kick. Such strength. Observing the relentless clash between Wayne and Antonidas, Jean felt a profound turmoil within. He had initially perceived Antonidas as merely a feeble old man easy to deceive, but it was clear now that a reassessment of his strategy was in order. Resolute in his determination, Jean resolved that even without Wayne, he could certainly handle Antonidas alone. Firm palm. Rising sun. Wayne surged forward, swiftly approaching Antonidas, raising his left fist high, and even Jean felt that Wayne's fist seemed to emanate a shimmering golden light. This was a manifestation of Wayne's will. The world of pirates is indeed quite enigmatic. Some individuals toil endlessly without allowing their will to influence reality, while others achieve it effortlessly. It took Dragon a considerable amount of time to reveal the indomitable spirit of the dragon, yet Wayne, with mere focus, summoned forth the sun that embodied his own will. Of course, will alone does not signify much. It merely serves as a form of mental intimidation and enhancement. Observing the fist, akin to a miniature sun, that he had managed to block, Antonidas was slightly taken aback. Such a talent in martial arts was truly extraordinary. Nonetheless, A lesson still needed to be imparted. Antonida's S-palm transformed into a claw, gripping Wayne's wrist. Ah, this. Wayne found this scene somewhat familiar. Indeed. In the next moment, Antonida slammed Wayne to the ground as if discarding a rag, leaving the surface molded in Wayne's shape. Vane executed a sudden leap akin to a carp breaching the surface, followed by a sweeping motion with his leg. Antonida sprang into action, adopting a kneeling posture before forcefully descending onto Vane's abdomen. The ground trembled violently, resulting in a substantial crater. Gradually, Vane emerged from the depths of the hole, panting heavily. Wayne lay upon the ground, silent, appearing somewhat disheveled. Shielded by the protective barrier of Lioli, he bore no injuries, and even his sensations of pain were minimal. To be frank, given this trajectory, Wayne could easily contend with Andres for several days and nights. However, he discerned no necessity for such a confrontation. He could distinctly sense that Andres harbored no intent to kill him, but rather a desire for instruction and reprimand. All right, I concede. I shall not engage further. This back and forth yields no significant injuries. It is rather pointless. Wayne waved dismissively at Andres, signaling his desire to withdraw from the fray. But you must apologize to Jean. Absolutely not. You scoundrel. You are colleagues. How could you act in such a manner? Do not merely heed his words. Jean is not an honest fellow. Nonsense. I personally guided his training. How could I be unaware? Alas, my temper flares. Why must you be so stubborn? Humph. Have you not eliminated the criminals here? Andres was no longer inclined to dwell on this matter. Indeed, but enough. There are no buts. Indiscriminate slaughter of criminals is forbidden. Since you seem to cherish this place, you shall remain here for a few days. With that, Andres huffily departed with Jean in tow. Sigh. Wayne sighed, finding himself unexpectedly appreciative of the foolish old man. It was time to lend a hand as best he could. Shaking his head, Wayne settled into his position, beginning to reflect on the insights gained from this confrontation. The command of the officer must be adhered to. Without rules, there can be no order. Moreover, the environment here greatly facilitates the practice of martial arts. As Wayne contemplated his experiences, a small group of pirates stealthily approached. Hee. I'm craving meat. I've heard this Navy fellow was just defeated by that ancient monster, Andantes. He must be gravely wounded now. Ha ha. The taste of human flesh slurp revenge chapter 131. The demon among us in the frigid wilderness. A perilous scene unfolded. A wounded Navy officer was gradually encircled by famished pirates, each gaunt figure gazing at Wayne with eyes brimming with desire and greed. Oh, is this what it feels like for a tiger to fall into the plains and be bullied by dogs? Wayne chuckled as he sat cross-legged. Ha ha. It's good to know. Navy, be our meal. We may not be able to contend with the military wolves, but can we not overpower a solitary, injured Navy officer? Meat, I want to eat meat dead or alive. I'll take it all. Gaga. Navy delicious. How scrumptious am I to be treated as mere sustenance? A sense of absurdity washed over Wayne, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. Ants are just ants. No multitude of them could ever pose a threat to a dragon. Wayne extended his finger, and with a mere gesture, a surge of energy penetrated the skull of a criminal. All the wrongdoers immediately halted, as this situation seemed markedly different from their expectations. After Van eliminated one adversary, he remained still, contemplating the number of oblivious souls that remained. Observing Van's lack of further action, several ravenous pirates, with eyes gleaming with hunger, called out, "He is merely bluffing. He is no longer capable." With that, the band of criminals began to cautiously approach Van once more, brandishing their firearms and shotguns. Wayne extended his right index finger, gesturing lightly a few times, and a dozen projectiles swiftly pierced through the recently suggested criminals, transforming them into mere sieves. At this moment, everyone recognized Wayne's formidable power and promptly turned to flee. Vane gradually rose to his feet and extended his left hand, from which several chains of barriers burst forth, ensnaring all the criminals in the vicinity. What? Damn it. Let us go. Navy Lord, I was wrong. Please release me. Grandpa, I truly made a mistake. Faced with the wailing and lamentations of the criminals, a growing intensity of malevolence appeared in Vane's eyes. This, indeed, was the typical reaction of a thief confronted by authority. A low, sinister chuckle resounded as Vane, with a hint of amusement, declared, "It has never been that I was forced to be confined with you. Rather, it is you who are now compelled to be confined with me." Ha ha ha. Vane showed no mercy towards those wretched scoundrels. At that moment, he resembled a malevolent spirit freshly escaped from the depths of hell. Ah, the icy, snow-covered capital must be breathtaking. No. Oh, no. In the early morning, at the Shambati archipelago, the slave trading post stood as the most opulent, yet heavily guarded area of this lawless zone. Wilson, now disguised as a bodyguard for an underground tycoon, entered the auction house. Observing the array of underground magnates, mob bosses, ecclesiastical patriarchs, arms dealers, pirates, and bandits seated around him, Wilson felt a restless urge to eliminate them all in a matter of moments. However, he restrained himself. For witnessing the lifeless faces of slaves being bought by those grotesque figures, each vibrant life on the brink of inhumane treatment, caused a dull ache in his heart. Wilson exhaled, realizing he could not yet take action. Once Turner arrived, he would exact his revenge and subsequently liberate these slaves, while also dismantling this slave auction house. Reflecting on this, Wilson recalled that this place had seemingly been destroyed before, perhaps by a peculiar individual known as the Bull Warrior. While Wilson was lost in thought, the black market tycoon he was assigned to protect was frantically wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, for Wilson had one hand gripping a pistol, aimed at the tycoon's back. Observing Wilson's distraction and the gun wavering ominously behind him, the tycoon felt his fate was perilously uncertain. "He's here. Lord Turner has arrived." A voice rang out, prompting everyone present to gather around with eager deference. It was imperative to flatter, for Turner had become akin to a celestial being, wielding immense power. At that moment, Turner, with his hawk-like nose, sausage-like lips, and bushy brows, his face resembling an inverted melon, arrogantly waved his hand, and the crowd parted in humble submission, except for the threatened tycoon, who dared not remain seated among them. Turner observed the wealthy merchant, his countenance slightly troubled. Yet, in a bid to uphold his own image, he refrained from uttering a word, merely turning his head away and whispering to his accompanying CP, "After this, I wish to never see that scoundrel again." "Yes, Mr. Turner," came the reply. Indeed, the Celestial Dragons had dispatched several CP agents to safeguard Turner. With his current status, aside from the Elders and the Celestial Dragons, he could traverse with impunity. Turner's words reached Wilson's ears. However, he remained indifferent, for he was already a man marked for death. As Turner gradually approached his central position, Wilson inched forward along the aisle, feeling it prudent to remain closer for safety, despite the CP agents being somewhat inexperienced. Under Wilson's eager gaze, the distance between him and Turner diminished until suddenly, "Hey, you." "Yes, you." A CP agent stepped forward to block Wilson's path, his expression devoid of emotion. "Keep your distance from Lord Turner. You are too close." "Yes, yes," Wilson replied, ingratiatingly. "I shall move at once." Yet, he stealthily leaned in a step closer. Hey, step aside." The CP, growing impatient, shoved Wilson aside. The commotion drew Turner's attention, and upon seeing Wilson's face, he was momentarily stunned. He could never forget the predatory look that Wilson bore years ago, his eyes glinting with feral intent. "Oh, kill him. CP, kill him," Turner shrieked in a voice reminiscent of a woman's. Wilson seized the hand of the CP that had just shoved him and twisted it upward. Crack. "Oh." Just as the CP was about to retaliate, his right hand was broken, bone fragments protruding gruesomely. Raging gale. Wilson's eyes turned icy as he delivered a swift kick, the unfortunate CP being cleaved in two. The entire altercation unfolded in less than half a minute, resulting in the loss of one CP agent. "Curse it. Who are you?" "Damn it, contact the Navy." The remaining 3 CP agents, 2 donning gloves to confront Wilson, while 1 grabbed Turner, preparing to retreat and contact the Navy, recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite their inexperience, they understood the threat posed by an adversary of at least a 300 million bounty, a force far beyond their capacity to handle. Those present quickly reacted, scrambling for the exits. The reckless combatants showed no regard for their status. Death was a heavy price to pay. Chapter 132. Success with the veil of secrecy lifted, Wilson tore off his cloak, hurling it at one of the CP agents. He then pivoted, seizing the opportunity as the CP's attention was captured by his discarded cloak, and swiftly materialized behind another CP agent. Not good. Iron block. The 100 Beast's fist, Black Tiger Heart. The CP, having just unleashed a block of iron, found their heart extracted by Wilson with a single hand. As another CP prepared to launch a surprise attack, Wilson did not even turn his head. With a swift kick, a cacophony of collapsing tables and chairs echoed behind him. In an instant, Wilson appeared before Turner and the last remaining CP. At this juncture, the CP, having not forgotten their duty, raised their pistol to aim at Wilson. Alas, it was futile. They were neither CP9 nor CP0, merely ordinary CP agents. After Wilson snapped the neck of the final CP with a single strike, only Turner and Wilson remained in the venue. Wilson. Turner began to tremble, the dim, flickering lights casting an ominous shadow on Wilson's visage, rendering him grotesque. Is this your reliance, Turner? Wilson's voice dripped with cold disdain. And no, I was wrong, Turner stammered, quaking in fear. With a sudden motion, Wilson crushed the heart in his left hand, transforming it into a gruesome pulp. A grin spread across his face as he smeared the viscous remains across Turner's countenance. Turner's eyes rolled back as a trickle of green liquid seeped from the corners of his mouth. The sheer terror had overwhelmed him to the point of death. While escaping in fright, "Scoundrel!" Wilson exclaimed, crushing Turner's skull beneath his foot before raising his gaze toward the distant red Earth continent. He was acutely aware that another set of enemies awaited him in Mariehua, yet he could not pursue vengeance at this moment, for it would be a fool's errand. The world government would not permit the emergence of another Tiger Fisher. Quickly surround this place. For justice. Eliminate the troublemakers. As the chaos outside erupted, Wilson snapped back to reality, casting a nostalgic glance at the anxious Navy personnel outside before swiftly retreating. Bang! The leading Navy brigadier seemed to sense something amiss. Upon kicking open the door, they were met with the harrowing sight of Turner's lifeless form and a barely breathing CP. A trembling hand emerged from the rubble, revealing a CP discovered by the Navy. "Wilson!" the CP exclaimed in terror. It was that Wilson from the Navy. He attacked Lord Turner. Good heavens! The seasoned naval brigadier naturally harbored certain thoughts, a hint of frustration accompanying them. It appeared that Major General Wilson was resolutely determined to sever ties with the Navy. Alas, there remained Admiral Wayne. With this thought, the brigadier gestured for the troops to regroup and casually discarded the CP into a dilapidated clinic. It was fortunate enough that he had not been eliminated. Any makeshift shelter would suffice, for those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly locate him, the brigadier mused. In a hotel, Wilson stared blankly at his palm, clenching it and turning it over repeatedly until the news of Turner's demise and his own wanted notice emerged from the newspaper. It was then that Wilson truly grasped the reality of Turner's death. Subsequently, he retrieved a communication device and began to tap on it. "Hello," came the voice of Dorag from the device. "Dorag, it's me, Wilson. Senior Wilson," Dorag exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. "What brings you here? Have you agreed to join the Revolutionary Army?" "Yes, I have avenged myself, and I have lost faith in the world government. Now, I wish to meet the leader. The leader is currently engaged in a mission within the upper echelons of the Navy. Please hold on for a moment." "Very well. Where are you now?" "I am in the Land of Flowers, serving as chief executive." "Understood. I shall make my way to you. I await your esteemed presence." Wilson placed the communication device down and retrieved a leather suitcase from beneath his bed, rising to depart. As he left, a gentle breeze from the closing door rustled the wanted notice he had placed upon the table. Wanted, Major General Doug Wilson of the Navy. Bounty, 648,000,000 berries. Notorious criminal, dead or alive. On the summit of a hill formed by a heap of corpses, a figure cloaked in a mantle of justice sat quietly, while hundreds of tremulous pirates huddled against the wall, shivering. How lonely it was. When expressed his discontent, feeling a sense of ennui enveloping him. Upon hearing this, the group of pirates huddled beneath him trembled even more violently, for one of their comrades had previously met a grim fate due to a mere sigh from Wynne. "Hey!" When called out from his elevated perch, pointing at a tall pirate, "You, yes, precisely you. Do not hide. Come forth and spar with me for a moment." "And no," the tall pirate stammered, retreating in fear, desperately attempting to meld into the crowd. Wren spoke with an impassive expression. "If you venture any further, I shall deal with all of you." "What? Damn it, get lost. Don't drag us down with you. Scram, scram, scram." The compassion in the hearts of the pirates swiftly transformed into hatred and urgency as they ruthlessly expelled the tall pirate with a flurry of kicks and punches. The tall pirate tumbled and crawled to the foot of the hill. "Well, I hope you can endure a bit more." Wynne descended the small hill step by step, gradually approaching the tall pirate. "No, no, no." The fourth layer of the advancement city, the burning hell. Sigh. Andanos sat despondently in his chair, utterly perplexed by Wynne's actions. Throughout their battles, it was evident to Andanos that Wynne harbored no intent to kill, his heart was sincere. Could it be? A dreadful thought emerged in Andondas's mind. Is Jin truly contemplating rebellion? No, it can't be. How could I have been so oblivious? Andandas pondered incessantly, alone in his office. As Jin's mentor, he had always led by example, striving to mold Jin into the finest prison warden of the advancement city. In Andandas' heart, Jin was entirely trustworthy. Just as Andandas continued to wrestle with his thoughts, the door to his office was suddenly thrust open. "Is Teacher Andandas here?" "It's Jin. I brought some fine wine and braised meat from the cafeteria. Shall we indulge in a good drink?" "Ha ha ha, Jin. Of course, I shall partake in a splendid drink. We won't return until we're intoxicated. Hurry, bring forth the wine." Coming right up, Jin entered, carrying 2 bags and 2 bottles of wine. Chapter 133, Rebellion 1. Today, Jin was particularly attentive to Andandas, urging him to drink and offering him dishes. Being an elder, Andandas, under Jin's earnest onslaught, soon cast aside his earlier turmoil and began to eat and drink heartily. What Andandas failed to notice was that Jin, through his mask, had expelled all the food and drink he had just consumed, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, regarding Andandas as though he were a corpse. He. Suddenly, Andandas clutched his throat, blood beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth. With a thud, Andandas lost his balance and fell to the floor. Reaching out toward Jin and stammering, "Why?" With a swift kick, Jin sent Andandas sprawling aside, retrieved the keys hanging on the wall, and stated flatly, "I seek to pursue greater power, dear teacher. Please grant me this, for Kaido surely would relish the criminals of the advancement city." "What?" Andandas' eyes widened in disbelief, his lips turning a shade of purple as he managed to utter, "Beast." "Ha ha ha, do as you please. By the way, the poison you've ingested was meticulously extracted from a criminal I had to eliminate with great effort, courtesy of Magellan. Enjoy it thoroughly. Ha 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 ha." With that, Jin pushed the door open, laughing heartily as he departed. Abomination. Andandas did not succumb to despair. He was acutely aware that his chances of survival were slim, especially considering the potency of Magellan's venom, not to mention its concentrated form. However, he held one certainty: nothing must go awry at Impel Down. Andandas sensed his strength waning, yet he mustered the resolve to crawl to a corner where lay the phone bug he had used earlier to banter with Carp. It was indeed ironic. After a lifetime of exchanging barbs with Carp, he found himself in dire need of his assistance. "Hello? You old rascal, why are you calling? Do you wish to be reprimanded?" The moment the call connected, Carp's boisterous voice erupted from the phone bug. Andandas, momentarily taken aback, coughed in irritation, yet managed to compose himself, replying, "Old man, cough, cough. I am not here to quarrel with you. What is it?" Upon sensing something amiss on the other end, Carp's concern deepened, accompanied by a troubling thought. "Cough, cough, Gene has betrayed us. He intends to join the Beast Pirates. And he has taken all the keys to the prisons. Hurry, cough, dispatch someone at once. A riot is brewing in Impel Down." Upon uttering his final words, it seemed as though Andandas had expended all his strength and fell silent. "Hello? Hello, hello? You old turtle? Hello, hello, Andandas." Carp bellowed into the phone bug repeatedly, yet he instinctively knew that his old comrade had likely perished. Without even changing out of his beach shorts, Carp rushed to Sengoku's office in casual attire. Sengoku was in the midst of conferring with Akainu while Zifa enjoyed a cup of tea. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with a crash. Upon seeing Carp, Sengoku erupted in fury. "Carp, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" "To hell with you," Carp instinctively retorted before urgently exclaiming, "Hurry, Sengoku. The upper echelons at Impel Down have revolted. Gene is heading to the Beast Pirates. The riot may have already begun." "Nanny? What? This is terrible." Such shocking news left Sengoku, Akainu, and Zifa reeling. "Kaido, Gene, what audacity!" Sengoku's teeth ground in rage, while Akainu began to emit smoke, a clear sign of his extreme anger. Zifa suddenly recalled that Wayne was also at Impel Down. "Wayne!" Zifa immediately dashed out, with Carp anxiously trailing behind. "Marshal Sengoku, allow me to accompany you." Akainu asserted, "It is time for absolute justice to illuminate Impel Down. If you go, how many will remain in Impel Down?" Sengoku mused inwardly that Zephyr and Carp were sufficient. He then spoke with a solemn expression, "Akainu, the situation in the New World is currently tense. I am concerned that Kazan may not manage alone. Borisolino is presently occupied with the Scientific Research Division. I hope you can proceed to the G1 branch. There are shadows of Kaido of the Beasts behind this uprising at Impel Down, and I would like you to reign in those lawless pirates." "Kaido of the Beasts? Humph. Such scoundrels deserve to be vanquished by justice," Akainu replied fervently. "Marshal Sengoku, I shall depart immediately to deal with this so-called emperor. Very well, go, Sengoku responded. In the depths of the Grand Line, in the third layer of Impel Down, Magellan was patrolling. Surprisingly, he had not suffered from any digestive issues today, which filled him with joy. Thus, when he encountered the most unwelcome presence of Jin, he was still smiling. Hey, Jin, aren't you in charge of the fourth and fifth layers? What brings you here? Magellan inquired cheerily. There has been an incident at the department, Jin replied urgently, stepping closer to Magellan. What? Magellan exclaimed in astonishment, and Tondas was known for his admiral-level defense. How could anything happen? It's true, and the keys to the entire prison have gone missing. I suspect a riot may ensue, Jin said, his voice laced with suspicion. Nanny, has the situation escalated to this extent? Hannibal, Magellan shouted in a commanding tone. At your service. The vice warden, resembling a sphinx, rushed over holding a bloodsucker. Gather all the guards, the beasts, and the blue gorillas. Block the first layer. Jin and I will go below to quell the uprising. With that, Hannibal set off to assemble a force to thwart the rebellion at Impel Down. Let us proceed, Magellan instructed Jin. Indeed, Jin replied, following closely, though a katana had mysteriously appeared in his hand. As they approached the fourth layer, Magellan witnessed a multitude of pirates wreaking havoc, with many from the fifth layer seemingly hiding from something. Jin, surrender the keys. A figure emerged gradually from the depths of the fourth layer. Since the riot has erupted and Impel Down, we must eliminate every threat. Jin, hand over the keys. I will not allow the old monster from the sixth layer to be released. Vane coldly remarked, do not compel me to take action. Magellan, perplexed, inquired, Brother Vane. What is the matter? What has happened to Jean? It cannot possibly be Jean. Before Magellan could finish his sentence, a swift flash of a blade cut through the air, and he was struck by Jin's attack, caught entirely off guard. Jean, why? He gasped. You stood in my way. Magellan. Chapter 134, Rebellion. 2. When felt rather foolish at the moment. Just after arriving, one of their own had already been severely injured, and another had perished. This was indeed quite disheartening. Wayne contemplated to himself. However, before him stood merely a simple Jean, and Wayne felt assured of his victory in this round. Surrender the key, or I shall have no choice but to retrieve it from your lifeless body. Vane extended his hand, urging, hurry, don't compel me to take action. With a mocking laugh, Jean shook his pockets, indicating that the key was not in his possession. What? Vane charged forward, delivering a punch that sent Jean flying, seizing him by the collar and demanding, where is the key? Ha ha, Vane. You're wise for a lifetime yet foolish in a single moment. Can you guess? Jean chuckled, dripping with derision. Before Vane could react, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths below. Ha ha ha. Seizing the opportunity while Vane was momentarily distracted, Jean forcefully broke free from Vane's grasp, transforming into a flame-wreathed, toothless wyvern that shattered the ceiling and ascended into the air. In the sixth layer of the infinite hell, many criminals had suffered under his torturous hand, and he believed that if those wretches were to see him now, their first instinct would be to tear him apart. Jean had fled, yet his objective had been achieved. Now, only Vane and a severely wounded Magellan remained. Hey, Magellan? Can you still move? Vane transformed into a colossal barrier giant, lifting Magellan and inquiring. Cough, cough, cough. Of course, my brother Vane, I can still fight all day. Magellan struggled to rise. Now, it's just the two of us. I'm eager to see how formidable the monsters, long forgotten by the world government, truly are. Vane declared resolutely. Ha ha, I'm willing to accompany you. I shall not allow these evils to resurface in this world. Magellan was prepared for sacrifice. Then let us set forth. Onward. In the sixth layer of infinite hell, Jean exclaimed, ha, I am finally free. Antonidas, Jean, Magellan, I shall devour you all. Alcohol. I crave a drink. Without Roger here, how can I surpass him? Empty. Garp. I have emerged. The Red Count Baroque Rye Field returns once more. Muahahaha. Let destruction reign. And let the world witness the terror of the destroyer once again. The user of the cat fruit, capable of manipulating souls, trembled in a corner, filled with regret. These pirates, long imprisoned by the Navy and the world government, had not eaten for years, surviving solely on their physical resilience. Yet now, he sensed numerous hungry gazes fixed upon him. I'm hungry. Let us feast on this little kitty, drooled the tyrant Abelo Pizarro. Ha ha ha. I concur, agreed Bondualdo. No, the unfortunate user of the cat fruit collapsed to the ground, helplessly retreating, an action that only fueled the pirate's insatiable desires. It was I who unleashed you. You ought to heed my words and be grateful for my presence. Hiki, then do assist us once more. I am utterly famished. Please lend a hand. I can no longer contain myself. I shall commence. Crack, slurp, smack, smack, smack. As the screams gradually subsided, all the criminals in this infernal prison began to break free from their confines. Observing the disarrayed convicts, the Red Count, Beloric Redfield, furrowed his brow with his keen observation. He discerned that the Navy was hastily approaching, accompanied by two particularly troublesome individuals. Enough. Once we are liberated, anything is possible, but for now, we must unite. Zephyr and Carp are already en route. The Red Count spoke solemnly. Zephyr, Carp, I shall slay them. Upon hearing the names of Carp and Zephyr, many criminals erupted in frenzied roars, for their imprisonment here was inextricably linked to the Navy, including Zephyr, Crane, Carp, Sengoku, and others. Yet, following the uproar came a profound sense of dread. In their prime, they had been ruthlessly subdued. How could they hope to stand against their foes now, when their strength was but a shadow of its former self? Old dog, who are you to command us? A fearsome man clad in prison garb, with an imposing upper body, retorted. Douglas Barrett. The Red Count narrowed his eyes and replied to himself, I am Beloric Redfield, the Red Count, the solitary crimson. He yet lives. I shall heed your command. The Red Count's esteemed lineage, coupled with his formidable past, having single-handedly defeated two foes, including the former Fleet Admiral Kong, and narrowly losing to the Navy hero Carp, rendered him untouchable. The Assembly united, swiftly ascending atop the colossal warship, St. Juan, as they propelled themselves towards the pinnacle of the advancing city. By the heavens! Upon reaching the 5th level, Wayne and Magellan encountered a colossal giant, its head adorned with a multitude of criminals. There would be no escape from impelled down. The giant's stature surged threefold in an instant, its hue fading from the vibrant green it once possessed. Magellan. Vane turned to Magellan, who was also inside the barrier giant, and said, It's your turn. As he spoke, small orifices began to appear on the surface of the barrier giant, with conduits extending directly to Magellan's side. Ha ha ha, Brother Vane, just watch. Magellan exclaimed excitedly. He had originally planned to sacrifice himself, never anticipating that Vane would conceive such an ingenious idea. Internally, he marveled at the thought. However, Magellan's subordinates were not slow to act. Transforming into a figure of purple venom, he raised his hand, and a copious amount of venom began to flow into the conduits. An unceasing stream of venom overflowed from the barrier giant, dramatically enhancing its menacing presence. Magellan. Good heavens, venom. Navy. No one recognized Vane here, for he left no survivors. For justice, I absolutely refuse to allow any pirate to leave impelled down alive. The only ones who will exit are your corpses. The barrier venom man unleashed a barrage of venomous projectiles. The barrier giant raised 2 fingers, and then a torrential storm of poisonous projectiles descended upon the heads of the pirates. Iron block, armament hockey, Momo tenfold strength, sea of blood. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 135, Rebellion 3, Damn Venom. The criminals, emerging from the abyss of hell, were immediately met with a deluge of venom. Some pirates, already weakened to the brink, perished upon mere contact with the toxic substance. This is bad, murmured the Red Count. We must eliminate these two quickly. The Navy just contacted us, and in an hour, Garp and Zifa will be here. Upon hearing that Garp and Zifa were on their way, a shiver ran through every criminal present, and their actions became markedly more decisive. Wayne and Magellan also heard the commotion, putting forth additional effort. Magellan struggled to withstand the onslaught, while Wayne maneuvered the barrier giant, who staggered back a few steps after taking a blow from the ferocious wolf. What's the matter, Brother Wayne? Magellan wiped the sweat from his brow. The continuous supply of venom weighed heavily upon him. The criminals from the 1st to the 3rd tier had all emerged. Could Hannibal hold his ground? Wayne asked anxiously, certain of Hannibal's reliability, yet aware of his limitations and strength. Do not worry, Magellan replied, having taken down several criminals with a surge of venom. Hannibal is indeed dependable, and besides, we have the beast wardens and the blue gorilla. Let us hope so. Wayne sighed, when suddenly he noticed an opening. The barrier giant grasped a section of a crumbling wall, rose with force, and delivered a punch to the wolf's face. Ah! The wolf, drenched in venom, let out a bone-chilling scream, losing its balance and half-kneeling. The noise it generated caused many criminals to falter. The barrier giant extended its arm, and a massive double-headed axe appeared in its grasp. Damn it, perish! With a swift motion, the barrier giant brandished the axe towards the wolf, seemingly intent on cleaving it in two. Arrogant brat, the Red Count scoffed, his standard longsword transforming instantly into a deep black. He raised his pale hand defensively. Clang! The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed, and an unusual flush appeared on the Red Count's face. What a predicament, he thought, but with a determined stomp of his right foot, he deflected the axe's swing. Howl! The Red Count was resolute in not yielding, yet it was the wolf that suffered. The ground where the Red Count had stepped was now a gory pit. The barrier giant's axe became lodged in the wall, and without a glance, Wayne pulled it free. Crack! Curse it! Blast it! Navy brat, do not move. A small crack had appeared in the wall, from which a trickle of seawater spurted forth, though the flow was hardly larger than a child's urination. It sent a chill of dread through everyone present. Ha! Wayne suddenly burst into laughter, having just pondered how to stall for time. Here was his opportunity. With that thought, he deliberately pushed the axe further out. Splash! The flow increased slightly. You fool! Navy! Are you insane? You scoundrel! Rubbish! The criminals clamored loudly, yet none dared to act. It was a matter of the timid fearing the bold, and the bold fearing those who were reckless. In the eyes of the Red Count and his companions, Wayne embodied the spirit of the fearless. Ha! Wayne felt a surge of pride. Indeed, it was quite impressive for a lieutenant general to stand against such a formidable array of adversaries. Blood escape, Momo, 100-fold speed, shave. In the fleeting moment that Wayne was lost in thought, three figures swiftly ascended, leveraging the ferocity of the dire wolves to leap over the barrier of giants. The barrier was severed. Veen summoned a circular barrier to encompass the entirety of the 5th level of the prison, but alas, it was too late. How infuriating! Vane, filled with indignation, lamented, "It is entirely my fault. I should have blocked the exit sooner." Well, Magellan consoled, "What's done is done. We must keep a vigilant watch over the remaining rascals. Given the time, Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zephyr should have arrived by now." "Very well," Vane replied, somewhat despondent. And he pushed the axe further inside. "Ah, you lunatic! Stop it! I surrender!" "Are you out of your mind?" A chorus of pirates shouted in dismay, directing their fury at Vane. "Heh!" Vane gestured a vulgar sign to the pirates, then muted their incessant curses. The Red Count, Bondi Valdo, and a criminal well-versed in the 6 styles effortlessly dispatched 2 prison guards and a multitude of blue guerrillas before making their escape. As the trio of escapees inhaled the fresh air, they were met with the last individuals they wished to encounter. Marine Hero Garp, the former Marine Admiral, and the current chief instructor of the Marine Elite Training Camp, Zephyr. Feeling cornered, the escapees exchanged glances. "Shall I introduce you to your ancestors with my fists? Or will you return on your own?" Garp said, a dark expression clouding his face. "I am not in a good mood today." Zephyr, removing his cloak, revealed the veins bulging from his forehead. With a swift motion, Garp and Zephyr approached the Red Count and the adept criminal using the moonwalk technique, while Bondi Valdo, upon seeing them, hastily activated his own high-speed escape. "Humph, Garp, you should check on that little madman. Be cautious, he may not hold out much longer." The Red Count exclaimed. "Zephyr, we were colleagues once. Let me go," pleaded the criminal proficient in the 6 styles. "I never harmed anyone back then. But your actions are far more repugnant than mere harm." Zephyr retorted, his fist raining down upon the criminal like bullets from a machine gun. "Then do not blame me." The criminal shouted, wildly kicking his legs and unleashing a flurry of massive slashes toward Zephyr. With his arms crossed and hardened by hockey, Zephyr charged like a bull into the criminal. The criminal straightened slightly, a glimmer passing over him. The clash of their abilities commenced, each side unleashing their prowess. "Have you lost your mind?" The criminal evaded a fierce kick and pointed at Zephyr, rebuking him. "You come at me with all your might. Zephyr, have you gone mad? Why exchange injuries?" Zephyr, stepping back with a grim expression, demanded, "Tell me, what happened to that young Navy officer with the barrier fruit ability?" "Oh, so you're concerned about that, brat? Humph, let me inform you. All the criminals of the 6th level have escaped. Just think about that." "What?" Zephyr's heart sank as he abandoned the criminal and rushed toward impelled down. He had already lost family once. He could not bear to face another loss. Chapter 136, Rebellion 4. With Zephyr heading to check on Vane, the criminal prepared to use the moonwalk to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a black fist struck his eye socket. "Ah, Garp!" The criminal cried out in anguish. "Why did you have to intervene? Once, we were the best of friends." "Why?" The formidable figure of Carp loomed above the criminals, arms crossed as he remarked, "The Red Count has always been a solitary figure, and you, Talk, once unleashed, could stir the very seas into turmoil." With a gleeful grin, Talk revealed his pearly whites and replied, "Surely not, Carp. After all, I was a vice admiral in my day. The Navy wouldn't be so ruthless against its own, would it?" Former Admiral Sphinx Talk, one of the legendary golden Pentagons of the Navy, possessed immense personal strength. He had covertly instigated wars on numerous occasions, earning the moniker War Enthusiast. Having personally contributed to the downfall of over a dozen nations, his hands stained with countless lives, he was exceedingly bloodthirsty. His bounty stood at an astounding 2,560,000,000 berries. His crimes were heinous, and the line between life and death was blurred for him. The Red Count has departed, but with his nature, it won't be long before he reemerges. As for you, Talk, I managed to imprison you in Impel Down once, and I can certainly do it again. Talk's expression darkened. He had once looked down upon Carp, only to find himself captured by him in the past. Then do not blame me. Talk cracked his neck, steam beginning to rise from his body, his skin flushing with a crimson hue. Talk? Had you been in your prime, I might have thought twice, but now Carp nonchalantly picked his nose. Let us see who truly possesses the strength, you bastard Carp. TCH. You wish. Today, I shall shatter your hopes. Try me. Gale Foot. Tiger Roar. Fist of Shatter. The collision of their fists and feet produced a thunderous sound that shattered the outer walls of Impel Down. Zifa, oblivious to the commotion outside, felt his heart sink upon witnessing the grievous losses sustained by the Impel Down forces. No. Zifa's heart screamed in protest as he plunged downward. Upon sensing further activity below, he neglected to carefully gauge the situation with his observation hockey. In his haste, his thoughts erupted. Who dares to threaten my son? The moment Zifa uttered those words, he regretted it, for upon seeing the state of the 5th level, he was left utterly astounded. Wayne had just been engaged in a verbal spar with a group of pirates, showcasing his prowess cultivated through the education of the new era, single-handedly contending against dozens. Just as he finished berating the criminals, he was left utterly astounded by Zifa's words. The criminals, who were already seething with anger, were suddenly presented with a sensational revelation. One glance at Magellan's demeanor made it clear that he could not possibly be Zifa's offspring. The truth was irrefutable. This young naval officer was indeed Zifa's progeny. Magellan stood there, mouth agape, struggling to articulate a coherent response as he gazed at Wayne. Wayne was equally astonished. However, he momentarily set aside the matter at hand and lowered his gaze to the pirates he had ensnared. "The naval reinforcements have arrived," he remarked. "You should know what to do." The criminals exchanged glances, and then, as if on cue, they returned to their respective cells, dutifully adorning themselves with handcuffs and leg irons. After securing the locks, they tossed the keys aside, presenting an image of compliance. Were it not for the sight of those ruffians devouring the unfortunate soul who had delivered the keys, Wayne might have actually believed their act. Alas, Wayne was in a wretched mood. After carelessly crushing the keys that had been thrown at him, he instructed Magellan to keep an eye on the pirates. Glancing at the bewildered Zephyr, he felt uncertain about how to address him, ultimately deciding to walk out alone. "Wayne." "Aye," Zephyr called out in discomfort, directing his voice towards the departing figure of Wayne. Baden paused momentarily before continuing his exit, though his steps were slightly unsteady. Sigh. Zephyr exhaled a melancholic breath, realizing that Vaynton no longer acknowledged him. Indeed, it could be said that he had grown to detest him. Ultimately, the truth had been laid bare. A sense of unease gnawed at Zephyr's heart. He had yet to properly make amends with Vaynton, had not engaged in a meaningful conversation, nor had he embraced him even once. Magellan, privy to Zephyr's past, contemplated deeply before cautiously suggesting, "Commander Zephyr, perhaps you should follow him. After all, what enmity can persist between father and son?" Zephyr felt a flicker of temptation, but, after some reflection, he despondently replied, "Never mind, I shall remain here. The boy harbors resentment towards me, and I have no words to offer. A moment of quiet contemplation may serve me well." "Very well," Magellan acquiesced. Thus, Zephyr sat in silence upon the ground, commanding an aura that deterred any from disturbing him. The 6th level of the infinite hell descended into an extraordinarily rare tranquility. Bang, bang, bang. Talk was being mercilessly pummeled by Carp, resembling little more than a punching bag. "Why, Talk?" His eyes barely open, queried in confusion. "How have you grown so strong?" "Carp, you were once at the bottom of the ranks." There is no merit in further discourse, Talk. I have already granted you your chance. Now, prepare to meet your end. Carp's eyes flared with fury as he unleashed a fist toward Talk's head. Don't. Talk, utterly drained of strength, could do nothing but watch helplessly as his skull was obliterated. Puffed. It was as if a blood-red firework had erupted in the sky. With a fluid grace, Carp stepped forward, clutching the remnants of a corpse, a complex expression crossing his face before he ultimately discarded the half-body into the sea. Born of the ocean, returning to the ocean, perhaps this was not such a bad fate after all. In that moment, Carp felt an elevation in his philosophical perspective. At that juncture, Carp spotted Vainton emerging from Impel Down, drenched in blood that was not his own. Hey, Vainton. Carp began to greet him, intending to deliver a friendly punch of affection, but Vainton ignored him entirely, conjuring a small aircraft and soaring away, heading toward the Sabaody archipelago. Oh dear. The tables have turned. Carp rolled up his sleeves, preparing to turn back and impart a proper lesson to Vainton. Upon entering Impel Down, Carp was immediately taken aback. The sight before him was a gruesome tableau of corpses and blood, aside from the trembling guards and the unconscious Hannibal. It was evident that the first 4 levels of the prison were devoid of life, as perceived through Carp's observation hockey. Such a heavy aura of murderous intent. Carp lamented. What has become of that boy, Vainton? His thirst for blood is alarming. I must inquire of Zephyr to discern the true nature of this situation. This is rather unfortunate. The Navy already endures enough with Sakazuki, and with Wayne's transformation, the entire atmosphere within the Navy could become increasingly extreme. It is essential to recognize that Wayne is currently the idol of a new generation in the Navy, and his every action bears the potential for unpredictable consequences. Chapter 137, Rebellion, End. As he pondered how to report Wayne, Garp staggered downwards, cheerfully greeting the guards on duty and the cleaning staff responsible for tidying the area. Upon reaching the 6th level of Infinite Hell, Garp cautiously glanced around before spotting Zephyr, who sat foolishly on the ground. Hey, Garp nudged Zephyr's shoulder. What? Zephyr replied, too lethargic to lift his eyelids, his expression devoid of emotion. You overindulged. No, you overindulged, Garp retorted, indignantly striking Zephyr's shoulder. What are you doing just sitting there? You'll catch a chill. Worry about yourself. I could sit here for an entire day without a care, Zephyr replied, swatting Garp's hand away, his face clouded with gloom. Wayne has discovered his true heritage. That's quite good. It's better for that brat to learn sooner rather than later, Garp said dismissively, wiping his hands on Zephyr's cloak. You. Zephyr glared at Garp, and upon realizing that Garp was utterly unconcerned, he asked, somewhat exasperated, Hey, Garp, could you offer me some advice? In his desperation, Zephyr overlooked the lessons imparted by Garp, including the tales of the defector, dragon, and the ever-aspiring pirate king, Luffy. Me? Garp said, somewhat taken aback. Then, with hands on his hips, he laughed heartily. Finally, someone is asking me how to educate the younger generation. Zephyr, let me tell you, I am brimming with experience in this regard. You will not regret listening. Really? Zephyr sensed something amiss. Then let me test you. What should I do since Wayne does not acknowledge me? Hit him, Garp declared resolutely. Just strike him. Once he is subdued, that lad will listen to anything. That's how Dragon communicated with me back in the day. Is that effective? Zephyr hesitated, questioning whether he could indeed overpower Wayne, harboring a lingering belief that Garp's method was flawed. Of course, Dragon, enough with your dragon stories. He vanished from sight. Zephyr interrupted impatiently. Let me be in peace. You go visit your old friends in Infinite Hell. Observing Zephyr's attitude, akin to swatting away flies, Garp shrugged and ambled into Infinite Hell, casually digging his nose. As he examined the unspeakable substance on his pinky, a thought crossed his mind, and he carelessly flung it behind him. Garp? Ha. A miniature aircraft descends upon a diminutive dock situated in the illicit territory of the Chagos archipelago, accompanied by a rhythmic hum. Wayne stood upon the barrier, trudging forward in a daze. Before his journey, he had yet to reach the age of 18, and after his transition, he was but a mere 6 years old. No one could fathom the depth of his yearning for familial love and companionship. During his 8 long years on the desolate island, there were moments when Wayne would converse with stones, resembling a madman. Sighing deeply, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Alas, there was nothing in sight, save for a bar with a peculiar name. Never mind. Wayne shrugged nonchalantly, strode inside, and pushed open the door, taking a seat on a chair. Hey, waiter, he called out. Meanwhile, Shaki, who was in the back polishing glasses, heard the commotion and peeked her head out, only to be met with the sight of Wayne, drenched in crimson. Upon seeing Wayne's closed eyes and his visage, Shaki couldn't help but wonder if she was fated to encounter yet another naval misfortune. Just days ago, one had departed, and now another had arrived. Quietly, she retrieved a piece of paper from beneath the counter, which read, Vice Admiral, Captain of the Death Squad, Vane Marcus. Renowned for his illustrious achievements, bears the monikers of the naval bulwark, the noble Terminator, the pirate executioner, and colonel of the capital. A supernova of the Navy. He once led an elite special forces unit known as the Death Squad to triumph over the new generation of top-tier pirate crews, including the red-haired pirates led by the infamous red-haired Shanks, a former crewmate of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. In the West Sea, he famously vanquished the legendary pirate known as the Green Pepper and has ruthlessly slaughtered hundreds of nobles. His bounty in the black market is a staggering 3,690,000,000 berries. Alive, I demand to see the living. Dead, I demand to see the corpses. Vane bellowed impatiently, where is the boss? Has he perished? Coming. A radiant smile adorned Shaki's face as she approached, her demeanor cheerful. What can I do for you, dear guest? With Rayleigh absent, Shaki felt it prudent to exercise caution. Although Vane might not recognize her, it was better to err on the side of caution. 10 portions of fried rice, Vane declared, rubbing his temples, and add 20 servings of tossed noodles. Shaki was taken aback. It was a rarity for someone to come solely for food without drink. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Vane snapped, raising his gaze with irritation. Oh, right. Shaki, exchanging a nervous glance with Vane, promptly turned to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Vane squinted, a contemplative look crossing his face. You seem somewhat familiar. Turn around. Goodness. Shaki thought to herself, feeling as if she were at odds with the naval supernova. Given his demeanor, he had likely recognized her. How curious it was. When she ruled the seas, Vane was but a mere cell, so how could he possibly recognize her now? Slightly vexed, Shaki resigned herself and turned to face Vane. From the Rocks Pirates, are you? Vane inquired tentatively, struggling to recall. Indeed. Very well, off you go to prepare the meal. What about the handcuffs? What? Shaki exclaimed in astonishment. Why aren't you apprehending me? Wine, feeling somewhat fatigued, remarked, in this setting, I am the patron and you are the chef. Do you understand? I comprehend, came the reply. Then why the delay? Hurry along. Oh, Shaki exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Swiftly donned her apron and made her way to the kitchen, when once again bowed his head, and his heart felt as though a spice shop had been overturned. The myriad flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty were known only to him. Vern now yearns for a hearty meal. Having experienced hunger too often in his childhood, he finds solace in food whenever he feels down. Is it ready? He inquires eagerly. Almost, comes the reply. Very well. Just then, an elderly man, carrying a set of coding tools on his back, enters with a peculiar question. Young lad, where do you hail from? From a place far and wide, he responds. Wayne impatiently exclaimed, then shouted into the kitchen. Hey, is the rice ready yet? It's ready, stop rushing me, he added with a huff. Rayleigh savored Wayne's casual remarks, seemingly grasping something profound, and burst into hearty laughter, saying, Little brother, you possess quite the insight. Do not bother me. Chapter 138. A conversation. Rayleigh took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike someone. It seemed that every member of the Navy, without exception, was particularly irritable these days. Are they all mad? Calming himself, Rayleigh sat beside Wayne and inquired, Do you know who I am? I do, Wayne replied. Are you not going to apprehend me? Rayleigh asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I would have thought that you Navy types, especially, he gestured pointedly at Wayne's cloak, would be more zealous regarding matters like this. Are you out of your mind? Wayne shot back, meeting Rayleigh's gaze. Do you think the prison cuisine is particularly exquisite? And you wish to sample it? Rayleigh found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Wayne's sharp retort. At that moment, Shaki brought over the food, and Rayleigh noticed the 10 bowls of fried rice placed before Wayne. Curiously, he asked, Did you come here just to eat? As he reached for one of the bowls of fried rice. Smack. Wayne struck Rayleigh's hand sharply with chopsticks, exclaiming, If you wish to eat, prepare your own meal instead of indulging in my provisions. Rayleigh, somewhat astonished, replied, Oh, you are quite familiar with the vernacular, aren't you? Wayne shoveled food into his mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Rayleigh. Damn it. Rayleigh quickly took a few deep breaths, fearing that Wayne might drive him to the brink of exasperation. Wayne has now finished 2 bowls of rice. After wiping his mouth and taking a sip of water, he remarked, I understand your concerns, King Rayleigh. King Rayleigh. known as the legendary man in the right hand of the Pirate King, has sailed alongside Gold Roger, renowned for his formidable strength. He has entered into a certain agreement with the world government, which has erased his bounty and publicly declared him deceased. Possessing knowledge of the secrets of the great treasure, he excels in teaching and currently earns his living through coding. His former bounty was a staggering 213 billion berries. His crimes are heinous, and his fate remains uncertain. Vane retrieved a bowl of rice and remarked, "Rest assured, aside from a select few, none are aware that Roger's crew still lives. I have come merely to dine, not to interfere. Since the world believes you to be deceased, I shall not meddle." "Interfere? What do you mean?" Riley retorted, somewhat stubbornly. "Humph. I am not someone you can easily subdue." "Can you indeed subdue me?" Vane smirked in response. Riley seemed to ponder, realizing that he could not breach Vane's defenses. "Mother of all," Riley muttered, feeling defeated, and sought the company of his old friend. "What is it?" Shaki, adorned with an apron and a chef's hat, peered out and inquired, "Riley, what do you need?" "Bring me a bowl of boiled beans." Swish, 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 swish. A packet of beans, a pot, a small stove, and a large bottle of water appeared. "Do it yourself. I am rather busy," Shaki replied curtly from the kitchen. When gazed at Riley with an enigmatic expression, seemingly questioning the whereabouts of his dignity as a man. Ahem. Riley had initially intended to assert himself, but upon encountering Shachi's profound gaze, he coughed awkwardly a couple of times and proceeded to busy himself with preparing to cook some beans for himself. "Wayne, what are you staring at?" Riley replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "One must rely on oneself to secure a prosperous livelihood. Do you understand?" He chuckled softly. Wayne squinted at Riley for a moment before returning to his meal of fried rice. After a while, Shachi appeared again, carrying a large double-layered plate filled with the mixed noodles that Wayne wished to enjoy. Wayne took the mixed noodles and, after finishing the fried rice, casually stirred them before continuing to eat. As Shachi stretched her wrists, preparing to take a break, she noticed Laylee's clumsy demeanor and shook her head in resignation. With a gentle push, she took it upon herself to prepare boiled beans for Laylee. "Kiki." Laylee scratched the back of his head and flashed a proud smile at Wine. "TCH. Wine curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself that he too had a girlfriend, and he would later have Ji Yuan cook a meal for him to savor. In a rather discontented mood, Wine gazed at the mixed noodles before him, eating with even more vigor, as if the noodles were Laylee himself. Slurp, slurp, slurp. After half an hour, the plate before Wine had transformed into a small mountain. The barriers that once resided in his heart had dissipated during the meal. Zafa had certainly done his utmost. Returning home, he thought, what was the worst that could happen? He could simply call out Dad. Burp, feeling content. Wine wiped his mouth and absent-mindedly reached into his pocket. This. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Wayne's forehead. He had forgotten his wallet today. Goodness. This is quite embarrassing. Wayne's mind raced with thoughts, and at last, he made the decision to purchase on credit. He departed. When stood up, adjusted his clothing, and after rubbing his belly, he flashed a bright smile at Shachi and said, "Your cooking is truly delightful. Thank you. The total bill is 100,000 berries." Shachi replied with a faint smile, standing behind Rayleigh. This. One felt a bit of a headache, yet he graciously offered, "When we return to Marineford, just mention that it's my debt. They will provide you with the funds." "You." Shachi patted Rayleigh's shoulder. "I am a righteous Navy man. How could I partake in such indulgences? It is inconceivable. How about this? I shall bring a few comrades along for a meal next time." Upon hearing Wen's words, both Rayleigh and Shachi were taken aback. The notion of a Navy officer bringing companions would undoubtedly imply a gathering of sailors. Forget it, forget it. Shachi wearily waved her hand and said, "Let me treat you to this meal, but please, do not bring anyone along. I earnestly beg you." Seeing the sincerity in Shachi and Rayleigh's eyes, Wen felt a pang of guilt. "Very well," Wen sighed deeply, "I shall take my leave then. Go on, hurry along. Please take care." Indeed. As he watched the distant departure of the barrier plane, Shachi sighed in relief and addressed Rayleigh, who was stealthily preparing to procure money for gambling. "Wait a moment." Rayleigh froze, presenting a smile reminiscent of an old chrysanthemum, and ingratiatingly asked Shachi, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Shachi was entirely unfazed by Rayleigh's charm and replied expressionlessly, "That Navy man has left. You shall cover the meal expenses." "This? What do you mean? I have no money." "Then what about your living expenses for this month?" "No, for this year." "Surely it cannot be that dire." I see." Then what shall I do for my livelihood? Perhaps you should consider selling yourself. I am but an old man. There are always individuals with questionable tastes. You. Very well. Chapter 139. Recognition Buzz. 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 Wayne piloted a small barrier aircraft high in the sky, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was not due to any peril he faced, but rather from sheer anxiety. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first occasion that Wayne was to embrace familial affection. Alas, he decided to let nature take its course and resign himself to fate. One let out a quiet sigh, discreetly adjusting himself as he cleared his throat. With a flicker of thought, the speed of the barrier aircraft doubled instantaneously. The emerald-hued plane buzzed through the sky, while one remained oblivious to an extraordinary scene unfolding in a distant locale. There, a formidable old man with golden hair and a ship's rudder protruding from his head gaped at a middle-aged man with blue hair and a floral blue scarf beside him. Hey, Dr. Indigo, look quickly. A flying green bird. Huh. Indigo grinned as he raised a telescope to peer in the direction indicated by the golden lion. Yet he saw nothing. Where is it? Don't disturb me during my experiments. Nothing. After a brief moment of awkward dancing, the golden lion remembered his purpose and inquired, Hey, Dr. Indigo, is the IQ elixir ready? Indigo wiped the sweat from his brow. It's still a bit lacking. By the gods. The golden lion seized Indigo by the collar, spitting words as he exclaimed, 10 years ago. I boasted to that old fool with the white beard that I would make this world comprehend the torment of true pirates. And now, it's been 10 years, and there is still no progress. Well, Indigo replied, somewhat defensively, I currently have too few assistants. From research to development, and then to execution and production. It's all on me. It's only natural that progress is slow. The golden lion paced back and forth, his shoes digging into the ground, leaving behind a series of small holes. Are you saying that if I gather enough people, it will suffice? That should be. Then I shall capture the world's greatest genius, Vegapunk. Really? Indigo's idol was indeed the unparalleled genius Vegapunk. And he had little grasp of the Navy's prowess. He simply thought that if the golden lion could bring Vegapunk, it would be splendid. But boss. Indigo suddenly recalled something and asked, Vegapunk is the treasure of the world government. Where should we look for him? Well, the golden lion pondered for a moment and replied, then let us go to Mariewa and capture a celestial dragon. What? Indigo was astonished because this idea was simply magnificent. Splendid. Boss, we have plenty of experimental failures. Today we shall witness the astonishing performances of these little deers. I'm truly looking forward to this. Quickly now. Let us find the route to Mariewa. This time, I intend to make a grand statement. Whitebeard and Roger wouldn't dare attempt this. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. A sudden sneeze echoed through the air. The elderly man with a white beard, connected to an four drip, suddenly sneezed, sensing that he had forgotten something important. Who could be thinking of me? He pondered. The desolate Zifa was currently in the office of Sengoku, accompanied by the idle Kazan, the restless Garp, and Tsuru. With a steaming cup of tea firmly in hand, Zifa let out a deep sigh. Oh dear, Zifa-sensei, is it really that serious? Kazan remarked casually, resting his hands upon his head. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Vice Admiral Vane is not so petty. He continued, if you were in his shoes. Having only learned of your father at the age of 21, how would you feel? Moreover, Vane's tragedy stemmed entirely from me. Zifa lamented, his aura exuding a palpable sense of despair. At that moment, Garp interjected loudly, if that lad Vane refuses to forgive you, let him come to me. It was I who dragged you into capturing Roger. It is my fault. Enough of your rambling, Tsuru sharply admonished, giving Garp a firm slap on the arm. You talk too much. With a sheepish grin and a scratch of his head, Garp settled back down. Zifa, feeling dejected after receiving no useful advice, gazed at his old comrades with a sense of sorrow. Sengoku, noticing Zifa's state, exchanged a glance with Tsuru, hoping she might offer some encouragement. Report. Before Tsuru could speak, a naval soldier abruptly entered the room. What is it? Sengoku called out, his voice resonating. Commander Sengoku, Vice Admiral Vane has returned. Everyone exchanged glances, initially believing that Vane would be gone for quite some time, even potentially needing to search for him. Yet, he had come back so suddenly. Cough, cough. Quickly let him in, Sengoku said, somewhat excitedly, and everyone felt a wave of anticipation. Only Zifa instinctively withdrew slightly, apprehensive. After a short while, Vane, clad in a blood-stained cloak, cautiously entered the office, mirroring his father's demeanor, hesitating, taking a breath, and then stepping fully inside. Upon entering, Vane addressed Sengoku, Commander Sengoku. Naval Observer Vane, reporting back ahead of schedule. Excellent, excellent. Sengoku replied, stroking his braided beard with delight. Vane, you have truly turned the tide. You are remarkable. Commander Sengoku. You flatter me, Vane replied, lowering his gaze. Now, let us set aside the pleasantries. By the way, Vane, Zifa has something to discuss with you. Why not take a walk together? Sengoku suggested, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Vane hesitated, struggling to find the words, and eventually said, Zifa. Sensei, shall we go for a walk? Zifa stiffened momentarily, then stammered, why yes, let us go. Wayne nodded somewhat absently, then walked out on his own. Zifa, initially taken aback, rubbed his pant legs and shot a fierce glare at Sengoku, who was stifling laughter, before hesitantly following him outside. Ha! Who would have thought that such a resolute man like Zifa could find himself in such a disheveled state? Ha! Unexpectedly so. If it were me, I wouldn't care whether Wayne listened or not. I would simply give him a good thrashing first. Hee. I genuinely hope that Wayne and Zifa can come to mutual understanding and mend their grievances. Rest assured, everyone. Wayne's willingness to return signifies that he has already forgiven teacher Zifa. Chapter 140. Heart to heart as they walked along, Wayne meandered aimlessly, nodding at the Navy soldiers who greeted him, while Zifa trudged behind, ignoring any salutations. Thus, the father and son unwittingly found themselves beneath a grove of trees, not far from the track that Wayne had once used for long-distance running during his time as an elite trainee in the Navy. Vane shook his head with a chuckle, recalling how he had once led the charge, carrying stones while running. Smog, the squirrel, and the ghost spider had foolishly followed suit. It seems that my first close encounter with the garden was right here. It was the inaugural lesson in physical techniques, the first foray into nautical knowledge, the initial grasp of basic swordsmanship, the first experience of proper dining etiquette, and the first viewing of short videos. Zifa's teachings. The potato meals prepared by Dorag, the confiscated video phone by Zifa, the laps they were compelled to run as punishment, and Zifa's challenge to pit them against each other to select the strongest among them as the camp leader. Vane turned back to glance at the somewhat awkward Zephyr, then placed a hand on his chest, silently reflecting, Brother, this is indeed our father. Ha. Suddenly, Wayne erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, he truly let go and accepted Zephyr. Tilting his head to observe Wayne, Zephyr discerned nothing from Wayne's expression. Wayne settled down cross-legged on the ground and patted the space to his left, gesturing for Zephyr to take a seat there. Zephyr glanced over, still feeling somewhat disoriented. In his mind, he had envisioned that Wayne would harbor animosity towards him, perhaps even challenge him to a confrontation. To his astonishment, Wayne did nothing of the sort. He merely stood quietly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hey, Dad, Wayne suddenly called out. What? Zephyr replied, momentarily bewildered. Then, as realization dawned upon him, his face lit up with joy. Dad. Vane repeated it once more with great emphasis. Zifa, with tears welling in his eyes, rushed forward and embraced Vane tightly. Good son. Lizzie, this is our child. Zifa, at a loss for words, kept repeating those two phrases. A grown man laughing and crying simultaneously, his tears and snot staining Vane's shoulder. All right, Dad, I'm here, Vane comforted, patting Zifa on the shoulder. I'm here. So let go, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing Vane's slightly exasperated words, Zifa sheepishly released his grip and ruffled his hair. Wayne gazed at the somewhat awkward Zephyr. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he removed the blood-red cloak, stained with Zephyr's tears, rolled it up, and set it aside. Zephyr realized that he did not truly know Wayne well, nor was he aware of his preferences. For a moment, he sat beside Wayne, at a complete loss for words. When turned and observed the awkward Zephyr, quickly comprehending his distress. Father, how did you and Mother come to know each other? Wayne inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed Zephyr's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Well, your mother and I have known each other since childhood. Oh, pray tell, when urged, intrigued. You see, Zephyr's nose tinged with nostalgia. I was quite the little rascal back then, always eager to champion justice. Champion justice? Wayne echoed. Indeed. Zephyr chuckled, patting Wayne's shoulder. In my youth, I crafted a helmet for myself, strapped wooden planks to my arms, and secretly purchased a small cape with my pocket money, emblazoned with AZ. Ha. Zephyr laughed heartily at the memory, seemingly lost in reverie of his childhood. And how did you meet Mother? When eagerly pressed. Smack. Zephyr playfully tapped the back of Wen's head, saying, "You impudent child, why the haste?" Curiously, after being playfully chastised, Wen merely tucked his chin and patiently awaited Zephyr's continuation. Seeing Wen's reaction, a profound sense of paternal pride surged within Zephyr. After indulging in this moment, he continued, "Your mother was truly the belle of our town. A little beauty. At one point, several boys sought to take advantage of her, and when she found herself most vulnerable, I stepped in to defend her." With this, Zephyr proudly thumped his chest. Wayne had already begun to envision the unfolding narrative. Indeed, the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is eternally effective. Noticing Wayne's lack of response, Zephyr cleared his throat and continued, "I was quite formidable back then, effortlessly dispatching those nefarious little rascals in no time. Thus, it was then that your mother took a liking to me. Later, when I joined the Navy and emerged a rear admiral, I returned to my hometown and wed your mother." At this juncture, Zephyr lowered his gaze, gently massaging his brow, and took a moment before saying, "Your mother was gentle and kind, a truly remarkable woman. Did she ever argue with you?" "No, she would always stand at the harbor, awaiting my safe return, preparing my favorite fried rice and warming a small bottle of liquor." With a look of pure happiness, Zephyr remarked, "I became the happiest man in the world." He then tenderly caressed Wayne's face and said, "When I attained the rank of admiral, believing my life was complete, you appeared, my son, my pride." At this moment, Zephyr unexpectedly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and confessed, "Perhaps I did not deserve such happiness. On your 6th birthday, your mother and I had our first and last quarrel." "Why?" Wayne inquired with curiosity. "Wasn't Mother always understanding?" Zephyr cast a remorseful glance at Wayne and replied, "At that time, the Rock's pirates had just been defeated, and the seas were in turmoil. With the likes of Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Captain John, Roger, and Whitebeard all in play, the Navy was powerless, and I spent years at sea. I had promised your mother to celebrate your birthday, but I was called away on a mission and missed it. Your mother wanted to take you out for a celebration, and thus, tragedy ensued." With guilt weighing heavily on him, Zephyr said to Wayne, "I am sorry. I was neither a competent husband nor a worthy father." At that moment, Wayne gently grasped Zephyr's large hand and softly replied, "Father, all of that is in the past. Embracing the present is what truly matters. I believe Mother wouldn't wish for you to dwell on this." Zephyr looked at Wayne and suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "Thank you, my son. You're welcome. We are family, after all. Ha ha ha. I like that. He. So do I." Chapter 141. The unfortunate Shiki. As the sun set, the father and son nestled together, quietly observing the young sailors training on the distant field. At that moment, Zephyr noticed a pair of naval soldiers supporting each other at the edge of the training ground. And a thought struck him. "Wayne, I recall during our time at the Navy Elite Training Camp, you and Gun seemed particularly well matched. How is that now?" With a hint of embarrassment, Wayne remarked, "I have heard that at that time, Gun specifically requested for Xiao He to be assigned to your G12 branch. And it's been quite a while since then. Well, Gun and I are now in a romantic relationship," Wayne confessed, his face flushed. After saying this, he found it peculiar. In the past, such matters were straightforward, yet now, before Zephyr, an inexplicable sense of nervousness enveloped him. This. Zephyr scratched his head, a look of concern crossing his face as he carefully organized his thoughts, and said, "Wayne, is everything all right? Are you certain you want to be with Gun? What's the matter? Do you have objections?" "Not at all. It's just, I can't shake the feeling that Gun's family has some tendencies towards violence." Zephyr pondered before speaking. "Come on, Dad, are you confused? Gun violent? That is simply not true. Moreover, I find General He to be quite gentle in her demeanor." Wayne waved his hand dismissively, assuming Zephyr was merely envious of her. Upon hearing Wayne's words, Zephyr chuckled sarcastically and replied, "You have no idea how formidable Xiao He was in her youth, with her fruitability. She could have easily taken someone out." General He's fruitability? After a meticulous search through his memories, Wayne recalled that Admiral Crane seemed to be a user of the wash-wash fruit. Was there anything particularly fearsome about the wash-wash fruit? Wayne felt somewhat perplexed in his recollection. The wash-wash fruit appeared to serve little purpose beyond purifying one's soul. He chuckled softly. Zephyr, with a discerning gaze, immediately perceived Wayne's thoughts, which mirrored the sentiments of those reckless individuals who once pursued Admiral Crane. "What's with that look?" Wayne, feeling somewhat unnerved by Zephyr's penetrating stare, retorted with irritation. Am I asking something wrong? Zephyr first shook his head, responding, It's not that you're wrong. Then, Wayne initially intended to defend himself, but was interrupted. It's simply foolish, Zephyr continued. Where am I being foolish? Wayne queried, defiantly jutting out his neck. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Wayne, then, with a weary expression, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one and offering it to Wayne. No, GUN forbids me from smoking, Wayne instinctively replied upon seeing the cigarette. Huh. Zephyr regarded Wayne with a mocking look, his eyes filled with derision. He then lit a cigarette and took a satisfying puff before inquiring. Do you know the difference between a washboard and a washing machine? Cackling laughter followed. Wayne opened his mouth wide, seemingly grasping something profound at that moment. In his heart, he silently mourned for the valiant souls who had pursued General Crane for 3 minutes. Somewhere along the Grand Line, high above, hello, Indigo, where are we? The Golden Lion grumbled, tugging at the back of Indigo's neck with irritation. Let go, let go. Indigo struggled fiercely as the Golden Lion hoisted him up. Speak. Indigo ceased his resistance, extracting a rolled map from his trousers. He scrutinized it carefully before haughtily presenting it to the Golden Lion, indignantly declaring, You look at it. The Golden Lion, upon receiving the map, released Indigo and snatched it for a closer examination, flipping it over. Bakayuru. He angrily flung the map back at Indigo's face, exclaiming in exasperation, You fool. You've got the map upside down. Ah, this. Indigo sheepishly removed the map from his face, adjusting it properly. After a careful glance, he cautiously addressed the Golden Lion. Boss. Speak. It seems our direction is precisely the opposite of Mary Geos. What does she know, Em? You shall pay for this. Ding dong clang smack 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 ah. A little while later, battered and bruised, Indigo curled up in a corner, gasping, Boss, what now? What now? The Golden Lion retorted irritably. Of course, we turned back. What else? Stop being so wishy-washy. How did I end up with a subordinate like you? I just checked. At our current speed, even if you flew day and night, it would take 3 days. What? Bakayuru. Ding dong clang. Ow. Boss, no slapping. Huff 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 after delivering a thorough beating to Indigo. The Golden Lion sulked in a corner. Boss. Indigo once more tested the limits of the Golden Lion's patience. What do you want? If you can't make sense of this, prepare to meet your end. I'll make sure of it. The Golden Lion now resembled an enraged lion, his eyes wide with murderous intent as he glared at Indigo. Up ahead seems to be a storm eye. Indigo pointed towards the front of their floating island. Nanny. As the Golden Lion turned around, he beheld the storm eye approaching them with a menacing intensity. In an instant, the floating island controlled by the Golden Lion began to spin wildly amidst the storm eye. Do I have a vendetta against storms? On this day, numerous individuals claimed to have heard the roar of a tempest. Subsequently, rumors of a wailing storm emerged over the sea. In the New World, above Onigashima, a toothless wyvern engulfed in flames soared through the sky, then descended with precision towards a specific direction. Who dares approach the lair of the beast pirates? Before the minions of the beast pirates could raise their voices, Jin plunged into the largest cavern of Onigashima. Who dares? The brooding Jack brandished his ivory knife, aiming a fierce strike. In a swift motion, Jin spun around and sent Jack's ivory knife flying with a powerful kick. Queen, who initially intended to intervene, was taken aback as Jin transformed into human form. Kneeling before Kaido. Kaido, I seek to ally with you. Oh. Kaido rose, lifting his kanabo, and declared, If you wish to bear my name, show me your prowess. Very well. Thunder Bagua. Boom. Hey, Queen. Yes? This fellow shall henceforth be known as the Calamity of Flame. Understood. Chapter 142, New Discoveries. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. In the Marine family quarters, the door of an old house creaked open. Cough, cough, cough. Zifa, the first to enter, coughed harshly twice and then addressed Wayne, who stood behind him. Come in. Wayne slowly entered the old house and, upon stepping inside, beheld Zephyr lost in contemplation before a picture frame. Within the frame lay a photograph, and through the dust that veiled it, Wayne could faintly discern the image of a beautiful woman cradling a child, with a formidable middle-aged man with violet hair standing beside her. Zephyr approached, gently brushed away the dust, and tenderly remarked, This is a family portrait I captured during a moment of respite when you were 3 years old. Wayne took the photograph from Zephyr's hands in a daze, gazing at the beaming smiles of the happy family of three. He turned to Zephyr and asked, "Is this me?" Zephyr replied with a hint of nostalgia, "Indeed. Back then you were so silly, constantly wriggling in your mother's embrace, utterly restless. It drove me mad. I even contemplated giving you a good thrashing. Is that so?" Wayne responded. Wayne bowed his head, examining the lingering stains on the frame, meticulously wiping it clean. Then, he looked around and inquired, "Father, why does this place appear as though it has long been abandoned?" Zephyr returned his gaze to his pocket, lifting his eyes to the thick layer of dust on the ceiling. He replied, "I have not returned here for many years, not until now. Why? I dared not come back. I feared that returning would evoke memories of the past. I have wronged both of you." At this point, Zephyr disregarded the dust on the sofa and sat down heavily, turning his back to Wayne, gently wiping away his tears. "Father," Vane approached gently, wrapping his arms around Zephyr's neck, and said, "Have I not returned? Let us tidy up this house together. You should move back in, and I shall bring Gallet back with me. I believe Mother will be delighted." "Indeed," Zephyr replied, raising his hand towards Vane, acknowledging his words. He then stood up and declared, "Come, let us both clean this place thoroughly." "Absolutely." Observing Zephyr's renewed vigor, Vane smiled and hurried back to his quarters. He called for Gallet, gathered a broom and mop, and pulled along Caesar, who held a cloth, before returning to the old house. By the time Vane and Gallet arrived, Zephyr had already removed his coat, revealing an unremarkable shirt, and was awaiting them. "Grandfather Zephyr," the little girl exclaimed, her ears perked up as she bounded towards him, leaping joyfully. "Careful now," Zephyr said, extending his arms to catch Gallet, gently asking, "Would you like to help Grandfather Zephyr clean the house?" "Yes," the little girl replied with a beaming smile, for in her heart, any task was a joy as long as she could share it with her father and Grandfather Zephyr. "Ha ha ha ha, splendid, Vane. Oh, I'm right here. Quickly, hand our Gallet a small cloth." Of course, Vane snatched the cloth from Caesar's grasp, casually tossing the basin of water upon Caesar's head, commanding, "Fetch more water." The sound of a loud ruckus ensued, accompanied by Caesar's defiance as he forcefully hurled the basin to the ground. "Vane, stare Zephyr, stare," squeaked Caesar, feeling the intensity of their gaze, emitted a lamenting cry and, in a rather pitiful manner, shrank to the size of an ordinary person. With a sense of frustration, he carried a basin to fetch water. Meanwhile, as Vane and Zephyr enjoyed their tranquil father-son reunion, our pirate governor, the illustrious Lion, was vigorously battling against a tempest. Indeed, akin to a clash of opposing forces. The esteemed Lion found himself once more ensnared by the storm. "Atte!" The Lion roared wildly amidst the storm, pointing towards the heavens and exclaiming, "Do I have a grudge against you? How many times is this? The third time. Will it ever cease?" With a flourish, he unleashed a multitude of golden slashes in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated throughout. In his frenzy, the Lion remained oblivious to the fact that some of his strikes had even sheared off part of his floating island. Hey, boss Lion." Indigo rolled about helplessly, as the entire floating island swayed precariously due to the Lion's turbulent emotions, akin to a drunken driver. Shortly thereafter, in a fit of anger, the Lion retrieved several large barrels of liquor from his treasury and, utilizing his powers, poured the contents directly into his mouth. Well then, the evidence of drunkenness is undeniable. After an indeterminate period, the storm finally subsided, but the Lion was now inebriated and dazed. Bang! Having indulged excessively, he collapsed onto a vast expanse of barrels, and without his powers, the entire floating island plummeted into the sea. Rumbling, the island descended abruptly, inadvertently crushing a large sea creature beneath it. Sea creature, meow, meow, meow. Indigo, witnessing the Lion sleeping like a lifeless swine, then gazing at the devastation wrought upon the treasured beasts, found himself on the verge of tears. Good grief! As he meticulously tidied his laboratory, Indigo's attention was suddenly drawn to an unusual milky white potion. This was a mixture of the original Beast No. 3 potion combined with Beast No. 2, No. 1, and a dash of beer and coffee. Indigo dipped a small piece of cotton into the enigmatic milky liquid, then ventured outside, where he encountered an injured treasured beast with a broken leg, gently placing the concoction into its mouth. Wah crack roar. To his astonishment, the treasured beast first convulsed, then emitted strange sounds, and ultimately let out a tragic cry before gradually succumbing. Indigo stood in shock. prodding the beast with a small stick, muttering to himself, "This can't be right. It shouldn't he have died from that?" Gulp. Suddenly, the rare beast opened its eyes and underwent a terrifying transformation before Indigo. The head of a deer gradually morphed into that of a man adorned with antlers, while the tiger's claws became human hands with sharp nails. Its lower body remained unchanged, still bearing the hooves of a goat. Delicate scales appeared on its back and chest, and a dog's head sprouted from its tail. Indigo gazed at this spectacle, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. This is it. This is the true weapon. With these, we shall undoubtedly bring about the world's destruction. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, a vacant wine barrel crashed down upon Indigo's head. Quiet down. Oh. Chapter 143, The Humiliation of Indigo. Hey, hey, hey. Wake up, Golden Lion Leader. Hey, hey, hey. Wake up. After a long day of tinkering in the laboratory, Indigo emerged to find the inebriated Golden Lion still fast asleep. Indigo feigned a dramatic lament, seemingly reflecting on his unfortunate encounters. Enough, enough, dear head, wake him up. Indigo instructed the deer head creature standing behind him. Quickly. Woof woof. Before the deer head could respond, the dog's head at the end of its tail poked out from behind, letting out a somewhat foolish bark. Get lost. Indigo pushed the dog's head away, displaying his disdain. Hey, 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 I was calling you. Go away. At that moment, the composed deer head finally reacted, extending its hand with long, sharp nails directly toward the Golden Lion. My goodness. Indigo's eyes nearly bulged out as he hurriedly reached out to stop it. No. Just as Indigo's plea escaped his lips, the deer head sensed an overwhelming aura of menace. Gah! The deer head creature barely had time to exclaim before a powerful slap struck its face. Smack! Ga-ga-ga-woo! The deer head let out a wretched scream as it was sent crashing into the wall by the Golden Lion's unexpected blow. Indigo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly turned to flee. Bang! A wooden cup came crashing down upon Indigo's head. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Yes, Indigo replied, feeling quite aggrieved. Ga-woo, ga-woo, ga-woo. The deer head creature, somewhat indignant, felt it had been caught off guard by the Golden Lion's ambush. Woof! The dog's tail gazed intently at the Golden Lion, even beginning to drool unconsciously. Smack! Indigo retaliated by slapping the dog's tail, sternly saying, "Let us go. If you provoke him further, neither of our lives will be spared." As a subordinate of the Golden Lion, Indigo is acutely aware of the ferocity of his superior. This individual is not only ruthless towards others, but is equally harsh on himself. In a desperate bid to escape imprisonment, he even resorted to severing his own feet. Quite brutal, indeed. Nevertheless, it is prudent to first assess the remaining rare beasts, for they represent the potential to overturn the world in the future. Indigo shrugged, realizing that it would take time to rouse the Golden Lion from his stupor, and thus resolved to quickly inventory the rare beasts at his disposal. Alas, one often loses track of time while conducting experiments, such as life. Indigo beckoned to the stag-headed creature, urging it to follow. Gur? The creature tilted its head, scratching its posterior as if perplexed by Indigo's intentions. Enough already. Let's go and locate the missing rare beasts. Indigo said impatiently. Doghead, seek out the rare beasts. The stag turned its head to inspect its own rear, yet the doghead upon its backside remained transfixed, drooling over the motionless Golden Lion, utterly oblivious to Indigo's commands. Damn it! Indigo slapped his forehead, exclaiming in frustration, Doghead, hey, I'm talking to you. Woof? The doghead suddenly seemed to comprehend, wagging its ears and approaching, its tongue lolling as it enthusiastically licked Indigo's face. Get away, Shu. I just called for you, you brainless creature. Indigo swatted the doghead away, his irritation mounting. Hurry up and sniff around. Find those rare beasts for me. Woof woof. The doghead wrinkled its nose, indicating its refusal to cooperate. Damn. Indigo bellowed in anger. For heaven's sake, you've mastered the art of being a dog but failed to learn how to act like a person. Are you going or not? Woof. Woof woof. Without premium dog food, I refuse to comply. To Indigo's surprise, he understood the doghead's protest. Premium dog food? Where on earth did you hear that? Indigo felt his temper reaching a boiling point. Woof woof. The doghead produced a magazine seemingly from nowhere, emblazoned with the words premium dog food, which also bore Indigo's scribbled notes, formulas, and drafts. Good heavens. Indigo felt as though he were on the brink of madness. I should never have been so frugal as to purchase those worthless magazines for scrap paper, he lamented. Resigned, Indigo extended a finger. Woof woof, the dog head shook its head and emitted 3 plaintive howls. 3 cans? Get lost, it's 2 cans. Woof. Damn it, let go. You wretched mutt. Release it. Woof woof, I absolutely refuse to let go. Ah, my rear. All right, I concede. Ah. The naval headquarters, Marineford, Naval Family Quarters. Gazing at the rejuvenated old house, Zephyr and Wayne exchanged gratified smiles. This time, Zephyr refrained from employing any martial techniques, and Wayne did not resort to his shielding abilities. They simply tidied up with a broom, mop, and cloth, meticulously cleaning the space. Wayne looked at the revitalized abode and softly remarked, "This is truly wonderful." "Indeed," Zephyr replied. "What is the matter? Have you considered finding a new girlfriend? I know many charming ladies of varying allure, slender or curvaceous, all possessing beauty." "Don't keep hanging on that crooked tree," Zephyr said with concern, the remnants of his youth casting a long shadow over his psyche. "Dad," Wayne retorted, staring at Zephyr with the vacant gaze of a fish, his tone gravely serious. "I am already 22 in real years, 23 in nominal years, almost 24, and yet to be 25. I feel as if I'm aging. Matters of character no longer weigh heavily on my mind." Zephyr was momentarily taken aback by Wayne's words. He had intended to mention his own marriage in his 30s, but Wayne's poignant declaration left him speechless. "Do you wish to say something?" Wayne observed Zephyr's mouth moving. Yet no words emerged. Nothing more. I have nothing to say," Zephyr stammered, at a loss for words. Well, by the way, what has become of the 3 criminals who escaped from Impel Down?" Well, Sphinx Talk has already been dealt with by Carp. The Red Count is a solitary figure, and it will take time to apprehend him. Bondi Waldo has completely gone underground and is reaching out to his old associates," Zephyr pondered before responding. "Who is Sphinx Talk?" Wayne inquired curiously upon hearing an unfamiliar name. He was a former admiral, merely a madman," Zephyr scoffed, picking his nose dismissively. "What do you mean?" "Haha. He was quite a formidable figure in his day, known for his exceptional martial prowess. He was once part of the trio known as the Navy's 3 Greats along with Carp." "The Navy's 3 Greats? Ha. Impressive, isn't it?" Yes." Chapter 144, Waldo's Schemes Sigh. Indigo had lost count of how many times he had sighed today. Watching the deer grazing nearby and the dog sneaking a bite of sausage, Indigo once more tasted the bitterness of despair. It was already midday on the 2nd day, and the golden lion had yet to awaken. Who knows how much he had consumed? Indigo felt a pang of discomfort as he absently squeezed the hot dog in his hand. The sensation felt amiss. Indigo instinctively glanced at the dog tail lurking nearby. As the tail munched on a dog face, it gazed at him innocently. "This is absurd." Indigo rolled up his sleeves and charged towards the dog tail, ready to engage in a fierce tussle. "I refuse to believe I cannot handle you." Woof, woof. The dog tail lunged towards Indigo's abdomen, but he swiftly twisted his waist and seized the neck of the tail, seemingly aware of the principle of striking at the weak points of a dog. The tail appeared somewhat flustered and aimed for Indigo's vulnerable area. "Humph, you wretched creature." Indigo exerted force with his arms, yanking the tail with vigor, causing it to grimace in pain. Whimper. Grr. Suddenly, Indigo realized an important detail. The dog tail belonged to the deer-headed creature. As his tail was yanked suddenly, the deer-headed beast reflexively kicked back. Just moments ago, Indigo had been engaged in battle with the dog tail when a massive hoof came crashing towards his left eye. Caught off guard, he failed to evade. This was Indigo's final thought before being sent sprawling by the deer's kick, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Grr. The deer-headed creature sensed it had struck something and turned to see Indigo, now bruised and sprawled on the ground. Woof, woof. The dog tail barked twice at the deer, which seemed to understand as it approached the fallen golden lion, quietly waiting for him to awaken. The dog tail hung low, its chin resting on the ground, resembling a loyal dog awaiting its master's return. In the new world, in the uncharted seas, ha. World government, tremble. I have finally emerged, exclaimed the exuberant Bondi Vardo, gazing at the crew still prostrate at his feet, filled with elation for freedom and hatred for the world government. Ahem, Vardo. What should we do now? Inquired his brother, Bingek. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Bondi Vardo instinctively furrowed his brow and glanced down at his subordinates. Garum, the cubic fruit user, Sebastian, the fish giant, Naki, the ship's doctor, and finally, perched upon his shoulder, his brother, Bondi Bingek. Lastly, Bondi Vardo looked down at the colossal super ship, the Geologia Dia. Let us recruit some people, Bondi Vardo declared. In my name, Many will surely flock to my side. Bing Jack hesitated for a moment, and finally, mustering his courage, he said, Waldo, perhaps no one knows us anymore. What? Bondi interjected. Waldo, filled with indignation, retorted, I am the world destroyer, a legend that has made the entire world tremble. How could there be anyone who does not recognize me? However, Bing Jack, gazing at the furious Waldo, took a deep breath and replied, that was over 20 years ago. What? Waldo's fury gradually transformed into astonishment. He could hardly fathom that he had been frozen for so many years. Furthermore, Bing Jack continued painfully, Waldo, we have aged. It is possible that we no longer possess the strength we once had. This revelation struck Waldo profoundly, causing him to stumble back and fall to the ground. It was at that moment he began to realize that his body was failing him. The injuries he had sustained from the intense battles had yet to heal. His heart no longer beat with the same vigor. Brother. After a moment of silence, Waldo muttered, tell me about the events of these years. Seeing his brother's despondency, Bing Jack spoke softly, very well. Thus, through Bing Jack's narration, Waldo learned of the pirate King Roger, the Grand Admiral Don Quixote, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Big Mom, and the current 3 Marine Admirals, Veen, Marcus, and the 7 Warlords. Incredible, Waldo said, his expression laden with the weight of time. I remember we had crossed paths with Roger, Whitebeard, and Don Quixote, didn't we? Indeed, Bing Jack and the others nodded, lost in nostalgia. Who would have thought that I would be captured by the Marines halfway through, while those 3 achieved such monumental legacies? Waldo lamented. Cough, cough, Waldo, it's all right. We are still here. We are just like them. Bing Jack coughed lightly, trying to offer comfort. Yes, we were all of a kind back then. I have no reason to be inferior to them. Hearing Bing Jack's words, Waldo felt invigorated. Bing Jack paused momentarily. He initially intended to convey that their generation had grown old and should live peacefully, but gazing at Waldo's fervor, he found himself unable to voice the thought. So, what shall we do now? The not-so-bright Sebastian inquired. What to do? Waldo pondered for a moment. Suddenly, as if an idea struck him, he asked, did Whitebeard, Roger, and Don Quixote ever kill a celestial dragon? Bing Jack's eyes widened. He recognized Waldo's intentions. No, they did not. Before Bing Jack could finish his sentence, the naive giant fish had already answered Waldo's question. Excellent, Waldo exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. If we are going to do this, let us make a grand spectacle of it. Not only will I kill a celestial dragon, but I shall organize a convention to slay the celestial dragons. What? Bing Jack felt that they were courting disaster and hurriedly advised, Waldo, do not proceed in this manner. Once we provoke the celestial dragons, the Navy and CP will surely go berserk. Humph, Waldo retorted with a scoff. I am a legend on par with Whitebeard himself. The Navy is of little consequence. What of the 3 admirals? Humph, even Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku only triumphed over me through treachery. As for CP, Waldo gritted his teeth and declared, I shall sever their heads one by one as appetizers. Chapter 145, The Ecstatic Golden Lion Waldo. Bing Jack seemed intent on persuading Waldo further. The ship's doctor shot him a glance. With Waldo in such high spirits, any opposition could turn them into his next meal. Very well, I shall devise a plan. Bing Jack conceded with a nod, resigning himself to the task. Waldo noticed the exchange of glances between the doctor and Bing Jack, and a subtle frown creased his brow, intensifying his resolve to eliminate these old subordinates. I do not require those who would betray me, Waldo mused. He surveyed his busy subordinates, his disdain growing ever more palpable. Once Wayne had completed his preparations, facing the increasingly chaotic seas, Sengoku issued yet another task for all crew members to undertake. Objective: various scattered pirate crews in the New World. T-Beard Pirates Captain, T-Beard, bounty of 60 million berries. Spider Pirates Captain, Turbo Big Spider Squad, bounty of 300 million berries. Whirlpool Pirates Captain, Whirlpool Fruit User, the Great Whirlpool Roar, bounty of 210 million berries. Lastly, the Red-Haired Pirates Captain, Red-Haired Shanks, bounty of 2,053 billion berries. This was a list that Wayne had compiled from Sengoku, detailing the most active pirates in the New World, particularly the T-Beard Pirates, whose strength remained uncertain, had raised 5 islands and cities, drawing Sengoku's special attention. To turn the New World upside down, we must eliminate this reckless pirate crew, were the exact words of Admiral Sengoku. Wayne tucked away the documents in his hand and then calmly passed them to his companion, Ji Yuan. Ji-Yuan responded with an elegantly exasperated roll of her eyes, subsequently cradling the files Wayne had handed her like a dutiful little secretary. Wayne touched his nose and straightened his back, endeavoring to exude a more imposing presence. Hey, are you all not finished yet? He called out, peering through the barrier window of the Albatross seaplane. Below, the beleaguered members of the Suicide Squad toiled like little ants, painstakingly transporting crates of ammunition into the aircraft. Boss Wayne, the Dormouse, lifted his head and gazed at the leisurely Wayne, gritting his teeth as he inquired, I told you to move, so do it without further ado. Just look at Ghost Spider. He has completed his task. Wayne pursed his lips, gesturing towards the resting Ghost Spider. Finding his amusement rather futile, the flying squirrel returned to his laborious task. Observing the cargo bay of his aircraft brimming with shells, Wayne nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he deciphered the intricate structure of cannons and mastered their fabrication, he had been utilizing the rather rudimentary air-compressed projectiles. It was not until one day, while lamenting to Zephyr about the difficulties in controlling the air-compressed shells, that Zephyr posed a striking question. Why not employ the Navy's specially crafted ammunition? This revelation jolted Wayne from his stupor, prompting him to promptly request 1,000 rounds of artillery shells, which he meticulously loaded, preparing to deliver a significant surprise to those detestable pirates today. Is everything ready? When turned around to inquire. All right, everyone. The crowd seated in the back exclaimed. Very well then. As Wayne's thoughts stirred, the propellers on either side of the aircraft began to whirl at an exhilarating speed, causing the entire plane to veer, ascend from the water's surface, and ultimately vanish into the horizon, somewhere along the Grand Line, on a diminutive island that had descended from the heavens. A legendary figure finally stirred from slumber. Indeed, it was our esteemed captain, the Golden Lion. How utterly delightful! The Golden Lion reclined on the ground, stretching languidly, only to find a peculiar creature squatting beside him. What on earth is this? He scrutinized the deer-headed monster, human visage, antlers, serpentine body, canine tail, tiger claws, and hooves resembling those of a goat. Click, click. The Golden Lion smacked his lips, feeling as though his worldview had just been irrevocably altered. In the discerning eyes of the Golden Lion, the deer-headed creature barely reached a worth of 100 million berries, perhaps 150 million at most. Such a being in his heyday would not have even warranted a sip of his urine. Rising to his feet, the Golden Lion first noticed the well-caged rare beast, a satisfyingly promising foundation for his endeavors. However, upon glimpsing the disheveled Indigo, his amusement faded. Oh dear, oh dear. The Golden Lion stood up and, wielding a small stick, poked Indigo's nose. Don't bother me. Indigo's, enjoying a serene slumber, swatted the stick away with a single motion. The dog-tailed and deer-headed creatures obediently trailed behind the Golden Lion, as if he were their sole master for all eternity. Observing the hoof print still etched upon Indigo's face, the Golden Lion took a keen interest in the feet of the deer-headed creature. The latter retreated a step, desperately attempting to conceal its hooves, insisting that it was not the one who struck Indigo's. The dog-tailed creature wagged its tail vigorously, striving to capture the Golden Lion's attention. What is this nonsense? The Golden Lion remarked with a hint of disdain, lifting the sword strapped to his foot and thrusting it sharply toward Indigo's rear. Arg! Indeed, the exquisite pain of a blade's intrusion is not something the average person could bear. Indigo's sprang up, casting a ferocious glance around, and bellowed, Who dares? Which scoundrel has prodded my backside? It was I, replied the Golden Lion, standing behind Indigo's. Ah! Upon hearing the Golden Lion's voice, Indigo's froze, mechanically turning his head and instantaneously donning a fabricated grin, exclaiming, Ah, the great pirate admiral, Captain Golden Lion, you have finally awakened. The Golden Lion grunted, seizing Indigo's by the collar, demanding, Indigo's, where did this creature come from? As he spoke, the Golden Lion utilized his abilities to levitate the deer-headed creature into the sky. Gur woof 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 woof. Indigo gazed at the struggling creature above and inquired with a hint of curiosity, Boss Golden Lion, what is happening? What is this creature that is utterly useless? Its strength seems rather mediocre. The Golden Lion, visibly displeased, retorted, That is my latest invention. Indigo, puffed with pride, proclaimed, The serum includes your genes, boss. It will be absolutely obedient to you. Oh, intrigued by the notion of absolute obedience, the Golden Lion inquired further, Can this ghastly thing be mass-produced? Of course, it is derived from the evolution of rare beasts. Really? Indeed. Ha 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 ha. Navy, you better brace yourselves. Indigo, prepare to set off. For what purpose? To find the celestial dragons. Are we still looking for them? Of course. I am a man of my word, and I shall deliver. Chapter 146. Swift and decisive. Somewhere in the New World, near Drexus, an unnamed island faced impending doom. Run for your lives. It's the T-Beard pirate crew. Where are the Navy? Why is no one stopping them? Mother, save me. Child, my child. A small island was on the brink of annihilation. Mwahaha, pitiful ants. Delight me thoroughly. Boomed the gigantic T-Beard as he led his pirate crew in a spree of arson and pillaging. Captain. A pirate emerging from a house adjusted his trousers and rushed to T-Beard. Captain T-Beard, we are now on the Navy's kill list. They have dispatched a death squad to hunt us down. What? T-Beard's eyes widened as he pulled out a massive pair of glasses, holding a newspaper that was smaller than his fingernail. Good heavens. Boom. T-Beard's dinosaur-like foot crashed down onto the ground with tremendous force. The surrounding pirates were startled by the commotion and emerged from their revelries, gathering around T-Beard. Some clutched gold coins, while others bore expressions of indulgence, making it evident what they had been up to. What's the matter, Captain? Is there a new target? T-Beard is invincible. Captain, we checked. There are no living souls left. T-Beard's expression darkened. He had never provoked the nobility or the allied nations. So why would the Navy have their sights set on him? Surely, it could not be due to his having slain a few individuals or ravaged several towns. T-Hoosie pondered deeply. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears. A bee? T-Hoosie rubbed his ears and looked up in confusion. His pupils widened as he shouted at his subordinates. It's a suicide squad. Damn it, hide. Meanwhile, Wayne and his crew had pursued them relentlessly, and at last, they discovered T-Hoosie's pirate crew on this small island. Damn it, I finally found you. Upon seeing T-Hoosie's distinctive figure amidst the flames and ruins, Wayne's eyes filled with murderous intent. After employing his observation hockey to sense the surroundings carefully, Wayne's murderous resolve intensified. There wasn't a single living soul left. I will obliterate them. Damn pirates. Their very existence is the greatest affront to justice. Boss Wayne, please let me down. The members of the death squad behind Wayne gazed at the pirates with bloodshot eyes, their murderous intent boiling over. Akin to a wild beast yearning to rend the evildoers before them. Kill them. Our hands are sullied. Wayne exclaimed furiously. Everyone, load the cannonballs. As he spoke, the entire Albatross seaplane began to transform, cannon barrels emerging on either side of the aircraft. The crew, understanding Wayne's intentions, promptly seated themselves on the shield-formed chairs, each preparing 2 crates of cannonballs. Die, pirates. Feel the exhilaration. For the sake of justice. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the cacophony of anguished roars, a barrage of furious cannonballs rained down upon the T-Beard pirate crew. It's the Navy. No. I surrender. Spare me. I was wrong, Navy Grandpa. The relentless onslaught of cannonballs left the pirates wailing for mercy, with T-Beard, being the largest, receiving the brunt of the assault. Damn it, each cannonball that struck him felt like having a layer of skin peeled away. The problem was that hundreds of cannonballs were aimed at him, akin to a death by 1,000 cuts. T-Beard was now drenched in blood, his body a grotesque mass of flesh and gore. The aircraft descended slowly, and all gazed upon the smoke-filled battlefield strewn with corpses. T-Beard, clinging to his last breath, uttered in broken phrases, Navy, kill me. With a swift gesture, Wayne unleashed a surge of energy that pierced through the forehead of the bearded T-merchant. The man's eyes widened in shock, and with a final gasp, he succumbed to his fate. Sighing deeply, Wayne surveyed the surrounding scene, littered with the lifeless bodies of pirates and the impoverished. He spoke solemnly, urging, let us not be burdened by the task at hand. May these unfortunate souls find peace in their resting place. Sever the heads of the pirates and display them for all to see. Cast the corpses into the sea, where they may nourish the fish. A resounding chorus of agreement echoed through the air as everyone set about their respective duties, searching for targets, transporting bodies, digging graves, and laying the dead to rest. Such is the cruel world we inhabit. When silently observed the unfolding scene, then withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one and lighting it. Just as the smoke was about to reach his lips, a delicate hand snatched it away from him. Sighing, one felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Ji Yuan seize the cigarette, for it was a premium item procured from his father. Ji Yuan shot him a sidelong glare before leisurely placing the cigarette between her own lips. Very well, it appeared that he would not be indulging in smoke after all. when tidied up and tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. This shall not happen again, Ji Yuan remarked quietly. Understood, he replied. Wayne took a cigarette from the pack and inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Such is the state of the world. Vane exhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring, indeed. The Glorsadia, the vessel of the Ward pirates, is situated around the Shambadi archipelago. Are you certain this is the location? Waldo inquired, glancing at Benjack, who perched on his shoulder. Absolutely, this is the place. The celestial dragons have never concealed their whereabouts, believing that no one would dare to lay a hand on them, Benjack asserted, peering out from behind a newspaper taller than himself. That's reassuring, Waldo replied nonchalantly before turning back to his own affairs. Sighing heavily, Benjack felt a sense of foreboding regarding Waldo's attitude towards their old comrades. As he stroked his grizzled beard, he increasingly sensed his own inadequacy. I'm getting old, he mused, recognizing that he could no longer keep pace with Waldo. Perhaps it was time for him to depart from the Ward pirates and seek a place to lay himself to rest. Such thoughts swirled in his mind. At last, amidst the anxious weight of the Ward pirates, 3 warships emerged in Waldo's line of sight. The central ship belonged to the world government, flanked by 2 escort vessels of a similar allegiance. It seems our objective lies right here, Waldo declared, crossing his arms. The usual protocol, understood? 3 minutes. Remember that. Chapter 147. The Celestial Dragons, captured? Though the members of the Ward pirates had grown old, their prowess remained formidable. Confronting the 2 accompanying escort ships proved to be a trivial matter. In under 3 minutes, both vessels sank beneath the waves. Blasted. The CP agents aboard the flagship were thrown into disarray. They were merely attendants to the Celestial Dragons, and with the Navy's 3 admirals looming, Kapu, Sengoku, and their imposing might, they had not anticipated anyone so audacious as to confront the Celestial Dragons during the Navy's prime. Yet, there stood such an audacious individual. Waldo sighed. I am determined to slay the Celestial Dragons. Observing that his subordinates had cleared the flanks, Waldo leaped into action, deftly approaching the flagship. With a soft thud, Waldo landed and surveyed the chaotic entourage of attendants and the imperious Celestial Dragons clad in spacesuits. Many CP agents aimed their firearms and blades at Waldo, and one particularly astute CP agent's eyes widened in horror as he shrieked, World Destroyer. Bonnie Waldo, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be an Impel Down? Oh, after all these years, I thought no one would recognize me, Waldo retorted before swiftly dispatching the agent with a single strike, then slowly advancing towards him, gripping his head and coldly inquiring, how did I gain entry into Impel Down? Is it not a consequence of you, the CP? When Valdo recalls advancing into the city, he is reminded of that scoundrel who threatened their multitude and successfully detained them. As for the reason behind the incursion, with but a slight exertion, the CP's head bursts like a small watermelon, crushed by Valdo's grip. You are unworthy of knowing. Valdo glanced at the gruesome mixture of brain matter, shattered skull fragments, and blood in his hands, then observed the panicking subordinates around him. Clenching his fist, he forcefully flicked the sanguine substance, which splattered into hundreds of droplets, hurtling towards everyone aboard the flagship, save for the Celestial Dragons. MOMO, tenfold scattershot. The blood orbs, poised to collide with the crew of the flagship, began to swell, growing to the size of an adult's fist. Hey. This is Charverol Saint. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. A CP agent reporting to the world government was suddenly obliterated by a blood sphere, limbs, and severed arms flying in all directions. The Celestial Dragons, paralyzed with terror, sat weeping in a corner. Valdo seized one of the Celestial Dragons, lifting him as one might a small dog. The creator? Valdo held the Celestial Dragon before his eyes, observing the wretched figure, drenched in tears and snot, and shook his head. Dull and uninteresting. One cannot fathom how you have maintained your status as creator for 8 centuries. Whitebeard and Roger were no more than this, allowing such detritus to occupy the throne for so long. Release me, you filthy commoner. Celestial Dragon, of noble blood, you are not worthy to utter such words. Let me go. Despite being paralyzed with fear, this Celestial Dragon, named Charverol, maintained his disdain for those of inferior lineage. Filthy commoner? Valdo raised the Celestial Dragon, shaking him left and right, the motion turning the Celestial Dragon's face green, prompting him to vomit. TSK. Is this what they call noble blood? Valdo squeezed harder, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the Celestial Dragon. Hey. I am an elder of the 5 stars. What has happened to the celestial dragons? A deep voice emerged from the flagship. Ah, the 5 stars. Valdo's hand broke through the ship's wall, and, upon re-emergence, he held a finely crafted transponder snail. Ha ha. Is this the 5 stars? Valdo's rugged voice boomed from the transponder snail. The 5 elderly men seated in the Hall of Authority exchanged glances, clearly realizing the transponder snail had fallen into the hands of a pirate. Who are you? Questioned a bald elder with a mustache and a scar at the corner of his eye, addressing the transponder snail. And I? The telephone worm, with a fierce countenance, proclaimed, I am the world destroyer that instills fear across the globe, Bondi Waldo. Bondi Waldo? Humph. Release the celestial dragon at once. The consequences of provoking them are beyond your comprehension. Threatened the man with the distinctive mustache. Ha ha. I am, after all, the legendary pirate. How could I possibly fear you? Waldo arrogantly retorted. Just wait, I shall announce a dragon-slaying convention in the newspapers, summoning all pirates of the New World. Preposterous. Insufferable. Cursed pirate. As the telephone worm fell silent, the seated elders erupted in furious exclamations. It's all that scoundrel Antonita's fault. He was so easily ensnared. If it weren't for Vice Admiral Wang, who knows how chaotic the seas would be now? Waldo, the world destroyer? Pah. Even the previous Momo fruit wielder would not dare such audacity. A legendary pirate? He has clearly lost his senses. Let him make his move, one elder said, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he addressed the elder clad in a kimono, who held a long sword. It's been over a decade. We have only just reformed the Dragon Guard. To act recklessly now. Humph. The kimono-clad elder scoffed. I wish to see if the newly established Dragon Guard can bear the burden. During the Battle of God Valley, the Dragon Guard suffered heavy losses, allowing Karp to rise as a naval hero. Now, the Navy is exceptionally robust, with the golden pentagram above, the 3 admirals at the center, and the death squad below. Lacking for nothing. It is time to put them to the test. The elder in a suit spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the remaining elders nodded in agreement, no longer opposing the notion. Indeed, the Navy had grown excessively formidable. However, if something were to happen to the celestial dragon, even if we were to shred Waldo into pieces, it would be of no use. Once the sanctity of the celestial dragons is breached, those lawless scoundrels will pounce like ravenous wolves. Never mind, the bald elder interjected. Let the Navy's death squad handle it. You are well aware of the strength of Vice Admiral Wayne's barrier abilities. Indeed, they concurred. This plan instills confidence. Perhaps we could have Borsalino follow closely behind? Agreed. After a lengthy discussion, an order was dispatched to Sengoku's desk. The order read, Vice Admiral Wayne Marcus shall lead his death squad to seize the opportunity to rescue the celestial dragon, Chaviral Saint. Notification will follow, with Admiral Borsalino in pursuit to ensure all goes well. Huh. Sengoku was taken aback. The celestial dragon has been captured? Why was I not informed? Chapter 148. Notification. Sengoku felt a twinge of pain in his temples. What nonsense is this? We must wait for notification even to rescue someone? Have they lost their minds? In the heart of the Warring States period, Sengoku furrowed his brow and called out, Come here. Yes, Commander Sengoku. What are your orders? Summon Vane and Borsalino. Understood. After a while, Borsalino arrived at the entrance of Sengoku's office. Borsalino? Sengoku remarked with a hint of surprise, You are here even before Vane today. Huh? Borsalino replied, his expression blank like that of a lifeless fish. Mr. Sengoku, Vane has long since left to take his crew to battle the pirates. Are you feeling all right? He then looked at Sengoku with concern, gesturing towards his own head. Oh, my temper. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins, reflecting his frustration. The current Navy displayed a complete lack of respect for their superiors. It was all Garp's fault. He had led the younger generation astray. Sengoku silently blamed Garp for the situation. In the East Blue, in Windmill Village, Achu, Garp, who was indulging in food and drink at the village chief's home, suddenly sneezed. Garp's eyes sharpened. It seemed someone had designs on him. He pondered various possibilities before relaxing, muttering to himself, It must be that Sengoku plotting against me. I'll have his rice cakes later. He thinks I don't know they're hidden in the shoe cabinet. He continued munching on the village chief's rice crackers. Hey, Garp. The village chief, leaning on his cane, shouted angrily, Get out of here. You're going to finish all my rice crackers. Hey, you've changed, Ken. Garp said, patting his chest. You never got mad when I ate your rice crackers before. Leave. You said we brothers would share the rice crackers. Put it down. Damn it. That was my last pack of limited edition rice crackers. Crisp, crunchy sounds echoed as Garp relished the taste. Ah, Garp, I'll fight you. With a thud, the village chief collapsed, rolling his eyes. Ah, this. Garp glanced at his fist, mumbling, this isn't my concern. I intended to ask about Luffy, but never mind. I shall go see him myself. Rubbing his belly and popping the last piece of rice cracker into his mouth, Garp strolled away, hands behind his back, leaving behind a fainted village chief and a mess of litter. Garp, you rascal, the village chief muttered intermittently, repeating the phrase. Wahaha. Luffy, do you miss your grandfather? Garp's hearty laughter echoed from the mountaintop, followed by a few faint sounds. Ah, I don't want to be a navy. Bakayuru. Thud. That hurts. Why does my grandfather's fist hurt so much? The iron fist of my love cannot be thwarted by a mere devil fruit. Wicked grandpa. Bakayuru. Boom. Somewhere in the new world, the navy, spare me. Justice will not forgive you. Accompanied by the swift strike of the ghostly spider's hand, the captain of the spider pirate crew, Turbine the Great Spider, was beheaded. From that moment on, the only target left on the Navy's bounty list for the Suicide Squad was the red-haired pirates. Thus began the infamous tale of the notorious traitor. Wayne approached and kicked Squard's head. Boss Wayne, Pen, covered in blood, exclaimed as he approached. The spider pirates have all been slain. Should we proceed with the establishment of the capital? No need for pleasantries, Wayne replied, his gaze unwavering. As per usual, take care of it. Understood. Pen's expression brightened as he hastily descended with his large sword in hand. The matter of the capital was becoming pressing. Jordan handed Wayne a map, which marked the location of the red-haired pirate's base, Skull Island. Wayne closed the map and smiled at Ji Yuan, remarking, that fellow Shanks has certainly chosen an excellent grave for himself. He chuckled softly. Ji Yuan, with a slight smile, replied, you may revel in your triumph, but be cautious not to find yourself ensnared. Despite her words, the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. It was evident that she held a profound confidence in the impending contest between One and Shanks. Ha ha ha, just wait and see. Vane embraced Ji Yuan with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, Caesar leaped forth, squeaking in protest, indicating that Vane had overlooked him. Very well then. Vane playfully patted Caesar's head, saying, you should join in the fun. With a series of excited squeaks, Caesar relented and bounced off to find Smoker, his curiosity piqued by Smoker's ability to shift between smoke and human form. In the new world, Skull Island loomed large. Oh, what an adorable creature you are, Shanks exclaimed, lifting the towering figure of the Skull Island beast with one hand. Giant Kong roar. The king shall never yield. Intrigued, Shanks' eyes sparkled with determination to tame this formidable being. Suddenly, a familiar buzzing sound filled the air, and Shanks seemed to sense something, joyfully informing his comrades, prepare for battle, our old rival approaches. Roar. The red-haired pirates instantly recognized their adversary. The Suicide Squad was on the move. Hold your positions. Let me face Vane first, Shanks declared, his hand resting firmly on his rapier, brimming with fighting spirit. Che, the crew sighed, lowering their weapons. They understood that if Shanks could not defeat Vane, their victory over others would be in vain as well. As the barrier aircraft neared Skull Island, Vane and the others were captivated by the immense figure of the giant Kong. Wow! Caesar's eyes widened at the sight of the giant Kong, and he leaped about in excitement, already beginning to morph into his behemoth form. All right, Vane said, ruffling Caesar's head, but Caesar continued to jump around excitedly. Smack! Wayne delivered a sharp slap to Caesar's nape, compelling him to finally fall silent, though his expression remained one of grimace and discontent. Wayne skillfully maneuvered the barrier aircraft as it descended gracefully. Upon spotting Shanks standing firmly in place, Wayne revealed a smile akin to that of a worthy adversary. Hey, you bastard Wayne. I have mastered my swordsmanship. Be careful, or I shall cleave you in two, Shanks proclaimed with unwavering confidence as Wayne made his appearance. Just you? Wayne responded, playfully wiggling his pinky finger at Shanks. A novice must possess the awareness befitting a novice. Bah, take this. Come on, let me witness your pathetic skills. Chapter 149, a stunning blade indeed, like natural-born rivals, they could hardly exchange a few words before the fight commenced. The barrier glimmered with a radiant hue, Vane's entire being transformed into a vibrant green, exuding an indomitable aura. In an unexpected departure from his usual playful demeanor, Shanks wielded his sword with a serious countenance. The weapon gradually morphed into an unfathomable shade of ebony. Suddenly, Vane's figure vanished from sight, yet Shanks remained utterly still. his eyes unwavering as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. With a swift motion of his right hand, he expertly parried Vane's punch with the blade of his sword. "Your observation hockey is commendable," he remarked, "but on the whole, your punches still retain their formidable strength." Shanks smacked his lips, a hint of admiration in his tone. Behind Shanks, Wayne revealed a faint smile. This was indeed his worthy adversary, the future Emperor of the Seas. It was his turn now. Shanks leaned forward, his right heel sweeping directly towards Wayne. Vane raised an eyebrow, lifting his left hand to deflect Shanks' kick with his forearm. The sound echoed through the air. Vane was propelled backward by Shanks' formidable kick, sliding several meters. What impressive strength! Vane brushed away the dust from his arm and smiled at Shanks, remarking, "The world is well aware that your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Yet few know that your martial arts are equally profound." "Me?" Shanks retorted, tapping his own head with the tip of his saber. "The son of Blackarm Zephyr. The Navy favored by the hero Garp, and you suggest my martial skills are unfathomable? And what about you? A bottomless abyss, perhaps? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that? Otherwise, what?" Vane shot back. "You dare insult me? And what of it, you brainless fool?" Shanks exclaimed, his temper flaring as he brandished his sword. A wave of dark sword energy surged toward Vane with fierce determination. "Let us see you withstand this, you scoundrel." Vane disregarded Shanks' taunts, narrowing his eyes as his mind raced. The flawless fusion of sword energy and armed hockey was intriguing. Shanks was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, Vane had no intention of evading the confrontation. True men face challenges head-on. Furthermore, Shanks' strike could not penetrate Vane's crystalline form. With his left fist raised near his waist, it seemed as if a radiant warm sun rested upon him. Engage. A punch was unleashed. The inky strike appeared to cleave through a sun that was gracefully ascending. With a splatter, after a moment of stalemate, the dark slash, like a mythic tale, severed the rising sun in twain. Yet, the cost was substantial. He was now left with less than a mere tenth of his original strength. Wayne cast a disdainful glance at the feeble strike, then gently puffed out his chest. When the strike landed upon Wayne's chest, it merely produced a crisp sound before fading away. "Shanks." Vane deliberately patted his chest lightly in Shanks' presence, as if brushing off some dust. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Vane shook his head at Shanks, seemingly conveying a message of inadequacy. "Damn it." Shanks glared at Vane, who continued to provoke him, fully aware of the formidable nature of the barrier fruit. In fact, the true glory of the barrier fruit was realized 8 centuries ago by the first Marine Admiral, Crown Meta. Shanks recalled that the barrier fruit was said to possess the most potent defense and the most powerful adhesive. Crown Meta had once harnessed the power of the barrier fruit to truly connect and unify the legendary Three Kings powers, thereby breaching the ultimate protective strength of the D-Clan. Regrettably, after uniting the Three Kings powers, Meta succumbed to his injuries, and the fruits of victory were claimed by the celestial dragons. Thus, the world government has never ceased its pursuit of the barrier fruit. Only the strongest defense can unify the mightiest power. This was the final proclamation of Admiral Meta. It could only be a matter of endurance now. With a pounding headache, Shanks pondered this seemingly futile strategy. Suddenly, he sensed a force encircling him from all directions. Damn it! Upon looking up, Shanks found himself enclosed by a massive hollow barrier sphere. This was bad. He had become so lost in thought that he had fallen victim to Vane's trickery. Regaining his composure, Shanks noticed the myriad of hollow openings on the barrier sphere. In an alarming twist, his body began to elongate and thin in an unnatural manner. What the hell? Wayne was genuinely taken aback this time. Goodness, has the Navy 6 style become so commonplace? This is unmistakably a mere illustration within the 6 style. The moment Shanks emerged with an unexpected swiftness, he was met with Wayne's forced smile, which sent a shiver down his spine as he exclaimed, "What are you doing, grinning so lecherously?" "Nonsense." Vane raised a middle finger with a cold smirk and said, "Shanks, what's the matter? You seem to know quite a bit. What's wrong?" "Techniques are meant to be learned. Besides, the 6 styles of the Navy were leaked by your own forces." "Who?" "That war profiteer, Sphinx. Talk, the former admiral. And one of the legendary 5 stars of the Navy," Shanks replied dismissively. "Humph. That scoundrel, the former admiral." Vane thought it unwise to say more, directing his frustration towards Shanks instead. "I don't care, knowing it makes you even more damned. Get lost. Even if you die, I won T." Suddenly, Shanks sheathed his western sword and his gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, he executed a seemingly ordinary draw cut. This draw cut was black and golden. Vane sensed the presence of Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and the essence of sword energy. Vane had just caught sight of Shanks drawing his sword. The swift slash came perilously close to his face. At this moment, Wayne could only cross his arms before being sent flying by Shanks's blade. The sound of thunder reverberated as Skull Island split in two. Captain, the members of the Suicide Squad, engaged in battle with the red-haired pirates, abruptly halted their actions. The red-haired pirates also ceased their assault, as Shanks had initially instructed them not to intervene, yet the recklessness of the Suicide Squad had compelled them to fight. Now, with the Suicide Squad standing down, the red-haired pirates found satisfaction in the turn of events. Roaring with anxiety, Caesar, who had pinned the mighty King Kong to the ground, cried out in desperation. If anything were to happen to Wayne, Caesar vowed to make the entire red-haired pirate crew pay dearly. Wayne. Ji-Yuan abandoned his confrontation with Beckman and rushed towards the vast chasm at the center of Skull Island. I'm fine. As the dust settled, Wayne stood unharmed. Draped in emerald green, albeit having been forcibly displaced several kilometers. Indeed, the barrier fruit was a most troublesome ability. Witnessing this, Shanks felt his head spin with frustration. Chapter 150. Recall TSK, TSK, TSK. Shanks, if you wish for my demise, perhaps you should practice for a few more years, Wayne said, playfully picking his nose with a triumphant grin. Don't imitate Vice Admiral Carp, Ji-Yuan remarked with a hint of disdain, giving Wayne a light shove. Wayne's smile faltered momentarily before he awkwardly lowered his hand. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that you, Wayne, are afraid of your wife? Shanks exclaimed, clutching his stomach with laughter. I can't take it anymore. This is simply too hilarious. What are you laughing at? Wayne shouted in irritation. How could that single dog possibly understand the beauty of love? Shanks pointed to himself and chuckled. All right, I admit my ignorance. Given your current demeanor, I'm not sure I want to know anymore. Curse you. Brothers, let's give it our all. Vane bellowed at the top of his lungs, then charged towards Shanks with clenched fists. Am I afraid of you? You little brats, take him down. Shanks, wielding a saber, raised it high and, with a mighty shout, cleaved down upon Vane's fist. Morning sun. Wayne's fist emitted a blinding white light as it surged towards Shanks' chest. Divine evasion. Shanks executed a golden slash, the inherent sword intent causing Ji-Yuan to squint slightly. Bang! Beckman fired a shot at Ji-Yuan's feet, exclaiming, Hey woman. After discarding his finished cigar and crushing it underfoot, Beckman inquired, Shall we continue? With a graceful motion, Ji-Yuan placed her delicate hand on Jinbaira, fixating her gaze on Beckman, asserting, If I take you down, this stalemate will be shattered. Beckman surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing as he noted the navy was evenly matched with the red-haired pirates. I am truly sorry, Beckman mused, retrieving an unremarkable long sword with his other hand, stating, I too must break the deadlock. This time, I shall forego gentlemanly conduct. Arrogant. Ji-Yuan's almond eyes widened in fury as she retorted, You are exceedingly presumptuous. Prepare to meet your end. Hey. Dalmatia, the tattooed man stepped back, waving his hand towards Dalmatia. Wait a moment. Dalmatia paused upon hearing this, asking, What is it? Join our red-haired pirates. Your talents are wasted within the navy. The tattooed man urged eagerly. Huh. Dalmatia spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, declaring, Justice will never allow me to become a pirate. Nonsense. The tattooed man countered, One can execute justice as a pirate too. Get lost. Clang, clang, clang. Kira. Rode was struggling to fend off the onslaught from Lafitte and Pone with a hefty bone staff. The navy truly grows more fearsome by the day. Kira. Rode grimaced as Pone's charged blow sent him staggering back several steps. Humph. Pirates, Pone proclaimed, his helmet dented yet his resolve unyielding. The justice of the navy is beyond your comprehension. What the hell is justice? Kira. Rode retorted. Let me see just how substantial your so-called justice truly is. Navy. As you wish. Swift sword style, 8-fold slash. Staff sword, waist sever. 2 strikes, 1 vertical and 1 horizontal, surged towards Kira. Rode in a cross formation. Bone broth. The bone in Kira. Rode's grass turned pitch black as he braced against the 2 strikes. Crack. Despite his utmost effort, he could not withstand the combined might of the empowered Pone and Lafitte. With the bone snapping, the now thinner strikes left a cross-shaped scar upon Kira. Rode's chest. 2 against 1. Shameless navy. Kira. Rode knelt upon the ground, roaring, I refuse to accept this. Pone remained silent, while Lafitte prodded Kira. Rode with his cane, saying, Boss Wayne has declared that a righteous brawl is permissible in broad daylight. You. Kira's eyes nearly bulged from behind his small sunglasses. It was the first time he had ever heard such audacious remarks. Traditionally, pirates would assault the Navy, but this time, the tables had turned, leaving the pirates momentarily taken aback. As the battle raged on, despite occasional disturbances from Jesus Burgess, the scales of victory gradually began to tilt in favor of the Navy, particularly with Doberman's involvement. Now, aside from Jiun struggling against Beckman, the other Navy forces had gained the upper hand. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiun reflected that although Wayne often mocked Beckman for his flamboyant style, facing him directly revealed a man who was virtually flawless, possessing a comprehensive array of skills. Ha ha ha, Wayne. It seems your little girlfriend is in a precarious position, Shanks chuckled heartily. Huh, Shanks, perhaps you should focus on taking care of yourself? Wayne retorted, unfazed, though his movements quickened slightly. Suddenly, Wayne halted and gestured to Shanks, saying, wait a moment. Oh? Shanks paused, tilting his head to regard Wayne. Speak your mind. Or let it out, he urged. Vane raised his middle finger, not even glancing at the phone bug, and casually remarked, you've turned against me. The phone bug abruptly transformed into a figure reminiscent of the Warring States period, then let out a deafening roar. Vane, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Grand Admiral? Do you truly believe I am incapable of dealing with you? Ah, this. Vane lowered his head, gazing at the menacing telephone bug, feeling a twinge of headache. Ha. Hey, did you hear that, Vane? You've been turned against. Laughter erupted from Shanks, who was now doubled over, rolling on the ground in fits of mirth. Silence. Vane turned sharply toward Shanks, his sharp fangs glinting as he roared. What did you say? You want me to be silent? Vane, do not assume that with Zephyr, I cannot take you down. If you provoke me, I shall strike both you and Zephyr. In the office, Sengoku rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Ha. Listening to Shanks's distant laughter, Vane rubbed his temples and spoke gently. Admiral Sengoku, I am currently engaged in battle with the red-haired pirates. I was just addressing Shanks. I see, Sengoku replied, silently lowering his sleeves and adopting his usual composed demeanor. Have you achieved victory? Almost. I need to return swiftly, Vane responded, momentarily taken aback, while Shanks perked up his ears to listen. The celestial dragons have been captured by the world destroyer, Bondiwald. You must hurry back to prepare for the rescue alongside the world government's forces, Sengoku said impatiently. What? What do you mean? Vane exclaimed. Return promptly. Oh, Chapter 151. The return. What shall we do now? Wayne cradled the phone bug back into his embrace, exchanging a fierce gaze with Shanks. Wayne, how about this? Shanks suggested, observing Wayne's rather pallid complexion. Shall we postpone our battle for another day? After all, those celestial beings of yours are rather pressing, aren't they? Wayne responded with a heavy nasal grunt, huffing out a sigh of relief. Shanks remarked, honestly, engaging with such a formidable tank is quite a daunting challenge for a warrior like myself. Let us call a truce. Vane reached for a megaphone, bellowing across the battlefield, cease fire. Stop this at once. What? Why? Came the response. Boss Vane, we are on the verge of victory. Halt. Damn pirates. Do not strike my back. By Jesus, you scoundrel, roared the chaos of battle. Caesar, perched atop the mighty gorilla, demonstrated dominion with his colossal claw resting upon the creature's neck, proclaiming who the true victor was. The gorilla, defiant, thrashed wildly. With a ferocious roar, Caesar descended from the beast, lifting it high and unleashing a furious shout, his saliva spraying across the gorilla's face. The creature huffed indignantly, falling silent. Suddenly, a message from the Navy headquarters arrived, urging an immediate return. Wine spoke, and with a casual gesture, an albatross seaplane materialized upon the ocean's surface. Let us proceed. Vane waved farewell to the crowd, preparing to depart. Pirates, await your fate. Humph, octopus spider, I shall inevitably leave you bald. Hey, flying squirrel, what is it? Let us battle again next time. I shall be waiting. Among the Navy and pirates, some share a mutual respect, while others issue threats. Some express their concern through taunts. The world of piracy is indeed peculiar. In one moment, fierce battles rage, and the next, there exists a bond of camaraderie. Perhaps this is what it means to acknowledge one another. Wayne gazed intently at Shanks, pondering the peculiar nature of camaraderie among men. Hey, Wayne. As Wayne finally boarded the vessel, Shanks suddenly interjected, we must tread carefully with Bondi. Valdo has gone mad, and even our captain must be cautious. Do not, under any circumstances, provoke that old popsicle who has been frozen for over 20 years. Nonsense. Vane laughed and scorned. Get lost. Even if you perish, I shall remain unscathed. Aha. My life is meant to witness the arrival of a new era. The era of the Navy? To hell with that. Buzzing sounds echoed in the distance. And Beckman's expression relaxed. He feared Vane might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while everyone else let their guard down. Turning to gaze upon the battered group and the bound Kira, a surge of anger welled up within him. Look at you all, Beckman exclaimed furiously. In just over half a year, the Navy has already begun to surpass you. And what have you done? You lounge about, waiting for death, indulging in pleasure. Only knowing how to play. Beckman, Shanks interjected, didn't we manage to escape unharmed as well? However, before he could finish, Beckman seized Shanks by the collar, exclaiming, It's you, Shanks. If it weren't for your incessant feasting, would these people have fallen so low? Shanks and T anticipated being implicated in this. Yet, it seemed to hold some truth. Clearing his throat, Shanks glanced past Beckman's furious gaze, adopting the demeanor of a captain. Did you all hear what Beckman said? From now on, let us focus on our training. Understood, Captain. The group replied weakly. You all. Beckman looked at the despondent faces around him, fury bubbling to the surface. Oh dear. Shanks interjected, placing a hand to halt Beckman's impending tirade, then turned to the listless crowd. Are you feeling exhausted? Yes. Are you thirsty or hungry? Indeed. Would you like to take a break? Absolutely. Then let us hold a feast. Yay. Shanks. 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 Observing the foolishly exuberant Shanks and the jubilant crew preparing for a feast, Beckman held his head in disbelief, exclaiming, There's no saving them now. Though they had captured the red-haired pirates this time, the morale among the group was remarkably high. This time, they triumphed over the red-haired pirates, not solely relying on their captain but through their own prowess. Wayan paid no heed to the jovial chatter of the crowd, his expression tinged with displeasure. He was acutely aware of the true nature of the celestial dragons, and to be frank, he harbored no desire to engage with such detestable beings. Fear not, for the world government is cognizant of the strained relations between our Navy and the celestial dragons. They are unlikely to impose any undue hardship upon us. In due course, it would be prudent to minimize our interactions with them, given the circumstances. Gun was at a loss for what to do and could only offer gentle words of comfort to Wan. Vane grasped the delicate hand of Gun and said, I understand. At that time, you should refrain from going. The celestial dragons are avaricious and lecherous. With your beauty, the odds are overwhelmingly against you. Vane cautioned. Despite his formidable defensive capabilities, he would remain powerless against the world government. The time was not yet ripe. An instinct within Vane informed him that the individuals dispatched by the world government this time were extraordinary, as Vane had anticipated. While the Suicide Squad was en route to the Navy headquarters, 3 colossal figures, each spanning 100 meters, soared audaciously above the Navy headquarters. The world government, the Celestial Dragon's elite force, the Dragon Guard, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Poison Dragon. They had been dispatched specifically to assist the Navy. In the office of Sengoku, observing the 3 dragons flaunting their might outside were Zephyr, Carp, and Tsuru, all gathered with serious expressions. Akainu and Kuzan were stationed in the New World, while Borsellino was idly wandering around. Upon hearing the commotion, he glanced up at the ostentatious dragons and smiled, as if watching turkeys soaring through the sky. Sengoku. Zephyr spoke gravely. They have been reassembled. Those old dragons. Sengoku nodded, his expression somber. At the time, he had supported Vane's formation of the Suicide Squad, harboring a desire to challenge the Dragon Guard. Humph. Merely airborne reptiles, Carp scoffed, picking his nose dismissively. A bunch of worthless beings. After being vanquished by the Rocks pirates. Aside from those few old dragons, the new generation appears to be utterly inept in my eyes. The world government is testing us, Tsuru remarked calmly. The unprecedented splendor of the Navy, encompassing 3 generations, has made the world government wary of our strength. Indeed, Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the world government is growing anxious. The Navy's Suicide Squad is a testament to our burgeoning might. I couldn't care less, Carp said, munching on sunbae, his mouth never pausing. Let them come. We shall meet force with force. Zephyr poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it with fervor, while Tsuru embraced herself, quietly meditating. Sengoku pondered. He was uncertain about the true nature of the Dragon Guard. Perhaps he would comprehend better upon encountering them. Suddenly, after a series of roars that seemed to express either boredom or satisfaction, the 3 colossal dragons smashed through Sengoku's office, pushing open the door with an imposing presence. How dare you? Zephyr slammed his fist on the table, rising abruptly like an enraged lion. What do you take the Navy for, you rascals? The leading fire dragon narrowed its eyes, disdainfully regarding Zephyr. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Is that not the most unfortunate Marine Admiral? TSK, TSK, TSK. I heard your son has been found? Quite the contribution indeed. The Ice Dragon and the Poison Dragon let out a whistle. The Warring States frowned. General Crane's brows knitted tightly, while Carp's eyes gleamed with ferocity. What? Observing the grim expression of the old Navy man, the Fire Dragon raised an eyebrow and remarked, Do you wish to intimidate the small with the mighty? Coach Willie has stated that they are not afraid of the Navy. The Ice Dragon asserted confidently, To be cautious. The Poison Dragon produced the Celestial Dragon's order to remove the obstruction before them. Useless rubbish. Carp scoffed. Humph. You old scoundrel. What did you say? Your title as a Navy hero was earned through our Dragon Guard. The three young men clad in white, with hair of red, blue, and green, resembled agitated cats. What is happening? Who are these three nonconformists? Just as the trio faced off against Carp, a large hand suddenly pressed down on the Fire Dragon's shoulder, followed by a calm voice. What? The Fire Dragon attempted to turn and see who it was, but the large hand suddenly tightened, gripping his shoulder. Greetings, Fire Dragon. I am Vice Admiral Zepha's son, Wayne. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wayne's voice echoed in the Fire Dragon's ear. Impudent. Is this how the Navy treats its own comrades? The Ice Dragon's eyes turned icy blue, one hand transforming into a dragon claw aimed at Wayne. With a fierce glare from Veen, the Ice Dragon was instantly rendered motionless. The venomous dragon discovered that a translucent substance enveloped the Ice Dragon, rendering it immobile. What could this be? The venomous dragon felt a twinge of fear. Ha! Vane chuckled lightly, patting the shoulder of the Fire Dragon before leading the valiant squad into the Warring States office. Vane occupies the foremost position, while the others stand behind him. Speak. Vane extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casting a knowing glance at Ji Yuan to seek his consent. After receiving the unspoken approval, he leisurely lit one for himself and remarked, So, how do we proceed to rescue that? Celestial Dragon. Yes, the Celestial Dragon. The Fire Dragon stared at Vane for a moment before responding with a sense of resignation. We are awaiting intelligence from the newspaper. Intelligence from the newspaper? Vane chuckled at the Fire Dragon's words, a grin spreading across his face as he said, Are you all just playing around? What purpose do you serve? At Vane's remarks, the Fire Dragon and his companions felt a surge of indignation. Yet, due to Vane's formidable strength, the Ice Dragon spoke in a subdued tone. Bondi Wardo has few subordinates, and his ship can submerge. Thus he remains concealed, leaving us with no options. Useless. Zephyr called out in support of his son. You. The Poison Dragon was poised to retort, but upon meeting Vane's gaze, he reluctantly swallowed his words. Though they were confident in their eventual ability to surpass the older generation of the Navy, the presence of someone who could effortlessly overshadow the Fire Dragon instilled a genuine apprehension within the Poison Dragon. The Fire Dragon and Ice Dragon were equally taken aback by Vane's prowess. They mused to themselves that he must possess the strength of a Vice Admiral. Admiral Sengoku. The Fire Dragon quickly adjusted his mindset, resolving that since someone of the same age surpassed him, he ought to refrain from unnecessary bravado. Very well. As we have yet to receive news regarding Bondi Wardo, may we stay here? Certainly, I shall make the arrangements shortly, Sengoku replied with a nod, his demeanor composed. You may take some time to explore and familiarize yourselves with the Navy. Sounds good. The three young ones exchanged glances before chorusing, then we shall tour the Navy headquarters. Wait a moment. Vane casually tossed the cigarette but onto the ground, igniting a furious reaction from the nearby Zhonghua. My exquisite hardwood floor, he exclaimed. The trio of Fire Dragons halted and turned their gazes toward Vane. Wayne approached, first gently patting the face of the Fire Dragon, then the Ice Dragon, and finally the Poison Dragon. All three of you possess commendable skills. Fortunately, you are assisting our Navy. Had you been aiding the opposing side? Wayne adjusted the collar of the Fire Dragon and gently patted its head, letting out a soft chuckle. Hiki. The Ice Dragon could no longer contain its anger and attempted to confront Wayne. Bang. The Ice Dragon was kicked through the wall. Ice Dragon. Brother. The Fire Dragon and the Poison Dragon hurried over to assess the Ice Dragon's injuries. Wayne had been quite measured in his actions. The Ice Dragon had merely fractured a few ribs and would be fine after a night's rest. How infuriating. Those arrogant Marines. The Fire Dragon and Poison Dragon shouted in fury. Silence. Wine said coldly, in Mary Geos, you are formidable. Here, I hold the power. Get lost. The fire dragon swallowed their anger and assisted the ice dragon away. Ha ha. The entire office erupted in laughter. Hearing the mirth, the fire dragon clenched its fists and walked away without looking back. Well done, Wine. Garp bellowed with laughter. I have long found them intolerable. Had it not been for their youth, I would have knocked them flat long ago. Zephyr also grinned and said, well done, my son. You truly live up to my expectations. Hee hee. At this moment, Wine appeared far removed from his earlier imposing demeanor, merely scratching the back of his head and smiling. Wine. The sinister voice of Sengoku reached his ears. Ovain shuddered, gazing at the menacing Sengoku, and inquired with a hint of confusion, Commander Sengoku, what is the matter? Sengoku pointed to the ground, where Vane's recently discarded cigarette but had scorched a small hole in the beloved hardwood floor. Ahem. Vane felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing the charred blemish. Bang. Crack. Sengoku, your floor lacks quality, Carp remarked, as he stomped down, leaving yet another dent in Sengoku's cherished flooring. Carp. You. Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes widening with fury. Get out. All of you get out. Chapter 153. Countermeasures. On the second day following the Dragon Guard's deployment at the Navy headquarters, the World Economic News Agency unleashed a report that sent shockwaves across the seas. The world destroyer, Bondi Wald, boldly announced his return, declaring his intention to unlawfully execute a celestial dragon in the lawless territories of the Sabaody archipelago, while extensively recruiting pirates to join his ranks. For further details, stay tuned to me, the news magnate Morgans. I will continue to follow up with reports. Upon perusing the newspaper, Sengoku tore it to shreds in fury. The expressions of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Zephyr, and Carp were equally grim. What scheme did this world destroyer have in mind? Did he intend to trample the Navy, impel down, and the world government into the dirt? Sengoku bellowed. Summon Vane and those three rascals to me. Quickly. A naval soldier saluted Sengoku and dashed away. At that moment, a female soldier hurried over, presenting an order to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Upon reading it, Tsuru's countenance shifted dramatically. Sengoku, she exclaimed, hastily passing the order to him. Good heavens. With a swift motion, Sengoku cast the order to the floor. He pressed his forehead, seething with anger. Is there no one capable of providing peace of mind? The order starkly proclaimed, Pirate Grand Admiral Gold Lion has caused the waters to flood Mariehua, injuring several celestial dragons. The influential warlike family has been abducted by Gold Lion, plunging Mariehua into chaos. The Navy is instructed to respond at their discretion, prioritizing the celestial dragons. This. Carp and Zephyr bent down to retrieve the order, their faces equally pale upon reading it. What exactly were these pirates plotting? How infuriating. I should have crushed that golden-haired rascal Gold Lion with a single punch back in the day. All right, what should we do now? Vice Admiral Tsuru produced a life card, stating, this is the CP's life card that allows for infiltration into Gold Lion's floating island amidst the chaos. It can be used to locate Gold Lion. I shall go. Carp volunteered, standing up and preparing to depart. Sit down. Sengoku barked. Or perhaps I should go? Zephyr suggested. No way. In the midst of a tense discussion, Sengoku rubbed his forehead and remarked, the news may have already reached the ears of those scoundrel pirates. Carp, you must keep a close watch on the Whitebeard pirates. Very well, Zephyr replied. This time, I must take action. I have an obligation to do so, he continued. Sakazuki will accompany you to monitor Kaido. That madman is likely to stir up trouble. I understand, Sengoku acknowledged. Shall he? Sengoku hesitated. Admiral I am aware. She gently interjected. Kazan will assist me in keeping an eye on Big Mom. Sengoku. Zephyr felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Zephyr. Sengoku admitted with a hint of guilt. The situation is urgent. Wayne and the others must rescue people from the clutches of the Golden Lion. Those three rascals are unlikely to match up against Warlord Wald, and Borisolino must accompany them, thus. No. I absolutely disagree. Zephyr exclaimed passionately. How can Wayne face those legendary pirates? Yes, the Suicide Squad can fly, but Sengoku, that is no reason to send my students to their deaths. Indeed, Sengoku replied bitterly. The Navy is stretched too thin. The barrier fruit offers unparalleled defense. Even the Golden Lion cannot breach Wayne's protection. Damn it. Zephyr slammed his fist on the coffee table, shattering it into pieces. Sengoku's eyes twitched slightly, yet he said, let me call Wayne first and discuss this. Very well. Zephyr grumbled. Carp and he also sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. One misstep, and the Navy could entirely lose its grip on the seas. Before long, Wayne returned, accompanied by 3 little rascals. Ahem, Sengoku cleared his throat and said, "An unexpected situation has arisen." "What kind of unexpected situation?" Vane inquired with curiosity. "So, the notorious flying pirate, Gold Lion, attacked Mary Geos and abducted the Willock family?" "Impossible," the Fire Dragon exclaimed. "With our Dragon Guard present, even the Rocks pirates could only match us evenly. How could a mere Gold Lion pose a threat?" "Indeed, the Dragon Guard is formidable." Sengoku nodded in agreement. However, Gold Lion resorted to a sudden influx of seawater. The situation was exceedingly unexpected, and it was only with the assistance of the highest command of CP and Sara that we managed to repel Gold Lion. Admiral Saru lamented. "The 4 ancient dragons of the Dragon Guard are truly remarkable, yet once they come into contact with seawater, they become utterly helpless." "Humph. Those old fools are nothing but a nuisance," Carp scoffed disdainfully. Vane delivered a swift kick to the trio of thugs attempting to argue back, then inquired, "What shall we do now?" Thus, the Suicide Squad would embark on a mission to rescue the 3 members of the Varric family, while the Dragon Guard would confront Admiral Borsalino, for Waldo had abducted the last heir of a celestial dragon family, an event that could not be allowed to fail. "Understood," came the reply. "I comprehend, Admiral Sengoku." As the 3 ruffians departed, Vane exchanged a brief farewell with Zephyr before preparing to leave. However, as he turned to depart, Zephyr grasped Vane's arm with concern and said, "Vane, you need not go. If it comes to it, I shall risk my life in your stead." "No need for that, old man." Vane confidently patted his shoulder and declared, "That scoundrel, the Golden Lion, cannot breach my defenses. Furthermore, I intend to use him as a sharpening stone to truly ascend to the rank of Admiral," Vane proclaimed with bravado. "Indeed," Carp laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I simply adore such spirited youths. Rest assured, I shall support you in spirit." "Enough of that," Sengoku interjected, pushing Carp aside with a serious expression. "Vane, give it your all. There is something you must know. The Varric family is one of the few wise families among the celestial dragons, having secretly supported us for a long time. If there is a chance to save them, you must seize it. Thus, your path to becoming an admiral will be smooth sailing." "I understand." Wayne nodded, then turned and stepped outside to make preparations. The situation in the Death Squad training room is now as follows. After a brief explanation from Wayne, he paused and patiently awaited the responses of the group. "I will not compel anyone who is hesitant, as our adversary is the legendary pirate," Wayne stated solemnly. After a considerable wait, the assembly continued to gaze at Wayne with fervent eyes. Each individual present was a paragon among the Navy, and it was indeed an honor for them to partake in such an endeavor. "Very well, we shall depart at 5 o'clock this afternoon." Wayne nodded, taking Ji Yuan by the hand, as he discreetly slipped a note into the hands of the flying squirrel on their way out. After Wayne and Ji Yuan departed, the squirrel opened a note that read, "Assemble at 4 o'clock for departure." Chapter 154. The world in an uproar. The news of Waldo and the Golden Lion flooding Mariewa instantaneously ignited a frenzy across the seas. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Golden Lion mused, "Have those old fellows grown so impatient?" The celestial dragons, ignoring the nurse's protests. Whitebeard took a hearty swig of his drink and said to Marco, "The sea is about to be tumultuous once again." "Indeed, father," Marco nodded in agreement. "Should a celestial dragon perish, their sanctity and the authority of the world government shall be severely undermined." Whitebeard continued, "Following that will be the ruthless retaliation from the world government and the Marines." Bista, upon overhearing, nervously inquired, "Then, father, what should we do?" Whitebeard gently patted Bista's head and replied, "What is there to fear? I am Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world." Roar, roar, roar. "Father, father, father, the strongest man in the world. Father." Jaws rushed in, exclaiming, "Father." Whitebeard gestured for him to speak slowly. "The brothers have returned with reports that the Marine hero Garp's ship has unexpectedly appeared in our territory." "Oh, is the Marine Corps already in such dire straits?" Whitebeard pondered, then waved his hand and declared, "Let it be. I wish to see just how much strength Garp possesses now." In Wano country, Onigashima, Kaido glared at the newspaper, sensing the impending chaos. Why has no one informed me?" "Ah." Kaido erupted in fury, smashing things indiscriminately. "Kaido has gone berserk again. Run." The subordinates of the beast pirates scattered in terror, fearing they would become his outlets for rage. "What are you afraid of?" Jin said, arms crossed, as he approached Kaido. We have discovered the Marines within our territory, led by the black-armed Zephyr and the newly appointed Admiral Akainu. What? When did an old man and a brat dare to provoke me? Kaido bellowed. Everyone, come with me to eliminate them. All right. For Kaido. In an instant, Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, breaking through the roof and soaring towards the Marines, with Jin morphing into a toothless dragon closely behind. Zephyr and Sakazuki calmly observed the divine dragon approaching from the distance. Kaido has truly become a force to reckon with. He may prove challenging to contend with. Zifa, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Humph! Beneath the banner of absolute justice, Kaido is merely a reptile. Teacher Zifa, I shall take my leave," Sakazuki coldly declared, then leaped into the air, his lower body transforming into magma, propelling him forward like a rocket. "Kaido, meet your demise. Dog bite, Crimson Lotus," Sakazuki roared, his right fist morphing into a molten canine, lunging directly at Kaido. "Magma pup, receive my breath attack," he bellowed. Kaido opened his dragon maw, unleashing a colossal breath that collided with Sakazuki's dog bite, Crimson Lotus. Suddenly, Zifa appeared beneath Kaido's gaping mouth. "Shut your foul mouth." Zifa delivered a vicious kick to Kaido's chin, causing the unfinished breath to explode within his maw. With the breath's control lost, Sakazuki's magma dog clamped down on Kaido's neck, resulting in the immediate loss of a significant chunk of flesh. "Haha, come on, Kaido roared, seemingly driven mad. "If you have the guts, kill me." Zifa nimbly evaded Kaido's breath with a graceful step, recognizing the madness of the beast before him. Sakazuki's form began to swell, transforming into a colossal lava creature, seizing Kaido and slamming him onto a small island. Roar. The scene on the island resembled a natural disaster. Zifa, brandishing a toothless dragon, descended swiftly, pinning Jin to the ground from the sky. As Zifa released his grip, Jin's eyes glazed over in a daze. "What a spectacle," Zifa mused, brushing off his hands without a second thought for the incapacitated Jin. In a flash, he appeared before Kaido, delivering a powerful Six-King spear that sent Kaido flying hundreds of meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Sakazuki grasped Kaido's tail, hurling him to the ground. From the onset, the battle had erupted with unrestrained ferocity. In the New World, within the domain of the Four Emperors, Big Mom mused, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she perused a small newspaper. "I truly wish to bear a few of their offspring," she drooled, murmuring to herself. Her children, kneeling before her, exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. "Mother," the candy minister Charlotte Perispero asserted, forcing himself to speak, "according to our intelligence network, the Navy is launching attacks from all directions. Garp is targeting the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu and Zifa are confronting Kaido, and the red-haired pirates have already been defeated by the Suicide Squad. Furthermore, Akiji and Tsuru have entered our territory." "Is that so?" Big Mom inquired, her large hand grasping a donut as she continued to munch and speak. "Tsuru, that old hag, and the frosty little brat, In the midst of chaos, the naval forces have shown a blatant disregard for our maritime emperor. Roger, too, has proven to be a mere shadow of his potential." As he witnessed Shanks suffer defeat at the hands of the Suicide Squad on 2 occasions. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Big Mom rose abruptly, declaring, "Is the vast expanse of my international waters a playground for the Navy to enter and exit at will?" Charlotte Katakuri. "I am here, Mother," replied a man draped in a scarf, wielding a trident, as he bowed slightly. "Gather the troops. Today, I shall ensure that the Navy's golden pentagram is left 1 star short." "Yes, Mother." In the Grand Line, numerous outlaws stirred in response, fully aware of the impotence displayed by Mary Geos. At the bar of Shaki's, Rayleigh had just dealt with a group of pirates who dined and dashed, audaciously boasting about toppling Mary Geos. What a tumultuous era we find ourselves in. Rayleigh clapped his hands and returned to his seat. "Indeed," he mused. Shaki spoke earnestly. "The whereabouts of the Suicide Squad remain unknown. They are likely in search of the Golden Lion. The Navy has now mobilized entirely, engaging in fierce combat against 5 legendary pirates, including the Golden Lion and Waldo. The sea has descended into madness. We should tidy up and lay low. Once the celestial dragons are rescued, a purging by the Navy will surely follow. Indeed, it is likely that CP will once again display their terrifying might to the ocean," Shaki remarked, a hint of trepidation lacing her tone. Chapter 155, Blood Battle with the Golden Lion, 1. After the meeting concluded, Wayne watched as Carp, Sakazuki, and his father boarded a warship bound for the New World. Accompanying them was a formidable fleet of warships, comprising rear admirals, commanders, and brigadiers. This time, nearly 150. 000 elite naval forces were mobilized from both the New World and the naval headquarters, marking the largest deployment of the Navy in recent years. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne sat on the playground, cradling Ji Yuan in his arms as they observed the new recruits of the naval training still immersed in their rigorous exercises. Ji Yuan, look over there, Wayne said, gesturing towards the distance where the recruits were engaged in weight training. Doesn't it remind you of our days? Indeed, Ji Yuan replied with a hint of melancholy. Back then, you were so much stronger than us. We foolishly followed you, running with stones on our backs. Is that so? Wayne chuckled, scratching his nose. I need to use the restroom. Very well, Ji Yuan replied with a slight wrinkle of her nose, as she found herself lost in the memories of the past. Upon witnessing this, Wayne stealthily picked up his coat and then hurried off to the port. By the time Wayne arrived at the port, everyone had gathered except for Ji Yuan, who also spotted the Warring States Marshal awaiting him. Oh, the Warring States Marshal. When Zhao respectfully greeted General Zhanghua, inquiring, General Zhanghua, may I accompany you? Zhanghua nodded, glancing back and asking, What's this? Did Ji Yuan not arrive? It's too perilous. I fabricated an excuse, one laughed heartily. Oh, truly a man of courage. Zhanghua nodded in approval, then remarked, Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. Let us be on our way. Certainly. Wayne waved to the crowd, and they entered the barrier plane in an orderly fashion. The aircraft hummed as it traced a beautiful arc across the sky before vanishing into the horizon. At that moment, a voice sensed something amiss, prompting Ji Yuan to rush over. By the time she arrived, all that remained was the trace in the sky. You were late, Sengoku remarked nonchalantly, hands behind his back. Wing was worried about you. They set off ahead of schedule. Ji Yuan bit her lip in frustration. I know that fool. Indeed, he truly is a fool. Sengoku chuckled heartily. Humph. When he returns, I shall give him a proper lesson. Ji Yuan declared angrily, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable worry and concern. On the New World's Thunder Island, a raucous laughter echoed. Who would have thought you, old ghost, would emerge? At that moment, the Flying Lion's floating island descended beside Thunder Island, where he was sharing drinks with a suave, elegantly poised middle-aged man with red hair, none other than the youthful Red Count. Were it not for the vampire fruit in the celestial dragon's treasury, I would not condescend to associate with you, the Red Count said disdainfully as he sipped his ale. These pirates possess no taste whatsoever. They refuse to drink red wine, he thought to himself, casting an even more disdainful glance at the Flying Lion. Ignoring the Red Count's gaze, the Flying Lion summoned a fainted CP agent. From the world government? The Red Count inquired, eyeing the unconscious CP with a tone of certainty. Indeed, the Flying Lion nodded, brazenly exclaiming, I am eager to see what kind of individuals this fellow can summon. As long as it doesn't end up like that close call in Mariawa. The Red Count remarked coolly, TSK. I had no idea that Sora and that black-clad rogue were so formidable. The Flying Lion absent-mindedly picked his nose, while the Red Count subtly distanced himself from him. The Flying Lion paused for a moment, then casually flicked away an indescribable object from his fingertip. I wonder who will come, Kapu, Zifa, or Sengoku. The Flying Lion said, his spirit ignited. I fear it may be those old dragons from the world government or the Five Elders. The Red Count replied with a hint of apprehension. Aside from rocks, no one can overlook them. Even Whitebeard and Roger cannot. Indeed, the Flying Lion acknowledged. This time, we were merely fortunate. We drew attention with the scrap beasts, then flooded Mariawa with seawater. Otherwise, neither of us would have made it out. The Red Count mused, falling silent. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he said to the Flying Lion, Your visitors have arrived. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Your ears are as sharp as ever. I can hardly wait. Indigo. As soon as the Golden Lion's words fell, Indigo, clad in a chef's attire, emerged wielding a spatula. What is it, Boss Golden Lion? Keep a close watch on those celestial dragons. Ensure they do not perish. Moreover, hasten the development of the elixir to advance our precious beast legion. Understood. We already have a batch prepared. Release them all shortly. While the Golden Lion conversed with the Red Count, Wayne and his companions had also arrived at Thunder Island, high above. Wayne circled around Thunder Island and discovered that the entire island was enveloped in stormy weather. Brothers. Vane turned his head and exclaimed loudly, That old rascal, the Golden Lion, seems to have embedded his lair deep within hell. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Indeed, even in hell, absolute justice would shine forth. The Navy serves as the pirates' inferno, where they can hardly seek refuge. Ha ha ha, Captain Vane, let's tear through it. All right, Vane proclaimed with grandeur, today, let us pierce through this hell. The air was filled with their fervent cheers as the aircraft plunged headlong into the storm clouds. Buzzing with intensity, the plane spun at high speed, resembling a drill, with its sights set firmly on the Golden Lion. Goodness, the Navy is quite audacious these days. The Golden Lion, somewhat admiring the reckless squad, thought to himself how they boldly charged towards their doom. Lion's thousand cuts. A multitude of gleaming golden slashes surged directly towards the aircraft. Clang, clang, clang. The immense force compelled the diving plane to abruptly halt, yet it emerged unscathed. Is it the barrier fruit? Murmured the Red Count. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion expressed his frustration. It appears a formidable adversary has arrived. It seems a battle is inevitable today. Hee, would you like some assistance? The Red Count offered. I shall help you this once, and in return, you will owe me a favor for obtaining the vampire fruit. I previously shielded you from that old ghost, Sky. Very well, the Golden Lion replied, recognizing that this would indeed be a grueling struggle, aware that Vane's companions might influence him. I intend to engage that barrier brat in a fair contest. You deal with the others, the Golden Lion stated. That suits me perfectly. In my battle with Sky, I landed a solid punch, and I could use a little human blood. What a twisted fiend. The Golden Lion grinned, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Chapter 156, Blood Battle with the Golden Lion. 2. As the aircraft was forcibly halted by the Golden Lion, Vane decided to abandon the plane altogether. The members of the Suicide Squad took to the air, preparing to surround the Golden Lion. Barrier war god. Wayne transformed into a formidable war deity. Adorned in majestic armor with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, wielding a colossal halberd. With a deafening roar, he bellowed, perched upon Wayne's shoulder. Caesar's eyes blazed crimson as he morphed into a colossal behemoth. Golden Lion, come forth. As the Golden Lion floated in the air, Wayne unleashed a thunderous shout, sweeping his halberd directly toward the Golden Lion. Awoo. Caesar struck the ground with ferocious force, then propelled himself toward the Golden Lion with swift, coordinated movements of his limbs. What a lad, exclaimed the Golden Lion with a boisterous laugh. You've got spirit, but to take me down? You're still lacking compared to Carp and Sengoku. The Golden Lion surged toward Wayne and his companion, first raising his left leg to parry Wayne's halberd with his sword, then inhaling deeply, summoning an enormous earthen lion to engage Caesar in battle. The Earth Lion lunged to overpower Caesar, who swiftly crouched and slid behind the beast. Roar, 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 roar. I am a naval elite from the Grand Line Monkey. Caesar emitted a series of unintelligible roars toward the Golden Lion, then leaped onto the back of the Earth Lion, raining down powerful blows with his massive fist like a pile driver. Roar, 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 roar. Big wood. Big wood, big wood, big wood, big wood, big wood. With a sweeping gesture, the Golden Lion summoned several Earth Lions to assault Caesar, while with his other hand, he unleashed a flurry of earthen ropes that ensnared Wayne's waist. Wayne tore the earthy rope from his waist with his right hand, transforming the large halberd in his left into a claw, its spiked fist striking towards the Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha. The might of the lion reigns. The Golden Lion extended his other hand towards the vast ocean, causing the entire surface to boil. Could it be? Is this a deception? Is it truly the legendary power of the great pirate? The members of the Suicide Squad were filled with awe, both Wayne and Caesar's ferocious forms, as well as the Golden Lion's grand gestures of command, left them profoundly shaken. Enough. The Weasel shouted sternly, quickly assist Captain Wayne, do not linger here. Indeed. For the sake of justice. After shouting the essential slogan of the Navy, the members of the Suicide Squad began to leap towards the sky, moving with grace. Hee. Little ones, do not seek your captain, come, play with me instead. Suddenly, a flash of crimson swept above the Weasel and his companions, as a middle-aged man with blood-red wings appeared in the sky. Gazing at the figure of the Red Count above them, they exchanged glances, and finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. Who are you? Are you a subordinate of the Golden Lion? The impetuous smoker was the first to inquire. A subordinate of the Golden Lion? Ha 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 ha. The Red Count seemed to have heard something particularly amusing, then retorted with indignation. Do I appear to be a mere lackey of that ruffian, the Golden Lion? Everyone turned their gaze towards the Weasel. Aside from Wayne and Ji Yuan, the Weasel ranked third in strength among the Suicide Squad. Who exactly are you? Feeling the faint pressure exuded by the Red Count, the Weasel forced himself to ask. Interesting. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the Red Count's eyes. The quality of this generation of the Navy was quite commendable, featuring both leaders and steadfast pillars of conviction. The Red Count glanced at Wine, then observed the resolute members of the Suicide Squad staring intently at him. The Navy is indeed blessed with fortune. The Red Count shook his head, then proudly declared to the Weasel, "My name is Barilick Redfield." Red Count. The Weasel silently lamented, realizing they had struck gold in the Navy. The flying great pirate, admiral of pirates, Golden Lion, the Red Count Barilick Redfield, the world's strongest man Edward Newgate, the world destroyer Bondi Waldo, the fiercest creature Kaido, and the mightiest woman Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, the Navy's fate hung in the balance. As a pirate, it seems I cannot allow you to remain. The Red Count elegantly stated, just in time, I am in need of a little blood. The Red Count, facing the members of the Suicide Squad, also entered Wine's line of sight. Oh, amidst the chaos of battle, Wayne caught sight of the Red Count and remarked to the Golden Lion, "No wonder he could escape from Mary A. unscathed. It appears that the Red Count, Barilick left field, played a significant role in this." With a hearty laugh, he continued, I possess knowledge that your Navy is blissfully unaware of. However, I find it rather peculiar." Curiously, the Golden Lion inquired, "I severed my own legs to escape. How did Valdo and the Red Count manage to flee?" "It was merely the blunder of a fool," Wayne replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye as he adopted an indescribable tone. "Indeed, it was a fool." The Golden Lion nodded in agreement, saying, "Had I encountered such a fool earlier, I would not have lost these 2 legs." Hearing the Golden Lion's musings, Wayne felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Enough of this idle chatter," he commanded. "Release the Wyrick family at once. Otherwise, Golden Lion, you shall find yourself condemned to hell." The Golden Lion, taken aback, pondered Wayne's audacious words. What had given him such confidence? It had always been he who sent others to hell. None had ever managed to send him there. "Come now." The Golden Lion beckoned, stretching his neck toward Wayne. Come, take my life." Crack, crack. Vane, twisting his neck with a bloodthirsty expression, proclaimed, "I have never encountered such a demand before." "Very well, I shall fulfill your request." The barrier giant underwent another transformation, its entire body sprouting menacing spikes as it grasped the colossal blade with both hands. "Let us see if my mighty sword can sever your lion's head." Vane's formidable greatsword was enveloped in a faint hue of armament hockey, the blade beginning to shimmer with a delicate crimson glow as it sliced through the air. The name Solar Slash may have seemed trivial, yet its power posed a genuine threat to the Golden Lion. As the massive blade bore down upon him, the Golden Lion spread his arms wide. Caesar had already become ensnared by a multitude of humanoid beasts, leaving the Golden Lion's focus solely on Vane. Lion's might. Ocean's roar. The waters surrounding Rado began to churn violently as a deep azure line majestically rose above the surface. Roger, in his time, had wisely chosen to retreat from such an onslaught. The Golden Lion erupted into laughter, declaring, "Prepare to meet your doom." Chapter 157, The Blood Battle Against the Golden Lion. 3. Was Roger truly compelled to withdraw? Vane exclaimed loudly, "Is the legendary Pirate King Roger more formidable than I? Golden Lion, I may falter countless times, but you dare to err just once." Ha ha. Upon hearing Vane's words, Golden Lion laughed heartily. For it had been an eternity since he had felt such a desire to eliminate someone. "Let me witness your so-called innumerable failures," he declared. Lion's might. Sea tide of the royal palace. A colossal sea lion surged forth, as if emerging from a myth, charging towards Vane upon the waves. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyang. Vane, the colossal guardian, raised his right fist to his waist and delivered a powerful punch that struck the sea lion squarely on the nose. Roar. The force of Vane's immense strength sent the sea lion tumbling. The guardian's form suddenly diminished in size, only to be replaced by an enormous blade, a cleaver measuring a staggering 40 meters in length. Roar, roar, roar. The sea lion extended its massive claws and lunged fiercely at Vane. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. With a swift slide, Wayne evaded the claws of the sea lion. As he rose once more, he grasped his broadsword and swung it with all his might. The sea lion's claw was severed with a resounding crack. Seizing the moment before the sea lion could react, Wayne grasped its severed paw and executed a deft maneuver, landing atop the creature's back. The sea lion roared in a frenzy, thrashing violently as its claws struck at Wayne in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet, Wayne remained undeterred, his broadsword glinting as it swept across the sea lion's neck. With a final, resounding rip, the sea lion fell silent, its form dissolving into the sea like a wisp of water. Hey, Golden Lion. Thane lifted his gaze towards the Golden Lion and remarked, "Is this truly the technique that caused the Pirate King, Roger, to retreat in fear? I find it hard to believe. What an insufferable little brat he is." The Golden Lion chuckled softly. "How could my technique conclude so easily? I was merely testing the waters." He then glanced up at the tempestuous lightning and dark clouds above, before shifting his gaze back to the small island. Suddenly, a wild and boisterous laughter erupted from him. Lion's might. Heavenly vortex. Lion's might. Aerial vortex. Lion's might. Terrestrial vortex. Lion's might. Thunderous vortex. Lion's might. Oceanic surge. As Wayne found himself encircled by 5 lions, a string of expletives lingered in his mind, uncertain whether to voice them. Had he inadvertently disturbed a den of lions? On the island, the swift sword style unfolded, unleashing a myriad of techniques. The ninefold sword, the white serpent, erratic thrusts, staff sword stabs, gale steps, Iajutsu, volcanic impact, the 8-blade style, and the spider's blade. The members of the Suicide Squad showcased their unique skills. Yet the Red Count appeared to be toying with them. None of their attacks landed, and even when they occasionally did, it was merely a gesture from the Red Count to sustain their hope of victory. Ha ha ha, entertain me to your heart's content. This is your sole reason for existence. The Red Count elegantly uttered words that provoked the ire of all present. Nonsense. Justice will never yield, thundered the Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider, calm yourself. This old rascal is merely provoking us. We will act once Wayne has dealt with the Golden Lion, advised several around the Ghost Spider, who, though hot-headed, was not foolish. After some persuasion, he steeled himself and assumed a defensive posture. Oh, the corners of the Red Count's mouth curled upward, finding the situation genuinely amusing. To him, dealing with Wayne was a mere trifle. He now awaited the moment when the Golden Lion would eliminate Wayne, allowing him to slay these insignificant ants in front of the lion. In doing so, he would repay the favor owed to the Golden Lion. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Red Count remarked disdainfully as he observed the Ghost Spider. So, when you all act like turtles, you claim to be just? TSK, TSK, TSK. Today I learned that justice is merely cowardice. Indeed, the Navy is merely a bunch of timid turtles. As he spoke, the Red Count extended a finger, casually unleashing a pulse of energy that traced a small turtle in front of the Ghost Spider. The impatient Ghost Spider could not endure the Red Count's playful demeanor and the mockery of justice. With a fierce shout, he disregarded the advice of his comrades and charged out of their defensive formation, aiming 8 blades at the Red Count's head. "Young man, you lack composure," the Red Count remarked with an odd smile before vanishing in an instant. "Not good," the Dormouse shouted to the Ghost Spider. "Damn it. Come back. Quickly." After the Ghost Spider's 8 blades met only air, he attempted to retreat with a moonwalk. However, the Red Count's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Young man, why run so well?" With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared in the Ghost Spider's chest. "Ghost Spider! No. Damn it. You wretched old rascal." The crowd gasped as Smoker transformed one of his hands into a white tendril of smoke, binding the waist of the Ghost Spider and lifting him back. "Is everything all right?" the Weasel inquired with concern. The Ghost Spider rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Do you truly believe I am untroubled?" Yet, despite these thoughts, the resolute Ghost Spider would not display any signs of distress before his comrades. In a moment of desperation, the Ghost Spider forcibly activated his life restoration ability. The gaping wound in his chest began to heal rapidly. However, the pallor of his complexion worsened, and several strands of his hair turned white. Suddenly, the Red Count reappeared, flapping his wings above the crowd. Yoshi the Red Count gently sniffed the flesh he had just extracted from the Ghost Spider's chest, his expression one of rapture as he tilted his head back, bringing the morsel closer to his mouth. With a gentle squeeze, a copious amount of blood flowed into his mouth. A sickly smile flickered across the Red Count's face as he remarked, "The blood of a young man brimming with rage and spirit is as vibrant as tequila." Utterly delectable as he spoke, the Red Count licked his lips, reclaiming the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. Savoring the last drop, the Red Count sighed. "This is true delicacy. True delicacy is not to be profaned or wasted," he elaborated with meticulous delight. "Goodness," Smoker thought to himself, "the Red Count is nothing short of a pervert. Disgusting." The Fire Mountain expressed with disdain. The Weasel, Dalmatian, Doberman, Pin, Lafayette, and Ghost Spider all nodded in agreement, sharing a collective sentiment of revulsion towards the blood-sucking fiend, whose presence tested their limits. Chapter 158. blood battle against the Golden Lion. 4. The members of the Suicide Squad exchanged glances, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The grotesque figure before them was formidable in every regard. Be it speed, martial prowess, or fruit abilities, his strength was indisputable and all-encompassing. Defensive formation, they called out, forming a protective circle while warily eyeing the Red Count. A fierce roar erupted as Caesar tore down the last humanoid beast that hung from his back and consumed it. Grr! Seeing the beleaguered members of the Suicide Squad, Caesar bellowed, "Those fellows are only to be bullied by me. Who do you think you are?" With a massive swing of his hand, he aimed a blow at the Red Count. What a beast! The Red Count effortlessly dodged Caesar's strike end. Observing the crimson-eyed Caesar, remarked, "You are simply too barbaric." Roar! Caesar slammed his fist into the ground, then uprooted a large stone, hurling it towards the Red Count. Barbaric! The Red Count extended a finger and gently traced a line from top to bottom. With a swift motion, a flash of crimson light cut through the air, cleaving the massive stone hurled by Caesar in two, rendering it powerless as it collapsed beside the Red Count. Surprised, Caesar realized he could not fathom the extent of the Red Count's strength, and an alarm bell echoed throughout his being. Roaring fiercely, he remained rooted in place, pounding his chest in a desperate bid for reassurance. In Caesar's mind, such a predicament was reminiscent of only one figure, the demon old man, Carp. The mere thought of him sent waves of pain coursing through Caesar's body. With a feral growl, Caesar's claws began to darken, encased in the armor of his formidable hockey. How intriguing! The Red Count exclaimed as he unveiled his own claws and lunged at Caesar. A resounding crack echoed as the Red Count was unexpectedly sent crashing into the ground by Caesar's strike, leaving the battlefield shrouded in an eerie silence. Observing his own hands, Caesar suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power. This was no mere illusion. His gaze fell upon the human-shaped crater left behind, solidifying his recognition of newfound strength. In truth, the beast fruit was a rather straightforward fruit, granting immense power, immensely great power. After all, the legendary king of land battles was said to tear dragons apart with bare hands. How could this beast possess such strength? The Red Count emerged from the pit, disheveled and covered in dirt. Caesar, grinning widely, offered the Red Count a gesture of international camaraderie. Infuriated, the Red Count could no longer contain his anger. In a flash of blood-red fury, the Red Count vanished, reappearing at Caesar's chest before swiftly retreating to his original position. As Caesar tilted his head, preparing to extend another friendly gesture, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. 5 colossal claw marks erupted across his torso, and blood gushed forth like a dam bursting, quickly pooling beneath him. With a howl of agony, Caesar was gravely wounded, shrinking rapidly until he transformed into a small monkey that tumbled to the ground. Struggling, he let out a pitiful cry before his eyes rolled back, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Caesar, my leader!" Pung rushed forward to reclaim Caesar, his heart racing at the sight of the blood-soaked figure. "Caesar, please don't drift away." Pinjin cradled the monkey in his hands, wishing fervently to shake Caesar's monkey head off. Chattering away, Caesar slightly opened his eyes and, summoning all his strength, raised a middle finger at Pinjin before tilting his head and slipping back into unconsciousness. This. Fire Mountain cautiously suggested, "Pinjin, perhaps we should allow the monkey brother to rest properly." Apart from Pinjin, everyone affectionately referred to Caesar as the monkey brother. "Very well." Pinjin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and then removed his coat, carefully wrapping Caesar within it and securing him on his back. Sigh. Observing Caesar snugly bundled by Pinjin, someone let out a sigh. Subsequently, the squirrel, somewhat helpless, approached and tore a small piece of fabric from the tightly wrapped Caesar to create a breathing hole. Well, the atmosphere grew awkward. At this moment, Count Red remarked, "Gentlemen, let us hasten our movements. I am beginning to feel rather bored. Ghost Spider, Squirrel, Dalmesia, Smog, Fire Mountain, Lafitte, Doberman. How could this be? Let us give it our all." Gripping their knives and swords tightly, the group commenced a new round of charge. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima, Kaido had just emerged from the clouds when he was doused with magma by Sakazuki. 6 king guns. Maximum round. Zephyr thrust both fists forward, delivering a powerful blow to Kaido's abdomen. If you have the guts, kill me." Kaido, seemingly gone mad, roared as he unleashed a torrent of breath, turning everything in its path to scorched earth. "Damn Kaido, I, Sakazuki, stake my name as a marine admiral, and I will slay you." Aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the Moby Dick. Ha! Whitebeard, you have quite a treasure trove here. If any Marines were present, their eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. The Marine hero Garp was feasting heartily alongside the infamous pirate Whitebeard. Gulyalu Garp, have you had enough to eat? Whitebeard's eyes suddenly sharpened as his right hand reached towards his back. Ha ha ha, I have had my fill. Garp wiped his mouth, his eyes also ablaze with fervor. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. How could I not know? The Marines guard this vast sea. Garp chuckled and replied, what do pirates need territory for? Are you aspiring to be the king of the mountain? Gulyalu, Garp, do you wish to die? Wawahaha, old Whitebeard. Just give it a try? Whitebeard rose to his feet, kicking over the table, while Garp also stood, adjusting his coat and raising his fists. I am Whitebeard. A formidable blade descended from the heavens, surrounded by a pale orb of light. Do you think my fists are mere decorations, you scoundrel Whitebeard? Meteor Fist. Today marks a brief hiatus for the Tiger of Tooth, who has taken a day off for personal matters. Chapter 159, Blood Battle Against the Golden Lion. 5. In the New World, on the Grand Line, Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Akiji gazed somberly at the distant sky, and the ominous presence hidden behind the dark clouds. A plump woman, stepping upon the clouds and draped in flames, charged forth, accompanied by a grand ship serenading through the turbulent seas. Opposing them was the naval fleet, led by Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Akiji. The Big Mom pirates, led by Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors and the suite commanders, stood ready. The Navy, with Admiral Tsuru, the newly appointed Admiral Akiji, 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 15 commodores, prepared for confrontation. Big Mom's eyes glimmered with a crimson glow. Leave behind your souls. Leave behind our souls. Kazan adjusted the eye patch on his forehead, his gaze sharpening dangerously. You, Big Mom, do not possess such power. Ice Age. Big Mom's lips began to salivate. Popsicles, delicious. Dare to underestimate me? Face your demise, you old hack. It seems I have been overlooked. Admiral Tsuru crossed her arms, a remarkable light appearing in her eyes. As the Navy wreaked havoc, the Revolutionary Army seized the opportunity to publish an article entitled On the Relationships Between Pirates, the Navy, the People, and the World Government in the Dawn Daily. Countless aspiring individuals across the vast ocean were drawn to its words, while the attention of the world government and the nobility remained fixated on the celestial dragon kidnapped by the Golden Lion, warlord, neglecting the article authored by the mysterious figure known as Lu Sun. In many nations suffering under the yoke of the nobility, numerous individuals yearning for change and a righteous path found themselves captivated by its message. Some capable kings deemed it a magnificent piece. Of course, not everyone's attention was directed towards the celestial dragons. For instance, the highest commander of the current CP organization discovered something extraordinary within this article. Dawn Daily. The commander of the CP narrowed his eyes, meticulously perusing the article. Nobility, commoners, the populace, welfare, exploitation, resistance, freedom, shared governance. What? A particular line in the newspaper seized his attention. Shared governance. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the 4 characters printed on the page. Summon someone. The highest commander of the CP raised a hand, gesturing for an individual to approach. A sharply dressed CP member strolled over and inquired, "At your command, sir." With a swift motion, a newspaper was thrust into the face of the CP member. As the commander coldly instructed, "Deliver this to the elders." The CP member accepted the newspaper with reverence and promptly exited. Dawn Daily. The highest commander of the CP paced towards a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Who could possibly conceive such a scheme? To kill without bloodshed. A dull knife carving flesh. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a cold sweat broke out upon his brow. The cunning of this individual was utterly terrifying. He muttered to himself, "This person must be eradicated, utterly and completely." New World, Thunder Island. The colossal barrier giant, towering nearly 100 meters high, was sent flying by a sea lion. Before it could touch the ground, a cloud lion and an air lion struck, hurling Wayne into the expansive ocean on either side. Roar. The thunder lion let out a furious roar, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and sent the barrier giant, just emerging from the sea, crashing back once more. Cursed be it. The barrier giant, now submerged in the ocean, crackled with electricity, surrounded by hundreds of lifeless fish, their bellies turned skyward. Struggling to rise, the barrier giant diminished in size, a long spear materializing in its grasp. Before Wayne could react, A mud lion fiercely clamped onto the barrier giant's head, pulling it down with relentless force. Infuriating, Vane exerted herself, struggling against the colossal barrier as she grasped onto something, only to be swiftly yanked away. It seemed as though she had activated some extraordinary ability. Wayne felt utterly powerless to complain. If the power of the golden lion's fruit had not awakened, he would have been at his wit's end. Now, even something as nearly intangible as lightning had been levitated. Why was it that Luffy, at that time, effortlessly shattered the golden lion with his electrically conductive rubber thunder axe? Goodness gracious. Vane directly dispelled the barrier giant, momentarily losing his senses, and began to manipulate the barrier giant with fervor. After enveloping himself in a protective membrane to shield against the ocean's depths, he stepped lightly upon the surface of the water. Ha 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 ha. Marine brat, do you now perceive the might of your esteemed gold lion? Ha 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 ha. Observing the audacious gold lion, Vane could only remark that it seems the Luffy from the theatrical version truly stands as the pinnacle of the entire pirate world. Marines, perish. Lion's thousand cuts. The gold lion's legs swung continuously, unleashing a torrent of slashes that rained down upon him. Barrier. Glazed body. Wine's body transformed into a glassy hue, as countless slashes struck him, akin to the sting of a mere mosquito. The Navy's Six Styles ultimate technique, Six King's pistol. Wine gently encircled his arms, then with both fists aimed at the golden lion. Six King's spear. Boom. An immense surge of energy surged forth towards the golden lion. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Lion's might. Lion's claw. Swish, 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 swish. The golden lion executed 4 swift slashes, crafting a phantom imprint of a lion's claw in midair. Roar, roar, roar. It felt as though a tremendous lion's roar exploded in Wine's ears. Bang. The lion's claw imprint collided with Wine's Six King's spear. The resounding noise and commotion reverberated throughout the entirety of Thunder Island. The Six King's gun unleashed by Sabaody penetrated Rado at an angle, while the colossal slash of the golden lion cleaved through the 4 great mountains upon the island. Oh my, what terrifying aftershocks. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted in the skies above Rado. A tall naval officer, draped in a cloak of justice, adorned in a yellow suit, and sporting orange-tinted sunglasses, materialized in the air. Hello, hello, this is Borsalino, the yellow monkey. Hello, hello, he spoke into the black den mushy on his wrist. Is it malfunctioning? He queried, gently tapping the creature before continuing. Hello, 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 hello. Chapter 160, Blood Battle with the Golden Lion. 6. Such a fearsome technique, murmured the golden lion, still shaken by the Six King's gun that had pierced through the entire island. Is it truly so effortless for a swordsman to cleave mountains and open valleys? Wayne gazed upon the hill with its gaping wound, wiping the sweat from his brow, thankful for the almost conceptual barrier he possessed. Wayon swallowed hard, contemplating the thought. If things were to go awry, I might very well be the one to suffer the consequences. That Navy brat possesses quite a bit of prowess. The golden lion stroked his chin, expressing his astonishment with a click of his tongue. Wine leapt joyfully, stepping with a moonwalk, scratching his face as he exclaimed, Old fellow, you're not so bad yourself. Ha ha ha, come again. Humph. I've been waiting for you. Let us battle. Lion's might. Lion's thousand cuts. Six Sun's fist. Boom. A significant portion of Thunder Island shattered. At this point, both the golden lion and Wine seemed to have forgotten that the celestial dragons were still present on this island. Somewhere on Thunder Island, the young scion of the Whalek family clung to his father, weeping, Daddy, I'm so scared, as he listened to the roars, howls, and cries from outside. Fear not, my child, the Navy is here to rescue us. We shall soon return to Mariewa. The patriarch of the Whalek family gently reassured his son, patting his back. The surrounding celestial dragons, hearing this, also had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, clearly buoyed by the considerable confidence their longtime benefactor, the Navy, had instilled in them. However, the Whalek patriarch harbored doubts. After all, they were dealing with the golden lion, who had once breached half of Marineford. The Whalek patriarch felt a twinge of concern, especially since Indigo had used impenetrable sea prism stone to confine them, ensuring they would not perish in the aftermath of battle. Meanwhile, after a fierce exchange with Kazan, Big Mom realized this newly appointed admiral of the Navy was proving to be quite formidable. Frozen brat, back when I clashed with Pirate King Roger. You weren't even born yet, Big Mom remarked, saliva dripping from her mouth. But aren't you just a defeated foe of the Pirate King now? Kazan replied languidly. His words struck a nerve with Big Mom, causing the flames surrounding her and the clouds beneath her feet to grow increasingly volatile. "Oh, that scoundrel Roger stole my belongings." Big Mom roared, her right hand engulfed in flames, forming a massive fireball. Boom! The enormous fireball was hurled towards the Navy fleet. Kazan swiftly raised his left hand, summoning an ice wall from the ground. Puff! A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth as the fireball and ice wall collided, both vanishing in the process. However, the fireball melted through the ice wall before continuing its advance for a brief moment before disappearing entirely. This encounter revealed that, in a one-on-one confrontation, Kazan might not be able to best Big Mom. Ice block. Polar spear. Kazan crossed his arms, and two slender ice shards materialized at his sides, swiftly transforming into two ice spears. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the icy projectiles lunged toward Big Mom. Ah! Big Mom glanced up at the incoming ice spears, seemingly unfazed. Glutinous rice fist. Several black, glutinous fists soared through the air, intercepting the ice spears. Suddenly, a colossal ship, singing a tune, arrived. And at its bow stood a tall man draped in a scarf with striking crimson hair. He held a mass of glutinous rice, clearly the one responsible for the recent disruption. "Is this the extent of the capabilities of the newly appointed admiral?" taunted Charlotte Katakuri, one of Big Mom's sons. "Is this what they call the pinnacle of the Charlotte family?" Kazan fixed his piercing gaze upon Katakuri and replied, "Not at all." "Humph, such arrogance," scoffed the young and impetuous Katakuri. "Only Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp are worthy opponents for Mother. You, Akiji, are still lacking." "You insolent brat." Kazan leaped into the air, half of his body exhibiting signs of freezing, showcasing the peak activation of his ice fruit. Frost pheasant. A lifelike ice pheasant darted directly toward Katakuri. Impressive. Alarm bells rang in Katakuri's mind as he clasped his hands together, summoning a massive glutinous meteor hammer. With a surge of will, he enveloped the hammer in black armament hockey. Glutinous meteor hammer. The ebony hammer collided with the ice pheasant, and to Katakuri's astonishment, his meteor hammer was gradually pushed back by the ice creature. "What?" Katakuri was taken aback, realizing he had lost this contest of strength. "Big brother." "Second brother." The other members of the Charlotte family were equally stunned by Kazan's prowess. Heat fist. Charlotte Oven's right fist gleamed as he unleashed a powerful punch, aiming to melt the ice pheasant. Charlotte Cracker also swung his sword, attempting to halt the creature's advance. Big Mom observed the unfolding events with cold indifference. She harbored no compassion for the vanquished. Seeing the three Charlotte brothers successfully block his frost pheasant, Kazan remarked with intrigue, Well, you managed to counter that move." "Ah, I sprat. You seem to underestimate me far too much. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. Mother, I have arrived." "Hee, Mother, shall we burn them to ashes?" "My children." "Mother, we are here." The children of the Charlotte family, upon hearing the voice of Big Mom, were so terrified that they knelt down, bowing their heads in submission to her commands. "Eliminate this group of Marines, as you command." The entire crew of the Big Mom pirates cast their murderous gazes toward the opposing Marines. In unison, the Marines, led by Major General Tsuru, raised their swords and knives. An atmosphere of impending slaughter enveloping the scene. For justice. For survival. At this juncture, nothing else mattered. If the pirates did not perish, the Marines would face their doom. In the New World, on Onigashima, the cursed Marines shouted, "Eliminate these pirates." For Kaido-sama. For justice. The Marines had already engaged in combat with the beast pirates. The entirety of Onigashima becoming a battleground filled with pirates adorned in helmets and animal skins clashing with Marines draped in capes of justice and white hats. Marines, die. A colossal mammoth and a gigantic brachiosaurus were embroiled in battle with 4 or 5 Marine vice-admirals, with several rear admirals providing support. Other officers of the beast pirates were fiercely battling the Marine commanders. Suddenly, a chilling dragon roar echoed across the battlefield. A distant scream brought a momentary hush over the chaos. Not far from Onigashima, on a small island, Zephyr grasped Kaido's dragon head with both hands, employing a technique known as the 1,000-pound drop, forcefully plunging Kaido's head into Akainu's magma pool, witnessing Kaido flailing wildly due to the scalding magma. Zephyr dusted off his arms, and, once the magma had been cleared, released his haki. "Ah, Zephyr, you shall perish." After violently shaking his head to rid himself of the magma on his face, a fierce Kaido roared, "I will turn you into pulp." "Is that so? When I was pursuing the gold lion, you were still hiding away somewhere." Zephyr retorted, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and smirking. With a thunderous roar, Kaido dove from the sky, his horns enveloped in haki, seemingly intent on piercing Zephyr with a single blow. Bring it on. Zephyr did not flinch. Instead, he leaned slightly forward. As Kaido's horn approached, Zephyr grasped it firmly with both hands, then pivoted, executing a shoulder throw that sent Kaido crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Akaina transformed his left arm into a torrent of magma, directing it toward Kaido. Damn it. I will annihilate you all. Kaido felt that this was the most frustrating moment he had ever experienced. Zifa and Sakazuki exchanged glances, already feeling a sense of helplessness. Although Kaido was howling from their blows, it must be said that the actual damage inflicted was minimal. The facial burns from Sakazuki had nearly healed, leaving only a remnant of dead skin. Such vitality truly made him a monster. Zifa exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is the strongest fruit among the Zoan types. Humph. Under the banner of absolute justice, no matter how resilient Kaido's vitality might be, it was of no consequence. The magma fruit is among the most powerful of the Logia-type fruits, and Sakazuki was determined to extinguish this creature. Oh. Kaido retrieved his spiked club and raised it high, swinging it diagonally towards Zifa and Sakazuki. Thunderous roar. Great Inferno. Six King Gun. Maximum Wheel. Boom. The entire island let out a mournful cry before shattering under the pressure. Kongu. Meteorite. Garp's powerful fist collided directly with Whitebeard's Tremor Punch. Gulu gulu gulu. Garp. You can't hold on. Whitebeard's fist was surrounded by white cracks, and the immense tremors caused the Moby Dick to sway incessantly. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard. You no longer possess the strength of your youth. Garp chuckled. How many more years can you endure? Whitebeard's expression darkened. Garp's words struck a chord within him. Years of overusing the power of the tremor fruit had deteriorated his condition, and the recoil from the fruit was a constant source of agony. Whitebeard felt that even his haki was becoming somewhat rusty, and perhaps in 10 years, he would no longer be able to wield it. Humph. As Whitebeard caught sight of his sons, who wore worried expressions, his gaze solidified with determination. I am Whitebeard. Garp, you are merely a marine. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am a marine, and my duty is to deal with you lawless pirates. Garp raised both fists, his muscles swelling with renewed vigor. Kongu. Meteor shower. Gulu gulu gulu. You dog-headed marine. Airquake. Vacuum sphere. Father. On another vessel, a black whale ship. Members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed anxiously at the colossal Moby Dick, which occasionally emitted thunderous sounds. Marco had made numerous attempts to soar over and assist Whitebeard. Yet each time he prepared to take flight, an officer under Vice Admiral Garp would strike him back with a fierce blow. However, after Marco retreated, the officer continued to fixate on Moby Dick, his duty seemingly to prevent any interference from the Whitebeard pirates in the battle between Whitebeard and Garp. Damn it. We're utterly powerless. We cannot aid our father at all. Marco pounded the deck in frustration. Sigh. The crew exchanged glances, each resolving to train diligently, vowing to one day support their father with their own strength. Suddenly, someone pointed fearfully at the sky, trembling as they shouted, Look! Look! It's impossible! This monster! Marco also raised his gaze to the heavens, exclaiming in shock, the sky has shattered. In a corner unnoticed by the others, a portly man with a scraggly beard and a few missing teeth gazed greedily at Moby Dick. Hee hee. What terrifying power! Soon, very soon, it will be mine, he cackled. Mwahaha. Once I possess it, I shall lack for nothing. At that moment, a tall, burly man approached, chuckling. Hey, Teach, what are you up to? Teach froze, feeling an uncomfortable sensation at his rear. And nothing, he stammered. I was just thinking. The burly man placed a hand on Teach's shoulder, concern evident in his voice. Teach, if anything's bothering you, do tell me. Teach nodded stiffly, and as the man walked away, Teach distinctly saw him rubbing his fingers together. Damn it. Teach seethed internally, silently vowing. Once I acquire the power I so desire, the first to fall will be you. He then observed the burly man, entranced, sniffing his own hands. Ugh. Teach slammed his head against the railing, fearing he might lose control and eliminate this creep. Teach. The burly man inquired with genuine concern. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Come, let me take a look at you. As the conversation unfolded, his malevolent hand once again reached out towards Teach. Teach's eyes widened in alarm. Retreating repeatedly, his voice tinged with an unrecognized hint of fear. No, nothing. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Chapter 162. The Blood Battle Against the Golden Lion. 8. He 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 he. Watching the twisted figure retreat, Teach rubbed his rear and instinctively shrank back. Just wait. I shall surely eliminate you in the future, he muttered softly. The naval hero Garp clashed with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The newly appointed Admiral Akiji joined forces with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to combat the Empress of the Sea, Big Mom. Black Arm Zephyr allied with the new Admiral Akaina to confront the Emperor Kaido. In the New World, the captain of the rumored Suicide Squad, the impenetrable naval officer Vane, engaged in battle with the airborne pirate, the Golden Lion. Vardos was slain by the new Admiral Kazuru, allowing the Navy to successfully rescue a celestial dragon. Is the Navy preparing to unify the world? The Navy launched a multi-pronged assault, striking fiercely against the 5 legendary pirates. Despite the Navy's efforts to conceal these events, the ruckus caused by Akiji, Akainu, and Garp was simply too immense to evade the scrutiny of Morgans, the vice president of the World Economic News Agency. Indeed, the commotion between the Golden Lion and Vane was the most significant, drawing Morgan's attention first. These two colossal figures wreaked havoc, with the Golden Lion frequently lifting and hurling massive boulders at Vane. The uproar was undeniable. In truth, as the Navy engaged in combat with these legendary behemoths, some astute pirates sensed the Navy's vulnerability and began to stir up trouble. Poor Sengoku, the old man, frantically mobilized remnants from the Navy headquarters and various branches to extinguish the chaos instigated by the pirates. After Vardos was killed, Sengoku dispatched Pagliusolino to aid Vane, wishing he could join the fray himself. Damn it, these scoundrels of the sea are utterly restless. When Sengoku witnessed a nation ravaged by pirates, he was so enraged that he overturned the table. In a certain location in the New World, what an opportunity. Beckman opened a newspaper, carefully reading the headlines. Having discerned something extraordinary within, the Navy exhibits remarkable ambition. Closing the paper, Beckman sighed. The crux of this situation lies in the battle between Vane and the Golden Lion. The Navy and the 4 emperors are now evenly matched. Only their fates remain uncertain. If victorious, they shall thrive. If defeated, when the Golden Lion aids the emperors, the Navy will face an unprecedented calamity. They might even lose some control over the Grand Line. Beckman returned to the cabin and found the map, upon which he began to write and draw. Ultimately, he circled a location on Raijin Island. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he gently tapped the table. He picked up a pen and marked a star on the Sabaody archipelago. The newly promoted Admiral, Kazuru, had vanished after defeating Waldo. Could it be? Beckman's eyes widened as he realized a direct line connected the Sabaody archipelago to Raijin Island. So it was. Shanks had mentioned that the head of the Golden Lion had suffered severe injuries, and only if Vane could hold him off until Kazuru arrived. No, with the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, he should have already reached there by now. Beckman wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured to himself. Truly, the cunning strategist Sengoku is a master of deception, killing without shedding blood. Now, as the pirates revel in their festivities, all that awaits them is the grim Reaper's blade. Beckman perceived the current Navy as psychologically deranged, their hearts tainted with malice. Little did Beckman realize that the root of all this chaos was the Golden Lion's madness, flooding Mariewa and taking the Navy's affluent members hostage. Otherwise, the CPE would have already taken action. Apart from the support of the powerful Wek family, any other celestial dragon would merely send Kazuru to paddle around. Hey, Beckman. Shanks rushed over, clad in a flamboyant pair of shorts, his chest exposed. What's the matter? Beckman set down the newspaper and rubbed his temples, inquiring. Hee, I've landed a big deal, Shanks declared proudly, eager to prove himself as a capable captain. Really? You? Beckman looked at Shanks with skepticism, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Doflamingo contacted me, inviting me to raid the treasure in the sky, Shanks proclaimed with his hands on his hips, beaming with pride. After all, it's just the ill-gotten gains of the celestial dragons. We might as well seize them. Beckman was taken aback, his cigarette falling from his lips unnoticed. The Navy was currently preparing their notes, and now Shanks wanted to stir up trouble? When the Reapers of the elite unit arrived, well, what would they use to defend themselves? Their faces? Is Doflamingo going as well? Beckman asked, trying to maintain his composure. No, he isn't. Shanks turned away, adopting an expression of selflessness. They're only providing intelligence. I never intended to let them participate. They'll just receive a quarter of the spoils. With a goofy grin, Shanks asked, hee. Don't you think I'm particularly impressive? Beckman's expression soured, his face resembling a can of herring. Shanks, He gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable. "What's wrong?" Shanks, with a hint of confusion, inquired, his face adorned with an expression that seemed to seek praise for his prowess. "To hell with you. I am determined to vanquish you today." "Ah, someone, come quickly. The first mate has rebelled. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young Wayne, your subordinates are on the verge of collapse," observed the Golden Lion, gazing down at the battered members of the Suicide Squad. "Damn it," Wayne exclaimed, looking down with fury. "As long as I can eliminate you, there remains hope. You're the key to breaking this deadlock, you scoundrel." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion nodded with a sense of self-satisfaction, declaring, "Indeed, I am the key, but can you truly defeat me? Ha 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 ha, old turtle, you have forced my hand." Wayne is now compelled to unveil his ultimate techniques, originally reserved for the four emperors. It seems he must hasten their introduction. Unfortunately, they remain somewhat unstable at this juncture. As Wayne dismantled the barriers of the giant, he activated the life restoration process. Subtle transformations began to unfold within Wayne's body. Certain blood vessels underwent alterations, while microscopic barriers morphed into tiny pumps, accelerating the flow of blood and enhancing metabolism. Vane's skin began to emit smoke, and Lioli's form took on a faint crimson hue. Shield, Lioli's form. Kryptonite transformation. Chapter 163, Blood Battle Against the Golden Lion. 9. What a terrifying aura. The Golden Lion gazed at the figure before him, entirely red and exuding steam, and spoke with a grave expression. "Ha ha ha, old turtle, watch how I tear you apart." Wayne's voice was hoarse as he lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the Golden Lion. "Tear me apart?" Although the Golden Lion sensed that Wayne might seek his demise, he refused to yield verbally. "Ha ha ha. You little Navy brat. Even Carp and Sengoku couldn't subdue me back in the day, and you think you are worthy?" The Golden Lion waved his hands repeatedly, sending massive boulders crashing down upon Wayne like meteors. You're anxious. You're anxious." After Wayne shattered a massive boulder with a single punch, he proclaimed, "Golden Lion, you are clearly the one who has sustained injuries to your head. If you still possessed your former strength, how could you possibly fail to defeat me?" "Shut up, shut up, shut up," roared the furious Golden Lion, hurling stones with wild abandon. Wayne's words struck at the very core of his anxieties. They had been battling for an entire day and night. Initially, he felt confident, but as time wore on, his head throbbed increasingly, and his focus began to wane. Damn it! Suddenly, the Golden Lion's mind wandered, and his relentless assault faltered for a moment. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the opportunity while the Golden Lion encountered a predicament, Wayne deftly maneuvered across several stones to position himself behind the majestic creature. The sun, with a powerful punch, Wayne unleashed a radiant blow that, infused with his own bloodthirst, drove the Golden Lion deep into the earth. Cough, cough, cough. Lying in a pit, the Golden Lion assessed his battered body. Age had indeed taken its toll. The wounds upon his head steadily sapped his strength and spirit. He was no longer the once feared Golden Lion of yesteryears. "Ha ha ha ha. You little naval brat, do you wish to take my life? Dream on." After a moment of silence, the Golden Lion erupted into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth capturing the attention of all around. "What is it?" Wayne inquired. "You are nearing your end, Golden Lion. I concede your might, but your body is faltering. If I am not mistaken, your old wounds must be surfacing now." Upon hearing Wayne's words, the Golden Lion fell into contemplation. He recognized their truth. Once robust, he had brushed aside such injuries, but now, when fatigue set in, these cursed afflictions reared their heads with impatience. TSK, 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 even the Golden Lion finds himself in such a wretched state. Had I known this would be the case, I would have the Red Count licked his lips, speaking in a rather twisted tone. Let us savor this moment. The already battered members of the Suicide Squad, witnessing Wayne's decisive blow that felled the Golden Lion, drew upon their last reserves of strength. As they prepared for a desperate fight to the end, the Golden Lion executed an unexpected maneuver. He reached up to his head, slowly grasping the ship's helm that adorned it. With a forceful tug, he wrenched free a bloodied, decaying helm, its roots stained with crimson. The Golden Lion emitted a maniacal laughter. Observing the continuous stream of blood cascading from his head, a solemn silence fell upon the crowd. It was evident to all that the Golden Lion's time was short. At long last, I have truly liberated myself. The Golden Lion paid no heed to the blood flowing from his head. Instead, he toyed with the severed helm, marveling at it. Was this the thing that has tormented me all along? After a brief moment of contemplation, he cast the helm aside with a sense of relief. Come now. The golden lion drew forth two swords, which served as his legs, and began to flex his wrists, as though reclaiming the sensation of wielding a blade. Wayne did not intervene. After all, given the golden lioness condition, it was clear that in a matter of hours, he would be no more. Look at today. It is either your demise or mine. The golden lion pointed his sword at Wayne's nose with his right hand. Damn it. Wayne clenched his fist and declared, "You old rascal. No one has ever dared to speak to me so directly. Today, that changes." The golden lion boasted, "You old scoundrel. You wretched little brat." With a swift motion, Wayne vanished from the golden lion's sight, only to re-emerge, now shrouded in smoke, at the lion's rear. He thrust his spear wildly. Wayne raised his arms, his index fingers turning ebony. A series of gunshots echoed as several bloodied holes appeared upon the back of the golden lion. "Ha ha ha, that stings a bit," he remarked. A sharp sound resonated as the golden lion executed a swift turn in midair, the dark, withered blade slicing through the air before grazing Wayne's chest. "Tsk, tsk, tsk," Wayne mused, extending his right hand to his chest to brush away the soil that had clung to him from the golden lion's recent strike. Oh, you old specter, your blows cannot harm me." He spat defiantly. The tortoise shell is indeed resilient. The ability to shield oneself requires stamina, and it has been a day and night. I refuse to believe you can withstand my resolve. The golden lion wiped away the blood, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. He raised both hands, crossing two formidable swords. Lion's cross slash. The golden lion surged forward with remarkable speed, unleashing the full extent of his fruit's power. When Wayne was immediately struck with a heavy blow, Vane sensed a sharp breath entering his body, as the protective barrier of the glassy shield had yet to be fully realized, leaving his internal organs vulnerable. Wayne clutched his chest and took 2 steps back, a trickle of fresh blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He had been careless and failed to evade. Vane involuntarily exclaimed, "Truly deserving of the legendary title of pirate. To inflict damage upon me with mere sword energy. This defies the laws of science." This was Vane's initial thought, followed by awe at the explosive prowess of the golden lion. Indeed, it was this helm that thwarted the golden lion. Otherwise, given the extent of the fruit's development, the outcome would have been drastically different. Nevertheless, it is fortunate. Wayne gazed at the golden lion, contemplating. Thank goodness this creature is nearing its end. The golden lion has returned, albeit only for a fleeting 2 hours. The Red Count observed the bloodied head of the golden lion suspended in the sky, his eyes brimming with admiration. Though this golden lion's presence was as ephemeral as a fleeting flower, it was nonetheless significant. In light of this, the Red Count glanced at the battered members of the suicide squad and remarked, "You shall meet your demise. Consider it a farewell for the old lion." As he spoke, the Red Count's aura surged dramatically. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared above the Red Count's head. Beep, beep, beep buyo dear. The ancient monstrosity of a bygone era is truly terrifying. Chapter 164. A bloodbath against the golden lion. 10. Who are you? The Red Count inquired gravely, his expression tense as he gazed at the descending Borsalino. How is it that I was unaware of your existence? Having been confined in the depths of Impel Down, he was still unacquainted with the present seas. Oh dear, tsk, I am the newly appointed Admiral Kazaro. And these Marines are the future backbone of our forces. I cannot permit you, this blood-sucking fiend, to slay them. Borsalino squinted, his tone imbued with a hint of disdain. The Red Count's countenance darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He despised being referred to as a blood-sucking monster. You are doomed. A luminous mist of blood emanated from the Red Count, accentuating his terrifying presence. Tsk, how frightening, Borsalino remarked, his expression impassive as he hurled taunts at the Red Count. In a shocking transformation, the Red Count morphed into countless blood-sucking bats, launching themselves at Borsalino. Oh, how terrifying. Borsalino, unperturbed, raised a finger, a blinding light manifesting at his fingertip. Bayou Borsalino's laser pierced through one of the blood-sucking bats. Sizzle. A swarm of bats screamed as they encircled Borsalino. He radiated a dazzling light, causing all the bats to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, Borsalino had already repositioned himself at a distance. Well done, how impressive. Borsalino commented nonchalantly, as if nothing in this world could capture his full attention. Damn monkey. The Red Count trembled with rage. He had once been faster than anyone, even surpassing the likes of Sengoku and Garp. which was why they had to join forces to subdue him. Now, he faced an opponent who was even swifter. Die. The Red Count transformed into his vampiric form. His blood-red claws imbued with an aura of armed color. 5 sharp talons aimed at Borsalino. The Amaterasu's sword appeared in Borsalino's hands as he pressed his palms together and then slowly opened them, revealing a long sword shimmering with golden light. Suddenly, the Red Count's 5 claws lunged towards Borsalino's Amaterasu's sword. With both hands gripping the blade, Borsalino rotated his wrist, flipping the sword to strike the Red Count's wrist. The Red Count's severed hands morphed into 2 bats, soaring back to reclaim their original form. Ah, is this akin to a natural type ability? Borsalino mused, stroking his chin with a playful grin. Ha ha ha, you lecherous fiend, behold the terror of a vampire. The Red Count bellowed, clenching his fists as if grasping something, then releasing it with a flourish. Countless black blood clots surged toward Borsalino. Impressive indeed, truly a formidable relic of a bygone era, Borsalino remarked, adopting a pose reminiscent of an elegant orchid, his hands crossing deftly. Yada no Kagami. With a flurry of bayu 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 bayu. Numerous oval-shaped light bullets pierced through the multitude of blood clots unleashed by the Red Count. Simultaneously, several blood clots corroded Borsalino's light projectiles. In essence, both forces were evenly matched. The Navy, observing the relaxed demeanor of Borsalino, the Red Count felt a surge of displeasure. Had it not been for his earlier misstep at Mariewa, this so-called newly appointed admiral would not have posed a challenge to him. The Red Count perceived the recent encounter with Borsalino as a humiliating draw. Ha! Borsalino smirked, his facade of seriousness abandoned. What a misguided old fool. Mwahaha. Golden Lion. It's over for you. The Navy has dispatched reinforcements. Prepare for your demise. As Wayne engaged in a fierce struggle against the Golden Lion, he naturally took note of Borsalino's arrival. Ha ha ha. I am not far from death. But you, young Navy brat, how much strength do you have left? The Golden Lion inquired with a hint of weakness. Ha, 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 just dying will suffice. Wayne gasped, breathless. He had recently employed the Shield of Glass, then the Shield of Giants, followed by the Shield of Armament, and now he was in life-threatening mode, even with Wayne's resilience. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Then let it come. I can still fight. I can keep this up all day long. Once more, Vane's form transformed into a smoky, glass-like silhouette. Grasping the long sword of the Golden Lion, he yanked it back and delivered a powerful punch to the lion's flank. The Golden Lion was sent sprawling away, retaliating with a swift thrust of his sword that struck Vane's right chest. A sharp jolt coursed through Vane's chest as the lion's sword energy reverberated, causing him to momentarily feel as though his heart had skipped a beat. Cough, cough. One opened his mouth and coughed up several clots of blood. Quite ruthless. Without the interference of the ship's helm, your strength has indeed returned to its peak. Vane clutched his chest and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, do you now recognize my prowess? Hurry and meet your demise. How Navi. Vane executed a swift kick, delivering a precise strike to the head of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, holding his sword in an inverted manner with his right hand, raised it high to deflect Vane's kick. After his right leg was blocked, Vane retaliated with a fierce blow to the Golden Lion's abdomen using his left foot. In response, the Golden Lion positioned his sword horizontally, using the back of the blade to guard against Vane's left foot. With a commanding presence, the lion summoned 2 rock serpents that coiled around Vane's waist, subsequently hurling him away. After being cast aside, Vane conjured a colossal sword measuring 40 meters in length with his barrier, delivering a sweeping strike aimed at the waist of the Golden Lion. With a resounding clash, the Golden Lion managed to block Vane's long blade with one hand, while Vane, with his other hand, manifested a scythe through the barrier, striving to cleave the Golden Lion in 2 from above. Yet, the Golden Lion swiftly raised his sword above his head, intercepting Vane's scythe. Seizing the opportunity while the Golden Lion was distracted, Wayne transformed his long sword into a scythe and plunged it directly into the creature's back. How amusing indeed. The Golden Lion, upon noticing the scythe embedded in its rear, flicked a finger, causing a spike to erupt from the ground, aimed straight at Wayne's groin. Goodness gracious. Vane instinctively retracted his strength and took a step back, granting the Golden Lion a moment to recuperate. Ha ha ha. Young one, you are still a bit inexperienced, the Golden Lion exclaimed triumphantly, as the once aggressive gesture transformed into a symbol of international camaraderie. Damn. Wynn, in a fit of rage, struck the ground with his fist before charging forward once more. The Golden Lion, with his twin swords crossed, also lunged at Wayne. Die, you shall perish first. Chapter 165, Blood Battle with the Golden Lion. 11. Another hour passed, and both the Golden Lion and Wayne were locked in a desperate struggle, their wills battling fiercely. They were utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. The Golden Lion had suffered 3 broken ribs, while Wayne's internal organs had endured yet another brutal assault. Cough, 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 splutter. Wayne coughed several times violently, expelling a copious amount of congealed blood. The right side of the Golden Lion's chest had caved in, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Heh, old rascal. Cannot endure any longer, can you? Wayne's mouth was stained with blood, yet he still attempted to maintain an air of indifference as he mocked the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Little navy brat, spare us the act. We are now at the end of our rope. The Golden Lion gasped, struggling for breath, acutely aware that after delivering one final blow, his life would soon come to an end. Hey, the Golden Lion addressed Wayne, I must admit, you are formidable, truly formidable. At your age, we old-timers might not have measured up to your prowess. That is certainly the case. Wayne nodded slightly. The praise from the Golden Lion was quite gratifying. He was left with but a final surge of strength. And then, Veen seemed to discern the intentions of the old pirate, Golden Lion. Do you wish to witness the slow demise of my life akin to the slaughter of a pig? Or, Golden Lion cast aside his sword and, gripping his withered fists, solemnly declared, or shall you simply deliver a single blow to end my existence? Wayne tore open his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and exclaimed, Is there any need to ask? Of course, it is. A single punch to end you. Six Sons Fist. Lions battle to the death. The thunderous clash between the Golden Lion and Wayne reverberated through the heavens, forcing the Red Count and Porcelino to halt in their tracks, gazing with uncertainty at the heart of Thunder Island. The imprisoned celestial dragons trembled in fear, shaken by the overwhelming might akin to divine retribution. The members of the Suicide Squad had already sought refuge with the half-dead Caesar, utterly stunned by the sheer power exhibited by Wayne and the Golden Lion. Crack, crack, crack. Spiderweb-like fissures spread across the entire island. Boom. The island shattered into 4 pieces. The notorious restricted zone of the New World obliterated. How terrifying. The Red Count, upon witnessing this, realized it was time to flee. The barrier fruit's defensive prowess was unparalleled. The Golden Lion was likely finished, but Wayne was probably still alive. With one last glance at Porcelino, who was carrying the Suicide Squad members and the seastone cage held by the squirrel, the Red Count transformed into a swarm of bats and departed. Porcelino, upon noticing the approaching warships in the distance, swiftly moved to ensure everyone was settled. Confidence in Wayne was high among the group. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the shocking turn of events. The Golden Lion, in a desperate final act, managed to sever Wayne's vital energy with a single sword strike. Indeed, as Wayne had predicted, the Golden Lion was no more, his head reduced to a mist of blood. With the Golden Lion's demise, Wayne fell into unconsciousness. His trousers caught on a passing sea king, who carried him away into the distance. What? Upon returning, Porcelino discovered that aside from the Golden Lion's lifeless body, Wayne was nowhere to be found. What could have transpired? Porcelino felt a headache coming on. If Wayne were lost, who could tell what actions Zifa-sensei might take? Moshi Moshi. Moshi Moshi. This is Kizaru. Porcelino finally adopted a serious demeanor, retrieving a Den Mushi from his pocket. A direct line to Sengoku. This is Sengoku. What has happened to Porcelino? Sengoku inquired calmly, embodying the composure expected of a fleet admiral. Wayne is missing. Porcelino replied candidly and directly. What? Sengoku's exclamation echoed throughout Marineford. Porcelino felt a twinge of guilt. This was his fault. Search for him. Sengoku commanded, his voice resolute. I will dispatch 2 warships shortly. We must scour the entire New World to locate Wayne. We must see him alive or dead. Yes, Fleet Admiral. With a serious gaze, Porcelino declared, New World, Wayno Country, Onigashima, Navy, just wait. One day, I shall return to vanquish you all. Exhausted from the relentless assault by Zifa and Sakazuki, Kaido could bear no more. After 3 days and nights, he was utterly spent. I shall await the day. Though Zifa too was breathing heavily, his condition was undeniably better compared to the battered Kaido. Next time we meet, I will reduce you to ashes. Sakazuki stated coldly, subtly trembling as he placed his right hand behind his back. Kaido let out a fierce roar and flew away without looking back. Hearing his roar, the members of the Beast Pirates instinctively retreated, severing their entanglement with the Navy. After taking only a couple of steps, Zephyr suddenly felt a piercing pain. Ah! He clutched his chest and knelt partially. Teacher Zephyr, what is wrong? Sakazuki rushed forward to support him upon noticing Zephyr's discomfort. I don't know, Zephyr replied, rubbing his chest as he stood. Just now, there was a moment of sharp pain. It felt as if something extremely unfortunate has occurred. What is it? Sakazuki inquired, furrowing his brow, for he had not experienced such a sensation. I cannot pinpoint it. Zephyr replied, perplexed. However, my intuition is troubling. Sakazuki, I must return to Marineford. Sakazuki nodded, reassuring him, do not worry, teacher. I will handle the rest. He then summoned a warship, and Zephyr said nothing more, his mind focused solely on returning. Well, I shall spare you today, Navy. In the future, do not venture into the waters of the Wano country. Big Mom proclaimed ominously before departing on Zeus, having lost several of her children in this battle. She was eager to return and bear more. What a monster! Kazan marveled, realizing that even with the assistance of Admiral Tsuru, they had managed only an even match against Big Mom, the strongest woman in the world. Indeed, Kazan, gather the troops. It is time to return. The Big Eater pirates have also retreated, and our objectives have been accomplished. All right, everyone. Ensure the bodies and the wounded are secured and prepare to board for our return. Chapter 166, Blood Battle with the Golden Lion. End. Ha 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 ha. Carp exclaimed after exchanging a powerful blow with Whitebeard, observing the latter's apparent weakness, which left him feeling somewhat disinterested. Whitebeard, your body can no longer withstand this. Carp stated flatly. Indeed, but I have enough strength left to kill you. Whitebeard replied. Whitebeard spoke with a firm resolve, asserting that he must maintain his strength, otherwise, the hyenas of the sea would learn of his vulnerability, leading the Whitebeard pirates to face an unprecedented blow. Very well, I shall cease my efforts for now. Let us consider it as you having repelled me. Carp, pinching his nose, understood that Whitebeard was not inherently malevolent. He had merely succumbed to youthful impulsiveness and embraced a life of piracy, now unable to turn back, destined to lead a group of young ones onward. Indeed, in Carp's eyes, both Marco and Jozu were still mere children, sheltered under Whitebeard's protection, shouting hollow slogans, basking in his affection, yet ultimately nothing more than decorative figures. The children I educate shall not resemble those under Whitebeard's command. They are destined to become immensely powerful Marines. Carp stood aboard his dog-headed warship, gazing at the seemingly filial Whitebeard pirates, his lips curling in a slight grimace as he expressed his envy. This won't do. Carp muttered through clenched teeth, I must request an extended leave from Sengoku, to relish the affection of Ace and Luffy at home. He, lost in thought. Carp lowered his head. After several days and nights of battling Whitebeard, even Carp's robust physique had succumbed to exhaustion. The Marines aboard the warship exchanged knowing glances as they observed Carp asleep, proceeding with their tasks as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing him. The following day, as Carp entered Sengoku's office carrying 2 large bags of senbei, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Borsalino was absent, while Tsuru, Sengoku, and Kazan wore somber expressions. Zephyr bowed his head, trembling hands cradling a teapot. What is going on here? Carp scratched his head, puzzled. I heard that the Golden Lion was defeated by that young lad, Wayne, which is quite fortunate. By the way, where is that boy? Why haven't I seen him? Upon hearing Carp's inquiry, Zephyr's hands trembled even more violently. Sengoku's lips quivered as he quietly replied. In their final struggle, the Golden Lion knocked Wayne unconscious. But Wayne retaliated and obliterated the Golden Lion's head. Now, Wayne is missing. Carp blinked in surprise, his gaze filled with sympathy for Zephyr. The son he had just acquired had vanished once more. Zephyr, still looking down, failed to meet Carp's eyes, gently placing the teapot back down. His voice weary as he declared, I must set out immediately. I will surely find Wayne. Sengoku stroked his braided beard, his brow furrowed with concern as he questioned, Zephyr, you have just returned from a long journey. Are you certain you can manage this? Tsuru and Kazan joined in urging him. Zephyr, Borsalino is already monitoring the scene. Do not rush. Wayne must still be alive. Teacher, I assure you that Wayne will surely navigate through this perilous situation and return. The fleet commander has already dispatched 2 additional warships. Upon hearing Crane's assertion that Wayne is alive, Zephyr suddenly recalled something and addressed Sengoku, saying, Sengoku, may I have Wayne's life card from the archives? Sengoku hesitated unusually, glancing around uncertainly, at a loss for words. President, A sense of foreboding washed over Zephyr. Sengoku turned his gaze towards Admiral Crane, while Kazan subtly averted his eyes, not wishing to witness Zephyr's sorrowful expression. After Crane gave a slight nod, Sengoku extended a clenched fist towards Zephyr, with Garp leaning in with curiosity, equally intrigued about Wayne's current state of existence. With a slow, deliberate motion, Sengoku opened his hand, revealing a life card that was gradually engulfed in flames, resting ominously in his palm. This. Garp was left speechless, for the life card had diminished to a mere 1/5 of its original size, implying Wayne now finds himself in a precarious situation. What? I must set off immediately. Zephyr hastily snatched the life card from Sengoku's hands and rushed out. Kobe, filled with concern, remarked, Sengoku, do you think Wayne will be all right? Sengoku let out a deep breath and said, let fate decide. I have instructed someone to deliver Wayne's life card to Borsalino as swiftly as possible. May Borsalino find Wayne in time. In the New World, the nameless foolish Sea King dragged Wayne into a realm where light and darkness intertwined. This space was small, yet both the dark matter and the light emanated a formidable presence, akin to the dominance of superior beings over their inferiors. Roar? At that moment, the foolish Sea King noticed a tiny figure clinging to its tail. The dark matter then discerned the lifeless Wayne dangling from the Sea King's tail, transforming into a terrifying visage with sharp teeth, no nose, and a pair of piercing white eyes. Roar! The dark matter let out a furious roar at the Sea King, causing the bewildered creature to panic. With a swift flick of its tail, it hurled the unconscious Wayne away, fleeing without a glance back. This small area, no larger than an average school playground, was suddenly disrupted by Wayne's unexpected arrival, shattering the standoff between the two forces. The dark matter began to converge, swiftly morphing into a black, line-filled entity that rapidly penetrated Wayne's body. Suddenly, the expression on Wayne's face transformed into one of tranquility. At that moment, the life card in Zephyr's hand ceased its burning. Excellent. Observing this as he gracefully glided through the air, Zephyr let out a sigh of relief before gathering his strength to accelerate forward. He witnessed a dark, enigmatic substance entering Wayne's body, and within the luminous glow, this black matter was incessantly mending Wayne's form, yet it was also poised to devour Wayne's soul, intending to turn him into its puppet. Alas, this beam of light sighed softly, murmuring, I shall lend a helping hand, but I hope you do not resist like a great river. Upon finishing, the beam of light plunged into Wayne's body, engaging in a struggle with the dark substance. Venom, I shall not permit you to commit indiscriminate slaughter. Cursed be it. Zero, had I known, I would not have corroded you back then. How infuriating. Just wait. Chapter 167. This. Wayne abruptly opened his left eye, sitting up straight with a wicked grin as he extended his left hand, enveloped by a mass of black, viscous matter that expanded, hardened, and morphed into a sharp claw. Meanwhile, his right eye emanated a gentle glow, and with a snap of his fingers, a warm radiance manifested at his fingertips. Such formidable physical prowess. Both Venom and Zero exclaimed in unison. How could it be you scoundrel? What's wrong? Is it quite delightful that my interference has thwarted your plans, Venom? Wayne retorted with two completely contrasting phrases. Damn it, Venom seethed, it's all your fault. I had already shed the symbiotic form, and had it not been for your incessant pursuit, I would not have devolved to this state. Now, Venom had fully merged with Wayne. Unless Wayne perished, Venom would remain attached to him. Had you not covetously desired my form, would I have engaged in this prolonged struggle with you? Zero, equally exasperated, reflected on his noble quest for universal peace, only to be ensnared by Venom, leading to an indeterminate struggle that ended on this diminutive island, leaving him severely drained. Venom had reverted to his primal symbiotic state, now existing as a mere orb of light. With their fates intertwined, Venom and Wayne had become one, akin to the bond between Zeta and Hikari. After all, Zero had been reduced to a mere glimmer. As Venom and Zero exchanged barbs, Wayne's consciousness gradually awakened. Wait, no. He was roused by the commotion. TMD, who is it? Vane felt a slight ache in his head. Just as he was about to massage his temples with his left hand, a sharp black claw caught his eye. He paused, gazing at his left paw, wondering if he was experiencing a hallucination. Thus, he decided to use his right hand instead. What on earth is this? Vane gazed at the luminous sphere in his right hand, his expression slowly becoming vacant. Ha ha ha, young one, this is the power of the symbiote. A haughty voice echoed in Vane's mind. Symbiote. Wayne carefully sensed his body, finding no anomalies. Where have you coexisted? When found himself somewhat perplexed. Allow me to enlighten you. He has symbiotically merged with your psyche, emerging as a formidable symbiote capable of contending equally with me. His venom possesses a certain degree of utility. Ah, so this mental symbiosis, is venom truly that formidable? Wayne felt as though the comics from his previous life were all in vain. Suddenly, he realized something. Why were there other voices resonating in his mind? Who might you be? Veen cautiously inquired. I am Zero Ultraman. From the M78 Nebula, I am Zero Ultraman. Another voice declared with great pride. Ultraman, symbiotic being? When found himself in a perplexing situation, it seemed that his body had been misused during his unconsciousness. Ultraman. Venom cursed Sero within one's consciousness, evidently furious at Sero for his current state. You wretched symbiote, utterly despicable. I could just annihilate you. Sero's psychic prowess surpassed that of Venom slightly, as he manifested a small psychic spike and jabbed it sharply into Venom. Damn you, Sero, are you seeking death? Venom's psychic energy transformed into a monstrous creature brimming with tendrils, lunging at Sero to engage in combat. Sero conjured a small lightsaber and thrust it at Venom. Sero, I shall fight you to the end. The two entities were locked in a fierce struggle within the ocean of one's consciousness. This one. The subject appeared somewhat taken aback. Wait, hold on. Before you rush into a conflict, could you both elucidate why you have manifested in my mind? One felt a slight headache. After a few minutes, Wayne has grasped the origins, developments, and outcomes of the matter at hand. In simpler terms, Venom sought to consume Sero, only to find Sero's strength unexpectedly formidable. Their battle raged on until they reached this point, where true flames of conflict ignited, revealing that both were utterly exhausted. Ultimately, they encountered me and, out of necessity, fused into one. Wayne concluded and then posed a question to the two figures in his mind. Right? Indeed. Venom and Scylla nodded in agreement. Siwen exhaled, brushed off his trousers, and prepared to survey his surroundings. Wayne suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed as though his physical prowess had inexplicably heightened slightly. Venom, Sero, what are you up to? Do you dare to challenge me? What is the matter? Vane gently pinched his arm, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, why do I feel as though my body is growing stronger? Needless to say, with me around, it would be impossible for you not to grow stronger. There is indeed a reason for this. Ignoring the venomous remarks, Wayne inquired of Sero, do you understand why? Naturally, I am far superior to that mere parasite, Sero proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Who are you calling a parasite? Sero the rabbit. Nonsense. Parasite. Sero the rabbit. Parasite. Sero the rabbit. Parasite. This. Observing the two bickering once more, Wayne felt a throbbing headache. Wait. Wayne's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. How is it that you are speaking within my consciousness? The two individuals halted, astonished, and inquired of Wayne. Indeed, it appears I have caught sight of you. One also came to his senses and remarked, the one resembling a tentacled creature must be Venom, while the luminescent entity is certainly Sero. Nonsense. I am not a tentacled creature. You do possess an eye for detail. Did you hear that? Tentacled creature. Begone. All right. Vane hurriedly intervened to halt their verbal sparring and inquired of Sero. Sero, you just mentioned that you know the reason. What is it? Sero, with his head bowed slightly, summarized, our life forms possess a life level that surpasses yours, do they not? Vane pondered for a moment, acknowledging that both Sero and Venom indeed held a higher life level than himself. He continued, due to various circumstances, the three of us can now be considered as one entity. Sero then added, though I hesitate to admit it, the life level of the parasite also exceeds yours. Very well, Vane nodded. Therefore, to establish equilibrium, we shall gradually elevate your life level until it aligns with ours. Your body is currently growing by absorbing cosmic energy. Indeed. Sero affirmed, your body and spirit are on the brink of exponential growth. Parasite. Sero, you are speaking nonsense. Utter rubbish. Chapter 168. Enough. Hey. All right, enough. Stop the noise. Wine, slightly troubled by a headache, halted the two rascals who were bickering incessantly. Venom, aside from squabbling. What else can you possibly do to deal with Sero? Vane inquired, what now? I have no means to deal with the rabbit, Venom replied, his voice laced with exasperation. And what about you, Sero? At this moment, I too find myself utterly powerless against this parasite, Sero retorted with a disdainful snort. You scoundrel! Who are you calling a parasite? It's rabbit. You're the real rabbit, you filthy parasite. Damn you. Utter nonsense. Observing the two individuals who swiftly resorted to insults at the slightest disagreement, Vane scratched his head, realizing that he might be in for quite a challenge ahead. Wine gently patted his belly and realized he was neither hungry nor thirsty. Thus, he settled into a cross-legged position and discovered that his fruit ability seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation. Crack! Vane snapped her fingers, and a vast barrier materialized before her eyes. Nothing seemed to change. Vane stroked his chin thoughtfully, then pressed his hand against the barrier he had just conjured. Bang! 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 Vane knocked again, realizing that his mental barrier remained as it had always been. Damn it! Venom, you scoundrel! The cacophony in his mind persisted, and Vane felt a growing sense of impatience. Enough! Wayne roared in fury within his mind, instinctively conjuring a barrier that ensnared both Venom and Zero. Thud, thud, thud! These two captives pounded desperately against the confines of the barrier, appearing utterly incapable of escape. Oh! Wine came to his senses and carefully attuned himself to his fruit abilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that his powers could now extend to his mental consciousness. Indeed, Wayne recalled the duo he had confined and promptly released his control. Wayne, what is this thing? I could sense nothing just now. Both Venom and Zero inquired simultaneously. Is that so? Upon hearing Zero express his inability to sense anything, Wayne felt a flicker of joy within him. From now on, engaging in some mischievous activities would be assured. Hey, I'm talking to you. Wayne, what are you thinking about? Observing Wayne suddenly laughing as if unhinged, Venom and Zero grew anxious, eager to uncover the recent events. Oh, well, that's rather difficult to articulate. Wayne scratched his backside and confessed, my ability is, for the sake of future camaraderie, I shall divulge a plethora of information regarding the factions, combat prowess, martial arts, swordsmanship, and the devil fruits within the world of One Piece to Venom and Zero. Is that so? Venom excitedly waved his tendrils in Wayne's mind, declaring, I desire to feast on flesh. The more, the better. You cannot consume humans. Upon hearing Venom's words, Wayne appeared to recollect something, issuing a warning. Rest assured. Venom waved his tendrils dismissively. Humans hold insufficient nutritional value. It is the Sea Kings that constitute the true delicacies. If I could feast upon a legendary Sea King, then, As he spoke, Venom drifted into a reverie. Realizing that this was the first time he had encountered such colossal native creatures on this vast planet. Suddenly, Zero interjected, Wayne. What is it? Wayne inquired. The consciousness of your planet exhibits a profound sense of concern for its future, and its foundations are robust enough to have nurtured such beings as the Sea Kings. Furthermore, I believe I am beginning to understand what these devil fruits truly are. Oh, Wayne asked with curiosity, is our planet truly remarkable? Indeed it is. Even in the Kingdom of Light, records of such creatures are rare. Typically, planets merely cultivate monsters. It is extraordinary that your world has produced these colossal beings confined to the sea. There must be a reason for it. Why? Wayne pressed. Zero elaborated. This brings us to your so-called devil fruits. There exist two peculiar races in the universe that are fond of planting trees, as documented in the Kingdom of Light. Wayne felt as though he was beginning to grasp something significant. Precisely, Zero affirmed, the devil fruits are creations of the deep-sea demon clan. Then, why have I never heard of such deep-sea demons? Vane scratched his backside, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. They had been utterly annihilated. Why? He inquired, with Venom falling silent, curious yet lacking the scholarly depth of Zero. Because of their devil fruit tree, Zero replied, noticing Venom's attentive ear, raising his voice slightly. The devil fruit tree? Indeed. The deep-sea demons are the sovereigns of the ocean, reputed to be invincible in maritime combat. However, once they set foot on land, their powers diminished significantly. To counter this, they extracted the sacred tree technology from the Tsutsuki clan at great cost, transforming it into their unique devil fruit tree. But the devil fruit users fear water. Precisely. This is a countermeasure by the deep-sea demons. The devil fruit merely serves to produce soldiers suited for terrestrial warfare. Then why were the deep-sea demons eradicated? What of the Tsutsuki clan? The Tsutsuki clan merely cast a wide net to gather resources, absorbing the sacred tree's fruits. Their planet remained largely unaffected, enduring only a temporary lapse in power. The situation is different for the deep-sea demons. Their devil fruit tree forms a symbiotic relationship with the planet. If the deep-sea demons were to extract the devil fruit tree, it would lead to the planet's explosion. After the deep-sea demons had obliterated countless planets, they were ultimately vanquished under the leadership of the Ultraman clan. But what is it? Your fruit's abilities far surpass those recorded in the Kingdom of Light. It must be the Mother Tree. The Mother Tree? Indeed, it is the first of the Devil Fruit trees. Its users were the most formidable adversaries during the Great War. While ordinary users have limits, those of the Mother Tree do not, being nearly flawless save for their aversion to water. No wonder the Mother Tree is elusive. It must be here. And the Sea Kings? The Sea Kings were bred in response to the returning deep-sea demons. Your planet's consciousness, unaware that the deep-sea demons were no more, seized the opportunity to cultivate these biological weapons in abundance as a precaution. I see. Wayne felt a slight dizziness as he contemplated the unexpected history of the Devil Fruits. It turned out that their powers were merely possessed by the subordinates of the deep-sea demon clan. I need to gather my thoughts. Wayne stroked his chin and remarked. Chapter 169, The Arrival of Zephyr. Suddenly, a wave of disdain washed over him. Vane suddenly inquired why. Indeed, your abilities serve as a formidable advantage. Venom and Zero questioned in bewilderment. Its weakness is exceedingly lethal. It falters in the presence of seawater. Although I can envelop myself in a barrier, there are still moments when carelessness may prevail. When spoke in a monotone, given my current physical condition, I am already capable. Both Zero and Venom nodded in unison, acknowledging the undeniable truth that the humans of this planet possess extraordinary physical prowess. Indeed, their strength surpasses that of many cosmic races who find themselves unable to compete with them. By the way, why have you not ventured into the cosmos? Venom inquired, waving his tendrils. We still require air. One pondered for a moment before responding. Ah, I see. In Wayne's mind, tranquility had settled, and the two were left pondering the cause of this stillness. Was it the air? A being capable of shattering an island with a mere wave of its arm would have one believe that without air, existence ceases. However, our symbiotic entities have long transcended the need for air, even those lesser in power than yourselves. Our ultra race is no different. By the way, can you grow to a colossal size? There are giants, yet no ability to enlarge. Wayne shook his head and then inquired of Zero, what is it? Curious. Wayne inquired about the small orb of light that danced in his mind, to which Zero suddenly exclaimed, I believe I've figured it out. Enlightenment washed over him. You've come to an understanding again? Venom scoffed, clearly irked by Zero's presence. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Zero formed a gesture of international goodwill with light directed at Venom, disregarding his reaction, and continued, your planet has indeed invested significantly in defending against the deep-sea demons, even sacrificing your potential to ascend as a cosmic race to cultivate the aquatic monarchs. It's truly astonishing. Zero was equally taken aback by the extravagant measures taken by this planet. What enmity could be so profound against the deep-sea demons that humanity's ability to grow in stature was stripped away for the benefit of the aquatic beings? This has led to the emergence of terrifying creatures, measuring thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of meters. Indeed, Wayne, your planet is quite formidable, Venom admitted, surprised, as their own symbiotic world had never resorted to such extremes. At most, they would parasitize other planets to drain them. Who could have imagined? Vane shrugged, feeling that pondering such matters was futile. The aquatic monarch had emerged, and humanity was now inextricably bound to air. Indeed, Venom reassured, rest assured. My life force and that of the Rabbit Knight will gradually elevate your vitality until they are indistinguishable. When the time comes for our fusion, we shall witness unforeseen transformations. This time, Zero paid little heed to Venom's words. Instead, he nodded in agreement, for he too was reliant on Vane. Moreover, he was aware of Vane's vocation as a guardian of justice within the Navy, which fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. Ultimately, the bond they shared was inextricable. Fear not, the three of us shall be formidable when we unite. I once mentored two individuals, and they ultimately vanquished a particularly powerful foe. Zero, concerned that Vane might waver in confidence, emphasized, they were merely a duo, while we are a trio. Very well, Vane conceded. Vane found himself in a predicament, acutely aware that without Venom and Zero, he would have long met his demise. It is better to endure a wretched existence than to succumb to death. By the way, since you have merged with me, what of your abilities? Are they accessible to me? Wayne posed a question that he yearned to know the answer to. Certainly, there is no issue. After all, it is powered by your own physical strength. Venom and Zero nonchalantly remarked that Wayne's current consciousness could be exchanged, and in due time, they too could utilize it. Presently, Wayne is akin to an individual suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Oh, Wayne extended his left hand, and with a mere thought, countless dark substances clung to it, transforming into blades, then size, and at times morphing into long spears. Quite impressive. Bean smacked his lips and inquired, "Sero, how do you harness your abilities? Please share." A luminous glow emanated from Wayne's chest, and then a pair of colorful, thick-rimmed glasses materialized before him. Wayne reached out to grasp the colorful glasses, then lowered his head to examine the transformation device resting in his palm. "Is this truly the key?" Wayne waved his colorful glasses and inquired, "What is the matter? Surely, you do not wish to forego your transformation?" Sero felt a twinge of displeasure. Was he truly being dismissed so easily? Not at all. Wayne fixed his gaze upon the glasses and remarked, "We are, after all, one entity now. Would it not be more straightforward to transform directly? Surely, one need not chant a slogan at the moment of transformation." "This is merely for the sake of convenience," Wayne added. "By the way, how did you come to know about the necessity of a slogan?" "Of course, one could forego it," Sero replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. "And no, it's nothing," Wayne stammered, feeling a bit guilty. All right, let it be the glasses then." "That's good to hear." Sero displayed no sense of embarrassment regarding his transformation device, but instead nodded with pride, affirming Wayne's discernment. He chuckled softly. Wayne forced a smile, his lips stretching thin. Thump, thump, thump. One heard a sudden commotion from the distant sea, followed by a thunderous roar. A massive wave surged forth as a colossal sea creature, measuring 3,000 meters, obliterated a man's skull. Astonishing. What exquisite flesh and blood. Witnessing such a spectacle, Sero was momentarily taken aback. A towering figure of 3 meters had just dispatched a creature of extraordinary size with a single blow. This immense display of power left even one as seasoned as Sero in awe, particularly as he himself stood at a mere 50 meters. Venom, in his simplicity, was stirred. The fresh blood of the sea creature ignited his usual sensitivity to flesh. When. Venom frantically clamored within one's mind. "What is it now?" Wayne, with an impatient gesture, dug into his ear and exclaimed, "What do you want?" "I crave for seafood." Yes. "I desire it with fervor." The voice of Venom clamored wildly within Wayne's mind. I understand. Wayne, with a sense of resignation, remarked that he was compelled to fulfill the desires of a certain symbiotic entity while also appeasing his own hunger. Wayne directly enveloped himself in a thin barrier film, preparing to venture into the sea to retrieve the Sea King species. Zifa, who had just defeated a Sea King with his bare hands, seemed to have recognized Wayne's intention and swiftly seized a Sea King, executing a shoulder throw. My goodness, this elderly man with purple hair is remarkably fierce. That is my father, former Admiral of the Navy and current Chief Instructor of the Navy Elite Training Camp, Zifa. Hearing their exclamations, Wayne proudly declared. Chapter 170. Introduction. Wayne and Sero gazed as Zephyr approached slowly. "Father, how did you manage to find me?" Vane approached, her voice brimming with surprise. "Look at this." Zephyr, with a grim expression, extended his tightly clenched hand. As his palm gradually unfurled, a life card, with only a single corner remaining, materialized in the center of his hand. This. Wayne awkwardly scratched his backside, lowering his head to avoid meeting Zephyr's gaze. Venom remained silent, seemingly gripped by an inexplicable fear of Zephyr. Perhaps the recent incident, where Zephyr had decisively smashed the head of a Sea King, had left him with a psychological scar. Sero, however, was quite understanding. Had it been his father, Sejan, he would likely have received a loving slap instead. Wayne lowered his head, consumed by his own thoughts, believing that the Golden Lion could not breach his defenses, which led to his arrogance. To everyone's astonishment, although Zephyr appeared somewhat weakened, he still raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Wayne's hair. "Do not act so recklessly next time," he admonished, his tone imbued with a mixture of reproach, apprehension, blame, and a final touch of self-reproach. As for Sengoku, a cold chuckle escaped Zephyr's lips. "Rest assured, Wayne, I shall ensure justice is served and flatten that old curmudgeon's head." This. Wayne cautiously lifted his head and inquired, "Father, did you not also agree at that time?" With a swift motion, Zephyr delivered a sharp slap to the back of Wayne's head, expressing his displeasure. "Is it not permissible for me to have regrets? Furthermore, I am here to seek justice on your behalf." Wayne gently touched the back of his head, a hint of a grin playing on his lips. Zephyr had certainly exerted considerable force just now. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Zephyr's mind as he calmed down. He recalled that your life card was burning at an astonishing rate, and despite my frantic rush to reach you, I discovered midway that your life card had abruptly ceased to burn, as if you had miraculously regained your vitality. Moreover, Zephyr scrutinized Wine with a puzzled expression and inquired, "How is it that you bear no injuries, neither internally nor externally? It baffles me. Pray tell, did the Golden Lion truly fail to inflict any pain upon you?" Wayne's eye twitched momentarily, a detail that did not escape Zephyr's notice. To be frank, Zephyr's heightened tone suggested that Wayne had encountered something sinister this time. What should be done? Within his heart, Wayne pondered, "Heh, it matters not. I fear no one. I, too, am a guardian of cosmic peace, the luminous giant. Unlike some parasitic beings, with their sinister visages." Nonsense, such hypocrisy. Away with you, parasite. When I uphold justice, you were still oblivious to your own existence. You were nearly bested by me. Begone. Hey, I've spoken, Wayne said with a hint of exasperation. Fine. All right. Both fell silent, evidently concerned about the unfolding situation. If Zephyr insisted on preventing them from merging with Wayne, things could become quite awkward. Strangely, Wayne was suddenly struck by an odd sensation, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. Cough, cough, cough. Wayne shook his head, contemplating his words before addressing Zephyr. "Two extraterrestrials have inexplicably entered my body, coexisting with me, binding my fate while inadvertently enhancing my strength." Oh? Zephyr raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Might I summon them for an introduction? After a moment's reflection, he reasoned that since separation was no longer an option, it would be prudent to meet them now, especially if they were cunning malefactors. Zephyr speculated that Vegapunk might appreciate having two extraterrestrial beings on his experimental platform. With his intellect, perhaps he could devise a solution. Very well. Wayne nodded and then spoke in his mind. "You two, step forward. Ciro. Shortly, I will conjure a barrier entity for you to inhabit with your consciousness. Venom, if you can emerge, then please do so." "All right. No problem." A surge of black substance emerged from Wayne's back, coalescing into the visage of a demon with a white eye and a dark body. Venom leaned closer, cautiously regarding Zephyr with keen vigilance. To the left of Wine, a humanoid barrier emerged, with Ciro's consciousness now at the helm. "Greetings, I am Ciro, a unified Ultraman with Wine." Ciro felt somewhat awkward. By all accounts, Zifa was regarded as his elder. "Ultraman?" Zifa inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What is the purpose of your kind?" "To uphold peace and justice throughout the universe," Ciro declared with pride. "Ah, rather simplistic in thought and somewhat arrogant. Yet likely formidable in strength and decent in character," Zifa mused quietly, forming a mental image of Ciro. "And you?" Zifa's gaze shifted warily toward Venom, instinctively sensing a sinister aura emanating from him. "I am a symbiote. To put it plainly, without Wine, I would cease to exist. Whether you choose to believe it or not, without me, Wine would be gravely diminished. I shall do my utmost to assist him." Venom adopted a nonchalant demeanor, displaying an air of indifference. He spoke the truth. Without him, Wine's heart would be irrevocably shattered, and given their current mental symbiosis, with Wine as the host, he would not survive without him. "What?" Zifa's expression darkened. It was inconceivable for him to trust Venom based solely on his words. Yet he was reluctant to test the waters. The stakes were too high, for Wine was his sole hope. "Believe it or not, I shall find a way to eliminate you. Worst case, we perish together. Believe it or not, I will have someone end your life. Together we shall meet our demise. Believe it or not, I shall use the power of the devil fruit to kill you. One shall die." Zifa found himself at a loss for words. Caught in a bind, for Venom had him firmly in his grasp. Zifa sat down cross-legged, simmering in silent frustration. Wine couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. At that moment, Venom shamelessly leaned in and suggested, "Wine, that sea creature is starting to smell. Shall we feast upon it? But we have no fire. How shall we eat?" Wayne expressed his disdain, stating that he was not hungry at the moment and had no desire to eat, especially since he would be leaving shortly, deeming it unnecessary. "Shall I indulge then?" Very well, very well." Vane nodded and hurried over to converse with Zephyr, leaving Venom to drool over the Sea King. It was imperative to appease his master, otherwise he would bear the consequences later. Moreover, this time it was indeed his fault. His excessive confidence nearly led to his own demise. Chapter 171. Returning home. Such recklessness cannot persist. If anything were to happen to you, how shall I manage in the future? After a lengthy effort to placate him, Zephyr finally began to cool down. Sigh. Wayne wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, realizing that his father had become increasingly verbose. By the way, what do you need to see King Class for? Zephyr walked over to a nearby tree, retrieving his freshly dried garments and shaking them out before donning them. It's for Venom, who needs to eat. I must admit, I am a bit peckish myself. Oh? When suddenly touched his abdomen, sensing that he no longer felt hungry, not even a trace of it. Wayne pinched his own hand, realizing that his physical form appeared to have grown somewhat stronger. Venom? Scylla? Poison? Goodness. Just as Wayne intended to turn around and inquire of Venom and Zero about the situation, he glanced back only to find that the once vibrant sea creature now lay reduced to nothing but skin and a heap of bones. Standing beside Venom was Zero, whose expression was one of profound existential doubt. Have you finished? Ven, taken aback, inquired. What nonsense? Venom extended a tendril, transforming it into a sharp spike to clean its teeth. Do you not feel as though you have grown stronger? Venom cast a sidelong glance at Ven, just as Zephyr, now dressed, curiously approached to listen. Come on, we share a profound symbiosis, after all. The strength I absorb from the Sea King's flesh will undoubtedly be reciprocated to you. Venom expressed with a hint of exasperation, determined to enhance Ven's power regardless. While Ven may not fully grasp the implications of this transformation, it was likely that he too would follow suit. Is that so? When scratched his backside, initially believing that Venom was of little use. However, he soon realized the true purpose of Venom. In his mind, Zero represented a surge of power, while Venom symbolized a means of enhancement. This encapsulated the current impressions of Zero and Venom in Wen's thoughts. Not bad, not bad. You've finally accomplished something worthwhile, Zephyr remarked with a nod, his tone indifferent. Clearly, the old man still harbored some resentment from Venom's earlier confrontation with him, especially given Venom's villainous demeanor. Zephyr found it increasingly difficult to avoid targeting him. You. Venom's large mouth was firmly restrained by Zero, and it seemed that these two were simply incompatible. Venom felt a strong urge to eliminate Zephyr, but both Zero and one would undoubtedly oppose such an action. Venom, feeling somewhat disgruntled, had no choice but to retreat with a huff. Zero patted his head, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, and informed Wen that he was also heading back. Let us return home, Wen. Everyone is quite worried about you. They all thought you were dead. This. Vane gazed at Zephyr with a pair of lifeless eyes, as if to say, your son is in this state. And yet you still stand there, making light of the situation. Ahem. Sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, Zephyr cleared his throat twice and calmly replied, let us proceed. We shall fly over. Vane, Since the old man has spoken, I must comply. The roar of an aircraft filled the air as it soared directly towards the naval headquarters, in the flower country of the West Sea. The underground editorial department of the Dawn Daily, after publishing an article on the relationship between the Navy, pirates, the world government, and the people. The entire ocean resembled a volcano, gradually accumulating a force known as democracy. Your Excellency, the personal secretary of Dracul hurriedly approached, clutching a stack of documents. Breathless as he spoke, the CP organization of the world government has requested us to launch yet another campaign against the Dawn Daily. Here we go again. Dracul muttered with a hint of disdain. As the leader predicted, the world government is indeed anxious. What shall we do? This is the third time, the secretary inquired, holding the documents tightly. Perhaps we could scour the prison for death row inmates and drag a few out to deal with this? Dracul rubbed his forehead, resigned. Very well. I shall prepare. The secretary bowed slightly and departed. Once alone, Dracul meticulously surveyed his surroundings with his observation hockey. Then, he discreetly retrieved a den mushy from a hidden compartment. Hello, is this Dr. Clover? It is I, the second in command. Good, the time has come. The spark of revolution has begun to spread. Let us disseminate the Revolutionary Army's declaration, Dracul proclaimed fervently. When Vane had presented this revolutionary declaration to him, Dracul was astounded by the array of policies and proclamations contained within. Splendid. The leader's declaration is truly the only salvation for this world, Dr. Clover exclaimed passionately. To speak candidly, every member of the Revolutionary Army who had perused this declaration was utterly captivated by Vane's grand vision. It is our fortune to follow such a hero, Dracul asserted resolutely. Indeed, indeed, Dr. Clover nodded vigorously from the other end of the den mushy, then spoke with solemnity, there exists a phantom upon the seas. Upon hearing this, Dracul instinctively straightened his posture and declared with gravity, let the world government tremble before us. For the revolution. For victory. With their fervent cries echoing, this brief conversation came to an end. Bzzz. as the vast ocean stretched out. An albatross seaplane soared through the skies. It was none other than Vane and Zephyr. "Hello, old man." Vane turned to Zephyr, who was seated in the cabin, and said, "We are nearing our destination. Shall we pay Mr. Zhanghua a visit shortly?" Zephyr nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, we must see Zhanghua. I still have matters to settle with him." "Ah, very well," Vane responded. Wayne forced a smile, then turned around just in time to see 5 dragons soaring on their way to the naval headquarters. Were those the troublesome youths? Wayne pointed ahead and said, "Father, may I deal with them?" "Rest assured." Zephyr waved his hand grandly and declared, "Go ahead and do it. If anything happens, I shall bear the consequences." "It is not so," Vane remarked. "I simply find them displeasing and enjoy toying with them." "Very well," Zephyr replied nonchalantly before closing his eyes to meditate. Splendid." With a playful grin, Wayne accelerated directly towards the several flying dragons. "Hey, Wayne," Venom inquired curiously, "who are those individuals?" "Indeed," Ciro added, somewhat perplexed. "It seems you and Elder Zephyr harbor no fondness for them." "Those?" Wayne scoffed, "Merely a band of reckless miscreants, devoid of decorum." Chapter 172. "Teasing very well," Ciro mused. Noting Wayne's displeasure, "It seems that those dragons must have done something to irritate both you and Elder Zephyr. In my opinion, we should simply eliminate those ruffians," Venom suggested, waving his diminutive tendrils. "That is out of the question." Vane gazed at the colossal dragon ahead and remarked, "After all, we are colleagues. Moreover, to the celestial dragons, they are indeed precious gems." Ciro and Venom fell into contemplation, clearly struggling to comprehend the rather distorted system governing the pirate world. One championed love and justice, while the other upheld the principle of survival of the fittest. This intricate framework remained somewhat perplexing to them at present. "Hey, Fire Dragon," inquired a resplendent silver dragon, leading the flight, as it glanced back at the Fire Dragon, who was keeping its head low. "Is that Admiral Borsellino truly as formidable as they say?" "Indeed, Silver Dragon." The Fire Dragon replied, retracting its neck, a hint of trepidation in its voice. "His speed is unparalleled. He nearly incapacitated Bondi Wardo in an instant." As it spoke, the remnants of fear lingered in the Fire Dragon's eyes. The 3 of them could only manage a stalemate against Wardo. Meanwhile, that terrifying man could render Wardo utterly helpless with just a flick of his finger. "Very well," the Silver Dragon observed the Fire Dragon's apprehension and, after a brief moment of reflection, addressed the Golden Dragon beside it. "It seems the Navy's strength has become extraordinary. When we arrive, be cautious and do not act impulsively." The Silver Dragon's tone was gentle, reminiscent of a soft-spoken lady. "I understand," the Golden Dragon replied impatiently. "The Navy is merely a subordinate of the world government. We are the guardians of the celestial dragons, and when the Navy sees us, they ought to retreat in fear." The Silver Dragon furrowed its brow. It was a rare calm type of dragon, aware that the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits could, to some extent, influence their users. Strong mythical Zoan-type fruits, like the dragon fruit, had an even more pronounced effect. In the new generation of dragon guards, many had succumbed to the overwhelming nature of the dragon fruit, becoming arrogant, conceited, and lecherous, akin to dragons themselves. Sai the Silver Dragon realized that even the strongest among the new generation, the Golden Dragon, had not entirely escaped the fruit's influence. Perhaps the Navy was not as formidable as the rumors suggested. Observing the overly confident Golden Dragon, the Silver Dragon suddenly entertained the notion that the Navy was not so daunting after all. Wait, the Silver Dragon shook its head, recognizing that it, too, had not completely suppressed the influence of the devil fruit. Zoan and Logia types affected their users, while only Paramecia types remained unaffected or had less pronounced effects. Perhaps my own strength is inadequate. The Silver Dragon felt a pang of distress, recalling that members of the previous generation of dragon guards from Mariewa possessed immense power and unwavering resolve, impervious to the effects of the devil fruits. Sai the Silver Dragon found its thoughts wandering, while the Fire Dragon, Poison Dragon, and Ice Dragon trailed behind, appearing somewhat listless. As the Golden Dragon soared boldly at the front, buzzing suddenly, the roar of an aircraft broke the air as a high-speed light green plane hurtled towards them, barreling straight ahead. "Goodness! Move aside!" exclaimed the Silver Dragon, alarmed. "What the devil? Scoundrel!" After a flurry of curses, they narrowly evaded the barrier aircraft. "Ha ha ha!" Vane peered out, observing the disheveled dragons trailing behind the aircraft. With their observation haki and Conqueror's haki rendered ineffective, they truly deserved their plight. After Vane gestured an international sign of friendship towards them, he departed with a flourish. How infuriating! You insignificant insect! I shall end your existence. The golden dragon spat a stream of golden breath towards the direction of the aircraft. Realizing he could not reach it, the golden dragon, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Let us go?" He was dressed in a naval uniform, heading to the naval headquarters to settle the score with them. The three little ones exchanged glances, and then the fire dragon approached hesitantly. The fire dragon said, unsure, "Golden dragon, perhaps we should just endure this. We cannot defeat this foe. By the way, it is the nature of dragons to bully the weak and fear the strong." Slap. What? The golden dragon struck the fire dragon's face, leaving 5 claw marks across it. "You disgraceful fool, bringing shame upon the world government." With a cold snort, the golden dragon accelerated towards the naval headquarters, with the silver dragon hastily following suit. The remaining 3 dragons paused momentarily before also hastening to catch up. Upon their arrival at Sengoku's office, they found Vane savoring a cup of tea with great care. "Humph. It's you scoundrel. Why did you collide with us just now?" As soon as he entered, the irate golden dragon pointed an accusatory finger at Vane's nose. "Scoundrel, I intended to devour him." "Humph. Who does he think he is?" Wayne had yet to utter a word. Yet the images of Ciro and Venom in his mind were already in a frenzy. Wayne had just enlightened them about the nature of the Dragon Guard, thus instilling a profound disdain for the golden dragon within them. "Just wait and see how I will deal with them," he declared, soothing them momentarily before slowly lighting a cigarette. His strength had significantly evolved. He was now akin to an emperor of the seas, and even a confrontation with him could result in a stalemate. However, Ciro had mentioned that his rate of power growth would soon decelerate. In the office, Sengoku and his associates were infuriated by the reckless demeanor of the golden dragon, yet due to their positions, they refrained from expressing their anger openly, instead fixing their gazes intensely upon the group. Garp was animatedly signaling Wayne, hoping he would take action to teach them a lesson. Wayne calmly remarked, "Youngster, do not point your finger at me. What is the matter? Are you bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it?" Jean Long, with arms crossed, disdainfully retorted, "Is this the pillar of the Navy?" "Humph." The tone of Jean Long irked Wayne. He harbored resentment towards the Dragon Guard, who had once spoken disrespectfully to Zephyr and the others. Thud. Whoosh. 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 Wayne turned his foot sideways and then gently stepped down. The flying wooden spikes shot directly toward the foreheads of the Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, and Poison Dragon. "This is not good." The Silver Dragon reacted swiftly, transforming one of its hands into a gleaming silver sword, effortlessly deflecting 3 of the wooden spikes. "Is this behavior not a bit excessive, my lord?" the Silver Dragon inquired, arms crossed behind its back. The Golden Dragon began to emit smoke from its mouth, as if contemplating something. "Ha ha." Wayne stood up, patted his shoulders, and with a cigarette perched between his lips, said to Jean Long, "Look at you, nearly costing 3 lives with just a few careless words." Jean Long's eyes widened, and just as he was about to charge forward, Yin Long restrained him. The other party was clearly intent on causing trouble. They could not fall into their trap. "Mr. Wayne." Yin Long, an elegant silver-haired intellectual beauty, stepped forward gracefully and inquired, "May I ask you a few questions?" "Oh, it seems there is someone here who understands," came the response. Vane took a deep drag of smoke and exhaled it onto the face of the Fire Dragon, saying, "Go ahead, ask your question." Chapter 173, The Wrath of the Golden Dragon. "You." The Fire Dragon's eyes widened in fury, filled with rage. "What did you say?" Vane cast a sidelong glance at him, and a translucent barrier enveloped the Fire Dragon. The dragon stood motionless, appearing as though it were intimidated by Vane's presence. Too afraid to move. TCH. Wayne curled his lips in disdain, remarking on the lack of strength amidst the fondness for pricking. "Mr. Wayne," Miss Silver Dragon exclaimed, her irritation evident, "we have numerous inquiries we wish to pose to you." "Very well." Wayne, holding a cigarette in his right hand, reclined and said, "Let us discuss this. Firstly, your Navy did not come to receive us. After all, we are departments of equal standing. Secondly, we have heard that you bullied our allies last time. And then, thirdly, you have left our Dragon Guard to confront Valdo alone. Good. Fourthly, you have just toyed with us. And fifthly, observing the fervent complaints of Miss Silver Dragon, many of the elder Navy officials appeared somewhat displeased. Eighthly, the Navy's. Hold on, Miss Silver Dragon. Wine raised his hand to interrupt her, lighting a new cigarette and taking a puff. Your words are becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. Miss Silver Dragon, I am a member of the Navy, solely devoted to combating pirates and upholding justice. I do not engage in other matters. Nonsense. Just now, you suddenly collided with us and claimed it was not your doing? Jean Long exclaimed, his irritable demeanor clearly dismissive of the Navy. Is that so? Wine furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps it was some large avian creature. You appear quite flustered. However, it matters not, as we are near the naval headquarters. When the city gates are ablaze, it is the innocents who suffer. Due to my rather unseemly appearance, I am often mistaken for others. Wayne held a cigarette in his right hand, while his left hand carelessly waved, exuding an air of magnanimity as if he were above the fray. You, the venomous dragon, standing in the back, pointed an accusatory finger at Wayne, filled with an intense desire to eliminate him. Hey, if you continue to point your claws at me, I wouldn't mind adorning my office with a dragon's head. When pinched a cigarette between his fingers, lit a dragon, and then sauntered towards the door. It had been quite some time since he last returned. He needed to hurriedly check on Ji Yuan and Jeloate. Ah, indeed. Vane approached the door, suddenly recalling something. He turned to the 5 individuals and remarked, I have observed your skills, and they are commendable. It would be best if you consistently assisted the Navy. However, should you impede their efforts? Then with a resonant laughter, Vane closed the door and departed. How infuriating! Jean Long exclaimed, seething with anger. Why did you stop me just now? Silence. Yin Long had long since lost hope for Jean Long's intellect. Although the reasons behind Vane's animosity towards them were unclear, Yin Long cast a glance at the cowering trio of Huolong. It must be connected to these 3 individuals. Gathering her thoughts, she turned to Admiral Sengoku and expressed, I sincerely apologize, Admiral Sengoku. It is my companions who have acted inappropriately, and I extend my apologies on their behalf. A glimmer seemed to pass over Sengoku's froggish spectacles, and he replied with a warm smile, no need for concern. It is Vane who is in the wrong. He is merely a young man, impetuous in his ways. I shall ensure he receives the proper guidance. It is of no consequence. We should indeed aspire to learn from the capable Lord Vane, Yin Long said with a smile. Yet, within her mind, she mused, what a cunning old fox, adept in the art of Taiji. Would Vane, without your consent, dare to act so boldly as a rear admiral? Discipline, I suspect, is merely a guise for reward. Ah, how courteous of you. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Miss Yin Long here? Sengoku asked with a beaming smile. This young lady is no simpleton. She has managed to endure this situation, indicating she possesses intellect. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. And I shall observe what further strategies you have. The insightful Miss Yin Long replied gently, it is nothing of great import. The 5 elders are aware that Rear Admiral Vane has triumphed over the Sky Pirate, Gold Lion, and have specifically sent us to learn and observe. Zifa smirked in pride. Carp nodded slightly, and Vice Admiral he maintained her usual demeanor, though the glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her delight. However, Miss Yin Long raised her voice. It seems your Rear Admiral Vane is not particularly welcoming towards us. Gently stroking his pet goat, Sengoku pondered and then inquired, what does Miss Yin Long suggest we do? Perhaps we should return? Miss Yin Long smiled as she proposed. Very well. Let us remain with the Navy suddenly. Miss Yin Long's intention to suggest they stay was met with a response from Sengoku that felt somewhat off. Indeed, Rear Admiral Vane has sustained considerable injuries and now requires rest. You should return. Sengoku's expression shifted, becoming impassive. This Sengoku, is it not unreasonable of you? We are the Dragon's Guard, a direct force of the celestial dragons, representing them. Is this truly appropriate? The irascible golden dragon broke free from the grip of the fire dragon and stepped forward, exclaiming, preposterous. Zephyr slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury as he bellowed, it is not your place. As a mere junior, to speak out of turn, those ancient dragons may have a say. But you should leave. Carp also stood, his fingers cracking ominously, making his intent unmistakable should the golden dragon refuse to depart. He would be compelled to escort him out with his fists. Humph. Carp, your so-called naval hero merely benefited from our Dragon Guard and allied with the pirate King Roger. You've brought disgrace upon the world government. The golden dragon retorted with a foul tongue, then pointed at Zephyr, declaring, you are nothing but a spineless wretch who cannot even safeguard his own family. What right have you to criticize me? Scoundrel. Insolent. In a fit of rage, Carp and Zephyr each threw a punch, their fists colliding to send the golden dragon flying. All of you, get out of my sight. Sengoku, too, was enraged, pointing at the golden dragon who had just been struck and loudly commanding the remaining 4 dragons, leave. Startled by Zephyr and Carp, The four dragons hastily apologized as they retreated. They then approached the gaping hole, transforming into four colossal dragons to pursue the golden dragon, who had nearly vanished from sight. What a nonsensical fellow, Zephyr huffed. A bunch of fools intoxicated by their devil fruits. They are far inferior to those ancient dragons. Carp scoffed. And you accuse me of taking advantage? It seems those old dragons were not entirely truthful. Their captain was indeed formidable but was ultimately defeated by rocks. I faced him in his prime alongside Roger. There was no advantage to be had. Chapter 174. Departure. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Midway through his stride, Wayne abruptly halted. Addressing the voice in his mind. Zero, you mentioned that I may no longer be considered human. Does that mean I will be incapable of having children in the future? The utmost disgrace is to have no descendants. If he were to sever their lineage, Zephyr would likely strangle him on the spot. Well, Zero pondered, scratching his head. It is worth noting that under Wayne's nurturing, both Venom and Zero had transcended their basic forms of the tentacle monster and the sphere of light. It seems unlikely, Zero shrugged. Your life level is on the rise, while your girlfriend's life level has diverged from yours, making the birth of offspring exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Wayne seemed to recall something and inquired, then my lifespan. If this continues, perhaps several 100,000 years, which is quite similar to that of this young master. Sorrow, wiping his nose, replied with a hint of pride. This. Wayne rubbed his temples, feeling a hint of a headache. He did not wish to lose Zephyr, Ji-Yuan, and Gallet. Is there a solution to this predicament? Within Vane's heart lingered a glimmer of hope. Indeed, there existed possibilities. After a moment's hesitation, Zero suggested, perhaps we could transform into a giant of light. Consume the specially crafted fruit of the god tree from the Tsutsuki clan, or slay an ultimate life form, such as one of the Rablando aliens, extract its bloodline, and purify it for our use. Wayne's expression suddenly fell. These matters were beyond his current capabilities. However, Zero unexpectedly raised his voice, proclaiming, this young master possesses the biology shield of the great Noah, which allows for traversing time and space. Wayne hastily summoned the rabbit of Zero to carry us through time. And we shall capture a couple of ultimate life forms, shall we not? Venom licked his lips, expressing a desire to savor their essence. Go on. Can you even contend with them? Fool. Who are you calling a fool? You fool. Ha ha ha, rabbit of Zero, you imbecile. Damn parasite. Scoundrel. At the TPC Far East Ocean Base. Huh? What is this? In the medical room of TPC. A groggy individual shook his head and regained consciousness. What on earth? Vane touched his body and realized he was seemingly lying naked on a bed, save for a single pair of undergarments. As he stared blankly at his briefs, a young nurse entered the room. Upon seeing the dazed Vane, she let out a startled exclamation and fled, clutching her folder. Captain, the unidentified patient has awakened. Wayne stretched out his hand in the direction of the little nurse, only to discover that she had already vanished. He then absent-mindedly picked his nose. Alas. Snap. Wayne forcefully struck his right hand. I am now engaged in cross-disciplinary communication. I must refrain from such behavior, having been influenced negatively by the old man Carp. Vane settled down cross-legged, momentarily dazed. He had yet to fully comprehend the unsettling sensation of having traversed into another realm, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was meticulously captured by a surveillance camera. Captain Kuga and Director Zoe observed the bewildered Vane on the screen. Turning to Kuga, Zoe inquired, Captain Kuga, how shall we handle this individual? I am not certain, Kuga replied, shaking his head. This cannot truly be classified as a human. His muscle density, skeletal strength, height, and cardiopulmonary function all denote a creature of monstrous proportions. When a steel needle was used to draw blood, an inexplicable force seemed to emanate from his body, rendering it impervious. I see. Yet, I wonder about his character, Zoe pondered. Just then, they witnessed Vane picking his nose and fidgeting. Ah, Kuga remarked, momentarily taken aback, then relaxed, adding, he does not appear to be malevolent. Indeed, he seems rather simple-minded, Kuga chuckled softly. Let us proceed and observe this otherworldly being who has descended from the skies, Zoe suggested with a smile. Very well, Kuga responded, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Vane shook his head and noticed something observing him. He plucked a strand of hair, held it delicately at his fingertip, and with a casual flick, the glossy black hair shattered the camera. Zero? Zero. In his mind, Wayne called out to Zero. As he felt a jolt, both Zero and Venom were similarly shaken, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ugh, what is happening? Zero rubbed his head, perplexed, and inquired, "Are we there yet?" "Indeed, we have arrived." Wayne replied with a hint of exasperation. "My dear Ciro, where have you led us? Clearly, we find ourselves in the infirmary, and it is evident we have been discovered. I had mentioned before, are you not well acquainted with the Baraji shield? How could this happen?" "Ah, well," Ciro awkwardly scratched his rear. "It's just that I have yet to regain my powers. There was an unforeseen incident." Never mind. Venom, has he awakened?" Wade gently rubbed his forehead and began to inquire about the situation regarding Venom. Venom. Wayne glanced at the indescribable entity swirling within the depths of his consciousness. Never mind. It seemed that the Venom would not emerge for the time being. Creaked, the door to the infirmary swung open as Kojima and Director Zay stepped inside. "Greetings, mysterious beings from the heavens," Kojima said with a smile. Standing beside her, Director Zay wore a gentle smile, remaining silent. "Who are you?" Wine picked up the garment hanging on the wall, donning it as he inquired. "I am the captain of the victorious team in TPC, Kika Ijima." "This is Director Sawai of TPC," Ijima introduced. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Wayne nodded slightly, then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, igniting one and taking a gentle puff. In the meantime, Hui and Director Zijing exchanged a discreet glance, their curiosity about Wayne's origins deepening. His demeanor and conduct clearly identified him as a human. However, the data regarding his physical attributes was strikingly inhuman, and the entire TPC database yielded no information on this individual. Wayne cast a glance at Kojima K and remarked, "I can probably anticipate what you wish to inquire. I am a human, yet I am not of the earthly kind." Wayne's words were astonishing, yet both Jian Hui and Director Zijing nodded in agreement, expressing their confidence in one. Earthlings lack such stature and strength. At this moment, I find myself perplexed as to why I am here. Thus, let me offer my services to you. Vane continued. After some contemplation, Director Ijima and Zeiji decided to retain Vane. A creature that could not be subdued was better kept under watch. "Then welcome. May I inquire your name?" "Shafulin." "Huh. My name is Shafulin." Chapter 175, The Time Machine in the Realm of the Diga Universe. A uniquely shaped meteorite suddenly plummeted to a location on Earth. At the TPC Far East headquarters, Vane addressed the assembly. "Greetings. My name is Shafulin. Henceforth, I shall be working alongside all of you. I look forward to your guidance." Adorned in a naval coat, Vane tipped his naval cap slightly in a bow. Applause erupted as the assembly, momentarily taken aback by Vane's attire, rallied to applaud. To them, the addition of a new companion was indeed a blessing. "Wow!" exclaimed the plump Karai, approaching to scrutinize Vane's naval coat. "It's so elegant and tall." His round face turned to Ijima. "Captain, look at us." "No, we lack such attire," Ijima chuckled, shaking his head in refusal. Alas, Karai's expression fell, and Shinjo, Yatsui, and Daiku also drooped their heads, evidently yearning for the dashing coat. This was my uniform from my homeland," Vane smiled. Vice Captain Magata and Captain Ijima exchanged glances, having gleaned yet another piece of information about Vane. The coat emblazoned with the word justice was standard issue, suggesting that Shafulin had indeed engaged in commendable work back in his homeland. "Greetings, I am Magata," said one. "I am Daiku," another introduced himself. "My name is Rina, and you are remarkably tall," she remarked while gesturing to indicate her own height. "I am Karai," another chimed in. "I am Yatsui. Just call me Shinjo," came the last introduction. Other members of the victory team approached to extend their hands in friendship. At that moment, a sophisticated beauty dressed in white with her hair elegantly tied back approached and said, "Hello, I am Reiko Hakamura," regarding Vane with an inquisitive gaze, as if observing an extraterrestrial. Hello, I am Shafulin," he replied. Wine paid no heed to Reiko Hakamura's peculiar gaze, instead responding with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the large screen in the center of the operations room blared to life, revealing the visage of a foreigner. "Captain Kojima, we have discovered a peculiar meteorite, which we shall be sending your way shortly." "Very well, thank you," Kojima replied with a smile and a nod. "You're welcome," the foreigner concluded before terminating the communication. "All right, everyone," Kojima clapped her hands to garner attention. "Let us return to our respective duties. Kawaii, you shall accompany Dr. Hakamura to attend to the meteorite." "Understood." Kawaii and Reiko Hakamura affirmed before heading out together. "Shafulin, present. You will assist Daiku with handling our TPC hotline." "Ah. Is there any chance we could arrange for a different task?" Wine scratched his head, reluctant to answer calls. "And what skills do you possess?" Kojima inquired. not in the least bit irritated, but rather intrigued. Wayne surveyed his surroundings. Lena had gone to practice flying. Yurei was adjusting data. Zhongfang sipped milk while composing a report. Daku was cheerfully answering hotline calls, and Xinqing was tinkering with his little invention, when scratched his bottom, feeling as though something was amiss. Ah, indeed. Wayne recalled his newfound abilities. "Captain," he said with a serious tone, "I have discovered what I am capable of." Upon hearing Wayne's words, everyone lifted their heads to look at him, eager to learn about his revelation. "I possess remarkable fighting skills, truly exceptional." Wayne rolled up his sleeves, striking a robust pose. This took Captain Izumi by surprise. She was aware of Wayne's strength, but to declare it so openly was quite a revelation. Uffed. Rena stifled a laugh from the side and inquired, "So, Safulin, just how strong are you?" Upon hearing Rena's question, Wayne solemnly replied, "I fear nothing except for nuclear bombs." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group, as they all perceived Wayne's words as a jest. Hee hee. Observing everyone in fits of laughter, Wayne shrugged and joined in the chuckling. "Regardless, I've spoken the truth. Whether they believe it or not is of little consequence." Captain Izumi squinted at Wayne, as she held a firm belief in his words. "I suppose I should take that call now." Wayne scratched his head, revealing a charmingly foolish grin. Wayne had just taken his seat beside Daegu, who greeted him with a warm smile. For some inexplicable reason, Daegu felt an endearing familiarity with Wayne, as if he were an old acquaintance. Wayne returned a faint smile and then picked up the phone. "Hello, is this the victory team?" A woman's voice responded, "Yes. May I ask what the issue is?" Upon hearing her voice, Wayne perked up. "I am heartbroken and feeling quite miserable. Can you assist me?" With a hint of disdain, he replied, "Oh, seeking comfort, are we? Find a toilet and immerse your head in it for a good reflection." Without waiting for a response, Wayne hung up with a beaming smile. He then maintained his cheerful demeanor and glanced at the phone in front of Daegu, which displayed an anomaly reporting hotline. He checked his own. TPC civilian hotline. What on earth? Wayne felt that he had things to do in the future. Ring ring ring, hello. This is the TPC civil hotline. What was that attitude you just displayed? Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? What is your name? I am your father. Click. The call abruptly ended. Wayne, with a sense of despondency, rubbed his face in exasperation. What a predicament this was. Observing the cheerful and optimistic Daegu, Wayne felt that it was perhaps best for this bright-spirited young man to confront the harsh realities of the world. Daegu leaned in with a cheerful smile and inquired, "Have you been busy lately? Could you possibly assist with?" Just as Wayne was about to speak, Koguchi entered the operations room alongside Reiko Hakamura. "We have made significant progress in studying this meteorite," Koguchi announced, signaling some staff members to bring in various experimental apparatus. "Come, take a look." As everyone gathered around, Dr. Reiko Hakamura picked up a fragment and remarked, "Based on the analysis of its radioactive elements conducted by Koguchi and myself, this fragment is approximately from 250,000 years before the Common Era." What? The crowd gazed at the fragment in astonishment, unable to fathom that such a tiny piece could possess such an ancient history. Perhaps sensing that the term 250,000 years before the Common Era might be unclear, Koguchi interjected, "That translates to roughly 30 million years ago. Is it really that long?" Yase inquired. "Indeed," Dr. Hakamura affirmed. "This could indicate the existence of a more advanced civilization even before the emergence of humankind." As the discussion unfolded, Daegu gazed at the meteorite, feeling an inexplicable sensation wash over him. In Vane's mind, Siro directly stated, "Within this, there exists a soul of light." Chapter 176, Soul of Light? When scratched his backside, fully aware of what lay within. Yulian, that ancient matriarch from 30 million years ago. Soon, with the combined efforts of Reiko Baitsu and Ketsuki, the meteorite from eons past was cleaved open, revealing a time machine resembling a diminutive silver pyramid. Buzzing incessantly, the time machine sprang to life upon its unveiling. With a soft beep, it opened a small aperture, projecting the image of a white-haired elderly woman. Her lips moved continuously, as though she were uttering words. Kitsuki triumphantly retrieved a white box from his cabinet, exclaiming, "This is my newly invented universal translation device. Connecting this may allow us to comprehend her speech." Eagerly, he scampered over to connect his translator to the main apparatus, and as the soundwave visuals merged on the large screen, the white-haired woman's voice gradually resonated in everyone's ears. "I am Yulian, the commander of the Earth Guard, my descendants." The projected Yulian began, only to catch sight of one. What is this? An Ultraman? Her image flickered momentarily before she continued. If you have discovered this machine, it signifies that 30 million years have elapsed. Great upheavals are imminent on Earth, beginning with the tremors of Golzon, followed by the rending of the skies by Balme. What hasn't he appeared yet? Yeri inquired curiously. What Golzon, what Balme? With a crackling sound, Yulian's image began to blur once more. How is it that the descendants of today possess no decorum whatsoever? Indeed, Vane, stroking his chin softly, remarked, why hasn't Golzon emerged from the depths of the earth? As they gazed at the crackling imagery, a sense of absurdity began to swell within everyone. The captain from 30 million years ago appeared somewhat unreliable. Little did they know, Yulian was equally perplexed by the situation. Wait a moment, Golzon should have emerged by now. The group gathered around the crackling time machine, leaving Yulian with a feeling of being caught in a dilemma. Taking a deep breath, the image became clear once more, and Yulian spoke. In a certain part of Earth, there lies a pyramid, within which are sealed the once guardians of the planet. They encase their battle-worn forms within the pyramid, transforming themselves into light to return to their homeland. The method to awaken these guardians is ZZZZ. Once again, silence enveloped the scene. This time, no matter how Ju-edging adjusted the settings, the time machine refused to produce any sound. Hey, Zero, Vane inquired with curiosity upon witnessing the scene. Do you Ultramen possess the technique of shedding your shells like a cicada? Can you perform it? In Wayne's mind, Zero awkwardly scratched his rear and replied, well, it seems I am unable to do that. Vane's derisive laughter seemed to provoke Zero, who replied with a hint of urgency, indeed. No one in the land of light would do such a thing. Abandoning one's physical form? I mean, our Ultramen only transform into statues when their energy is completely depleted and they have no choice but to hide. The first generation, my uncle, experienced that. But I have never witnessed anyone forsaking their body to return home. Isn't it better to fly back on one's own? At this point, Zero expressed his indignation, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? Who would forsake their physical form? It's utterly absurd. Veen spoke mysteriously. Based on Zero's description at the time, Veen could ascertain that the timeline in Zero was intertwined with that of Italga. After all, Zero had encountered Digga before. Upon seeing the statue of Digga, Zero would likely be astounded. After all, Digga is renowned as the beacon of hope, scattering his essence far and wide, with remnants of his power dispersed across numerous locales. From Rosso, Blue, Orb, Zeta to Galaxy. The variety of cards, medals, and figurines is indeed vast. The true strength of Digga's original form is beyond imagination, otherwise, he would have ceased to exist. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to assume that Digga's original form remains alive, albeit having been somewhat reckless in his pursuits. As for the other two statues that would be present, Wayne felt that the presence of his close friends, coupled with the malevolent Digga, was just right. Alas, the time machine seemed to be malfunctioning. With a nonchalant shrug, Wayne addressed everyone, let us depart. It appears that there will be no new developments for the time being. I am quite famished after all this effort. Indeed, I too am hungry. Let us indulge in a meal. Upon hearing Wayne's words, it appeared that everyone instinctively placed a hand on their bellies, realizing they too were hungry. The advanced technology from 30 million years ago remained an enigma, but for the moment, the priority was to satiate their appetites. Wayne was the last to leave. As he departed, he turned off the lights and closed the door behind him. Vane had just departed, and the time machine was activated once more, allowing the ethereal figure to re-emerge. The unfamiliar Ultra Warrior. Yulian gazed at the note left behind by Vane upon his departure. Since he has already passed, he ought to embrace his fate as a deceased individual. This world still harbors hope. The new generation of light must cultivate its own thoughts. Do not engage in any nonsensical antics. I shall take responsibility. Daegu will evolve into a seasoned warrior. You may offer guidance, but refrain from instilling the notion that the giants of light do not interfere with human thoughts. Much time has elapsed, and Vane struggles to recall the plot of Tiga. Yet one phrase lingers in his memory: the giants of light do not interfere with the choices of humanity. Wayne has always perceived that the essence of compassion is far from simple, enduring for 30 million years merely to remind future generations. Furthermore, the demise of the ancient human civilization cannot be merely attributed to the departure of a giant of light and disappointment. Upon reflection, Wayne himself has experienced 2 lifetimes. Human existence is inherently purposeful. While it may be uncharitable to harbor doubts about others, Wayne genuinely questions whether this solitary soul, having languished for 30 million years, might not possess some psychological affliction. Heh. Compassion let out a soft laugh. Then with a casual gesture, the note vanished without a trace. It seems this unfamiliar Ultraman has already regarded Daegu as his junior. This is quite commendable. Yet, a flicker of perplexity glimmers in Compassion's eyes. Why have Golzin and Balmain not made an appearance? How embarrassing it is to fail at posturing. In truth, the unexpected absence of Golzin and Balmain is also linked to Wang. When they traversed to this realm, the energy waves from the Balaji shield instilled terror in all creatures on Earth, even causing Gitangier to slightly shift in his slumber. The global crisis itself has been momentarily deferred. Perhaps, had Wayne been aware of this while indulging in his meal, he would have marveled at the might of the formidable. Chapter 177. Awakening in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, in a shadowy abyss, a colossal nautilus, an entity adorned with numerous tentacles, began to stir. Its eyes slowly flickered open. A resounding roar echoed, filled with malevolence, reverberating throughout the earth. It was declaring to the entire planet, I, the Dark Sovereign, have awakened. In light of the fleeting terror that once illuminated the earth, this Dark Sovereign resolved to take matters into its own hands. Roar. In the serene valleys of Earth and on a remote island in the Pacific, two monsters, one after the other, seemed to respond to a certain summons. Awakening from their slumber. Awaken, my beasts. Seek them out and destroy them before they rouse. In the minds of Golzin and Balmain, the thunderous roar of the Dark Overlord echoed, rousing them abruptly. They cast their gaze towards a distant land in the east. It was those three scoundrels who had obliterated their kin. The time for vengeance had come, to annihilate their very forms and extinguish any hope of their resurrection. Golzin and Balmain struggled. Even after 30 million years, they had yet to regain their former state, still laboring to remove the stones above their heads. At the moment the Dark Overlord unleashed his roar, a pyramid composed of light materialized unexpectedly in that eastern land, seemingly stirred by the bellow of Gitangia, causing the structure to tremble slightly, releasing an inexplicable wave of energy. Meanwhile, Vane was traversing the corridors of the base, preparing to accompany Daegu to the restroom. A true brotherhood often begins in such mundane moments. Suddenly, Vane's body quivered, and the bracelet of Balaji's shield involuntarily appeared upon his right wrist. Daegu clutched his chest, suddenly beset by a wave of nausea. Across the globe, extraterrestrials endowed with some abilities sensed the terrifying darkness, and those capable began to prepare for flight. They had once thought Earth a bountiful prize, never suspecting it to be a monstrous beast eager to devour them. Those unable to escape could only await their grim fate in despair or make a final, desperate stand. Some aliens ventured to the red light district. Others confessed their feelings to beloved companions, while two burly men embraced in public, only to be taken away by the police. The crime rate on Earth surged unexpectedly, and these offenders proclaimed loudly, as if deranged, that this world was finished, and they were merely indulging in fleeting pleasures. Additionally, some hopeful extraterrestrials pondered their next course of action. Ultimately, under the suggestion of a seemingly astute individual, a group hastily sought out an antique shop, pooling their resources to purchase an incense burner along with some incense. The rationale for not opting for a random purchase was articulated by the clever fellow, who insisted that they must demonstrate their sincerity to the Dark Lord. After the group departed, clutching the incense burner, the shopkeeper chuckled and retrieved an identical item from the back room. In an unremarkable rental unit, a dozen alien ruffians laid down the incense burner facing the Pacific Ocean, then reverently lit a stick and inserted it. Oh, great Dark Lord, we beseech you to accept us as your subordinates and guide us towards the splendor of sin. After 3 bows and 9 prostrations, the leading extraterrestrial produced a jar of liquor, and one by one, they pricked their fingers, allowing droplets of blood to mingle within. The leader presented small bowls, distributing one to each member of the group. With solemnity, the leader proclaimed, under the watchful gaze of the Dark Lord, I, from the Galaxy Star, hereby declare the establishment of the Earth Invasion Alliance. For the Dark Lord! For the Dark Lord! The crowd erupted in fervent shouts, cheers, cheers. In the depths of the Pacific, the enigmatic Gitangia remains blissfully unaware that he has unexpectedly acquired a group of followers. While the atmosphere is filled with sweet nothings and tender exchanges, a contingent of police officers suddenly burst through the door. Upon witnessing the revelers indulging in drink and incense, the officers brandish their firearms. Every single individual is commanded to the ground for engaging in an unlawful assembly. A crackdown on vice is underway. A bewildered assembly of extraterrestrials momentarily freezes before scattering in all directions. Run for your lives. The enforcers are upon us. They cry. Some leap from windows. Others scramble through exits, and a few employ teleportation or create illusions to confuse their pursuers. Within a mere minute, the room is rendered utterly desolate. As the chaos subsides, the true nature of the scene is revealed: extraterrestrial beings. Just as some make their escape, the commanding officer announces to his subordinates, "Victory to the team," and leads the retreat. It is evident that he, too, possesses a story worth telling. At the TPC Far East headquarters, Shafulin remarks, "I just felt a sudden wave of discomfort. How about you?" As Daegu clutches his chest. Wen gently patted Daegu on the back and said, "I just had a slight reaction as well, but fortunately, it is manageable." The grand tide is approaching. Vane, shrouded in mystery, spoke profoundly. "Daegu, the times are about to change. Prepare yourself well, and whenever you wish to grow stronger, seek me out." With that, Vane gently patted Daegu's shoulder and ambled away, his righteous cloak shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. "Hey, Vane," said Zero, his voice resonating sternly in Vane's mind. "The energy emanating from this planet is extraordinarily potent. To put it bluntly, even at my peak, I would have been unable to overcome it with the ultimate bow. Are you certain of your capabilities?" As Vane walked, he murmured to himself, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. We shall speak of it then." Zero. There exists a concept known as hope, and another called miracle. Upon hearing this, Zero paused momentarily, then shook his head and replied, "Indeed, hope and miracles. Truly, as an Ultraman, I have yet to witness such things as you have. Ha. Prepare well, for the times have changed, and all manner of specters shall soon emerge. Can they be consumed?" At that moment, Venom, having awakened unbeknownst to him, drooled and remarked, "I have yet to feast on monsters." "You shall have your fill when the time comes," Vane chuckled. Ha. Venom excitedly waved his tendrils in Vane's mind, as if he had won a lottery. "Oomph, how superficial," Zero said with a proud expression. "Whom do you refer to?" "Rabbit Zero. I mean you, parasite. Ha, get lost." "Do you dare?" "I dare." Da-da-da-doo-doo. The communicator at Wayne's waist suddenly emitted a sound. "This is Shafulin. Team Shafulin. A monstrous creature towering 50 meters has appeared in Mingu. You and Lena, along with Daku, are to pilot the Flying Swallow for reconnaissance." Came Captain Kajian's voice from the communicator. "Understood. No problem. Is there anything else?" "Yes, please take good care of Lena and Daku." "All right." Chapter 178. The struggles of Golzon. Whoosh. The new TPC fighter, the Flying Swallow, traced a graceful arc across the sky, heading directly towards Mingu. While Wayne leaned against the window, observing the world around him, the soaring birds, the fluffy clouds, the azure sky, and the vast expanse of land beneath his feet. Particularly the land below, a sight seldom seen in the realm of pirates. Suddenly, a creature emerged before them, its head enveloped in a layer of sharp, horned armor, its body adorned with vibrant red stripes, and entirely muscular. This was the earth-shaking beast, Golzon, quite an imposing presence. As one of the foremost experts in the pirate world, Wayne immediately gauged the creature's formidable strength, akin to that of a marine rear admiral. Its tough hide, immense power, and the ability to unleash violet ultrasonic beams, coupled with razor-sharp claws, enabled it to burrow underground for escape and absorb magma energy for secondary evolution. Observing the ground crumbling beneath Golzon's weight, Wayne surmised that this beast weighed at least 60,000 tons. Is this truly a monster? Lena gazed at Golzon, a mix of awe and fear flooding her senses. Daku, eyes fixed on Golzon, had unconsciously clenched his fists. Through the cameras aboard the Flying Swallow, Captain Kojima and Director Sawai at the base also beheld this colossal creature. After a flurry of frantic keystrokes, Kuriki arrived at a conclusion. This monster likely weighed 68,000 tons and stood 62 meters tall. An astonishing being indeed. Director Sawai regarded Golzon with a grave expression, stating, "This creature poses a catastrophe for humanity." Next to Director Sawai, Chief Kakong snapped his folding fan and suggested, "It is time to equip our team with weapons." Captain Kojima, aware of the changing tides, felt compelled to intervene but recognized that the old strategies were no longer viable. "Captain Kojima, are you there?" At that moment, Wayne's voice resonated in the command room. "This is Kojima. Team member Shafulin, do you have any inquiries?" Chief Kakong glanced at Wayne and remarked, "Indeed, standing so tall, it does seem rather inhuman." The towering height of Wayne, surpassing 3 meters, certainly sets him apart like no other. "I wish to test the mettle of this Golzon," Wayne declared with fervent determination. He was eager to discover whether he as a rear admiral, could indeed best this formidable creature. Observing the situation, Ijima glanced at Director Zeki, who nodded in agreement. Ijima then addressed Wayne, saying, "Team member Shafulin, your request has been granted. However, do exercise caution, for this beast appears far from ordinary." "Very well," Wayne replied. "I am keen to see if this admiral can contend with the so-called Golzon that shakes the very earth." Wayne spoke with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing his words, both Jin Hui and Director Zijing exchanged glances. A mid-ranking general? It appeared that this was the standard of classification in the world of the Shafulin team, though it seemed that the rank of the Shafulin members was rather elevated. However, neither of them voiced their thoughts. Instead, they gazed at Wayne with eager anticipation for his performance aboard the Fian. Wayne gently patted Lena, who was in charge of piloting the Fian. "Is there something on your mind, team member Shafulin?" Lena turned her head to inquire. Wayne pointed to the glass dome above his head and inquired, "Could you possibly open the cover at the top?" The young girl was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Wayne's meaning. "Open the door. I must eliminate that monster." Wayne reiterated his words, casually revealing his intentions. "Are you out of your mind?" Lena exclaimed in shock, quickly shaking her head. "This is clearly a path to certain death." Slap. Wayne lightly tapped Lena on the back of her head, expressing his displeasure. "You are the one courting death. My strength is formidable. And this is also the captain's command." "Huh." The young girl, momentarily forgetting to rub her head, handed over control to Daegu and turned around to inquire, "How was I not informed?" Daegu also perked up his ears to listen. That had been a covert call. One, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself that he couldn't possibly reveal that it was due to an instinctual wariness that he had employed a soundproof barrier. Lena opened a cover on a button and placed her finger upon it. "Are you certain?" she asked, still somewhat hesitant. "Just press it," he encouraged. Wayne grasped Lena's hand firmly and, with a decisive motion, pressed it down. Bang! The cover of the aircraft swung open with a resounding thud. Veen leapt forth, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent Golzon tumbling. Goodness! In the command room, Jiwejing and Yezue nearly spat out their drinks. Director Zawai and Captain Juma, we could not help but widen their mouths in astonishment. With a single kick, Wayne toppled a behemoth weighing 68,000 tons. Is this still human? Deputy Captain Zhongfang posed the question that lingered in the minds of all. On board the Fian, both Daegu and Lena were equally astonished by Wayne's breathtaking display of strength. Wayne's feet gracefully dance upon the moonlight, suspended in the heavens, as the martial arts from the world of pirates are about to reveal their brilliance in the realm of Diga. Swift, Vane appeared above Golzon's head in a flash, and with a graceful spin, executed a roundhouse kick that firmly pinned Golzon to the ground, as if driving a nail. A furious roar erupted from Golzon as it frantically attempted to reach its own head with its short arms. Alas, its hands seemed insufficient to touch its forehead, let alone the top of its head. Curse it! This wretched little fly. Golzon resembled a cumbersome machine, easily toyed with by Vane's agility. The onlookers were astounded by Vane's superhuman combat prowess. However, the one directly involved found himself in a predicament he could scarcely articulate. Curse it! After evading the massive claws of Golzon, Wayne retreated to one side. Why can I not inflict any damage upon this monstrous creature? Wayne inquired with the entity residing in his mind. Ciro, it appears that this colossal creature possesses a peculiar membrane. Near physical techniques prove ineffective against it, and even the application of hockey yields minimal results. Quite understandable, Ciro responded while scratching his backside. Monsters are capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, and the reason they do not succumb to freezing temperatures lies within that membrane. It is a manifestation of their bodily energy, which we Ultramen also possess. After a moment of contemplation, Ciro continued, while your hockey is indeed potent, your stature diminishes its efficacy. Oh, I see. Wayne nodded, realizing that the sparks generated during Ultraman's battles with monsters were indeed a manifestation of energy collision. It appears that the display of power holds significance. With a swift motion of his right hand, Wayne conjured a pitch-black long knife that materialized in the palm of his hand. Oh great God, Noah! This wickedness is worthy of battle. After declaring his intent to fight, Wayne gripped the blade with both hands and charged once more. Yet, the onlookers in the command room were utterly oblivious to the origin of Wayne's weapon. Could it be a manifestation of spatial technology? Dr. Reiko Banchwan pondered, stroking her smooth chin. Chapter 179, Repulsion Roar. Enraged, Golzon was taken aback to see the diminutive figure before him daring to charge with what appeared to be a mere toothpick. He felt his beastly pride was insulted. With a zzz, a violet glow emanated from Golzen's head as he gathered his strength, unleashing a formidable violet ultrasonic beam that shot directly towards Wayne. Vane leapt to evade, only to materialize before Golzen's right eye. Before Golzen could register the sudden appearance, Vane delivered a swift strike to his eye. Roar! Struck by an unforeseen blow, Golzen let out a pained howl, one claw clutching his eye while the other flailed aimlessly in desperation. With a swift flick of his wrist, Vane made the long blade vanish, only to have it reappear above Golzen's head, firmly grasping the of his helmet. Release me at once. With a powerful thrust, Vane forcefully pressed the head of the 62-meter behemoth, Golzen, into the ground. The earth trembled, releasing a cloud of dust as Golzen's head was driven deep into the soil. Surprisingly, Golzen did not extract its head. Instead, it began to dig with its hands, swiftly excavating a tunnel to escape. As the last monster of its kind, Golzen possessed its own unique abilities. The roar echoed, a chilling reminder of how humanity, 30 million years hence, has become far more formidable than in the distant past. Better to retreat, indeed. It is prudent to seek out the remains of those three insignificant beings first. Wayne scratched his backside, contemplating retreat. After all, his physical prowess proved utterly ineffective against this adversary, unable to penetrate that thin membrane. Do not be disheartened. Ciro consoled him in Wayne's mind. Your life level is gradually ascending, and soon you too will possess such a membrane, making the battle against monsters considerably easier. Indeed. Wayne touched his nose and waved at the soaring flying swallow. The individuals in the command room were utterly astounded by Wayne's actions, their worldviews completely shattered. This is truly. Director Jigong inhaled sharply, reflecting on his contribution to global warming, and slowly remarked, a monster indeed. It seemed that the world of team member Shafulin was quite formidable. Director Zawi pondered more deeply. He speculated that Shafulin's Earth might be teeming with such creatures. How impressive. However, Yari, Shinchung, Kirai, and Vice Captain Munez did not delve into such thoughts. Vice Captain Munez, team leader Ikezawa, suddenly spoke up. Oh, what is it? Vice Captain Munez felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, team leader Ikezawa smiled at him and said, this report will be entrusted to you. Hearing this, Vice Captain Munez's expression fell as he replied, all right, it's left to me then. Sorry for the trouble. Team leader Ikezawa responded with sincere regret. No, it is my duty. Upon hearing Ikezawa's words, Vice Captain Munez perked up, exclaiming with newfound enthusiasm, haha, how amusing. Yari and the others chuckled quietly to themselves. Zawi, leave this Shafulin to me. I will surely uncover the secrets of his might. Director Jigong suddenly said with fervor to Director Zawi, convinced that dissecting Wayne would reveal his extraordinary power. Ikezawa furrowed his brow, about to counsel Director Zawi, when Zawi turned to Director Jigong and firmly stated, impossible. Team member Shafulin is now our colleague and the only force capable of restraining the monsters. I will not allow you to do that. But who truly knows if Shafulin is even human? If he claims to be, then he is. Director Zawi asserted resolutely, sensing the unwavering tone of his old friend. Director Jigong opened his mouth and sighed, all right, I understand. Upon hearing Jigong concede his earlier thoughts, Director Zawi smiled and said, when team member Shafulin returns, we can simply ask him. If he chooses not to disclose, then so be it. If he is willing, we may gain some insight. Very well. On board the Flying Swallow, Rina and Daegu continuously glanced back at Wayne, their curiosity piqued by his inhuman demeanor, yet they hesitated to inquire after witnessing his formidable display. Wayne remained oblivious to the fact that he was conversing with the entities of Silo and Venom residing in his mind. Wayne, why have you not transformed into the barrier giant form? I am eagerly anticipating tasting the flesh of that behemoth to discern its differences from the marine life. Venom also expressed his dissatisfaction by flicking his tongue. After we vanquish the monster, leave the rest to Ultraman. My role is merely to delay and minimize casualties. If I take action, what purpose would you all serve? With a sense of triumph, Wayne declared that he had no intention of participating. What if that Ultraman fails? Sero inquired anxiously. Then you should take the lead. It's Sero Ultraman who strikes, and what does that have to do with me, Shafulin? Absolutely nothing. A knowing chuckle escaped Sero, leaving Venom somewhat perplexed. What are you laughing at? Venom scratched its smooth head, confused. You, parasite, clearly lack intelligence, Sero waved dismissively, exuding an air of superiority. What do you mean by that? What do you think I mean? TCH, Sero teased, waggling a finger in Wayne's mind, the mockery evident. I'll fight you. Venom transformed into a diminutive, tentacled creature and launched itself at Saro's face. In a fit of rage, Saro seized Venom with both hands. Tugging furiously, yet Venom clung on like a face-hugging parasite. Saro resorted to using his feet, rolling on the ground in a frantic struggle. Wayne let out a sigh, allowing the two fellows to engage in their brawl. When noticed Lena, who had been gazing at him, and leaned forward to inquire, "What were you just discussing? Is there something on my face?" To this, Lena and Daegu felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet mustered the courage to ask, "Shafulin, may I ask why you are so formidable?" "Me?" Wayne pointed to himself and said, "Of course, I have my own methods. How about this? I suspect the captain and the others are also curious, so I'll share when I return." Having obtained the answer she sought, the young girl joyfully took to the skies in her aircraft. Daegu, somewhat shy, approached, having previously served in the transportation department. He felt out of place among the victorious team. Thus, he was eager to discover how Wayne had grown stronger, aspiring to become a powerful hero who safeguards peace. Much like Wayne. Chapter 180. The quest for the pyramid. Upon Wayne and his companions returned to the base, all present regarded them with the awe reserved for extraterrestrial beings. Ahem. Under such scrutiny, Wayne felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his rear. All right. Director Zawi waved his hand, signaling for everyone to cease their intense gaze upon Wayne. Team member Shafulin. Director Zawi rubbed his hands together, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Everyone wishes to know one thing. It is why I am so formidable, isn't it?" Wayne smiled and remarked, "I anticipated that you would pose such a question. However, to my astonishment, you did not contemplate dissecting me." This. Director Yoshikawa, standing behind Director Zijing, awkwardly touched his nose. Wayne took note of this and silently committed to memory this old bastard who sought to dissect himself. Our world is teeming with extraordinary behemoths, and the physical prowess of humanity is formidable. With our innate qualities and the cultivation of the flesh of these giants, we indeed have many individuals of considerable strength among us. Vane briefly elucidated the reasons behind the strength of individuals in the world of pirates. Indeed, in this realm, those who possess greater power tend to have a voracious appetite. Is that so? Director Zay nodded thoughtfully, affirming that the prowess of the members of the Shafulin team is indeed formidable. Pardon my inquiry, but in a world brimming with such powerful beings, are there not any criminals? Yuri asked with a hint of curiosity. You have raised a pertinent point. When it comes to upholding justice, Vane became animated. For this is his vocation. Wayne removed his cloak to display it for all to see. Wayne proudly exclaimed, "Behold, this is my vocation, a vice admiral dedicated to upholding justice." Wow. Juji gazed enviously at Wayne's cape and inquired, "So, how does your strength compare in your realm?" Wayne lowered his head in contemplation and then remarked, "One could say we are in the premier echelon." Director Zawi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, should individuals from Wayne's world arrive in the future, they would possess ample confidence. Captain Ikuya, emerging from backstage, presented a cup of tea to Wayne and inquired, "Shafulin, do you believe you can defeat Golzan?" Slurp Wayne first lifted his teacup and took a sip, then remarked, "I can hold off the monster, but I cannot defeat it. The creature possesses formidable strength and defense, and its surface is enveloped in an energy membrane. Sheer physical combat will not suffice." An energy membrane? Dr. Reiko Banchuan, standing to the side, noted this point. It seems imperative to equip the TPC's combat aircraft with energy weapons in the event of a monster assault on the city. We would have to rely on the efforts of the Shafulin team. Captain Megumi Ikejima slightly bowed and expressed her sincere apologies. No need for concern. This is indeed part of my duty. Rest assured." Wayne smiled and remarked. Upon hearing Wayne's words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in the event of a monstrous assault on the city, they could hardly resort to missiles or even nuclear weapons, could they? However, when solemnly stated, "Let us first locate the giant mentioned by Yoian. After all, I cannot contend with the monster. It is prudent to find the giant before proceeding further." As soon as Wayne's voice fell, the large screen in the command center emitted an alarm, revealing a creature with a long neck, a beak for limbs, and a pair of wings. Having freed itself from the boulders that encased it, the beast let out an exuberant roar, pausing briefly as if searching for something. It then fixed its gaze in a particular direction, flapping its wings and soaring away. Meanwhile, Golzan, aimlessly searching for the statue underground, seemed to hear something. Pivoting to dig towards a location in the east, Jueki struck the keyboard vigorously, and soon 2 red dots appeared on the localized map of Earth. Pointing at the dots, Jueki declared, "These represent the trajectories of Golzan and Balme." Through the seismograph and satellite observations, it appeared that Golzan and Balme were advancing towards a specific direction. Is that so? Captain Ijima and Director Zawai hurried to the large screen. Under Jueki's guidance, the paths of Golzan and Balme extended forward until they halted at a location in the east. "It seems their target is here," Captain Ijima stated, arms crossed and voice grave. "Indeed," Director Zawai concurred solemnly. "What exactly do these monsters intend to do? Are they searching for something?" Director Jigong exclaimed in anger. "Yes, they are indeed searching for something." Upon hearing Director Jigong's words, Director Zawai clapped his hands and placed a reassuring hand on Jigong's shoulder, saying, "Jigong, you're still as sharp as you were in the past." "Huh?" Jigong, taken aback by Zawai's gesture, stammered, "What have I done?" Observing the admiring glances around him, Jigong cleared his throat and, with a raised chin, declared, "Of course, I have unraveled the intentions of these two monsters thoroughly. Beneath my very eyes, these mere creatures cannot turn the tables." Indeed, Director Zawai, looking pleased, patted Jigong's shoulder and then addressed Captain Ijima. "Let the victory team set off immediately. We must reach the pyramid before the monsters." "Understood," Captain Ijima replied, turning to gather the team. "This mission to locate the giants requires everyone's participation. Time is of the essence. We depart now." The team members prepared their gear and filed out of the command center, boarding the aircraft. Wan initially thought that Jiyuan Hui need not lead from the front. However, upon witnessing Jiyuan Hui already taking the initiative, he could only shrug his shoulders and follow suit with a tinge of reluctance. The captain of this victorious team certainly held a rank far superior to that of the naval commander during the Warring States period. Wine, while picking his nose, contemplated, "Zero. Do pay attention. The pyramid sealing the giant of light is likely not a mere trifle. You should be able to sense something." "Very well, leave it to me. I am curious to see which Ultraman foolishly discards his corporeal form and returns home in a luminous state." "Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid of encountering something that might obliterate you?" Zero replied with a cold smirk. "By the way, if you Ultramen are not on Earth and a monster appears, can you arrive in time?" Indeed, the technology of the Land of Light is quite advanced. Moreover, we can produce a one-time use light crystal that summons us, similar in principle to the ultra-red balls and ultra-metals, Zero remarked, stroking his headpiece. As he spoke, he inadvertently stepped on an unnamed tentacled creature. It seemed that Zero had emerged victorious in their recent duel. Chapter 181. The Pyramid. Is this truly the place where the pyramid resides? It certainly does not appear so. The members of the victory team gathered by a small river, with Kurii supporting his helmet and lamenting. "However, according to my calculations, the pyramid is most likely to be here, given that the monster is heading this way." Yase retrieved a portable computer from the Flying Swallow 2, tapping away before arriving at another conclusion. "Indeed, there must be something here," he asserted with unwavering confidence. "This is quite perplexing. Shouldn't a pyramid be located in a desert?" Vice Captain Munakata, holding a bag of milk, expressed his frustration. "All right, everyone," Captain Kuga clapped her hands, capturing the team's attention. "I propose we split into pairs to cover a larger area more swiftly. If anything unusual occurs, communicate via the communicator or signal flares." Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed. Yase teamed up with Rina. Munakata followed Captain Kuga while sipping his milk. Shinshiro paired with Kirii, and Wine accompanied Daegu. After several minutes, the group had yet to locate the elusive pyramid, though Kirii, the little chubby one, nearly stumbled. Ultimately, with no other options, Captain Kuga marked a location for everyone to regroup. "All right, Daegu and I are heading over immediately." Wayne tucked his communicator into his pocket and called out to Daegu, "Hey, Daegu, the captain has summoned us for a gathering." However, Daegu paid no heed to Wayne. Instead, he tilted his head as if he had heard something else. An obscure notion descended upon Wayne in that moment. "Hey, speak up." The voice of Zero echoed in Wayne's mind. Veen reiterated once more. This time, Daegu finally took action, yet it appeared to be rather displeasing to Veen. Daegu did not even glance back. He hastily made his way to a bridge, casting a quick glance in a certain direction before rushing away. In the direction where Daegu had looked, a pyramid suddenly materialized. At that moment, Ijima and the others were gathering beneath the bridge, and they too beheld the pyramid. "Captain," Lena exclaimed, pointing at the pyramid. "Look, there really is a pyramid." "Indeed, it is truly a pyramid," Captain Ijima remarked, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him as he gazed at the structure. Meanwhile, driven by an inexplicable impulse. Daegu unexpectedly appeared on a small bridge above Ijima and the others. After confirming the direction by glancing at the pyramid, he quickened his pace and continued onward. Hey, Daegu. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Kubo and Shinjo shouted after Daegu, but he remained oblivious, continuing to run ahead without a care. How frustrating it is to deal with such a disorganized and undisciplined individual. If he were my soldier, I would have to set him straight, Veen muttered in irritation as he hurriedly followed Daegu. Upon spotting Ijima and the others beneath the bridge, he reassured them, "Don't worry. I will pursue Daegu. Let us go together," Vice Captain Magata added, joining Veen in the chase after Daegu. The remaining members followed suit. Have you discerned the significance of this pyramid? Then pondered in his mind, questioning Sero and Venom. The space was suffused with radiant energy, yet it emanated a sense of superficial strength, leading me to suspect that this light had long since lost its defensive capabilities. Sero stroked his chin and replied, "That makes sense," when secretly nodded. Indeed, the current pyramid is accessible to anyone. Venom's response was straightforward. "I wish to take a bite and see. This pyramid appears akin to cheese, and I am curious about its flavor." Wayne disregarded Venom's words and swiftly followed Daegu into the depths of the pyramid. Indeed, it was a statue. Upon entering the pyramid, Wayne was greeted by the sight of 3 immense statues. "Three indeed," Sero exclaimed in Wayne's mind, astonished, and then remarked, "One of them is Diga?" Sero, in disbelief, continued, "I have certainly seen him before, and the Galaxians possess a Diga figure as well. Orb has one too, and he even aided us during our duel with Itaruga. How could this be?" Sero felt that his mind was struggling to keep pace. "I believe I am beginning to understand." Wine pondered for a moment before addressing Sero. "Why is that?" "It has been 30 million years. Even a pig could transform into a monster in such a time span. How much more so for an Ultraman? Therefore, I surmise that the essence of Diga has attained the capability to traverse through time and space. He has chosen to leave his physical form behind, converting it into light to journey across dimensions, thus continuing to assist other worlds. This is why he can leave remnants of his being, such as his corporeal form and energy, across numerous realms." Wayne remarked, however, considering this, the true power of Diga is likely exceedingly terrifying. Sero, with a grave expression, replied, "What I encountered in the galaxy was not the true form of Diga, but rather a human, one who possessed the body of Diga." At that moment, Sero cast his gaze upon Daegu, who stood at the foot of the statue. "It appears that this time, the body of Diga will be entrusted to this fellow. Truly, what a nonchalant Ultraman he is." "Wayne," Sero raised his head and inquired, "What is it?" Wayne inquired, his hand caressing the foot of the statue, curious to see if anything might be dislodged. "Once this fellow inherits the body of Diga, I shall take the opportunity to train him thoroughly. After all, Diga has fought alongside me in battle, and a comrade's body must not be mishandled," Sero asserted resolutely. Upon hearing Sero's unwavering voice, Wine ceased his exploration of the statue and turned to the still-dazed Daegu, remarking, "Indeed, this foolish lad needs some training. Wow, incredible. Giants truly exist." At that moment, Hikari and her companions entered the pyramid. Upon their arrival, Wine hurried over to the absent-minded Daegu. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Daegu's head, rousing him from his stupor. "You stop daydreaming. The captain and the others are here. Prepare yourself for a reprimand." Ween, with a hint of malice, remarked, "Ah, I have no idea why I am here." Daegu let out a cry, for he was genuinely fearful of Izumi K. His exclamation captured Izumi's attention, and with a stern expression, she addressed him, "Daegu, I believe you require a thorough 3,000-word reflection to articulate your thoughts." "No, please." Daegu screamed once more. "Ha ha ha, you brought this upon yourself." "Honestly, I was just worried sick." "Indeed, that little rascal." Chapter 182, The Arrival of Bomb. Boom. Just as the commotion reached its peak, the ground began to tremble violently. "Everyone, evacuate immediately," Izumi K shouted, grasping Lena's hand as they prepared to flee. "All right, all personnel, proceed to the Fian," Vice Captain Zhongfang echoed. Upon hearing this, Daegu anxiously looked at the 3 colossal statues and exclaimed, "What about the statues?" Izumi K cast a reproachful glance at Daegu and replied, "Right now, everyone's safety is paramount. Besides, we have no idea how to awaken the giants. Quickly, we must evacuate." A powerful tremor struck, sending everyone sprawling to the ground before they scrambled to their feet, hastening their escape. "Damn it, Daegu." Being pulled by the scruff of his neck by Ween, grimaced as he glanced back at the statues, tears seemingly brimming in his eyes. He was undoubtedly distressed over the fate of the giants. Of course, it could also be that Wayne's vigorous tugging had caused him considerable discomfort. "Let us go." Wayne abruptly cast Daegu aside, then watched as Daegu rubbed his rear and rejoined the group. Turning his gaze towards the pyramid, Wayne's eyes brimmed with regret. How tragic it would be if all this radiant energy were to be destroyed in an instant. Wayne muttered to himself regarding the two monsters that would soon arrive. To be frank, he had never regarded most of the monsters from the world of Dino with any seriousness, save for the likes of Silver Dragon Hilbegon, Gold Dragon Goldrass, Gitangier, the virtual robot Phoebus, and the yet-to-appear deity Kyrielot. Indeed, at that moment, Zero remarked, although some may appear strong yet are fragile within, these are the essence refined through the passage of time and should be capable of forming an ultralight seed. Ultralight seed? Once implanted, it will absorb cosmic energy, enhancing the host's constitution, ultimately transforming into a giant of light, while the seed itself will serve as a timer to monitor the body's condition. Perfect, Zero. Let us proceed without delay, Wayne exclaimed with enthusiasm. Right? I have yet to experience this. It is the ability granted to me by the shield of Balaji from the great Noah, Zero replied, equally exhilarated. In Wayne's mind, Zero raised his wrist and began manipulating his Balaji shield. A transparent tube connected to the pyramid, allowing a stream of luminous energy to flow into Wayne's body. Under Zero's guidance, beams of light enveloped him, gradually compressing until, with the pyramid's disappearance, a delicate point of light was formed. Light seed? Indeed. Zero gazed eagerly at the light seed, signifying the emergence of a giant of light. Golzon, who had just emerged from below, stared blankly at the vanished pyramid. Where is it? Never mind. Let us take care of those three pesky little nuisances first. With a shrill cry, Balmer made its entrance, landing and fixating its gaze on the three statues. These three had plowed through Earth, resulting in the demise of countless monsters. Today, Balmer vowed to avenge the many fallen beasts. With a fierce roar, Balmer soared into the air, preparing to dive and shatter the statues. Golzon, not to be outdone, was poised to unleash its ultrasonic rays, eager to obliterate the statues. No. Upon witnessing the monster's actions, Daegu dashed into the Flying Swallow One, charging towards the beasts. Though the Flying Swallow One was merely equipped with signal flares, Daegu's resolve transcended what mere flares could signify. Golzon's head began to emanate a purple glow, its ultrasonic rays primed for attack. Wayne, Zero shouted in Wayne's mind. Quickly, protect those three statues. They are the fallen heroes of the Ultraman. Guard them. Perhaps one day we may awaken them. All right, understood. Wayne, digging into his ears, beheld the ultrasonic rays emanating from Golzon's head and the descending Balme in the sky. When a brilliant idea surged forth in his mind. Golzon let out a jubilant roar, envisioning the moment of shattering the stone statue. He resolved to gather more strength, aiming to obliterate the statue entirely. If Wayne were to know, he might just inform Golzon. You have violated the villain's inevitable defeat rule, dear. Golzon felt as though he had gathered sufficient power, and Balme had already commenced her dive. Victory was within reach. No. Daegu, piloting the aircraft, was determined to intercept Golzon's beam. Damn it. Daegu. You rascal. You reckless fool. The entire Victory team below shouted desperately, attempting to call Daegu back. But the single-minded Daegu paid no heed and pressed on. Just as Golzon was about to open his mouth to express his thoughts, Vane suddenly appeared beneath its chin. Rising Dragon Fist. Wayne's fist struck Golzon's chin, causing him to tilt his head back and stagger a few steps. Savor this. Vane executed a deft maneuver, pivoting to cling to the head of Golzon, subsequently seizing hold of his cranial armor. Come to me, she commanded. Wayne exerted a tremendous force, twisting Golzon's head to face the direction of Balme. Crack. Vane exerted all his strength and delivered a resounding slap to Golzon's nape. A howl escaped Golzon's lips, echoing a shriek reminiscent of a tremor during an encounter, as a torrent of ultrasonic rays erupted forth. Zing. Balme, caught unawares, took the brunt of the ultrasonic barrage to the face, sent plummeting from the heavens by Golzon's might. Boom. Balme's colossal form crashed to the ground, leaving the creature momentarily dazed, struggling to regain its senses. Desolation. Vane clenched her fist tightly and then delivered a powerful blow to Golzon's mouth. With a muffled sound, Golzon's lips quivered before he painfully expelled Vane, accompanied by the loss of 7 or 8 teeth. Alas, Wayne, having executed a deft maneuver, landed on the ground and, finding a massive boulder, hefted it with both hands and hurled it towards Golzen's face. Thud! Golzen was sent sprawling. "What shall we do, Captain?" exclaimed the team member Shafulin, straining with effort. "We cannot lag behind. Let us contribute our share." Observing Wayne struggling against Golzen, the other members of the victory team eagerly volunteered. "Everyone." Kojima spoke as she grasped her hypergun at her waist, addressing the group. "Join me in providing long-range support for Shafulin." Yes. Introduction. A soul destined for demise evades death, while a devil fruit, anticipated to emerge in decades, resurfaces unexpectedly. When these two fates intertwine, what transformation shall the world undergo? I am Wayne, a bastion of justice within the Navy, a guardian of the world, and a harbinger of the end of an era, the nemesis of pirates.